Chapter 433 The Despicable Medical Clique. Yinan looked flustered. Why couldn't he get through to Wanfeng on the phone? Could it be that something happened to her? Yinan immediately closed his eyes and felt the bracelet. After a long while, he opened his eyes. The bracelet was intact, so he must not have been in any danger that night. Then, Yinan dialed Huolong's number again. Huolong reached out and took the call. "Brother Nan, is there anything I can do for you?" Yinan asked. "Huolong, what's the situation with your sister-in-law now?" Huolong laughed and said, "My sister-in-law is talking business with someone right now, Brother Nan. Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch her." Yinan asked coldly, "I'm asking you where your sister-in-law is now, and whether she's within your sight?" Huolong said, "My sister-in-law is not in my sight right now. She is discussing business. I am downstairs." Yinan cursed. "Go and see her. I'm telling you, from now on, whenever there's a third party present, she must be in your sight." Huolong quickly replied, "I'll go right away." He had never seen Brother Nan so angry. After hanging up the phone, he immediately prepared to go upstairs. Today, he and his sister-in-law came to the Yangzhou Medical Association to discuss some matters. The Yangzhou Medical Association is not a subordinate unit of the National Medical Museum. Instead, it is an association controlled by the major aristocratic families of Yangzhou. All foreign medical enterprises must join this association and accept its management. Otherwise, they are not allowed to come to Yangzhou. Only one person can enter this association. Others are not allowed. So Huolong waited outside, letting Su Wanfeng go upstairs alone. Because everything went smoothly in the early stages, Huolong didn't think much of it. Upon hearing Nanji's words, Huolong realized something was wrong. Brother Nan asked him to protect his sister-in-law. If something happens to his sister-in-law, how will he ever face Brother Nan again? But then, someone blocked Huolong's path. "This is the Yangzhou Medical Association. You cannot go in." Huolong saw the other person and said coldly, "I must go in today." "I said you can't go in. Can you even understand human language?" The other party snapped. Huolong said, "I'm fucking going in." The other party coldly replied, "Get lost." "Fuck you." Huolong attacked directly, knocking the other person down, and then went upstairs. And at this moment, the top level of the medical association. In an office, Su Wanfeng sat on the sofa, and next to her sat a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. Moreover, the number of middle-aged people is constantly increasing. There was a contract in front of the two of them. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "President Su, if your company wants to establish itself in Yangzhou, you must sign this contract and give 50% of your profits to the association. So please sign it." Su Wanfeng said, "President Zhang, I have already signed a contract and given up 10% of the profits in order to join the Yangzhou Medical Association. Is it too much to give up another 50% of the profits now?" She was restraining her anger. The middle-aged man, Zhang Jingming, was the president of the Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association. Hearing what Su Wanfeng said, he smiled and said, "The previous contract was for you to join the association, which meant you were qualified to set up shop in Yangzhou. This new contract is for you to be qualified to sell. Without signing this, you can't sell." After speaking, Zhang Jingming smiled and continued to approach Su Wanfeng, then looked at her with greed in his eyes. This woman is so beautiful that Zhang Jingming couldn't wait to win her over. In fact, other outside companies only need to sign one contract to set up shop in Yangzhou. This second contract was something he arranged himself, and it was about winning over this woman. When Zhang Jingming got closer to Su Wanfeng would step back a little. "Chairman Zhang, you're standing too close to me." Zhang Jingming was slightly taken aback, but still took a step back. "I just wanted to get closer to President Su to talk. I didn't mean anything else." Su Wanfeng naturally knew that the other party had ulterior motives. If it weren't for Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals' entry into Yangzhou, she would have already turned against them. Moreover, she has already bought land and hired many people. If she gives up now, she will lose a lot of money. She also knew that the contract didn't exist at all. It was something that Chairman Zhang had deliberately created to target her. Su Wanfeng isn't someone who can be easily fooled. At this moment, she wanted to call Huolong up to help him and leave without offending Zhang Jingming. But she handed over her phone when she went upstairs. Shouting was useless. The room was very soundproof, and being on the 18th floor, Hualong wouldn't hear a sound even if he shouted loudly. President Zhang, I will not sign this contract. All right, our conversation can end now. Zhang Jingming knew the other party wouldn't sign, and he didn't intend to make them sign either. Then, he leaned back and said confidently and slowly, if you don't sign this contract, the contract you signed before will be void. So think about it. Su Wanfeng couldn't hold back any longer and cursed, Zhang Jingming. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? I won't sign this contract, and don't even think about those useless things. Believe me, I'll expose what happened today to the public. Zhang Jingming smiled and said, then you tell me. This is Yang Zhou. Why would he be afraid of what others will say about it? Do you really think he's the only one in the entire association who does this kind of thing? Su Wanfeng was speechless. The pharmaceutical market in Yangzhou was simply terrible. The relationships between medical families were complicated, and the 5 major medical cliques controlled Yangzhou. Anyone who came here to do business would be severely punished. She made a decision. She wouldn't come to Yangzhou anymore. After leaving here, she would return to Zhongzhou. This place is awful. Anyone can come if they want, but she's not coming. Su Wanfeng said coldly, I'll take Nanfeng Pharmaceutical back to Zhongzhou right now. As for the factory we built, I'll burn it down and give it to your ancestors. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jingming's face immediately turned ugly. He hadn't expected this woman to be so assertive. It was the first time he had ever met a foreign merchant who dared to speak to him like that. If you want to leave, can you actually get away? Zhang Jingming coldly said, we have already signed a contract. You must do business in Yangzhou. Otherwise, you will have to pay 10 billion. You can leave, just transfer the money to our association's account. Of course, you can sue. If you win, you won't have to pay. Su Wanfeng naturally knew she couldn't win. Winning a lawsuit on someone else's turf was harder than climbing to heaven. But on the day she signed the contract, she carefully read it and found that this clause was not there at all. This clause is not in the contract. Zhang Jingming smiled and said, it was just made. Su Wanfeng angrily said, you are simply a scoundrel. You people from Yangzhou are really disgusting. Zhang Jingming laughed and said, President Su, that's how the law is. How can you say we're disgusting? We people from Yangzhou have never offended you, have we? Su Wanfeng didn't want to waste any more words with the other party. She went to the door, intending to open it and leave. But no matter what they did, they couldn't open the door. Zhang Jingming smiled and said, don't waste your energy. Only I can open this door. Su Wanfeng said, open the door. Zhang Jingming laughed and said, why should I open the door and let you leave? By the way, let me tell you something. No woman has ever left my room quickly after coming in. It takes at least one night. Chapter 434 Talisman Thunder. Su Wanfeng instantly understood what the other party meant. She said coldly, if you dare to lay a finger on me, you will regret it. Zhang Jingming laughed. Regret? If this were another state, I might regret it, but this is Yangzhou, my territory. Do you think I would regret it? Little beauty, come into my arms obediently. After saying that, he pounced on Su Wanfeng. Su Wanfeng easily dodged, then looked at Zhang Jingming. You're a pervert. I'm already pregnant, and you still won't let me go? Zhang Jingming licked his lips. Pregnancy is definitely a plus. These words were spoken. Su Wanfeng could only keep dodging in the room, determined not to let Zhang Jingming succeed. It was a pity that she had handed over her phone. Otherwise, she could have called Hualong for help. Now she has to think of other ways. If you could throw something out the window, it would definitely attract Hualong's attention. Immediately, she dodged and moved closer to the window. But when she reached the window, Su Wanfeng was filled with despair. The windows were sealed and couldn't be opened at all. Zhang Jingming laughed and said, if you're thinking of using throwing things to attract other people's attention, I think you should give up. No one can save you. Your only way out is to stay here all night. Come on, little beauty, spend one night with me, and the Yangzhou Medical Association will give you all the profits from your company, not a single penny. How about it? Su Wanfeng couldn't help but swear. You are a shameless bastard. Let me leave now, or your Zhang family will be wiped out when my husband shows up. Zhang Jingming laughed and said, once your husband arrives, you'll already be mine. Besides, you really take your husband too seriously. This is Yangzhou, our Zhang family's territory. If your husband dares to come, he'll die here. Su Wanfeng tensed up. She wasn't worried that Yinan wouldn't be able to handle the situation if he came, but rather that she had no way to contact Yinan at all. Even if her husband came, she would still be defiled. What should she do? Suddenly, she remembered something else. Her husband had given her some talismans. That talisman could summon lightning, and Su Wanfeng, following Yinan's advice, always carried it with her. Immediately, she took out a talisman from her bosom and pointed it at Zhang Jingming. You'd better not come any closer, or you'll die. When Zhang Jingming saw Su Wanfeng take out the talisman, he burst out laughing. You think you can kill me with just one talisman? You're underestimating me too much. I'm coming over now, so you can kill me. But if you can't kill me, then it'll be my turn to torture you. I can be quite ruthless when I strike. After saying that, Zhang Jingming pounced on him. In his eyes, Su Wanfeng was already his type, and he could enjoy her any time. Seeing this, Su Wanfeng turned her head to the side and then threw the talisman away. Zhang Jingming saw the talisman flying towards him but didn't take it seriously at all. But the next second, the talisman suddenly floated in midair, then began to tremble violently, before shattering into countless fragments. In an instant, the talisman transformed into lightning and hurtled towards Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming didn't even have time to react. He only felt flashes of lightning before his eyes. The next second, he left not even ashes. Moreover, the thunder roared and blasted open the gate. At that moment, Huolong was standing outside the door. He had just come up when he saw this horrifying scene, and he was so frightened that he froze on the spot. When he came to his senses, he rushed in. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Su Wanfeng felt a little relieved when she saw Huolong. I'm fine. Let's go quickly and leave Yangzhou. We'll never come back here again. She killed Zhang Jingming, who was backed by the Zhang family. If the Zhang family finds out about this, they will definitely kill them. They need to leave as soon as possible and return to Zhongzhou to be safe. Huolong nodded. It's obvious without even thinking that the people in this room are targeting my sister-in-law. He wanted to slap himself. He had been far too lax. They actually let my sister-in-law be alone in a room with other people. If it weren't for Brother Nan making that call to him, my sister-in-law might be in danger now. Let's go. The two went outside, and Su Wanfeng retrieved her phone. After discovering that Yinan had called, she immediately called him back. Husband. Su Wanfeng cried out in shock and burst into tears. Yinan, who had been extremely anxious, felt relieved upon hearing this voice. Wife, how is the situation on your end? Su Wanfeng said, someone bullied me and I used the talisman you gave me to kill the other party. Flames surged in Yinan's pupils. How dare they touch his wife? Wife, don't feel any pressure. You did a good job killing her. Don't worry, your husband will back you up. Nothing will happen. Su Wanfeng said, honey, I don't want to come to Yangzhou anymore. This place is really disgusting. Yinan said, we won't go anymore. I'll come to Yangzhou to pick you up now. Make sure your phone is on. Su Wanfeng said, I will. After hanging up the phone, Yinan immediately contacted Huang Yanshi. Chief Huang, do you have a private jet? Huang Yanshi said, I don't have any, but I know who does. Yinan asked who. Huang Yanshi said, Zheng Huaishan. You go to the Zheng family first, I'll contact them for you now. Yinan nodded, and then went to the Zheng family's house. Meanwhile, Zheng Huaishan received a call from Huang Yanshi. Upon hearing that Yinan wanted to use a private jet, he immediately sent someone to find one. On the other hand, Su Wanfeng and Huolong began their escape. Because of the commotion Huolong made at the beginning, the whole building knew that an uninvited guest had arrived. When these people saw Su Wanfeng, they instantly realized that something was wrong and that Chairman Zhang must be dead. Given Chairman Zhang's nature, he would never easily open the door to the woman who entered that room. Based on their previous experience, once a woman entered, she would definitely not come out until the next day. Take action, don't let them leave. Soon, the bodyguards inside the building took action. They are not ordinary bodyguards. Each and every one of them is a martial artist. The people who initially intercepted Huolong were all newcomers to martial arts. Now, the bodyguards who are intercepting him are all internal energy martial artists, and there are even a few who are half-step martial arts masters. Although Yangzhou is not as prosperous in martial arts as Tianzhou, it is a state of medicine. Many people have become martial artists after taking medicine, and they seemed to be surpassing Tianzhou. These men were no match for Huolong and were quickly defeated. Those who hadn't made a move also saw Huolong's true strength. He was a martial arts master, far beyond what they could possibly intercept. Quickly, call a Grandmaster-level expert for help. Also, send the message to the Zhang family and tell them that Chairman Zhang Jingming has been killed. Chapter 435 Encountering an Ambush on the Road. Huolong didn't hesitate and led Su Wanfeng to fight their way out. Now that no Grandmasters were involved, it was still relatively easy to deal with them. But once a Grandmaster made a move, things would get complicated. Su Wanfeng also contacted Tingting, asking her to leave the factory and head to Yangzhou Airport to meet up, as they needed to leave Yangzhou as quickly as possible. Upon receiving the order, Tingting immediately began booking tickets. News of Zhang Jingming's death quickly reached the Zhang family. Everyone thought the news was fake and that someone was trying to scam them. After all, this is Yangzhou, and the Zhang family is one of the 5 major medical families in Yangzhou. Anyone who dares to touch the Zhang family would have to be tired of living. But soon they learned that the news was true. Someone really did kill Zhang Jingming. The Zhang family was furious and immediately sent men to intercept and kill the murderer. Upon learning that the killer was from another state, the Zhang family became even more enraged and declared that they were determined to kill him. After all, if this matter were to get out, how could the Zhang family maintain their standing in Yangzhou? Upon learning that the murderer's accomplice was a martial arts master, the Zhang family immediately dispatched several masters to intercept and kill him. The martial arts masters in the Zhang family are basically all made through taking medicine. Such masters are not as good as true martial arts masters. However, with the help of taking medicine, one's combat power can still reach the level of a martial arts grandmaster. Such people are called pseudo-masters. Soon, 10 pseudo-grandmasters set off from the Zhang family to hunt down Huolong and Su Wanfeng. Huolong and Su Wanfeng were in a taxi. After arriving in Yangzhou, they have been taking taxis the whole time. At this moment, Su Wanfeng looked flustered. Huolong comforted her. "Sister-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will never let anyone hurt you." Su Wanfeng nodded. Huolong continued, "If we encounter danger later, don't hesitate. I'll hold them off. You run first." Su Wanfeng said, "How can that be? You came with me, so we'll leave together. We can't abandon anyone." Huolong shook his head and said, No, you're carrying your and Nan's child. If something happens to you, I'll be letting Nan down. Remember, no matter what happens, I'll be the one to sacrifice myself first." Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng touched her stomach. She cannot die. This is her and her husband's child. She should listen to her husband, stay in Zhongzhou and rest during her pregnancy. Huolong added, "Don't worry, I can run away. Martial arts masters aren't so easy to kill. Besides, you're just a burden to me. I can't take care of you in time." Su Wanfeng nodded upon hearing this. Then she shouted at the driver, "Driver, can you hurry up? This driver is driving way too slowly, like a snail crawling." Upon hearing this, Huolong realized that the car was indeed moving too slowly, which was very unusual. There were no cars around either. There's only one possibility. The driver was working for the Zhang family. Huolong immediately looked at the driver and said, "Master, if you don't want to die, drive faster. I just killed a lot of Zhang family members." Upon hearing this, the driver sped up, saying, "Don't kill me. I'll speed up right now." Huolong wanted to get a new car, but it wasn't practical right now, as there weren't many taxis around. Now, he could only rely on the other party. Only then did the taxi begin to accelerate. Huolong carefully observed his surroundings. The vehicle came to a sudden stop. Huolong shouted at the driver, "Why are you stopping? Move along." The driver didn't answer, opened the car door, and ran away. Huolong wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He knew he had fallen into a trap. If nothing unexpected happened, this wasn't the way to the airport at all. The driver had deliberately brought them here. Damn it! Huolong immediately made his move, throwing a punch. The force of the punch landed on the driver's back in an instant, and the latter fell to the ground and died. Meanwhile, Huolong is preparing to take over the vehicle. But at this time, 10 people emerged from around their vehicle and surrounded their path. Seeing this, Huolong knew he couldn't start the vehicle. He can still run, but his sister-in-law can't. If the vehicle is destroyed, then my sister-in-law will have to die here today. Huolong immediately decided to get out of the car and confront the 10 people. Before getting out of the car, he said to Su Wanfeng, "Sister-in-law, after I get out of the car, stop 10 of them, and then you drive away as far as you can." Su Wanfeng asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Huolong smiled. "Right now, the most important thing is to protect you." Su Wanfeng felt a little reluctant, but Huolong continued, "Sister-in-law, if you don't run away, we'll both die here. But if you run away, one of us can survive, and then you can ask Brother Nan to help me get revenge." Su Wanfeng nodded vigorously upon hearing this. If they both die here, then no one will be able to avenge them. Huolong smiled, then got out of the car. He looked at the 10 people in front of him and said, "What's wrong with your Zhang family? You only sent 10 pieces of trash to stop me." Upon hearing this, the 10 people's expressions turned extremely ugly. Although they became masters through taking medication, they all claimed to be martial arts masters to the outside world. Although this person is a martial arts master, he should not look down on them like this. "Kid, you'll soon find out whether we're good for nothing," one of them said. Huolong laughed. "You're nothing but ants. Even if I bring just one person, I can suppress all of you." He was stalling for time. His sister-in-law wasn't in the driver's seat yet. He needs to attract hatred first, so that all these people's attention will be focused on him. The 10 men fell for the trap, their eyes fixed on Huolong. "Kid, we'd like to see how you're going to suppress us this time." Huolong grew anxious and secretly glanced at Su Wanfeng's position. Only after confirming that she had taken the driver's seat did he breathe a sigh of relief. He shouted, "Run!" Su Wanfeng slammed on the gas and sped off in the opposite direction. Upon seeing this, the 10 men realized they had fallen into a trap and immediately gave chase. But Huolong appeared in front of them and threw a punch. "I am your opponent, so please do not look around." Huolong unleashed his full power, radiating the strength of a martial arts master, which instantly swept across the entire arena. He had to use all his strength to stop these 10 people, and he absolutely could not let his sister-in-law's life be in any danger. 10 people were forced to retreat. They came to intercept and kill the other side, and they signed a life-or-death agreement. If these two aren't caught, they'll die too. For the Zhang family, if they can create them, they can also create other pseudo-grandmasters. Only by working diligently for the Zhang family can they survive safely. Immediately, the 10 men unleashed their full power and charged towards Huolong, with some of them secretly taking stimulant potions. Chapter 436, Struggling Forward. After consuming the explosive potion, these individuals' strength was only slightly weaker than that of a true martial arts master, but this state could only last for 3 minutes. It also has side effects. Within a month, he will become an ordinary person and suffer excruciating pain every day. If they can capture these two, they can survive. But if they can't be caught, they're doomed. Therefore, they had to take the risk. The aura emanating from the group surged dramatically. Huolong naturally noticed it, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Even if it costs me my life, I will stop these people today." Without any hesitation, Huolong made another move. But the 10 people discussed it among themselves. "You 5 hold him off. The 5 of us will go after that woman." "Good." All 10 people agreed. Huolong overheard the 10 men's plan. "None of you can go anywhere. You all have to stay here." He threw a punch. 5 of them stepped forward and blocked Huolong's attack. The others went after Su Wanfeng. Huolong wanted to buy more time for his sister-in-law and was about to step forward to intercept her. But 5 of them surrounded him. "Your opponent is us." Huolong wanted to break through the encirclement. However, these 5 people kept blocking Huolong. Huolong could only fight back with all his might. The remaining 5 people had already chased after Su Wanfeng. Su Wanfeng drove the taxi at full speed. She had a strong belief in her heart. She had to survive. "We absolutely cannot die here." At the same time, she sent her coordinates to Yinan. "As long as my husband comes, I can survive." And just then, a laugh rang out. Su Wanfeng turned her head and saw the person outside the window, and was immediately startled. On the left window, there was a hideous human face pasted on it. The 5 pursuers caught up with Su Wanfeng effortlessly. The other party coldly replied, "You can't escape." Su Wanfeng could only jerk the steering wheel, trying to throw the other person off. However, the man's hands seemed to be welded to the car. No matter how Su Wanfeng drove, the man held on tightly. At that moment, Su Wanfeng could also see the other 4 people approaching through the rearview mirror. If they catch up, she will surely die. Go to hell, the man who had grabbed Su Wanfeng's vehicle said menacingly. Then, he reached out, ready to break the glass and grab the other person. But Su Wanfeng was faster than him and threw out the lightning bolt directly. Lightning flashed. The powerful force sent the opponent flying. The car door was also blown out at the same time. The taxi also endured tremendous thunderous force. However, since it was not the primary target, the taxi was still able to drive at this time. She immediately slammed on the gas pedal and accelerated further. Her husband gave her a total of 4 Fulé. 2 are currently in use. There are 4 more people behind them. She needs to use these 2 lightning spells at the right time, ideally killing 3 people with a single spell. Otherwise, she will ultimately face certain death. If she hadn't used the lightning directly, but had waited for the right moment, it would have been better. But in that situation, she didn't have time to think about it at all. Su Wanfeng's use of Fu Lei's technique caught the attention of the other 4. A hint of apprehension flashed in their eyes. This woman can use strange methods. We need to be careful. It's best not to go in pairs. She probably can't kill us all at once. The short man who was leading the remaining 4 spoke. The others nodded in agreement. Then, one by one, they became cautious. They thought they could suppress the other party with just a little effort. Who knew this woman would be so difficult to deal with? Destroy his car first. The short man continued. It's best not to get close. Ranged attacks are sufficient. The other 3 nodded, and then started firing at the vehicle. Su Wanfeng saw their methods through the rearview mirror. They immediately sped up to dodge. Dodge as much as you can. A fist-shaped beam of light shot towards them. Su Wanfeng slammed on the gas pedal, and the car started to smoke. Boom. Su Wanfeng dodged most of the punches, but was still hit on the edge. At that moment, the fist struck the trunk of the taxi. With a loud bang, the trunk was cut away by more than half. The vehicle instantly lost its balance and skidded. Su Wanfeng steadied herself and protected the baby inside her. Once the vehicle stabilized, Su Wanfeng continued to press the accelerator. The car can still be driven, but it can no longer move smoothly. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. I'm carrying my husband's child. If I die, the child will die too. A strong belief drove Su Wanfeng to continue moving forward. The taxi was moving much slower now. Just now I could go over 100 yards, but now I can only go a few dozen. The short, fake Grandmaster laughed at the sight. You're still thinking of running away? Do you think you can escape? He ran faster and quickly arrived behind the taxi. Su Wanfeng saw the other party approaching and tried to speed up, but it was no use. At this point, it was already quite an achievement for the taxi to be able to move at all. You can't escape, the short man said menacingly, then assumed a horse stance and pulled hard. The taxi came to a sudden stop. But due to inertia, the front of the car flew up and took a long time to land. With a rumble, the taxi bounced on the ground before finally coming to a stop. Su Wanfeng remained motionless, lying in the car. Seeing this, the short man went around from the back of the car to the side of the door and looked at Su Wanfeng in the driver's seat with a greedy glint in his eyes. This woman is so beautiful. It would be great if I could play it. Although they are false masters, they were once lowly people. Previously, they were extremely humble, not daring to approach even women, let alone such a beautiful woman. Now we have this opportunity. They must enjoy it. Hey guys, how about we have some fun with this woman before we kill her? The short guy said, turning to the others. Seeing this, the others nodded in agreement, as they shared the same thought. But just then, they saw the scene ahead and immediately shouted to the shorter man, "Watch out." Before the short man could react, he only felt a flash of lightning before his eyes. The next second, his body was torn to shreds. Beside him, Su Wanfeng stood, panting heavily. When this short guy grabbed the car, she thought she was going to die. But she discovered that the bracelet her husband had given her on her wrist was broken. In other words, the bracelet saved her life. Therefore, Su Wanfeng kept quiet and waited for the right opportunity to kill the short man. As expected, the short woman lowered her guard. Just now, While the other person was speaking, she struck and killed him. This scene was witnessed by the three pseudo-grandmasters behind him, who looked at Su Wanfeng with murderous intent. Su Wanfeng was also looking at the three of them, plotting how to kill them. A talisman and 3 bracelets. In other words, she has the opportunity to kill one person and 3 chances to protect herself. How can we utilize the existing methods? Unless you kill all 3 of them at once with a talisman. But given what happened to these 3, they certainly wouldn't underestimate her. But there will always be opportunities. At this moment, the 3 of them looked at Su Wanfeng. They did not rush forward. This woman was too strange. She was clearly just an ordinary person, yet she had such extraordinary abilities, and she had not died even after falling like that. That's so weird. They were ultimately not true martial arts masters. They possessed strength, but their combat experience and insights were far inferior to those of true masters. Moreover, they were cowardly, and no one dared to take the initiative for fear of being killed. Su Wanfeng brainstormed and realized that it was a good thing for her that the 3 of them didn't make a direct move, and she quickly came up with a solution. Time is the most important thing for her right now. As long as you can buy time, you have a chance to survive. So, Su Wanfeng stepped forward and then said coldly, "Come on, all of you come at me together." Chapter 437 Husband, you're finally here. The remaining 3 dared not approach Su Wanfeng, fearing they would suffer the same fate as the 2 who had died. I wonder how many cards this woman still has up her sleeve. Seeing this, Su Wanfeng realized that she had fooled the 3 of them. She was terrified, but all she could do now was stay calm. And it must also carry a deterrent effect. She took a step forward. The 3 of them took a step back. "Weren't you here to chase me? Come on," Su Wanfeng shouted. "Show your power and make sure to intimidate these 3. The 3 of them remained silent and began to whisper among themselves. "Should we go or not? How do I get her? This woman has too many tricks up her sleeve." I suspect she doesn't have many tricks up her sleeve, otherwise she wouldn't be talking to us. How about someone tries first? All 3 remained silent. "You don't want to go? Why don't you go?" The other 2 looked at the person who was speaking. The other party also didn't want to participate, so they immediately changed the subject. "We can't refuse. If we let this woman get away, we're doomed. You should know very well how the Zhang family operates. So, someone has to step up now." The other 2 did not respond to the person who was speaking. Going up there now would mean certain death, and nobody wants to die. They have already begun to prepare for the worst. If they can't catch the woman, they'll just run away. At this moment, the 3 of them gathered together. Su Wanfeng saw an opportunity. She only had one talisman. Only by killing these 3 people in one move could she ensure her safety. Now is the best time to take action. Su Wanfeng took out a talisman and threw it forward. The talisman shattered, transforming into lightning that surged forth. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing the thunder, and they immediately dodged. But Thunder's speed was too fast, like a thunder dragon pouncing on the 3 of them. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Su Wanfeng stood still, her eyes trembling as she looked ahead. Are they all dead? The pressure had made Su Wanfeng unable to stand steadily. She collapsed to the ground. Then she took out her phone, wanting to call her husband. But at this moment, a coughing sound caught Su Wanfeng's attention. Instantly, her pupils widened, and fear filled her face. Is he still alive? The 3 of them were so close. On the ground, a man with a severed left hand got up. He looked disheveled. Just now, he deliberately kept a distance from the other 2 people, standing behind them. He started dodging before Su Wanfeng could even make a move. He was moving so fast, yet he still got hurt. However, he is now certain of one thing. The other party probably doesn't have many tricks up their sleeve. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited for the 3 of them to get close together before making their move. "You vile woman, you ruined my arm. I'm going to kill you," the one-armed man roared. Su Wanfeng screamed in terror and kept backing away. She had just used up all her strength. He thought he could kill the other party. Surprisingly, the other party survived. "Don't come any closer." The one-armed man rushed forward, unleashing the power of a grandmaster. He held nothing back, mainly because this woman was too strange. It would be too much of a loss if she died because he held back. Since you're going to make a move, you have to take the opponent's life. A palm strike came crashing down. Su Wanfeng had no time to dodge. Her legs felt like they were sinking into a swamp, unable to move, and she could only let the palm strike her. Just then, the palm was about to strike Su Wanfeng. A barrier appeared around Su Wanfeng, which blocked the attack. The next second, the bracelet on Su Wanfeng's wrist shattered. Upon seeing this, Su Wanfeng immediately removed the broken bracelet and put on another one. Besides the bracelet I'm wearing on my wrist, there's only one bracelet left. The moment the bracelet breaks completely, it signifies her death. Su Wanfeng no longer hoped to survive. She wanted to chat with Yi Nin before she died. She dialed Yi Nan's number. Honey, I might die. The man with the missing arm looked shocked when he saw that Su Wanfeng was unharmed. His masterful strike failed to kill his opponent. Could this woman possess some kind of spirit? In the past, he would have gone closer to see what was going on. But he dared not. Since the first strike didn't kill, let's continue. He made his move again. This time, it's still a handprint. Click. Su Wanfeng's bracelet broke again. At the same time, Yi Nan's voice came through the phone. Don't worry. I'm here, you won't die. Su Wanfeng laughed. Even at a time like this, her husband was still saying such comforting things to her. Thank you, my husband. This is all because of me. I shouldn't have come to Yangzhou. I'm not afraid of death, but the baby in my belly can't die. It's no use saying all this now, my husband. When you remarry, you must find a woman who treats you well and forget about me. On the phone, Yi Nan roared, You won't die. Su Wanfeng didn't want to die either, but she only had one bracelet left, and at the same time, the person had already made their move. At that moment, the one-armed man attacked again, throwing a punch. In an instant, Su Wanfeng's last remaining bracelet also shattered. Seeing this, Su Wanfeng closed her eyes. She wanted to die beautifully, not to see her mutilated limbs. At the same time, she said to Yi Nan, Husband, I love you. The man with the missing arm was going crazy. How come I can't kill this woman at all? What kind of person is she exactly? Even if you have a lot of money, you can't use spiritual objects like this. There must be a super big shot standing behind this woman. The man with the missing arm regretted it. He shouldn't have stood up when the Zhang family issued the order. Now we have no choice but to go down this path to the bitter end. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, he used all his strength. He pointed out with one finger. The ground around them began to shake. This shows just how powerful this finger strike is. Go to hell. Su Wanfeng heard the shouts and prepared to face death. Sudden, a loud explosion was heard. Immediately afterwards, a gust of air rushed towards us. A good 10 seconds later, Su Wanfeng realized she was not dead, and she was stunned for a moment. Is this what death feels like? There was no pain at all. Wife, I love you too. Suddenly, a voice came from the phone. However, Su Wanfeng discovered that the source of the sound was extremely close to her. It felt like I was right beside her. Immediately, Su Wanfeng opened her eyes and saw Yi Nin appear before her, smiling at her. Su Wanfeng could no longer control her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, and she burst into tears. She had been strong for so long, but she simply couldn't keep going any longer. Honey, you're finally here. Chapter 438, Yi Nan's Killing Intent. Su Wanfeng suddenly threw herself into Yi Nan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Yi Nan reached out and stroked Su Wanfeng's back, comforting her. Yes, I'm here. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you, sweetie. Su Wanfeng nodded. Then, Yi Nan turned to look at the one-armed man, his eyes filled with murderous intent. If he hadn't shown up, his wife might be dead. The perpetrator was the person in front of them. The one-armed man also carefully examined Yi Nan. That was a full-force attack. No one knows how the other side managed to stop it. The two men stared at each other, and the one-armed man felt a chill run down his spine. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. This person is terrifying. He's a fake martial arts master. He wouldn't feel this way even when facing a real martial arts master. Unless this person is stronger than a martial arts master. He chickened out, wanting to beg for mercy and explain the whole story. But he hadn't even had a chance to say a word. Yi Nan pointed a finger, and a terrifying, violent beam of light swept forward. They instantly overwhelmed the other party. After the initial impact, nothing was left. Yi Nan turned to look at Su Wanfeng. Where's Hualong? Su Wanfeng then remembered Huolong. He stopped 5 people to protect me. They should be in this direction. She pointed in the direction she had driven from. Yinan glanced at it and said, Let's go. Let's go rescue Huolong. Su Wanfeng nodded. Yinan hugged Su Wanfeng and walked on air. Honey, how can you fly? Su Wanfeng exclaimed in surprise. Yinan smiled and said, This isn't flying, it's walking on air. And at this moment, Huolong is currently fighting against 5 pseudo-grandmasters from the Zhang family. Huolong was in a terrible state. He fought 5 men alone and killed one of them. The other 4 people are still alive, but they are also seriously injured. Huolong's injury was more serious. At that moment, he was thrown into the pit. But then he remembered that his sister-in-law was still in danger, so he immediately got up. The 4 fake grandmasters from the Zhang family ahead were already afraid. This guy is really amazing. They're about to give up. One of them chose to negotiate with Huolong. Young man, why fight to the death with us for the sake of others? How about this? You work for the Zhang family, and the Zhang family will definitely not treat you unfairly. With your strength, you can become a small manager in the Zhang family. Huolong coldly said, What is the Zhang family? Once my brother Nan arrives, he will definitely destroy the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, the other party laughed. Destroy the Zhang family? I didn't mishear you. It seems that you, an outsider, have no idea what the Zhang family represents in Yangzhou. Here, the 5 great families are like gods. Even the governor of Yangzhou wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Do you still think that the Nan brother you mentioned can suppress the Zhang family? As for the woman you wanted to protect, she should be dead by now. So don't waste your energy. If you submit to the Zhang family, you can still live. If you resist the Zhang family, you will surely die. Huolong immediately attacked, throwing a punch at the 4 men. The 4 dodged the attack. Since you're courting death, then we'll grant your wish. They had already realized that Huolong was at his limit. The reason I talked to them so much just now was because they had taken some medicine and were recovering their strength. Now is the time to kill them. The 4 of them immediately took action. They attacked from 4 directions. In an instant, Huolong was sent flying and fell into the pit. His clothes were all torn, his body was covered in wounds, and several places had collapsed. Blood was also seeping from the corner of his mouth. Completely unable to move. But by now, my sister-in-law should have already escaped. It doesn't matter if he dies, as long as his sister-in-law lives. I'm sorry, Brother Nan. I failed to protect your wife. Huolong murmured. You are not allowed to die. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Huolong trembled upon hearing this voice. That's Nanji's voice. He's here? Huolong turned his head and saw Yinan appear with Su Wanfeng. His eyes lit up. Nan, Brother Nan, you're here. Yinan said, You did a good job. Eat this and get up. He threw out the pills. The pill landed directly in Huolong's mouth. It melts in your mouth. Huolong felt the power and got up from the ground. The 4 people fighting Huolong all showed expressions of shock. The other person was clearly on the verge of collapse. So how could they suddenly stand up? What exactly happened? Then, they looked at Yinan. You must be the Brother Nan that kid was talking about. Yinan said, It's me. The other party sneered. That kid said you could wipe out the Zhang family. You wouldn't be thinking the same thing, would you? Yinan said, Otherwise what? The 4 of them burst into laughter. You outsiders are really funny. You think you're worthy of destroying the Zhang family. Yinan said, Whether we're a good match or not, you don't know. After saying this, he immediately made his move, unleashing a palm strike. The group of people turned into blood instantly. The methods were cruel and appalling. Soon, only Yinan, Su Wanfeng, and Huolong remained. Huolong, can you still hold on? Yinan asked. Huolong patted his chest. Of course, Brother Nan. But after patting him 2 or 3 times, Huolong started coughing violently and said awkwardly, I can't catch my breath. Yinan said, You should go and rest first. Huolong could only scratch his head. Yinan turned to look at Su Wanfeng. Wife, I'll take you to the company. Su Wanfeng said, Husband, let's go back to Zhongzhou. I don't want to come to Yangzhou again. Yinan said, Wife, now that we're here, we can't leave so easily. Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals must set up shop in Yangzhou, and the Immortal Doctors Hall must also set up shop in Yangzhou. Su Wanfeng quickly said, But. Yinan smiled and said, There are no buts. By the way, I have some good news for you. Nanfeng Pharmaceutical and Xini Hall have already set up shop in Tianzhou. Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng smiled and said, "Honey, are you really that amazing?" Yinan laughed and said, "Of course. All right, Immortal Dr. Hall and Nanfeng Medicine must establish themselves in Yangzhou. We can't have come here for nothing." "Yes." Su Wanfeng nodded firmly. Yinan said, "By the way, honey, I couldn't get through to you when I called earlier. What were you doing then?" Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng's expression changed. Zhang Jingming, the president of the Yangzhou Medical Association, plotted to do something indecent to me. I have to thank you for those talismans you gave me. They were incredibly useful. He tried to get close to me, but I blasted him to death with a lightning bolt, leaving not even ashes. Upon hearing this, Yinan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He remembered the Yangzhou Medical Association. Then he smiled at Su Wanfeng and said, "Let's go, wife. Let's go back first." "Okay." Su Wanfeng nodded. Chapter 439, Unleashing a Bloodbath. Soon, Zheng Huayan's pilots arrived to pick up Yinan and the others. Inside Zheng Huayan's private jet, there is also a small helicopter. The three boarded the helicopter and prepared to return to the hotel. On the other hand, Zhang Jingming's older brother, Zhang Jingtian, is waiting for news. When his younger brother was killed, he dispatched 10 pseudo-grandmasters to kill the murderer, determined to make him pay the price. But after a long time, there was still no response, which made Zhang Jingtian feel strange. Logically speaking, 10 pseudo-grandmasters could easily take down 2 people, right? Soon, news came back. All the men they sent out were killed. When Zhang Jingtian received this news, he was shocked. How could this be? Those were 10 pseudo-grandmasters. Their strength may not be comparable to that of a true martial arts master. But even 3 mediocre people can outwit 1 brilliant strategist. Can't 10 people defeat a martial arts master? Zhang Jingtian immediately ordered an investigation into the matter. The 5 most powerful families in Yangzhou are the 5 major families. It can be said that he has connections and influence far and wide. Even the state government had to obey the orders of the 5 major families. The truth was quickly uncovered. Zhang Jingtian found all the videos. He saw the scene of Huolong fighting against the 5 pseudo-grandmasters. They also saw Su Wanfeng using talisman lightning to kill someone, and finally saw Yinan take action. After watching the video, Zhang Jingtian was furious. These outsiders dared to be so arrogant and go against the Zhang family. Find them. Find out where they are. I want them dead. My brother's revenge must be taken. Yinan and Su Wanfeng soon arrived at their hotel. Perhaps because she had exhausted a lot of energy, Su Wanfeng fell asleep leaning against Yinan in the helicopter. After getting off the plane, Yinan carried Su Wanfeng back to the room, and only left after watching her fall asleep. After stepping outside, Jiang Baixue, Wang Heng, and Huolong were all outside. The 3 of you stay here and watch over them. Don't allow anyone to come near. Yinan issued the order. Jiang Baixue and the other 2 nodded. "Yes, Sectmaster." Yinan then approached his female secretary, Tingting, saying, "I'd like to see what problems Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals is encountering in Yangzhou." Tingting then told Yinan about the recent situation at Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. The factory buildings and everything else have been completed. Furthermore, a contract was signed with the Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association. Now we can establish ourselves in Yangzhou. However, it has not been completed because Zhang Jingming, the president of the Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association, has repeatedly obstructed it. Yinan remembered that Wanfeng had said someone wanted to do something indecent to him, and it must be Zhang Jingming. "I understand. Show me the contract," Yinan said. Tingting immediately took out all the contracts. After Yinan glanced at them, he said, "Come on, come with me to the Yangzhou Medical Association." Tingting was taken aback for a moment. "Are you going with me, Mr. Yi?" Yinan said, "Otherwise what?" Tingting said, I probably can't help you with anything." Based on her understanding of President Yi, she knew that if he went to the Yangzhou Medical Association, he would definitely go on a killing spree. She's not a martial artist. If she went, she'd only cause trouble for Yinan. Yinan said, "You can draft a contract, right?" Tingting nodded. "This meeting." Yinan said, "That's fine then, let's go." Tingting nodded vigorously, following behind Yinan. The two traveled by car to the Yangzhou Medical Association. Yinan's goal was simple. He had to establish Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals in Yangzhou. Although the contract was signed, Yinan didn't like it. Besides, the Zhang family's affairs are not over yet. Soon, in front of the Yangzhou Medical Association, Yinan led Tingting inside. Upon seeing Yinan, the guard at the gate immediately stopped him. "Who are you, and why are you here at our Yangzhou Medical Association?" Yinan said, "I'm from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, and I'm here to sign a contract with you." Upon hearing this, the guard stared at Yinan, sizing him up from head to toe. How dare people from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals come here? No way. People from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals just killed Chairman Zhang, and now the Zhang family is searching all over Yangzhou for him. Now, not only are they not leaving, but they even dare to show up? "Are you sure you're from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals?" Yinan said, "Yes, I am. I don't want to waste my breath on you right now. Get the people who have any influence in your Yangzhou Medical Association out here immediately." The guard said coldly, "Kid, I think you want to die." Yinan glanced back at the other person, and the aura of a grandmaster instantly erupted. The guard was sent flying backwards, landing on the ground unconscious. Tingting had never seen anything like this before and screamed in fright. "Calm down," Yinan said. Tingting nodded repeatedly. The two entered the Yangzhou Medical Association. Right now, those in the monitoring room have already discovered that Yinan and his companion broke into the Yangzhou Medical Association. They immediately passed the message on to others. The guards immediately rushed out. Because Hualong had caused trouble here before, security has been increased. "You brat, you dare to cause trouble at the Yangzhou Medical Association? You must have a death wish." Yinan looked at the group of guards and made his move directly. He snapped his fingers, and a powerful force spread outwards from his fingertips. All the guards fell to the ground, spitting blood. Yinan didn't want to kill these ants. He said coldly, "Get someone from your Yangzhou Medical Association who has any influence out here." The guard captain didn't dare to say anything and immediately called for reinforcements. Soon, several elderly men came down from upstairs. The visitors were all high-ranking members of the Yangzhou Medical Association. The person standing at the very front is Vice President Lu Jianqing. The group already knew what had happened. This person was not someone they could afford to mess with. They are not members of the 5 major families. After Zhang Jingming's incident, all the members of the 5 major families withdrew. Those who remain now are basically unrelated. Upon seeing Yinan, Lu Jianqing immediately cupped his hands and said, "You were looking for me?" Yinan nodded. "What is your role in the Yangzhou Medical Association?" Lu Jianqing replied, "I am the vice president." Yinan took the contract from Tingting. Previously, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals signed a contract with your Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association. I don't like this contract very much, and now I'm going to tear it up and sign a new one. After saying that, Yinan tore up the contract. He then took out a new contract and handed it to Lu Jianqing. "Take a closer look." Lu Jianqing looked at the contract and examined it carefully. The new contract was not much different from the old one. The only difference was that the Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association could not take any profits from Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, and Nanfeng Pharmaceutical was to operate independently outside the Pharmaceutical Association. He dares not sign this contract. Signing it would be tantamount to going against the 5 major families. To put it bluntly, the Yangzhou Pharmaceutical Association is just a front for the 5 major families. Other outside companies coming to Yangzhou must hand over their profits to the 5 major families. However, the 5 major families felt it would damage their reputation, so they asked the Yangzhou Medical Association to handle these matters. It has been like this for so many years. If he signs, the 5 major families will not let him off the hook. "Sign or not?" Yinan asked coldly. The moment Lu Jianqing and Yinan locked eyes, he made his decision. Sign. Chapter 440 Choice. In his view, the person in front of him was just as formidable as the 5 major families. The fact that the other party knew this place was dangerous, yet still dared to appear here, shows that their strength is not to be underestimated. He was just an outsider and had no reason to get involved in other people's struggles. Signing the document would at least allow him and the others to survive. But if he didn't sign, he knew his death was imminent. If the Zhang family is not happy, Then let the Zhang family deal with this person. Then, Lu Jiansheng prepared to write down his name. However, the others behind him said, Vice President Lu, what do you mean by this? Are you betraying the Yangzhou Medical Association? The speaker was another vice president named Lin Yuanxiang. His position in the Yangzhou Medical Association was below Lu Jianxing. In this association, the 5 major families are at the top, and they hold the power. But they never actually do anything. The people who do the work are the vice presidents. The vice presidents are also ranked, with Lu Jianxing in first place and Lin Yuanxiang in second. Simply put, the 5 major families have power, but they don't do anything. These people are the ones who get things done. If the members of the 5 major families are not in the association, Lu Jiansheng has the most say. Lu Jianxing turned to look at Lin Yuanxiang. What do you mean? When did I betray you? Lin Yuanxiang said coldly. Once you sign, you will have betrayed the association. Foreign companies coming to Yangzhou must hand over their profits. This is a rule set by the 5 major families. If you violate this rule, you are betraying them. Lu Jianxing was somewhat annoyed when he heard this. At this point, why is this person still thinking about internal strife? The other party simply wanted to show off. So what do you think I should do now? Lin Yuanxiang coldly said. If you don't sign, notify the 5 major families and have them deal with this person. Lu Jiansheng didn't say much. Talking too much to a fool was just a waste of his time. He said directly, from now on, you will be the person with more say than me in the Yangzhou Medical Association. You will handle this matter. Do you really think he wants to get involved? Lin Yuanxiang was surprised to hear that Lu Jiansheng had actually stepped down. Since that was the case, he would certainly accept it with a smile. After all, he dreamed of crushing Lu Jiansheng under his feet. Good. He immediately took the contract and tore it up in front of Yinan. Our Yangzhou Medical Association does not recognize this contract. And you, just wait to die? The 5 major families will not let you go. Yinan stood still, his killing intent evident. What an idiot. You. Who are you calling stupid? Lin Yuanxiang was furious after being scolded. The next second, Yinan immediately grabbed Lin Yuanxiang's head and crushed it in front of everyone. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was startled. They couldn't believe that Yinan dared to make a direct move, especially since Lin Yuanxiang had already claimed to be a member of one of the 5 major families. This shows they completely disregard the 5 major families. Tingting knew that President Yi liked to take action, but seeing it with her own eyes still shocked her. Yinan's gaze swept across the scene. I'll say it again, you'll have to sign the contract whether you like it or not. Since I'm not willing to kill you all right now, you'd better be sensible. Someone spoke up. I don't care who you are, what you're doing shows you don't respect the 5 great families. I advise you to leave here quickly, or you'll be dead when the 5 great families arrive. Yinan looked at the person who spoke and crushed their head. As I've said before, my patience has its limits. To sign or not to sign is not a request, but an order. Sign it. Lu Jianxing immediately stepped forward and said. He had a gut feeling that the other party would actually make a move. Moreover, the domineering aura emanating from the other party is stronger than that of the 5 major families. This person is not to be trifled with. The others dared not utter another word, fearing they would end up having their heads crushed. Soon, Tingting took out the new contract, and Lu Jiansheng signed his name without hesitation. Yinan said, I don't want you to cause any more trouble, otherwise, I will make sure that your Yangzhou Medical Association is wiped out. Everyone nodded hurriedly, not daring to say a word. Now they only hoped that this god of death could leave as soon as possible. They always felt unsafe around him. Lu Jianxing said, we definitely won't. Yinan didn't say anything more and prepared to leave with Tingting. But at this time, a voice came from outside. What an arrogant brat. He killed members of our Zhang family, and now he dares to show up here and control the Yangzhou Medical Association. Then, Zhang Jingtian led his men away. Zhang Jingtian had been keeping an eye on things. Not long ago, he learned of Yinan's whereabouts and came to the Yangzhou Medical Association. He immediately led his men to this place. He learned about everything Yinan had done while he was outside. At this moment, the members of the Yangzhou Medical Association saw Zhang Jingtian as if they had seen a savior. Patriarch Zhang, please save us. We have no intention of betraying the 5 great families. The contract was signed by Lu Jianxing alone and has nothing to do with us. If you want to blame someone, blame Lu Jianxing. Zhang Jingtian didn't take Yinan seriously at all. No matter how capable Yinan was, he couldn't cause any trouble in Yangzhou. But what Lu Jianxing did infuriated him. Lu Jianxing, are you trying to betray us? Lu Jianxing said, Patriarch Zhang, we will die if we don't sign this contract. He decided to explain. In any case, you can't offend either side. But before he could finish speaking, Zhang Jingtian coldly said, You can die, but how do you think you should settle the matter of betraying the Zhang family? Lu Jianxing hadn't expected the other party to say such a thing. Your death is as light as a feather, but betraying the Zhang family is heavier than Mount Tai. I'll deal with this young man first, and then I'll deal with you. Zhang Jingtian said coldly. Lu Jianxing couldn't hold back any longer. If this young man is no match for the Zhang family, then I'm doomed. The only way out now is for this young man to suppress the Zhang family. Although this path is almost impossible, it is the only path Lu Jianxing can choose. In fact, he had long been dissatisfied with the 5 major families. Although their Yangzhou Medical Association is a state-level association. But actually, they are paparazzi from the 5 major families. They had to do whatever the 5 major families said. Lu Jianxing had been able to tolerate it before. After all, one has to abide by the local rules when living in a certain place. But now, this family doesn't seem to care about his life at all. That's fucking bad. Lu Jianxing immediately started cursing. I'll fuck your mother, Zhang Jingtian. Zhang Jingtian never expected Lu Jianxing to dare insult him. You dare to insult me? I am a member of the Zhang family. Lu Jianxing cursed. You're about to kill me, and I'm not afraid to curse you? You're a chicken feather. Your whole family is a chicken feather. Your Zhang family is a bunch of sons of bitches. Let me tell you, Zhang Jingming deserves to die. Your whole family deserves to die. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingtian had never been insulted like this. Over the years, no one has dared to utter a single swear word to him, not even behind his back. But now, this person dares to insult him in public, and with such vulgar language. He clenched his fists and said fiercely, word by word, You can just wait to die. Lu Jianxing said, I'm waiting. After I die, I'll wait for your mother to come down and play with your mother. Wait for your wife to come down and play with your wife. And when you come down, I'll fucking beat you up. Damn it. Without the Zhang family's identity, you really think you're someone important. To be honest, your Zhang family is all trash. Without your ancestors, you are nothing. Veins bulged on Zhang Jingtian's forehead. Good. Good. It seems this person beside you has given you a lot of confidence. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant after he dies. Lu Jianxing cursed. I'll say it again, I'll fuck your mother. Then he shouted to the others around him. What are you waiting for if you're not going to curse? Don't you know what kind of people the Zhang family is? Do you really think he'll let you off the hook? The crowd remained silent, looking at Lu Jianxing with pitying eyes. Anyway, they weren't the ones who signed the contract, and Lu Jianxing made the decision. It has nothing to do with them. If the Zhang family wants to settle scores, they will only hold Lu Jianxing accountable, not them. Some even began to pledge their loyalty to Zhang Jingtian. Patriarch Zhang, this matter has nothing to do with us. It's all Lu Jianxing's fault. Yes. We also tried to persuade Lu Jianxing, but he just wouldn't listen. Zhang Jingtian said, Don't worry, I know it has nothing to do with you, so I won't make things difficult for you. Then, he looked at the person who had pledged his loyalty to him. What's your name? The other person immediately replied, My name is Jia Sanhu. Zhang Jingtian asked, What is your current status within the Yangzhou Medical Association? Jia Sanhu replied, Just a director. Zhang Jingtian said, From now on, you are the vice president. Everyone was shocked. Going from director to vice president is like climbing to the top in one step. Everyone looked at Jia Sanhu with envy. Jia Sanhu immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you for your appreciation, Patriarch Zhang. I will be the most loyal dog of the Zhang family. Zhang Jingtian said, Get up. Then, he looked at Lu Jianxing. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes said it all. See, in the entire Yangzhou Medical Association, our Zhang family can promote whoever we want. You don't want to be a dog, but there are plenty of people who do. Lu Jianxing's gaze was fixed on Yinan. Now he has placed all his hopes on the other person. If the other party wins, he'll be rich, but if they lose, he'll be finished. The chances of the latter are extremely small, almost non-existent. But he had no choice. This was the only path he could take. Now we'll see how it goes. Then he said, Mr. Yi, from now on, I, Lu Jiancheng, will follow your lead. Yinan did not answer, but looked at Zhang Jingtian. Zhang Jingming intended to defile my wife. I should have wiped out your whole family, but I will give you a way out and leave one generation of your Zhang family alive. The others will commit suicide, and this matter will be over. Chapter 441, Yinan's mother's instructions. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned. This young man said he wanted to wipe out the Zhang family. They didn't mishear, did they? This guy must be crazy. This is Yangzhou. Arrogant, absolutely arrogant. This person must be from a small town. In their hometown, they can do whatever they want, so they think they can do the same here. This is going to be interesting. After hearing Yinan's words, Zhang Jingtian was stunned for a moment, thinking he had misheard. He turned to the person next to him and asked, did he say he was going to wipe out our Zhang family? Those around him dared not respond casually upon hearing this. The patriarch had a very strange temper. He simply nodded. Zhang Jingtian laughed, covering his face and laughing out loud. The assessment is complete. This person is an idiot. Fine, I'm done with this nonsense. Today I will not only kill you, but I will also march on your territory and wipe out your entire clan. Upon hearing this, Yinan calmly replied, your chance is gone. Zhang Jingtian arrogantly said, does our Zhang family need you to give us a chance? Yinan made a direct move, pointing out with one finger. A burst of energy shot out. It slammed into Zhang Jingtian's head instantly, turning him into a pool of blood. The headless corpse then collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This scene occurred. Everyone's expression changed. No one expected that Yinan would actually dare to make a move, and that he would kill the Zhang family head as soon as he did. Everyone was stunned and stood there, frozen in place. Some people experienced dry mouth and tongue, while others felt weak in the legs. Especially the bodyguards behind Zhang Jingtian. They're finished. If the rest of the Zhang family finds out what people are saying about the Zhang family head in front of them, they're doomed. Lu Jianxing swallowed hard. This Mr. Yi was really too ruthless. He killed without hesitation. He didn't take the Zhang family seriously at all. He was simply an unparalleled tyrant. The rest of the Yangzhou Medical Association members were also stunned. They had thought they would be safe and sound after the arrival of the Zhang family head, but now it seemed they were doomed. You actually dared to kill the Zhang family head. Kill him, the bodyguard shouted. The others also unleashed their Grandmaster-level power. They are all false masters. Yinan didn't waste any words and swept his fingers out. Moment. A burst of sword energy was released. The bodyguards' heads flew off, and their bodies fell to the ground. Right now, apart from Lu Jiancheng, the other members of the Yangzhou Medical Association were intimidated and knelt on the ground. Please spare our lives, sir. We never intended to oppose you. We were just afraid of offending the Zhang family. Yes, boss. We'll do whatever you say from now on. Yinan stood still and immediately struck out, slapping the ground. All of them were sent flying by the blows, their bodies crashing into the wall. After falling to the ground, they were lifeless and dead. Lu Jianxing's legs went completely weak, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. This person is a god of death, more terrifying than anyone he has ever seen. He began to feel grateful for what he had just done. Otherwise, he would be dead like everyone else. Yinan looked at Lu Jianxing and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Lu Jianxing said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for sparing my life." After saying that, he wanted to talk about other people, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally shut up. Yinan said, "Say what you want to say." Lu Jianxing spoke up. "Mr. Yi, the Yangzhou Medical Association is controlled by the 5 major families. Since you have killed so many people, the 5 major families will definitely come after you." Yinan said, "Then let's settle accounts one by one." Lu Jianxing's heart started pounding even faster. Was he preparing to take on the 5 major families one-on-one? Does Mr. Yi really have such ability? Yinan asked, "Which families are these 5 major families?" Lu Jianxing said, "The 5 major families are the Li family, the Hua family, the Zhang family, the Sun family, and the Huangfu family. They are behemoths in Yangzhou. The Li family and the Hua family are stronger than the other three families. Yinan said, in my name, send a notice to the other four major families besides the Zhang family, telling them that the landscape of Yangzhou is about to change, and that Nanfeng Pharmaceutical and Xianyi Hall will inevitably establish themselves in Yangzhou in the future. If they don't want to die, they'd better not cause trouble. Holy crap! Lu Jianxing realized that he had underestimated Mr. Yi. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. He had no way back. He could only go down the dark path. If Mr. Yi could really suppress the other families, then this time, Lu Jianxing would also stand at the top of Yangzhou. But if Mr. Yi failed, he would just die. He had already died once just now. Aren't you going to give it to the Zhang family? Yinan said. No need. I'll go exterminate the clan right now. Lu Jianxing listened with great enthusiasm. Yes. Soon. Lu Jianxing then sent out notices to the Li family, the Hua family, the Sun family, and the Huangfu family. The heads of the four major families were furious upon seeing the notice. Arrogant, truly arrogant. Now that you're in Yangzhou, even if you're a dragon, you'd better coil up before me. Does the boss of Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals have a death wish? Kill him. And then there's Lu Jianxing, who actually betrayed us. Upon seeing the notice, the heads of the Li, Hua, and Sun families all launched into a tirade of curses. But after they learned that Yinan had killed Zhang Jingtian, they all calmed down. Moreover, the other side was planning to exterminate the entire clan. The clan leaders became more composed. This person is no ordinary person. Let's observe him first. However, he probably doesn't have the ability to destroy the Zhang family. The head of the Huangfu family frowned slightly after seeing the notification. The notification letter mentioned Nanfeng Pharmacy and Xianyi Clinic. He didn't know what Nanfeng Medicine was, but he knew about Xianyi Hall. My father once said that if a medical clinic appeared in the Great Xia dynasty, I should tell him immediately. The head of the Huangfu family remembered his father's instructions and immediately took the notification letter to his father. The head of the Huangfu family was named Huangfu Feng. He came to the place where his father was in seclusion. It was a cave with a stone door at the entrance. Father, Feng requests an audience. Just then, a voice came from inside. I'm busy. Huangfu Feng said. Father, the immortal medicine clinic you asked me to inquire about has been established. The stone door opened the next second. Then, an old man rushed out, saying in a panic, Feng, what did you say? The Immortal Healer's Clinic? Tell me quickly. He is Huangfu Feng's father, Huangfu Jing. Huangfu Feng found it strange. His father hadn't cared about anything else for a long time. Since stepping down as head of the family, he hadn't inquired about anything else, focusing solely on researching medicines in the laboratory. His face was usually expressionless. He hadn't expected his father to be so happy now. It's like this, father. Huangfu Feng then recounted in detail what he knew. Let's start with the conflict between the Zhang family and Nanfeng Pharmaceutical. He didn't actually know much, only that people from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals killed the Zhang family, and then the two families started to have conflicts. Huangfu Jing asked, I'll only ask you one question. Is the person at that Immortal Healer's Clinic surnamed Yi? Huangfu Feng recalled for a moment and nodded. That's right. He was puzzled. What was there to be excited about? Could it be that my father has some connection with the other party? Huangfu Jing burst into laughter. Good, good. He has finally appeared. Then, he calmed down and ordered, from now on, announce to the public that the Huangfu family will always stand firmly on the side of the Immortal Medicine Hall, sharing life and death. Tell other families that if they oppose the Immortal Medicine Hall, they are opposing the Huangfu family. Huangfu Feng was stunned. His father was usually the kind of person who never took sides, no matter how much others fought. He would not choose to take sides. This was the first time. Father, do you know anyone at this Immortal Healer's Clinic? Huangfu Jing said. I don't know him, but I know his elders. I know you're very curious, but there are some things you don't need to know. Huangfu Feng said, Dad, just tell me. I am the head of the family now, and I have to consider the family's future. If the opponent were a nobody, it would be fine. But this time, our opponent is another family. If things go wrong, our Huangfu family will be finished. Although the structure of the 5 major families seems stable, in fact, everyone wants to annex the other. Huang Fujing punched Huang Fufeng on the head. You're so arrogant, aren't you? You even listen to your father now. Let me tell you, helping this person is our Huangfu family repaying a debt of gratitude. If it weren't for their elders, our family would still be farming in the fields. By the way, have you met their elders? Upon hearing this, Huang Fufeng paused for a couple of seconds to think. Then his expression suddenly changed drastically. Father, are you talking about that woman? An image of an exceptionally beautiful woman flashed into his mind. She was of noble birth and, to Huang Fufeng at the time, was like a celestial being, which is why she left such a deep impression on him. That's right. Huang Fujing nodded. That person helped our family, and I've always wanted to repay them, but I never had the chance. Later, they came to me and said that if the Immortal Medicine Hall were to be established in 20 years, I should take care of it. Now that the opportunity has come, how could I not take care of it? No, not take care of it, but give it my full support. Whoever goes against the Immortal Medicine Hall, I will go against them. Huang Fufeng remembered that after that woman left, their family began to rise rapidly. It turned out that the woman had helped the Huangfu family. Father, I'll go take care of it right away. Huang Fujing instructed, treat this as a major matter. No problem. Huang Fufeng nodded. At this moment, Yinan had already arrived alone at the Zhang family's door in Yangzhou. Chapter 442 Yangzhou is finished. The Zhang family's house was far more luxurious than those of other families, built like a palace. Even the guards at the gate are all half-step martial arts masters. Yinan was stopped as soon as he appeared. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? Yinan said, no. The other person frowned. What are you doing here without an appointment? Get out. Yinan's eyes flashed with coldness. I'm here to kill someone. Upon hearing this, the other party was about to make a move when Yinan snapped his neck. Then he continued on his way. If the Zhang family offended him, then the Zhang family might still have a way out. But if the other party offends Su Wanfeng, then they are doomed. As soon as Yinan committed the murder, other guards rushed out. This is the Zhang family's residence. How dare you commit such a crime here? Yinan said, I only took action because this is the Zhang family's place. Judging from your appearance, you must be working for the Zhang family. Now get out of here, and I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, the others burst out laughing. You came alone? Yinan didn't speak. A real person came to the Zhang family alone? People these days are really bold. Don't waste words with him, just kill him. Otherwise, if the higher-ups find out about this, we'll be accused of failing in our duty of guarding. Yes, take direct action. But before they could finish speaking, Yinan made his move first, pointing out with one finger. A stream of spiritual energy transformed into a small beam of light that moved back and forth. Before long, bloody holes appeared on the temples of the people in front of them. Then one by one, the guards fell to the ground. Yinan walked past them, and with a wave of his hand, the Zhang family's gate shattered into dust. And at this moment, at the Zhang family residence, the director of the Yangzhou Medical Bureau was talking with a younger member of the Zhang family. This young man is named Zhang Yongwei, and he is already considered a future partner of the Zhang family. The director of the medical bureau came to the Zhang family to discuss an important matter. He brought in a company from another region to settle in Yangzhou. The area they moved into was under the jurisdiction of the Zhang family. The head of the Medical Affairs Bureau wanted the Zhang family to give the other party the green light and then pay less profit. This is how the other party can gain a foothold. But after listening, Zhang Liwei's eyes turned cold. I can let them move in, but the money they have to pay can't be less. The director of the Medical Affairs Bureau said, Young Master Zhang, reduce it by half. Otherwise, this company will not be able to survive. Zhang Liwei looked at the other party and said, Director Qiao, I think you'd better keep quiet. This is the Zhang family's rule. Not a single penny of profit can be lost. After all, the Zhang family doesn't just take the profits and do nothing. We can protect them in the Zhang family's territory. You know, the underground forces in that area are rampant. If it weren't for the Zhang family suppressing them, how do you think other companies would survive? Upon hearing this, Director Qiao felt an urge to beat the other person to death. Those underground forces in the Zhang family's territory are only gone because the Zhang family is backing them up. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out long ago. He dared not say that. Moreover, if only this company loses money, What about the other companies? They've contributed a lot of profits. It's very difficult to deal with the Zhang family. Director Qiao smiled and said, "Of course I know that. I think it would be better if we collected less profit first, and then, when the other company grows stronger, they can make up for all the shortfall they made before. This is a company with great potential. If they move in, it will affect the entire landscape of Yangzhou, which will be good for the people and for the Zhang family as well." The smile on Zhang Liwei's face vanished, replaced by coldness. He stood up and walked up to the other man. "Xiao Haiqiang, I've lost my patience. Let me be frank. Who do you think you are, daring to bargain with the Zhang family? Even if the governor came, he wouldn't have the right to do so, understand?" After speaking, Zhang Liwei reached out and patted the other person's face. "Xiao Haiqiang, also known as Director Qiao. This will also benefit the Zhang family. Once their company rises, they can pay more profits. If you say another word, once you walk out this door, you will no longer be the director of the Yangzhou Medical Bureau." Xiao Haiqiang remained silent upon hearing this. He genuinely wanted to help Yangzhou. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Zhang family. But now it seems that saying more is useless. As long as the 5 major families exist, it's harder than climbing to heaven for the state government to do anything for Yangzhou. Moreover, there are many descendants of the 5 major families within the state capital. It is believed that in the near future, the state government will also become a mere formality, and Yangzhou will completely become a place for the 5 major families to amass wealth. The people here will never have a chance to improve their lives. Moreover, Yangzhou is far from the emperor's reach, and these people dare not report the affairs of the 5 major families, lest they be retaliated against. Not only will they die, but their families will also face retaliation. As for the governor, he couldn't count on him either. It was possible that the governor had also become a lackey of the 5 major families. "Young Master Zhang, I'll leave now." Xiao Haiqiang really wanted to do something for Yangzhou, but now it seems there's nothing he can do. If I can't do it, so be it. At worst, I'll just eke out a living. There's always a chance if you're alive, and there's a chance for Yangzhou too. But if he dies, then everything is over. Zhang Liwei smiled and said, "Director Qiao, you made the right choice. Our Zhang family admires people like you. Come over for tea anytime. I have plenty of tea here, not only tea to drink, but also tea to play with." Xiao Haiqiang forced a smile onto his face. "Thank you, young Master Zhang." He was about to get up. Someone rushed in, shouting, "Young Master, something terrible has happened. Someone's come in and started killing." Zhang Liwei's face, which had been all smiles just moments before, vanished completely, replaced by icy coldness. "What did you say? Someone's causing trouble? Just kill them. Why waste so much time talking?" The other person's voice trembled as he said, "Young Master Zhang, you should go out and take a look. This person is not simple." Zhang Liwei angrily cursed. "What a bunch of useless trash. The Zhang family has wasted their time raising you." He immediately got up and left. Xiao Haiqiang was completely stunned when he heard this. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the Zhang family's house. How dare this person? He immediately followed him out. At this moment, in the Zhang family compound, Yinan was killing anyone he saw. Dozens of people have already died at Yinan's hands. The Zhang family's guards were no match for Yinan. Zhang Liwei appeared, and upon seeing the scene around him, a chill ran through his eyes. Then, seeing Yinan, he asked in a cold voice, "Who are you, daring to cause trouble in our Zhang family?" Yinan asked, "Are you also a member of the Zhang family?" Zhang Liwei coldly replied, "You don't recognize me?" He found it unbelievable. He was Zhang Liwei, a well-known figure in the entire Yangzhou, yet the other party didn't recognize him. "You know me? How dare you cause trouble at the Zhang family's house?" Yinan asked, "Your surname is Zhang?" Zhang Liwei was speechless. Wasn't it obvious? Since the other party doesn't know, he must tell them his identity. "I am Zhang Liwei, the #1 young man in the Zhang family. You come to the Zhang family to cause trouble, but you don't recognize me? You're really hilarious." But as soon as he finished speaking, his head exploded. Chapter 443 Battle of the Grandmasters. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. This includes Xiao Haiqiang. He froze on the spot. This man just killed the Zhang family. And the murders were committed in the Zhang family's home? Who is this person, so brave? The rest of the Zhang family stood frozen in place, completely unable to believe it was real. Zhang Xiao was just killed like that? Isn't this person afraid of retaliation from the Zhang family? You killed young Master Zhang. You are done. The people the other party killed before were basically dispensable, but Zhang Xiao is different. The other party is the future pillar of the Zhang family. The other party's death was tantamount to cutting the Zhang family in half. Next, this person will face the Zhang family's revenge. Yinan immediately took action and continued killing. He looked at Qiao Haiqiang. Qiao Haiqiang immediately felt a chill, and his body trembled. This person was clearly the same age as him. But why did the other party look so much more profound? I am not a member of the Zhang family. I am Qiao Haiqiang, the director of the Yangzhou Medical Bureau. He was also afraid that the other party would think that he had some connection with the Zhang family. He immediately continued to explain, I have no relation to the Zhang family, and I am not their lackey. Yinan coldly said, Get lost. I won't kill you. Qiao Haiqiang nodded immediately and left quickly, but he didn't go far. He wanted to see what this young man would do next. Since arriving in Yangzhou, he has never met anyone who opposes the 5 major families. And at this moment, Yinan kills anyone he sees. The remaining people were mostly members of the Zhang family. Those outsiders had already run away. At this moment, a woman came out of the room. She looked dazed and shouted, What are you doing? Why are you making such a commotion? She is Zhang Liwei's younger sister, Zhang Lighting. I went to a bar last night and only got back this morning. I just woke up, and not naturally, but because of the noise outside. Do you want to die? But when Zhang Lighting saw the corpses all over the ground, her legs went weak with fear. She wasn't dreaming. These were real corpses. Did someone kill someone in the Zhang family? At this moment, Yinan stepped forward. Are you a member of the Zhang family? Upon seeing Yinan, Zhang Lighting knew he was the murderer and immediately shouted, Do you know where you are? This is the Zhang family home. Do you want to die? But as soon as she finished speaking, she realized that she had said something wrong. We mustn't provoke her. If she actually kills us, that would be terrible. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. I'll be your woman. Please don't kill me. I'll take good care of you. Zhang Lighting shouted anxiously. She doesn't know what's going on at home yet. She guesses that none of her elders are alive. As long as she can see them alive, this kid is doomed. Yinan acted immediately, snapping the other person's head off. Zhang Lighting's head fell to the ground. Just as Yinan was about to continue forward, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Qiao Haiqiang. What do you want to do? Qiao Haiqiang watched Yinan kill the Zhang family members all the way, but he felt no fear. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. The 5 powerful families have been lording it over Yangzhou for too long, and no one has been able to punish them. But this person is amazing, incredibly brave. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Qiao Haiqiang quickly explained, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to testify that the Zhang family wanted to kill you, and you had no choice but to do so that we can give an explanation to the Dragon Pavilion. After all, the 5 major families have a lot of influence in the prefecture. They may not be able to report their evil deeds to the Dragon Pavilion, but if you kill their people, this matter will definitely reach the Dragon Pavilion. Yinan said, I don't need it. Qiao Haiqiang said, I really have no other thoughts. Yinan ignored the other party and continued forward, killing people incessantly. Qiao Haiqiang watched Yinan's departing figure, unsure of what to say, but he had to find a way to help the other party testify. This person is doing good deeds in Yangzhou. He absolutely cannot get into trouble. Yinan fought his way from the front of the Zhang family's house to the backyard. Regardless of gender, anyone from the Zhang family was killed. Regardless of age or gender, not a single living creature was left alive. At this moment, Yinan stood in the backyard, hands behind his back. Aren't you coming out yet? The Zhang family also had another expert, whom Yinan sensed the moment he entered the room. However, the other party has remained silent, and now that Yinan has no one else to kill, he has no choice but to choose the other party. Now, 2 elderly men came out. One of the elderly men stood with his hands behind his back. Another elderly man was trembling. One was a martial artist, and the other was a healer. The old martial artist spoke up. Young man, you've gone too far. Killing people like this, Aren't you afraid of becoming possessed by demons? The old doctor said, Old He, don't waste your breath on him. He killed so many members of our Zhang family. We absolutely cannot let him leave alive. The old martial artist was named He Yue, and the old doctor was named Zhang Hodao. Zhang Hodao was the father of Zhang Jingtian and others. He has always been in the Zhang family's home. But he was suddenly taken away by He Yue. He Yue told him that a master had come to the Zhang family and was helping him to lay low for a while. Zhang Hodao wanted He Yue to take action and suppress the other party. But He Yue said that this person's strength was not simple. Zhang Hodao had no choice but to agree to hide for the time being. But who would have thought that this person would kill their entire Zhang family? Zhang Hodao was frightened. Although the rest of the Zhang family members are dead, he is still alive. He cherished his life the most. He thought he had escaped unscathed, but to his surprise, the other party discovered him and Lao He. Left with no other choice, the two had to step forward. But now that it's been discovered, this grudge must be avenged. Yinan looked at He Yue. I'll give you a chance. I'll only kill members of the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hodao feared being abandoned by He Yue. To put it bluntly, the Zhang family has lost so many people now. It's not what it used to be. He Yue attached himself to the Zhang family because the Zhang family could provide him with money. The Zhang family has nothing left and is no longer of any value. So the other party certainly won't make a move. Old He, believe me, even though we Zhang family members are dead, as long as I am here, the Zhang family can still stand up again. He Yue smiled and said, Don't worry, I won't give up on you. Zhang Hodao was finally relieved. He Yue turned to look at Yinan. Young man, if I don't leave, will you kill me too? Yinan coldly said, Anyone connected to the Zhang family must die. He Yue said, Young man, I don't know what grudge the Zhang family has against you, but it's better to resolve enmity than to perpetuate it. How about this? I'll give the Zhang family half of their property, and we'll pretend the previous grudge never happened. How about it? Yinan coldly said, This is not good. He Yue narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. You mean there's no room for negotiation? Yinan coldly replied, There's no room for discussion. He Yue smiled and said, Then there's only one option left. A battle. Then, the aura of a martial arts master was released from his body. At this moment, the murderous intent was fully revealed. A fierce wind arose all around, whipping up sand and dust. The fact that you were able to kill the entire Zhang family so easily shows that you are also a martial arts master. It's not too late for you to choose the option I'm making. Otherwise, you will die. Yinan didn't speak, but instead unleashed a powerful aura. Chapter 444 Another Overseas Hongmen. The next second, He Yue was unable to move, as if a powerful force had controlled him. He knew it was the person in front of him who did it. But he's a grandmaster. Even if the opponent were a grandmaster, it would be impossible for him to be so powerless to fight back. Who are you? Before He Yue could finish speaking, Yinan stretched out his hand. Then they saw a phantom, towering hand reach out to grab He Yue. He Yue tried to dodge, but it was too late. He was grabbed by a large hand and lifted off the ground. At this moment, He Yue felt as if every bone in his body was being squeezed. At the same time, their eyes began to show fear as they looked at Yinan. The other party was no ordinary person, but a grandmaster. Don't kill me, He Yue shouted. I have no connection with the Zhang family. If you want to make a move, then go ahead and kill me. Yinan said. You could have lived, but now you only have death as your option. He Yue knew he was in a deadly predicament and that he had to struggle, or he would die. I am a member of the overseas Hongmen. If you kill me, you will be retaliated against by the Hongmen. If you let me go now, this matter will be over. Upon hearing this, Yinan narrowed his eyes. It was the overseas Hongmen again. Die. He made his move again. The large hand that grabbed He Yue crushed him instantly. In an instant, the opponent turned into blood. Zhang Hodao stood there, dumbfounded. He had assumed that with Lao He's help, they would surely be able to kill the other party, but he never expected things to turn out this way. Without any hesitation, he turned and ran. But suddenly, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. You mustn't kill me. I'm willing to give up all of the Zhang family's wealth to save my life. Yinan said. You're the only one left in your Zhang family. The whole family needs to be together, so you can go down now. Zhang Hodao shouted. No. Yinan said. Then I'll ask you a few questions, and you can answer them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hodao nodded immediately. Please ask. I promise to answer truthfully. Yinan asked, what is your relationship with He Yue? Zhang Hodao said, He Yue is our Zhang family's trump card, helping us establish ourselves in Yangzhou, and we give him 50% of our profits in return. Yinan asked, are you aware of his involvement with the overseas Hongmen? Zhang Hodao nodded. I know a little. Yinan coldly said, the overseas Hongmen are enemies of Great Xia. You are taking money from the people of Great Xia and giving it to the Hongmen. This is treason. Zhang Hodao explained. Our Zhang family had no choice. Yinan said, no, you have a choice. If you don't do it, this matter will never happen. I hate traitors more than anything in my life. Go to hell. Zhang Hodao shouted, no. But the next second, his body exploded and turned into blood. After killing the man, Yinan continued to use his divine sense to sense whether there were any other members of the Zhang family. He wanted to eliminate the problem completely. At that moment, he realized there was someone behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Qiao Haiqiang. Yinan frowned slightly. Why haven't you left yet? Qiao Haiqiang said, I just want to help you. Yinan said, tell me, how can you help me? Qiao Haiqiang said, as I said before, there are many people from the 5 major families in Yangzhou Prefecture. You killed a member of the Zhang family, and this matter will definitely be reported to the Dragon Pavilion. If the Dragon Pavilion sends someone to investigate this matter, I can help you prove your innocence, so that the Dragon Pavilion will not make things difficult for you. Secondly, we can cooperate. After saying this, Qiao Haiqiang looked at Yinan. I am the director of the Medical Bureau of Yangzhou. I can use my power to do many things for you. Upon hearing this, Yinan said, all right, I'll cooperate with you. The other party is not very useful. If anyone dares to stop Nanfeng Pharmaceutical and Xini Hall from entering Yangzhou, the simplest way is to kill them until they shut up. If the Zhang family intercepts, kill the Zhang family. If the Sun family intercepts, kill the Sun family. If the prefecture intercepts, destroy the prefecture. But if the other party can help, Yinan won't have to think only about killing people. He can also get some information from them. Qiao Haiqiang smiled and said, it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Yinan said, I ask you, how much of the prefecture has already been controlled by the 5 major families? Qiao Haiqiang said, there are too many. They are basically all from the 5 major families. As long as they hold high positions, they will definitely be corrupted. Even the capital city may be related to the 5 major families. Yinan narrowed his eyes. The Yangzhou prefecture was so corrupt. With such a ruler, how can ordinary people in Yangzhou possibly survive? They must be living a suffocating life. A man from Yangzhou was shackled by 5 powerful families from the moment he was born, forced to serve them. Even the locals can't survive here, let alone these outsiders. Arriving in Yangzhou means only being destined to be exploited. Yinan had already entered Yangzhou, so naturally it was impossible for him to leave. I plan to open a clinic in Yangzhou in the future. Do you think the prefectural government will try to stop me? Qiao Haiqiang said. It depends on how the 5 major families. No, it depends on how the 4 major families view this matter. They may not openly deal with you, but will strike from behind, making it impossible for you to defend against them. Yinan wasn't afraid of them making a move behind his back, but if they really did, it would be very troublesome. He had a reason for destroying the Zhang family this time. Your Zhang family attacked my wife, so there's nothing wrong with me wiping out your whole family. If there wasn't a legitimate reason, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. It doesn't matter. I'll kill you. If you're not happy about it, then find someone to kill me. If you can't kill me, then you're just a pushover. But it's easy to expose yourself. After all, he still had to investigate the cause of his mother's death. At that moment, Yinan turned to look at Qiao Haiqiang, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Where do you rank within the state capital? Qiao Haiqiang said, the 3rd tier. The 1st tier is the governor, the 2nd tier is the deputy governor, and then there are us directors. However, I belong to the 4th tier and have no real power. After all, I was parachuted in from outside. Within the medical bureau, the deputy director has more power than me. He can get 100 people to obey my every command. Yinan said, what if I give you power? It's unrealistic to wipe out the entire prefecture, but he can still manage to keep Yinan's people within the prefecture. Xiao Haiqiang is a decent person. You know, if others were in this situation, they would probably have run away long ago and would never have gotten involved. But he chose to stay with him and testify for him. Furthermore, he even fought for the interests of the people of Yangzhou. He's not a bad person. As long as someone isn't a bad person, they can be used. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haiqiang stared wide-eyed at Yinan. The other party meant that he could secure a position in the prefecture. Just who was this person, and how could he do such a thing? Are you really sure you can do it? Yinan said, while I can't make you the governor, I can make you the deputy governor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haiqiang immediately knelt down and said, if you can help me gain a foothold, I, Xiao Haiqiang, will follow your lead from now on. Chapter 445. The Huangfu family came to find us. It wasn't for power, but because Xiao Haiqiang genuinely cared about the people. He thought that being in a high position would allow him to get things done, but reality slapped him in the face. Even if you stand at the highest point, if no one listens to you, you can't do anything. Yinan said, get up. He might not be able to make the other person the governor, but making them the deputy governor would be quite easy. I can help you, the rest is up to you. Leave me your phone number. Xiao Haiqiang immediately did as he was told and gave Yinan his phone number. You can go now, head straight to the state capital. Yinan Dao. Xiao Haiqiang nodded, left the Zhang family, and drove to the prefectural capital. Yinan contacted Mu Yue and asked her to help investigate the vice-governors of Yangzhou. Some of their conduct issues might not be enough to bring them down, but some of their weaknesses could be used to their advantage. After finding out the information, he was to send it to Xiao Haiqiang. The Divine Strategist Order is very efficient. Xiao Haiqiang had just arrived in the prefectural capital when he received a text message. After reading the text message, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. This information is all leverage over the various deputy governors. For example, this deputy governor Zhao maliciously seized other people's assets. And this deputy governor Wang, whose embezzlement and bribery amounted to more than 1 billion yuan. These are all deadly. The Dragon Pavilion will definitely handle this matter. With these things, he can manipulate the other party at will. Who exactly is this Mr. Yi? How could he be so capable as to obtain these things in such a short time? Now that Xiao Haiqiang has something on him, he's sure to become the deputy governor. Then, Xiao Haiqiang walked into the prefectural government building. He went directly to the 3 deputy governors. They each presented the other with leverage over them. The deputy governor, Wang, was initially arrogant, insulting Xiao Haiqiang as if he were nothing. But when Xiao Haiqiang produced the evidence, his expression changed drastically. He started calling Xiao Master Xiao, and begged Xiao Haiqiang to let him off the hook. Without any unnecessary words, Xiao Haiqiang directly submitted the materials to Longa. He is from Longdu, but he doesn't come from a prominent family. Moreover, he came with a mission this time and has his own channels for communicating with the Dragon Pavilion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he could testify for Yinan. Soon, the Dragon Pavilion received news that the 3 deputy governors had been dismissed from their posts. The 5 major families are powerful, but they cannot control the Dragon Pavilion. They can only control the transmission of information to the Dragon Pavilion. Furthermore, Longa quickly issued an order appointing Xiao Haiqiang as the deputy governor. Soon, Wang Jinghua, the governor of Yangzhou, found Xiao Haiqiang. He had already heard the news, and his face looked grim. The 3 deputy governors were his right-hand men, but now they're all finished. This directly left him all alone. How can this be allowed? Xiao Haiqiang came from Longdu and was dispatched by Longa. However, he never took the other party seriously. Because this is Yangzhou, Wang Jinghua is the ruler of Yangzhou. As long as no important figure is sent here, no one can do anything to him. To put it bluntly, it's the same even if a big shot comes. He can make the other person get out of Yangzhou on their own. Therefore, when Xiao Haiqiang came, he didn't take him seriously at all. If even big shots can't do anything, what can a nobody like you do? However, he did not force the other party to leave. It was simple. If Xiao Haiqiang left, another Xiao Haiqiang would come to Yangzhou. What if a big shot came? That would be bad. So he did nothing. and even protected the other party. But who knew that this person would pull off such a big surprise for him? At this moment, Xiao Haiqiang saw Wang Jinghua and said with a smile, "Prefect Wang, you were looking for me?" He had never felt so relaxed in front of this person before. This was the first time. He used to be timid and hesitant, but now he felt genuinely at ease. Wang Jinghua said with a smile, "Director Qiao." "No, I should call you Deputy Governor Qiao. You are really capable." Xiao Haiqiang smiled and said, "Prefect Wang is too kind. If I were capable, I wouldn't have come to a place like Yangzhou. By the way, Prefect Wang, is there anything you need me for? If not, I'll be leaving now." Wang Jinghua said with a smile, "I came to see Vice Governor Qiao because I wanted to have a chat with you." Xiao Haiqiang said with a smile, "Chief Wang, just say what you want to say." Wang Jinghua said, "Now there is an opportunity in front of you. If you become my man, and I leave in the future, the position of governor will be yours." Xiao Haiqiang laughed. "You'll have to leave sooner or later, and then the position will still be mine." Wang Jinghua's expression changed instantly. "Are you trying to go against me?" Xiao Haiqiang said with a smile. "It's not about going against you. It's just stating the facts, isn't that right?" Wang Jinghua said coldly, "Several people came before you came to Yangzhou, but they all left in a sorry state. You don't want to leave like this either. After all, you have such a bright future." Xiao Haiqiang said seriously, "If I can let you leave, my future will be better." Wang Jinghua, stop talking nonsense. If I can't let you leave for 3 months, that's my problem. Seeing that the other party had already torn off the pretense, Wang Jinghua immediately said coldly, "This is Yangzhou. Even if you are from the Dragon Pavilion, it's useless. I'm very curious. Where does your confidence come from that you dare to have such thoughts? And who are your supporters?" Xiao Haiqiang naturally understood the meaning behind the other party's words. After all, Wang Jinghua had several powerful families standing behind him. "If you really want to know, I can tell you that the people standing behind me are the millions of people of Yangzhou. Wang Jinghua, you have committed many evils for too long. Sooner or later, you will be on the trial bench. At that time, it will not be me who judges you, but the people of Yangzhou." Wang Jinghua was surprised that Xiao Haiqiang would say such a thing. He had assumed that the other party had some important figure behind him. "If they could really judge me, I wouldn't have stayed in Yangzhou for so long. Since you're unwilling to stand behind me, I won't force you. I hope you won't regret not agreeing to my proposal today." After saying this, Wang Jinghua turned and left. Xiao Haiqiang stared at the other man's retreating figure, his eyes flashing with anger. "I have no regrets." Then, he took out his phone and thanked Yinan. "He is where he is today because of the other person. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I am now the deputy governor of Yangzhou." Yinan wasn't curious about this. "I hope you can stay true to yourself." Xiao Haiqiang said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yi, I will." After the call ended, Yinan returned to Su Wanfeng's side. Su Wanfeng had already woken up and had been looking for Yinan. Upon seeing him, she immediately rushed forward and hugged him, saying, "Xiaonan, I didn't see you. I was so scared." Yinan felt the other person's body temperature. "Don't be afraid. The Zhang family has already paid the price. You can continue to pursue your career. This time, I will protect you." And at this time, Wang Heng entered and reported, "Sect Master, a man named Huang Fufeng is looking for you outside." Yinan was taken aback. The Huangfu family was one of the 5 major families in Yangzhou. Why would they come looking for him? "If he's here to cause trouble, just tell him to get lost." Wang Heng said, "He didn't come to cause trouble. He said he had some private business with you, sect leader, and he also said he knew your mother." Upon hearing this, Yinan frowned slightly. "Where is he?" "It's right at the door. Let's go see him." At that moment, Huang Fufeng was extremely excited at the door. He had been ordered to come and support Yinan. Chapter 446 Green Gate. When Yinan came out, Huang Fufeng recognized him at a glance. "This man looks so much like the woman I remember. They look like they were made from the same mold." Yinan also looked Huang Fufeng up and down, then asked, "Do you know my mother?" If the other party is lying to him, then this person won't be able to leave peacefully today. Huang Fufeng nodded. "That's right, I know your mother." Yinan asked, "What's your relationship?" Huang Fufeng said, "I only met your mother once, but my father did. He has a very good relationship with your mother. I have come here to invite you to visit our Huangfu family. Yinan said, lead the way. He still harbored doubts about what Huangfu Feng had said. After all, the other party was one of the 4 major families in Yangzhou, and they were not good people. It was possible that the other party invited him to the Huangfu family in order to lure him there and kill him. However, if the other party dares to lie to him, he will take immediate action. If he can wipe out the Zhang family, then wiping out the Huangfu family is no problem for him. Yinan got into Huangfu Feng's vehicle and soon arrived at Huangfu's house. They went through the back door. Finally, we arrived at a room. Huangfu Feng said, I'll go and call my father right away. Yinan nodded. A short while after Huangfu Feng left, Huangfu Jing came out, and, upon seeing Yinan, immediately exclaimed, Nephew, I'm so glad to finally meet you. The other person's enthusiasm made Yinan unable to tell whether they were genuine or just acting. You and your mother look so alike. Huangfu Jing said excitedly. Yinan carefully observed the other party and found no flaws. It didn't seem like something that could be faked. Could it be that the other party really knows his mother? You don't need to be so cautious. I won't harm you. Your mother once told me that the reappearance of the Immortal Healer's Hall must be due to the appearance of her son, and that I must assist him. Huangfu Jing said. Yinan knew about this. His mother had written it down on a note she left for him. This matter is a secret. Only he knows it, and no one else does. Could the other person really be my mother's good friend? Huangfu Jing seemed to know that Yinan wouldn't trust him so easily, so he took out another photo. You'll understand once you see this. Yinan reached out and took the photo. He saw 2 people in it. One was his mother, and the other was Huangfu Jing when he was young. The mother was sitting in a chair, while Huangfu Jing was standing. Yinan had seen photos of her mother before and had seen her face. This is a mother, there's absolutely no mistake. This is the only photo of me with your mother. Now you can see I wasn't lying to you. Huangfu Jing said from the side. Yinan put the photo away. For now, this person could be trusted. After seeing Yinan's expression soften, Huangfu Jing continued. Your mother once said that if I help you, you can use the Huangfu family's resources at will. Yinan said, before that, I'd like to ask you a few questions. Huangfu Jing nodded. Ask whatever you want. Yinan asked, first, when did my mother say that you helped me? Was it before or after the chaos in Beihai? Huangfu Jing said, before the chaos in Beihai. Yinan frowned. It seemed that his mother already knew that something might happen to her after the chaos in Beihai, so she made arrangements in advance. But why did mother still go to participate in the Beihai rebellion when she knew she would be in trouble? Could it be that the chaos in Beihai had a reason why the mother had to go? My second question is, what is my mother's background? Yinan asked. He had always been curious about his mother's identity, wondering if she had any other connections besides the Immortal Healer's Clinic. Huangfu Jing seemed more familiar with his mother, who might know something about him. Your mother is the owner of the Immortal Healer's Hall, and also the head of the Green Gate sect. Huangfu Jing replied. Upon hearing this, Yinan indeed asked some questions that he didn't know before. What kind of force is the Green Gate? Yinan asked. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Jing's face showed a surprised expression. You didn't know? Yinan shook his head. I don't know. Huangfu Jing hesitated for a moment, then said, I can't trust you if you don't know about the Azure Gate, but you look a lot like that person, so I've decided to tell you. The Azure Gate is a top-tier power in Dragon Capital, surpassing even the War Department, and is the strongest power in the entire Great Xia, without exception. Yinan was even more shocked when he heard this. As expected, my mother had other connections. If nothing unexpected happens, my mother will only be hunted down after the Qingmin clan falls. But Huangfu Jingdu said that Qingmin is the most powerful force in the Great Xia dynasty. Who can destroy the Green Gate? Could it be that the heavy casualties during the chaos in Beihai allowed others to take advantage of the situation? Yinan clenched his fists immediately. The enemy has appeared. I'm telling you about the Green Gate, but I suggest you pretend you don't know anything for now. Your mother isn't telling you, definitely for your own good. Huangfu Jing said earnestly. Yinan said, it's not that she didn't want to tell me, but that she arranged for you to tell me. Given his mother's scheming, she hadn't planned to tell Yinan about the Immortal Medicine Clinic until Yinan became powerful enough, discovered certain things, and then obtain the things his mother had stored in her private bank. If one's own strength were insufficient to expand and strengthen the immortal medicine clinic, then one would not have come to Yangzhou, and today's events would not have occurred, nor would one have known of the Green Gate. It can be said that all of this was part of the mother's plan. When he becomes powerful enough, someone will tell him some news. Just like now. If Yi Nin can become stronger, he will be closer to the truth. Huang Fujing didn't understand, but it did indeed resemble that person's work. Do you know how the Green Gate was destroyed? Yi Nin continued to ask. Huang Fujing shook his head. I don't know. When I learned about the destruction of Qingmin, your mother had already been in trouble. I thought about helping her, but then I remembered what she said. No matter what happens, don't pay attention to it. I know that she must have her reasons for doing things, so I didn't get involved. Yi Nin had guessed that Huang Fujing would say these things, so he didn't waste too much time on this matter, because he knew he wouldn't get any answers by asking further. When I tell my mother something, she reveals it little by little, like squeezing toothpaste. She would never tell me everything at once. However, Huang Fujing did tell him something very important. That's Qingmin. He needs to have Mu Yue thoroughly investigate the origins and history of the Green Gate. Perhaps we can uncover some useful information. Then, he changed the subject. Third, I've heard about the 5 great families of Yangzhou. Why did the Huangfu family become one of the 5 great families? In other words, your Huangfu family must have done a lot of heinous things. Chapter 447 Yi Nan's father. Upon hearing this, Huang Fujing immediately said, this matter is actually a misunderstanding. Becoming one of the 5 great families is not something our Huangfu family can choose. Yi Nin asked, what do you mean? Huang Fujing said, you've been in Yangzhou for quite some time, so you should know what kind of place this is. It's incredibly corrupt. Let me ask you, if you want to survive in this place, what should you do? Yi Nin really didn't know how to respond to this. If it were him, he would say he could create his own world with a single punch. But if he were in the Huangfu family's shoes, surviving in such a place would be quite difficult. If they don't become one of the 5 major families and choose to oppose the other families, there will only be one outcome: swift annihilation. To survive, you have to join. This perfectly illustrates the saying, if you can't beat them, join them. Huang Fujing continued, back then, your mother helped the Huangfu family. She taught us medical knowledge and entrusted the Huangfu family to help you. But we cannot protect ourselves. Only by becoming one of the 5 great families can we protect ourselves. I know you must have heard about the 5 great families and know how cruel and inhumane they are. But I can assure you that my Huangfu family has never wronged anyone. Unlike the other 4 families, we don't take what belongs to others and keep it all to ourselves. We return what we have. It can be said that in the entire Yangzhou, the area where my Huangfu family is located has the best business environment. Hundreds of foreign companies are thriving on our territory. Upon hearing this, Yi Nin didn't say much. He admitted that Huang Fujing was right. To survive in hell, you had to become a demon. I'm fine now, Yi Nin said. Huang Fujing smiled and said, from now on, my Huangfu family will do everything in our power to help you revitalize the immortal medicine hall. You can trust us unconditionally. Yi Nin nodded slightly. He already trusts the Huangfu family to the point of 80%, but he needs to see them in person to fully trust them for the remaining 20%. Huang Fujing said, may I ask you a few questions? Yi Nin nodded. Okay, go ahead and ask. Huang Fujing asked, you killed Zhang Jingtian. Yi Nin said, I not only killed Zhang Jingtian, but I also wiped out the Zhang family. I believe you will receive the news soon. Huang Fujing was shocked. You wiped them all out by yourself. Yi Nin nodded. That's right. Huang Fujing and Huang Fufeng, who had remained silent until now, were both shocked. The Zhang family was a behemoth in Yangzhou, and the other party had powerful figures protecting them. Yet, this person managed to destroy the Zhang family. No wonder he's that woman's son. It is truly terrifying. The 5 major families, except for the Huangfu family, all have serious interests. If you destroy the Zhang family, the other families will definitely try to target you. By the way, the governor of Yangzhou is also among them. You must be careful. My Huangfu family will do everything in its power to help you. By the way, if you open a medical clinic in Yangzhou, you can stay on my Huangfu family's territory and I guarantee I will give you the greatest resources. Yinan said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to change regions. As for other families targeting me, then we'll fight them." Huang Fujing smiled and said, "All right, I fully support you. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. I know your surname is Yi." Yinan. After saying his name, Yinan realized something was wrong. "How did you know my surname is Yi?" Huang Fujing said, "Your mother said that you must have the surname Yi." Upon hearing this, Yinan asked, "My father's surname is Yi?" He remembered that his mother didn't have this name. Huang Fujing said, "I don't know about that. Your mother said your surname is Yi, but I don't know who your father is." Yinan's initial excitement instantly subsided. We now have a lead on the father. At this moment, someone walked in, saw Huang Fufeng, and said, "The Li family has sent someone to invite the patriarch to attend the meeting." Huang Fufeng coldly replied, "Go tell the Li family that I'm not going." The servant nodded immediately. Huang Fufeng looked at his father and Yinan and said, "The destruction of the Zhang family has alarmed others. The Li, Sun, and Hua families are discussing how to deal with you." Yinan said, "Then we'll meet force with force and water with earth." Huang Fufeng said, "Next, someone will likely target the Immortal Doctor's clinic." Huang Fujing looked at Yinan and said, "Yinan, I really suggest you move the Immortal Medicine Hall to the Huang Fu family's territory, so that the other three major families won't go too far." Yinan said, "It's all right. If they dare to come, then kill them. If I can destroy the Zhang family, can I destroy other families?" Huang Fufeng said, "The Zhang family is the weakest besides the Huangfu family. They have the Hong men overseas behind them. The Li family has the forces in Hong Kong behind them. The Hua family has the forces in Shanghai behind them. The Sun family seems to have the forces in Japan behind them. You destroyed the Zhang family before they could react. If nothing unexpected happens, the other three major families have already called for external help. If you want to destroy them, it may not be as simple as destroying the Zhang family." Yinan said, "I understand. It doesn't matter. Since you're going to help me, then help me prepare for the opening ceremony of the Immortal Doctor's clinic." Huang Fujing nodded. "Okay." At this moment, the servant who had reported earlier came in again. "Master, the Li family said that if the Huangfu family does not send anyone to attend the meeting, they will put the Huangfu family on the opposite side, and then they will have to bear the consequences." Before Huang Fufeng could speak, Huang Fujing shouted, "Tell the other three major families that if they want to fight, they should fight. Why waste so much time talking? My Huangfu family is not afraid of them." "Yes, master." The servant replied immediately, and then left. Huang Fujing looked at Yinan, his tone softening considerably. "What are you planning to do now?" Yinan said, "I think there are too many families in Yangzhou. The Huangfu family is the best." Meanwhile, the heads of the three major families are gathered together. Hua Jia Hua Wenxiong, Li Jia Li Zaihong, Sun Jia Sun Sanshi. They were the heads of the three major families in Yangzhou. At this moment, they were waiting for someone from the Huangfu family to come and deal with Yinan's matter. The destruction of the Zhang family demonstrates that Yinan seriously threatened their family's rule in Yangzhou, and this person must be killed. Soon, the messenger who went to Huangfu's house to deliver the message returned. He looked at Li Zixing and said, "Patriarch, Huang Fufeng said he will not be attending the meeting." Upon hearing this, Li Zixing frowned slightly. He refused. The other party nodded. Yes, not only did they refuse, but they also said they would stand on the same side as Yinan. Li Zixing angrily said, "He wants to die? All right, you can leave now." The other party withdrew, and then Li Zixing looked at the other two family heads and said, "What do you think should be done about this matter?" Chapter 448 Heart-Eating Powder. Hua Wenxiong and Sun Sanshi's faces darkened upon hearing this. "What else can we do? Since the Huangfu family is courting death, then we'll wipe them out as well. Actually, I think it's fine if Yangzhou only has three major families." Li Zixing laughed and said, "I also think it's pretty good, but Yinan is a bit difficult to deal with. He is a grandmaster. There is a grandmaster in the Zhang family. The other party is a member of the overseas Hongmen. The destruction of the Zhang family means that the other party is already dead." Sun Sanshi laughed and said, "Grandmaster, they are just ants. No need to care. That kid was able to destroy the Zhang family, Because the Zhang family underestimated us. If the Zhang family calls for help from the Hongmen overseas, it's hard to say who will win or lose. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Li Zixing nodded. That's right. We need to find help as soon as possible to suppress Yi Nan and the Huangfu family. Then he looked at Hua Tianxiong. Brother Hua, what do you think of this matter? Hua Tianxiong said, I think you're right, but it's not appropriate for our Hua family to take action. I think it's enough for you two families to find an expert like Yi Nan. Our Hua family will deal with the Huangfu family. How about that? Li Zixing said, Isn't this a bad idea? It's unfair for us to do all the work while you don't. You should know that the results of this operation are to be divided equally among the three of us. This is not fair to our two families. Hua Tianxiong laughed and said, Our Hua family only needs 1/4, and the other 3/4 can be split equally between your two families. How about that? Upon hearing this, Li Zixing smiled with satisfaction. All right, you said it yourself, you can't go back on your word. Hua Tianxiong said earnestly, Don't worry, I never go back on my word. Li Zixing was finally satisfied. He looked at Sun Sanshur and asked, Old Sun, do you agree? Sun Sanshur nodded. Agreed. Li Zixing coldly said, I've already received news that that kid is preparing to hold a company opening ceremony. We'll make his opening ceremony his death day. Sun Sanshur nodded. If everyone agrees, then let's adjourn the meeting, Li Zixing said. The other two nodded in agreement. After leaving the place, Li Zixing and Sun Sanshur began to contact the people behind them. A response was received quickly. Both sides said they would send people to handle the matter. Hua Tianxiong returned to the Hua family. Hua Qingming appeared and asked, Father, how did the discussion go? Hua Tianxiong said, The Li family and the Sun family have each sent experts to suppress the other. Hua Qingming asked, What about our family? Hua Tianxiong said, We don't need to do anything. Hua Qingming asked, Would Li Zixing and Sun Sanshur agree to this? Hua Tianxiong said, Of course we can't agree. I'm making concessions on behalf of the Hua family. All right, let's not waste any more time on this. For the Hua family, the most important thing now is for your wife to break through to the martial arts grandmaster level. When that happens, we can get back what we gave up. Upon hearing this, Hua Qingming smiled and said, That's right. Hua Tianxiong looked at his son and said, Qingming, give me a hint. Are you really able to control Yi Xinran? Hua Qingming said, Of course, she listens to me. Hua Tianxiong did not believe what his son said. Yi Xinran is a woman of extraordinary talent. This time, she is trying to break through to the martial arts grandmaster level by taking advantage of the resources of the Hua family. Listening to his son is definitely just for resources. Without resources, the other party probably wouldn't even look at his son. Qingming, do you bring Xinran food every day? Hua Qingming nodded. That's right. Hua Tianxiong took out a packet of powdered medicine. This is hard-eating powder. When you deliver the food today, add some to the medicine. Hua Qingming asked, puzzled, Father, why is that? Hua Tianxiong coldly said, Foolish son, I'm your father. I know you best. Yi Xinran is such a powerful person. How could you possibly control her? The only reason she's with you is for the resources of our Hua family. Without the Hua family, she probably wouldn't even look at you. Think about it. If Yi Xinran becomes a martial arts grandmaster, you'll be nothing to her. Do you think she'll still care about you? If she leaves, who can stop her? So, from now on, you need to prepare to keep her firmly under your control, understand? Hua Qingming fell silent. These past few days, he had been immersed in the joy of Yi Xinran becoming his woman and hadn't thought about anything else. Now, hearing his father's words, he was suddenly enlightened. This heart-eating powder is poison. What if Xinran dies after taking it? Hua Tianxiong said, Don't worry, it won't kill her. As long as you give her the antidote regularly, she'll be fine and can still be lively and energetic. In the future, if she wants to leave, she'll have to think twice. Only then will you have complete control over her. Do you understand? Hua Qingming nodded vigorously upon hearing this. He had pursued Yi Xinran for so long. He couldn't accept it if she left. As long as this allows him to control the other person, he can accept it. Go, deliver the food. Hua Tianxiong said. Hua Qingming nodded. Then he left with the heart-eating powder. Hua Tianxiong stood with his hands behind his back, looking at his son. Yi Xinran came to their Hua family. She must want to use his son, but his son is not so easily used by others. This time, his only reason for choosing not to get involved was to see the true strength of the Li and Sun families. If their strength is not that great, then in the future, there will only be one family in Yangzhou, and that will be the Hua family. Yi Xinran is a knife in the Hua family's hands. Hua Qingming quickly brought food to find Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran focused on advancing to the Grandmaster realm in the Hua family dungeon. These days, she feels she is getting closer and closer to becoming a Grandmaster. Especially after the thought of taking revenge on Yi Nan and Yao Yuntian arose in his heart, the feeling of breakthrough became even stronger. Just wait, Yi Nan, I will make you regret this. And Yao Yuntian, I will definitely take revenge for expelling me from the sect. Just then, a voice called out from outside the door, Xinran. Yi Xinran felt a bit disgusted when she heard Hua Qingming's voice, but she still forced a smile. What's wrong, Qingming? When Hua Qingming saw Yi Xinran, he was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Xinran, I've brought you food. Yi Xinran, I have no appetite right now. I just want to cultivate. Hua Qingming said, Xinran, I went to all this trouble to bring this to you, so please eat it. Seeing the other person's coquettish manner, Yi Xinran wished she could kill him right now, but this was a crucial moment for her, and she absolutely could not offend him. Okay, I'll eat now. Hua Qingming handed the food to Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran only had to smell it to know something was wrong. The food was poisoned. How dare Hua Qingming poison her? No, Hua Qingming shouldn't be capable of doing something like this. It seems to be related to Hua Tianxiong. Chapter 449, I have handle against you. Hua Tianxiong really doesn't treat him like a human being. Her talent in medicine is no less than that in martial arts. This poison must be the heart-eating powder. This poison causes chronic poisoning. To survive, one must continuously take the antidote. If an ordinary person ate it, there would be no cure, but she ate it and was perfectly fine. Yao Yuntian changed her constitution back then. Aside from the most potent and rare poisons in the world, other poisons are no different from eating everyday meals to her. Then, Yi Xinran took a bite of food and said, I've eaten. Okay, now I need to cultivate. As for the rest, I'll eat it when I'm hungry. Hua Qingming left after seeing that Yi Xinran had finished her meal. Yi Xinran watched Hua Qingming leave, and the smile on her face completely disappeared. Once I break through to the martial arts grandmaster level, the first thing I'll do is target your Hua family. After that, she continued her cultivation. He was just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. Yinan had already returned to the hotel and encountered Su Wanfeng. Su Wanfeng had already woken up. Upon seeing Yinan, she excitedly exclaimed, Husband. Yinan nodded with a smile. Su Wanfeng said, Honey, let's go back. Yinan said, I'm not going back. Su Wanfeng said, There are 5 major families in Yangzhou. If we want to establish ourselves here, it will be harder than climbing to heaven. Yinan laughed. So you mean, husbands can ascend to heaven now? Then he turned to the door and said, Come in. Huang Fufeng walked in. Su Wanfeng recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Huang Fufeng, the head of the Huangfu family, one of the 5 major families. Why would they come here? And that's how they came knocking on our door. She quickly calmed down. Her husband had called the other person in, so he probably wouldn't cause any trouble. President Su, Huang Fufeng called out with a smile. Yinan introduced, Honey, this is Huang Fufeng. He'll be helping with the opening ceremony of Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. You can go ahead and do it boldly. Su Wanfeng whispered, Honey, can this person be trusted? Yinan said, Yes. Su Wanfeng was finally relieved. Whatever her husband said was the truth. Suddenly, she felt a little dizzy. Honey, I want to rest for a while. I don't know why, but I feel really tired. Yinan smiled and said, You should rest. He could tell at a glance that this was a normal reaction after becoming pregnant. Yinan and Huang Fufeng walked to the door. Huang Fufeng said, Young Master Yi, just now I received news that the Sun family and the Li family have called for help. The Li family is backed by people from Hong Kong, and the Sun family is backed by people from Japan. If nothing unexpected happens, the opening ceremony of Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals may not be peaceful. Yinan said, It's all right, I'll take care of the rest. Huang Fufeng nodded. Okay. Go ahead and get busy, Yinan said. Huang Fufeng left quickly. Yinan then took out his phone and dialed Mu Yoyue's number. Now he knows about the Qing Min, the power behind his mother, and Huang Fujing also said that the Qing Min is very powerful, so the person who attacked his mother must also be very powerful. It's unclear whether the Divine Strategist Order can uncover the whole story. Sectmaster, came Mu Yoyue's voice. Yinan said, help me investigate a force called the Green Gate. Mu Yoyue replied, yes, Sectmaster, give me 3 minutes. Just 1 minute after hanging up, Mu Yoyue called back. Sect leader, does this green sect really exist? Yinan asked, why do you say that? Mu Yoyue replied, there is no record of the Azure Gate in the Divine Strategist token. There is absolutely no information about it. Yinan narrowed his eyes. This result was actually within his prediction. If it were that easy to investigate, Yinan would have found out long ago. From this perspective, it seems that someone has erased the mother's existence. This person is not an individual. To be precise, it should be described as a group. It is impossible for one person to completely erase the existence of a force in a world, making it non-existent in history. The people in this gang are definitely not simple. Yinan said, I understand. Keep an eye out and contact me immediately if you find any problems. Yes, Mu Yoyue replied. With the help of the Huangfu family, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals completed the preparations that should have taken a month in just 2 days. The Sun and Li families asked Wang Jinghua to intervene and obstruct Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. As a result, all departments in Yangzhou that could be associated with pharmaceutical companies flocked to Nanfeng Pharmaceutical to cause trouble. But Xiao Haiqiang suppressed them all. Although Wang Jinghua was the prefectural head. However, Xiao Haiqiang is not someone to be trifled with. The capture of the 3 deputy governors was clearly the work of Xiao Haiqiang. If he could even take down a deputy governor, how could these people possibly be a match for him? Of course, there were also some who were more loyal and were not afraid of Xiao Haiqiang at all. They believed that this was Yangzhou, and that the governor and the 3 major families were behind them, so they were not afraid of Xiao Haiqiang. But by nightfall, Xiao Haiqiang had produced enough evidence to prove that the other party had embezzled public funds and committed crimes, and he was dismissed and detained on the spot. With such a precedent to follow, people within the state government were filled with anxiety. The governor ordered them to deal with Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, but now Xiao Haiqiang is protecting Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. More importantly, Wang Jinghua couldn't protect them at all. This has led many people to choose neutrality. A battle between gods is not something these people can participate in. Let the gods fight first, and then they can decide on their own battle. Moreover, some people chose to stand with Xiao Haiqiang. Now is the time to choose sides. If you choose the right path, you'll have it all in this life. But if you choose the wrong path, you'll spend your life in prison. Inside the office, looking at his subordinates' incompetence, Wang Jinghua trembled with rage. What the hell are you doing? The subordinates dared not say a word, except for one confidant who spoke up. Xiao Haiqiang has been interfering all along, and he can produce some evidence. If anyone makes a move against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, he will deal with them. We are afraid. Wang Jinghua said. Aren't you afraid that I'll produce evidence and send you in jail? Upon hearing this, no one could believe that Wang Jinghua would say such a thing. How could they remain loyal to him after that? Wang Jinghua continued coldly. I'm telling you, find a way to take action against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals immediately. Even if you can't, you have to find a way. I don't want to see Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals open for business. The group had no choice but to agree. As they left the room, they were all dejected. Taking action against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals meant that they would be targeted by Xiao Haiqiang. They studied hard for many years, and that's how they got to where they are today. They don't want to go in. At this moment, Xiao Haiqiang appeared out of nowhere. Are you going to take action against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals? Everyone quickly waved their hands and said, Of course we won't make a move. Xiao Haiqiang said coldly. If you make a move, I guarantee you'll be in jail. Don't think I'm joking. I have dirt on you. Chapter 450, You are suspected of murder. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became timid and hurriedly explained. Vice Governor Qiao, we will not take any action against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Please rest assured. Yes. They were genuinely afraid. Who could have imagined that those who were once their equals would now be able to control their lives and deaths? Xiao Haiqiang said, "If you want to get away unscathed, I can give you a chance." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xiao Haiqiang. "What's the plan?" Xiao Haiqiang said, "The higher-ups are preparing to take action against Wang Jinghua. I'm here to be a tool to target him. If you can assist me, you can redeem yourselves through meritorious service." No one spoke when they heard this. Xiao Haiqiang's words are far too confident. This is not a private area, it's the state capitol building, and it's right outside the governor's office. To put it bluntly, the governor will definitely know what they are saying. When Xiao Haiqiang said this directly, everyone immediately became timid and hurriedly explained, "Vice Governor Xiao, we will not take any action against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, you can rest assured." Yes. They were genuinely afraid. Who could have imagined that those who were once their equals would now be able to control their lives and deaths? Xiao Haiqiang said, "If you want to get away unscathed, I can give you a chance." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Xiao Haiqiang. "What opportunity?" Xiao Haiqiang said, "The higher-ups are preparing to take action against Wang Jinghua. I'm here to be a tool to target him. If you can assist me, you can redeem yourselves through meritorious service." No one spoke when they heard this. Xiao Haiqiang's words are far too confident. They completely disregarded the state head. However, compared to the two, Xiao Haiqiang was not corrupted. If he had been problematic, the governor would probably have taken action long ago. But the governor is different. He and the major families have long been a group with shared interests, so he could easily fall from power. Immediately, many people wanted to defect. But they certainly can't say it on the spot. "Vice Governor Xiao, we'd better get back to work." Yes, there's still a lot of work to be done. Xiao Haiqiang already knew the answers these people had. Of course, after hearing about the opportunity he mentioned, they had no other choice. To put it bluntly, even if they didn't want to defect now, they had no choice. He chose to chat with these people in this place so that Wang Jinghua would see that, given the other party's suspicious nature, these people would basically no longer be used. And if these people wanted to survive, they had no choice but to defect. In that case, you can go ahead and get busy. After Xiao Haiqiang finished speaking, he left. Everyone left. They had no idea what Xiao Haiqiang was thinking. But Wang Jinghua could tell that he had heard everything Xiao Haiqiang said in his office. The other party did it on purpose. He should continue using these people. However, Wang Jinghua harbored resentment. Finally, he made a decision. He no longer needs these people. It's better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Human nature is unpredictable. If continuing to use these people brings enormous trouble to oneself in the future, that would be disastrous. Xiao Haiqiang, you want to trip me up, but you have to see if the major families agree. This is Yangzhou, not a place where you can run wild. After returning to his office, Xiao Haiqiang called Yinan. "Mr. Yi, could you give me some dirt on Wang Jinghua?" Yinan said, "Wait for me." Less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone, Xiao Haiqiang received a text message. Upon reading the message, an excited smile appeared on his face. This time, Wang Jinghua is finished. Everything is ready now, except for the final push. That evening, Xiao Haiqiang received text messages from several people. They all greeted Xiao Haiqiang, but said nothing else. But that's enough. It shows that these people want to stand on Xiao Haiqiang's side. Xiao Haiqiang naturally replied to all of them. He was not afraid that there were spies from Wang Jinghua among these people. A person is an individual. Once they see the evidence that could bring down Wang Jinghua, they will know how to make their choice. Afterwards, Xiao Haiqiang and the others saw the evidence. Many people gasped in shock. They never expected that Xiao Haiqiang's intelligence capabilities were so strong. The governor was doomed. There was indeed a spy among them, an office director, who was working for Wang Jinghua. Upon seeing the evidence, he immediately made a decision. He would follow Xiao Haiqiang from now on, and Wang Jinghua was doomed. This evidence is enough to bring Wang Jinghua to his knees. The next day, Xiao Haiqiang then began to file a formal complaint. As soon as he took action, almost everyone who saw the evidence followed suit and reported him. When Wang Jinghua learned of this, he was furious. He wanted to talk to his spy, but the spy wouldn't answer his calls. This made Wang Jinghua very flustered, but he was not afraid at all. This was Yangzhou, and he could not fall, nor could the major families allow him to fall. He immediately chose to seek help. He contacted the 3 major families and their contacts. These contacts told Wang Jinghua to rest assured that nothing would happen. Only then was Wang Jinghua completely relieved. Xiao Haiqiang, I'd like to see what you can do to me. When I retaliate in the future, I will definitely kill you. I don't believe that you've never done anything against the rules since you were a child. If you have, I can kill you. Wang Jinghua had such confidence in himself. But that very night, the captain of the guard team came to arrest Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua looked at the guards who had barged into his office and roared, "What are you doing? How dare you barge into the governor's office like this? Where is your captain? Tell him to come out and see me." Wang Jinghua was, after all, the governor of the prefecture, and the ordinary guards were quickly frightened and looked behind them. At this moment, Enchidong, the captain of the guard team, came out and shouted, "Wang Jinghua, you're looking for me?" Wang Jinghua roared, "Enchidong, you must give me an explanation, otherwise, this matter is not over." Enchidong is already Xiao Haiqiang's man. "Wang Jinghua, someone has filed a formal complaint against you for accepting bribes. Not only that, you also own multiple properties overseas. More importantly, you have 3 illegitimate children and 4 mistresses. You also married one of these women under a false name, which constitutes bigamy. These are just some of the crimes. As for the more heinous ones, do you really want me to tell you to your face?" Wang Jinghua's face was extremely ugly. How did the other party know about these things? These are all his secrets. He needs to remain calm and not be intimidated by the other party. As long as he doesn't admit it, no one can convict him. "You're talking nonsense. When did I commit these crimes?" And Shidong continued, "You are also suspected of murder." Chapter 451, Threatening Domination. Wang Jinghua immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" His face looked extremely pale. Actually, he was a fugitive. However, that happened decades ago. He was only 20 years old at the time, and a wealthy woman from Yangzhou took a liking to him, saying she would bring him to Yangzhou to make a fortune. However, at that time, Wang Jinghua was already married, and his wife was pregnant, so she wouldn't let him leave. Wang Jinghua told the other party that as long as they went to Yangzhou, they would definitely become rich in the future. But his wife still wouldn't let him leave. Meanwhile, the wealthy woman from Yangzhou learned that Wang Jinghua had gotten married and felt deceived, so she didn't want to take him with her. Upon learning of this, Wang Jinghua panicked. He believed that only by going to Yangzhou could he have a future. He immediately made a bold decision to kill his wife and even cut out and kill the child in her womb. In that case, I wouldn't be considered married. But even after he killed her, the rich woman still rejected him. Wang Jinghua killed everyone. He killed his wife and children for the sake of the future, but now he has gained nothing. How can this be acceptable? Enraged, Wang Jinghua killed the wealthy woman, took her money, and headed to Yangzhou. He wasn't called Wang Jinghua before, but Zhou Sheng. He changed his name after arriving in Yangzhou. Wang Jinghua was not stupid. On the contrary, he was very clever. He knew that if he hid, he would be discovered sooner or later, so he might as well be open. Therefore, he did not go to remote places but lived in the bustling city and spent half a year peacefully. After that, he resolved to become a superior person, so he studied hard and, with various opportunities, he became the governor of the state today. He always remembered this incident. But no one else knows how Enchidong found out. Wang Jinghua calmly replied, "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." Enchidong smiled and said, "I knew you wouldn't confess. It's all right. Once I produce the evidence, you can shut up." Zhou Sheng. Wang Jinghua's expression changed drastically. This was impossible. How did the other party know his former name? Enchidong said, "All right, I don't want to waste any more words with you. Men, seize him." The guards immediately stepped forward and arrested Wang Jinghua. Wang Jinghua struggled. "You can't touch me. I am the governor of Yangzhou. Several powerful families stand behind me. If you touch me, you're as good as dead." However, he was soon dragged away. Within the prefectural capital, panic quickly spread. As everyone knows, this is a battle between Xiao Haiqiang and Wang Jinghua. Xiao Haiqiang has won now. Even if Wang Jinghua hadn't been arrested, this battle would definitely have taken a turn for the better. But now that Wang Jinghua has been arrested, it means he's finished. Immediately, many people chose to take sides. It's never too late to join the ranks. The worst thing is not to join at all. They all tried to curry favor with Qiao Haiqiang. Less than an hour later, the Dragon Pavilion headquarters sent a transfer order. Qiao Haiqiang became the new governor of Yangzhou. This makes people think that Qiao Haiqiang is not simple. You know, the appointment of a state chief cannot be done so quickly. It takes a long time to go through the procedures. This is the first time that it has been done so quickly. Anyone else who can't see the situation clearly is just too stupid. At this moment, Qiao Haiqiang immediately informed Yi Nan of this matter, although he was sent by Longa to deal with Wang Jinghua. However, Longa did not provide him with much help. At most, they ensured his safety and prevented Wang Jinghua and his group from attacking him at will. There was no other help available. This time, he was able to bring down Wang Jinghua because of Yi Nan's help. The information Yi Nan provided was incredibly useful. Qiao Haiqiang made the call and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, Wang Jinghua is finished. Currently, the people from the state government will no longer cause trouble for your Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals." Upon hearing this, Yi Nan said, "Well done." Qiao Haiqiang laughed and said, "This time it went so smoothly thanks to Mr. Ye's intelligence. Otherwise, I would never have been able to do this. From now on, I am Mr. Ye's man." This person is incredibly powerful and possesses exceptional intelligence capabilities. They are certainly no ordinary individual. He felt that becoming the other party's subordinate would be very beneficial to him. Yi Nan said, "Okay. Anyway, he's short-handed right now, so having a subordinate who's the governor of the state is a good thing." Qiao Haiqiang smiled and said, "When does Mr. Yi plan to open his business? The state government guarantees its full support." Yi Nan said, 3 days later. "Okay," Qiao Haiqiang said. On the other hand, the three major families already knew about Wang Jinghua's downfall. They couldn't believe it was true. They thought they were well informed, but now that it's all over, they don't know what happened. Hua Tianxiong, Sun Sancher, and Li Zixing gathered together. The three men looked grim. "I suspect that Wang Jinghua's downfall is related to that Nanfeng pharmaceutical boss." "I think so too. Just who is this person?" "They don't have any special background. They just run a company in Zhongzhou." "I've checked," Sun Sancher said. "He sent people to investigate Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, but found nothing unusual about the company. He wouldn't find anything out about Yi Nan, but if he investigated Yi Qingsong, that would be a different story. Damn it, they're resorting to underhanded tactics. If Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals can establish itself in Zhongzhou, I'll change my surname to theirs," Li Zixing said coldly. Hua Tianxiong asked, "When will your two companies' foreign aid arrive?" Li Zixing said, "If nothing unexpected happens, they will arrive soon." Sun Sancher said, "My people will take a few more days to arrive. After all, they come from Japan and it takes some time. But I'm sure they will be there when Nanfeng Pharmaceutical opens." Hua Tianxiong said, "That's about right." Li Zixing said, "Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals isn't that difficult to deal with now. Have you forgotten? There's also the Huangfu family. If they join forces, it won't be so easy to deal with them." Sun Sancher laughed and said, "Don't worry, they can't cause any trouble. The opening ceremony of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical is the final battle. It's either us or them. Don't forget, we still have Brother Hua. He has people behind him." Li Zixing looked at Hua Tianxiong. "Brother Hua, what do you say?" Hua Tianxiong laughed and said, "If it's absolutely necessary, I can ask them to help, but we'll have to replan our previous profit sharing." Li Zixing said, "These are all minor matters. The goal is to ensure that our rule is not threatened." "That's natural." Hua Tianxiong nodded. 3 days passed quickly. Outside the new factory of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, an opening ceremony is underway. The product was the same as before, and the person who gave the speech at the ceremony was naturally Su Wanfeng. There weren't many ordinary people. Only a few reporters came. After all, the Sun, Li, and Hua families will definitely cause trouble for this opening ceremony. As long as the three major families are destroyed, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals will definitely be able to stand up in Yangzhou in the future. At this moment, Su Wanfeng stood beside Yi Nan. "Husband, I'm scared." Chapter 452 The conflict begins. Yi Nan laughed and said, "What are you afraid of? I'm right here with you." Su Wanfeng nodded slightly, relieved. The main reason was that the events that had happened before were still vivid in her mind, and she did not want to experience that life or death situation a second time. To reiterate, she can have an accident, but the baby in her womb absolutely cannot have an accident. All right, you can go up now. Yinan said, just focus on your story and leave the rest to me. Okay. Su Wanfeng nodded. Then, Su Wanfeng went on stage. With the help of the Huangfu family, what happened here was quickly broadcast. Ordinary people in Yangzhou were shocked when they saw the news broadcast. Keep in mind, this is Yangzhou, and there are other pharmaceutical companies here. This company must be quite capable to have a foothold here. But barring any unforeseen circumstances, their company will definitely go bankrupt. So there's absolutely no need to pay attention to it. Those who live here know Yangzhou. It is a living hell. They can't do anything without the help of a few powerful families. From childhood to adulthood, he has been a cash cow for several powerful families. The money they worked so hard to earn was basically given to a few powerful families. The pharmaceutical industry is completely monopolized, and outside companies cannot even enter Yangzhou, let alone survive. Their medical care is extremely expensive, and their monthly salary is barely enough to live on. Once they fall ill, they have to rely on their willpower to survive. If the illness is potentially fatal, they have to borrow money to pay for treatment, and the lenders are members of several powerful families. And this money is absolutely impossible to repay, then interest compounds, leading to the ruin of families and even death. In the video, Su Wanfeng says she wants to make medical care affordable for everyone in Yangzhou. In the past, ordinary people in Yangzhou might have believed it. But now they simply don't believe such a thing could happen. Even traditional Chinese medicine clinics couldn't establish themselves in Yangzhou, let alone other companies. Can this company be even more powerful than the traditional Chinese medicine clinic? At that moment, someone noticed that the new state had appeared in the broadcast video. They knew that the governor, Wang Jinghua, was finished and that the new governor was named Qiao Haiqiang. Could this company be the work of the state governor? Then this will be interesting to watch. You should know that Yangzhou has always been ruled by a few major families and the governor. Now that the old state chief has fallen, the new state chief is stepping up to support other businesses, which is going against the major families. It's hard to say who will win. This is like gods fighting. Ordinary people like them can't get involved. They can only wait for the gods to finish their battle and then see the outcome. Soon, most of Yangzhou knew about this. At this moment, at the press conference, after Su Wanfeng finished speaking, she turned around and glanced at Yinan, who was not far away. Yinan smiled. Then suddenly his expression changed, and he looked into the distance. At this moment, Qiao Haiqiang stepped forward and whispered, Mr. Yi, we just received news that the three major families have brought people over. Yinan said, we've arrived. Qiao Haiqiang was taken aback, then looked into the distance and saw a group of people slowly walking out. Sun Sanshi, Li Zixing, and Hua Tianxiong stood at the front, followed by their respective family members. Li Zixing stepped forward, looked at Yinan in front of him, and said coldly, Yinan, is it? Before Yinan could speak, Wang Heng stepped forward and said, today is the opening ceremony of our Nanfeng Pharmaceutical. We only welcome those who come to attend the ceremony. If you're here to cause trouble, then please leave. Li Zixing looked at Wang Heng and said coldly, who do you think you are, daring to stop me? Wang Heng threw a punch, hitting Li Zixing in the abdomen. The latter was sent flying backwards, traveling a considerable distance before coming to a stop. Those around were surprised to see that Wang Heng dared to make a direct move. Wang Heng coldly said, I told you, if you're here to cause trouble, then please leave. Otherwise, you'll all die. Sun Sanshi cursed. Kid, you dare to mess with patriarchy? I think you're tired of living. Wang Heng's gaze met Sun Sanchi's, his eyes filled with murderous intent. In an instant, Sun Sanchi's body trembled. He had a feeling that the other party really dared to kill him. Get out, Wang Heng cursed. At this moment, Li Zixing had already been helped up by Hua Tianxiong, and the former's face was ashen. Men, get out of here and clear this place out. Li Zixing shouted loudly. If you hit me, I'll take you alive. I'm going to torture him to death. The thugs from the three families immediately swarmed forward. These people are all at the half-step grandmaster level, and there are many pseudo-grandmasters as well. As for the helpers that the Li and Sun families had called from outside, they also came, but they were all watching from the outside. The helpers are waiting for the right moment to make their move. If the three major families can crush the opponent now, then there is no need for them to intervene. Wang Heng, Huolong, and Jiang Baixue charged out directly. Wang Heng was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, taking down enemies one punch at a time. Huolong's injuries have fully recovered. He is very fast, moving through the crowd and taking down people with a single punch. However, he is quite ruthless, smashing the heads of these people. As for Jiang Baixue, he wielded a long sword and killed anyone he saw. Before long, more than a dozen people had died under his sword. The heads of the three major families were shocked to see this scene. How could this kid have so many martial arts masters under his command? Fortunately, they found outside help. Otherwise, they would surely be dead today. Yinan looked at the group and said coldly, "I don't seem to have any conflicts with your families. I don't know why you all have such a deep hatred for me and have brought such a large force to kill me." Li Zixing coldly said, "You destroyed the Zhang family. Our 5 major families are like brothers in Yangzhou. You destroyed the Zhang family, and we other major families must avenge the Zhang family." Yinan sneered, "I see. Then come on then." He actually had no conflict with the 3 major families. But now that these 3 families want to avenge the Zhang family, things are different. When Li Zixing heard Yinan's words, he was stunned. The other party didn't seem afraid at all. On the contrary, he seemed quite happy. What was going on? "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Yinan laughed and said, "Then let's see if you have the ability." Then he ordered, "Kill them." Moment. Wang Heng and his 2 companions charged out. Upon seeing this, the heads of the 3 major families immediately retreated. However, they did not run away, mainly because there were people behind them. Soon, most of the people led by Li Zixing were killed. The remaining people hid around Li Zixing and his 2 companions, their faces filled with fear. "What are you doing? Attack!" Li Zixing yelled. "Master, we are no match for them. We don't want to die," the thugs shouted. They knew that if they continued, they would surely die. Li Zixing cursed. "I want you to get up here immediately, hurry up. We're not going to our deaths." Everyone immediately shook their heads. Li Zixing was about to speak. Just then, Wang Heng had already reached Li Zixing and his 2 companions. He grabbed one of them by the collar, pulled him close, and then slapped him across the face, sending Li Zixing sprawling to the ground. Hua Tianxiong and Sun Sanshur were also slapped by the other 2, and at this moment they were leaning against Li Zixing. At that moment, fear filled the faces of all 3. Yinan looked into the distance, where there was nothing, but he still said, "Since you're here, come out." Chapter 453 Hong Kong Island Master. At that moment, 2 groups of people slowly emerged from not far away. One side was led by a young man who looked unruly, followed by 3 or 4 others. On the other side were several Japanese Ronin. After seeing the newcomers, Sun Sanshur and Li Jae-suk were no longer afraid. Li Zixing approached the young man and said respectfully, "Young Master Li, this is the person who wants to destroy our Li family." Sun Sanshur then approached the Ronin and said, "Mr. Yagyu, this is the man who attacked our Sun family." Hua Tianxiong stood behind the crowd. Young Master Li, whose real name is Li Shaozi, smiled and said, "I thought you were some big shot. I didn't expect that a small company could impress you." Li Zixing said, "Young Master, this kid is no ordinary person. He destroyed the Zhang family of Yangzhou, and he has 3 powerful subordinates. You should have seen them just now, right?" Li Shaozi sneered. "They're all utterly pathetic. Fine, since I'm already here, I'll take care of things for you." Then, Li Shaozi turned to look at a burly man. "Brother Lin, it's your turn to make a move." The man addressed as Brother Lin stepped forward, his powerful aura instantly sweeping across the entire area. Everyone looked at the other person, knowing that he must be a powerful figure. "Kill them all." The burly man stepped forward and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Xiao Haiqiang's gaze fell on the burly man, and his expression suddenly changed. He whispered to Yinan, "Mr. Yi, this is Lin Haoyan, one of the masters of Hong Kong Island." Yinan asked, "And then?" Xiao Haiqiang continued, "The other party's master is Zhou Huiguang, the #1 grandmaster in Hong Kong Island, ranked 3rd on the dragon list." Yinan said, "It's not worth mentioning." Xiao Haiqiang was stunned. He hadn't expected Mr. Yi to be so dismissive of the other party. Could it be that Mr. Yi also had a powerful background? That's possible. Otherwise, how could they have obtained so much dirt on so many people? Mr. Yi likely has an intelligence background. At this moment, Lin Haoyan walked forward, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He looked at Wang Heng and the other two, and waved his hand. All of you come at me together. Wang Heng and his two companions had never been so humiliated before, and they immediately took action. Lin Haoyan stood still and directly reached out to catch the three people's attacks. He is very fast. Having just parried Wang Heng's attack, he then parried Jiang Baishue's sword, and in the end, he actually blocked Huolong's fist. The three of them were thrown backward at once, falling to the ground, their faces deathly pale. One person blocked 3 grandmasters. Lin Haoyan said coldly, "I told you, you're no good." Wang Heng retorted, "Whether we're capable or not, we'll find out after another fight." He was about to move. At this moment, Yinan said, "All right, step back. You are no match for him. Lin Haoyan is quite strong. He's qualified to be on the dragon ranking. However, Wang Heng and his group are not yet on the dragon list." To put it bluntly, the time it took them to break through to the grandmaster level was too short, ranging from a month to half a month. Their understanding of the masters was too superficial. Under his master's tutelage, Lin Haoyan naturally knew more than Wang Heng and the others. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Wang Heng and the others immediately stepped back. Yinan stepped forward, his body floated off the stage, and then stood with his hands behind his back. Lin Haoyan's eyes lit up when he saw Yinan's actions. "There's another expert." Yinan coldly said, "Today's conflict is between me and the 3 major families of Yangzhou. It has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to get involved." Lin Haoyan didn't expect the other party to dare to speak to him like that. "This matter is not up to you to decide, and I can help whoever I want." Yinan coldly replied, "You'll bear the consequences yourself?" Lin Haoyan laughed. "Otherwise what?" Yinan said, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say." Lin Haoyan was annoyed. "You brat, judging from your tone, it's like you can just wipe me out at will." Yinan said, "That's right." Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyan laughed. Not only him, but also Li Shaozi and others behind him burst into laughter. To arbitrarily eliminate Lin Haoyan? How dare this person say such a thing? Li Shaozi said, "Brother Lin, let's just do it. Kill him, and then we can go back to Hong Kong and have some fun." Lin Haoyan smiled and said, "Okay, young Master Li." Then, his aura surged, instantly sweeping across the surroundings. Is this the power of a grandmaster? Everyone felt a sudden gust of wind and immediately retreated. Li Zixing, Hua Tianxiong, and Sun Sanshi and the others beamed with pride. It seems that no one else needs to take action. Lin Haoyan alone can crush the opponent. Xiao Haiqiang, Huang Fufeng, and the others' expressions all changed. This person is no ordinary person. I wonder if Yinan can hold them off? At this moment, Lin Haoyan made his move, grabbing at Yinan. "Kid, I'd like to see how you plan to make me bear the consequences." Yinan stood still and slapped out. "You'll see it soon." The next second, Lin Haoyan flew out directly, a scene no one expected to unfold. Lin Haoyan, who seemed invincible just moments ago, was defeated so easily. Lin Haoyan fell to the ground, covered in dust and dirt, but he quickly got up again, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You're asking for it." Yinan calmly said, "This is my chance for you. Leave now and I won't kill you." Lin Haoyan said coldly, "But I'm going to kill you." His face was ferocious as he charged forward, his body crackling with lightning. As he approached Yinan, his 5 fingers transformed into claws, hurtling towards Yinan. No one could see clearly how Lin Haoyan made his move. By the time they realized what was happening, Lin Haoyan was already in front of Yinan and was aiming straight for Yinan's heart. "Watch out!" Everyone else saw it and immediately shouted a warning, mainly because they saw Yinan standing still, completely oblivious. Just as the lightning claw was about to pierce Yinan's heart, Yinan suddenly looked at Lin Haoyan. Lin Haoyan felt that he was already very fast, but at this moment he found that Yinan seemed to be even faster, grabbing Lin Haoyan's hand at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Before the other party could react, Yinan crushed their wrist. Lin Haoyan roared in pain. Before he could react, Yinan grabbed Lin Haoyan's hand again and shook it up and down. Lin Haoyan landed, creating a crater in the ground. Then, it was thrown up again and landed once more, making the crater in the ground even bigger. After being dumped more than 10 times, Lin Haoyan was in a terrible state, covered in injuries, with all his bones shattered. Yinan threw the other person away. Lin Haoyan landed on the ground, but he didn't stop the moment he hit the ground. Instead, the powerful impact plowed a trench in the ground. Chapter 454 Inspector. Finally, Lin Hao stopped, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Li Xiaozi immediately sent someone to check on the other party's injuries. His meridians were completely severed, and he had become a cripple. These words spread throughout the entire venue. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent. No one expected that Lin Haoyan would be so powerless against Yinan. Li Zixing and the others' expressions changed. The most shocked person was Li Xiaozi. Others might not know who Lin Haoyan is, but he knows him very well. When Li Zixing called for help from the Li family in Hong Kong, he came to Yangzhou to prove himself. Just to be on the safe side, he called Lin Haoyan along. The opponent is a veteran master in Hong Kong, over 40 years old, and has no rivals except for his master. This young man was able to cripple Lin Haoyan so easily. He was clearly no ordinary person. You actually dared to cripple Brother Lin. You're dead, Li Xiaozi said viciously. The next second, Yinan arrived in front of Li Xiaozi. They moved there almost instantly, before anyone else could react. Li Xiaozi was completely taken aback. He was startled when he saw Yinan approach him. You? What are you going to do? Yinan said. Since you've come to stand up for Li Zixing, I certainly won't let you off the hook. Li Xiaozi gritted his teeth and said, You dare? Do you know who I am? I am from the Li family of Hong Kong Island. You dare to touch me. Upon hearing the name of the Li family from Hong Kong Island, everyone realized what was going on. That's the Li family, the largest conglomerate in Hong Kong. It possesses half of Hong Kong Island, and more importantly, because Hong Kong Island is an island, it is far away, making it difficult for the War Department and the Dragon Pavilion to manage. This led to Hong Kong Island becoming virtually autonomous. The Li family were essentially local tyrants. Many people know that Li Zixing is backed by people from Hong Kong Island, but no one expected that it would be the Li family. Not wanting to put Yinan in a difficult position, Xiao Haiqiang immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, the Li family is not so easy to deal with. My suggestion is that we should forget about it. Li Xiaozi immediately said, That's right. If you touch me, you will have to bear the wrath of the Li family. Yinan grabbed Li Xiaozi by the neck and lifted him up. Anger? This matter originally had nothing to do with you, but you insisted on coming to your deaths. You dare touch me? I'm a member of the Li family. My father is Li Tianyang. Without saying a word, Yinan snapped Li Xiaozi's neck. Then, he released his grip, and Li Xiaozi's body fell to the ground. At this moment, everyone's face turned ugly. Li Xiaozi had already exposed his identity and was being killed without any regard for the other party's feelings. This person is far too arrogant. Xiao Haiqiang was at a loss for words. Li Zixing was standing to the side. He originally thought that with young Master Li taking action, they would definitely be able to deal with the other party, but now, his face was extremely ugly. How dare you? Yinan looked at Li Zixing and slapped him, turning him into a bloody mist. Hua Tianxiong, Sun Sancher, and the others were so terrified that their legs began to tremble. However, Sun Sancher still has people. Lord Yagyu, it's your turn to make a move. The other party immediately replied, I am no match for him. Sun Sancher panicked. Lord Yagyu, you haven't even made a move yet. How can you know you're no match for him? The other party coldly retorted, I said no, so it's no. Then he turned around and was about to leave with his people. But then, Yinan appeared in front of them. The man addressed as Lord Yagyu was named Yagyu Tatsuya. He said to Yinan, Sir, we didn't make a move, there was no conflict, and we're leaving now. How about we just leave each other alone and call it a day? Yinan coldly said, You are Japanese, so you deserve to die. Ria Yagyu also looked at Yinan. You brat, don't take yourself too seriously. The Yagyu family of Japan is not someone to be trifled with. Yinan said, But I'm determined to provoke them. He acted directly, grabbing Yagyu Ria's head and crushing it into bloody pulp before collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, The other Ronin drew their swords and attacked. But Yi Nin was faster. He kicked the knife at the waist of Lu Shenglong's corpse. The samurai sword spun and flew out. Click, click, click. He beheaded several Ronin. Soon, they all collapsed to the ground. Then, Yi Nin looked at Hua Tianxiong and Sun Sanshi. The two were terrified. They didn't want to die, so they immediately knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, we were wrong. We are willing to give up our family fortune, just to ask you to spare our lives. That's right. Yi Nin looked at the two of them and said, you two are here to avenge the Zhang family, and I'm scared. After saying that, he severed their necks with a single palm strike. Everyone present gasped in shock. Mr. Yi was truly ruthless. He killed without hesitation. Of the 5 major families, 4 have been completely wiped out. Huang Fujing stood in the crowd, extremely excited. Huang Fufeng whispered, Father, isn't what Mr. Yi did going too far? He killed so many people, he's bound to face retaliation. The old man turned and glanced at his good-for-nothing son. Let me tell you, no matter what happens, our Huangfu family will unconditionally support Mr. Yi. If you have any other ideas, I will be the first to cripple your son. Huang Fufeng panicked. Dad, I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it. The old man snorted coldly. At this moment, Xiao Haiqiang was panicking. Mr. Yi had done something too big this time. The relationship between Lung Court and Hong Kong Island was never very good. Now that Li Xiaozhou is dead here, Li Tianyong will definitely not let this go. He hesitated, wondering how to tell Longu about this. At that moment, Longu called on his own initiative. Xiao Haiqiang thought Longu was coming to hold him accountable, but when he heard what was said on the phone, he was dumbfounded. At this moment, Huang Fufeng led his men forward and approached Yi Nin. Mr. Yi, please give us your instructions on what to do next. Yi Nin said, take over all the assets of the Hua family, the Li family, and the Sun family. From now on, there will be no more families in Yangzhou. Huang Fufeng was taken aback. Then, what about our Huangfu family? Yi Nin said, I have my own plans. You'll find out later. Huang Fufeng nodded and immediately led his men to handle the matter. Now that the heads of the 3 major families are dead, it would be incredibly easy to control them. It would be effortless. At this moment, Xiao Haiqiang approached Yi Nin. Mr. Yi, would you like to talk? Yi Nin looked at Xiao Haiqiang. I was just thinking of having a chat with you, so you go first. Xiao Haiqiang said, it's like this, Mr. Yi. The Dragon Pavilion already knows what you've done and is preparing to offer you the position of inspector. Chapter 455 Dragon Pavilion's Little Intentions. Yi Nin thought that the Dragon Pavilion would target him, but unexpectedly, they gave him the position of inspector. What does Dragon Pavilion mean? Li Tianyong will find out sooner or later that he killed Li Xiaozhou. Then comes Li Tianyong's counterattack. If Yi Nin didn't have the connection with the Dragon Pavilion, Li Tianyong would definitely have taken action at all costs. But with this connection, Li Tianyong would be more cautious and wouldn't act rashly. Could it be that someone inside the Dragon Pavilion is protecting him? Who exactly is this person? Yi Nin asked. I'm asking you. Who is the high-ranking person you have close communication with? Xiao Haiqiang said. The person I've been in contact with is a secretary named Zhang, but I don't know her real name. Yi Nin was stunned. This shouldn't be the case. If Xiao Haiqiang was given such an important position, then the people behind him must have been in contact with him. But now Xiao Haiqiang only knows that this person's surname is Zhang. This isn't right. Xiao Haiqiang immediately said, Mr. Yi, I absolutely did not lie to you. If I did, may I die a horrible death. Also, here's my call log. Please take a look. After saying this, Xiao Haiqiang found his contacts and handed the phone to Yi Nin. Yi Nin took the phone and made a call to the other party. The other party answered immediately, and a man's voice came through the phone. How did things go? Yi Nin asked, Who are you? The voice on the other end of the phone asked, And who are you? Yi Nin said, I am Yi Nin. The other party smiled and said, So it's you. Xiao Haiqiang must have told you, right? From now on, you will be the Dragon Pavilion inspector. Yi Nin asked, Why are you giving me this position? The other party said, Dragon Pavilion has seen everything you have done. We have known about what happened in Yangzhou for a long time, but we didn't know how to deal with it. Your appearance has solved the problem, but you killed some people, and you will be retaliated against by some people. So Dragon Pavilion wants to protect you. Yinan pondered, why would the Dragon Pavilion protect him? Was it merely because he had wiped out several major families? Do you have any questions? The other party continued to ask. Yinan said, no. The other person smiled and said, then it's all right. Yinan knew there was something wrong with this matter, but he also knew that no matter what he said now, the other party would just brush it off, so he stopped asking. Being an inspector is fine too. With that identity, Yinan can do many things. Meanwhile, Yinan confirmed that the other party probably did not know that he was Yi Qingsong. If they had known he was Yi Qingsong, they wouldn't have gone to all this trouble. Yi Qingsong's name was only revealed in Zhongzhou and Tianzhou. Both of these states have their own governors, and both have good relations with him. They probably won't reveal their identities. Only after arriving in Yangzhou did Xiao Haiqiang have many contacts with the Dragon Pavilion. However, since Yinan did not reveal his identity to Xiao Haiqiang, the other party has no idea that he is Yi Qingsong. Therefore, the Dragon Pavilion should also be unaware of this. Okay, Inspector Yi. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. By the way, you can call me Secretary Zhang, just like Haiqiang does. Good. Yinan handed the phone to Xiao Haiqiang and asked, may I ask what rank this inspector is? Xiao Haiqiang said, they have no rank, are unofficial staff, and have no power, but if someone touches the inspector, it's the same as attacking the Dragon Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Yinan already knew what the Dragon Pavilion was thinking. The relationship between Hong Kong Island and Lung Court can be described as quite delicate. Because of the Li family's existence, the Lung Gu has never been able to interfere in Hong Kong Island. Dragon Pavilion needs an opportunity. Now that he has killed Li Shaozi, this is actually a good thing for the Dragon Pavilion. An opportunity has arrived. The weaker the Li family's power, the happier the Dragon Pavilion will be. Logically speaking, if Yinan killed Li Shaozi, Li Tianyang would definitely take action. Now that Longa has appointed Yinan as the inspector, this is undoubtedly going against Li Tianyang. If you, Li Tianyang, dare not make a move, it means that our Dragon Pavilion is superior to you. But if you, Li Tianyang, take action, then this matter cannot be resolved so easily. You killed our Dragon Pavilion's inspector, and we, the Dragon Pavilion, will retaliate against you. To put it bluntly, Yinan was used as a tool. Yinan said, let's talk about other things. Xiao Haiqiang nodded. Mr. Yi, please go ahead. Although the Dragon Pavilion is full of cunning old foxes, Xiao Haiqiang can use them, but cannot completely trust them. I want to establish a power here in Yangzhou, called the Azure Gate. Yinan wanted to restart the Azure Gate. It seemed that a single immortal healer's clinic wasn't enough to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, so Yinan restarted the Green Gate. He refused to believe that the masterminds behind the scenes wouldn't show themselves. To build influence, one needs the consent of the local state governor. When Yinan was in Tianbei before, it was just a small-scale affair. The reason Yinan chose to reopen Qingmen in Yangzhou was because he valued the medicinal herbs available there. It's important to understand that for a power to rise to prominence in the shortest possible time, it needs a large amount of resources. Yangzhou is a place of outstanding people and abundant resources, with medicinal herbs growing everywhere, making it the best choice to go there. The core support base is the Huangfu family. If the Huangfu family takes over the businesses of other families, then there will be a large number of people. Among these people, there were only outsiders. Outsiders join the family because of the resources available. If they can join several major families because of resources, then joining the Green Clan is also an option. Upon hearing this, Xiao Haiqiang immediately replied, of course, I will cooperate fully. Yinan nodded. Xiao Haiqiang smiled and said, Mr. Yi, I'll go take care of it right away. Yinan nodded. Okay. After Xiao Haiqiang left, Yinan returned to Su Wanfeng and said, wife, the opening ceremony is over. Now it's up to you to take care of the business. Su Wanfeng nodded. No problem. You can watch your wife from now on. When the Huangfu family made their move, they wiped out 3 families. The remaining forces of the 3 major families are still trying to find a solution. However, they were all captured and imprisoned by the Huangfu family in cooperation with the people of the prefecture. The Sun family was the first to perish. Next up is the Li family. The Li family also resisted fiercely, But when they heard that the patriarch was dead, they all completely lost their will to fight. Soon, the Li family was destroyed. Of the three major families, two have been wiped out in succession, leaving only the Hua family. Hua Qingming learned of his father's death early on, and also knew that the Huangfu family was going to take action against them. He told the others to take his mother away, while he went to the back mountain to find Yi Xinran. Hua Qingming strode over and shouted, "Xinran, something bad has happened. Something has happened to our Hua family. If you haven't broken through to the Grandmaster level yet, come out quickly and leave with me." However, Hua Qingming called out several times, but there was no response. Immediately, Hua Qingming prepared to push open the stone door, thinking that Yi Xinran had fainted due to cultivation. He had just arrived at the stone gate. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. It rises without wind. A spiritual aura emanated from all around. The powerful force sent Hua Qingming flying. Then, the stone gate exploded open. Yi Xinran came out. At this moment, she had fully entered the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 456, 9 Dragon Mountain. Yi Xinran has already reached the Grandmaster level. An invisible aura permeated her body. Upon seeing this, Hua Qingming immediately stepped forward and excitedly exclaimed, "Xinran, you've broken through?" Yi Xinran nodded. "Yes, Qingming, why were you shouting just now? Did something happen?" Hua Qingming hurriedly said, "Xinran, let's leave the Hua family quickly. My father is dead, and people will be coming to ransack the house soon." Yi Xinran was slightly taken aback when she heard this. The Hua family was gone. Who did it? You have to understand that the Hua family is one of the most prominent families in Yangzhou. How could they just disappear like that? Could it be that the Hua family has offended some important figure in Shanghai or Longdu? What exactly happened? Hua Qingming then recounted everything that had happened. Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals? Yi Xinran's expression changed drastically. She never expected that the Hua family was destroyed by Yi Nan. This guy must have used Yi Qingsang's power again. Damn it. This bastard is making things difficult for her. She has just entered the Grandmaster realm, and now she should use a large amount of herbs to improve herself. With the Hua family destroyed, where will she get medicinal herbs? Hua Qingming nodded. That's right, it's Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Xinran, let's go quickly. We absolutely cannot fall into their hands, otherwise, we will die. Yi Xinran nodded. Let's go, Qingming. Hua Qingming smiled and nodded, then turned and left. The next second, a fist pierced through Hua Qingming's abdomen. Hua Qingming's face showed an expression of disbelief. "Xinran, you." Finally, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yi Xinran stood behind Hua Qingming and said coldly, "Don't blame me. Who told your Hua family to be so fragile?" Afterwards, Yi Xinran quickly left the place. If nothing else happens, Yi Xinran will definitely leave Yangzhou directly, away from this place of trouble, and wait until she is strong enough before seeking revenge on Yi Nan. However, when Yi Xinran learned that Yi Nan had actually killed Li Shaozi, her expression gradually became quite interesting. She used to be someone who frequented the entertainment industry, and she had heard of Li Shaozi before. This man is the son of the Li family in Hong Kong. By killing Li Shaozi, Yi Nan was essentially offending the Li family. Next, the Li family will definitely not let Yi Nan off the hook. Although Yi Qingsang is there, Yi Nan will definitely not die, but if the Li family makes a move, Yi Nan will be severely injured even if he doesn't die. She decided to stay in Yangzhou for a few days and wait and see. Perhaps she would witness a good show. Meanwhile, on Hong Kong Island, Li Tianyang, a middle-aged man with a slick-back hairstyle, was sitting on the sofa smoking a cigar. He is different from ordinary wealthy people. Ordinary wealthy people exude the air of nouveau riche. However, Li Tianyang exuded an aura of royalty. After all, the Li family had dominated Hong Kong Island for 200 or 300 years. The Li family is a family that has absolute authority. They were local tyrants. Now, a man rushed in. He was an elderly man. This person followed Li Shaozi to Yangzhou. However, he remained in the car the whole time. Li Tianyang turned his head slightly, looked at the other person, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Why are you in such a panic?" The other person said anxiously, "Master, something terrible has happened." Li Tianyang coldly asked, "What's wrong?" The other person said, Xiaoza is dead. What? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang's face immediately turned grim. The other party probably wouldn't lie to him. What exactly happened? The other party then recounted what had happened in Yangzhou. Li Tianyang's face darkened further, and he plopped down on the sofa. Anyone else would have had an emotional breakdown, but Li Tianyang didn't. Who were the people who killed Xiaoza? Li Tianyang asked. The other person said, a person named Yinan. Li Tianyang coldly said, a life for a life. The other party killed my son, so I must kill him. Send someone to kill him. I can't kill him, Patriarch. The other party said, the Dragon Pavilion recently appointed him as an inspector. Li Tianyang clenched his fists and cursed, damn Dragon Pavilion. They actually pulled this stunt, damn it. He naturally knew the reason why the Dragon Pavilion did this. It was to put pressure on the Li family. Over the years, Longa has been trying to put pressure on the Li family. However, he always adhered to the principle of never provoking the Dragon Pavilion. As long as the Dragon Pavilion was not given a chance, they would be helpless. Moreover, he never prevented the Li family from Hong Kong Island from traveling to Dashajiuzhou. This time it was Yangzhou. The subordinate families of the Li family encountered some difficulties, so he sent people there. He sent his son and Lin Haoyin along. I thought I could easily resolve this matter, but who knew such a change would occur? Right now, the Li family cannot take action against the murderer. If they do, the Dragon Pavilion can intervene, and then the Li family's path to becoming the local tyrant of Hong Kong Island will be in jeopardy. But this grudge cannot go unavenged. What's the name of the man who killed my son? Li Tianyang asked. The other person replied, Yinan. Li Tianyang murmured, Yinan. After calling out the name, his eyes narrowed into a straight line. Where is Haoyin? Li Tianyang asked. The other person replied, he's dead too. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang fell into deep thought. Get the car ready for me. I need to go find old Zhou. The Li family cannot act openly, but they can instigate others to do so. If it were just Xiaoza who died, he would need to plan carefully and hire an assassin. But now that Haoyin is also dead, things are much easier. Lin Haoyin was the beloved disciple of Zhou Huiguang. The other party died in Yangzhou. Old Zhou would definitely not stand idly by. With Elder Zhou taking action, he will surely be able to suppress that man named Yinan. I'll also help him get revenge. In that case, even the Dragon Pavilion wouldn't be able to protect Yinan. Soon, Li Tianyang boarded a Rolls-Royce and headed to Jiulong Mountain. Kowloon Mountain, Hong Kong Island. Legend has it that this mountain was formed from the battle between 9 divine dragons and an evil god. In the end, the dragons killed the evil god, but they were also exhausted and unable to fly away, so they landed and turned into the mountain. The Rolls-Royce quickly stopped next to a Taoist temple. After getting out of the car, Li Tianyang walked straight inside. When the young Taoist saw Li Tianyang, he quickly bowed. Seeing this, Li Tianyang said, Go and inform old Zhou that I have something to talk to him about. The young Taoist nodded and quickly went inside. After a long while, an elderly man with gray hair came out. He was Zhou Huiguang, the master of the 9 Dragons Taoist temple. Upon seeing Zhou Huiguang, Li Tianyang immediately stepped forward and said, Old Zhou, something terrible has happened. Zhou Huiguang said, Are you trying to say that Haoyin is dead? Li Tianyang was surprised that the other party already knew, and he nodded. Zhou Huiguang sighed. I knew long ago that he would encounter calamity on this trip, and I told him long ago not to go down the mountain, but he didn't listen and insisted on seeking death. Chapter 457, The Worst Luck. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang thought that old Zhou was not going to avenge his disciple, which meant that he would also have no way to avenge his son. Old Zhou, why didn't you stop Haoyin? Zhou Huiguang smiled and said, I couldn't stop him. It's his fate. Li Tianyang said, Old Zhou, are you just going to watch Haoyin die like this? If others see you like this, they will think you are afraid. He had to get old Zhou to take action. Otherwise, what would happen to his son's revenge? Zhou Huiguang looked at Li Tianyang. Your son is gone too? Li Tianyang nodded. Don't worry, I will avenge this. Zhou Huiguang said, Help me issue a challenge. This person was able to kill my disciple, so he must be a martial arts master. Li Tianyang immediately replied, Yes, Elder Zhou. Then Li Tianyang led his men away. Zhou Huiguang then returned to the Taoist temple. Divination for oneself. He placed the copper coin inside the tortoise shell, shook it, and the coin fell to the ground. The divination result is unclear. Zhou Huiguang then took out the divination tube and shook it again. Finally, a stick was drawn. A very bad omen. Seeing this, Zhou Huiguang sighed. The young Taoist priest entered. Elder Zhou, are you really going to go down the mountain? Zhou Huiguang nodded. Let's go down the mountain. The young Taoist said anxiously. Elder Zhou, you can't go down the mountain. If you leave and make a move, what will happen to the Nine Dragons Taoist temple? Zhou Huiguang smiled and said, I am a lucky person and will be safe from harm. The young Taoist cried, Master Zhou, you're lying to me. Last time I secretly saw you casting a divination for yourself, and the result was terrible. This time, the result is also terrible, and even the divination slip is the worst possible one. This means that, Master Zhou, your journey down the mountain will be fraught with danger, and you may very well lose your life because of it. Zhou Huiguang felt embarrassed. He had previously consulted a fortune teller, who predicted that he might perish. So he stayed hidden in Jiulong Mountain and didn't go anywhere else. He didn't believe that anything could happen to him in Jiulong Mountain. Furthermore, he required that his subordinates not leave Jiulong Mountain. But despite all his calculations, he never anticipated that his apprentice, Hao Yin, would sneak out and lose his life. Today he calculated the outcome of his trip. No matter how you calculate it, going there is a dead end. He had no choice but to go, because no matter how he calculated it, he would choose to go. Who told him to be third on the dragon list? Hong Kong Island's #1 master. He cares about his image. If he doesn't go, how can he maintain his title as the third-ranked and first-ranked on the Hong Kong Island dragon list? Everyone is bound to die. You have seen that the divination shows that I will die, so I will definitely die. The young Taoist boy burst into tears. He was only a teenager and had been raised by Zhou Huiguang, who was like a grandfather to him. How could he accept seeing his grandfather die? Zhou Huiguang comforted him. All right, stop crying. But there's one thing you must remember. If I die, don't think about revenge. Just take good care of this Taoist temple. The young Taoist nodded upon hearing this. But Zhou Huiguang sighed deeply. Because he had also told the child's fortune. The other party will also die because of this. That's just fate. Heaven has come to take them away. Meanwhile, the news that Zhou Huiguang, the top martial arts master in Hong Kong, was going to challenge Nanfeng Pharmaceutical spread throughout the entire Great Xia. Fearing that Zhou Huiguang wouldn't go, Li Tianyong used his wealth and connections to his advantage. He wanted everyone to know about this, so that Zhou Huiguang would have no choice but to go. Zhou Huiguang is a name familiar to everyone. He is the third strongest on the dragon ranking. Is the other party challenging Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals? What exactly is Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals? Could he be a martial arts master surnamed Nanfeng, named Igua? I don't think so. This does resemble a company. That's really strange. Why would Zhou Huiguang declare war on such a company? The battle took place in Yangzhou. Interesting. Many martial artists are preparing to go and watch the battle. At that moment, Yinan naturally received a challenge letter sent by Li Tianyong. He didn't care at all. He killed Lin Haoyin because Lin Haoyin was courting death. If Zhou Huiguang also wants to die, Yinan wouldn't mind sending him to his death. Upon learning of this, Xiao Haiqiang immediately came to find Yinan. Mr. Yi, Zhou Huiguang has arrived. Yinan nodded. I know. Xiao Haiqiang said. Zhou Huiguang is among the top 3 on the dragon ranking. Aren't you afraid? Yinan said. Why should I be afraid? Xiao Haiqiang was dumbfounded. Why should he be afraid? Of course, it's because the opponent is strong, you are no match for them, and you might lose your life because of it, so why be afraid? Mr. Yi, I advise you to use whatever trump cards you have as soon as possible. You must take this matter very seriously. Zhou Huiguang is very strong. If you can find someone ranked at the top of the dragon ranking to help you, you might still survive. If not, you're doomed. Damn it. I really didn't expect Zhou Huiguang to be so disgusting. His disciple came to cause trouble and was killed, but he actually had the nerve to seek revenge. No, I have to report this to the Dragon Pavilion. You are the Dragon Pavilion inspector, they will definitely not sit idly by. Yinan did not refuse and let the other party make the call. Soon, Xiao Haicheng returned, looking very unwell. Upon seeing the other party, Yinan asked, "What did Dragon Pavilion say?" Xiao Haicheng said awkwardly. Secretary Zhang said that Zhou Huiguang has not made a move yet. He said that as long as the other party does not make a move, he may not make a move against Yinan. In that case, Dragon Pavilion cannot make a move. Yinan wasn't surprised by this result. So, what the Dragon Pavilion means is that they will only take action if Zhou Huiguang actually kills me, right? Xiao Haicheng nodded. That's roughly the idea. Yinan smiled and said, "All right, you can go now." Xiao Haicheng knew he had no face to stay any longer, so he could only leave quickly. He felt that Longa had acted very irrationally this time. What's the point of you showing up when everyone's dead? As soon as Xiao Haicheng left, Huang Fufeng arrived. "Mr. Yi, we have already taken over all the wealth of the Sun, Zhang, Hua, and Li families into the Huangfu family. What should we do next?" Yinan looked at Huang Fufeng and said, "I want to build a force called Qingmen. The Huangfu family will be fully responsible for the construction process." "Yes," Huang Fufeng replied directly. His father said that Mr. Ye's orders must be obeyed and absolutely cannot be resisted. He had to do whatever the other person said. "From now on, your Huangfu family will be incorporated into the Qingmen," Huang Fufeng said. "However, Mr. Yi, to attract others to join a force, you need to offer something attractive, and our Huangfu family doesn't have that." Yinan said, "Your Huangfu family doesn't have it, but I do." Then, he took out a brown pill. This pill is called the Qi Gathering Pill. It is a product of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical. You can spread the word that anyone who joins the Qingmen sect will receive a Qi Gathering Pill. This pill can help someone step into the realm of external martial arts. Chapter 458, Yi Xinran's Visit. Upon hearing this, Huang Fufeng's eyes widened. Just one pill could allow one to step into the realm of external martial arts. Such a pill was an absolute treasure, a closely guarded secret among the major sects. With such an elixir, establishing a sect would be incredibly easy. But isn't this too much of a bargain for others? If these pills were sold, each one could fetch over 1 million, and there would definitely be a scramble to buy them. It's important to understand that the gap between ordinary people and martial artists is enormous, almost like a chasm. It's not that ordinary people don't want to become martial artists, but rather that becoming a martial artist is too difficult. Many ordinary people are rich, but because they lack the physical aptitude, they cannot become martial artists. Just like their Huangfu family. His father was just an ordinary person, and his son was also an ordinary person. There was no martial artist in his generation. It was only in the 3rd generation, when his younger brother married an ordinary martial artist, that the first person to become a martial artist after only a little training was born. This shows how difficult it was. Yinan saw Huang Fufeng's gaze and handed the pill to him. "Consider this a reward for you. If you handle things well in the future, I can make your entire Huangfu family martial artists." Huang Fufeng took the pill and examined it carefully. When he heard Yinan's words, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. If the entire Huangfu family could become martial artists, that would be wonderful. From now on, the Huangfu family will no longer be a simple business family, but a martial arts family. The difference between the two is enormous. Although the Huangfu family was one of the 5 great families in Yangzhou, they were nothing special in other states. "Really? Mr. Yi," Yinan said, "why would I need to lie to you?" Huang Fufeng immediately shook his head. "Of course not." Yinan said, "Take the pill first." Without saying a word, Huang Fufeng swallowed the pill. In an instant, he felt a warm current surging through his body. There is a difference between Qi Gathering Pill and Body Tempering Pill. The latter includes all the functions of the former. However, ordinary people cannot take the Body Tempering Pill. Soon, Huang Fufeng felt a surge of power within his body. Puff! Huang Fufeng let out a fart. Moreover, this fart smells terrible. Huang Fufeng felt embarrassed. Although he was not a martial artist, he knew something about martial arts. What he had just heard was not an ordinary fart, but the body releasing impurities. "Mr. Yi, I'll go out for a bit." Yinan said, "Let's go straight home. Just don't forget what I just said." "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will definitely not forget," Huang Fufeng said, then left, clutching his buttocks. If he hadn't left soon, he might have really soiled himself there. Yinan was about to go back to find Su Wanfeng. At this moment, Wang Heng walked in and said, "Sect Master, Yi Xinran has arrived." Yinan hadn't heard the Yi family members' names in a long time. "Just kick them out," Wang Heng said with difficulty. "Sect Master, Yi Xinran has also stepped into the martial arts grandmaster realm. We are no match for her." Yinan frowned slightly. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Yinan, do you really not want to see me?" Then Yi Xinran walked in, looking at Yinan triumphantly. Upon seeing the other person, Yinan coldly said, "You'd better get out before I get angry. I don't want to see any members of the Yi family." Yi Xinran laughed and said, "Yinan, how can you be so rude to me? I'm practically your older sister. I heard that Zhou Huiguang is going to make a move against your Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. You've really got some nerve, daring to attack Zhou Huiguang's apprentice. Now you've provoked a big shot. Let's see what you do next." Yinan coldly replied, "These things have nothing to do with you." Yi Xinran smiled and said, "How can it have nothing to do with me? If you have something to do with me, then this matter has something to do with me, understand? If you beg me now, I can help suppress Zhou Huiguang together with Wang Heng and the others." She hated Yao Yuntian and wanted to kill him. But she wouldn't kill Yinan. Instead, she wanted to possess him. Yinan coldly said, "I said I don't need it. Get out of here." Yi Xinran smiled and said, "Yinan, I know you have Mr. Yi backing you up, but Mr. Yi can't always back you up. If you still expect Mr. Yi to help you with this kind of thing, what qualifications do you have to work under Mr. Yi?" Yinan said to Wang Heng, "Get this woman out of here." Wang Heng took direct action, and Huolong and Zhang Baixue also appeared. They surrounded Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran naturally sensed the aura emanating from these three people. There were actually two martial arts masters among them, meaning Wang Heng's strength was approaching that of a martial arts master. She was no match for him. Yi Xinran still has a very clear understanding of herself. She immediately said to Yinan, "Yi Qingcang is indeed strong, but he doesn't always make a move, and Wang Heng and the others definitely can't stop Zhou Huiguang." Without wasting words, Wang Heng and his two companions made their move. Upon seeing this, Yi Xinran's expression hardened, and she immediately turned to leave. Fine, I'll leave. Why be so aggressive? Yinan, I'll wait until you beg me." Yi Xinran left very soon. Yinan was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. At this moment, Zhang Baixue stepped forward and said, "Sect Leader Yi." Yinan looked at the other person and asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhang Baixue said, "I heard from Xiang Yi that she feels like someone is following her lately, and I want to go back to Zhongzhou to check on her." Yinan said, "Go ahead." Previously, he had only given Xiang Yi a bracelet. He has no way of knowing whether the other party is in danger. It's likely that Xiang Yi wasn't mistaken about being followed. You see, the medicine he prepared for Xiang Yi was a treasure. If anyone coveted it, it would be troublesome. I wonder how the other person is doing now. However, sending Zhang Baixue to protect her should not pose any problems. Be very careful, and if you encounter trouble, protect yourself. Yes, Sect Master. Zhang Baixue left. At this moment, Huolong also spoke up, saying, "Sect Master, I have investigated the Japanese people that the Sun family brought in, and I have found out the truth." After Yinan killed those people, he asked Huolong to investigate who they were. After all, the Japanese are truly treacherous and cunning, and we must be wary of them. Explain. Those people are from the Yagyu family of Japan. The family's headquarters in Shanghai is located in Great Xia. Huolong recounted what he had investigated. Yinan said, "I understand. Keep a close eye on them. If they do anything rash, eliminate them immediately." Huolong nodded. Yinan left to find Su Wanfeng. "Honey, leave the Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals business to me from now on. You just focus on your pregnancy." Chapter 459, Chu Xiangyi ambushed. Su Wanfeng nodded. She is indeed no longer suitable for work. If we encounter the same situation again, that would be troublesome. Now she's just waiting for the baby to be born before making any further plans. "Honey, that Zhou Huiguang, can you beat him?" Yinan said, "Yes." Su Wanfeng smiled and said, "That's good." Yinan said, "You don't need to worry about fighting at all, honey. I'm invincible." Su Wanfeng said, "How can I not worry? Although you are invincible, there are always times when you crash and burn. In the future, I still hope that you will make fewer enemies, which is good for you, me, and the children. Yinan nodded and smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you. Just as Su Wanfeng was about to continue speaking, she felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. I don't know what's wrong with me lately, but I've been feeling nauseous all the time. Yinan smiled and said, that's because we're already in the second trimester. In a while, we'll be able to see our baby. Su Wanfeng exclaimed excitedly, really? Yinan said, of course it's true. Su Wanfeng reached out and stroked her belly. Baby, be good. Mommy will not do anything from now on. I will just focus on taking care of you. Yinan smiled when he saw Su Wanfeng's maternal side. He was determined to protect Wanfeng and the children and would absolutely not allow anyone to hurt them. There are now 2 days left until the duel with Zhou Huiguan. Yinan didn't care. He was more concerned about the establishment of the bamboo gate. After Huang Fufeng returned home, he went to the outhouse and relieved himself for an hour or two before coming out. The rest of the Huangfu family thought Huang Fufeng had contracted some kind of illness. Even Huang Fujing was alarmed. But when they saw Huang Fufeng walk out unharmed, they were all stunned. I've had so many bowel movements, but I'm not weak at all. However, it was covered in a dark, unsightly substance, like feces, and it smelled terrible. Everyone immediately covered their noses and mouths. How can someone poop on themselves like that? That's disgusting. Could it be that he fell into a cesspool? But they have a toilet in their house. How can I get in? Unless you stand on it and step in. But the problem is, you can't step into it. The crowd thought of one possibility. Could it be that Huang Fufeng had grabbed some excrement and smeared it on himself? That's disgusting. Huang Fufeng ignored everyone else and went to take a bath immediately. After feeling refreshed, Huang Fufeng changed into clean clothes and came out. His wife stepped forward and said, tell me, what were you doing in the toilet just now? Huang Fufeng smiled and asked, do you see any difference between me and before? His wife retorted, what makes you any different? Aren't you still you? Looking at his son, Huang Fujing felt that something was different. He seemed to have become younger, with fewer wrinkles and smoother skin. At this moment, a young girl in the crowd spoke up. Uncle seems to be a martial artist. This young girl is the only martial artist in the Huangfu family. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They all knew what this meant. It's quite strange that Huang Fufeng, at such an advanced age, would suddenly become a martial artist. Huang Fufeng laughed and said, none of you have a sharp eye, not even a little girl. That's right, I am a martial artist now. His wife exclaimed in shock. You've become a martial artist? You're so old. How could you possibly become a martial artist? Huang Fufeng and his brothers were also shocked. Brother, what's going on? When you left home today, you weren't a martial artist yet. How did you become one now? Huang Fufeng smiled and said, that's because I have the bearing of a martial artist. Huang Fujing approached Huang Fufeng and asked, tell me the truth, what exactly happened? Huang Fufeng said, Father, then naturally I have the bearing of a martial artist. Huang Fujing punched Huang Fufeng. Speak like a human being. I gave birth to you, and I know you best. You could never have the appearance of a martial artist. Huang Fufeng dared not act rashly and told his father exactly what Yinan had said. At that moment, Huang Fujing's eyes widened. Are you telling the truth? Huang Fufeng said, Father, I have no reason to lie to you. At this moment, Huang Fujing's body trembled. Mr. Yi actually has such abilities. That makes sense. Mr. Yi is that woman's son, so it's only natural that he has these abilities. Then, he looked at Huang Fufeng. Mr. Yi asked you to do something, so you must do your best. Do you understand? Huang Fufeng nodded. That's natural. The other members of the Huangfu family looked at Huang Fufeng and asked, can we also take those qi gathering pills? Huang Fufeng smiled and said, of course that's possible. I want to eat. I want to eat it too. The members of the Huangfu family spoke up one after another. Huang Fufeng said, no rush, let's wait until Qing Min is established. Good. Meanwhile, Zhongzhou, the entrance to Central China Medical University. Chu Xiangyu walked out of the laboratory as usual. These past few days, she's felt something's off, as if someone's following her. Therefore, she hasn't dared to stay in the lab lately. Generally, They leave the lab during the day. Not only that, she also told Chu Xiaoquan about it. These days, Chu Xiaoquan personally came to pick up Chu Xiangyi. At that moment, Chu Xiangyi quickly walked to Chu Xiaoquan's car, opened the door, and got in. Dad, drive quickly, get out of here. Chu Xiaoquan smiled and nodded. No problem, Xiangyi. Then he instructed the driver to speed up. They had just left. A person dressed in a black hooded robe walked out. After watching Chu Xiaoquan's car leave, the other party immediately followed. There was more than one person. Suddenly, 3 people appeared from nowhere. Including the first person, there are 4 people in total. Inside the car, Chu Xiaoquan looked at his nervous daughter. Xiangyi, don't be nervous. This car is bulletproof. No one can hurt you. Chu Xiangyi said, Dad, there are some things you can't say like that. I have a feeling something's not right. Chu Xiaoquan smiled and said, Don't be afraid. Dad's here even if the sky falls. Sudden, the driver applied the emergency brakes. Chu Xiaoquan was startled, and his face immediately turned ugly. How can you drive like that? The driver pointed ahead and said, Master Kuan, there's someone blocking our way. Chu Xiaoquan glanced ahead and saw a person dressed in a black robe. He immediately tensed up. This person was clearly no ordinary person. He said to the driver, Ignore him, just hit him first. Upon hearing this, the driver slammed on the gas and sped off. Soon, the vehicle arrived in front of the other person and was about to hit them. The other party made a move, reaching out to grab the front of the car. Chapter 460 George Roosevelt. The speeding vehicle was forced to stop instantly. Due to inertia, the back seats of the vehicle were thrown into the air. Finally, it landed with a thud. Chu Xiaoquan held Chu Xiangyi the whole time, which is why she wasn't injured. But the driver wasn't so lucky. At this moment, the front of the car collapsed. The driver also died as a result, slumped over the steering wheel, lifeless. Before Chu Xiangyi could speak, Chu Xiaoquan comforted her, saying, Xiangyi, don't be afraid. With Dad here, no one can hurt you. In a moment, I'll stop him, and you can just run. Chu Xiangyi said, Dad, I can't leave you behind. Chu Xiaoquan laughed and said, Silly child, there's no such thing as abandoning. It's only natural for a father to protect his daughter. All right, run away now. Then, Chu Xiaoquan opened the car door and got out. Facing the man in black robes, he coldly asked, Who are you? Why are you stopping my vehicle? The man in black robes slapped Chu Xiaoquan, sending him flying. Upon seeing this, Chu Xiangyi shouted, Dad. Chu Xiaoquan collapsed to the ground and could no longer stand up. He could sense the gap between himself and his opponent. He was only an internal energy martial artist, while his opponent's strength had definitely surpassed that of an internal energy martial artist and was comparable to a half-step grandmaster. It's a pity he couldn't protect his daughter. Run! Chu Xiangyi stared at the man in black robes ahead, her pupils trembling. Without any hesitation, she turned and ran. But the next second, from elsewhere, 3 men dressed in black robes appeared and blocked Chu Xiangyi's path. You can't escape. The first man in black robes to appear spoke up. Is Johnny's death related to you? Chu Xiangyi said, I have no idea what you're talking about. What Johnny's? She certainly knew about Johnny's. This person should be the foreigner who appeared with Qi Jiahua. He was later killed by Yinan's brother. These people are here to cause trouble. The man in black robes said coldly, Speak, who killed Johnny? Also, you were the one who concocted that potion, weren't you? Chu Xiangyi forced herself to calm down, then looked around for a way to survive. But at this moment, she found herself with nowhere to retreat. Oh no, now she must ensure that she and her father survive. Who are you? Are you members of the Holy Society like Johnny's? Chu Xiangyi asked. The other party coldly replied, I only want to hear the answer. I don't want to hear any other nonsense. Chu Xiangyi's face was extremely pale. She had a feeling that if she said another word, she would face death. At this moment, she really hoped to see Yinan appear, but unfortunately, her brother Yinan was not in Zhongzhou. Speak, the man in black roared. Chu Xiangyi was extremely nervous. Just then, a sword light suddenly flashed out. He cut all 3 members of the Holy Society in front of her in half at the waist. All that's left are those who are blaming her. The other person's face showed a look of terror, and at the same time, his eyes kept looking around. Before he could react, a figure suddenly attacked. It was Jiang Baixue who struck the opponent's brow with a sword, splitting him in two. Chu Xiangyi was overjoyed to see who it was, thinking it was her brother Yi Nan. But when she realized it was her best friend, she was surprised. Baixue, you are a martial artist? Jiang Baixue smiled and said, I guess so. Are you injured? Chu Xiangyi shook her head excitedly. I'm fine. You came at just the right time. Then, she remembered her father and immediately ran over to Chu Xiaoquan's side. Dad, are you all right? Chu Xiaoquan waved his hand. I'm fine. Then, he looked at Jiang Baixue. As a martial artist, he naturally knew that the other party was not simple. Who is this? Chu Xiangyi introduced. This is my best friend. Chu Xiaoquan quickly said, Thank you for saving my daughter and my life. Jiang Baixue smiled and said, Sect leader Yi sent me. Chu Xiangyi immediately asked, Is it Mr. Yi? Jiang Baixue nodded. That's right. When Mr. Yi learned that Xiangyi was in danger, he asked me to come to Zhongzhou immediately to protect her. Hearing this, Chu Xiangyi felt a warm glow in her heart. It turned out that brother Yinan still cared about her. I will do everything in my power to protect your safety from now on, Jiang Baixue said. Chu Xiangyi nodded. Within the Holy Society, the bald man had a smile on his face. According to his men's reports, they had been keeping an eye on Chu Xiangyi for the past few days. After confirming that there were no experts around her, they decided to take action today and bring the woman back. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have results soon. Once they obtain the potion, their Holy Society will no longer need to stay in this godforsaken place. The Holy Society was originally a Western power, but due to some reasons, it was constantly squeezed out and lost its territory in the West. As a result, they had no choice but to relocate to their current location. Just then, someone rushed in. Something's wrong, President, the other party said. The bald man, also known as George Roosevelt, is the president of the Holy Society. What's wrong? You're not trying to tell me their mission failed, are you? The other party nodded. Just now, I saw the life force of those assassins from the Holy Society disappear. Each member of the Holy Society has a signal device embedded in their body. This signal is connected to the heart. Once the heart stops beating, the signal will dim and go dark. Headquarters will know about this. Xiao Lufu suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with rage. This is impossible. Didn't they say that woman didn't have any important figures with her? How could they have failed? The other person shook their head. I don't know either. Anyway, the people we sent out died. Xiao Luofu sat angrily in his chair. Damn it. The medicine they prepared is extremely important to us. We must get it. That woman must have a skilled fighter by her side. It seems I have no choice but to take action myself. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately said, President, you can't go in person. If something happens to you, our Holy Society will be finished. Moreover, if someone of your level goes to Great Xia, it will definitely attract the attention of the War Department. Xiao Lufu said, There is an old saying in Great Xia, fortune and honor are found in danger. This is an opportunity for our Holy Society to rise. If we seize it firmly, our Holy Society may rise again in the future. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no future. Do you want to stay on this small island forever? Moreover, if others find out about the existence of this potion and get their hands on it before us, we'll be finished too. It's better to strike first. Those around him who heard this also agreed with the chairman's decision. Book me a plane ticket to Great Xia, George Loft said. Yes, Chairman. On the other hand, Yangzhou. It's now overcrowded. The news that Zhou Huiguang was coming to Yangzhou had already spread throughout the martial arts world. There were fewer people than when Yao Yuntian challenged Yi Qingcang. After all, Yi Qingcang is already famous, and Yao Yuntian is also a grandmaster. A duel between two famous grandmasters is bound to be a very exciting battle. And this time, the fact that Zhou Huiguang is targeting a company called Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals is hardly noteworthy. Everyone can guess the outcome, a one-sided massacre by Zhou Huiguang. Going there would be a waste of time. The battle would probably be over in less than half a day. At this moment, on a plane from Hong Kong Island to Yangzhou, Zhou Huiguang and Li Tianyang were both present. Zhou Huiguang was resting with her eyes closed, while Li Tianyang was watching her closely. Old Zhou, What are your chances of winning against Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals this time? He just wanted to chat with old Zhou. Ever since he boarded the plane, Li Tianyang had noticed that old Zhou hadn't said a word. He wanted to have a chat and get him talking. Zhou Huiguang said, less than 10%. Chapter 461, Arriving to Discuss Swords. Li Tianyang's face darkened upon hearing this, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, Master Zhou, you're joking. I think you can definitely suppress that person once you make a move. Zhou Huiguang said, I'm just telling the truth. I'm already overestimating the chances of winning. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll die there this time. At this moment, Li Tianyang didn't know what to say. Zhou Huiguang looked at the other person and said, Don't worry, I've divined for you. You can return to Hong Kong Island safely and without any danger to your life. Li Tianyang still didn't believe what the other party said. Old Zhou doesn't joke like that. Zhou Huiguang didn't say another word, but continued to close her eyes and rest. Li Tianyang, who was standing to the side, also fell silent. But he always felt uneasy. He was familiar with old Zhou's divination skills. The divination results were extremely accurate. If old Zhou predicted that you would die at midnight, then you certainly wouldn't live past midnight. No, I have to think of something. This time it's a competition between the Dragon Pavilion and the Li family. If Elder Zhou loses this time, and he certainly won't attack Yinan again, then he will never be able to hold his head high in front of the Dragon Pavilion again. Perhaps Mr. Zhou was joking. Let's just take it one step at a time. Xiao Haiqiang soon learned that Li Tianyang and Zhou Huiguang had gone to Yangzhou. He immediately told Yi Nin the news. Mr. Yi, Zhou Huiguang has arrived. Inside Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, Xiao Haiqiang saw Yi Nan and immediately spoke. Yi Nin said calmly, You're here, no need to make a fuss. Xiao Haiqiang wanted to advise Yi Nin to find more helpers and not to place his hopes on the Dragon Pavilion. He had figured it out. In the eyes of the Dragon Pavilion, Yi Nin was just a tool that could be sacrificed at will. Now that he saw how confident Yi Nin was, he didn't say anything more. Mr. Yi, do you have any requirements for the battlefield? No need. I can kill him with a flick of my finger. Yi Nin spoke up. These words left Xiao Haiqiang speechless. You can kill with a flick of your finger? Do you really not take Zhou Huiguang seriously? The opponent is the #1 master in Hong Kong. He didn't know what else to say, so he could only clasp his hands together, take his leave, and depart. A day passed quickly. Today is the day that Yi Nan of Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals has challenged Zhou Huiguang to a duel. Because the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, not many people came from outside. After all, the result is already clear. Zhou Huiguang will definitely win. Yi Nin is just some nobody. How could he possibly fight against Zhou Huiguang? Therefore, most of the people who are paying attention to this battle are from Yangzhou. However, they did not know where the two had agreed to fight, so they rushed to Nanfeng Pharmaceutical early in the morning. Soon, the area in front of Nanfeng Pharmacy was packed with people. The Huangfu family maintained order in this area. Watching is fine, but it shouldn't be publicized excessively. Otherwise, just kick them out. Because of the prestige of the Huangfu family, no one dared to act recklessly. Yi Xinran was in the crowd. She's waiting to see what happens. Without Yi Qingsong's help, Yi Nin would be nothing. Zhou Huiguang is definitely not someone Yi Nin can afford to mess with. She had already planned it all out. When Zhou Huiguang tried to kill Yi Nan, she would step in and save him. He can't beat Zhou Huiguang, but he can still save someone. Then she would keep the other person firmly by her side, making them her plaything. Yi Xinran was overjoyed just thinking about it. After this matter is over, she will go to Shanghai or Longdu. Once I've improved my strength a bit more, I'll go and seek revenge on Yao Yintian. There are also some second-rate families. In addition to the 5 major families mentioned earlier, there are also some smaller families in Yangzhou. This includes the Qi family. At this moment, the Qi family members were hiding in the crowd. Master, there's news that Jia Hua has been murdered, and the murderer is someone from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, apparently Yi Nan. Someone said. A middle-aged man, Qi Gongshi, the head of the Qi family, said after hearing what the other person said. What? You want to avenge that guy? I'll give you a chance. Go and kill Yi Nan. Upon hearing this, the other party shut up. No one should mention Qi Jiahua's death again. Just pretend that the Qi family never had such a person. Do you understand? Qi Gongshi said. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the patriarch to say such a thing. Are you worried about Yi Nan's retaliation? It must be said that Yi Nan is indeed powerful, having suppressed the four major families of Yangzhou. Compared to their counterparts, Qi's family was no different from that of ants. However, if Yi Nan were to fight Zhou Huiguang, who is the #1 master in Hong Kong, he would definitely be able to easily suppress Yi Nan. In other words, Yi Nan is going to die soon. So what's there to be afraid of? Someone still spoke up. Patriarch, once Zhou Huiguang arrives, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals will cease to exist. We have nothing to fear. Qi Gongshi turned to look at the person who spoke. How can you be 100% sure that Yi Nan will die? The other party said. Because the person who attacked him was Zhou Huiguang. Qi Gongshi sneered. So what? You underestimate Yi Nan like that. The crowd was at a loss for words. It wasn't that they underestimated Yi Nan, but rather that his opponent was Zhou Huiguang. Zhou Huiguang is the #1 master in Hong Kong, suppressing Hong Kong Island for decades. Although Yi Nan is no ordinary person, he can easily suppress the four major families of Yangzhou. But comparing Yi Nan and Zhou Huiguang is simply incomparable. Alright, no need for further words. Let's watch the show, Qi Gongshi said. The Qi family members also fell silent. They didn't believe Yi Nan could be a match for Zhou Huiguang. I don't know who suddenly shouted that. Look, there's an airplane. When everyone looked up, they saw a helicopter hovering high in the sky. That's the Li family's plane. Could the person inside be Master Zhou? Just then, the helicopter door was then opened. Then Zhou Huiguang appeared in the sky. It really is Master Zhou. He's here. Zhou Huiguang looked around and then laughed. This place is exactly the same as the burial ground described in his divination. That's fine. Old Zhou, we've arrived, Li Tianyang said. Zhou Huiguang nodded, then leaped from the sky and landed perfectly. He stood with his hands behind his back, motionless. All eyes immediately fell on Zhou Huiguang, eager to catch a glimpse of the Grandmaster's demeanor. Yi Xinran's expression changed amidst the crowd. She had thought she could save people from Zhou Huiguang's clutches, but the moment he appeared, that thought vanished completely. Although she and Zhou Huiguang are both martial arts masters. However, the gap between the two can only be described as a chasm. Both are masters, but one is in heaven and the other is on earth. Yi Nan is doomed, and she can't save him. Yi Nan, this is your fate. Xiao Haiqiang was also in the crowd. After witnessing Zhou Huiguang's power, he made a bold decision and immediately dialed Secretary Zhang's number. Secretary Zhang, someone wants to kill Yi Nan. Yi Nan is the inspector of the Dragon Pavilion. Is the Dragon Pavilion really going to sit idly by? On the phone, Secretary Zhang's slow, deliberate voice came through. Haiqiang, I thought you were calling because something important happened, but it's just a small matter. Xiao Haiqiang was stunned. Secretary Zhang, is this a small matter? Someone wants to kill Yi Nan. He is the Dragon Pavilion inspector. If this gets out, it will be a disgrace to the Dragon Pavilion. Secretary Zhang's voice turned cold. I'll say it again. As long as Zhou Huiguang doesn't make a move, he might not make a move at all, and our Dragon Pavilion can't intervene. Xiao Haiqiang was furious when he heard this last time, and he couldn't hold back any longer. What's the point of the Dragon Pavilion intervening if everyone's already dead? Secretary Zhang remained silent for a long time before speaking. Haiqiang, you must remember your position. You are now the governor of Yangzhou, and you should stand on the side of the Dragon Pavilion, understand? Also, Haiqiang, you are the youngest person at this level. Everyone values you highly. You should have a bright future. You shouldn't waste your emotions on this kind of thing. That's all I have to say. Then, Secretary Zhang hung up the phone. Xiao Haiqiang's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing this. He gripped his phone and said, Bullshit. You're just using me as a pawn. Do you really think I don't know anything? But he could only vent his anger with words. He couldn't do anything else. Now, it was up to Mr. Yi to see if he could stop Zhou Huiguang. At that moment, Zhou Huiguang stood with his hands behind his back and shouted, Zhou Huiguang from Hong Kong Island has come to challenge you to a duel. Chapter 462, 9 Dragons Departing from Fire Palm. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the entrance of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, and they guessed that the other party would not dare to show up. That one sentence, uttered with the force of a sword duel, was enough to subdue the entire audience. And just then, at the entrance of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical, Yinan slowly walked out, still dressed as usual. Everyone was shocked when he appeared. They were all terrified by Yinan's audacity. He dares to come out like this, and all by himself. Did he already know he was going to die, so he came out to seek death? Yi Xinran sneered when she saw Yinan. This time, she wanted to see how Yinan would resist. Yinan, without Yi Qingsong, you are nothing. The Qi family was shocked. I thought the person who dared to kill Jia Hua was a big shot, but it turns out he was just a young man. Li Tianyang also stared at Yinan, looking him up and down. This young man didn't seem to have anything special about him, so why was old Zhou so wary of him? At this moment, not only they, but even Zhou Huiguang was shocked. He had expected a strong person to emerge. Unexpectedly, a young man like him came. Is this the person who will kill him in the future? At this moment, Yinan looked at Zhou Huiguang and said coldly, "If you leave now, I won't kill you." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Not kill Zhou Huiguang. No way. Dude. Haikao isn't praised like that. Zhou Huiguang really wanted to leave at that moment. But he can't leave. If he leaves, all his reputation built up over the years will be gone. It's better to die in battle than to desert. Zhou Huiguang said, "I will not leave. You killed my disciple, and I must avenge him." Yinan said, "Since that's the case, let's decide who lives and who dies." He walked forward step by step. Nanfeng Pharmaceutical was bustling with activity today. He was afraid of affecting the evening breeze and the children. Therefore, he did not want to waste time with Zhou Huiguang. Upon seeing this, everyone burst out laughing. To decide life or death directly. Foolish. This kid probably doesn't even know who he's dealing with. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiguang was immediately frightened and shouted, "Wait." He didn't want to die yet. He wanted to see more of the world. Everyone heard what old Zhou said again, and they all praised old Zhou's kindness. If they had the strength of elder Zhou, they probably would have already sent the other party to their deaths, and wouldn't have given him a chance to say another word. Yinan said, "If you have any last words, just say them." Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Yinan was pushing his luck. Someone had kindly allowed him to live a few more days, yet he dared to ask them to say their last words. He was courting death. But to everyone's astonishment, Zhou Huiguang spoke up, saying, "Our battle will not involve anyone else. How about that?" He was leaving himself a way out. He still had many of his disciples in the Nine Dragons Taoist Temple, and he couldn't let Lin Haoyan's matter involve others. Everyone was stunned. Old Zhou was truly righteous. If it were anyone else, they probably would have wiped out Yinan's entire family long ago. Even though Yinan repeatedly provoked Elder Zhou still chose to spare his life. But only ordinary people felt this way. The powerful ones noticed something was wrong. Old Zhou didn't need to say so much to Yinan. It gave them the feeling that old Zhou might be about to pass away, as if he was making arrangements for his future. The key point is that before the fight even started, old Zhou seemed to have chickened out. "Okay," Yinan said. Zhou Huiguang finally breathed a sigh of relief. In an instant, his aura surged and spread outwards. All the onlookers were thrown out. There aren't many martial artists in Yangzhou. The strongest among them are the pseudo-grandmasters. The aura emanating from Zhou Huiguang was so powerful that even a true martial arts master couldn't withstand it. Yi Xinran was forced back several steps, but she was much better than the others and quickly regained her composure. Xiao Haiqiang and the others did not approach the battlefield at all. Instead, they remained in their car. Even so, the vehicle still began to sway from side to side. Then, Zhou Huiguang took the initiative to act. He leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A giant hand appeared in the air and crushed down on Yinan. There are no fancy moves, because Zhou Huiguang knew he would die in this battle. Moreover, what appears to be an ordinary move is actually Zhou Huiguang's strongest move. Following the palm, countless illusory dragon shadows followed closely behind. The intense heat swept around. At this moment, everyone retreated. They can't stay where they are. Otherwise, you'll die? Yi Xinran couldn't hold on any longer and retreated to a distance of over 30 meters before looking ahead. She clearly felt the gap between herself and a mature martial arts master, and it was truly terrifying. She had always thought of herself as a chosen one of heaven, and that she was absolutely capable of fighting these people. Looking back now, I realize I was overthinking things. If old Zhou were to kill her, she wouldn't be able to save Yi Nan at all. If he forcibly took Yi Nan away, she might also perish here. She liked Yi Nan, but she liked herself even more and would never give up her life for Yi Nan. Yi Nan, just die in peace. I will find you a burial plot and bury you. Xiao Haicheng panicked. He came up with a plan to help Mr. Yi by falsely issuing orders and using the name of the Dragon Pavilion to rescue Mr. Yi, since Mr. Yi was his savior. He did what he thought of, and just as he was about to get off the bus, he was thrown out the next second. He simply couldn't withstand that force. Not to mention going forward. Li Tianyang was also in the car, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Old Zhou said he was no match for that person, and that his chances of winning were no more than 10%, which terrified him. But now that we see this method, it's clear that old Zhou will definitely defeat his opponent without any suspense. At that moment, someone recognized the palm strike. This is the 9 dragons departing from Fire Palm. Legend has it that when Master Zhou was enlightened on Mount Jiulong, he not only became a grandmaster, but also mastered a martial art, which is the 9 dragons Fire Palm. I heard this is old Master Zhou's strongest move. It seems this kid is doomed. Yi Nan's clothes fluttered in the wind. This palm strike was indeed amazing, but it wasn't enough to suppress Yi Nan. That was a good strike. However, it's a little lacking. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Seriously? It's already this late, and this guy is still pretending. That's not enough. This palm strike would be enough to kill you dozens of times over. At this moment, Yi Nan moved and then unleashed a palm strike, preparing to settle the score with his opponent. He did not underestimate the other party. Hui Guang was different from the others this week. Others threatened to wipe him out. However, Zhou Hui Guang seemed to already know that he was no match for him, which is why he said so much. Yi Nan couldn't bring himself to kill this kind of person. But since we've come this far, we have to pay the price. Instantly, a powerful force erupted from Yi Nan's body. That was the aura of a grandmaster, an aura even stronger than Zhou Hui Guang's. Chapter 463, I Can Let You Live. As soon as Yi Nan released his aura, everyone around him was unable to withstand it and was all knocked to the ground. Yi Xinran was also overturned at this moment. She looked on with curiosity, wondering why this had happened. The aura that Zhou Hui Guang released just now was clearly not this strong. Could it be that this is the aura released by Yi Nan? Impossible. Yi Nan couldn't be that strong. Could it be Yi Qingsong who has arrived? Yi Xinran wanted to see the battle ahead clearly, but she couldn't see anything, only some light and shadow. In front of these two people, she was like an ant. But she is clearly a grandmaster as well. The others were already standing 100 meters away. The surrounding trees were also rolled up. It was as if the area had been hit by a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The buildings were cracked. The car that Xiao Haiqiang and the others were in was also overturned. Is this what a battle between grandmasters looks like? It's rare to see battles between experts of this caliber in Yangzhou. This time, everyone's eyes were opened. It's not just them. Even Zhou Hui Guang could not withstand this force. The other party turned out to be a grandmaster of martial arts. The realm he longed to reach his entire life. A young man actually stepped in. This person is a genius, a prodigy, someone who will one day shock the great Xia dynasty. By dying at the hands of the enemy, one can achieve lasting fame. Zhou Hui Guang laughed heartily, no longer hesitant or timid. Boom. The two beams of light collided. The powerful force swept around like a Category 8 sandstorm. Wherever it went, it destroyed everything. There were other people 30 meters away from the two of them. There's no one left now. Everything was overturned and thrown out. Li Tianyang, Xiao Haiqiang, Yi Xinran, and others were all caught up in it. Indeed, when powerful individuals are fighting, it's best not to get too close. Only one group of people remained unharmed at this moment. Those were naturally the Huangfu family members. They didn't watch the fight up close at all. Instead, they watched it from a high-rise building far away. To ensure a safe viewing experience, they replaced all the windows in the house with the highest level of protection. Even so, that shockwave still shattered the glass. However, because of the distance, the glass did not shatter completely. Terrifying indeed. The Huangfu family members felt that only these 4 words could describe the fight between the two. After a long while, the fluctuations disappeared. Everything ahead returned to calm. The area in front of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical could only be described as ruins. At that moment, smoke and dust billowed, obscuring what had happened. After a long while, the smoke and dust dissipated. Only then did everyone notice a figure standing in place. When they finally recognized the figure, they were all so shocked that they didn't know what to say. Because the person standing there was Yi Nan. What about old Zhou? Someone approached and saw a large pit. Could it be that old Zhou fell into the pit? Yi Xinran was stunned when she saw that Yi Nin was still alive. Li Tianyang was also shocked. He remembered what old Zhou had said earlier. Could it be that old Zhou knew all along that he would lose? Xiao Haiqiang was so excited that he clenched his fist. Mr. Yi actually blocked Zhou Huiguang. He was truly a god. He remembered Longa. You didn't help, but now they've blocked Zhou Huiguang with their own strength. Longa will regret it later. The Qi family members remained silent, all looking at the family head. Now it can be proven that Yinan blocked Zhou Huiguang's palm strike, which was a strike from a renowned grandmaster, someone ranked in the top 10 of the dragon ranking. What can the Qi family use to fight against their opponents? It was the patriarch's keen insight that allowed him to recognize the other party's strength and save the entire Qi family. Otherwise, if that blind fool in the Qi family had gone to cause trouble for Yinan, the Qi family would surely have been slaughtered. At this moment, someone came to a spot not far from the circular pit and saw the people inside. It really is Zhou Huiguang. Moreover, the opponent was seriously injured and was clearly unable to continue fighting. He spread the message. Everyone was immediately stunned. Why is Yinan so strong that he defeated Zhou Huiguang with a single blow? The entire room was completely silent. This result surprised everyone. Almost everyone believed that once Zhou Huiguang made a move, she would definitely defeat Yinan, who wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow, and it would be a foregone conclusion. But now, reality is different from what they imagined. Yi Xinran was the most distraught, her body trembling. That's impossible. How could Zhou Huiguang not kill Yinan? Unless someone just intervened and helped Yinan block Zhou Huiguang. Could it be Yi Qingsong? She looked around but didn't see Yi Qingsong. He was easy to recognize. He was very handsome, the most handsome person there. But there was only Yinan ahead of him, no one else. What exactly happened? At this moment, inside the circular pit, Zhou Huiguang was still alive, lying quietly in the pit, waiting for death. Yinan walked into the pit. You knew you were going to die, so why did you come looking for me? Zhou Huiguang looked at Yi Nan with a smile on his face. My apprentice was killed by you. If I don't avenge him, I will be infamous. I, Zhou Huiguang, have always been a person of integrity and do not want to be looked down upon in my old age. Yi Nan was speechless upon hearing this. To lose one's life for the sake of saving face. Is saving face really that important? Zhou Huiguang smiled and said, Yes, it's very important. I won't blame you if you kill me, but I hope you can keep your promise and not harm the people around me. Yinan remained silent for a long time. He looked at Zhou Huiguang, an old man who was a true martial artist of the great Xia dynasty, keeping his promises and abiding by etiquette and law. Don't worry, I won't lay a hand on them. Actually, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have bothered looking for you. Zhou Huiguang said, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that face is not important anymore. Instead, I feel that death is more terrifying. I don't want to die, but I have no choice but to die. Yinan looked at the other person and asked, Then do you want to live? Zhou Huiguang said, I want to live, but I don't want to bear the infamy. I have no choice. Yinan said, I have a way to save your life. Upon hearing this, Zhou Huiguang looked at Yinan, her eyes filled with a desire to live. You speak. Yinan said, If you don't want to bear the infamy, then let Zhou Huiguang die today. You can live in this world under a different name. I happen to be short of people here. If you follow me, you won't have to die. The Qingmin sect has only just begun to be established, and the Huangfu family has no experts. Even if they find someone, they can't teach them anything. If this continues, the Qingmin sect will decline. Yinan considered having Wang Heng and Hualong go to the Green Gate to teach other people how to cultivate. But then I thought, relying on just a few of them probably wouldn't be enough. They haven't even mastered cultivation themselves, yet they try to teach others. Aren't they misleading and misleading them? In the end, Yinan decided to teach her himself. But just now he had a bold idea. If we can keep Zhou Huiguang under our command, ask the other party to help teach the disciples of the Green Gate sect. That would be absolutely perfect. After all, the other party had trained a disciple like Lin Haoyan. Lin Haoyan is only relatively weak in front of Yi Nan. Outside, he is an absolute grandmaster. After hearing Yi Nan's words, Zhou Huiguang's eyes gleamed. Yes, Zhou Huiguang is dead, but he can live under a different identity. In fact, he didn't care about worldly money at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to live in seclusion in Zhulong Mountain. Changing his name, going into seclusion, and never making a move again would be a good thing. Unfortunately, it's too late now. He is now on the verge of life and death. That palm strike crippled him. Your suggestion is excellent, but unfortunately, I can't do it anymore. I'm no longer capable. Yinan said, as long as you are willing to follow me, I can let you live. Really? Zhou Huiguang asked. Chapter 464 Sour Grapes. Yinan said, why would I lie to you? Then, he directly launched several silver needles. The silver needles were inserted into Zhou Huiguang's meridians. Zhou Huiguang instantly felt the life force that had just been draining from her body slowly returning. This acupuncture technique can only be learned by a master of medicine. This young man is not only a grandmaster of martial arts, but also a grandmaster of medicine. Who exactly is this young man? Zhou Huiguang was deeply shocked. Open your mouth, Yinan said, and then a pill flew out. When Zhou Huiguang saw the pill flying towards him, he immediately opened his mouth. The elixir was ingested. In an instant, Zhou Huiguang felt her body filled with power. This is a 9th grade elixir. A grade 9 elixir requires grade 9 herbs to refine. Moreover, it's not like you can successfully refine it using level 9 herbs. Only a master of medicine can do this. This not only allows the full effect of a level 9 herb to be realized, but may also make the effect even stronger. It is clear that this elixir has fully exerted the effects of the herbs, and even more so. This young man is probably not just a master of medicine, but very likely a grandmaster of medicine. This is even more terrifying. It should be noted that the number of grandmasters of medicine is extremely small. Only traditional Chinese medicine clinics and other top medical institutions possess such a powerful presence. Who exactly is this young man? Can you stand up now? Yinan asked. Zhou Huiguang got up. It's possible. But his body still aches a little, and it's a miracle that his injuries have recovered to this extent. You can enter Nanfeng Pharmaceutical first, and then I will let everyone know that you are dead. After Yinan finished speaking, Zhou Huiguang entered Nanfeng Pharmaceutical without any hesitation. Although Zhou Huiguang was injured, it was still difficult for others to notice him. Yinan remained standing in the same spot. It took a long time for the people around to approach. They still couldn't believe that old Zhou had been defeated by Yinan. When they got closer and saw that there was nothing in the pit, their hearts trembled as they looked at Yinan. Old Zhou was killed by the other side, and now there's not even a trace left. Just who is this person? Xiao Haiqiang immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Yi, congratulations on defeating Zhou Huiguang. Yinan nodded slightly. Huang Fufeng and his men also appeared. They were prepared to congratulate Yinan as soon as possible, but unexpectedly, Xiao Haiqiang beat them to it. Although I'm not happy, being second place is still acceptable. Huang Fufeng immediately said respectfully, Mr. Yi, congratulations. Others also came forward to offer their congratulations. Qi Gongshi also led the Qi family out. He came to Yinan, cupped his hands, and said, Qi Gongshi of the Qi family pays his respects to Mr. Yi. When Yinan heard the name Qi family, he remembered Qi Jiehua, whom he had killed, who seemed to be a member of this Qi family. I have killed members of your Qi family. Qi Gongshi said, I know that Qi Jiehua, the Wankudadit, son of a spoiled young master of our Qi family, was a disgrace and acted recklessly when he was in Yangzhou. I never expected that after we sent him to Zhongzhou, he would offend Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi did the right thing by killing him. He helped our Qi family get rid of a scourge. But I heard that Qi Jiahua has offended you and is willing to offer half of the Qi family's assets to beg Mr. Yi for forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Yinan looked at Qi Gongshi. This man was quite bold, directly offering half of his assets as a gesture of goodwill. He has been in Yangzhou for some time now, and the Qi family should know that he has arrived, but they have not yet come forward to help with Qi Jiahua's matter. This shows that the Qi family really came to apologize this time. You can't hit someone who's smiling. Moreover, his wife said he shouldn't kill people indiscriminately. If the Qi family is sincere, then he can spare their lives. But if the Qi family isn't sincere, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. If they can destroy the Zhang family, destroying the Qi family would be a piece of cake. Good. Qi Gongshi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. To others, the Qi family may have lost half of their assets, but to him, it was like making contact with Mr. Yi, and he believed that the Qi family would definitely benefit from it in the future. Thank you, Mr. Yi. And just then, Yi Xinran rushed forward and stood in front of Yi Nan. Yi Nan, you don't have such powerful means. Tell me, who exactly helped you? Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Xinran. Is this woman sick? So many people saw Mr. Yi kill old Zhou, yet you claim that someone else helped Mr. Yi. Yinan looked at Yi Xinran, completely uninterested. I have no interest in wasting my breath on you. I promised my wife I wouldn't kill anyone, so get lost. Yi Xinran was very unhappy with Yinan's attitude. The reason she had been able to tolerate it before was because she thought Yi Nan would soon encounter a great disaster, and she was thinking of being proven wrong then. But now Yi Nan's crisis is over. She naturally didn't want to tolerate it at all. Tell me, did Yi Qingsong help you? Yi Xinran continued. These words were spoken. Everyone stared wide-eyed. The name Yi Qingsong has been very popular lately. It's not just popular in the martial arts world, it's also very popular in the medical world. This person defeated Yao Yuntian and entered the dragon ranking as number 45. I heard they even went to Tianzhou and wiped out a large family. Currently, he has reached the 32nd position on the dragon list. If the other party is a regular on the dragon ranking, then no one would be surprised. What was shocking was that the other party appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the figures on the dragon ranking. Moreover, they had heard that Yi Qingsong was a young man. And the person in front of me now also has the surname Yi and is a young man. Could they be the same person? Thinking of this, a chill ran through everyone. This is the legendary figure. Yinan said, is it possible that I am Yi Qingsong? Yi Xinran said directly, you can't be Yi Qingsong. You are an adopted son of our Yi family, and you've only been cultivating for 5 years. You can't be that strong. Yinan said, didn't you also cultivate for 5 years, and now you've also become a martial arts grandmaster? Yi Xinran said, I was able to reach the grandmaster level not only because of my talent, but also because of the support of various resources. As for you, you spent 5 years in prison without any resources. How can you become as strong as Yi Qingsong? She was unconvinced and said to the others around her, he is not Yi Qingsong at all. He is our family's adopted son and a convict. Don't be fooled by him. He is an imposter. Hearing this, everyone found it even more amusing. They knew perfectly well whether Mr. Yi was Yi Qingsong or not. It's definitely the same person. On the contrary, this woman is really fucking crazy. You can't even see this clearly. Soon, they understood why the woman was acting this way. Mr. Yi is their adopted son, so their family must not have a good relationship with him. Then, unable to reach the grapes, they say the grapes are sour. You get out of here. If I were Mr. Yi, I would have killed you long ago. No, I would have killed your whole family. Chapter 465, Yi Xinran's Fate. You know nothing, yet you're just spouting nonsense. Yi Xinran retorted with a curse. Upon hearing this, everyone prepared to take action and teach the other party a lesson. But they were no match for Yi Xinran. They were all knocked to the ground as soon as they stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. This woman was actually a martial arts master. Then, Yi Xinran shouted at Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, Yi Qingsong, I know you're in there. Didn't you hear me? Someone is impersonating you, and this isn't the first time. It's happened many times. Can you really tolerate this? However, there was no response. Yi Xinran was speechless. Had Yi Nan saved Yi Qingsong's life? Even with Yi Nan in such a state, the other party showed absolutely no reaction. This was far too strange. Yi Xinran continued. Yinan can impersonate you now, but what if he offends some important person while impersonating you? That would be bad. There has still been no response. Yi Xinran stamped her foot in frustration. She couldn't take it anymore. He immediately walked forward, preparing to push the door open and go inside. In any case, she was going to expose Yinan's true identity today. At least make sure Yinan can't say he's Yi Qingsong anymore. Just then, Su Wanfeng came out. It was during this time that I met Yi Xinran. Su Wanfeng looked at Yi Xinran. What are you going to do? When Yi Xinran saw Su Wanfeng, she also noticed the slightly protruding belly on the other woman's stomach. Others might not notice it unless they looked closely, but Yi Xinran, being a martial artist, saw it immediately. Su Wanfeng, you're pregnant? Su Wanfeng said. What does this have to do with you? Yi Xinran sneered. The child in your belly shouldn't be Yinan's, but Yi Qingsong's. Now I understand why Yi Qingsong is so protective of Yinan. It turns out Yinan took the initiative to be cuckolded. Huh? Su Wanfeng said angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Xinran coldly said. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know better than I do. Otherwise, why would Yinan be able to impersonate Yi Qingsong without any consequences? The words had barely left his mouth. A shout came from someone kneeling down. Yi Xinran's body went out of control, and she knelt directly on the ground. Is that Yi Qingsong's voice? Wrong. The sound seemed to be coming from behind. Could Yi Qingsong be at the scene? Yinan slowly walked over and stood in front of Yi Xinran, looking down at her. Yi Xinran felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at like that. Yinan has no right to look at her like that. Get out of my way. At this moment, Yinan's voice was icy. Lie down. Instantly, a powerful pressure struck Yi Xinran's soul. She felt as if the world around her had lost its color, and her limbs were numb. What's going on? Why is this happening? Yinan told him to lie down. Her body was out of control. She's a martial arts master. What is Yinan anyway? But the moment her eyes met Yinan's, she felt her soul tremble. He was very strong, and the kind of strong that was terrifying. Why does Yinan give her this feeling? Yi Xinran couldn't understand it. You're not Yinan. Who are you? Yinan no longer wanted to call himself Yi Qingsong. You can get lost. Among the Yi family, the person he least wanted to kill was Yi Xinran. But now, the other party is spouting such arrogant words. They must be punished. Yinan will not kill the other party. He will make them wish they were dead. Yinan waved his hand. Yi Xinran's body flew backward, flying 3 miles away. The moment she landed, her meridians were severed, and she became a cripple. At this moment, Yi Xinran lay on the ground, her eyes glazed over. Although she was in excruciating pain all over her body, she seemed oblivious to it, her mind a jumbled mess. She clearly saw that it was Yinan who had made the move. This method surpasses that of ordinary grandmasters. She thought of one possibility. Yinan is Yi Qingsong. This is impossible. How could Yinan be Yi Qingsong? He's just a convict. Why is he Yi Qingsong? Yi Xinran couldn't believe it was true, but everything that had just happened left her no choice but to believe it. Yinan, you are Yi Qingsong, so why don't you say so? Are you just waiting to embarrass me and laugh at me? At this moment, she finally understood why her second sister had gone mad and why her eldest sister had become a vegetable. All of this is because Yinan is Yi Qingsong. They learned the truth. The second sister couldn't accept that Yinan was Yi Qingsong, so she went insane. The eldest sister became a vegetable because she offended Yinan. She understood why Yao Yuntian had expelled her from the sect. Yinan was Yi Qingsong, and Yao Yuntian dared not offend Yinan, so he chose to expel her from the sect. But Yi Xinran really couldn't understand why Yinan was Yi Qingsong. One is a supreme being, while the other is a convict who has served 5 years in prison. 5 years ago, Yinan was just an ordinary student. Even if you gave him 5 years, he still wouldn't be able to reach his current level. What exactly is going on? Yi Xinran began to feel an even stronger hatred for Yinan. If you're Yi Qingsong, you're not going to admit it, but you're just about to slap me in the... Let me be the clown. Yinan, I hate you. Yi Xinran struggled to get up from the ground. They left in a sorry state. The hatred in her heart began to swell. Even if you are Yi Qingsong, I will still seek revenge. I will make you know the price of offending me. She staggered away. She had just reached the pinnacle of martial arts, but now she has become a cripple. This stark contrast was something she couldn't accept. At that moment, several people appeared ahead. They were all homeless. These homeless people didn't appear suddenly. They were deliberately arranged by the people Yi Xinran had just dealt with. Their goal was simple, to curry favor with Yi Nan. Especially after learning that the other party was Yi Qingsong. They were even more eager to curry favor with him. Mr. Yi did not kill the woman, but only crippled her cultivation. That means Mr. Yi did not intend for the other party to die. They can't physically harm each other, but they can torture each other. So they found a few homeless men to have their way with the woman. After all, a woman's most precious quality is her chastity. At this moment, the homeless men surrounded Yi Xinran, each of them wearing a lewd grin. Upon seeing this, Yi Xinran was immediately frightened. What? What are you going to do? I'm telling you, if you dare come near me again, I will kill you. However, the homeless men ignored her and went straight up to tear Yi Xinran's clothes. Yi Xinran wanted to fight back, but she had no strength and no chance to resist. With her meridians severed, even walking was a luxury for her. No, no, stay away from me. You stinking pig, get out of here. Get out of here. Chapter 466, it's a big no-no to not nip the problem in the bud. Yi Xinran was unable to resist and ultimately ended up being humiliated. She ultimately did not resist and let the homeless men do as they pleased. However, her gaze was fixed on the sky. The hatred in his eyes grew stronger. Yi Nan, I will definitely kill you. Yi Nan, of course, knew nothing about this. Now, the front of Nanfeng Pharmaceutical is filled with people congratulating Yi Nan. Mr. Yi, so you are Yi Qingsong. Now that you have defeated Zhou Huiguang, who was in the top 10 of the Dragon ranking, you have now jumped into the top 10 of the Dragon ranking. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Yi Nan smiled, and then walked into Nanfeng Pharmaceutical with Su Wanfeng. Everyone was still trying to curry favor with Yi Nan, so they didn't dare say anything more after he left. Su Wanfeng asked, will Yi Xinran die? Yi Nan said, she will suffer a fate worse than death. Su Wanfeng said, it would be better to nip it in the bud. Looking at his wife, Yi Nan felt she was even more ruthless than him. Why are you looking at me like that? It's a big no-no to not nip the problem in the bud. Su Wanfeng said. Yi Nan said, how about I chase after her now and kill her? Su Wanfeng stopped her, saying, forget it. Since we released them in the first place, let's just release them. Yi Nan said, okay, you go and rest first. I have some things to take care of. Su Wanfeng nodded and then left. Yi Nan then went into a room. Zhou Huiguang was inside. Upon seeing Yi Nan enter, he immediately bowed and said, so you are the recently famous Yi Qingsong, young friend. Yi Nan smiled and said, let's talk about you first. Zhou Huiguang felt extremely relieved. Zhou Huiguang of Hong Kong Island was dead, and he had nothing left to worry about. All right, what would you like me to do, young friend? Yi Nan said, I want to build a force called Qingmen, and I want you to be a mentor in Qingmen. Qingmen? Upon hearing the name of this force, Zhou Huiguang's expression changed instantly. Young friend, I advise you not to use this name. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan asked curiously, is there a problem? Zhou Huiguang said, the name Qingmen has been banned before. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan realized something was amiss. Why was Qingmen being shut down? It might be related to his mother. Immediately, Yi Nan continued, why was the Green Gate shut down? Zhou Huiguang said, I'm not very clear about it either. I heard that this force has committed treason. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan thought, Qingmen committed treason? What a joke. His mother led Qingmen to participate in the Beihai Rebellion and brought glory to the Great Xia. How could she have committed treason? Tell me more about it. Zhou Huiguang said, I don't actually know what happened. At the time, this matter caused quite a stir. Yi Nan asked, do you know who convicted Qingmen of treason? Zhou Huiguang shook his head. No one was convicted. Suddenly, the Qingmen was accused of treason, and then the Qingmen declined. Yi Nan believed what Zhou Huiguang said. After all, the other party was on an island and had very little access to information about the mainland. Did Qingmen commit treason? Fuck it. Yi Nan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he quickly calmed down. The name is Qingmen. If you are afraid, you don't need to join. From now on, You just need to be an instructor. Whatever happens in Qingmin has nothing to do with you. Zhou Huiguang said, I'm not afraid. You gave me this life. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Yinan said, all right, the Green Gate will be established soon, and you can teach within the Green Gate. If you don't want to expose yourself, give yourself a new name. Zhou Huiguang nodded. From now on, I'll be called Zhou Ping. Yinan smiled and said, whatever you want. The venue for Qingmin is not ready yet, so please stay here for now. You can move over once the venue is ready. Zhou Huiguang smiled and said, all right, young friend. Yinan said, you should rest. Your injuries are serious, and you need to recuperate. Yinan turned and left. Qingmin betrayed the country? Are you kidding me? This must be a fabricated charge leveled against the Qingmin by some powerful figure. Who exactly is it? It shouldn't be just one person, because one person doesn't have that much power. It must have taken a group of people to get to this point. Yinan vowed that he would find a way to expose these people one by one. Yinan had just returned to the main hall when Huang Fujing appeared. Yinan was somewhat surprised to see the other party, as he seemed not to have summoned him. Upon seeing Yinan, Huang Fujing immediately stepped forward and said, young Master Yi. Yinan asked, what do you need me for? Huang Fujing said, young Master Yi, your mother asked me to bring you a message. Yinan had guessed that the other party must know something else, but the other party hadn't said anything. Now that he saw his true strength, he spoke up. This must also be a mother's advice. You say? Huang Fujing said, that person left you a large sum of money, which is currently in the Nan Yi Trust in Hong Kong Island. Don't blame me for not telling you before. It was that person's request that you only tell me this after you have managed the Immortal Doctor's clinic well and have sufficient strength. Yinan said, I don't blame you. After all, it was my mother's decision. It seems necessary to go to Hong Kong to get back the money that belongs to me. By the way, do you know who is managing this money now? Huang Fujing said, the Long family of Hong Kong Island. Yinan said, I'll go in a few days. Huang Fujing looked troubled, and Yinan noticed, asking, what's wrong? Huang Fujing said, if you want to withdraw money directly, it might be a bit difficult. The Long family is not as powerful as it used to be. Since the death of the old Master Long, the Long family has been in chaos and the rules have been disregarded. The Long family used to be the #1 family in Hong Kong, but the Li family took over after the death of the old Master Long. Yinan said, I have to get my money back. Huang Fujing didn't say anything more. Can you still contact the Long family? Yinan asked. Huang Fujing shook his head. Since old Master Long passed away, the Long family has had no contact with me anymore. Yinan said, after old Master Long passed away, he must have told certain people the truth about this trust. In my name, send a message to the current head of the Long family and tell them to wait for me to go to Hong Kong. Huang Fujing nodded. Yinan said, by the way, give your son a message. The Green Gate can be established now, and it will be done quickly. Huang Fujing nodded and then left. Yinan returned to his room, feeling very anxious. Qingmin could have chosen not to participate in the Beihai Rebellion, but his mother still led people there. They brought glory to the great Xia, but in the end, they were accused of treason. Yinan must investigate this matter thoroughly. Since he couldn't investigate from the Qingmin family, he changed his approach and started investigating from the Qingmin family members. The identities of those from the Green Gate can be erased. Yinan couldn't believe that their families had also been completely erased. Afterwards, Yinan called Mu Yue and asked him to investigate the Qingmin family. Meanwhile, on a private plane flying from Yangzhou to Hong Kong Island, Li Tianyang was extremely nervous as he sat on the plane. He never imagined that old Zhou would actually die. How can this be allowed? His son offended Yinan, and Yinan probably won't let their family off the hook. The problem is, even old Zhou couldn't stop Yinan, so no one in Hong Kong can stop him anymore. He had to think of another way to kill Yinan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep properly, and he couldn't live in the shadows forever. Of course, it's best not to do it face to face. Otherwise, the only options are curses and black magic. Chapter 467 The Sorcerer. Curses and poisons are prevalent in Liangzhou. But Liangzhou is so far from Hong Kong Island, and Yiqing Cang has a notorious reputation, so not many people would be willing to take action. Then the only option is to find someone who has cast black magic. There are many such people in Siam. The Siamese had always wanted to enter Bactria and establish their own sect. Li Tianyong felt that if he invited the other party, he would have a high chance of success. Li Tianyong immediately mobilized his network of connections. By the time Li Tianyong returned to Hong Kong Island, he had already successfully made contact with a powerful figure, Rahman, a strong man from Siam. 3 hours later, inside Li Tianyong's mansion on Hong Kong Island, a man wearing a veil with his hands clasped together walked in. Upon seeing the other person, Li Tianyong immediately clasped his hands together and said, "Sawadee ka." The other party retorted with Sawadika. The man standing in front of Li Tianyong is Rahman's chief disciple, Shurapong. My master is already aware of Mr. Li's request, and he is willing to help. Li Tianyong's expression changed. You're not Rahman? Shurapong said, I am not. The smile on Li Tianyong's face disappeared, and he sat back down on the sofa. The person he wanted to see was Rahman. The other nobodies were not qualified to see him. Let your master handle it. Shurapong was not angry at being so slighted. My master told me to talk to Mr. Li first. If we can reach a cooperation agreement, he will naturally take action. Li Tianyong said, I told you, you are not qualified to chat with me. At that moment, the servants brought tea and placed it in front of Li Tianyong and Shurapong. Before the servant left, Shurapong stopped her and plucked a hair from her head. Shurapong wrapped the hair in a yellow cloth, sprinkled some water on it, placed it on the coffee table, and then slammed it down. In an instant, the head of the servant who had just left exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Seeing this, Li Tianyong's eyes became more solemn. Mr. Li, can we talk now? Li Tianyong said, That's enough. Did you just use a curse? Shurapong laughed and said, That's right, it's just a simple curse. Li Tianyong asked, Can a martial arts grandmaster handle this? Shurapong said, I may not be able to, but my master definitely can. You should have heard about the death of Huang Dingyun, the 17th on the dragon list. Li Tianyong had heard of this name and that the man had died in his sleep, which caused a great sensation at the time. It should be understood that a martial arts grandmaster is hundreds of times more advanced than an ordinary person. Ordinary people rarely die in their dreams, so how could a martial arts master die? Suddenly, he realized what was happening and looked at Shurapong. The other person's death was caused by your master. Shurapong smiled and said, That's right. Li Tianyong's face was beaming with a smile. At that moment, he saw hope. The fact that he could kill even the 17th-ranked dragon on the dragon list shows how powerful Rahman is. Although Yinan defeated Zhou Huiguang. But Zhou Huiguang has aged and is not as good as she used to be. That's why he was killed by young people. It's estimated that Zhou Huiguang's current strength is at most in the top 30 of the dragon ranking. So if Rahman makes a move, Yinan will surely die. All right. What are your master's conditions for intervening? Li Tianyong asked. Shurapong said, It's very simple. In the future, let my master take up residence at Julong Mountain. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyong was surprised to hear Rahman make such a request. He had assumed that the other party simply wanted to establish a sect in Hong Kong, a request he could naturally agree to. However, he was somewhat hesitant to ask the other party to settle in Kowloon Mountain. Because Kowloon Mountain is Kowloon Mountain on Hong Kong Island, not Kowloon Mountain belonging to the Li family. Their family doesn't have the final say. The reason why Zhou Huiguang was able to live on Kowloon Mountain was because he had been established in Hong Kong for many years and was familiar with various families and government officials. He was a symbol of Hong Kong. Otherwise, he would not have preferred to die rather than fight in this battle with Yinan. Could we change the terms? Whether it's establishing a sect or a large sum of money, I, Li Tianyong, can provide it. After Li Tianyong finished speaking, he looked at Shurapong, waiting for his reply. Shurapong, without changing his expression, said, My master said that if he were to take action, he would only have this one condition. If Patriarch Li is unwilling, then there is no need for us to negotiate. After saying this, Shurapong turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Li Tianyong clenched his fist. Although he knew that if he allowed Rahman to settle in Julong Mountain, he would be condemned by his ancestors in the future, He would not be able to eat or sleep peacefully as long as Yi Nan was alive. In the end, Li Tianyang made a decision. The future of the island had nothing to do with him. At worst, his Li family would leave the island. But Yi Nan's existence was always a worry for him. This person must die. Wait a minute. Shurupong stopped and turned back with a smile, asking, "What does Patriarch Li want to say?" Li Tianyang said, "I agree to your master's request, only asking that your master kill Yi Nan as soon as possible." Shurupong smiled and said, "I will pass on what Patriarch Li said to my master. The rest is up to my master to decide." Li Tianyang, "As soon as possible." Shurupong left quickly. Li Tianyang clenched his fists tightly. On the other hand, Huang Fufeng acted swiftly and established the Qingmin Gate. Xiao Haiqiang approved it directly. When Secretary Zhang learned that Yi Nan wanted to establish the Qingmin, he took the initiative to approach Xiao Haiqiang, wanting to communicate with Yi Nan and see if Yi Nan was interested in becoming a real inspector. But Xiao Haiqiang refused. When someone's mother is about to die, you all hesitate. After seeing that someone has a promising future, you suddenly want to communicate with them again. Why do you say everything? Have you no shame? In less than 3 days, Qingmin officially began recruiting members. Because of the existence of the Qi gathering pill, everyone enthusiastically signed up. Secondly, Zhou Huiguang, now known as Zhou Ping, teaches everyone, and the results are remarkable. Having experienced the rule of the previous 5 major families, the people of Yangzhou deeply understand the importance of martial arts. If they were martial artists, they could have resisted before. Soon, the Green Gate had over 100 members. Of course, the number of people who signed up was much higher than that. However, the Green Gate doesn't accept just anyone. One must have cultivation talent. Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals at this moment. Yi Nan was listening to Huang Fufeng's report. After listening, Yi Nan nodded in satisfaction. "Well done," Yi Nan praised. Huang Fufeng said excitedly, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Yi." Then he continued, "Mr. Yi, there are many people in my Huangfu family who lack talent, but they also want to join the Green Gate. Mr. Yi, do you think you can pull some strings?" He didn't let anyone in on his own. He wanted to discuss it with Yi Nan, or more accurately, to beg him. Yi Nan thought it was something serious. "Sure, I'll give your Huangfu family some more pills. Even those without talent will become talented after taking them." Upon hearing this, Huang Fufeng was so moved that he didn't know what to say. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Nan said, "From now on, just focus on doing things for me." Huang Fufeng immediately replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi. You can leave now." Yi Nan said. Huang Fufeng left. The other party had just left when Yi Nan's phone rang. The call came from Mu Yue, and Yi Nan answered it immediately. "Have you found out?" Mu Yue said, "No, Sectmaster. I can't find any of the family members of the Qingmin members. It seems they have all disappeared into thin air." Yi Nan frowned slightly. Were these people really that ruthless? They don't even spare ordinary people. That's incredibly inhumane. Chapter 468, Su Wanfeng faints. Mu Yue continued. "After my continuous screening, I discovered some clues." Yi Nan asked, "What exactly is it?" Mu Yue said, "Sectmaster, I'll send you the video. You'll see for yourself when you see it." Yi Nan quickly received 3 videos, which he opened and glanced at. One video shows a woman climbing out of a room, only to be forcibly dragged back inside. The video has many frames, making it difficult to see the face of the person who committed the act, and even the woman's face is unclear, as it is covered in blood. This video was filmed outside, so it's impossible to see clearly what's inside. The second video shows a car suddenly driving by and hitting and killing an elderly woman. The old woman didn't die from the first impact, so the car ran over her again until she was turned into a bloody pulp before leaving. The driver can be seen in the video. However, the other person was wearing a hood, so their face was not clearly visible. The last video shows a group of people entering a large clan and killing everyone they see. No matter who they are, they all die in the massacre. Not even the elderly, weak, women and children are spared. A woman holding a child keeps begging for mercy, but who knows, the man doesn't even look at her and kills her directly. The final scene shows a person discovering a camera on the roof, but not immediately recognizing it as such. Only when he gets closer and his face is revealed does he realize it. and he is immediately horrified, turning his face away and destroying the video. The last video was the only one to show a human face. Yinan paused the video and carefully examined the face. The person appeared to be in their 30s and looked rather fierce. Has anyone investigated this last person? Yinan asked Muyue. We've checked, and the other party's identity is Song Jianghe, the vice leader of the overseas Hongmen. Muyue answered. Yinan narrowed his eyes. The overseas Hongmen deputy leader had actually massacred the families of Qingmen members. Could it be that the Hongmen was the murderer of the Qingmen? Yinan felt that this was definitely not the work of the overseas Hongmen. It wasn't that Yinan looked down on the Hongmen, but that the Hongmen really didn't have the power to do it. Can you investigate what Song Jianghe has done over the years? It should be possible, but it will take some time. It's okay, I can wait. Although Yinan longed to avenge his mother, some things could not be rushed. Yinan hung up the phone and sat down in a chair to ponder. Song Jianghe was the deputy leader of the Hongmen, but at that time, the other party was just a nobody. Those who actually attacked the Green Gate are probably already in high positions. The primary objective now is to find Song Jianghe and find out from him who ordered them to kill the Qingmen family members. However, since the Hongmen is located overseas, it is somewhat difficult to join them. Yinan needs to find a good opportunity. At least not now. Qingmen has just been established, and it's likely to cause some trouble. And just then, Tingting rushed in and said anxiously, Something terrible has happened, Mr. Yi. When Yinan saw the other person, she remembered that the other person had gone shopping with Wanfeng today. Could it be that something happened to Wanfeng? What's wrong? Tingting said. President Su suddenly fainted and is unconscious. Yinan frowned. Where is Wanfeng now? Tingting said. We're already inside the Immortal Healer's clinic. Yinan immediately went to the Immortal Doctor's clinic. Could it be that Wanfeng fainted because she was too weak? That's unlikely. He had examined his wife's body and found there were no problems. So why did he faint? Inside the Immortal Healer's clinic, many doctors surrounded Su Wanfeng. Everyone was very worried when the young mistress fell ill. They took his pulse. However, the problem was not found. Even though all my bodily functions are normal, I just keep feeling dizzy. Just then, someone shouted, The young master is here. The crowd immediately made way for them. A doctor reported, Young master, we have already examined the young mistress, and there is nothing wrong with her health. Let me see. Then, Yinan walked in and saw the unconscious Su Wanfeng. His expression changed drastically. He immediately checked the back of his wife's neck and saw a red dot. Yinan immediately narrowed his eyes. This person has been cursed and has fainted. The person who cast the spell could have killed Wanfeng, but because of Yinan's protective spirit, she only fainted. Damn it! Who exactly is this person? Yinan pointed at the red dot. A powerful force surged into his body. Just then, Su Wanfeng's body trembled, and then blood flowed from the red spot. Destroy! Yinan shouted. He suddenly swung it. Then I saw the red liquid, which looked like an insect, fly out and crash into the wall, turning into a puddle. Everyone around witnessed this scene. What is that thing? It looks like blood, but it doesn't look like blood. At this moment, Su Wanfeng woke up and looked at Yinan with a blank expression. Husband, how did I get here? Yinan knew why this had happened. Someone cast a curse on his wife, and she fell into a deep sleep and lost consciousness. The other person's memory is still from when they fainted. Who exactly is this person who wants to cast a curse on his wife? Yinan comforted him. You're fine. You just fainted because of malnutrition. You can rest now. Su Wanfeng covered her head. How can I be malnourished? Could I be pregnant with twins? No, I need to eat more. If I'm malnourished, the babies won't grow well. Yinan smiled and said, Okay, you should rest first. Then he said to the doctor beside him, Prepare some calming medicine for her and let her rest well. Then he walked up to Tingting and said, Come with me. Once outside, Tingting thought Yinan was going to interrogate her, so she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. It's my fault for not protecting President Su. Yinan said, This is none of your business. Just answer whatever I ask you next. Tingting nodded vigorously. Yinan asked, Where did you two go this time? Tingting began to recall. We went to the supermarket, looked at children's clothes, and also went to a cosmetics store. President Su said that Nanfeng Pharmaceutical also sells cosmetics, so we wanted to see what kind of cosmetics are on the market now, to know our own strengths and weaknesses. She also drank milk tea. We even went to look at bags at the end. And that's it. Yinan narrowed his eyes, thinking that judging from the bag, it shouldn't be cursed. Have you ever encountered any strange people? Tingting recalled again. Strange person? There was a very strange person. The other party was dressed as a wandering monk. Yinan narrowed his eyes. His wife had been cursed, which might be related to this person. Tell me in detail. Chapter 469 Vertical Pupil. That person approached President Su in a very friendly manner and asked if she was pregnant. Mr. Su answered yes, and then that person said that he was an ancient Buddha from the western regions, and that he wanted to give Mr. Su some blessings today because he saw that Mr. Su was destined to be with him. After listening, President Su agreed. Then that person took 3 strands of President Su's hair and chanted incantations that we couldn't understand. Finally, he said that the blessing had been given, and then he left. I was discussing this matter with President Su at the time, and then President Su collapsed to the ground. After that, I made a phone call and had someone bring President Su to the Immortal Doctor's clinic. Then, Mr. Yi arrived. Yinan narrowed his eyes as the man took 3 strands of hair from Wanfeng. If nothing unexpected happens, it only took 1 hair to make Wanfeng faint. He just removed the curse from the evening breeze. That person should be able to sense it. Then, the other party will definitely make another move. Yinan immediately returned to Su Wanfeng's side. Evening breeze, evening breeze. Yinan called out the other person's name. But Su Wanfeng didn't react at all, just like before. Moreover, green roots were growing on her skin. Yinan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The one who cast the curse must die. He used such underhanded tactics to seduce his woman. Yinan reached out and gently touched Su Wanfeng's forehead to sense her location. Soon, the scene before his eyes changed. He saw a room. The room was extremely dark and filled with thick smoke. A man dressed in a veiled robe is casting a spell with a single strand of hair wrapped in yellow cloth. The other party repeatedly pierced the yellow cloth with silver needles. Seeing the other party's actions, Yinan shouted angrily, "Break!" The next second, the yellow cloth exploded. Then, the man was sent flying. The other party looked around in panic. Yinan attacked again. Slash. An invisible aura flew out and severed the opponent's legs. Then, the connection between the two was broken. Yinan returned to the Immortal Doctor's clinic. Su Wanfeng also woke up and immediately reached out to hug Yinan. "Husband, I just had a dream. In the dream, someone wanted to kill me and the child." Yinan reached out and patted his wife. "It's okay. It was just a dream. You don't need to take it seriously. Get some rest, and I'll take care of the rest." Yinan released Su Wanfeng and headed directly to the area where the man was. During the initial exchange of magical attacks, Yinan had already pinpointed the opponent's location. Then he walked out of the Immortal Healer's Hall, leaped into the air, and headed to the room he had seen. The person who cast the spell on Su Wanfeng was none other than Shurapong. Shurapong told his master about Li Tianyang's decision. The master agreed and sent Shurapong to Yangzhou to find a way to obtain Yinan's hair, dander, and other parts of his body or inside his body. However, knowing Yinan's strength, Shurapong naturally wouldn't take the initiative to approach him. So they chose to target Yinan's wife, Su Wanfeng. Once you obtain the other person's hair, you can use that body to contact Yinan. Then, you can have your master curse Yinan, which will allow you to kill him. He was initially full of confidence, but to his surprise, he discovered that the curse he had cast had been broken. So he chose to make another move, but to his surprise, a powerful divine thought attacked him directly. Shurapong was seriously injured. He immediately realized that there was a master among Su Wanfeng's men. The opponent's divine sense was powerful, and he could not afford to provoke them. And the other party has already located his position. He needs to leave quickly, or he'll die here. But he was seriously injured and had come alone this time, so no one could help him. Shurapong was about to leave the room. Just then, the room door was kicked open. Then, Yinan slowly walked in. Their eyes met, and Shurapong's eyes were filled with fear. The expert besides Su Wanfeng must be the person in front of him. Yinan also saw Shurapong, his eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. Did you cast a curse? Shurapong asked. Who are you? Yinan stepped forward and stomped on Shurapong's back. I'm asking you. Did you cast a curse? Shurapong roared in pain, feeling his spine shatter under the kick. Immediately afterwards, blood gushed out. Do you know who I am? Kid, if you touch me, my master won't let you get away with it. Yinan coldly said. You should see if I'll let your master go. If you lay a hand on my wife, you'll all die. Then, the force in my feet became even stronger. Shurapong roared in pain. If you call Su Wanfeng your wife, then you are Yinan. Yinan said, That's right, it was me. Tell me, who sent you? Shurapong knew his chances of survival were slim. If you dare to kill me, my master will absolutely not let you off. My master is Ramon of Siam. Yinan stomped on the other person's hand, turning it into bloody pulp. Tell me, who sent you? Shurapong's eyes were bloodshot from the pain, and he screamed in agony, unable to bear it any longer. Don't kill me, I'll talk. I'll talk. It was Li Tianyong who told my master to deal with you. Upon hearing the name Li Tianyong, Yinan narrowed his eyes, a chill creeping into them. Before he could even cause trouble for Li Tianyong, the other party actually took the initiative to send someone to attack him. Okay. Shurapong looked at Yinan's expression, his eyes filled with fear. This person looked truly terrifying, like a demon. Please don't kill me. My master is Ramon. You should have heard of that name. But the words had barely left his mouth. Yinan stepped on Shurapong's head. The latter's head split open like a watermelon, turning into blood. Ramon, I'm coming to Hong Kong Island to kill you. And at this moment, Hong Kong Island, Julong Mountain. Li Tianyong, wearing sunglasses, walked through Julong Mountain with a gaunt old man dressed in a yellow cloth. This old man was Ramon, the #1 sorcerer in Siam. There were a few tufts of white curly hair on his bald head. Dark skin. Place one hand on your chest. Li Tianyong has already learned that Ramon's apprentice, Sulabong, has gone to Yangzhou. He believed that Yinan would die soon, so he brought Ramon to the Kowloon Taoist temple. Inside the Taoist temple, the young Taoist boy immediately bowed upon seeing Li Tianyong arrive, saying, Mr. Li, my master has not yet returned. Li Tianyong laughed and said, Your master is no longer coming back. You should take the others and leave this Taoist temple. Upon hearing this, the young Taoist's expression changed drastically. Mr. Li, do you mean my master is dead? Li Tianyong nodded. That's right. This Taoist temple is going to change owners and will become a Buddhist temple from now on. All right, you should leave now. The young Taoist clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He never imagined that his master would eventually die. His master had just died, and the other party wanted to expel him from the Taoist temple. That Li Tianyong is truly a despicable scoundrel. I'm not leaving. This Taoist temple belongs to my master, and no one can take it away from me. The smile on Li Tianyong's face vanished. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Get out of here. The young Taoist said, I will not leave. A murderous glint appeared in Li Tianyong's eyes. Before he could speak, Ramon said from the side, Mr. Li, this Taoist temple will be mine from now on, right? Li Tianyong smiled and said, That's right. Ramon said, In that case, I will uphold my Taoist temple. He immediately looked at the young Taoist and said, If you leave now, I will not kill you. The young Taoist stretched out his hands. I will not leave. Ramon said, In that case, you should die. Suddenly, a blood-red vertical pupil appeared between his eyebrows. The pupils moved around. Finally, their eyes met. The young Taoist priest had just had a resolute look in his eyes. Suddenly it felt like I had lost a god. He stood there, reaching out to grab his own body. The skin was quickly torn open, revealing flesh and blood. Not only that, it felt like something was throbbing on his skin. Finally, it climbed up to the eye socket. His eyeballs were squeezed out. A centipede burst out of its body. If you look through the blood-filled hole in the eye socket, inside the other person's body, there were hundreds of centipedes. They devoured the flesh and blood of the Taoist boy. In no time, the people who were just alive turned into a pile of bones. Centipedes crawled around on the dry bones. With a loud bang, the withered bones shattered, and the centipedes scattered in all directions. This scene made Li Tianyang vomit. This is absolutely disgusting. It seems I should stay away from Ramon from now on. Ramon smiled and looked at Li Tianyang. Mr. Li, rest assured, I will only treat my enemies this way. Li Tianyang gave an awkward laugh. Ramon, I promise I will be your best friend. But suddenly, Ramon's expression changed drastically. Shurabong is dead. Chapter 470 Conditions for Fortune-Telling. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyang asked in a panic, wasn't Sulabong sent to Yangzhou by you? Ramon nodded. That's right. He should have failed. It seems that Yinan has a master by his side. Li Tianyang panicked immediately. He had intended to kill Yinan without anyone noticing. But if the latter found out that he was the one who did it, things would be terrible. Master, are you confident in facing the expert beside Yinan? Ramon laughed and said, I am the #1 sorcerer in Siam. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Tianyang felt a little relieved. That's good, master. Yinan is a martial arts grandmaster. You must treat him with respect. It would be bad if you underestimate him and something goes wrong. Upon hearing this, Ramon stared at Li Tianyang and said, Are you underestimating me? Li Tianyang felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body trembled as he recalled the scene of the Taoist boy's death. Of course not. Ramon didn't say much to Li Tianyang, but looked at the Taoist temple in front of him and said, From today onwards, this will be my temple. Li Tianyang remained silent, unsure whether letting Ramon take action was the right or wrong decision. He hoped the other party could kill Yinan, otherwise, if Yinan came looking for him, he would die. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, Yinan is doomed. Even if I don't help you, I will. He killed my beloved disciple. I will take his whole family's lives. Li Tianyang could only nod. He had no other choice. After Yinan killed Sulabong, he returned to the immortal doctor's clinic. Su Wanfeng has now woken up. Upon seeing Yinan, she immediately went up to him and asked, Husband, has something happened? Yinan smiled and said, It's nothing serious. The problem has been solved. However, I have to criticize you a bit. Don't listen to what others say about Fu Nian when you're out there, remember? Although Shurapong knew his wife wouldn't be able to stop him if he really wanted to, he still had to remind her to be careful. He always believed that as long as he sent a martial arts expert to accompany her, he could keep his wife safe and sound. But now it seems that this is not the case. Besides martial arts masters, there are also sorcerers who use black magic. Their methods are insidious and cunning. Not only that, there are also Gu masters. They are far more powerful than sorcerers. Sorcerers also need things like hair as objects to cast spells. But a Gu master doesn't need to. He might put a Gu on you the moment you meet him, and you'll die after taking only a few steps. Yinan decided to refine another spiritual object for his wife so that she could ward off some evil spirits. I'll remember. Su Wanfeng pouted as she was scolded. Yinan asked, You really know? Su Wanfeng muttered to herself, I really know. Yinan could only smile wryly. Okay, just remember that. Su Wanfeng resumed her previous demeanor. Honey, who is it that attacked me this time? Yinan said, The people of Siam, their target should not be you. I killed Li Tianyang's son before, and Li Tianyang asked Zhou Huiguang to kill me, but he failed. So he came up with another way, using you to get close to me. Su Wanfeng said angrily, They are really bad. Husband, you can't let them get away with this. Yinan didn't say much about this matter to Su Wanfeng, but changed the subject, saying, Next, I have to go to Hong Kong Island. Do you want to stay in Yangzhou or go back to Zhongzhou? Su Wanfeng wanted to follow Yinan, but then she thought that following Yinan would only make her a burden. If her husband gets into trouble, he'll have to take care of her, which will distract him. I think I'll stay in Yangzhou. Yinan said, Okay, I'll arrange for someone to protect you. Su Wanfeng asked, Honey, are you going to Hong Kong to kill someone? Yinan said, Killing people is only one aspect. The main purpose is to retrieve some of our family's belongings from Hong Kong Island. Su Wanfeng's eyes widened. Does our family still have things in Hong Kong Island? Yinan smiled and said, Yes, it was left by your mother-in-law. Su Wanfeng was even more shocked. My mother-in-law, my husband, you. Aren't you an orphan? After she finished speaking, she realized she had said the wrong thing. Wasn't that tantamount to calling her husband an orphan? It wasn't a kind thing to say. Yinan was naturally not angry. I am an orphan, but I didn't spring from a stone. All right, since you've chosen to stay in Yangzhou, then obediently wait for me to come back. Su Wanfeng nodded. I'll stay in Yangzhou for now. Maybe I'll go back to Zhongzhou after a while. Yinan smiled and said, Okay, let's go home first. The two returned to Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Then, Yinan went to Qingmen to find Zhou Ping. Inside the Green Gate, Zhou Ping, also known as Zhou Huiguang, is now a teacher at Qingmen, and he is very happy. The days are getting better and better. At that moment, Zhou Ping saw Yinan appear and immediately stepped forward. Sect leader Yi, what brings you here? Yinan asked, I want to ask you about some things. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping said, Come with me. The two entered the house, where Zhou Ping brewed tea and poured it for Yinan and him before asking, Sect leader Yi, do you want to inquire about Hong Kong? Yinan nodded. That's right. Zhou Ping asked, Did Li Tianyang send someone to attack you? Yinan asked in surprise, How did you know? Zhou Ping said, I once divined his fate. He said his days were numbered. Previously, Zhou Ping had performed a divination for Li Tianyang and told him about it. He said Li Tianyang's trip was safe, but he didn't say what happened afterward. Li Tianyang and the Li family ultimately could not escape death. I knew he was after you the moment I guessed. What do you want to ask me? Go ahead and ask. Yinan asked, Is the entire Li family in Hong Kong Island? Zhou Ping said, Most of them are here, and some are abroad, but none are in Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Yinan asked, Could you show me the way? He knew that Zhou Huiguang did not want to return to Hong Kong Island, so he did not force her to go back, but instead asked for her opinion. Yinan wouldn't get angry if the other party refused. But if the other party is willing to lead the way, that would be excellent. Zhou Ping paused for a moment before finally saying, Okay, I actually want to go to Hong Kong Island too. Yinan asked, Why? Zhou Ping said, I have a Taoist temple on Kowloon Mountain in Hong Kong Island. I also have several disciples on the mountain. I have told their fortunes before, and they all have a short life ahead of them. I am worried about them and plan to leave them in Yangzhou and ask Master Yi to help them change their fate. Yinan looked at Zhou Ping. Is your divination very accurate? Zhou Ping said, It's not very accurate, but it's mostly accurate. For example, before I came to Yangzhou, it predicted that I would die, but I'm not dead now. Yinan asked, What conditions are needed to tell someone's fate? Chapter 471 Long Way Ran. Yinan might ask Zhou Ping to help him calculate his mother's fate, so that he wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly. Zhou Ping replied, At least the other person's birth date and time are needed. If you have their blood, the calculation might be more accurate. All right. Yinan didn't have a birth date and time, and as for blood, that was even more impossible. Let's go, we're heading to Hong Kong Island now. Yinan said. Zhou Ping nodded. Okay. The two boarded a private plane arranged by the Huangfu family and prepared to travel to Hong Kong Island. This time, Yinan is going to Hong Kong Island to retrieve what his mother left behind, kill Li Tianyang, and confront the sorcerer who wants to deal with him. Zhou Ping had no relatives in Yangzhou, so Yinan found Huangfu Feng and asked him to continue to strengthen the Qingmen during this period. He should cultivate those with talent, and also train those who lacked talent but had great perseverance. If someone had talent but was lazy, he should observe them more and expel them from the Qingmen if they repeatedly failed to correct their behavior. Huangfu Feng agreed. That evening, Yinan and Zhou Ping took a private plane to Hong Kong Island. Zhou Ping did not want to expose himself, so he wore a black robe to cover his face. His purpose in going to Hong Kong Island was not only to guide the way, but also to take his apprentices from Hong Kong Island to Yangzhou. 7 hours later, the plane landed at Hong Kong Island Airport. Yinan and Zhou Ping disembarked from the plane, their first stop being the Li family to commit murder. As soon as the two stepped out of the airport, a woman rushed out and bumped into Yinan. The woman had bright eyes and white teeth, and was absolutely stunning, but she looked rather disheveled, covered in wounds, especially on her legs, where the whip marks were shocking. I'm sorry. The woman looked at Yinan and quickly apologized. Then, he turned and left. Perhaps because he was too weak, he fell directly to the ground. Meanwhile, not far away, several people were seen chasing after them. Trying to run? No way. Come back with us obediently, or you'll die. Yinan and Zhou Ping stood still, blocking the way for these people. The leader looked at Yinan and said coldly, "You, get out of my way." Yinan frowned slightly. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with him, but the other party suddenly started to insult him, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Seeing that Yinan didn't move aside, the other person continued coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said? I said get lost." Yinan looked at the other person and said coldly, "What if I don't leave?" The other party was not expected to say such a thing by Yinan. He was about to get angry, but when he met Yinan's eyes, he felt a chill and his anger instantly subsided. Do you want to die?" Yinan said, "Yes, I want to die." The other party was even more surprised that Yinan would say that. If it were anyone else, he would have already made a move. This kid would probably not be so easy to deal with. "We are members of the Long family. Do you want to interfere in Long family affairs?" Yinan was slightly taken aback when he heard the other party's identity. The Long family. Huang Fujing once said that his mother left Yinan an asset, which was to be managed by the Long family. He never expected that he would encounter the Long family so soon after arriving in Hong Kong. "Then what?" The other party coldly replied, "You've offended the Lung family. Do you not want to live in Hong Kong anymore? Even if you're an outsider, the Lung family can make sure you die without a burial place." Yinan laughed. "Really? The Long family is really powerful." The other person looked surprised. "You don't know the Long family?" Yinan said, "I haven't known about it for very long." Upon hearing this, the other party's fear of Yinan disappeared. It turns out the other party didn't know about the Long family. No wonder they weren't afraid. That person is just a nobody. There's absolutely no need to worry about it. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here, or you'll die. The next second, Zhou Ping made his move. He placed a finger on the other person's forehead. In an instant, the latter's brow creased down. Immediately afterwards, his body flew backward and crashed into a wall not far away before coming to a stop. This happened so fast that ordinary people couldn't even react in time. When the Long family members realized that their boss had been sent flying, their faces showed expressions of horror. You dare to hit a member of the Long family?" The second person looked at Yinan and said with fear. Yinan said, "What? You want to get beaten up too?" The other party immediately became frightened and retreated, only stopping after confirming that they had reached a safe area. Then they looked at Yinan and shouted, "You two wait. You've offended the Long family. You're dead." Then, they took the person who had crashed into the wall and quickly left the place. Yinan turned to look at the woman and said, "All right, you're safe now." The woman looked at Yinan and stood up. "Thank you for saving my life." Yinan asked, "Why are they chasing you?" The woman said, "Because, for some reasons, please forgive me for not being able to say, but I will remember your life-saving grace, and I will definitely repay you if I have the opportunity." Yinan said, "Never mind, you don't need to repay me." And at this time, Zhou Ping looked at the woman and suddenly said, "Unrequited." Yinan looked at Zhou Ping. "You know him?" Zhou Ping said, "I know him. He is from the Lung family in Hong Kong. I was good friends with her grandfather. Her grandfather often brought the child to Kowloon Mountain. After her grandfather passed away, the child often came up the mountain to chat with me." Yinan remembered that his mother had entrusted the trust to the Long family for management. The manager was none other than the old man from the Long family, but he had already passed away. The woman was about to leave when she heard this address and paused. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" Zhou Ping revealed his face. "Look who I am." Long Weiran looked at Zhou Ping in front of her, and suddenly her pupils widened as she recognized his identity. "Old Master Zhou Huiguang. But didn't we hear a few days ago that old Zhou died in a battle? Why are we here now?" "Old Zhou." Long Weiran had just uttered the title. Zhou Ping immediately said, "Don't call me that. Just call me Master Ping from now on. Come on, let's go somewhere secluded to talk." Although Long Weiran didn't know what had happened, she knew that old Zhou must have his reasons for doing this, so she nodded. The three of them arrived at an open space. Zhou Ping then asked, "Weiran, how did you get yourself into this state?" Long Weiran cried and said, "Old Zhou, my father is dead." Zhou Ping was slightly taken aback. How could he die? He was so healthy. Long Weiran said, "He was murdered." Zhou Ping was shocked. He is the head of the Long family, which owns 8 listed companies. How could he be killed so easily? Long Weiran said. It wasn't an outsider who killed him, but someone from the Long family. Chapter 472. This is something I need to take care of. Zhou Ping was taken aback. Is there internal strife within your Long family? Long Weiran said. Yes, my uncles and aunts wanted to transfer the Long family's money out of the country, but my father objected. Then, they tried to kill my father. They poisoned him and then imprisoned my mother and me. We both knew that if we stayed in the Long family, there would only be one outcome, death. So my mother found an opportunity to send me out of the Long family and arranged for me to take a plane to the mainland. But who knew that the whole plane was full of my uncle's men? Luckily, I found out early and escaped. And then I met you all. Zhou Ping said. I remember that before I went to Yangzhou, your Long family was safe and sound. Long Weiran said. Elder Zhou, it was because of what happened to you at the Long family that they took action. Zhou Ping sighed. He had promised Long Weiran's grandfather that he would help him protect the Long family, but he had broken his promise. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Long Weiran shook his head. This has nothing to do with you, Elder Zhou. It's all because they had ulterior motives, which is why this situation has occurred. Just then, Yi Nan, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. You just said that they want to transfer your Long family's money outside? Long Weiran looked at Yi Nan and nodded. A chill ran through Yi Nan's eyes. This matter originally had nothing to do with him, but now we're connected. The Long family's money all came from a trust company managed by the Long family at the behest of their mother. The Long family is trying to transfer the money his mother left him out of the country. They have such audacity. Yi Nan said, I'm determined to take care of this matter. Long Weiran looked at Yi Nan, sizing him up. Who are you? Zhou Ping immediately said, Weiran, quickly thank young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Long Weiran immediately nodded. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Nan said, let's go, take me to the Long family. Yi Nan originally planned to go to the Li family first, deal with Li Tianyong, and then go to the Long family to handle matters. I just didn't expect that the Long family situation was even more serious. If Yi Nan had arrived a day later, a large amount of property would have been transferred away by the Long family. This is something Yi Nan absolutely will not allow to happen. No one is allowed to touch what mother left behind. Upon hearing Yi Nan's words, Long Weiran asked, Who are you? Yi Nan said, All your money is mine. Upon hearing this, Long Weiran frowned, thinking to himself that this person was truly shameless. How could all of their family's money possibly belong to him? But suddenly, Long Weiran remembered something. Before her death, her father told her that the Long family's assets did not actually belong to the Long family. They were merely managing them on behalf of the family. When Long Weiran learned of this news, he was extremely shocked. You should know that the Long family is one of the most prominent families in Hong Kong. Tell her now that none of their money belongs to them. How could Long Weiran accept this? But soon, she accepted reality. Her grandfather and father could accept it, so why couldn't she accept it? This news was a huge secret to the Long family. How did this person know? Who exactly are you? Long Weiran asked. Yi Nan said, You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that since your Long family wants to transfer money, I have to take care of this matter. Take me to your Long family. Just as Long Weiran was about to speak, Zhou Ping immediately interjected, Weiran, hurry up and thank young Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Long Weiran nodded and then said to Yi Nan, Thank you, young Master Yi. Yi Nan said, Lead the way. Let's resolve the Long family's matter first. Meanwhile, Lung's building. A young man was in the room. He was Long Weiran's uncle, Long Yuanxing. At this moment, a group of people are reporting information to each other. Long Yuanxing was furious. Ew. You people actually let a woman get away. How can you be so useless? The group of people in front of them were naturally the ones who were chasing after Long Weiran. They knelt down and said, Young Master Long. We were almost catching up with Long Weiran when suddenly a young man appeared and saved Long Weiran. Long Yuanxing frowned slightly. Didn't you tell me your identity? The other party said, I did say that I am a member of the Long family, but they completely ignored me. Long Yuanxing's expression changed. He hadn't expected that there would be anyone in Hong Kong who would look down on the Long family so much. Who was that person? The other person shook their head. Long Yuanxing narrowed his eyes. Do you still remember what the other person looked like? Remember. The other party replied. Long Yuanxing ordered. Take men and find him. Kill him. Yes. Just then, someone rushed in and whispered a report to the person kneeling before Long Yuanxing. Instantly, the man's pupils widened. Then, he immediately looked at Long Yuanxing and said, Young Master Long, the person who hit me has appeared outside the Long Group building. These words were spoken. Long Yuanxing was stunned for a moment. Then he said coldly, They dared to mess with people from our Long family and even show up outside the Long Group building. They completely disregard the Long family. I want to see who has such audacity. Send someone to arrest them and bring them to me. Yes. Outside the Long building, Long Weiran said to Yi Nan, Young Master Yi, this is the Long Group building. Yi Nan looked up and asked, Can I see the entire Long family here? Long Weiran nodded. There is a red button on the desk in the top floor office of the Long Group building. Press that button and the Long family members will be notified and will return to the Long Group building immediately, no matter where they are. Yi Nan said, Let's go in and take a look. He walked forward. Zhou Ping and Long Weiran followed behind. With Zhou Ping around, Long Weiran had confidence. But he was very curious. Who exactly was this young Master Yi? Grandpa Ping, what is this young Master Yi's identity? Zhou Ping said, You don't need to care about his identity. Just remember, with him around, you're safe. However, I'm very curious why he would care about this matter of yours. Long Weiran was shocked when he heard this. If Grandpa Ping said so, then there must be no problem. I don't know either, but he said that the money in our Long family is his money. Zhou Ping asked, I see. Then you're even more confident. If you have the chance, try to curry favor with this person. It will benefit you greatly. After thinking it over, Long Weiran finally nodded. Then, she looked at Yi Nan's back. Who exactly was this person? And at this moment, Yi Nan had not yet entered the Long's building. People rushed out from ahead. A dozen thugs instantly surrounded Yi Nan. Among them was someone who had met Yi Nan before. Kid, we meet again, but this time, the roles have reversed. With so many of us, you're dead. Chapter 473, You've struck it rich. The other person stared at Yi Nan with a ferocious expression. Yi Nan coldly said, Get out of my way, I don't want to fight. The Lung building was his property, and he didn't want any damage to occur because of the fight. The other party was surprised that Yi Nan dared to be so arrogant after arriving here. I think you're courting death. Yi Nan reached out and pressed down. Instantly, a powerful pressure was released. The people in front of them all knelt on the ground, their bodies moving uncontrollably. My leg. They felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Yi Nan ignored the others and walked straight in. Soon, he took the elevator to the top floor. Inside the office, Long Yuanxing crossed his legs. He was waiting for his men to bring in the person who had ignored the Long family. Just then, footsteps could be heard. Long Yuanxing lit a cigar, wanting to see where the other party got the audacity to look down on the Long family like that. The next second, with a loud bang, the mahogany door was kicked open. Long Yuanxing's expression changed. What's wrong with these people? That's so rude. At this moment, Yi Nan walked in. Long Yuanxing looked at Yi Nan and was stunned for a moment. This person looked unfamiliar, and he had never seen him before. Where did this kid get the guts to barge in like this? He was angry, but he didn't show it. After all, he was a member of the Long family, and there was no need for him to bother with such lowly people. Let's find out who this person is first. Who are you with? Yi Nan walked up to Long Yuanxing, lifted him up, and then sat down in a chair himself. Long Yuanxing was dumbfounded. At this moment, he couldn't hold back anymore and roared at Yi Nan. Do you fucking want to die? Yi Nan moved his fingers. Long Yuanxing's body went out of control, and he knelt on the ground. Make a call and summon all members of your Long family. Long Yuanxing didn't even know how he knelt down. He tried to stand up, but no matter how hard he tried, his legs wouldn't budge. What's going on? He quickly realized that it must have been this kid who caused this trouble. Do you want to die? Do you know who I am? If you dare touch me, I can make you wish you were dead in Hong Kong. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan looked at Long Yuanxing and asked, Is that so? Long Yuanxing and Yi Nan locked eyes and instantly felt a chill. This kid's eyes are terrifying. But he was a member of the Long family, so even if the other party was powerful, he was not afraid at all. Dare to touch him and see what happens. He will show the other person what cruelty is. That's right. The words had barely left his mouth. Yinan snapped his fingers. Instantly, a powerful force surged forth. Long Yuanxing's body flew out instantly and crashed into the wall, but instead of falling, he seemed to be attracted by a magnet. You have 1 minute to call everyone in your Long family here, or else you're dead. Long Yuanxing was terrified, especially after the other party finished speaking the last word. His heart was pounding wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his body. This person is terrifying. I'll call right now. The words fell. That's when he fell down. Then he took out his phone and called his father. This kid is strange. His father has to deal with him. The call was just connected. Dad. Long Yuanxing immediately shouted. Upon hearing this, Long Aohai on the other end of the phone asked, "What's wrong? A long journey? Judging from your tone, it sounds like someone is bullying you." Long Yuanxing said, "Dad, someone suddenly came today and said that everyone in the Long family should come to the Long Corporation building." On the other end of the phone, Long Aohai's expression changed. "Who is it?" Long Yuanxing said, "He didn't say." After he finished speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Yinan. Yinan said, "The owner of the trust company managed by your Long family." Long Yuanxing immediately relayed the message. On the other end of the phone, Long Aohai's expression changed slightly. "Yuanxing, I'll be there right away. In the meantime, you'd better not do anything." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Long Aohai narrowed his eyes. Wow, this person appeared so quickly. Long Aohai only learned about this a few days ago. He was extremely shocked at the time. Their Long family's billions in assets actually belonged to someone else. How could Long Aohai accept this? So Long Aohai went to find his second brother, Long Aoshi, the current head of the Long family, to talk about the matter and transfer the money out. But to everyone's surprise, his second brother, Long Aoshi, disagreed and even advised Long Aohai to give up the idea and not to spread the news. How could Long Aohai give up? This is real money. Then, he had a bold idea. If his older brother disagrees, then he will go find someone else. So he contacted his older brother, Long Aoyuan, and his younger sister, Long Aoqing, and he told the two of them about it. The two were shocked when they learned of this. If that's the case, and the person behind it all takes everything away, wouldn't their family be finished? The three of them immediately decided to have a good talk with the second brother. As a result, he was naturally rejected by his second brother. So the three of them made up their minds to kill Long Aoshi, seize control of the Long family, and then transfer all their wealth out of the country. That way, they can rest assured. After all, no one knows when that person will appear and take all the money from the Long family, leaving them with nothing. In reality, they did just that, but they didn't expect that before they could transfer the money, the other party would come looking for them. This person must die. The Long family's money must never flow outside. Since the other party has shown up, let's kill them. Then, he immediately contacted his older brother and younger sister and told them about the incident, instructing them to call for reinforcements to go to the Long's building and ensure that the other party would not return. Soon, Long Aoshi's older brother and younger sister called for help. The younger sister is involved in the underworld and is known as the 13th sister of Hong Kong Island. Without saying a word, she summoned all the thugs under her command. The eldest brother called the Hong Kong government's security detail. If his sister's men couldn't handle the other party, he would call the regular army to arrest them, sentence them to any crime, and lock them up. Once they're arrested, the problem is easily solved. Any charge can be fabricated, and they'll be dead inside. And the Long's building. Long Weiran and Zhou Ping walked in together. When Long Yuanxing saw Long Weiran, he instantly understood why this person was there. It must have been Long Weiran who found them. That bastard, how dare he? Long Yuanxing glared fiercely at Long Weiran. Long Weiran was afraid of Long Yuanxing, so he quickly hid behind Zhou Ping. Yinan naturally saw Long Yuanxing's actions and immediately threw out a pen. Although Long Yuanxing didn't like studying, he had a hobby of collecting fountain pens. There are many pens on his desk. Click. The pen pierced straight through Long Yuanxing's palm. The dragon roared in pain. Upon seeing this scene, Long Weiran's gaze fell upon Yinan. I have to say, he's really handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's also quick to take action. Master Ping, who is this Mr. Yi? Zhou Ping said. Just remember, you've made a fortune. Long Weiran nodded. And at this time, outside the room, Long Aohai led his men in. Chapter 474 Massacre. Long Aohai arrived first, followed by his older brother and younger sister. He saw Long Yuanqing lying on the ground as soon as he entered the room. Long Yuanqing saw Long Aohai. He had been holding back and hadn't said a word until now. But now that his father had arrived, he saw his powerful backer. Dad, you're finally here. Long Yuanqing cried out. Seeing his son in such a disheveled state, with injuries on his hands, Long Aohai felt a pang of heartache. Yuanqing, get up quickly. Long Yuanqing got up. Does it hurt? Pain. Long Aohai felt even more heartbroken. He couldn't bear to lay a finger on his own son. But who knew this kid would dare to treat him like this? Don't worry, Dad will definitely stand up for you, Long Aohai said. Long Yuanqing nodded firmly. Then Long Aohai said to his secretary, take the young master to see a doctor first. Remember, find the best doctor. The secretary nodded. They were just about to leave. Yinan coldly replied, did I say you could leave? Upon hearing this, Long Aohai turned to look at Yinan. You hurt my son, and I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet, and you still dare to say something else. Yinan asked, is that not allowed? Long Aohai said coldly, today, I don't care who you are, you must die. Men, seize him. Long Aohai gave the order. The person behind him made a move. The opponent was a martial artist. They charged straight at Yinan. But before the opponent could make a move, a pin flew out and pierced the opponent's forehead. In an instant, all life force was drained from the other person, and he knelt down on both knees. This scene happened so fast that Long Aohai didn't even have time to react. When he saw his subordinates dead, his expression changed drastically. However, he was a member of the Long family after all, and he had great self-control. Do you know that this is Hong Kong Island? Yinan said, I know. Long Aohai continued. Then you should know even more that this is my Long Corporation building. I'm really curious. How did you dare to kill someone here? Yinan said, I can kill if I want to. What can you do about it? Long Aohai trembled with anger, but at this moment, he dared not say another word. We need to wait for my older brother and younger sister to arrive with their people before we can proceed with confidence. You say all the assets of the Long family belong to you. What proof do you have? No. Yinan shook his head. He really didn't have any evidence. But if Huang Fujing said so, then there can be no mistake. Long Aohai coldly retorted. Since you have no evidence, what makes you claim that my Long family's assets belong to you? Yinan said, I don't have any evidence, but as long as the assets are mine, that's enough. Besides, is evidence even important? Long Aohai shouted. Kid, I know you're strong, but this is Hong Kong Island, where there are laws. It's not a place where you can make your own decisions, understand? The next second, Yinan sent out 2 pens. The pen pierced Long Aohai's knee. The other person lost control and knelt on the ground. But Long Aohai proved to be a seasoned veteran. He couldn't possibly utter a sound. Even if the Long family's assets really belong to this person, as long as the other party has no evidence, they can't do anything to him. Don't cause trouble while I'm in a good mood, or you'll die. Yinan is in a good mood right now. The Long family earned money for him. Even if they didn't do anything special, they certainly put in a lot of effort. Therefore, he did not want to kill the Long family members. You will pay the price for what you have done. Long Aohai said coldly. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. Then, a man in a suit and glasses who looked scholarly, and a woman who looked like she was involved in organized crime walked in. Both of them were quite old, looking to be in their 40s. The man was naturally Long Aohai's older brother, Long Aoyuan. The woman is Long Aoqing, the youngest sister of the Long family. Behind the 2 men followed a group of thugs. They are all Long Aoqing's people. Long Aoyuan also summoned his guards. But they are still on their way. Third brother. Long Aoyuan and Long Aoqing called out anxiously when they saw that Long Aohai was injured. Long Aohai immediately said, You've come for the truth. Make your move and kill him. Without any hesitation, Long Aoqing said to the thugs behind her, Go ahead and do it. Whoever catches this person will be the boss of Causeway Bay. Soon, everyone got excited. If you can become the boss, then you've carved out a niche for yourself in Hong Kong's underworld. Such opportunities to achieve instant success are extremely rare. Immediately, the crowd rushed forward, wielding watermelon knives, and slashed at Yinan. Yinan was starting to lose patience. He's only here to reclaim the Long family's assets. If these Long family members behave, he guarantees he won't harm them in the slightest. But these people kept provoking him. Just then, Zhou Ping made his move, sensing Yinan's killing intent. Then there's no need for Mr. Yi to take action personally. He stepped forward, and the pressure he released sent a group of people flying. This group of thugs involved in underground activities were no match for Zhou Ping at all, and they were all sent flying backwards. And its body was squeezed by tremendous force, twisting and emitting a roar. Zhou Ping's sudden action startled the Long family members. They weren't fools. They could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Zhou Ping. The aura emanating from the other party is too strong. This is the aura of a grandmaster. This person turned out to be a martial arts master. Long Aoqing's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to speak, Zhou Ping snapped her neck. When Long Aohai and Long Aoyuan saw their younger sister being killed, they truly felt fear. They underestimated this guy. Who exactly are you? Long Aohai questioned. He had barely opened his mouth to speak when his neck was snapped, and he fell to the ground. At this moment, among the older generation of the Long family, only Long Aoyuan remains. Although he was scared, he was extremely happy to see this scene. After the death of the third brother and fourth sister, the entire Long family would belong to him. All the money was his. You actually dared to kill a member of my Long family? Long Aoyuan questioned. Zhou Ping coldly replied. You want to die too? Long Aoyuan dared not speak, because the other party was truly willing to make a move. But then his phone rang. Upon hearing that the guards had arrived, he was no longer afraid. This is Hong Kong Island. This person probably wouldn't dare kill the security detail. Otherwise, that would be going against the island government. Within the island's territory, there are elite warriors from the War Department stationed. Moreover, I heard that a national guardian deity has also arrived. If the other side dares to make a move, they can expect to be annihilated by the War Department. The island's security forces are on their way. You're killing people so wantonly, you're finished. At that moment, the guards came in. Upon seeing the other party, Long Aoyuan immediately stepped forward. Captain Liu, you've come at just the right time. Someone has committed murder in our Long family. You must not let them get away with it. Captain Liu's real name is Liu Jihui. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the corpses all over the floor and immediately frowned. Brother Long, don't worry. With me here, I will definitely bring the murderer to justice. These words were spoken. Liu Jihui looked at Zhou Ping and said coldly, Did you kill them all? Zhou Ping said, That's right. Liu Jihui said coldly, Then come with us. Don't even think about resisting. Seeing this, Zhou Ping turned around and glanced at Yinan. If his identity is exposed, the other party will absolutely not dare to do anything to him. But he cannot reveal it. Secondly, there are military units stationed on Hong Kong Island. Killing ordinary people is acceptable, but killing the other party is not. Whether to continue or back down now depends on Mr. Ye's decision. Yinan's eyes remained cold. Zhou Ping instantly understood and immediately unleashed a palm strike, sending Liu Jihui flying. Chapter 475 The Azure Dragon, War God arrives. No one expected that this person would dare to attack the island's guards. This is a challenge to the war effort. There's a saying in the island, you can challenge those powerful families, but you absolutely cannot challenge their guards. Liu Jihui collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, looking utterly disheveled. Everyone else was stunned. You actually dared to lay a hand on Captain Liu. Long Aoyuan angrily rebuked Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping coldly replied, What? Is that not allowed? He naturally knew what it meant to the guards. But if the guards disagree, then fight them. Beat them until they submit. Long Aoyuan was delighted. Originally, only the Long family had conflicts with them, but now the War Department had been added to the mix. This is a great thing for them. Liu Jihui was helped up, and he stared intently at Zhou Ping. Do you know the consequences of attacking me? Zhou Ping coldly said. As the captain of the island's guard team, you just arrived at the scene and immediately tried to arrest people without even knowing the facts. Lu Jihui coldly said. Just tell me if you killed anyone or not. At this moment, Yinan spoke. Kill them. Lu Jihui said. Since you killed him, what's wrong with me arresting him directly? Besides, you even attacked me. This matter won't be resolved so easily. Yinan asked, how do you plan to resolve this? Lu Jihui said coldly. I know you are very strong. You are all martial artists, and our guards are no match for you. But don't forget, there is a war god stationed in Hong Kong. Yinan said, summon them. Lu Jihui thought he had misheard. The other party actually told him to call the person over directly. Is this preparation to face the god of war head-on? Where did this guy get the guts? In fact, Lu Jihui was not qualified to have the god of war come. He helped Long Aoyuan in private. If he had known that the person he was going to deal with was such a powerful martial artist, he certainly wouldn't have come. It's unrealistic for people from the war cry department to show up. But the other party's words gave him an opportunity. Are you challenging the authority of the war department? Yinan said, I'm challenging you, so what? Is that not allowed? Lu Jihui said, all right, you wait. Immediately, Lu Jihui made a phone call. The call was just connected. Lu Jihui then put on a fawning expression and said, Instructor Tang. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. It was Tang Long. The camp stationed on the Hong Kong Island side is the Azure Dragon camp. What's up? Lu Jihui said. Instructor Tang, someone is maliciously disrupting the order of Hong Kong Island, and they are even challenging the majesty of the Azure Dragon War God. Tang Long on the other end of the phone immediately flew into a rage. Who is this person, daring to be so arrogant? Lu Jihui said, a young man and an old man. On the other end of the phone, Tang Long was training the Azure Dragon Battalion soldiers. At any other time, he would have come directly to handle the matter, but he was too busy today. Give the phone to that person, I'll talk to him. Lu Jihui immediately replied, yes. Then he handed the phone to Yinan. Someone wants to speak to you. Yinan reached out and took the phone. Tang Long's voice rang out, tinged with a hint of hostility. I don't care who you are. You have 1 hour to leave Hong Kong Island, or you'll face the consequences. Upon hearing this, Yinan calmly replied, I will bear the consequences myself. Upon hearing this, Tang Long's expression changed drastically on the other end of the phone, because the voice was so familiar. The voice sounds like Mr. Yes. No way. Mr. Yip has come to Hong Kong Island? Tang Long wanted to confirm again. You are Mr. Yi? Yinan hung up the phone and tossed it to Lu Jihui. Lu Jihui was dumbfounded. This guy was incredibly arrogant. He hung up on Instructor Tang. How dare this kid? He immediately called Tang Long to explain, determined not to let the other party take his anger out on him. But I couldn't get through no matter what I tried. It's over. Instructor Tang must have been angered by this kid. Instructor Tang will be here soon. He had to explain. You're finished. Yinan sat down leisurely in the chair, completely ignoring Lu Jihui. Long Aoyuan didn't say another word. This matter was no longer related to the Long family. This development was incredibly favorable for him. The third brother and fourth sister are all dead. He was the only one left in power in the entire Long family. After that, all the assets would belong to him. On the side, Long Weiran was extremely nervous. She asked in a low voice, Mr. Ping, can Mr. Yi handle this? Zhou Ping said, I don't know either, but judging from Mr. Ye's condition, there shouldn't be any problems. If he were still the same Zhou Huiguang, there would naturally be no problem. The problem is that he cannot reveal his true identity. Long Weiran remained silent, and could only take things one step at a time. Soon, hurried footsteps approached. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Jihui knew someone was coming and immediately turned around. At this moment, a group of people rushed over. His expression changed when he saw the leader. The person who arrived was not Tang Long, but the Azure Dragon War God. He never expected that this matter would alarm the Azure Dragon War God. If it were just Instructor Tang alone, things would definitely have taken a turn for the better, but with the addition of the Azure Dragon War God, things are different. Long Aoyuan was also dumbfounded. Why had the Azure Dragon War God come? However, this is a good thing. No matter how powerful that young man is, he's doomed this time. God of War. Lu Jihui stepped forward and called out. However, the Azure Dragon War God completely ignored Lu Jihui, not even glancing at him. Lu Jihui was stunned for a moment, and then he saw Tang Long and immediately went up to him with a smile. Instructor Tang. Tang Long glared at Lu Jihui and then shouted, "Get out!" Lu Jihui was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did Instructor Tang treat him that way? Everyone else was stunned. Weren't these people summoned by Lu Jihui? Why do they treat Lu Jihui this way? At that moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Azure Dragon War God approached Yi Nan with a smile and said, "Mr. Yi, what brings you to Hong Kong?" This scene has occurred. It shocked everyone. The Azure Dragon War God actually addressed that young man as Mr. Yi. For these Hong Kong Islanders, the Azure Dragon War God was a truly powerful being. Even a Grandmaster martial artist cannot compare to the Azure Dragon War God. And now, this powerful figure is showing such a humble attitude towards this young man. This is absolutely incredible. They had never seen the Azure Dragon War God like this before. Who exactly is this young man? Lu Jihui and Long Aoyuan's hearts sank to the bottom. Long Weiran stared wide-eyed, his body trembling. Zhou Ping was not curious about this scene. It's perfectly normal for such a young and powerful person to possess such abilities. At this moment, Yinan looked at the Azure Dragon War God and said calmly, "I've come to take care of some business." Chapter 476. You are the head of the Long family. The Azure Dragon War God asked, "Has the Dragon family offended you?" After saying this, he swept his fierce gaze over the Long family members. This is someone that even the highest-ranking officers in the War Department have to give face to. If the Long family offends Mr. Yi, then it doesn't need to exist. Yinan said calmly, "I came to get my money back, but the Long family is not going to give it to me. They even want to kill me. Oh, and they also want the guards to arrest me." The Azure Dragon War God's expression hardened slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." Then, he turned to look at Lu Jihui. "So you're the one who wants to arrest Mr. Yi?" With just one glance, Lu Jihui's body involuntarily knelt down, trembling all over. God of War. This is a misunderstanding. Azure Dragon War God sneered. Misunderstanding. Lu Jihui broke out in a cold sweat and said tremblingly, reporting to the God of War, "It's truly a misunderstanding. The matter is like this." Immediately, Lu Jihui tried to explain, but before he could say another word, with a wave of his hand, the Azure Dragon War God unleashed a powerful force that struck Lu Jihui directly. The latter was sent flying backwards. "After you go back, resign as captain of the guard team, and I'll spare your life." Lu Jihui coughed up blood, but upon hearing this, he dared not utter a single word and immediately agreed. He was thankful that he hadn't said anything too extreme. Otherwise he would surely be dead today. Being able to survive is already the best outcome. Long Aoyuan was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. "God of War, I will return all of the Long family's assets to Mr. Yi right away." The Azure Dragon War God coldly replied, "Too late. Guards, take him away and lock him in the dark dungeon." Long Aoyuan was extremely panicked. The Black Jail on Hong Kong Island. That was a place where criminals were imprisoned. The prisoners inside were mostly villains who had invaded Hong Kong Island. Once you're in the dark cell, you're guaranteed to die. "No, God of War, please give me a chance. I was wrong." Soon, the Azure Dragon Camp soldiers came forward and dragged Long Aoyuan and Long Yuanxing away. Then, the Azure Dragon War God came to Yi Nan and asked, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this result?" Yinan didn't care about the result. He nodded slightly. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon War God breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, you are new to Hong Kong Island. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with us tonight?" Yinan said, "All right." The Azure Dragon War God smiled and said, "Then I will come to pick you up personally tonight." Yinan nodded slightly. The Azure Dragon War God quickly led his men away. Inside the room, only Yinan, Long Weiran, and Zhou Ping remained. Long Weiran stared at Yinan in shock. She never imagined that the person she accidentally bumped into would have such an extraordinary background. Immediately, Long Weiran knelt on the ground. "Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life." Yinan said, "Get up." Long Weiran slowly stood up. Yinan said, "I have a few questions for you." Long Weiran nodded. Yinan asked. Do you know who I am? Long Weiran replied. You are the person behind our Long family. Yinan was very satisfied with this answer. For Yinan, the Long family's money wasn't much, and it was dispensable, but it was left by his mother, and Yinan had to take it back. If those people had said those words about Long Weiran from the beginning, he wouldn't have made things difficult for them. Yinan asked again, Are you interested in becoming the head of the Long family? Upon hearing this, Long Weiran's eyes widened. You want her to be the head of the Long family? I'm afraid I can't. The Long family is full of talented people, and many of the younger generation are quite good. Long Weiran hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes. Yinan said, From now on, you will be the head of the Long family. Long Weiran stood there stunned. She had personally witnessed how her elders had fought tooth and nail for the position of head of the Long family. But now, she has become the head of the Long family simply because someone said one sentence. Weiran, what are you waiting for? Quickly thank Mr. Yi. Zhou Ping reminded him. Long Weiran then realized what was happening and quickly knelt down, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Yi. Yinan said, No need to kneel, get up. By the way, I'm your backer now. If anyone is dissatisfied with you, come to me. I'll be in Hong Kong these next few days. Long Weiran nodded. Yinan didn't say anything more and left with Zhou Ping. Long Weiran sat in the Long Corporation building, looking at the office, feeling very sad. If Mr. Yi had arrived a little earlier, my parents might not have died. However, she quickly made up her mind. She wants to carry on her father's will and make the Long family better. After that, the news that Long Weiran had become the head of the family spread throughout the entire Long family. The shareholders of the Long family were not convinced. If it were someone from the older generation of the Long family who were to succeed as the family head, they certainly wouldn't say much. But how could they be willing to let a mere kid rise to power? The CEOs of several listed companies have all had the idea of breaking away from the Long family, and they are all secretly plotting it. Night falls. The Azure Dragon War God personally drove to pick up Yinan for dinner. The moment the two got out of the car, they caused a huge commotion. Everyone knows the Azure Dragon War God. But who is this young man? To be treated with such courtesy by the Azure Dragon War God. He must be some important person. Zhou Ping didn't come. He went to the Jiulong Taoist temple to find his disciple. Inside a private room at the Regent Hong Kong Island Hotel, the Azure Dragon War God raised his glass. Mr. Yi, I'd like to toast you. Yinan raised his glass. The Azure Dragon War God drank it all in one gulp. Yinan only took a small sip. The banquet was halfway through. The Azure Dragon War God finally spoke, asking, Mr. Yi, why did you suddenly come to Hong Kong Island? Yinan said, They've come to kill someone. The Azure Dragon War God was taken aback, then asked, Who to kill? I think I can do it for you. If this gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. You should know that this is the first time the God of War has ever killed someone. For the combat department, their existence is to protect others. Yinan said, Li Tianyang. The Azure Dragon War God widened his eyes. Li Tianyang? Then we'll need Mr. Yi to take action. Recently, a master named Ramon has appeared by his side. He's a famous sorcerer from Siam, and I'm no match for him. The War Department had already received the news as soon as Ramon arrived in Hong Kong. They have been keeping a close eye on Ramon recently. If he takes any extreme actions, the Combat Command will take action. If he does nothing, they will not disturb him. After all, defeating Ramon is not something the Azure Dragon War God can do. It would require at least a national-level expert to intervene. Yinan said, I know. The Azure Dragon War God asked, What did the other party do to offend Mr. Yi? Yinan said, He attacked my wife. The Azure Dragon War God couldn't help but gasp. Why did Ramon have to do something so wrong, targeting Mr. Yi's wife? Mr. Yi, I can help you get rid of Li Tianyang. Yinan shook his head. No need, I'll do it myself. Chapter 477 Siamese Vertical Pupils. The Azure Dragon War God nodded. Mr. Yi, if you have any needs, our Azure Dragon Camp will definitely provide full support. Yinan picked up his wine glass, took a sip, and said, This wine is quite good. The Azure Dragon War God immediately smiled and said, This wine is from my treasured collection. Just then, Yinan's phone rang. He saw that it was Zhou Ping's number and reached out to answer it. You must be Yinan, came Li Tianyang's voice from the other end of the phone. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Zhou Ping's phone had fallen into the other party's hands, which meant that something had happened to Zhou Ping. I am, Li Tianyang said with a sneer. You killed my son, and I will make you pay with your blood. Yinan calmly asked, Are you at Nine Dragons Mountain? Previously, Zhou Ping said he was going to the Jiulong Taoist Temple to find his disciples. Li Tianyang said, That's right. What's wrong? Trying to run away? Yinan said, I'll come find you right away. Then, he hung up the phone. The Azure Dragon War God overheard their conversation and asked, Mr. Yi, shall I go with you to Nine Dragon Mountain? Yinan waved his hand. No need. You wait for me here. I'll come back for a drink. The Azure Dragon War God paused for a moment, then finally nodded. Yinan got up and headed straight for Jiulong Mountain. Ramon must be in Jiulong Mountain. Otherwise, Li Tianyang alone would have absolutely no chance of defeating Zhou Ping. His trip will resolve everyone's issues. And at this moment, inside the Kowloon Taoist Temple, Zhou Ping was kneeling on the ground, a pitiful sight. He arrived at the Kowloon Taoist Temple with great joy, intending to take his disciples away from the temple. But when he arrived, he found that the Taoist temple was gone. It has now been turned into a temple. He frantically searched for his disciples, and when he saw a bronze statue in front of the temple, his face immediately turned grim. He sensed that there was a person inside the bronze statue. He was one of his apprentices, and this bronze statue is newly cast. If all goes well, the living person will be placed in a vessel, and then molten copper will be poured in. In other words, his apprentice was scalded to death. This moment, Zhou Ping was furious. He knew that Ramon was behind it all. It's one thing for the other party to occupy the Taoist temple, but why resort to such ruthless tactics? He stormed into the temple. The battle against Ramon. But he was no match for him. He was seriously injured in his previous battle with Yinan and has not fully recovered, only having 2/3 of his peak combat strength. At this moment, Zhou Ping stared intently ahead. Li Tianyang is with Ramon. Ramon sat on a wooden chair, closing his eyes to rest. Li Tianyang stood to the side, holding Zhou Ping's phone. Zhou Huiguang, you're really something. You actually came up with the idea of faking your death to escape and fool everyone. Even I was fooled. Li Tianyang showed no respect whatsoever to the other party. After all, he now has a new backer. Zhou Ping coldly said, Li Tianyang, I've calculated your fate. You will die a terrible death in the future. Li Tianyang laughed. I died miserably? With Master Ramon around, how could I possibly die? You don't actually think Yinan is a match for Master Ramon, do you? I just spoke with Yinan. He's on his way here. If he dares to show up, Master Ramon will make sure he doesn't leave alive. Zhou Ping remained silent. He had just fought Ramon, whose strength was unfathomable. He wondered if Mr. Yi would be a match for him. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Li Tianyang sneered. Keep talking. What's wrong? Can't you speak? And just then, Ramon, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. The next second, a fork flew in and pierced through Li Tianyang's neck. Li Tianyang's pupils widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. Then, Yinan walked in from the entrance. He looked at Li Tianyang with a smile and said, Speak up. Why are you mute? Li Tianyang tried to speak, but he couldn't make a sound. Finally, he collapsed to the ground. His body convulsed a few times, and blood gushed out from his body. Upon seeing Yinan, Zhou Ping immediately called out, Mr. Yi, you've arrived. Yinan nodded slightly, then threw a pill into Zhou Ping's mouth. Eat him. Then, Yinan turned to look at Ramon. Ramon was also looking at Yinan. Ramon felt the pressure at just one glance. This young man is definitely not simple. Ramon looked at Yinan. So you're the one who killed my disciple? Yinan said, That's right. Now go back to your Siam, and I won't kill you. Ramon was unhappy, and no one dared to speak to him like that. Even those who are better than him will respect him. The young man actually told him to get lost. Where did they get the courage? Judging from your tone, you think you can kill me so easily? Yinan didn't want to waste words with the other party and coldly said, I'm just asking you whether you're getting out of here or not. Ramon coldly replied, What if I don't leave? Then die. Yinan said casually. Ramon laughed. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Die. Ramon threw out countless nails. That wasn't an ordinary nail. It was the soul-capturing nail. Those struck by the soul-stealing nail will fall under Ramon's spell. It was later controlled by Ramon. At this moment, countless soul-capturing nails surrounded Yi Nan's body. I'd like to see how you plan to dodge. He nailed them very quickly. Even if you are a grandmaster or a powerful expert, you cannot avoid it. Of course, hiding is useless, because the nail will track. Ramon thought Yi Nan would dodge, but at this moment, he saw Yi Nan standing still, not moving an inch, showing no intention of dodging at all. Why isn't this kid dodging? Ramon stared in shock. Then let's just wait to die? Zhou Ping was also shocked. Could it be that Mr. Yi didn't know that it was a soul-capturing nail? Wrong. They should know. Mr. Yi might have a way to deal with it. At this moment, the soul-seizing nail pierced towards Yi Nan. Yi Nan did not dodge at all, allowing the soul-devouring nail to pierce into his body. However, when the nail hit Yi Nan, the tip of the nail bent. It didn't even pierce Yi Nan's skin in the slightest. Ding ding ding. The soul-devouring nail fell to the ground. This scene occurred. Ramon's expression changed drastically. This is impossible. Even a martial arts grandmaster cannot withstand the soul-devouring nails, yet they couldn't even scratch him. In his view, Yi Nan was so young that he should be easily eliminated. This kid seems to be something special. However, there is nothing to fear. Ramon got serious. I told you to get out just now, but you wouldn't. Now, you don't have the chance. Yi Nan said it casually. Upon hearing this, Ramon sneered, arrogant. Do you think my methods are limited to this? This person is not simple. He must be eliminated as soon as possible, without giving him any chance. The words fell. Ramon has a wrinkled, vertical wound on the top of his head. Suddenly, the wound reopened and transformed into a vertical pupil. Suddenly, his aura exploded, and his entire body exuded a violent and fierce aura. It's astonishing. Upon seeing this, Zhou Ping exclaimed in surprise, This is the Siamese Evil Eye. Chapter 478 Master Tianluo. He quickly looked at Yi Nan and said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi, you must be careful. This Siamese Evil Eye technique is not to be underestimated. The Siamese Evil Eye technique is a secret art of Siam. To master this technique, one must implant the eyes of a boy born in an unlucky year, month, and hour into one's own forehead, and continuously draw upon the boy's blood in a specific area to allow the eyes to better adapt to one's own body. And this is just the most basic. They also have to cultivate in bloody places for a long time, and possesses great talent. Once mastered, the evil eye will be activated. The people around the body will be affected. At this moment, Yi Nan stood with his hands behind his back, calm and composed, as if Ramon did not exist at all. Nothing to fear. Upon hearing Yi Nan's words, Ramon sneered. Is that so? Then his face contorted, veins bulging on his cheeks, and he roared, Open! In an instant, a powerful aura of bloodlust surged forth from all around. The surrounding space turned red. Zhou Ping was the first to sense something was wrong, and he went completely berserk. He seemed to see countless evil spirits rushing towards him. They tore at his body, gnawing at his flesh. The body was completely out of control, the flesh trembled constantly, and began to shrink. Ramon sneered. Once you're hit by my eye technique, I control your life and death. Even the #1 master in Hong Kong is nothing more than this. Then he looked at Yi Nan. Next, it's your turn. Then, he used his pupil technique on Yi Nan. In an instant, the stench of blood enveloped Yi Nan. A red light appeared. However, Yi Nan remained standing in the same spot, seemingly unaffected. How could that be? Ramon looked displeased. He increased the speed again. His evil eyes widened. An even stronger aura of bloodshed was released in an instant. The area turned dark red. It looked as if a layer of blood had been splashed on it. But Yi Nan was completely unaffected and unharmed. You're all right. Ramon couldn't believe it was true, because this is his final trump card. Surprisingly, it didn't harm the other party at all. How can this be allowed? Yi Nan laughed and said, I thought the evil eye was some kind of powerful magic, nothing more than affecting other people's minds and causing them to collapse. It's far too weak. Next, I'm going to show you what true spiritual power is. The words fell. Yi Nan roared, Break! In an instant, a powerful spiritual force was released from Yinan, which transformed into a cyan divine light. Wherever it went, the red scenes were immediately suppressed and returned to normal. Destroy! Yinan shouted again. The azure divine light transformed into a sharp sword, pointing directly at Ramon's evil eyes. Ramon still wanted to defend, but he was no match for Yinan at all. A cyan sword pierced into the evil eye. Ramon roared in pain, fell to the ground, and rolled and struggled. He felt as if his spirit was being crushed on a millstone. Each turn of the millstone brought him a feeling of being utterly humiliated. Blood kept gushing from the evil eye. No, this is impossible. You are clearly a martial artist. How could you possess such powerful mental strength? This makes no sense at all. It should be understood that martial artists primarily cultivate their physical bodies and cannot possibly cultivate their spirit. Even if you are a person of extraordinary talent, you cannot do this. Yinan said calmly. Who says martial artists can't possess powerful mental strength? Ramon was still roaring. His evil eyes had been completely torn open, blood splattering everywhere. This was the first time he had ever felt the pain of death while fighting against others. No, you can't kill me. I am the junior brother of Master Tianluo, the leader of the Siam Thousand Descendants sect. If you kill me, my senior brother will definitely avenge me. Then let him come, and you must die, Yinan said coldly. No matter what background the other party has, Yinan will not let this person go. When Ramon sent his men to attack Wan Feng, the latter already knew he was doomed. The next second, Yinan released a powerful mental force. The force was violently strangling Ramon's body. Soon, Ramon's body turned into blood. Yinan turned around and went to Zhou Ping's side. At this moment, Zhou Ping looked at Yinan and realized how little he knew about Mr. Yi. In my battle with Mr. Yi released a whole sea. Are you alright? Yinan asked. Zhou Ping nodded. I'm fine. Yinan asked, where are your apprentices? Zhou Ping looked pained. They were all killed by Ramon. Yinan said, I have already avenged you. Zhou Ping immediately knelt down and said, Mr. Yi, from now on, I, Zhou Ping, am willing to follow your lead. Yinan said, get up and speak. Zhou Ping recalled what Ramon had said when he died. Mr. Yi, be careful of that Master Tianluo? Yinan asked, is this person very powerful? Zhou Ping told him what he knew. Master Tianluo was once the strongest person in Siam, but he has not appeared in the world for many years. Therefore, he was not included in the ranking of others. Otherwise, Ramon would never dare to call himself number one. And this person is extremely protective of his own. Ramon is the other party's junior brother, and also their spokesperson. What Ramon did was all the will of Master Tianluo. Now that you have killed Ramon, it is tantamount to starting a war with Master Tianluo. Yinan calmly said, if he dares to come, just kill him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping fell silent. And at this very moment, on an island in Siam, this is the headquarters of Qianjiangmen. Outside an ordinary thatched hut, several men dressed in suits knelt on the ground. If you look closely, you'll find that the leader is someone who stands at the pinnacle of power in Siam, and he can often be seen in major news reports. But who would have thought that the other party would be kneeling in front of this thatched hut? At this moment, someone came out of the thatched hut. It was a boy. Gentlemen, please go back. The master does not wish to see anyone today. The group was in a panic and shouted towards the thatched hut. Please, master, help us. We will repay you 10,000-fold in the future. And just then, a carrier pigeon flew into the thatched hut. The next second, a man who looked like a high-ranking monk then pushed open the door and came out. The other person wore a nose ring, earrings, and gold rings on their arms and ankles. Every step he took left a black footprint, emitting black smoke, which slowly disappeared after 3 seconds. Those people thought that Master Tianluo had come out because he heard their shouts. A woman in her 40s named Satongtan blocked Master Tianluo's path, knelt down, and cried out, Master, I am Princess Satongtan of Siam. Please help me ascend the throne of Siam. I will repay you with all my might in the future. Satongtan was qualified to become the king of Siam, but a farce caused him to lose his qualification. Satongtan was unconvinced, so he came to visit this Master Tianluo. The other party is of noble status, and every word he says is like a royal decree. If he allows her to become queen, then she can become queen. But at this moment, Master Tianluo looked at Su Tongtan with just a glance. The next second, Su Tongtan's eyes widened, and then she reached out to cover her neck. Then, a terrible scene unfolded. Her body spontaneously combusted until the very last moment, when she turned to ashes. Master Tianlu walked past without expression. Just now, he received news that Ramon had been killed on Hong Kong Island. In this tiny Hong Kong island, someone actually dared to attack his junior brother. He wants to seek justice and needs to meet with the other party. Chapter 479 Shocking Hong Kong Island. The news of Master Tianluo's emergence from seclusion quickly spread throughout the entire country of Siam. Countless people have longed to witness the other's brilliance. Keep in mind, the other party is the strongest person in Siam. To be able to see the other side is an incredible stroke of luck. However, everyone was very curious as to why Master Tianluo, who had not appeared in public for many years, would suddenly reappear this time. News of Ramon's death naturally reached Siam. Everyone immediately understood what had happened. Master Tianluo and Master Ramon are fellow disciples. The former's emergence from seclusion, this time, must be to avenge his junior brother. Everyone was curious. Who was so bold as to dare to kill Ramon? They soon learned the news. The murderer came from Dashaoport Island. If the murderer came from inland China, people would think it's normal, since there are many skilled people there. Any one of the top 3 on the dragon ranking could defeat Ramon. How dare they take action on such a small island as Hong Kong? The strongest person, Zhou Huiguang, is already dead. Where did they get the audacity to make this move? This news naturally reached Hong Kong Island as well. The entire martial arts community on Hong Kong Island was in a panic. Most people complain. After all, Master Tianluo is not someone to be trifled with. Since they've come for revenge, they'll definitely take the opportunity to suppress the entire Hong Kong martial arts community. Who would want to miss such a chance to show off? After old Master Zhou died, there was no one in their entire circle who could rival Master Tianluo. If word got out that one person could suppress an entire island, it would be a tremendous disgrace to the Hong Kong martial arts community. Although the Azure Dragon Battalion was stationed on Hong Kong Island. However, Master Tianluo had a legitimate reason to attack, so the Azure Dragon camp couldn't easily intervene. Besides, even the Azure Dragon War God was no match for him. The War Department must dispatch a figure of the level of a National Guardian King to perhaps be able to contend with them. Which bastard killed Ramon? Don't you know they have someone backing them? However, everyone is genuinely curious. Who is the killer? They actually have such abilities. But despite making various inquiries, the group couldn't find out anything. This made everyone even more curious. When did such a big figure appear in Hong Kong? All of this happened within a mere half hour. Inside the Regent Hotel, Azure Dragon War God received a call from the War Department. He was told that Ramon had been killed and that Master Tianlu would be coming to Hong Kong Island. Just let him supervise Master Tianluo. He must not intervene. Furthermore, a national guardian deity will be dispatched to handle this matter in the shortest possible time. When the Azure Dragon War God heard the person on the phone, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Mr. Yi really did it. When did Ramon become so weak? No, I can only say that Mr. Yi is too strong. He had always thought that Mr. Yi might be a powerful martial arts master, but now it seems that he has reached the level of a grandmaster. The voice on the phone said, "Do you know who killed Ramon?" Because the whole thing happened so fast, the War Department didn't have time to investigate. The Azure Dragon War God replied, "It is Mr. Yi Qingtsong." There was a pause on the other end of the phone. "Don't get involved in this." "Yes," the Azure Dragon War God replied. "Okay, I'll hang up now," the other person said. After the call ended, someone pushed the door open and came in. It was Yi Nan and Zhou Ping. The Azure Dragon War God immediately stood up and asked, "Mr. Yi, did you kill Ramon?" Yi Nan sat back in his original spot. "That's right, your information network, is that good?" The Azure Dragon War God said, "It's not that I'm well informed, but this matter has already caused a huge sensation. Ramon's senior brother, Master Tianluo, is coming to Hong Kong Island to avenge his junior brother, which means he's coming to kill you, Mr. Yi." Yi Nan calmly replied, No need to worry about it. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon War god didn't waste any more time on the topic and raised his glass. Mr. Yi, I'd like to toast you. After the cocktail party, Yinan then went to his residence with Zhou Ping. Mr. Yi, I want to handle the funeral arrangements for my apprentices. Many of them still have families in Hong Kong, Zhou Ping said. After their deaths, their families will be left destitute. Yinan waved his hand and said, Go. Zhou Ping bowed and left. His apprentices all came from families that were not well off. Zhou Ping took them in as apprentices simply to give them a way to survive. But who would have thought that things would turn out like this? He planned to leave a large sum of money for his apprentices' family. Yinan, on the other hand, checked into a hotel owned by the Long family. Lung Hotel, Hong Kong Island. Yinan had just returned to the hotel when he ran into Long Weiran. Mr. Yi. Long Weiran called out immediately upon seeing Yinan. Yinan asked, How did you end up here? Long Weiran said, I've run into some trouble. Yinan said, Speak. Long Weiran said, Since I became the head of the Long family, the shareholders held a meeting in just half a day to remove me as the head of the family. However, one meeting cannot decide my life or death. There will be another meeting. I am afraid. I am no match for them. Over the years, Long Weiran has been well protected by her father and has not entered the business world to compete. Her opponents are all old foxes, and Long Weiran is no match for them at all. Yinan calmly said, It's all right. I've said before that I'm your backer. When is the next board meeting? Long Weiran quickly replied, Tomorrow. Then she looked at Yinan pitifully, hoping he could help her. Come pick me up tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Long Weiran breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yinan waved his hand. All right, it's getting late. Go back and get some rest. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Yinan left. Long Weiran watched Yinan get on the elevator before leaving herself. She was extremely confident at that moment. The next day, Long Weiran, dressed like a strong, independent woman, came to pick up Yinan. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi nodded. Let's go. Let's go to the board meeting. Long Weiran drove a Mercedes-Benz, personally serving as the driver, to take Yinan to the meeting location. Soon, we arrived at our destination. The two then headed to the meeting place one after the other. Long Weiran said from the back, Mr. Yi, the CEOs of all 5 listed companies under the Long family are here. She wanted to introduce the people who came today to Yinan so that Mr. Yi could be prepared. Because once the two of them enter the venue, someone will definitely cause trouble. Yinan said, No need to say too much. Long Weiran had no choice but to shut up. Soon, the two entered the venue. The large oval table was surrounded by people. As soon as the two entered, they felt several gazes directed at them. When they saw that there was another person following Long Weiran, they looked him up and down until they were sure it was a stranger, and then they were all relieved. This person must be the helper that Long Weiran found, but this helper doesn't seem to be very good. He's too young, and they could easily kill him with just a little effort. Yinan took his seat, and before anyone else could speak, he scanned the entire room with his gaze, and then said directly, Anyone who objects to Long Weiran becoming the head of the Long family can stand up. Chapter 480 Yinan's Plan. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the shareholders present changed. They all looked Yinan up and down. Finally, one person stood up. He was Fu Yunxing, the head of Tianhua Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Long Group. Who are you? This is where we hold our shareholders meeting, not a place for you. Get out of here, or I'll call security. Yinan looked at the other party and flicked his finger. Fu Yunxing was about to continue speaking when a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and he lost control of his body and fell to the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Their bodies trembled. Yinan looked at the group and asked, What about you guys? Any objections? At that moment, no one answered Yinan. But someone shouted, Security, security. Before the other party could say anything more, Yinan pierced his skull with a single finger and killed him. When this scene unfolded, the entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the only sound was the pounding of hearts. Finally, a man wearing glasses looked at Yinan and said, Young man, isn't it a bit too much for you to break in here and kill someone? Yinan looked at the other person and asked, Who are you? The other party replied, I am Wang Quanfeng, the head of Tianlang Logistics, a subsidiary of the Longshore Group. Yinan asked, "Do you have any objections to Long Weiran becoming the head of the Long family?" Long Quanfeng didn't dare to say a word. Of course he had objections, since he was the one who brought up the matter against Long Weiran. But he dared not give a definite answer now, knowing that if he said the wrong thing, death would be his fate. Of course there is no objection, but I think Long Weiran is too young and may not be able to shoulder such a great responsibility. But he had barely finished speaking. A bloody hole appeared on Wang Chuanfeng's head, and then his body fell to the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, those who had originally followed Wang Quanfeng were terrified, sitting in their chairs, their bodies trembling. At this moment, they no longer dared to question Yi Nan's act of killing. Yi Nan's gaze swept across the entire room as he asked, "I'll ask you one more time. Do you still have any objections to Long Weiran becoming the head of the Long family?" At that moment, the head of a small company stood up in the crowd and said, "No objections." The others echoed, "We have no objections either." Now, anyone who isn't stupid knows what to say. Yinan said, "Since everyone has no objections, then this matter is decided. From now on, Long Weiran will be the head of the Long family." Then, Yinan looked at the person who had just spoken and asked, "What's your name?" The other person replied in a trembling voice, "My name is Hua Shengkai." Yinan said, "You will be fully responsible for the locations of the two people who just died." Upon hearing this, Hua Shengkai's eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling the truth?" Yinan said, "Just tell me if you want to take responsibility." Hua Shengkai immediately knelt on the ground. "From now on, you will be my master." Yinan didn't reply, but looked at the others and said, "I'm an outsider, so I'll leave first. You can discuss the next steps yourselves." Yinan turned and left. Inside the room, Long Weiran sat in the main seat. The others remained silent, all staring at Long Weiran in fear. They had originally intended to use this opportunity to attack the other side, but now it seemed that if they dared to say a word, their fate would be like that of the two corpses on the ground. Long Weiran began issuing orders, and no one dared to disobey. Half an hour later, Long Weiran finished the meeting and walked out of the room, her heart pounding. Mr. Yi is truly a remarkable person. She quickly found Yinan and knelt down on the ground. "Mr. Yi, thank you." Yinan was sitting in a chair. "Get up." Long Weiran stood up. "No need to thank me so much. You are the person I chose. Just take the Long group seriously from now on." Yinan said calmly. Long Weiran nodded firmly. "From now on, I swear to serve Mr. Yi to the death." Yinan then asked, "How do you know that the Long group is not from your Long family?" Every time his mother left him something, she would also convey some kind of message to him. For example, when he went to the Huangfu family, he learned that the Long family's assets were left to him by his mother. So, when she came to the Long family, her mother must have left some messages behind. Long Weiran said, "My father told me about it. He sensed that others were about to make a move, so he told me about it." Yinan pressed further. "Did he tell you anything else?" Long Weiran shook his head. "No more." Yinan was somewhat disappointed. The clues had gone cold again. It seemed he could only seek answers from the deputy leader of the Hongmen. But how do we get Song Jianghe to come to Daxia? Yinan quickly came up with a plan, to massacre the members of the Hongmen and lure Song Jianghe there. Yinan looked at Long Weiran. "All right, go ahead and get busy." Long Weiran nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yi." After Long Weiran left, Yinan took out his phone and dialed Mu Yue's number. "Sect Master, do you want to inquire about the Green Sect?" Mu Yue asked. "I have investigated the Green Sect with all my might, but I have found nothing." Yinan said, "Of course not, but I wanted to ask if you could find out if there were any members of the Hongmen hidden within the Great Xia." Mu Yue said, "Of course that's possible." Yinan said, "Help me check, and it would be best to provide a detailed list." Mu Yue immediately replied, "No problem." Yinan said, "Let's take action now. First, help me investigate the Hongmen members on Hong Kong Island." Then he hung up the phone. Once Yinan obtained the list, he immediately sent people to make a move. The Hongmen must have many informants within Daxia. These people should have different identities. Some people are extremely important to the Hongmen. He kills those important people, which will eventually attract the attention of the Hongmen. Yinan didn't believe those Hongmen experts could remain calm. If they remain calm, the Hongmen will surely crumble. When the underlings see that the higher-ups are unwilling to help them, they will definitely betray them. But if the other party loses their composure, that's the outcome Yinan hopes to see. Soon, Mu Yoyue's side found part of the list. They're all on Hong Kong Island. After obtaining the list, Yinan began his massacre. The first member of the Hongmen was a doctor. The other party's name is Sun Chong. Private hospitals on Hong Kong Island. Sun Chong, as the attending physician, returned to his residence, prepared to change his clothes, and went out to a place where a cult was gathered. By day he is a doctor who saves lives, and by night he is the leader of the evil cult Tianlong sect. He was sent to Hong Kong Island by the Hung Society with the mission of swindling money from others and then luring them to the Hung Society to engage in the sale of human organs. Soon, he arrived at a dilapidated factory. In the central area, there are countless ordinary people. They knelt on the ground. There is a high platform ahead. A bronze dragon head is carved on the wall behind the platform. This is the lair of the heavenly dragon cult. Sun Chong walked in wearing a black robe with a dragon head tattoo. In an instant, they became the center of attention. Countless people knelt on the ground, shouting to Sun Chong, "Welcome, Master." Chapter 481 Hongmen Beasts. These people were all followers of the Tianlong cult, deceived by Sun Chong. Sun Chong appeared as a deity to deceive these people. They say he is the reincarnation of the dragon god and can bring good luck to people. These believers had unwavering faith in Sun Chong. Sun Chong looked ahead and shouted, "Everyone, stand up." The believers all stood up. Sun Chong continued, "Today is the day you dedicate yourselves." The believers immediately took out all their money and prepared to offer it to Sun Chong, begging for his protection. Looking at the large pile of money in front of him, Sun Chong continued, "The dragon god has seen your sacrifices. I will now ask the dragon god to possess me and save you. But as before, you only have one chance. Whoever is lucky will win the dragon god's favor." The crowd shouted in unison. At this moment, Sun Chong pointed to a woman holding a child. "You are favored by the dragon god. Come up here." The woman looked excited, then came up carrying her child. The other party was dressed in rags, indicating that his family was not very wealthy. The others felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing this. But they had no choice and dared not say anything more. They dared not disobey the dragon god's decision. The woman, holding her child, knelt before Sun Chong. "Please, dragon god, save my son. He is seriously ill and will not live much longer." Sun Chong looked at the child and said, "All right, the dragon god will possess me now and save your child." Sun Chong knew the mother and son. They had come to him for medical treatment earlier that day. The child's illness wasn't serious. Seeing that they were easy to fool, Sun Chong deliberately said some scary things, claiming that the doctors couldn't save their lives. And they guided the mother and son to come here to worship the dragon god. They said this place could save a child's life. Unexpectedly, the woman arrived with her child that evening. This woman must bleed today. Because Sun Chong was covering his face, the other party could not see his appearance clearly. "Let me see the child," Sun Chong said. The woman immediately handed the child in her arms to Sun Chong. The child is not very old, only about 4 years old. After reading it, Sun Chong described the child's condition when he fell ill to the woman. After hearing this, the woman believed in Sun Chong even more. "Please, dragon god, save my child." Sun Chong took out a small bottle and dripped the liquid inside into the child's mouth. "This is ambergris. The child will get better after drinking it," Sun Chong said. But actually, it's just ordinary tap water. The woman, unaware of this, was still thanking the dragon god. Yinan, who was hiding in the shadows, saw the whole scene. He never imagined that the members of the Hongmen would be so despicable as to do such a thing. This is tantamount to murder for money. Yinan felt guilty for killing innocent people, but seeing Sun Chong like this, he decided to kill him. Then she walked out in full view of everyone. Upon noticing Yinan's appearance, Sun Chong immediately asked, "Who are you? Are you here to join our heavenly dragon sect as well?" Yinan coldly said, "I'm here to kill you, you Hongmen scoundrel, trying to deceive people in this way." Upon hearing this, Sun Chong's expression changed drastically. The other party actually knew his background, and this person was probably after him. "You, who exactly are you?" Sun Chong shouted. You're really too audacious to dare to disrespect the dragon god. You're courting death. Then he glanced at the believers around him and ordered, Go up and stop this person who is disrespectful to the dragon god. The dragon god will reward you. These believers had long been brainwashed by Sun Chong and were devoted to the dragon god. Upon hearing Sun Chong's words, they all walked towards Yinan. How dare you disrespect the dragon god? Kneel down, capture him, and offer him to the dragon god. Superior. The crowd rushed forward. A group of ordinary people acted like they had gone mad. Yinan ignored them and looked at Sun Chong. He stepped in front of Sun Chong and snapped his neck before Sun Chong could say a word. Then, holding Sun Chong's bloodied head, he looked at the group of believers and said coldly, You've all been deceived. The dragon god doesn't exist at all. This is all fake. If he really were the dragon god, how could I have killed him? Everyone who saw this scene trembled with fear. He actually killed the dragon god. Could he be a god too? Everyone knelt down on the ground with a series of thuds. God, please let us go. Don't kill us. Seeing this, Yinan sighed. These people were truly ignorant and foolish. He had wanted to bring these people to their senses, but now there was no need. Let these people perish on their own. Anyway, he has already achieved his goal. Soon, Yinan then left this place. The believers kept kowtowing, and after seeing Yinan disappear in an instant, they felt even more strongly that Yinan was a god. He really is a god more powerful than the dragon god. Everyone, kneel down immediately. Yinan was already on his way to the location of the second member of the Hongmen. This is a slum. Here, a man who looks extremely fierce is preparing food for a group of children. These children are all disabled. They were not born disabled, but were disabled by others. They were either missing an arm or a leg, and even worse, one of them had only one eye. Instead of putting the food on the table for them to eat, they poured it into plates on the ground and made the children crawl on the floor and lick it like dogs. Dinner's ready. The moment the man poured the food, which looked like pig swill, into the plate, the children frantically licked it up, showing how long they had been starving. However, not all children have access to food. These children were sent to the streets to beg. Only those who performed well were allowed to eat. Those who did not perform well were locked in cages and could only watch others eat, swallowing their saliva in frustration, while also enduring inhuman torture. That incredibly vicious man was the one Yinan wanted to kill, the leader of this criminal gang. He roared at the children. From now on, you'll only get to eat if you do well. If you don't, you'll be like those people locked in cages, getting nothing to eat and being punished. Today's punishment is water punishment. After he finished speaking, his men immediately sprayed the children in the cage with the hoses that were filled with ice water. The ice water fell on the children, making them shiver. Some couldn't take it and kept begging for mercy, but all they got in return was more intense treatment. Soon, some children couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Just then, Yinan slowly walked in. His gaze was incredibly sinister. These people are utterly beasts. When the Hongmen member spotted Yinan, he immediately frowned. How did this person appear? He was completely silent. He immediately stood up and shouted, Who are you? Yinan coldly replied, The one who killed you. Chapter 482 Rebirth. Upon hearing this, the other person's expression changed drastically, and they immediately picked up a fruit knife from the side. But Yinan was faster than him. They pointed their fingers together as a sword, and a sword aura slashed out. However, Yinan did not immediately kill him. Killing them like this would be too easy on them. The other party must be tortured to death. When Yinan arrived, he saw these children. They must have all been persecuted by this man. That bastard is really going too far. Click. The man's arm holding the knife was severed. Fresh blood gushed out immediately. The man roared in agony. He realized that Yinan was someone he couldn't possibly handle, and immediately shouted, You! Who exactly are you? Let me tell you, you can't kill me, or you'll die a horrible death. Is that so? Yinan unleashed another sword strike on the other man's other arm. A snap. The man's roar was even louder than before. I am a member of the Hongmen. If you dare to touch me again, you will surely suffer the retaliation of the Hongmen. Yinan coldly said. Then you can directly notify the Hongmen and let them retaliate against me. He couldn't be happier if it were like this. But at this moment, Yinan's anger had nothing to do with anything else. He just felt that these people were too hands-on. They used children as tools to make money. Damn it. The man was surprised that Yinan wasn't afraid at all, and immediately turned and ran. Help! Help! His accomplices were also outside the factory. But when he went outside, he found that all his comrades had been killed and were lying in pools of blood. At that moment, he panicked. He turned his head. Yinan wasn't the only one who came out. The children whose hands and feet had been cut off, whose tongues had been cut off, and whose eyes had been poked also came out. At that moment, the man was terrified and cried out to Yinan, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I was wrong." Yinan said to the children behind him, "He has harmed you like this. Do you want revenge?" The group of children nodded in unison. Yinan raised the fruit knife and handed it to the child at the front. "Use this knife to kill him." The children had long harbored deep hatred for men, but the thought of killing them still instilled fear in them, and many shrank back. After all, they are still children. However, a one-eared boy stepped out from the crowd and took the fruit knife from Yinan's hand. Then, she walked towards the man. When the man saw the one-eared boy approaching, he tried to scare him. "Try touching me. Once I have someone kill that kid, I'll definitely cut off your other ear." The boy hesitated immediately. His ear had been cut off by this man, a scene so cruel that he dared not think about it. Yinan immediately attacked, unleashing a sword strike that slashed at the man's legs. He roared even more miserably. Then, Yinan said to the one-eared boy, "Don't be scared by him, kill him." The one-eared boy glanced back at Yinan, then nodded, raised his knife, and approached the man who resembled a human pig, plunging the knife into his heart. The man roared in pain, still cursing loudly. However, the one-eared boy was unusually excited. Yinan then said to the other children who had been persecuted, "You should go too. If these children aren't allowed to do such things, they will live in fear for the rest of their lives and never escape this quagmire. But things change once you take action. The children will be reborn." Following the example of the one-eared boy, the other children stepped forward, picked up fruit knives, and stabbed one person at a time. Soon, all the children present stabbed the man. Because they had been starving for a long time, they were very weak, so even after being stabbed dozens of times, the man did not die and was still alive. He was covered in blood and looked extremely disheveled. At that moment, he had only one thought: to die as soon as possible. He didn't want to experience this again. "Kill me. Please kill me." Yinan asked, "Can you contact the Hongmen?" Upon hearing this, the man stared at Yinan with wide eyes. You're here for the Hongmen?" Yinan said, "Yes, contact the Hongmen and tell them that someone has attacked the Hongmen." The other party was stunned for a moment. In fact, he had been trying to contact the Hongmen, but he had not had the opportunity. He believed that if he took out his phone, the young man in front of him would definitely stop him. Unexpectedly, the young man asked him to take the initiative to contact him. What exactly is this person trying to do? However, this is a good thing for him. He knew he was going to die this time, but he didn't want to die in vain. He was determined to get the Hongmen to avenge him. If the other party asks him to contact them, then he should contact them. Immediately, the man unlocked the phone with his tongue, then dialed a number with his tongue, and finally got through. "Someone wants to kill me." A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who is it?" The next second, a flash of sword light appeared, and the man turned into blood. Yinan walked over, picked up the phone from the ground, and said coldly, "It's me." The other person paused for a moment, then said coldly, "Who exactly are you?" Ignoring the question, Yinan said, "Next, I will continue to slaughter the Hongmen members in Hong Kong." After saying this, Yinan hung up the phone. Some things don't need to be said too much. Then, Yinan turned around and looked at the group of children, who all looked at him pitifully. Yinan felt a pang of heartache. If I hadn't been adopted by an orphanage when I was a child, my fate might have been the same as these children. Then, Yinan dialed the phone numbers of Tsunglong War God and Long Weiran. He asked the Azure Dragon War God to help find the children's families. Many of these children were trafficked. They should still have families. If nothing unexpected happens, the family members are searching frantically. As for those who are truly orphans, let Long Weiran open an orphanage and adopt them. Consider it a good deed. Both the Azure Dragon War God and Long Waren agreed. The Azure Dragon War God brought Yi Nin a message. Master Tianluo has already departed from Siam, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, will arrive in Hong Kong Island in a day. Yi Nin indicated that he understood. Master Tianluo didn't care. Then, Yi Nin took out the list and prepared to kill the next member of the Hongmen. At the same time, inside the Hongmen, that phone call caused quite a stir. The senior officials immediately gathered together. The meeting was presided over by Deputy Sect Leader Song Jianghe. Before him stood the newly elected leaders of the various branches of the sect. The deaths of the 5 Hall Masters in Daxiao dealt a heavy blow to the Hongmen. But the Hongmen couldn't do anything about it. It was said that it was the Heavenly King Shangwan Lai who made the move. Song Jianghe is not afraid of Shangwan Lai. If they really fight, it would be a 50-50 chance. However, Shangwan Lai is not the only one in the Great Xia. Once he goes there, his fate is uncertain. If another heavenly king who protects the country or a god of war comes, Song Jianghe will have to stay there. Therefore, the Hongmen chose to settle the matter peacefully and elected several new Hall Masters to ensure that the affairs within the Hongmen would not be affected. At this moment, a group of Hall Masters were discussing the massacre of Hong Kong's Hongmen disciples, their discussion in full swing. This guy is definitely after the Hongmen. Damn it. Does he really think the Hongmen has no one left? But the problem is, it seems that we Hongmen have no enemies in Hong Kong Island. Over the years, we have not had any conflicts with other forces. I can't figure it out either. Could it be that enemies from other places have come to Hong Kong Island? At this point, someone said, our focus isn't on whether we have an enemy, but on how to kill this person. That's right. People on Hong Kong Island are in a state of extreme panic. They don't even dare to leave their homes, for fear of being killed by this butcher. Now everyone is in danger and wants to leave Great Xia and return to the Hongmen headquarters. And some people have already disobeyed orders and returned. If that's the case, then all the plans we've made over the years will be for nothing. Please, everyone, give us a solution. The Hall Masters were quite talkative just now, but now they all fell silent. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Song Jianghe, wanting to see how the deputy sect leader would decide. At this moment, Song Jianghe, who had been slightly narrowing his eyes, noticed the gazes of the crowd and asked, what do you all think about this? Let me hear your opinions. Chapter 483, War Department Intervention? The Hall Masters fell silent. But some people still said, we must find the murderer and kill him. Song Jianghe looked at the person who spoke. You're going? The other person immediately shut up. The scene of the 6 Hall Masters going to Great Xia to kill people is still vivid in my mind. If they go, it will be no different from suicide. At this moment, another person said, Vice Sect Leader Song, the few of us are definitely not enough. The Azure Dragon War God is stationed in Hong Kong Island. He can stop us by himself. We must send someone stronger. The implication is that only Song Jianghe can go. Song Jianghe was naturally aware of what these people were thinking. Don't rush. We'll decide whether to go or not if the situation gets serious. Song Jianghe naturally couldn't go. It was better for him to stay at headquarters. However, he was very curious. Who exactly was trying to massacre the members of the Hongmen? Secondly, how was the other party able to accurately locate their people? It should be noted that every member of the Hongmen who enters Daxia basically has their own identity. Generally speaking, it is not easy to expose. After all, nothing has changed in such a long time, unless someone investigates them. Moreover, the other side's intelligence department is top-notch. It seems someone is keeping an eye on the Hongmen. But what exactly does this person want to do? Song Jianghe couldn't guess. Why target the Hongmen when there's no grudge between them? The other Hall Masters didn't say much after hearing Song Jianghe's words. After all, he is the deputy sect leader. At that moment, someone rushed into the conference room. Vice Sect Leader Song, another person has been killed. The Hongmen disciples in Hong Kong are all demanding to return to headquarters. Song Jianghe said, let's appease them first. The other party shouted, they are difficult to appease. Song Jianghe coldly replied, I told you to appease them. Don't you understand? The other party could only nod and then leave the meeting room. Song Jianghe glanced at the other Hall Masters again. That concludes today's meeting. You may all leave. The hall masters obediently left. Song Jianghe leaned back in his chair, his eyes gleaming. Who exactly is behind the Hongmen? What exactly does he want to do? Song Jianghe couldn't understand why. If they wanted to declare war on the Hongmen, they could simply announce it to the world. Why resort to such methods? Hong Kong Island. Within half a day, Yinan has already killed more than a dozen members of the Hongmen. He glanced at the list and saw that more than half of the names were still missing. Yinan decided to stop. His goal was to lure Song Jianghe out. Killing him was not the main objective. But these people deserve to die. Of the dozen or so members of the Hongmen, 7 or 8 had acts that were utterly despicable, and the rest, while not committing the same heinous acts as Sun Chong, were still unforgivable. He returned to the Lung building. I ran into an acquaintance. Shangwan Lai and his men were waiting downstairs. Master Tian Luo is a powerful figure in Siam. Although the War Department cannot interfere, it must ensure that Master Tian Luo does not cause any other trouble. Therefore, Shangwan Lai was dispatched to guard Hong Kong Island. When Shangwan Lai learned that the person who had a conflict with Master Tian Luo was Yinan, he came to visit him immediately. After all, the two had a past connection, and if it weren't for Yinan, Shangwan Lai might already be dead. At that moment, Yinan appeared. Shangwan Lai, dressed in his battle uniform, stepped forward and extended his hand. Mr. Yi. Yinan saw Shangwan Lai extend his hand. King Shangwan. Shangwan Lai is the kind of person who acts decisively and efficiently, without any hesitation or procrastination. Mr. Yi, are you confident in your ability to defeat Master Tian Luo? Yinan smiled and said, yes. Shangwan Lai said, that's good. If we're not confident, I'm willing to join forces with Mr. Yi to kill the opponent. Yinan asked, you're going to take action? Aren't you afraid of creating conflict between the Thousand Descendants sect and the War Department? Shangwan Lai said, I'm afraid, but Mr. Yi saved my life, so I must repay his kindness. At worst, I'll just give up being the Heavenly King. Yinan smiled and said, there's no need for that. Then he immediately followed up with, Shangwan Tianwang, do you know where the Hongmen headquarters is located? Shangwan Lai was slightly taken aback. I don't know, Mr. Yi. Why are you asking this? Yinan said, I want to have a talk with Song Jianghe. Shangwan Lai asked, that Hongmen deputy leader? Yinan said, yes. He didn't tell the other party the specific details. After all, the other party was from the War Department. Although they could chat, he could not completely trust them. Shangwan Lai narrowed his eyes. I also investigated the other party before. Yinan asked curiously, why are you investigating? Shangwan Lai said, during the chaos in Beihai back then, I had a fairly good chat with a master from the Qingmen sect. He died on the battlefield. Before he died, he asked me to take some of his belongings to his family. I went and planned to take care of them for a long time. But later, I was busy with official business and didn't go for a year. Who knew that when I went back, his family had been wiped out? At this point, Shangwan Lai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I swore at the time that I would avenge that family. Later, I found out that a group of people had been in and out of the vicinity. Through my investigation, I found that the leader was Song Jianghe. But this person seemed to have vanished without a trace. A few years later, I learned that he had become a member of the Hongmen and had become a Hongmen Hall Master. I tried to find his whereabouts, but I couldn't find anything. In the past few years, he has become the Vice Master of the Hongmen and has been hiding in the Hongmen headquarters without showing up. This makes it even harder for me to kill him. Actually, sometimes I really want to resign from this position of the Guardian King of the nation, storm the headquarters of the Hongmen, and kill Song Jianghe. Upon hearing this, Yinan remembered the video Mu Yue had given him, and then showed it to Shangwan Lai. Take a look at this video. His video is very detailed, showing Song Jianghe committing murder and the faces of the family. Shangwan Lai glanced at them and said, these people are the family members of that deceased Qingmen master. When he saw Song Jianghe commit murder, his jaw clenched. This beast, I will tear him to pieces. Yinan carefully examined Shangwan Lai. The other man's anger was not feigned, but rather genuine. It seems we can trust Shangwan Lai a little more. Mr. Yi, where did you get this video from? Shangwan Lai asked. Yinan said, that's not important. This isn't the only case. The entire family of the Qingmen members has been killed. Song Jianghe killed this family. After saying this, he stared at Shang Wanlai, looking him up and down, trying to discern the other's inner thoughts. Shang Wanlai's eyes were glazed over. Who on earth did such a thing? Targeting the families of the heroes of the Beihai Rebellion? Damn it, if I find out, I will tear them to pieces. Yinan looked at Shang Wanlai and sensed a murderous intent rising in the other's eyes. He initially determined that the other party was not faking it and could be trusted. Yinan then asked, King Shangwan, do you think the War Department has been involved in this matter? Chapter 484 God of War, War Emperor, Sage of Soldiers. Yinan began to suspect that the War Department had also joined the massacre, and his suspicions were not unfounded. The Qingmen sect has sacrificed so much for the Great Xia. The Qingmen was destroyed, and the War Department did not intervene to stop it. The Qingmen family was wiped out, and the War Department did not stop it. This is illogical. Generally speaking, the War Department should step in to help, but the War Department did not. Therefore, Yinan suspected that among those who eliminated Qingmen, there were high-ranking members of the War Department. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanlai did not immediately reply. It's possible, but unlikely. Yinan asked, why would you say that? Shang Wanlai said, in the Battle of the North Sea Rebellion, the War Department also suffered heavy losses. To put it bluntly, although it seemed to be the Demon Blade causing trouble, there were actually some behind-the-scenes manipulators who appeared. The experts from the War Department went to intercept those behind-the-scenes manipulators, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. All 5 of the great guardian kings of that year perished in that battle. The reason I say it's possible is that not all the top warriors in the military went to the battlefield back then. Some were stationed in the rear. Upon hearing this, Yinan asked, who was stationed in the rear back then and didn't participate in the Beihai Rebellion? Shang Wanlai shook his head. One of the 2 great military gods of that time was the Northern Military God, a war emperor, and the other was a sage of war. Yinan asked, does it have a name? Shang Wanlai nodded. Yes, but some of these people are dead, while others are still alive, but they have now reached higher positions. In fact, I have investigated them more or less over the years, and their actions are all innocent. Yinan frowned. I understand. These people are all high-ranking officials. Yinan won't investigate them. An investigation would alert the enemy. In that case, they won't be able to find anything out. While it's true that stirring up trouble might uncover some clues, that only works on minor characters and has no effect on seasoned veterans. Suddenly, Yinan remembered something. Didn't Shang Wanlai say he knew some experts from the Qingmen sect? Then he should know where the Qingmen headquarters is located. King Shangwan, do you know where the headquarters of the Green Gate is located? Yinan asked. Shang Wanlai said, I know in Longdu. Upon hearing this, Yinan's eyes gleamed. One day he must go and see Longdu. Before that, Yangzhou Qingmen needs to have influence. And just then, Shang Wanlai received a phone call. His expression changed slightly. After hanging up, he put away his phone and turned to look at Yinan. Mr. Yi, I just received news that Master Tianluo has boarded a private jet. If nothing unexpected happens, he will arrive in Hong Kong in 3 hours to fight you. Yinan said, I understand. I'll wait for him at Jilong Mountain. Shang Wanlai said, Mr. Yi, you must win. If you lose, it will be bad for the reputation of Great Xia. Although Master Tianluo came seeking revenge, that's not how outsiders perceive him. If Mr. Yi really lost to Master Tianluo, others will only mock the martial arts of the Great Xia as trash, saying they are inferior to Siamese black magic. The Xia couldn't refute it, since they had truly lost. Yinan laughed and said, It's a small matter. Shang Wanlai nodded slightly. Yinan left and headed to Jilong Mountain. The news that Master Tianlu was coming to Hong Kong Island naturally reached the ears of other Hong Kong residents. People in Hong Kong's martial arts community became tense. I wonder if the person who killed Ramon can defeat Master Tianluo. They wanted to win. If we win, Hong Kong martial arts will finally be able to hold our heads high. If we lose, Hong Kong martial arts will be forever trampled underfoot. Soon, they learned that the battle would take place in Jilong Mountain. Immediately, they all went to Jilong Mountain to watch the battle. Meanwhile, on a private jet, Master Tianluo sat cross-legged on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. Several planes followed behind the main aircraft. They were all Siamese. When Master Tianluo went to war, they naturally had to follow and watch. In their view, once Master Tianluo made a move, the people of Great Xia would surely die. Therefore, they want to put down the martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Hong Kong Island Airport. Master Tianluo landed. The Hong Kong Martial Arts Association sent a vice president to welcome Master Tianluo. Although everyone knew this person was there to cause trouble, a great power must have the magnanimity of a great power. The other party was a master, and they had to be welcomed. This vice president's surname is Huang, and his given name is Huang Hong. Upon seeing Master Tianluo, he immediately stepped forward and said with a smile, "Master Tianluo, I am Huang Hong from the Hong Kong Martial Arts Association. I've come to take you to Kowloon Mountain." Master Tianluo glanced at Huang Hong with disdain, but did nothing. Huang Hong's smile vanished. He had come to pick up the other person and given them face. But who knew this person would be so shameless? In Siam, you are the #1 sorcerer, but in Bactria, what are you? At this moment, behind Master Tianluo, someone stepped forward. Vice President Huang, the master is here for revenge. Tell the person who killed Master Ramon to come out. Huang Hong coldly replied, I'm on Jiulong Mountain. If you want to go, go yourself. They really don't know how to be polite. The other person's expression changed drastically. You, what do you mean? Huang Hong coldly replied. Does the other side mean they can't understand human language? After saying that, he turned to the others behind him and said, Let's go. They had even prepared a car to send Master Tianluo and his group off, demonstrating the courtesy expected of a great nation. It seems unnecessary now. These tiny countries don't deserve our respect. Upon seeing Huang Hong and the others leave, the representative of Master Tianluo immediately shouted, What? What do you mean? Is this how the Great Xia treats people? Master Tianluo said, Never mind. The spokesperson said, Master, they are extremely rude. Master Tianluo said, Soon, they will pay the price for what they have done. We will go to Jiulong Mountain ourselves. The people of Daxiao are too arrogant. We will crush their pride with our own hands. Then, Master Tianluo looked in the direction of Jiulong Mountain, put his hands together, and stepped onto a vehicle next to him. Boom. The vehicle collapsed after being stepped on. Then, Master Tianluo's body flew up. He leaped more than 10 feet in one bound. It landed on a street lamp. Then, he stepped on a street lamp. Its body flew away again. And so we made our way to Jiulong Mountain. And at this moment, below Jiulong Mountain, several people are already here. There were martial artists from Hong Kong Island, and also Siamese people. They were all there to watch the game. But the number of Siamese people was greater. Being able to crush Bactria is a good thing for Siam. They wouldn't question Master Tianluo's strength. After all, he was the true #1 expert in Siam. No one on Hong Kong Island can stop the Heavenly Master. So the Siamese looked relaxed, while the martial artists from Hong Kong Island all looked miserable. This battle could very well become a disgrace for the people of Hong Kong. Just then, a figure appeared in the distance, stepping through the air. It was Master Tianluo. Chapter 485 Battle of Mental Power. The newcomer was none other than Master Tianluo, whose appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. The people from Siam cheered. The people on the Hong Kong Island martial arts side felt a sense of despair. The strongest person they had ever met was Elder Zhou Huiguang. In their eyes, old Zhou was already an extraordinary person, but at least they can look up to it. But this person gave them a feeling that strangers should not approach. They dared not look directly at each other. This person was like a devil. Upon seeing the Hong Kong Island martial artists in this state, the Siamese people burst into laughter. At this moment, Master Tianluo descended from the sky, as lightly as a falling leaf, and landed in front of everyone. The Siamese people immediately knelt on the ground. The people of Hong Kong Island did not kneel, but their legs were trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, Master Tianlu glanced at everyone. They could no longer control themselves and knelt down on the ground. The aura emanating from the other party is too strong. Some people don't want to kneel, they want to stand up, but they just can't. Then, Master Tianlu walked towards Jiulong Mountain. His gaze burned as he looked at the mountains. Indeed, the Great Xia is a land of outstanding people and abundant resources, far superior to Siam. If one were to cultivate here, it would be twice as effective with half the effort. Master Tianlu sighed. If he could find a place to cultivate in the interior of the Great Xia dynasty, he would surely be able to reach a higher realm. Today, let's kill the person who killed Ramon first. Then negotiate with Xia to take over Jiulong Mountain. Soon, he arrived at the mountainside. Those who were watching followed behind, but they kept a certain distance from Master Tianluo. Finally, we arrived at the Kowloon Taoist Temple. Zhou Ping stood in front of the Taoist Temple. He saw Master Tianluo and stepped forward, saying, "If you go back now, my master will not kill you." Master Tianluo looked at Zhou Ping and sensed that the other party was also a martial arts master. "Have your husband come out." Zhou Ping did not speak again. Yinan's voice came from inside the wooden house. "I'll give you 3 seconds, get out." A loud shout rang out, stirring up a gust of wind. Master Tianluo stood still, looking at the wooden house, his eyes slightly narrowed. This person was not weak, and it seemed that he would not be so easy to deal with. However, this didn't scare him. "I don't care who you are. You killed my junior brother Ramon, and today, I will make sure you die. You don't have to come out. I just need to kill you." Immediately, Master Tianluo took action. He is different from Ramon. Ramon cultivates the Siamese evil eye technique. In Siam, cultivating the Siamese evil eye is a way to quickly improve one's strength. Those who can successfully cultivate this skill must be geniuses. However, not everyone will choose this method. For example, Master Tianluo. He was an unparalleled genius in Siam. Without needing any such methods, one can become stronger than those who cultivate the Siamese evil eye. At this moment, Master Tianluo stood still and released his powerful spiritual energy. The surrounding vegetation all bowed down. Trees either spontaneously combust or rot. All of this was under Master Tianluo's control. Zhou Ping's heart began to pound wildly. Then, his body stiffened on the spot. He was still seriously injured and unable to fight back. If his bodily functions are all normal, he is capable of fighting him. But the outcome is still unknown. And now that Mr. Yi is present, there is no need for him to resist. So he obeyed Master Tianluo. Zhou Ping was about to kneel down. Suddenly, it was suspended in mid-air, motionless. Zhou Ping knew that Yinan had made the move. Master Tianluo was slightly taken aback. "Look ahead at the wooden house. No wonder you were able to kill my junior brother. It turns out you have such strength." From inside the wooden house, Yinan's voice came. "You have no chance of surviving." Master Tianlu laughed. "Judging from your voice, you seem very young, while I am already over 50 years old. What do you have to fight me with? If age is useful, then what's the point of having geniuses?" Yinan sat inside the wooden house and spoke. Then a powerful mental force was released. Immediately, Master Tianluo felt a pressure coming from him and his body suddenly retreated. He looked slightly disheveled, staring intently at the wooden house. "Who exactly are you?" "The one who will kill you." Yinan released his mental energy again inside the wooden house. "Kneel." A cold voice rang out. Master Tianlu knelt down on the ground. At that moment, he felt unprecedented pressure. This guy's spiritual abilities are no weaker than his. However, that was not enough to kill him. Master Tianluo stood up again. "It seems your master is no ordinary person. Who is your teacher? Let me guess." "No need to guess anymore. Next, you're going to die." Yinan's icy voice came. He could have killed Master Tianluo much earlier. However, he deliberately concealed his true strength. If Yinan could instantly defeat his opponent, he would become the center of attention. Yinan did not want things to be this way. Now is the time to kill them. Yinan directly released his mental energy. Master Tianluo is also preparing to deal with the situation with all his might. He unleashed his spiritual power. An invisible force was released. The surrounding vegetation could not withstand this spiritual power at all. It began to turn to ashes. Their lives were taken away. Zhou Ping also sensed Master Tianluo's spiritual power. It was as if he had been pulled into a private space. This place is a sea of blood. He saw a group of strange beasts appear. There were incredibly thick centipedes, scorpions waving their pincers, and giant pythons coiling around. All 5 poisonous creatures are found here. Behind these strange beasts stood an Azura. Zhou Ping tried to resist, but his body seemed to be out of his control. Now, Azura, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, pressed down on Zhou Ping. Thunder and lightning flashed from the sky. It felt like I was witnessing the end of the world. Zhou Ping knew that if he were stabbed, it will cause one's soul to be scattered. This is the power of mental strength. It destroys one's spirit, causing complete breakdown and turning one into a useless person. Zhou Ping was a person with a strong enough spirit. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been able to see this strange phenomenon at all. One glance from Master Tianluo would be enough to kill someone instantly. Zhou Ping shouted loudly, "Mr. Yi, save me." The Azura statue said directly, "No one can save you. You will die, and the person inside the wooden house will also die." "I don't think so." Yinan's voice came through. At this moment, a divine image of a banished immortal appeared behind Zhou Ping. The other party was like a celestial king from heaven. The moment he appeared, he illuminated the space and turned it into a fairyland. The Azura Colossus was instantly suppressed. He was stunned, staring at the celestial king who was several times larger than him. At this moment, the immortal king moved, sweeping out a sword horizontally. The sword light seemed to come from all directions, cleaving through everything in the world. The Azura statue was instantly cleaved in two. Chapter 486 Kuriko speaks. When Azura collapsed, the other strange beasts were also annihilated. The Crimson Realm was shattered as a result. This scene did not actually occur in reality, but rather it was a clash of spiritual power between Master Tianluo and Yinan. Now, the top of Kowloon Mountain. Master Tianluo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, but his trembling brow and the sweat on his forehead proved that he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer. He suddenly opened his eyes. Normal pupils are black, but his pupils were already bloodshot. "No!" Master Tianlu shouted. Immediately afterwards, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. At first, the bleeding was slow, but eventually it became a gushing spurt. Finally, he knelt down on the ground. Zhou Ping also woke up with a start. I was gripped by panic. He hadn't expected that Mr. Ye's martial arts skills were strong, but his mental strength was also so powerful. When the Celestial King appeared, it truly shocked me. He remembered that he had gone to Yangzhou to kill Mr. Yi. I was immediately ashamed. He's killing a god with the power of a mortal. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively. Then, he looked ahead. Master Tianluo stood up and stumbled towards the wooden house step by step. Who exactly are you? If you're just an ordinary person, it's absolutely impossible for you to have such powerful mental strength. He wanted to find out who the other person was. It must be a powerful figure from the Great Xia dynasty. Click. His bones became brittle, and his leg broke. But Master Tianluo continued walking forward. His gait resembled that of someone born with polio. Click. Another sound. Master Tianluo collapsed to the ground. But he didn't give up and kept climbing. He didn't want to die without knowing why. The main reason is that this person's mental strength is different from that of any other strong person he knows. Those people in the Great Xia with strong mental power are mostly old men. There are none as young as them. Although Yinan kept his eyes closed inside the room, he knew everything that was happening outside. Roll. A furious shout rang out. Master Tianluo was almost halfway up the mountain when suddenly, a powerful impact knocked him off his feet. His entire figure flew down the stairs. Meanwhile, below, the Siamese and Hong Kong Island residents are arguing fiercely. With the backing of Master Tianluo, the Siamese completely disregarded the people of Hong Kong Island, subjecting them to various forms of verbal humiliation. The people of Hong Kong Island could no longer tolerate it. The battle results are not yet in. How did you all end up calling each other that? It's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. Although the outcome is likely to be a victory for Master Tianluo, we cannot afford to lose in terms of momentum. Your Hong Kong Island is doomed to lose. Master Tianluo's spokesperson was speaking with Huang Hong. Huang Hongdao said, "The one from Siam is the #1 Tianluo master. Even if you win, what's there to brag about?" The other party said, "Anyway, we won, so what?" Huang Hong pointed at the other person, then turned to the others and said with a smile, "People from small places have never won. We all understand." The crowd on Hong Kong Island burst into laughter. The group of Siamese felt humiliated. That's still a win. If you're so capable, then go ahead and win. Ha ha ha. Sudden, a strong gust of wind blew by. Everyone sensed it, and after stopping their argument, they all looked up at the top of Jiulong Mountain. Sudden, a black dot flew in. Moreover, this black spot is getting bigger and bigger. They could see clearly that it was a person, but they couldn't tell who it was. A howling wind swept through. Everyone was so tired they could barely keep their eyes open, so they all closed them. They felt as if something flew past them. Then there was a loud crash. The person who flew out seemed to have crashed into a stone wall. Huang Hong and the others were so nervous that their hearts were trembling. If the person who flew out was from Bactria, then we're doomed. These Siamese will definitely take advantage of our kindness and humiliate us in every way possible. They didn't dare to look. The Siamese immediately opened their eyes, believing that the people who flew out must be from Hong Kong Island. But when they saw the people lying on the ground, they all widened their eyes. How is this possible? Master Tianluo lay on the ground, looking like a gaunt old man, completely devoid of his previous divine might. Huang Hong and the others heard the Siamese speaking and were stunned for a moment before opening their eyes and seeing Master Tianlu lying on the ground. Their eyes widened in shock, unable to believe it was real. The person who flew out was none other than Master Tianluo. Does that mean that the martial artist won? Holy crap! When did such a powerful figure emerge in Hong Kong? But none of that matters. With Master Tianlu defeated, they can now show their true colors to these Siamese. Aren't you guys supposed to be awesome? Do you believe that Master Tianluo is bound to win? What about now? Haters, speak up. The strongest person in Siam doesn't seem so impressive after all, Huang Hong said, picking his nose. The Siamese people's throats were dry, and they all swallowed hard, no longer in the mood to argue with Huang Hong. Someone quickly came to Master Tianluo's side to check his injuries. They didn't believe Master Tianluo was dead. The opponent is the strongest person in Siam. If we can't even suppress a small island like Hong Kong now, then Siam will be trampled underfoot by Great Xia in the future. No, Siam doesn't even deserve to be trampled underfoot by Great Xia. To be more precise, they were just dogs on the roadside. When they placed their index fingers next to Master Tianluo's nose, they all turned pale with fright. Master Tianluo has stopped breathing. He is truly dead. Huang Hong led his men forward and began to mock them. Speak up. Weren't you all so vocal? Why aren't you shouting now? Have you become mute? Did you forget your vocal cords at home? It's okay, just use a knife to pull out another mouth. They do not consider the dead to be of utmost importance. When Master Tianlu first arrived in Hong Kong, he was arrogant and looked down on everyone, completely disregarding the people of Great Xia. Therefore, they won't give the other party any face. Everything that Master Tianluo is experiencing now is entirely his own fault. Secondly, the dead were Siamese. What does that have to do with Great Xia? They don't need to be sad. The people behind Huang Hong also began to attack. The Siamese people looked extremely grim, but they could only endure the insults. The losers had nothing to say, especially given their arrogance just now. But some people still couldn't resist. You are all so heartless. Master Tianluo is dead. Can't you even give the deceased a little respect? Isn't your Great Xia a land of etiquette? You have no manners at all now. Your Great Xia is just a bunch of hypocritical scoundrels. Huang Hong laughed, pointed at the group, and then turned to smile at the others. It means, look at these people. Then, Huang Hong said seriously, why should we give face to the dead? Master Tianluo was doing quite well in Siam, but he took the initiative to come to Hong Kong to cause trouble, and then he died. Besides, if one of our Great Xia people died today, would you people give us face? Secondly, there's the matter of etiquette you mentioned. Seriously, do you even take a piss and see if you're worthy of it? Etiquette isn't for dogs. Remember this from now on. Those who offend our Great Xia, no matter how far away, will be punished. Chapter 487, Who Says I'm Not Invincible? After Huang Hong finished speaking, he looked at the Siamese people. The Siamese were speechless. If Master Tianluo had defeated his opponent today, he has to mock these Hong Kong people to death. Let's go, take the master home. Someone shouted loudly. But some people looked back at Kowloon Mountain. They were eager to know, who exactly was it that defeated Master Tianluo so quickly? Someone mustered his courage, knowing that the opponent was also a master from Siam, and shouted, "May I ask the name of the strong man who defeated Master Tianluo?" Huang Hong and many other Hong Kong Island residents also looked up at Kowloon Mountain, equally curious about who had defeated Master Tianluo. At first, he thought it was the Heavenly King who had been sent by the Ministry of War who had made the move. But he later learned that the person who actually made the move had not done so. Someone else had taken action. No one knows the other party's identity. Therefore, he was very curious about the identity of the person who made the move. The others were just as curious as Huang Hong. At this moment, a voice as loud as a great bell resounded from above Jiulong Mountain. Yiqing Song. These words were spoken. Huang Hong's eyes widened when he heard the name, because this name was currently extremely popular in Great Xia. Just a few days ago, this was the person who fought against Old Zhou. This person is actually a public enemy of Hong Kong. He killed Old Master Zhou, which directly lowered the level of martial arts in Hong Kong. At the time, during a meeting, he led the entire Martial Arts Association in condemning the other party. But now that the other party has stepped in to save Hong Kong, Huang Hong can no longer hate them. And the Siamese people remembered this name. The killing of Master Tianluo has been a grudge that Siam will remember. In the future, the entire Siamese people will take it upon themselves to avenge Master Tianluo. Until one day, Siam avenged itself. Afterwards, the Siamese left in a sorry state, carrying Master Tianluo's body. Huang Hong and the others naturally stayed where they were. They wanted to go up the mountain to take a look, but they were afraid of angering Yiqing Song. "Vice President Huang, what should we do now?" someone asked. Huang Hongdao, "What do you want to do?" The other party said, "Of course we'll condemn them. Didn't you say before that if we encountered the murderer who killed Elder Zhou, we would not let them go?" Huang Hong's face darkened. Did this bastard want him dead? The person in question is right up on the mountain. Some things are better left unsaid in meetings. How can they actually be implemented? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say such a thing? I advise you not to talk nonsense. The other party said, "No, President, you're really talking. I have a recording." Huang Hong's face darkened even more. "You're still recording?" The other party nodded. "President Huang, didn't you tell me to record the key points of your meeting? Of course I have to record them and study them carefully. You said that if you had the chance to meet the murderer who killed Old Zhou, you must make the murderer pay the price." Huang Hong trembled with fear. He really wanted to kneel down before the other person. "Bro, please stop talking. Are you some kind of spy sent by my enemy?" If Yiqing Song heard these words, he would surely die. Huang Hong immediately struck first, slapping the speaker on the shoulder and knocking him unconscious. Then, he angrily rebuked the other party. "You're talking bullshit. I never said anything like that. Don't try to frame me." Then, Huang Hong secretly glanced at the top of Jiulong Mountain, not knowing whether Yiqing Song heard him. And at this moment, on the mountaintop, Zhou Ping pushed open the door and entered the wooden house. Upon seeing Yinan, he said, "Master Tianluo has already been taken away." Yinan nodded. "I understand." Zhou Ping asked, "Mr. Yi, there's something I don't understand." Yinan looked at the other person and said, "Go on." Zhou Ping spoke up. "There's something I don't understand. Why did Mr. Yi want to reveal his identity?" Yinan countered, "Why can't we expose ourselves?" Zhou Ping said, "Actually, the entire martial arts world has never been peaceful. Many forces are fighting openly and secretly, doing all sorts of shady things. The Great Xia martial arts once produced many geniuses, but more than half of them perished. Many of them were assassinated. Therefore, many forces protect their geniuses to prevent them from being killed by insidious and cunning means." Yinan asked, "Are you afraid someone will attack me?" Zhou Ping nodded. "Although Mr. Yi is very strong, he is not invincible. Of course, I am not saying that you are not strong, Mr. Yi. It's just that you can't imagine how dirty those people's methods are." Yinan looked at Zhou Ping and said with a smile, "Who says I'm not invincible?" Zhou Ping was stunned when he heard this. "Invincible? Mr. Yi? Could it be that what he is seeing now is not Mr. Yi's true strength?" Mr. Yi also concealed himself. "Just how strong is Mr. Yi?" "All right, don't think too much about it. Just focus on working for the bamboo sect from now on, and I can help you improve your cultivation level," Yinan said. Zhou Ping was shocked. To elevate his strength to a new level? You must be joking. He is already a martial arts master. At his level, no one can guide him anymore. Wrong. Someone can offer guidance. Those who have reached the level of martial arts supreme beings can do this. Zhou Ping thought of a possibility. Could it be that Mr. Yi has already reached that level? Supreme. A true strongman. Many people believe that martial arts masters are strong. But in fact, there is another realm above the Grandmaster. It is called Supreme. Supreme Martial Arts Master. Very few people can actually reach this level. In the entire Great Xia dynasty, there were only a handful of them. Anyway, Zhou Ping has never seen it. At this moment, Zhou Ping's body trembled. He tentatively asked, "Is Mr. Yi the Supreme One?" Yinan smiled, but didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Come here." Zhou Ping stepped forward, and Yinan pointed a finger at him. In an instant, the wind rose from the surroundings. Zhou Ping felt a force coursing through his meridians. I felt a strong sense of comfort. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. At this moment, Yinan transferred his power to Zhou Ping. For a long time, Yinan withdrew his fingers, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked at Zhou Ping. Try to feel it. At this moment, Zhou Ping felt a sense of breakthrough. He was not actually a true martial arts grandmaster. He's just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. But now, he truly feels like he has stepped into the realm of a grandmaster. This feeling is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. Moreover, the injuries Zhou Ping had sustained earlier had completely disappeared. More importantly, Zhou Ping felt like he was more than 10 years younger. His hair, which was originally gray, has now turned black. And all of this was brought by Mr. Yi. Zhou Ping immediately knelt on the ground and said to Yinan, "Mr. Yi, from now on you are my master, Zhou Ping." Chapter 488. Before leaving Hong Kong Island. Seeing this, Yinan said, "Get up." Zhou Ping stood up. Yinan asked, "Have you finished resolving your matter?" Zhou Ping said, "It's over." Yinan said, "Then you should go directly to Yangzhou. I'll leave Qingmen to you." Zhou Ping immediately said, "Mr. Yi, I will certainly not let you down." Yinan nodded. Just then, a sound came from outside the wooden house. "Mr. Yi, may I come in?" The voice belonged to Shangguan Lai. Yinan replied, "Come in." Shangguan Lai then walked in and nodded slightly when he saw Yinan. Yinan asked, "What's the matter?" Shangguan Lai said, "There's something I need to discuss. This time, I'm not here on my own behalf, but on behalf of the War Department." Yinan was taken aback. "What does the War Department want to do?" Shangguan Lai said, "It's like this. Mr. Yi killed Master Tianluo, which enhanced the prestige of Great Xia. Great Xia wants to bestow upon you the position of War God. I know that it would be an insult to Mr. Yi to be the War God with your strength. The War Department said that in the future, Mr. Yi can be appointed as the War Emperor or the Sage of War. Of course, Mr. Yi can also refuse. This is an order from the higher-ups in the War Department. I heard it was issued by the very top leader." These words were also spoken by the person at the very top. Shangguan Lai was merely relaying the message. Upon hearing this, Yinan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Whether it's the inspector of the Dragon Pavilion or the War God of the War Department, these are both enhancements of status for Yinan. Although this identity wouldn't have any real effect on Yinan. However, the hidden identity is very useful. He could insert his hand into the Dragon Pavilion and the War Department to investigate matters related to his mother. Shangguan Lai thought Yinan would definitely refuse, but to his surprise, Yinan agreed. This is a good thing. With Mr. Yi joining, the strength of the combat department can be said to have risen to a new level. He felt that Mr. Yi's combat prowess was comparable to that of a military genius. "All right, I'll relay the message back to the War Department right away." After saying that, Shangguan Lai took out a token. "This is your War God token." Yinan reached out and took the token. Shangguan Lai said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Go ahead," Yinan said. After Shangguan Lai left, Yinan looked at the token in his hand. With this in hand, many things would be easier in the future. Zhou Ping also said, "Mr. Yi, then I'll head back to Yangzhou now." Yinan suddenly said, "Wait." As Zhou Ping was about to leave, he turned back and asked, "Mr. Yi, is there anything else you need?" Yinan said, "Next, I will give you a list. After you return to Yangzhou, find them and kill them all in my name. There are also Hongmen disciples in Yangzhou. since the Hongmen did not react at all when killing Hongmen disciples in Hong Kong, then kill more people. Yinan did not believe that the Hongmen would do nothing. Those in positions of power will certainly try to consolidate their authority. Above the hall master is the deputy sect master. Of course, there should be more than one deputy leader within the Hongmen. That doesn't matter. We'll kill them one by one as they come. Song Jianghe will appear sooner or later. Zhou Ping nodded. Yes, Mr. Yi. Then, he left the cabin. Yinan then prepared to return to Zhongzhou. He wanted to exterminate all the Hongmen disciples in Zhongzhou. Yinan also left the wooden house and went outside. He glanced around. It must be said that Jiulong Mountain is truly a blessed place. No wonder Master Tian Luo occupied this place. At this moment, Yinan turned his head and saw Long Weiran. At this moment, Long Weiran looked at Yinan with a nervous expression, knelt down, and said, Mr. Yi. Yinan said, Get up. Long Weiran stood up. Yinan asked, What do you want with me? The other party wouldn't have appeared here for no reason. Long Weiran asked, Mr. Yi, are you leaving Hong Kong Island? Yinan said, That's right. Long Weiran was extremely nervous. Yinan spoke first. Are you afraid that after I leave, those shareholders will target you again, and you won't be able to fight back? Long Weiran shook his head, then quickly nodded. Actually, it is and it isn't. Long Weiran actually wanted to spend more time with Mr. Yi. She was also afraid that the shareholders would take action against her. Last time, it was Mr. Yi who took action, which scared those shareholders. Wait until Mr. Yi leaves. Those people will turn into beasts and tear her to pieces. In the past few days, she has indeed brought quite a few people under her control. But that's far from enough. The Long family's influence is too diverse. If we ask Mr. Yi for help again then, it will be quite difficult. Mr. Yi is inland. By the time he arrives, she may already be dead. Yinan smiled and said, Don't worry, I will send more people to Hong Kong Island next. The Jiulong Mountain area is very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Although Hong Kong Island doesn't have a large population, its medical practices are extremely weak, practically non-existent. The majority of medical institutions there are Western pharmaceutical companies. If someone could open a Nanfeng pharmaceutical company on Hong Kong Island, it would be a game changer. Long Weiran asked excitedly, Really? Will Mr. Yi still come? Yinan said, Of course it's true. As for me, it depends on the situation. Long Weiran's expression softened slightly, but he still nodded. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then, she didn't know what to say for a moment. He just looked at Yinan. Long Weiran felt that she might never be able to fall for that man again. Actually, Long Weiran came here today for another important matter. That is to confess my feelings to Mr. Yi. She didn't want to become Mr. Ye's woman. She just wanted to be able to follow him. But at this moment, she didn't know how to start the conversation. Yinan asked, Is there anything else? Long Weiran hesitated for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. That's all. Yinan said, From now on, the Long family is in your hands. You must manage the Long family well. Long Weiran nodded firmly. I will. Yinan said, Then I'm leaving. Time was of the essence. He needed to return to Zhongzhou as soon as possible to implement his plan and force the Hongmen to surrender. The next step is to investigate the Qingmen ruins. Although he had never met his mother in person, judging from her behavior over this period of time, she must have left him some clues that would allow him to investigate some things. Therefore, the Qingmen ruins must still be guarded by someone. Then, Yinan left. Long Weiran looked at Yinan's back and laughed. He had to admit, Mr. Yi was really handsome. Unfortunately, she could not stay by Mr. Ye's side. It's all right. As long as the Lung family becomes the #1 family in Hong Kong, that will be helping Mr. Yi. Then, she smiled and went down the mountain. Yinan walked down Jiulong Mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by a group of people. These people are all martial artists from Hong Kong Island. Among them was Huang Hong. Upon seeing Yinan, they immediately stepped forward, cupped their hands, and said, Huang Hong, Vice President of the Hong Kong Martial Arts Association, greets Mr. Yi Qingcang. Chapter 489 Intense Discussion. Everyone bowed to Yinan. Looking at these people, Yinan immediately thought of something. Wasn't Long Weiran worried that the other members of the Long family would harm her? Here come the bodyguards. Yinan nodded slightly. Is there something you need? Huang Hong spoke up. Mr. Yi, we're here today to apologize. Yinan was surprised. Apologize? Have we met before? Huang Hong said awkwardly. I haven't seen you before. Yinan asked. Then why apologize? Huang Hong explained. We've insulted you before. At that time, I learned that you had killed Elder Zhou. Our association held a meeting and criticized you. They also said that if they see you, they must avenge old Zhou. Upon hearing this, Yinan laughed. Then you can take your revenge. Huang Hong quickly waved his hand. No. 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 We dare not seek revenge. You killed Master Tianluo and brought glory to the martial arts of our Great Xia. You are a hero of Great Xia. If we were to talk about revenge, it would be a bit irresponsible. Yinan asked. Then why did you come to see me today? In fact, Yinan already knew why these people had come, to befriend him under the guise of apologizing. Yinan decided to give these people a chance. Otherwise, these people wouldn't even have the right to speak to him. Of course, this opportunity wasn't given away for free. They are members of the Hong Kong Island Martial Arts Association. They asked them to protect the Lung family, so that Lung Wei Ran could be safe and sound. Of course, Yinan wouldn't let them protect him for nothing. If they helped the Long family, Yinan would reward them in the future. But he won't reward you until he takes action. Huang Hong smiled and said, We came here specifically to apologize, Mr. Yi. Please forgive our previous rudeness. Yinan said, I forgive you. Huang Hong and the others smiled when they heard this. Mr. Yi is truly magnanimous. At this moment, Long Weiran came out. Huang Hong and the others saw Long Weiran, then glanced at Yinan and guessed their identities. Yinan turned around and called for Long Weiran to come to his side. Long Weiran walked over. Yinan introduced Huang Hong and the others, saying, This is Long Weiran, the current head of the Long family. You are all from Hong Kong, so you should know him, right? Huang Hong nodded. Of course I know them. The Long family is a major financial family in Hong Kong. Then he looked at Long Weiran. Patriarch Long. Long Weiran nodded slightly. Yinan looked at Long Weiran and said, I'm leaving now. Long Weiran nodded. Yinan left in full view of everyone. He didn't say anything more, just wait and see what Huang Hong does next. At this moment, Huang Hong and the others watched Yinan leave. Then Huang Hong turned back to Long Weiran. Patriarch Long, hello. Long Weiran nodded. Hello. Huang Hong Dao. I know your father, and we are very close. I even attended his funeral before. Long Weiran hadn't seen the other person at her father's funeral, but that didn't matter. The fact that the other person said those words meant that he wanted to get on her good side. She could tell that these were connections left to her by Mr. Yi. Since the people were here, she would be letting Mr. Yi down if she couldn't take advantage of them. Uncle Huang, Long Weiran said with a smile. I often hear my father mention you. Huang Hong's eyes lit up. This girl had a bright future ahead of her. He was being polite, and the other party actually went along with it. No wonder he's Mr. Ye's man. He believed that the woman must be related to Mr. Yi. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to come down the mountain with Mr. Yi. I'm so envious and jealous. At such a young age, he has achieved such great success. He felt he had a good eye for people. Someone like Mr. Yi would definitely be among the top martial artists in Great Xia in the future. This kid's net worth is going to skyrocket. He needs to cultivate a good relationship with the other party. You're so young to have become the head of the Long family. There must be a lot of people who are not convinced by you. Write down who is not convinced, and Uncle Huang will stand up for you. Okay. The two chatted for a while longer. The news of Yi Qingsong's victory over Master Tianluo has spread throughout the martial arts world of Great Xia, as well as to the surrounding countries and forces in Siam. Within Daxia martial arts, people in the martial arts world are discussing it. This Yi Qingsong is so powerful. Holy crap, he can even defeat Master Tianluo from Siam. Master Tianluo's mental strength was extremely terrifying. How exactly did Yi Qingsong kill Master Tianluo? Could it be that Yi Qingsong's mental strength was even stronger than Master Tianluo's? I don't think so. Master Tianluo has been cultivating spiritual power for decades, and his spiritual power has reached an extremely terrifying level. I heard that Yi Qingsong is a young man, so it's absolutely impossible for him to be that strong. Yi Qingsong is a martial arts master. As we all know, People who cultivate martial arts cannot cultivate spiritual power, as it is easy to end up with neither martial arts nor spiritual power being very good. Then how do you think Yi Qingtsong defeated Master Tianluo? How the hell would I know? Maybe Master Tianluo and Yao Yuntian are already old and no match for the younger generation. There's a saying that goes, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves forward. It's not surprising that people's strength declines as they get older. Bullshit. Mental strength is something that won't be affected even if a person gets old. After all that you've said, can anyone tell me how Yi Qingtsong defeated Master Tianluo? Everyone fell silent. The main problem is that the martial arts practitioners in the Great Xia dynasty didn't take this matter seriously at all. When they heard that Master Tianlu had gone to Hong Kong to kill someone, they assumed that someone had been foolish enough to offend Master Tianlu. Who would have thought that the person was Yi Qingtsong? I should have gone to watch the game. Everyone lamented that they had missed a major battle. They decided that if any powerful individuals ever clashed with unknown people again, they would definitely go and investigate. According to the law of conservation of energy, a person who can get a strong person to take action must also be a strong person. Siam, on the other hand, directly announced the closure of its borders and its refusal to participate in any matters. Actually, this is because Siam was afraid. Master Tianluo is the strongest in Siam. If the other party is alive, those who want to attack Siam will be wary. But now that Master Tianluo is dead, there's nothing else for others to fear. In addition, Siam has offended many powerful forces over the years. If these people come for revenge, no one in Siam can stop them. Therefore, seclusion is the best option. This matter has also sparked discussion abroad. Everyone was very curious about Yi Qingtsong. Who was it? I'd never heard of them before. They just appeared out of nowhere and killed Master Tianluo. Although Master Tianluo may not be ranked highly in the world, he is the strongest person in Siam and is not easy to deal with. Doesn't this mean that Yi Qingtsong alone can suppress a country? This caused countries with similar strength to Siam to begin to feel insecure. When did the martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty become so abnormal? If there is such a person, then there must be others. Doesn't this mean that the Great Xia Martial Arts Association will suppress the whole world? Of course, the outside discussions did not reach Yinan's ears. Yinan had already boarded a plane back to Zhongzhou. Next, once Qingmen has reached a certain size, he will have to go to the Qingmen ruins in Longdu to take a look. However, before that, he could send someone to take a look first. He immediately called Mu Yue and asked her to investigate the matter. Mu Yue was a member of the Divine Strategist Order, and her investigation was more thorough than that of others. Mu Yue quickly agreed, but she said that Longdu was a place with strict rules, so the investigation might take a while. Yinan said the investigation could take a long time, but it must be thoroughly investigated. After all, Yinan isn't in a hurry right now. Mu Yue agreed. Yinan hung up the phone and was about to close his eyes. And just then, Yinan saw a phone call coming in, and the phone screen displayed Chu Xiangyi's name. He took it without hesitation. Xiangyi, Brother Yinan, someone wants to kill me. Please save me. Chapter 490, Joining the Holy Society. An urgent voice came from the phone. Yinan's expression changed drastically. Xiangyi, who wants to kill you? But the next second, the phone went dead. Yinan put down his phone and frowned. Who exactly is targeting Xiangyi? Yinan remembered the Holy Society members he had killed earlier. Could it be that the Holy Society was the one who did it? But before that, Yinan had already sent Jiang Baixue to protect Xiangyi. Could it be that the person who made this move is as powerful as a grandmaster? Oh no! Yinan shouted to the pilot of the private plane ahead. Go faster. The pilot was from the Zheng family of Tianzhou, and he had been following Yinan these past few days. Now that Yinan demands speed, his speed must be fast. Meanwhile, Zhongzhou, Chu Xiangyi kept running. She stumbled and staggered along, utterly terrified. She was working in the lab today. Suddenly, a white man walked in. The other party disguised himself as a delivery man and delivered a package. Chu Xiangyi doesn't remember what she bought. If it were the Chu Xiangyi of the past, she wouldn't have thought much and would have contacted the courier, but after experiencing what has happened these past few days, Chu Xiangyi was already wary and refused to get close to the other party, who knew the white man would drop the pretense and demand the medicine. then resort to violence. She dealt with him and informed Jiang Baixue. After Jiang Baixue appeared, Chu Xiangyi stopped pretending. I thought that was the end of it. However, Jiang Baixue couldn't gain the upper hand in their fight and asked her to inform her brother Yinan. Chu Xiangyi immediately chose to escape and informed her brother Yinan. I just put down my phone. Chu Xiangyi hid in another classroom, waiting for Yinan to appear. She didn't wander off, and it's safe here for now. The outcome of Jiang Baixue's battle with her opponent is still unknown, so running around will only affect the two of them. Chu Xiangyi hid under the table, clutching her phone tightly, so scared she didn't even dare to breathe. At that moment, the white man's strange Xiao language came out. I know you're here. Come out and come with me. I promise you'll enjoy all the riches and glory. Then, a man in a black robe came out of the classroom. This man was none other than George Roosevelt, the president of the Holy Society. Since choosing to take matters into his own hands, he did not swagger into the Great Xiao like others. He entered the country illegally, and the War Department has not yet discovered him. After arriving at Zhongzhou Medical University, he found the person who prepared the medicine. He had planned to use sweet talk to lure the other party into the Holy Society instead of taking action, but who knew that the other party would actually outsmart him. This made George Loft very unhappy. The men the other side sent had already been defeated and were now lying in the laboratory. To save time, Joe Rawford ignored the man's life or death and chased after him. Chu Xiangyi trembled as she heard the other person's voice. She never expected that Jiang Baixue would be no match for her opponent. This is it, we're doomed. She hid in the shadows, not saying a word. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard, followed by footsteps. Joe Rolfe's voice came again. Don't worry, I won't kill you. As long as you obediently leave Daxiao with me, I guarantee you will enjoy wealth and luxury in the future. Not only that, I will give you whatever you want. This kind of treatment is something the Great Xia can't provide. I don't understand. You've prepared such a powerful medicine, yet the laboratory where you prepared it is still this dilapidated. Come with me, and I'll let you enjoy a laboratory hundreds of times more luxurious than this one. How about it? Don't hesitate. The other person's voice got louder and louder each time. Chu Xiangyi knew that the other person was getting closer and closer. She was terrified, clenching her teeth tightly, afraid to make a sound. Moreover, she clearly noticed that the other person seemed to be standing right next to her. Brother Yinan, when will you arrive? Sudden. Joe Rawford looked down at what was under the table, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Found you. Chu Xiangyi screamed in fright and collapsed to the ground. In fact, Xiao Luofu had already discovered Chu Xiangyi's presence, but he did not reveal himself directly. Instead, he stated his conditions, and only when the other party did not react did he confront Chu Xiangyi directly. Seeing Chu Xiangyi scream, Xiao Luofu put his finger to his lips. Shu, keep it down. Chu Xiangyi stopped screaming and looked at the other person in fear. She knew that she would die if she continued to scream. Only by remaining quiet can one survive. Very good. You are a smart person. Continue with your self-introduction. My name is George Loft, and I am the president of the Holy Society, an overseas organization. My subordinates came to see you before, and their methods were somewhat crude. On behalf of the Holy Society, I apologize to you. After finishing speaking, Xiao Luofu gave Chu Xiangyi a gentlemanly bow. The purpose of my visit today is to invite you to join our Holy Society. I am truly sincere. Whatever you want, our Holy Society will give you. Chu Xiangyi calmed herself down and crawled out from under the table. How is my friend now? She was worried that Jiang Baixue would make a move. Joe Rawford laughed and said, Your friend was just knocked unconscious by me. He's fine. Chu Xiangyi breathed a sigh of relief, and for the time being, she could accept that what the other party said was true. Now she has to find a way to stall for time and see if she can delay until Brother Yinan appears. I don't understand. Why do you insist on making me join the Holy Society? Xiao Luofu smiled and said, It's very simple. After seeing the medicine prepared by Miss Chu, I was amazed and decided to recruit her. Chu Xiangyi said, If I said I didn't prepare the medicine, would you still hire me? Xiao Luofu laughed. At this point, Miss Chu, please stop joking. If you didn't prepare the medicine, who else could have? I know Miss Chu is wary of me, but I, Xiao Luofu, hereby guarantee that I will never deceive you. There is an old saying in your great Xia. A promise made is a promise kept. I will take responsibility for what I say. Chu Xiangyi said seriously. I really didn't prepare the medicine. Someone else did. I stand by what I said. If she wanted to live, she had two paths to choose from. The first story says that she prepared the medicine. Then, she will be taken away by this person, leaving Great Xia and heading to the other party's territory. At that time, the other party will definitely ask her to prepare the medicine. Although her brother Yinan had already taught her how to prepare the medicine, she was able to prepare a perfect one. But the problem is that the other party will definitely not be so easily satisfied and will definitely make her do more. There will definitely be flaws in the end. My life is in danger. Even if brother Yinan has extraordinary cultivation, he can't save her. Then the only outcome is death. The second option is to say that she didn't prepare the medicine. The other party will definitely ask her who prepared the medicine. She said Yinan's brother's name. The other party will definitely target Yinan's brother. As for his own life or death, he didn't know. But there is a high chance of survival. The other party needs to go through her to find Yinan's brother. Chapter 491 Scalpel. In that case, as long as he doesn't see brother Yinan, this person won't kill him. After listening to Chu Xiangyi's words, Xiao Luofu narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? Chu Xiangyi nodded. I'm sure the person who prepared the medicine is named Yinan. Many people can testify to this for me. George R.R. frowned even more deeply. This woman doesn't seem to be lying. He wanted the medicine, not the woman. Anyone who can prepare this kind of medicine can certainly prepare other kinds of medicine as well. With this person, the Holy Society will no longer need to hide and can openly return to the Western continent. Take me to this person, and I'll let you go once I get him. Chu Xiangyi said, He is not in Zhongzhou, but in another place. You'd better not lie to me, Zhou Raufert said coldly. Chu Xiangyi said, I really didn't lie to you. Now he only prays that the other party will not harm him and Zhang Baixue. As for other matters, he will wait until brother Yinan returns. But will the other party really do as he wishes? Xiao Luofu coldly said. In that case, you're useless. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyi panicked instantly. You can't hurt me. I'm his girlfriend. If you touch me, he will never let you off the hook. George Loft laughed. Not let me go? With his strength. Chu Xiangyi also realized she had misspoke. If you touch me, I'll make sure you can't find him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luofu's face darkened. You dare. He grabbed Chu Xiangyi by the throat. Chu Xiangyi slapped the other person's arm. Xiao Luofu coldly said, Call the person who prepared the medicine immediately and tell him to come over right now, or you're dead. I'll hit him, Chu Xiangyi said, struggling. Then, Zhou Lof released his hand. Chu Xiangyi took out her phone and dialed Yinan's number. After the call connected, Yinan's voice came through. Xiangyi, wait for me. I'll be right there. Xiao Luofu snatched the phone away and said coldly, Are you the one who mixes the medicine? It's me. If you don't want your girlfriend to die, come to Zhongzhou Medical University as soon as possible. If I don't see you in half an hour, I'll kill him. It won't take half an hour. I'll be there in a few seconds. How many seconds? Upon hearing this, Zhou Raufert paused for a moment, just then sensing a dangerous aura rapidly approaching him. As he turned his head, a young man slowly walked in through the classroom entrance behind him. The person who arrived was Yinan. Thanks to the pilot's acceleration, it used to take more than an hour to reach Zhongzhou, but this time, it only took him more than 20 minutes. Moreover, they didn't go to the airport, but went directly to the area above Zhongzhou Medical University. Yinan jumped off the plane and arrived there in the shortest possible time. When Xiao Luofu saw Yinan appear, his eyes gleamed. Is this the medicine you prepared? Yinan said, That's right, it's me. Zhou Raufert excitedly said, Come with me, and I'll guarantee you wealth and glory. Yinan said, What if I don't? George Ralph was surprised that the other party dared to refuse him. You have no choice. Either die or come with me. The choice is yours. Yinan looked at Xiao Luofu and said coldly, Noisy. Xiao Luofu chose to take action directly. He didn't want to waste any more words with the other party. The longer he stayed in Daxia, the more dangerous it would be for him. If the people of the War Department discover his existence, he'll be in trouble. Immediately, Xiao Luofu rushed in front of Yinan a scalpel appearing in his hand without anyone noticing. He is considered a strong figure on the overseas underworld rankings. It is known as a scalpel. That's because the weapon he used to kill was a scalpel. He can slice off a person's flesh in a second, leaving the opponent with nothing but a skeleton. He decided to leave a scar on the other party, otherwise the other party would not be convinced. His scalpel was about to pierce Yinan's body. Suddenly, Yinan grabbed her arm. Joe Rolf's face immediately turned ugly. His speed was clearly so fast. How did the other party manage to block it? Something's not right. He tried to pull his hand back. But at this moment, his hand felt as if it were being clamped by pliers, and he was completely unable to move it. How is this possible? Joe Roffert's eyes widened in fear, and his gaze became wary. Then, he struck again, and in his other hand, a scalpel appeared out of nowhere, which he thrust towards Yinan's temple. Generally speaking, only the strong need to use 2 scalpels in battle. He didn't take this person seriously at first, but now it seems that this person is not simple. But before he could react, Yinan grabbed his other hand. So fast, Xiao Luofu's expression changed drastically. If he could block one of his scalpels, that was luck. What about the second one? This kid is definitely a strong person. He needs to get out of here quickly. Now we can only use his secret weapon. 2 scalpels suddenly appeared from the toe of his shoe. Generally speaking, he wouldn't use this scalpel. It should only be used for surprise attacks when fleeing. But now Yinan has his hands in his grasp, and he is completely unable to move. Are you planning to use the scalpel inside your boot against me? Yinan asked. Joe Rolf's expression changed drastically. How did the other party know his thoughts? He clearly didn't lay a hand on me. Has he been seen through? How can we fight like this? As the president of the Holy Society, George Roosevelt remained relatively calm. He said calmly, "It seems I underestimated my opponent." Yinan asked, "Are you from the Holy Society?" Xiao Luofu coldly said, "That's right. I am the president of the Holy Society. You had better let me go, otherwise, the Holy Society will definitely do everything in its power to kill you. I know you are very strong, but you should have family, right? You can protect them for a while, but you can't protect them forever." Joe Rolf wasn't afraid at all. He had a trump card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he, George Loft, would have died long ago on the Western continent. Those powerful figures dared not kill him, for fear of retaliation. No one wants to put their family in danger, not even the strong. Yinan's eyes turned cold. The Holy Society, is it? Yes, let me go, Joe Roffert said. But the next second, Yinan stretched out his foot and stepped on the other person's foot. One of Joe Roosevelt's feet instantly turned into a bloody pulp. He screamed in agony. Before he could react, Yinan also trampled his other foot until it bled. Losing his footing, George fell to the ground. His expression was contorted, but his eyes were fixed on Yinan. Our Holy Society will definitely take action against your family. I guarantee they will all be dead within 3 days. Yinan completely disregarded what Xiao Luofu said and immediately took out his phone to call the Dragon Palace Master. Chapter 492 Higher Level Potion. Help me find the Holy Society's stronghold and then wipe them out. On the other end of the phone, the Dragon Palace Master replied, "Yes, Secmaster." After hanging up the phone, the Dragon Palace Master dispatched his subordinates to find the Holy Society's stronghold. The Dragon Palace also possesses extremely strong intelligence capabilities, and they quickly located the Holy Society's stronghold. They immediately sent men to strangle him. Meanwhile, Xiao Luofu, who was standing next to Yinan, didn't take what Yinan said on the phone at all. How dare this kid say something like annihilate their Holy Society? Since leaving the Western continent, their Holy Society has concealed the entire trace of its power, making it impossible for ordinary people to investigate. Kid, too many people want to destroy our Holy Society, but we are still safe and sound because they can't find us at all, so stop pretending. Yinan countered, "Is that so?" Joe Roffert said confidently, "That's right." Yinan asked, "Would it be difficult for the Dragon Palace to destroy your Holy Society?" Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Palace, Xiao Luofu immediately showed a look of apprehension. If the Dragon Palace wanted to destroy their Holy Society, it would be extremely easy for them. But why should the Dragon Palace help you? That's easy. But what does the Dragon Palace have to do with you? Yinan didn't say anything. He just smiled. Xiao Luofu was somewhat puzzled by Yi Nan's expression. Just then, his phone rang. Xiao Luofu glanced at it and saw that it was the deputy sect leader calling. His expression immediately changed. Before he left, he instructed the deputy sect leader not to call him unless he encountered something insurmountable, because making a phone call could easily expose your identity. There must be a reason why the other party is calling suddenly. Could something serious have happened? Joe Rolfe reached out and took the phone. The next second, the deputy sect leader's voice rang out. Sect leader, something bad has happened. The Dragon Palace has attacked our holy society. Xiao Luofu's face was extremely ugly, and his gaze immediately turned to Yi Nan. Just moments ago, the other side said that the Dragon Palace was going to deal with their holy society, and now the Dragon Palace has actually come. How could such a coincidence happen? Could it be that the Dragon Palace was brought here by this person in front of me? But how did a great Xia man manage to get the Dragon Palace to take action? You should know that the Dragon Palace is an overseas power. Sect Master. Sect Master, the deputy sect master called out into the phone. What should we do next? Joe Roffert immediately said, Run. Run as far as you can. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. But the next second, the deputy sect leader said, Sect leader, we can't escape now. What happened? Joe Roffert asked. The deputy sect leader said, the Dragon Palace master personally led people to annihilate our holy society. We are completely finished. The next second, the call ended. Joe Rolfe shouted into the phone, Say something. But there was no response. He felt a chill run through his body. There was no way the other party wouldn't speak unless something terrible had happened. Is he dead? Why would a behemoth like the Dragon Palace suddenly attack the holy society? The two clearly have no connection whatsoever. Their holy society wouldn't be foolish enough to offend the Dragon Palace. Of course, even if members of the holy society offended the Dragon Palace would not need to go to such lengths to wipe out the holy society. The two are not even in the same league. It's like the difference between a tiger and an ant. Tigers look down on ants. Unless. Xiao Luofu turned to look at Yi Nan, the fear in his eyes almost materializing. He remembered the phone call the other party had made earlier. Everything that is happening now is absolutely related to this person. This person is definitely a big shot. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to concoct such a powerful medicine. He's made a mess of things this time. An apology is necessary. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Please, boss, spare our holy society. We are just ants. If the big shots kill us, they will only dirty their own hands. Yi Nan looked at Xiao Luofu. Killing you wouldn't dirty my hands. The next second, Yi Nan slapped the other person on the head with a single palm strike. Joe Roosevelt's head exploded, turning into blood. Then, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Yi Nan turned to look at Chu Xiangyi and asked with concern, Are you all right? Chu Xiangyi couldn't hold back anymore. She was terrified. Last time she faced the assassin, she was able to hold on, but this time, she simply couldn't control herself and burst into tears. She threw herself into Yi Nan's arms. Brother Yi Nan, I thought I would never see you again. Yi Nan reached out and patted the other person's back, saying, Don't worry. I'm here, you won't die. By the way, where's Jiang Baixue? Chu Xiangyi then realized, Baixue just fought with this white man. She should be in my lab right now. Let's go check on her. Yi Nan nodded. The two left and returned to the laboratory. Jiang Baixue lay on the ground, her clothes torn and her body covered in blood. Although Jiang Baixue had already reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster, it was because Yi Nan forcibly accelerated her advancement to that level. This makes Jiang Baixue weaker than ordinary martial arts masters. The other party needs time to settle down. Baixue. Chu Xiangyi called out to Jiang Baixue with concern as she approached her. At this moment, Jiang Baixue still had a breath left. When she saw Chu Xiangyi, she said, Xiangyi, you run away quickly. That person is very powerful. I am no match for him. You will die if you stay here. Chu Xiangyi said, Baixue, don't be afraid. We are safe now, brother Yi Nan is back. Jiang Baixue turned her head and saw Yi Nan not far away. She immediately tried to get up, but because she was seriously injured, she fell down again as soon as she tried to get up. I'm sorry, sect leader Yi, I failed to protect Xiangyi. Yinan said, "This has nothing to do with you. It's just that the opponent is too strong." He then released another pill. "Eat this." Jiang Baixue reached out and caught it, swallowing it without a second thought. Actually, the injuries on her body were not what you could see. To be precise, these are all minor injuries. The white man had severely damaged many of her meridians. It will take at least a year to recover. And this was even after taking powerful pills. If she doesn't take the powerful elixirs properly, she will never recover in this lifetime. But at this moment, after swallowing the pill, Jiang Baixue felt a warm current flowing through her body, which then repaired her damaged meridians. To her astonishment, her meridians were slowly recovering. That's truly incredible. This elixir is extraordinary. It must be at least level 9. And this was just a pill that Mr. Yi casually took out. Mr. Yi's strength is truly terrifying. Jiang Baixue felt she could stand up and slowly straightened her body. "Thank you, Sect Leader Yi, for saving my life." Yinan said, "You're injured. You should rest for a while to avoid moving around too much." Jiang Baixue nodded and sat down on the chair next to her. Just then, Yinan's attention was drawn to the liquid medicine in the bottle next to him, and his eyes lit up. This potion is stronger than any he had prepared before. It's a higher-grade version. Who prepared this medicine? You? Xiangyi. Chapter 493. Are you interested in working in the War Department? Chu Xiangyi nodded. These past few days, I have been researching based on the medicinal liquid you prepared. After countless experiments, I have successfully prepared this medicinal liquid. Brother Yinan, is something wrong? Yinan said, "There's nothing wrong with it. The medicine you prepared is 1 to 2 times more effective than the medicine I prepared. This isn't Yinan making things up, it's the truth." For Yinan, preparing the medicinal liquid was something he could do effortlessly without much thought. He thought there was no room for improvement in the medicine he had prepared, but he never expected that Chu Xiangyi would improve it. Of course, if Yinan puts his mind to it more, he can certainly make improvements. But none of that matters. What matters is that Chu Xiangyi has talent in this area. That's quite remarkable. If she puts this talent to good use, Chu Xiangyi will become a renowned medical master in the Great Xia dynasty in the future. Chu Xiangyi was shocked. She hadn't expected Brother Yinan to give her such high praise. Chu Xiangyi did spend a lot of time preparing the medicine, but she herself didn't know how it would work. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants." Yinan knew what the other party wanted to say, and immediately said, "You're wrong. Some people, even if they stand on the shoulders of giants and have my personal guidance, may not be as good as you." Chu Xiangyi felt very happy to receive such praise. Finally, she gained Yinan's approval. "Now this medicine truly belongs to you. You can give it a new name," Yinan said. Chu Xiangyi said directly, "Let's not change the name. Let's just call it Yuanling Liquid." After saying this, Chu Xiangyi remembered something else. The principal said that he is going to hold a medical exchange conference and has invited many people. Not only will medical geniuses from Great Xia come, but also some medical people from abroad. Brother Yinan, will you participate? Yinan frowned. If foreign medical experts were coming, wouldn't that mean Chu Xiangyi would be in danger? Seeing the medicine prepared by Xiangyi, they will surely covet it, leading to events like the Holy Society incident. Even if the people of the external medicine school don't come, the people of the Great Xia Medicine School cannot be completely trusted. Sometimes, the person who hates you the most may not be someone outside the family, but someone close to you. Can this medical conference be cancelled? Yinan asked. Chu Xiangyi said, "I don't think it will work, because some people have already set off. If we don't open it now, we'll offend a lot of people." Yinan frowned. That's right. Suddenly announcing that the exchange conference would not be held would attract more attention from others. "I will find a way to protect you." At this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Then they saw Bai Yanba send his men to rush in. His secretary followed closely behind. The people following behind were all dressed in black suits and looked well-trained. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are all elites. Behind these people were 2 more highly trained individuals. Bai Yanba had just entered the room when he saw Yinan and was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Yi?" Yinan nodded. "What's this?" Bai Yanba said, "I came here to protect Miss Chu. I just received news that someone was going to attack Miss Chu, so I brought my men here. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be 1 step ahead of me." Yinan frowned slightly. He hadn't asked Bai Yanba to protect Chu Xiangyi. Who told you to protect her? Bai Yanba said. The Dragon Pavilion values the medicinal liquid that Miss Chu developed, so they asked me to protect Miss Chu. Yinan joked, but why haven't I seen a single person from the Dragon Pavilion appear in all this time? Bai Yanba said awkwardly. The number of people here in the prefecture is limited. I thought no one would dare to make such a bold move during the day. Usually, protection is provided at night. Secondly, Miss Chu also has a Grandmaster-level expert by her side. Her appearance made us lower our guard. It was our problem, and I have to apologize to Miss Chu for that. After speaking, Bai Yanba bowed to Chu Xiangyi. Chu Xiangyi naturally knew Bai Yanba. He was the governor of the state, while she was just a graduate student who had not yet graduated. Chief Bai, you don't need to do this. Bai Yanba said. Miss Chu, you are a talent of great Xia. It was my dereliction of duty not to protect you, so please accept my apology. Chu Xiangyi glanced at Yinan, who nodded slightly, and she understood, so she said nothing more. After bowing, Bai Yanba said, I will arrange for people to protect Miss Chu 24 hours a day from now on. Chu Xiangyi nodded. Yinan looked at Bai Yanba. What does Dragon Pavilion mean by this? Bai Yanba looked around, and then said to Yinan, Mr. Yi, let's talk over there. Yinan followed Bai Yanba to a deserted place. Speak. Bai Yanba said. The medicinal liquid that Miss Chu has prepared is definitely very promising. If ordinary people take it, it can directly transform them, but it will not be able to exert the true effect of the liquid. However, if martial artists take it, it will be very promising. Yinan naturally knew this. If a martial artist consumes this product, it's possible to break through to the next level. It all depends on individual talent. Therefore, Dragon Pavilion decided to protect Miss Chu's safety. Of course, there is another matter that is related to Mr. Yi. Yinan said, what does it have to do with me? I don't think I have any connection with the Dragon Pavilion. Bai Yanba said, the Dragon Pavilion already knows about Mr. Ye's affairs in Yangzhou, and they say that the Dragon Pavilion must maintain a good relationship with Mr. Yi. Yinan sneered. Dragon Pavilion wants to build a good relationship with me? Doesn't Dragon Pavilion know that offering help in times of need is much better? If the Dragon Pavilion had truly been willing to help him back then, he might still have had dealings with them. But now, sorry, he doesn't need it. Yinan disliked the way Long Gu treated people differently based on their status. Bai Yanba only knew some details and not the specifics. Now, hearing Yinan's words, he clearly sensed that something was wrong. Why does Mr. Yi say that? Yinan then recounted what had happened. Bai Yanba's face immediately turned ugly. The Dragon Pavilion actually did such a thing. No wonder Mr. Yi is skilled in yin and yang. I understand, Mr. Yi. I will not force you to have any connection with the Dragon Pavilion. This is the Dragon Pavilion's own doing. Yinan said, oh, right, I noticed that the last two people in your group aren't from the Dragon Pavilion. Who are they? Bai Yanba said. They are from the War Department, and they also have their eyes on the medicine prepared by Miss Chu. Yinan said, I see, I understand. Let's go. The two returned to the crowd, and Bai Yanba then led his men away. The two men from the War Department didn't leave. Instead, they walked straight up to Chu Xiangyi and asked, Miss Chu, would you be interested in working for the War Department? Chapter 494 The God of War Descends. One man and one woman. The person who just spoke was a man. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyi refused, saying, I don't want to work in the War Department. She just wanted to stay by Yinan's side. The woman stepped forward and said, the benefits in our combat department are quite good. There has never been a recent college graduate like you who is qualified to join the combat department. You are the first in history, so my suggestion is that you should consider it. Chu Xiangyi said directly. I've already made up my mind. I won't join the combat division. Both of their expressions changed. The man's name is Yang Shan, and the woman's name is Yuan Qing. Both of them were from the War Department. The news that Chu Xiangyi had prepared the medicinal liquid was received by the Dragon Pavilion, and naturally the War Department also received it. If this medicine could be used on the soldiers of the combat unit, it would greatly improve their quality. Yuan Qing continued, Miss Chu, what you are doing is bringing glory to Great Xia. I don't understand why you refuse. Is the compensation not good enough? You can make your request, and we will agree. I believe that as long as we communicate fully, we will definitely reach a consensus. Chu Xiangyi said, I've already said, it's not about the salary, it's that I don't want to go. She believed that the treatment in the War Department would be very good. But this is not what she wanted. If I go to the War Department, how can I see Brother Yinan again? Her requirements weren't high. She would be satisfied as long as she could see Yinan once a month. But Brother Yinan definitely won't be appearing in the War Department often. So forget it. Yuan Qing was even more anxious. Her and Yangshan's purpose in coming here was for Chu Xiangyi. If they failed to complete the mission, how would they explain it to their superiors? Just as Yuan Qing was about to continue speaking, Yinan stopped him, saying, Everyone else has said they won't go to the War Department, so I advise you to respect their wishes. Yinan respects Chu Xiangyi's choice. If she goes to the War Department, Yinan will support her. But now Xiangyi has made it clear that she doesn't want to go to the War Department, yet these people keep nagging. Xiangyi is a shy person, so Yinan decided to speak up for her. Yuan Qing's gaze fell on Yinan, looking him up and down. And who are you? Yinan took out the War God token given to him by the War Department and showed it to the other party. Yuan Qing glanced at him, then narrowed his eyes. You're the newly appointed God of War? They wouldn't think the token was fake, mainly because no one would dare to forge it. No amount of forgery can create such a realistic feeling. Secondly, everyone within the War Department knew that a new war god had been appointed. I heard it was a decision made by higher authorities. The people below were not convinced. It's important to know that to become a war god, one must pass the War Department's assessment and gain the respect of both the higher-ups and the lower-level officers. It should be noted that each of the 8 war gods underwent an assessment within the War Department before being promoted. It was approved by almost everyone. Moreover, since the establishment of the War Department, there have always been 8 war gods, and there has never been a precedent of a 9th war god. Many candidates for the title of God of War have been waiting in line for many years, but none of them have been promoted. Who would be happy if someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Moreover, he was parachuted in to become the 9th God of War. But they dared not complain. In the military, orders were absolute and could not be disobeyed. Yinan said, It's me. As a war god, isn't it a bit wrong of you not to fight for the interests of the War Department? Yuan Qing accused. Yinan frowned slightly upon hearing the other party's words. Is this how you, in the combat department, treat your superiors? Yuan Qing coldly replied, You are not my superior. Yinan was too lazy to say anything more to them. All right, then I won't waste any more words. Since Xiangyi has chosen not to go, no one can change her decision. You too, please leave. Yuan Qing stomped his foot in anger, unleashing his aura as he prepared to fight Yinan. In fact, she is one of the candidates for the God of War. If given another 10 years, she will definitely become one of the God of War. But now that her position has been taken by the other party, how can she be happy? Seeing this, Yangshan immediately stopped Yuan Qing. Don't be impulsive. Yuan Qing calmed down. Yangshan looked at Chu Xiangyi and said, Miss Chu, since you are not willing to join the War Department, we will leave now. But the door of our War Department will always be open for you. This is my business card. If you change your mind, you can contact me at any time. Chu Xiangyi reached out and took the business card, nodding her head. Okay. After that, Yangshan and Yuan Qing left. Step outside, Yangshan said. Yuan Qing, you acted impulsively just now. Yuan Qing said angrily. I really can't stand someone whose background I don't know becoming a war god, and who doesn't even speak up for the War Department. It would be a great help to us to have Miss Chu join the War Department, but he just doesn't like it. Yangshan said. I'm curious too, but that's not the point. The other party is a God of War. You'll definitely be punished if you attack a God of War. Yuan Qing gritted his teeth. I'm just not convinced. To become a God of War, you have to make great contributions. He has no contributions at all, so why can he become a God of War? Yangshan said, You're wrong. This matter isn't that simple. Master Tianlu went to Hong Kong Island and was killed. Siam has been suppressed ever since. The person who did it should be the one we just met. If a fight really breaks out, I don't think you'll have the upper hand. The lower-level staff were unaware that Yinan had killed Master Tianluo. Only those at the level of War God or higher would know this. People of Yangshan and Yuanqing's level only knew that a Siamese man had come to cause trouble, but was stopped by the martial arts community of Great Xia. Of course, this is just a rumor. If no one spread it, they wouldn't even know it existed. Yuanqing said. He didn't kill Master Luo that day either. It was Yi Qingsong. You heard it just now. His name is Yi Nan. All right, I'm not going to waste any more words with you. I'll just ask you one question. Are you satisfied with making that kid the god of war? Without even thinking, Yangshan replied, I'm not convinced. But what can we do? This is a decision made by higher-ups. I suspect this kid has connections at the top. Yuanqing pondered for a long time. This kid's surname is Yi. Among the higher-ups, one of the war gods, the god of war of burial heaven, also has the surname Yi. Could it be that this kid is related to the other party? Yangshan said, That's possible. Yi Zongtian, the god of war, is a member of the Yi family of the 100 clans of Dragon Capital. We can't question him. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's leave here first and come back another day. Miss Chu is just having a moment of weakness. She thinks that she has a bright future because she has concocted such a powerful medicine. After she runs into a few setbacks, she will realize how good our war department is. Maybe she will contact us first then. Yuanqing nodded. That's right. They were unaware that Scalpel Zhou Luo Fu had died at Yinan's hands. If they had known, they certainly wouldn't have said anything. Inside the laboratory, Chu Xiangyi looked at Yinan and said, Brother Yinan, thank you for getting me out of that predicament. Chapter 495 Song Zhenghe's son. Yinan smiled and said, It's just a small favor. If you don't want to go, I'll naturally speak up for you. Chu Xiangyi pointed at Yinan's token and asked, Brother, when did you become the war god of the war department? Yinan said, Just a short while ago. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Chu Xiangyi hesitated for a moment, but finally smiled and nodded. Yinan turned and left, preparing to go home to see Wanfeng. He hadn't called the other person during this time, and he really missed them. Chu Xiangyi watched Yinan's departing figure, a look of disappointment appearing on her face. She thought she would be able to spend more time with brother Yinan. Zhang Baixue had been recuperating in the shadows. Because she was young and wearing school uniform, no one paid any attention to her. At this moment, Zhang Baixue saw Chu Xiangyi's eyes. She was a girl, and girls understand each other. Xiangyi liked sect leader Yi very much, but unfortunately, sect leader Yi had someone else in his heart. Xiangyi may be left to suffer unrequited love. Suddenly, Zhang Baixue sighed, realizing that she too was suffering from unrequited love. No woman could dislike someone as outstanding as sect leader Yi. Once you meet Yinan, it's like entering a deep sea. From then on, everyone else becomes a stranger. As soon as Yinan returned home, Su Wanfeng pounced on him. On his way home, Yinan called Su Wanfeng to tell her that he was back. Honey, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Su Wanfeng didn't hold back her affection, showering Yinan with kisses and hugs. They wanted to devour each other. If Su Wanfeng hadn't been pregnant, the two of them would be in the bedroom instead of the living room. Yinan didn't hide his affection and said with a smile, I've missed you so much too. He also carefully examined Su Wanfeng's body. I was previously cursed, but I feel much better now. My body has fully recovered. If you look closely at Su Wanfeng's abdomen now, it's already slightly protruding. The child is starting to take shape. Yinan could barely suppress the smile on his face. It was beyond words. Let me touch the child. Su Wanfeng immediately stuck out her belly. Touch as much as you want. Yinan reached out and placed his hand on Wanfeng's belly, feeling the baby's movements. The noise was so subtle that ordinary people wouldn't even notice it. But Yinan can. He closed his eyes, as if he were inside Su Wanfeng's stomach, where a cell was absorbing nutrients from the surroundings, growing stronger little by little. After a long while, Yinan opened his eyes. From now on, you must take good care of your health. Don't worry about anything else. Of course, if you insist on taking care of it, just give the orders. Su Wanfeng said, Oh, I know, I'm not stupid. Yinan said, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals can now set up shop in Hong Kong Island. Send someone to contact Long Weiran, the head of the Long family in Hong Kong Island. She will help Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Su Wanfeng exclaimed in surprise, My husband is amazing. He's only been away for a few days, and he's already taken care of Hong Kong. After saying that, she gave Yinan a thumbs up. Yinan smiled and said, "No matter how capable he is, he's still your husband." Su Wanfeng laughed even more happily. The two chatted for a while until Su Wanfeng fell asleep. Yinan then left to kill members of the Hongmen. He didn't send anyone else. He went himself. Sending someone else might lead to them being tracked down, but if he goes himself, no one else can find a trace of him. Less than 3 hours. Dozens of members of the Hongmen in Zhongzhou died, and the news quickly reached the headquarters of the Hongmen. Someone came to report this matter to Song Jianghe. Upon learning this, Song Jianghe's face darkened. "Didn't I tell you to tell the Hongmen members to be cautious?" The other party said, "How could I not relay your orders?" They were all very cautious, but they were still killed. Sect leader Song, "Do you think someone might be targeting our Hongmen?" Song Jianghe remained silent, narrowing his eyes. Who on earth was targeting the Hongmen like this? This had never happened before, so it definitely wasn't the War Department. Then who was it? After killing people in Hong Kong, the murderer came to central Taiwan to kill more people. During this time, people also died in Yangzhou. I'll think about it some more. The other party left quickly. Afterwards, Song Jianghe stayed alone in his office, took out his phone, and made a call. In order to ensure that his son could gain a foothold in the Hongmen in the future, he sent the other party to Zhongzhou. I don't know how the other person is doing now. He needs to get his son away from this troublesome place as soon as possible. Song Xiang, Song Jianghe called out with a smile. A voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. "Don't kill me. My father is Song Jianghe, the vice leader of the Hongmen. If you kill me, he will definitely not let you go." Upon hearing this, Song Jianghe suddenly stood up. Judging from his tone, something had clearly happened to his son. Could it be that the murderer targeted his son? Song Jianghe panicked completely. He knew that others could die, but his son absolutely could not die. "Who are you? Let me tell you, if you are Song Xiang, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch up with you and kill you." Song Jianghe threatened, but the call was immediately disconnected. Song Jianghe panicked completely and hurriedly made a phone call, but the call could not be connected. How so? His son's identity within the Hongmen is a secret. Nobody knew he was a member of the Hongmen. How did the other party know about this? Could there be a mole within the Hongmen? No. Only 2 people know about this. One was him, and the other was the leader of the Hongmen. The sect leader has been in seclusion for many years and has no involvement in Hongmen affairs. He couldn't possibly reveal his son's identity, so how did the other party know? I don't even know if my son is alive or dead. Song Jianghe clenched his fists. At this moment, in a karaoke bar in Zhongzhou, Song Xiang knelt on the ground. Yinan sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and looked at the other person. He never expected that the person he came to kill would be Song Jianghe's son. I'm really lucky. If Song Jianghe doesn't want this son, then he shouldn't show up, but if he does, he must come. Seeing his father answer the phone, Song Xiang straightened his back, stood up from the ground, and said to Yinan, "You brat, I told you, my dad is Song Jianghe. If you kill me, you will die. I'm not going to argue with you this time, get lost." Song Xiang was naturally aware that someone had recently made a move against the Hongmen, but he didn't care at all. He was Song Jianghe's son. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Even the high-ranking officers in the War Department couldn't do it. Therefore, he acted recklessly and without restraint. While others were hiding and avoiding danger, he deliberately went against the grain. "I'm here with a few buddies flirting with girls today." Suddenly a young man appeared and attacked him. He panicked and quickly said his father's name. Upon learning of this, the other party immediately stopped. Song Xiang believed that the other party was afraid. The other party then asked him to call his father, which he did. After the call ended, the other party showed no sign of making a move, which made Song Xiang even more convinced that the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. So he stood up. At that moment, Yinan looked at Song Xiang and made a move, pointing out with one finger. A burst of energy shot out, heading straight for Song Xiang's head. Chapter 496 Hospital Prenatal Checkup. Song Xiang's body was nailed directly to the wall, but a smile still lingered on his face. This is because Yinan's speed was too fast, and the opponent didn't have time to react at all. But there was still a slight change in his eyes. It was as if they were asking Yinan how he dared to make a move. Then Yinan took out his phone, took a picture of Song Xiang in front of him, and then found Song Jianghe's contact information and sent it to him. Upon seeing the photo of his son's death, Song Jianghe on the other end of the phone was devastated and immediately made the call back. But there was no response. "Answer the phone, you bastard. You better not kill my son, or I'll make you die." However, Song Jianghe couldn't get through on the phone at all. After several attempts, the phone was simply switched off. At this moment, Song Jianghe's body was trembling. Could it be that something really happened to my son? He immediately contacted other members of the Hongmen and went to where Song Xiang was. After the other party arrived and confirmed that Song Xiang was dead, Song Jianghe slumped onto the sofa, his body limp and his eyes devoid of any expression. He never expected that the other party would actually kill his son. How dare this person do that? Then, the person who came to investigate for him sent another message. The murderer is Yinan. Upon hearing this name, Song Jianghe's eyes flashed with boundless killing intent. The other party killed his son and left his name behind, which shows that they completely disregarded him and were provoking him. Damn it! Song Jianghe slammed his hand on the table in front of him. With a loud bang, the table shattered instantly, turning into countless dust particles. Song Jianghe finally slumped into a chair, panting heavily. He is not an idiot. Even an idiot can't become the deputy leader of the Hongmen. He wondered what this man named Yinan was up to, and what he really wanted to do. The other party wouldn't kill his son for no reason. There must be a reason. Song Jianghe immediately contacted the Hongmen Intelligence Department to investigate the name Yinan. But they gained nothing. According to intelligence reports, Yinan is basically an ordinary person. The intelligence network of the Hongmen may not be as strong as that of the Divine Strategist Order. But they are not weak either. They can investigate any intelligence that is not particularly well hidden. Upon seeing the intelligence, Song Jianghe was incredulous. There was something wrong with it. How could an ordinary person kill so many members of the Hongmen? The other party must have been at least a half-step grandmaster level. But one thing is certain, Yinan is not a strong person. Song Jianghe finally confirmed Yinan's identity and immediately decided to go to Zhongzhou to kill Yinan. The other party killed his son, which is undoubtedly dancing on the edge of a knife. This person must die. Otherwise, how can the other hall masters submit to him as the deputy sect leader? In the Hongmen organization, to consolidate one's position, one must be stronger than others. He summoned his men. Notify the entire Hongmen that I, Song Jianghe, will go to Daxiao to kill the person who slaughtered our Hongmen disciples. The subordinates immediately complied. The Hongmen immediately became excited. They no longer have to be afraid. With the deputy sect leader taking action, the assassin hiding in the shadows is doomed. The crowd cheered for Song Jianghe. Song Jianghe also sent a message to Yinan. There are only 4 big characters. I will kill you. Yinan was already on his way back when he saw Song Jianghe's message, and a smile appeared on his face. Good. I hope the other party will not break their promise. That evening, Yinan took Su Wanfeng out for dinner. The two hadn't eaten together in a long time. During this time, Yinan wanted to spend some time alone with Su Wanfeng. After finishing their meal, the two left the restaurant. We also made an appointment to have a medical checkup the next day. Although with Yinan's medical skills, he could tell the condition of the child in Su Wanfeng's belly at a glance. The baby is very healthy and strong, but it's hard to tell if it's a boy or a girl. But in order to live the life of a normal couple, the two decided to go to the hospital. Inside the hospital, the doctor was extremely shocked after reviewing the ultrasound images and called his colleagues over to look at them together. In all their years in the obstetrics and gynecology department, they had never seen a child so healthy. It's important to understand that young people these days are either busy with work or have various bad habits, so most of the babies in their wombs are unhealthy. This made Su Wanfeng very proud. The two walked out of the hospital. Su Wanfeng said excitedly, "Honey, did you hear that? The doctor said our baby is very healthy." After saying this, she kissed the ultrasound machine in her hand. Yinan knew everything, but he still echoed Su Wanfeng's words. Yes, the child is healthy. Su Wanfeng reached out and touched her belly. Good baby, mommy promises you will be born healthy. And just then, a group of people walked towards us. Yi Wanli, Su Ranfeng, and Yi Xinqing in a wheelchair. Besides these three, there were two other people that Yinan never expected. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan. The two are Yi Xinqing's good friends. I'm planning to pay a visit during this trip to Zhongzhou. However, upon arriving at the Yi family home, the two learned that Yi Xinqing had become a vegetable. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan were both very unhappy. Yi Xinqing is Yuan Qing's good friend and also the person Yang Shan admires. The two immediately discussed with the Yi family and took Yi Xinqing to see a famous doctor. So the group of people arrived here. At that moment, Su Ranfang spotted Yi Nin immediately. This is the person who ruined their family to this point. She can't forget it, and sometimes she even dreams about it. In her dream, she tried to kill Yi Nin several times, but she never succeeded. Upon seeing Yi Nan, Su Ranfang stepped forward and cursed. You jinx, how dare you show your face in front of us? Yi Nin glanced back at Su Ranfang. She was about to say something even more outrageous, but when her eyes met Yi Nan's, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her throat. If Su Wanfeng hadn't been there, Yi Nin would have really wanted to kill this woman. Su Wanfeng said, Honey, let's not bother with them. The main thing is that today is a happy day, and it wouldn't be good if these people made the two of them feel bad. Yi Nin nodded. The two were about to leave. Yuan Qing approached Su Ranfang and asked, Annie, why did you scold him? Upon seeing Yuan Qing, Su Ranfang finally emerged from her fear and began to recount what had happened. This man is our family's adopted son. Ever since he was released from prison, our Yi family has never had a moment of peace. Xinqing's current state is largely due to the other party. You could say that he's the one who ruined Xinqing's life. Yuan Qing's expression changed drastically after hearing this. The culprit turned out to be Yi Nan. Furthermore, the other party actually had such a past. They had always believed that Yi Nan had a powerful backer, that he was a descendant of the Yi family of Longdu. Unexpectedly, he was just an orphan who had been to prison. Yuan Qing was already annoyed with Yi Nan, but she kept quiet because of his status. Now she doesn't want to put up with it anymore. Yi Nan must give her an explanation today. Yang Shan also wanted to avenge Yi Xinqing. The other person was a woman she particularly liked. The two immediately blocked Yi Nan's path. Yi Nan, stop right there, Yuan Qing said coldly. Chapter 497. You two are acting like you're sick. Yi Nan turned to look at Yuan Qing. He was annoyed by this woman's constant chatter. If she was talking to him now, it couldn't be anything good. He didn't want to get angry, so he forcibly suppressed his temper. What is it? Yuan Qing coldly said. I'm asking you. Did you cause Yi Xinqing to become a vegetable? Yi Nan coldly replied. So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? Yuan Qing was shocked that the other party dared to say such a thing. What kind of attitude is this? You caused someone else to become a vegetable. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Yi Nan really wanted to slap this woman to death. What's it to you? Get lost before I lose my temper. Yuan Qing continued nagging. You are the war god of the War Department, yet you have done such a thing. I will definitely report this to the War Department and have them reevaluate you. Yi Nan said, Go quickly. Yuan Qing was actually just trying to scare Yi Nan. How could the position of God of War be taken back so easily? In fact, if the other party had just softened their stance, the matter would have been over. I didn't expect them to be so tough. You said it yourself, so don't blame me. You'll bear all the consequences. Yi Nan said impatiently, I'll take responsibility. Stop talking nonsense. Do you know how annoying you are? He unleashed his killing intent. Yuan Qing and Yi Nan locked eyes, and Yuan Qing's body trembled instantly. Just now, when she looked into his eyes, she felt as if she had fallen into hell. Who exactly is Yi Nan? He seems like a god of death. She stopped talking. Just as Yi Nan was about to leave with Su Wanfeng, Yang Shan stepped in front of them and said coldly, I'm asking you, why did you turn Xinqing into a vegetable? Yi Nan didn't expect that when the woman stopped talking, the man would start again. What does this have to do with you? Yang Shan coldly replied, It's related. Xian Qing is the person I like. Yi Nan asked, Does she like you? One sentence was enough to silence Yang Shan. Of course he doesn't like it. If he did, he would be most afraid of being with Xinqing. This is none of your business. Su Wanfeng couldn't take it anymore. She is very happy with Yi Nan now. This world of two is simply wonderful. But now they've disturbed me. She was really annoyed. What exactly do you two want to do? Su Wanfeng looked at Yuan Qing and Yang Shan and said, "You guys are really annoying. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Yang Shan and Yuan Qing looked at Su Wanfeng. This woman was just an ordinary person. How dare she speak like that? The two of them were instantly ignited. This woman must think Yi Nan is a war god, that he is invincible, and that's why she's become arrogant and doesn't care about anyone else. Su Wanfeng looked at Yuan Qing and said, "I admit that Yi Xinqing became a vegetable because of my husband, but it was all Yi Xinqing's own fault. She deserved it. The fact that she is still alive is already a favor my husband has shown, understand?" She knew some details. If Yi Xinqing hadn't provoked her husband, nothing would have happened. Then, she looked at Yang Shan. "As for you, you like Yi Xinqing, but does she like you? You're probably just a simp. Let me give you a piece of advice. Simps end up with nothing." Yinan laughed. His wife's mouth was like it was coated with poison. Who could stand this? You? Yang Shan trembled with anger. Su Wanfeng said, "What do you mean you? If you really like Yi Xinqing, marry that vegetable and take her home as your wife. If you actually do it, I'll think you've got guts. If you don't dare to do it, then shut your mouth and go do what you're supposed to do, understand?" Yuan Qing and Yang Shan stood there, stunned. Su Wanfeng took the opportunity to leave with Yi Nan. By the time the former realized what was happening, Yi Nan had already left. Yang Shan angrily said, "I'm going to kill that filthy woman." Yuan Qing stopped Yang Shan. "Don't be impulsive. This is a hospital. Also, you are a member of the War Department. If you kill her, the consequences will be severe." Yang Shan gasped for breath. "We can't just let them go." Yuan Qing said coldly, "You heard it too. The other party has a criminal record, which is completely inconsistent with the style of the War Department in selecting talents. As long as we report this matter, Yinan will definitely be stripped of all his rights. You should know that the War God is the face of the War Department. Every War God is a righteous person and would not have such a despicable behavior." Yang Shan nodded. "You're right. Let's take Xinqing to see a doctor first." Yuan Qing said, "Speaking of which, Yang Shan, if you really like Xinqing, you can totally marry Yi Xinqing." Yang Shan was in a dilemma. He did like Yi Xinqing, but he liked the Yi Xinqing from before, the secretary of the Azure Dragon War God, who was destined to become the War God in the future, not the comatose woman she was now. Marrying someone like that would only be a burden. Let's not talk about this anymore. Su Ranfong thought the two would stand up for the Yi family, at least beat Yinan up, but she didn't expect that they would let the other party leave. How could you let him go?" Yuan Qing said. "Auntie, let's go see a doctor for Xinqing first." Su Ranfong only wanted revenge. "Okay, you are all Xinqing's good friends. Yinan caused Xinqing to become like this. You must help her get revenge. You absolutely cannot let Yinan get away with this." Yuan Qing said, "Don't worry, Auntie, we won't let Yinan get away with this." At that moment, Yinan and Su Wanfeng left the hospital. Su Wanfeng said unhappily, "Those two are like they're sick in the head, so annoying." Yinan said, "Should I teach them a lesson?" Su Wanfeng said, "Let's just forget about it. You're about to become a father, so it's best not to take action. Just think of the child." Yinan listened to his wife and nodded. "Okay." However, a chill flashed in his eyes. "We'll let that man and woman go today, but if he encounters them alone next time, we'll definitely teach them a lesson." Meanwhile, Yuan Qing and Yang Shan accompanied Su Ranfong to Yi Xinqing. To everyone's surprise, the doctor simply glanced at Yi Xinqing and shook his head, indicating that he couldn't cure her. They also said that the other person's life would be like this forever, and there was no possibility of them waking up. The two could only suggest that they take Yi Xinqing to a hospital in a larger city next time, or seek treatment from a renowned doctor. Meanwhile, the two reported Yinan's past to the War Department, requesting that the War Department adjudicate Yinan and strip him of his title of War God. However, they received a reply very quickly. They were told not to meddle in other people's business, or they would be expelled from the War Department. The two men looked extremely grim upon learning of this. They were even more unhappy with the War Department. Someone like Yinan has no right to be a war god. What are they thinking? Yuan Qing complained. Yang Shan shook his head. "I don't know. I now seriously suspect that Yinan may have saved that high-ranking official's life. Otherwise the other party would not have protected Yinan so much." Chapter 498 Colluding with Outsiders. Yuan Qing said, "Let's not talk about that. Even if he has powerful backers, he can't control everything within the War Department. There will always be a chance to drive Yi Nan out of the War Department." Yangshan nodded. Meanwhile, Yuan Qing's phone rang, and she thought it was someone investigating Yi Nan. "I only realized it was my boss when I saw the number." "Boss," Yuan Qing called out. The other party coldly asked, "Did you report Yi Nan to the War Department?" Yuan Qing hadn't expected her boss to ask about this, and since the other party had already asked, it meant they knew pretty much everything. "Yes, it was me." The other party said, "I know what you're thinking. You're very dissatisfied that Yi Nan became the 9th War God, but we'll tell you something from the inside. The War Department didn't initially intend for Yi Nan to become the War God." Yuan Qing said, "Then why should the War Department set a precedent?" The other party said, "Previously, the War Department wanted Yi Nan to become the Heavenly King who protects the nation." "What?" Both Yuan Qing and Yangshan showed expressions of shock. Has the War Department gone mad by making Yi Nan the Heavenly King who protects the nation? They couldn't even imagine Yi Nan becoming a war god, let alone a national guardian king. "Boss, are you kidding us?" Yuan Qing didn't believe it was true. She thought that the boss just made up a reason to prevent them from causing trouble for Yi Nan. The boss on the other end of the phone said coldly, "Do you think I need to joke with you guys?" Yuan Qing immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I have another task for you." That's what the boss said on the phone. Yuan Qing quickly said, "Boss, you go ahead." The other party gave the order. Next, a medical exchange conference will be held at Zhongzhou Medical University. There are rumors that some of these outsiders are dangerous, and they are planning to take action against Miss Chu. Your mission is to protect Miss Chu. Of course, this mission will not be completed by the two of you. The War Department will send some people to assist you. Can you complete the mission? Yuan Qing immediately replied, "Yes." "Okay, be careful. Remember, never disrespect Yi Nan, or I won't be able to protect you." I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Qing was shocked by what her boss had said. "Did you hear the phone call just now?" Yuan Qing asked Yangshan. Yangshan said, "I heard you. Tell us to protect Miss Chu." Yuan Qing said, "You know, that's not what I wanted to say." Yangshan had naturally heard about the War Department making Yi Nan the Guardian King. "Okay, I think this is really outrageous. What qualifications does Yi Nan have? The War Department must be crazy." "I think so too," Yuan Qing said. "All right, let's get ready and protect Miss Chu." "Okay." Yangshan nodded. At that moment, a tall man slowly walked out of Zhongzhou Airport. Several bodyguards followed behind him. At this moment, the man stopped and turned to look at the bodyguards, saying, "All right, you can come with me here. I am no longer a member of the Gu family of the LJ Group in South Korea, but an ordinary medical student in South Korea." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard said, "Young Master Chengxian, we are worried about your safety." Zhu Chengxian said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary student. No one will have any designs on me. If you don't follow me, no one will notice. But if you follow me, I'll be easily exposed." These words were spoken. The bodyguards all left. Zhu Chengxian carried his luggage and walked forward. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I have to say, the air in this great country is so fresh. If only this Central Plains could belong to our Zhu family. This time, our goal is to obtain the Yuanling liquid from Miss Chu. If we can bring her back to Han Kingdom, we will have accomplished a great feat." The current student is Gu Chengxian, a senior at the Korean Medical University. Then, Gu Chengxian walked forward with his luggage. He had just left not long ago. A woman stepped out, and she became the center of attention as she walked through the crowd. This woman was a bit short, but had delicate features and wore red lipstick. He exuded the aura of a powerful figure. She walked out of the airport and started walking, but was stopped by several drunk men. "Hey beautiful, want to hang out with us guys?" The woman looked up at the group and said in broken Xia language, "Get lost." Several drunkards laughed. "Oh, you're not from Great Xia? Judging by your attire, you must be from Japan. I hate the Japanese more than anything else in my life. Today you have to play with us. We will never forget the hatred caused by the Beihai Rebellion in our lifetime." Their expressions changed when they spoke. Every member of the Great Xia dynasty remembers the chaos that occurred in the North Sea. When this matter comes up, everyone's mood changed. The group rushed towards the woman, but she missed, easily dodging the attack. Then, the woman turned to look at the group, raised her hand, and threw a dart that pierced the necks of several men. The artery was severed. Several people fell to the ground, their blood flowing like a river. The woman ignored the group and walked forward with her luggage. She was from Japan, and her name was Yagyu Kariko. I am here in Daxia to attend a medical exchange conference. Of course, the goal was to steal the medicinal formula prepared by Chu Xiangyi and take it back to Japan. Soon, another woman appeared in front of Yagyu Kariko. The other party was Yi Xinran. Since her defeat in Yangzhou, Yi Xinran has expressed her intention to seek revenge on Yi Nan. But instead of finding him, she learned what had happened to Yi Nan on Hong Kong Island. Even the Siamese master Tianluo was defeated by Yi Nan. Yi Qingsong is too strong. It was simply beyond her ability to contend with. If she wants to take revenge, the help she finds must be at least strong figures from Longdu or Hudu. But she has no resources. There's simply no way I can get to know anyone from either of those cities. So Yi Xinran turned her attention to the other people. She met a Japanese man by chance. Since we can't find the people of Great Xia to help us, let's turn to the people of Japan. The people she knew worked for the Yagyu family. By chance, she learned that the Liu family wanted to seize the medicinal liquid that Chu Xiangyi had prepared. That would be a tremendous opportunity for her. So she contacted a high-ranking member of the Yagyu family and said she knew Chu Xiangyi. The higher-ups in the Yagyu family told her to wait in Zhongzhou, and that someone would contact her later. The person in front of her was the strongest young member of the Yagyu family, Yagyu Kariko, who was the one she was supposed to meet. Yi Xinran knew this was her chance. As long as she made contact with the higher-ups of the Liu family and performed well, she would definitely be cultivated in the future. At that time, wouldn't she be able to easily seek revenge on Yi Nan? If she were to make the Yagyu family an enemy of Minami, she wouldn't even need to lift a finger in the future. The Yagyu family would take matters into their own hands, allowing her to use them as a tool to kill. With the strength of the Yagyu family, dealing with Yi Nan would be a piece of cake. Then, Yi Xinran saw Yagyu Kariko and smiled. Hello, Miss Yagyu. I am Yi Xinran, who will be showing you the way this time. Please take care of me. Chapter 499, Yi Xinran's Plan. Yagyu Kariko glanced at Yi Xinran and said coldly, lead the way. Yi Xinran disliked the other party's attitude. If it weren't for the fact that she needed the Luxing family to deal with Yi Nan, she would have left by now. Miss Yagyu, this way please. The two walked side by side. Yi Xinran then began her plan. Miss Yagyu, I advise you to find more people to help you. The person behind Chu Xiangyi is quite powerful. Yagyu Kariko suddenly stopped in her tracks. You mean I'll lose if I face the person behind Chu Xiangyi? Yi Xinran said, yes. Suddenly, a kunai appeared in Yagyu Kariko's hand, and she swung it forward. Yi Xinran's clothes were torn to shreds. Yagyu Kariko put away her kunai and said coldly, do you still think I'm no match for him? These words were spoken. Yi Xinran immediately replied, I don't think so. The more arrogant the other party becomes, the better it is for her. If the other party can really kill Yi Nan, it will be a good thing for Yi Xinran. But if the other party can't kill her, that would be a good thing for Yi Xinran. After all, once Yagyu Kariko makes a move, the Yagyu family will be next. The Yagyu family of Japan is not a weak family, but one of the 10 major families in Japan, and its members occupy high positions in Japan. If they want to kill Yi Nan, then Yi Nan will surely die. Yagyu Kariko coldly said, lead the way. Yi Xinran nodded. Then, Yagyu Kariko walked in front, and Yi Xinran followed behind, watching the other leave with a cold glint in her eyes. However, she did not blame Yagyu Kariko for this, but instead blamed everything on Yi Nan. If Yi Nan weren't so strong, she wouldn't need to be so humble. It's all Yi Nan's fault. He severed her meridians, and she was then humiliated by a group of homeless people. She vowed that once Yi Nan fell into her hands, she would make him wish he were dead. Soon, Yi Xinran settled Liu Shengwuzi in and then returned to the Yi family. The Yi family now lives in a small apartment building. Yi Xinran pushed open the door and went inside. Su Ranfong was taken aback when she saw Yi Xinran, You're Shinran? Yi Shinran nodded. It's me, Mom. It's not that Su Ranfong didn't recognize Yi Shinran. It's just that the other person had changed so much. When Yi Shinran left the Yi family for Yangzhou, she was radiant. Yi Shinran looks very thin now and has become unrecognizable. Su Ranfong asked excitedly. Shinran, how are you doing in Yangzhou? Yi Shinran smiled, but didn't mention anything about Yangzhou, opting to report only good news. The Yi family has already fallen into this state. We can't let Mother worry about her anymore. I'm perfectly fine. Su Ranfong was even happier. That's good. I have some good news for you. Yi Shinran was stunned. Was there any good news left for the Yi family now? A few days ago, 2 of your older sister's friends came to visit her at home. When they learned that Yi Nin had caused your older sister to become a vegetable, they said they wanted to avenge her. Yeah. Yes, these 2 are from the War Department. With them taking action, we must avenge them. Upon hearing this, Yi Shinran gave an awkward smile. She really wanted to tell her mother Yi Nan's true identity, but she couldn't. The mother still harbors the idea of taking revenge on Yi Nan, which is a good thing. If she were to tell the other party that Yi Nan is Yi Qingsong, the mother would probably be in despair. She wasn't worried about her mother personally seeking revenge on Yi Nan. Yi Shinran knew her family well. They wouldn't do anything without being sure of success. That's good. I've also found someone to deal with Yi Nan. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Nin will definitely die this time. Yi Shinran said with a smile. Su Ranfong became interested. Who is it? Can they really kill Yi Nan? Yi Shinran said confidently. Absolutely. If it were only Yagyu Kariko, she certainly couldn't kill Yi Nan, but if she brought the Yagyu family along, then it would definitely be possible. Su Ranfong said, That's good. By the way, how many days are you planning to stay this time? Yi Shinran shook her head. I don't know either. She didn't know how many days she should stay. What should we do next? Previously, Yi Shinran's goal was to break through to the Grandmaster level, cultivate to the extreme, and strengthen herself. Now that she has broken through to the Grandmaster level, she has completely lost her way. If we're talking about goals, there's only one, to take revenge on Yi Nan. This time, Yi Nan is doomed to die, and after his death, she will have completely lost her target. We'll see then. We'll just take it one day at a time. Maybe a few days, maybe a lifetime. Su Ranfong said, A lifetime together is the best, with our family all together. Yi Shinran nodded. At this moment, Yi Waner appeared, interrupting their conversation. Third sister? Yi Shinran looked at her second sister and called out with a smile. Sister. Let's play drop the handkerchief together, said the eccentric Yi Waner. Okay. Yi Shinran happily agreed. The Central Plains may appear calm now, but in reality, it is already embroiled in turmoil. There are too many forces focusing on the medicinal liquid. Everyone wanted to possess it. Meanwhile, on an airplane, Song Jianghe disguised himself and was also on his way to Zhongzhou. This time, he had to kill the man who killed his son. Soon, he arrived in Zhongzhou and finally came to an abandoned, unfinished building. As soon as he walked in, several people surrounded him. Upon seeing Song Jianghe, they all exclaimed, Vice Sect Leader, it's wonderful to see you here. Song Jianghe looked at everyone and said, You've all worked hard. Someone immediately said, Vice Sect Leader Song, please do justice for us. Kill the person who slaughtered my Hongmen disciples. Song Jianghe said, Don't worry, this time I will definitely grind the murderer to dust. The Hongmen Intelligence Organization is already investigating that person's address. Once I find it, I will go and kill him. Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. This time, there was hope. With Vice Sect Master Song taking action, that kid was doomed. Some people even cheered. They've been hiding for days, and now they can finally get a good night's sleep. Song Jianghe asked, Where is my son Song Xiang buried now? I want to go and see him. After Song Xiang died, someone took his body away and buried it. Nanshan Cemetery, someone answered. Song Jianghe said, Take me to see it. The group arrived at Nanshan Cemetery. Song Jianghe knelt before his son's grave, reaching out to grasp the tombstone. Xiang rest in peace here. In the future, your father will bring the head of the one who killed you to pay homage to you. The news of Song Jianghe's arrival was quickly relayed to Yi Nan by Mu Yue. Keep an eye on him. Oh, and let some information out of him, so he'll come looking for revenge. Yinan said, "Yes, Secmaster." After Mu Yue finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Yinan sat on the sofa. Now that Song Jianghe has appeared in Zhongzhou, Yinan is no longer worried. He was afraid that Song Jianghe wouldn't come, but as long as he did, everything would be much easier. The other party will definitely come to kill him. It's only a matter of time. I hope Song Jianghe won't let him down. Soon, Yinan received another phone call. The call came from the Azure Dragon War God, who told Yinan that the War Department wanted his help to protect Chu Xiangyi. Yinan agreed. Of course, even if the War Department hadn't asked him for help, he would have still stepped in to protect Xiangyi. Soon, the Medical Ethics Conference at Zhongzhou Medical University will be held as scheduled. On this day, the Central State Medical University was packed with people. Chapter 500 The Exchange Conference begins. Because of this conference, Zhongzhou Medical University is on holiday. However, none of the students left the school. Instead, they all came to participate in the exchange conference. In many people's eyes, they felt that today was a grand gathering for exchange. Only a few people know how complicated today's conference is. Chu Xiangyi is bound to become the focus. Countless assassins will approach her. After all, the medicinal liquid developed by Chu Xiangyi is extremely valuable. Obtaining it would allow one to undergo a complete transformation. Of course, everyone is more interested in Chu Xiangyi herself. If she can concoct this medicine, she can definitely concoct even more powerful medicines. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan had arranged for people to be stationed around the area the day before and to report immediately if any suspicious persons were found. During this period, more than a dozen people have been arrested. And this is just the appetizer. This made everyone even more nervous. If there are so many people on the first day, how many more will appear in the future? Dozens? Even hundreds. Yinan also appeared. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan approached Yinan and reluctantly called out, "God of War." The leader called them and said that Yinan was in charge of the protection plan this time. He also demanded that they obey Yinan's orders, or they would be expelled from the War Department. Since the leader had said so, Yuan Qing and Yang Shan, no matter how resentful they were, could only shut up at this moment. They trained hard all the way to join the War Department. How could they be so easily expelled from it? Just bear with it, and it will pass. Yinan nodded slightly. You guys shouldn't focus too much on the outside. You should focus on the people who have contact with Xiangyi. Yuan Qing asked, displeased, why? Yinan said, these people from outside are all minor figures. The truly troublesome ones are inside. Yuan Qing retorted, God of War, impossible. Everyone who participated in the exchange conference had their identity investigated, and they were all clean. Yinan looked at the other person, his eyes narrowing slightly. Can't the identity be fake? Yuan Qing said, I can tell whether it's fake or not. War God, this is the first time you've experienced something like this, so you don't have much experience. But we've been through this many times and have enough experience to know how to solve it. Yang Shan also said, that's right. Yuan Qing and I have worked together to handle 7 or 8 such incidents, and we have succeeded every time. Yinan didn't bother to say anything more to these people. All he needed to do was ensure Xiangyi's safety. Moreover, someone with a real plan would never make a move at an exchange conference. If some fool really makes a move, then the defensive capabilities of the War Division will no longer be limited to Yuan Qing's group. If nothing unexpected happens, the first thing these people will do is to win them over. Like that person in the distance. Yinan's gaze immediately locked onto a tall man. The other party was none other than Gu Chengxian. This little Karami is really not worthy of Yinan's attention. He pointed at the other person and asked Yuan Qing, what is that person's identity? Yuan Qing glanced at Zhu Chengxian, took out the information and searched. Zhu Chengxian, a senior student at Korean Medical University. Yinan said, he's not an ordinary person. Yuan Qing shook his head, impossible. I have investigated this person. He is just an ordinary person. I have also contacted the intelligence personnel in South Korea. Gu Chengxian, Jiang Yuan Daoren, comes from a rural family of 4, including a younger sister. He studied hard and got into South Korean Medical University. The intelligence personnel personally went to the site to investigate. There is absolutely no way he could be wrong. Yinan said, what if all his information is fabricated? Yuan Qing grew impatient. The information was right there. Why was this person so insistent on sticking to his own ideas? You mean, the other party fabricated their entire life story from birth to the present in order to obtain Miss Chu's medicine? That's right. Yinan nodded. Yuan Qing laughed. I think it's impossible. Yang Shan also said. Miss Chu prepared the medicine in less than a month, while Zhongzhou Medical University announced the medical exchange conference 5 days ago. It is absolutely impossible to make such a flawless false information in 5 days. Yinan coldly replied. What if we go all out? Without a second thought, Yang Shan immediately said, Is it appropriate to go to such lengths for a mere medicinal liquid? Yinan said, You two are really idiots. If you were working for me, I would have fired you long ago. Yang Shan became anxious. Why are you swearing? Even if you are a war god, you can't insult people like this. Yinan ignored him and turned to leave. Yang Shan said angrily, Say something. Yuan Qing said, Forget it, don't be angry. Focus on your own business. He's a war god. He has official authority. Yang Shan was comforted and calmed down. And at this moment, the exchange conference has begun. Students from various countries participated. They presented their findings and talked extensively with others. Chu Xiangyi had the most students around her. After all, this exchange conference was something Principal Tang Zhili had made just for a little bit of jealousy. 6 hours later, the exchange conference has just ended. But everyone had a very pleasant conversation. After all, most of the people attending the exchange conference are ordinary students who wouldn't want to learn from the strengths of others and enrich their own professional knowledge. At this moment, the people around Chu Xiangyi were still unwilling to leave. Chu Xiangyi could only say, That concludes today's exchange meeting. Fellow students, if there's an opportunity in the future, how about we continue our exchange? Hearing this, everyone could only nod in agreement. Chu Xiangyi left with a smile. At this moment, someone blocked Chu Xiangyi's path. Zhu Chengxian appeared in front of Chu Xiangyi and said with a smile, Hello, Chu classmate. The scene of Zhu Chengxian talking to Chu Xiangyi immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Gu Chengxian was also the focus of this exchange conference, mainly because he was handsome. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by students, especially some infatuated students. If there hadn't been so many people, they would have wanted to take advantage of Gu Chengxian right there. However, Gu Chengxian did not accept any of the female students' offers of kindness. At this moment, seeing Zhu Chengxian talking to Chu Xiangyi, the female students who had just shown goodwill towards Zhu Chengxian all felt jealous. Chu Xiangyi naturally didn't take Zhu Chengxian seriously. In her heart, Brother Yinan was definitely the most handsome man, and no man could compare to him. Is something the matter? Chu Xiangyi's indifference surprised Zhu Chengxian. He thought that Chu Xiangyi would also be interested in him. After all, he was handsome, and no girl would not smile when she saw him. This was the first time he had seen a woman like this. What an interesting woman. Zhu Chengxian initially approached Chu Xiangyi to obtain the medicinal liquid and to acquire her as a person, but now he has developed a strong desire to conquer her and wants to win her over. Chapter 5, I'm afraid you're not qualified. Zhu Chengxian said. Indeed, there are some things I want to talk to Chu about. Chu Xiangyi didn't want to talk to the other person. He didn't look like a good person at all. But out of politeness, she still smiled and said, Okay, go ahead. Gu Chengxian hadn't expected the other party's reaction to be so mild. What did that mean? Gu Chengxian began to have serious doubts about his own charm. It's like this. I heard that Chu has developed a medicinal liquid that works quite well. I've also been researching medicinal liquid recently and would like to talk to Chu about it. Chu Xiangyi said, What do you want to talk about? Tell me. Zhu Chengxian took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Chu Xiangyi. Chu Xiangyi, do you think there's anything about this medicine that needs improvement? Chu Xiangyi glanced at it and said, No need to improve it, just pour it out. It's worthless. Chu Xiangyi didn't know this before, but now that she knew the other party wasn't a good person, there was no need to waste any more time with them. Zhu Chengxian hadn't expected Chu Xiangyi to be so disrespectful. A burning anger raged within him, but he remained outwardly calm. Classmate Chu, is my medicine truly worthless? Chu Xiangyi said, That's right, it has no value at all. Zhu Chengxian coldly asked, Then, Chu, what kind of medicinal liquid would be considered valuable? Chu Xiangyi said, The exchange meeting has ended. I'll tell you next time. After saying this, Chu Xiangyi left. Zhu Qingshuan's face was gloomy. As he watched Chu Xiangyi's departing figure, a murderous intent surged in his eyes. He wished he could kill her in public. But he knew that he was surrounded by people from the War Department, and it would be too much of a loss if he took action himself. Just you wait. You bitch, I will never let you get away with this. At that moment, a young girl came to Gu Qingshuan's side. The person who arrived was none other than Yagyu Kariko in disguise. She naturally recognized Gu Qingxian. Young Master Gu, are you feeling very unhappy that others are ignoring you like this? Zhu Qingxian turned to look at Yagyu Kariko. He had just arrived and had seen her. Miss Yagyu, I didn't expect you to be here too. Yagyu Kariko said with a smile. You're here too, aren't you? Zhu Qingxian said. However, Miss Luxing may be disappointed. I want both this woman and the medicine. Yagyu Kariko said. It's not certain who will be disappointed yet. The two didn't say anything more and turned to leave. However, there was a chill in their eyes. At the same time, Chu Xiangyi found Yinan and said with a smile, Brother Yinan. Yinan smiled and nodded. How are you feeling today? Chu Xiangyi smiled and said, I've learned a lot. These people are all hidden talents. Yinan said, That's good. Stay away from that Zhu Qingxian. Chu Xiangyi nodded. That's right. That man doesn't look like a good person at all. Brother Yinan, are you busy? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Yinan said, Let's forget about it. The person who came to kill Chu Xiangyi wasn't very strong, but Song Jianghe, who came to kill Yinan, was no ordinary person. It can be said that as long as Chu Xiangyi is with him, she will definitely fall into danger. Song Jianghe definitely won't come alone. He'll bring others with him. It's best not to let Xiangyi get into danger with him. Okay. Chu Xiangyi was a little unhappy about being rejected. After all, there were very few opportunities to spend time with Brother Yinan, but she believed that Brother Yinan must have his own reasons. Yinan said, Go straight home and don't go anywhere else. Leave everything else to me. Chu Xiangyi nodded. Okay. And at this time, Yuan Qing came out and looked at Chu Xiangyi, saying, Miss Chu. Chu Xiangyi looked at the other person. Who are you? Yuan Qing introduced himself. My name is Yuan Qing, and I am from the War Department. I will be responsible for your security this time. From now on, you will follow me, and I can guarantee your safety. Chu Xiangyi turned around and glanced at Yinan. Yinan shook his head. Chu Xiangyi immediately understood what the other person meant. Excuse me, I want to go home. Yuan Qing's expression changed. If you go home, no one will be able to protect you. Chu Xiangyi said, With Brother Yinan here, I don't need anyone else to protect me. Yuan Qing glanced at Yinan. It was him again. Miss Chu, you have no idea how many people want to kill you. If you come with me, we can protect you. Chu Xiangyi said, I've already said thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it. Yuan Qing was speechless. What kind of bewitching potion had Yinan given this woman? They actually trust Yinan so much. Since the other party wasn't going to follow them, they had no choice but to follow Chu Xiangyi. Oh well. Chu Xiangyi greeted Yinan and then left. Yuan Qing approached Yinan and said, God of War, I don't want you to interfere with our work. Yinan ignored the other person and turned to leave. Yuan Qing was furious at the other party's attitude and stomped her foot in anger. What's with the attitude? Yang Shan said. All right, let's not get angry because of him. Let's follow Miss Chu for now. Yuan Qing nodded. Just then, her phone rang. It turned out to be a call from the boss. Yuan Qing immediately answered. What's wrong, boss? An urgent voice came from the phone. You must be careful next. A powerful person is heading your way. Yuan Qing said. It's all right, boss. No matter who comes, we'll protect Miss Chu. The other party said. You are no match for that person. The person who came is Song Jianghe, the deputy leader of the Hongmen. What? Yuan Qing and Yang Shan's expressions changed drastically. The person who arrived was actually the deputy leader of the Hongmen. They knew very well what kind of force the Hongmen was. They already struggled greatly in one-on-one fights with the sect leader, so now that a deputy sect leader has arrived, they are no match for him at all. Has the Hongmen also set their sights on Miss Chu? The question is, why should the deputy sect leader come in person? The leader continued. Because we just learned of Song Jianghe's situation, The higher-ups don't have time to send strong people to support him, so you'd better stay with Yinan. He can save your lives. Yuan Qing said. Okay. Although she said that, she had no intention of going to find Yinan at all. But in order not to anger the boss, he verbally agreed. How strong is Yinan? They are the same age. How much weaker can they be than Yinan? That's all for now. I'm hanging up. After the call ended, Yuan Qing looked at Yang Shan. Do you want a promotion? Yang Shan nodded. Of course I want a promotion, but the question is how. Yuan Qing said. Song Jianghe, the deputy leader of the Hongmen, is here. If we can kill him, we will definitely be promoted. Yang Shan looked shocked. You're crazy? Killing Song Jianghe? He's the deputy leader of the Hongmen. We can't just mess with him. Yuan Qing said. What? Are you scared? Song Jianghe became the deputy leader of the Hongmen a long time ago. He hasn't made a move in many years, so his strength must have declined. With so many of us, do we still need to be afraid of him? Yang Shan hesitated. What are you hesitating for? Fortune favors the bold. That's true. Walk. The two then gathered their men to intercept Song Jianghe. As long as you kill the opponent, you can become famous within the War Department. They'll definitely become war gods someday. And at this moment, Zhu Chengxian left the medical exchange conference. His original plan was to talk to Chu Xiangyi more, gain her trust, and then help her leave. He had planned everything. To everyone's surprise, the first step of the plan failed. Chu Xiangyi didn't give him a chance. Today, he saw Yagyu Kariko again, along with others. This matter cannot wait. We must act on it as soon as possible. He decided to take action against Chu Xiangyi that very night and bring her back to Han country. But on his way back, Zhu Chengxian was stopped by a figure. He couldn't see the person's face clearly, so he asked, Who are you? The person who killed you. The person who arrived was Yinan. Not wanting Chu Xiangyi to be in danger again, he decided to take the initiative. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chengxian remained completely calm, realizing that he had already been exposed. Since that's the case, let's do it. Kill this person, then go kill Chu Xiangyi. But I'm afraid you're not qualified. Chapter 5:02 The plan begins. Immediately, Zhu Chengxian made his move. He is a semi-master of martial arts. It may have no presence in Daxia. However, he is also a renowned genius in South Korea. Yinan coldly replied, You'll know once you try. Zhu Chengxian didn't want to waste words with the other party. He was prepared to unleash his strongest killing move and kill him. Immediately, his martial arts aura surged, and he burst forward. He is very fast. Wherever it went, the ground cracked open. He practices the leg arts. Leg do is a type of taekwondo. Concentrate all your strength in your legs to deliver a fatal blow. A master of leg techniques can kick a person until they are covered in blood with a single kick. A powerful master of leg techniques can achieve the effect of fighting opponents of higher levels. At this moment, Zhu Chengxian was getting closer and closer to Yinan. Suddenly, he leaped up and kicked Yinan. Spiritual energy gathered on his legs. Zhu Chengxian had a smile on his face. In his view, this kid would soon turn into a pool of blood. Go to hell. Yinan looked at the other person and sent out a leaf. Extremely fast. Zhu Chengxian thought it was a hidden weapon, but he didn't dodge. In his opinion, no hidden weapon could stop his kick. But the next second, the leaf struck his foot. A sharp pain shot through me. Zhu Chengxian then realized what was happening and wanted to see what kind of hidden weapon the other party had used. The leaves were kept being cut. Cut off his leg. When Zhu Chengxian saw it clearly, he was completely dumbfounded. Leaves. How? How is this possible? Killing someone by picking leaves. Who exactly are you? The words had barely left his mouth. A leaf slashed across Zhu Chengxian's forehead. Click. A person who was just alive was instantly split in two and fell to the ground from a great height. Yinan ignored the other person and turned to leave. Besides this person, there are others who also need to be killed. After a while, several figures appeared beside Zhu Chengxian. The moment they saw the corpse, their eyes showed horror. They were all Zhu Chengxian's bodyguards. Although young Master Zhu forbade them to follow, how could they not follow? If something happened to young Master Zhu, the family head would not let them off the hook. But who knew that their following him around would still lead to trouble for young Master Zhu? Young Master is dead. Report this to the head of the family immediately. Meanwhile, in a Japanese-style manner in Zhongzhou. Yagyu Kariko, dressed in a kimono, sat in front of the mirror combing her hair. Our Japanese clothes are still the most comfortable to wear. Standing to the side was Yi Xinran, who said, Miss Luxing, shouldn't we make a move? What if Chu Xiangyi is taken away by Zhu Chengxian first? We'll end up with nothing. Yagyu Kariko coldly replied, What's the rush? Yi Xinran said, I'm not in a hurry. I'm just worried that Miss Luxing won't be able to get Chu Xiangyi. Yagyu Kariko put down the comb. Do I need you to worry? Yi Xinran immediately knelt down. Of course not. Yagyu Kariko said coldly, I've been thinking about something. I took a look at Chu Xiangyi today. She should be an ordinary student, and you must know about this, right? Yi Xinran nodded. I know. Yagyu Kariko said, If that's the case, then let me ask you, why don't you go and attack Chu Xiangyi directly, instead of making me do it? Yi Xinran's heart raced. Had the other party seen through her intentions? That's impossible. If the Yagyu family dared to have any intention of taking action against Chu Xiangyi, they should not know about Yi Nan's existence. Of course, it's possible that they know Yi Nan, but it's absolutely impossible that they know Yi Qingtsang. She needed to stay calm and absolutely couldn't let this woman see through her act. She can tell some truths, but only with slight modifications. Actually, Chu Xiangyi is not as simple as she seems, Yi Xinran said. Yagyu Kariko stared intently at Yi Xinran. Continue. Yi Xinran said, Chu Xiangyi has an older brother who is very strong. I am no match for him. Yagyu Kariko said, You finally told the truth. Then I'll tell you why I didn't make the first move. Zhu Chengxian is a decisive person. If nothing unexpected happens, he will make a move against Chu Xiangyi tonight. I'll let him make a move to test the waters. Once Chu Xiangyi's brother appears, and they fight to the death, I'll make my move and reap the benefits. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yi Xinran became worried. Gu Junxian was no match for Yi Nan unless someone behind him intervened. She was afraid that Lu Shengwuzi would stop attacking Yi Nan after seeing him die, which would be terrible. She didn't reveal her true thoughts, but smiled and said, Miss Yagyu is truly brilliant. I was foolish. Praised, Yagyu Kariko smiled and said, All right, you may leave now. Yi Xinran nodded, and then quickly left. The moment she stepped out the door, her face darkened. But she suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. Although her cultivation level has declined, her Grandmaster level perception remains. This person is probably here to cause trouble. Without much thought, Yi Xinran hid. Less than half a minute later, Yi Xinran felt that aura reappear. At that moment, she had a familiar feeling. Suddenly, her eyes widened. This is Yi Nan's aura. Could it be that Yi Nan Lai came to kill Yagyu Kariko? This is a good thing. In Yi Xinran's plan, with Yi Nan's abilities, killing Yagyu Kariko would be extremely easy. You can see whether the other party makes a move. The next second, noisy sounds came from inside the manor. Miss Kariko is dead. Find the murderer quickly. Yi Xinran's face immediately lit up with a smile. Yi Nan still took the initiative to make a move. Yi Nan quickly fell into the trap. Next, Yi Nan will have to bear the retaliation of the Yagyu family. The Yagyu family is a famous swordsmanship family in Japan. The head of the family is the renowned swordsmanship master, Yagyu Ichiro. Once the opponent makes a move, Yi Nan is doomed. Yi Nan is Yi Qingtsang, and he is strong, but in the end he is just a person. 2 fists are no match for 4 legs, let alone one person fighting an entire clan. There is simply no chance of victory. Yi Xinran left satisfied, her goal achieved. Now, it was time for Yi Nan to die. Yagyu Kariko was naturally killed by Yi Nan. Now, he went to kill other people. He observed all day and has identified several people who pose a threat to Chu Xiangyi. Now he's killing them one by one. Yi Nan didn't go home until he had killed them all. And then I passed by a park not far from my house. Yi Nan suddenly sensed something was wrong. A murderous aura was gathering in the park, and there was also a bloody smell. It's clear that a battle has just taken place here. Moreover, there's still movement inside. The people haven't left yet. Yi Nan listened intently. If the other party was an enemy, he would deal with them as soon as possible. He absolutely could not allow any enemies to be near his wife. At that moment, he heard a voice say, You few think you can kill me, Song Jianghe? You're far from it. Upon hearing this name, Yi Nan's face immediately lit up. Song Jianghe has arrived. But wasn't the other party here to kill him? How did they get into a fight? Meanwhile, inside the park, several people were lying on the ground. If you looked closely, you would see that they were Yuan Qing and Yang Shan. Chapter 503 Facing Song Jianghe. Song Jianghe stood aside, coldly watching Yuan Qing and the others. You few think you can stop me? You're asking for death. Yuan Qing's face was filled with fear. After they discovered Song Jianghe, they came to intercept and kill him. They thought Song Jianghe's strength had weakened, but to their utter surprise, Song Jianghe's strength had not only not weakened, but had become even stronger than before. Yuan Qing and his group were knocked to the ground in less than a round, and now they have no ability to resist. Since they were all going to die anyway, Yuan Qing and the others wanted to die a glorious death. Stop talking nonsense. Do whatever you want with me. However, the experts of the War Department will not let you go. Next, you will surely die. Song Jianghe smiled and said, Really? With a wave of his hand, a powerful impact was released. Yuan Qing was sent flying, crashing into a tree before coming to a stop. Several of his ribs were broken, and he coughed up blood. Yes, the War Department will definitely avenge us. Song Jianghe stood with his hands behind his back. It seems the person who killed my son was from the War Department. Tell me, who was that person? Yuan Qing was confused. She had no idea what had happened. What did they mean by killing his son? The other party didn't mention Chu Xiangyi, so could it be that they didn't come for this matter? I don't know what you're talking about. Song Jianghe stepped in front of Yuan Qing, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Yuan Qing was unable to resist at all, and his body was suspended in midair. Tell me who that person is, or you're dead, Song Jianghe said coldly. Yuan Qing was being grabbed by the throat, and he couldn't even speak properly. She wasn't afraid of death just moments ago, but now that she's on the verge of death, she's terrified and gripped by extreme fear. I really don't know. Song Jianghe coldly said, Bullshit. That man killed so many of my Hongmen members, and even my son. This must have been ordered by the higher-ups in the War Department. Your presence here must be related to this matter. Speak quickly. Yuan Qing really didn't know, because Song Jianghe's grip tightened, making it impossible for her to make a sound. She could only keep shaking her head. I really don't know. Seeing this, Yang Shan and the others attacked Song Jianghe again. But before they could even reach each other, Song Jianghe swept them all to the ground with a flick of his sleeve. Song Jianghe turned to look at the men lying on the ground. You can give me your answers too. Whoever answers, I'll let them go. Otherwise, they'll all die. No one spoke, mainly because they genuinely didn't know. Just then, a voice came from the darkness. Song Jianghe, the person you're looking for is me. The sudden sound rang out. It attracted everyone's attention. The person who arrived was Yinan, but because he was in the darkness, the others could not see his face clearly. Song Jianghe couldn't see clearly either, and at this moment he frowned slightly. He was certain that this was the man who killed his son. Then, he released his grip on Yuan Qing's neck and stared at Yinan. You finally stopped hiding. Yinan coldly replied, I didn't dodge. Song Jianghe coldly said, I'm not going to waste words with you. You killed my Hongmen disciples and my son Song Xiang. Today, I will make sure you die. Yinan said, Then you do it. As the two confronted each other, Yang Shan came to Yuan Qing's side and asked, Are you all right? Yuan Qing said, I'm fine. Yang Shan suggested, Let's leave while they're fighting. Yuan Qing refused. We can't leave. They're here to help us. If they're no match for Song Jianghe, we're doomed. Yang Shan said, But there's nothing we can do to help. Yuan Qing shook her head. No, we can help. What if they just need our little bit of help? At this moment, Yuan Qing looked at Yinan in the darkness. She didn't know that the other person was Yinan, but she felt that he was a savior. If the other party hadn't appeared, she would definitely be dead. This person must be a high-ranking member of the combat department. The voice sounded very familiar, as if I had just seen him a few days ago, and she had just returned from the combat department. I just don't know who they are. Yang Shan gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll help you. Let's go. But then, with a loud bang, something seemed to fly past them. When the group turned around, they saw Song Jianghe lying on the ground, his chest caved in. Immediately, Yuan Qing and the others showed expressions of shock. I can't believe it's real. Song Jianghe was suddenly knocked away. This person's strength is simply too great. They must be at least at the level of a war god. The heavenly king who protects the nation? But it seems that the War Department doesn't have such a young national protector. Judging from the voice of the shadowy figure, the other party should be a young man. They all turned their heads to look, trying to see each other's faces clearly. At this moment, Yinan slowly emerged from the darkness. When his appearance came into the view of Yuan Qing and the others, everyone's expression changed drastically. It's actually Yinan. Yuan Qing's voice trembled. Yangshan also found it unbelievable. Is the opponent really that strong? Even Song Jianghe was no match for him. But how is that possible? Yinan looks younger than them. Yinan glanced at Yuan Qing and the others. Are you guys going to stay here indefinitely? He lured Song Jianghe out with only one purpose, to learn about the Qingmen from him. He didn't want anyone else to know about it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing and the others didn't think much of it and got up to leave. Yuan Qing, did we run into a brick wall before? Yangshan asked. Yuan Qing also had a complicated expression at this moment, not knowing what to say. I never expected Yi Nin to be so powerful. They had fought with Song Jianghe, and his strength was considerable, above the Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Yet, this person was actually sent flying by Yinan. Doesn't that mean Yinan's strength is above that of a martial arts Grandmaster, and even stronger? A martial arts Grandmaster? At this moment, they also understood what their leader had said earlier. They felt that the War Department's appointment of Yinan as the god of war was somewhat outrageous. They suspected that Yinan had someone backing him. But now it seems that things are not like that at all. Yinan himself has enough strength to become a war god. Furthermore, bestowing the title of god of war upon Yinan is an insult to him. The opponent's strength is enough to rival that of the heavenly king who protects the nation. The question is, how did Yinan, who is the same age as them, manage to cultivate to this level? Could it be that Yinan has a powerful background? Yuan Qing and the others left quickly, leaving only Yinan and Song Jianghe in the park. Song Jianghe got up from the ground, staring intently at Yinan in front of him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Who exactly are you? This person is quite powerful. He might not be a match for him. He needs to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Yinan looked at Song Jianghe and said coldly, why did you kill the family members of the Qingmen disciples? Chapter 504 Qinghai Road. Upon hearing this, Song Jianghe narrowed his eyes, feeling uneasy, and asked, who exactly are you? Qingmen. This is a very distant power. Over the years, no one has ever mentioned it. The other party was the first person. His rise to prominence was largely due to what he did back then. How did the other party find out that it hadn't been mentioned for so many years? Yinan coldly said, let me ask you another question. In other words, who ordered you to massacre the Qingmen family members? Song Jianghe said, I have no idea what you're talking about. He immediately prepared to turn around and leave. This person's identity is no longer important. He just wanted to leave Daxia as soon as possible. He absolutely must not let anyone know that he has been to Daxia. Actually, there's a reason why Song Jianghe has stayed overseas all these years. He cannot come to Great Xia. If he does, his life will be in danger. Otherwise, he would have come to Great Xia to handle matters last time. This time it was because his son was killed, which enraged him to the extreme, and he became complacent. But the next second, Yinan appeared in front of Song Jianghe. I'm asking you, who told you to kill the Qingmen family members? Song Jianghe was shocked by Yinan's strength, and he knew that he could not escape. He immediately fabricated a reason. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you mean by killing the Qingmen family? I've killed too many people in my life. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Someone must have sent Song Jianghe to kill the families of the Qingmen. The reason why so many people died at the same time is because of this. Since the other party won't say, then don't blame them. Yinan pointed his fingers together, and then the spiritual energy at his fingertips transformed into a large sword, slashing forward. Click! With both legs severed, Song Jianghe lost control and collapsed to the ground. He roared, not wanting others to have their legs cut off. Song Jianghe remained silent. I'll ask you one more time. Who exactly killed the Qingmen family members? Song Jianghe coldly replied, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yinan once again unleashed a powerful strike with his fingers. Click. Song Jianghe's arm was severed and flew away. Explain. Song Jianghe was sweating profusely, and his body was trembling violently. He couldn't hold on any longer. The scent of death loomed over him. But the thought of how terrifying that person was made him grit his teeth and insist. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yinan smiled. Since that's the case, then you don't need to say anything more. Song Jianghe was stunned. What do you mean? Yinan then began to form hand seals. It was as if a third eye had been opened between his eyebrows. Then, Yinan pointed a finger at Song Jianghe's forehead. Soul-searching technique. Song Jianghe tried to struggle, but he couldn't. He was frozen in place, his eyes wide open. Blue light shimmered in his pupils. Yinan's mind began to flash with memories of Song Jianghe. Images flashed before Yinan's eyes. They are all related to Song Jianghe. Yinan searched for the footage from the original video. If nothing unexpected happens, the mastermind behind sending Song Jianghe to commit murder must be somewhere ahead of that memory. Final. Yinan saw a scene. Moreover, it incorporates the immediate situation. Young Song Jianghe knelt before a man in black. The man in black gave him the order to throw out more than 30 photos. Go and get rid of all these people in the photo, cut them off completely. If you accomplish this, I will make you the deputy leader of the Hongmen in the future. The young Song Jianghe responded by kneeling on the ground. Then, the man in black left. Yinan wanted to see the man in black clearly, but Song Jianghe didn't look, and neither could he. The next memory is of the young Song Jianghe killing the family member of that Qingmen member. They stormed into the house and killed everyone they saw. Regardless of age, they all died at the hands of the young Song Jianghe and his men. After that, Song Jianghe never came into contact with the man in black again. But he received a letter. Young Song Jianghe was overjoyed. After opening the letter, he found only one sentence. Do not return to Daxia unless absolutely necessary, or you will die. There was no signature. After reading the letter, the young Song Jianghe burned it immediately. Then he went to report to the Hongmen, and in the shortest time, he completed 3 promotions in a row. In just a few years, he became the deputy leader of the Hongmen and enjoyed the highest level of treatment. After that, the memory is no longer of any importance. Yinan was extremely displeased upon seeing these memories. The trail went cold again. He thought that after finding Song Jianghe, he would be able to find out who was behind the attack on Qingmen. Sudden, Yinan thought of something, and he was transported back to the memory of the young Song Jianghe's massacre of his clan. If only I knew the address, I could go and take a look. Maybe I could find a clue. Without much thought, Yinan arrived at the memory point of the young Song Jianghe's massacre. The screen appeared like a slideshow, and finally, Yinan saw the address. Number 32 Qinghai Road. Next, we'll go to this place to investigate. Then, Yinan completed the soul search. Inside the park, Song Jianghe returned to normal, but his head was throbbing with pain, and he rolled on the ground, completely ignoring his wounds. What did you do to me? Yinan said, You're useless now. Upon hearing this, Song Jianghe panicked and said, If you want to kill me, I am the deputy leader of the Hongmen. If you kill me, you will be making an enemy of the Hongmen, and the leader will not let you off. Yinan slashed out with his fingers, the sword energy sweeping forward and directly turning Song Jianghe into blood. Then let him come. In Song Jianghe's memory, the sect leader had not participated in the massacre of the Qingmen family members. However, the sect leader accepted Song Jianghe and promoted him to deputy sect leader. This matter was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and there must be some shady dealings involved. If Yinan has the time, he really wants to visit the Hongmen. No rush. Let's investigate number 32 Qinghai Road first. Immediately, Yinan took out his phone and called Mu Yue. Sect Master. Mu Yue shouted. Yinan said, Help me investigate number 32 Qinghai Road. Mu Yue said, There are hundreds, if not thousands, of such roads throughout the entire Great Xia dynasty. Investigating them would be extremely difficult. Sect Master, do you have any other conditions? Yinan said, More than 20 years ago, there was a massacre that wiped out an entire family in this place. Mu Yue said, That makes the investigation much easier. Sect Master, I'll get started right away. Yinan said, "Go." After hanging up the phone, Yinan then walked out of the park. There are several people waiting outside the park right now. It was Yuan Qing and Yang Shan. The group did not leave, but instead prepared to apologize to Yinan. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan, in particular, only realized what kind of person they had offended after witnessing Yinan's strength. Yinan is an absolutely important person. This time they were blind to the truth and actually offended such a powerful being. Yuan Qing felt like slapping herself whenever she thought about what she had done before. What right does she have to question Yinan's position as god of war? To call Yinan a war god would be an insult to him. With Yinan's strength, he would be more than capable of being a national guardian king. No wonder the War Department made an exception. At that moment, looking at Yinan in front of him, Yuan Qing immediately stepped forward and knelt on the ground. Yuan Qing greets War God Yi. Chapter 505 Your Birthday. Yuan Qing displayed an unprecedented level of piety, an attitude he had never shown even when facing other war gods or the heavenly king who protected the nation. She's not stupid. At his age, Yinan's cultivation level is comparable to that of the heavenly king of the nation. This shows that the other person is a true genius. In the War Department, the strong are respected. If you are strong, I will submit to you. People like Yinan are respected by everyone. Yinan said, "Get up." He naturally wouldn't get angry with such a nobody. Yuan Qing stood up, looking at Yinan with a wary expression. "War God Yi, we were wrong before, and we apologize to you." Yinan said, "No need to apologize, just make sure Chu Xiangyi is safe." Yinan only killed some people who posed a great threat to Xiangyi. Some people remained. Yuan Qing and his team can handle these people. Yuan Qing quickly replied, "God of War, we guarantee to complete the mission." Yinan didn't say anything more and left quickly. Yuan Qing and the others watched Yinan leave. Yang Shan asked, "Yuan Qing, what should we do next?" Yuan Qing said, "Just listen to War God Yi." Some people questioned, "Are you really listening?" Yuan Qing said, "Nonsense, of course we'll listen. If it weren't for this matter, we probably wouldn't even have the right to meet War God Yi in our lives, understand? Based on my deduction, War God Yi might reach the status of a military sage or even a god of war in the future." Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The sage of war, the god of war. These were figures they would look up to throughout their lives. They don't even have the right to meet such a being. No one spoke again. Instead, everyone went about their duties. Yinan had just arrived at his doorstep when he received a call from Mu Yue. "Found it, Sectmaster. The place you asked me to investigate is in Shanghai." Yinan asked, "Do you have the exact location?" Mu Yue nodded. "Yes, but that place is a shopping mall now." Yinan narrowed his eyes. If it's a shopping mall, then it will be very difficult to investigate. If it's still a house there, then it's easier to investigate. Sectmaster, besides that, I have made another unexpected discovery. Yinan believed that the other party's discovery would definitely be useful. "Speak quickly." Mu Yue said, "I watched the surveillance footage from the days before and after the massacre, and I found that there seemed to be survivors in this family." Upon hearing this, Yinan trembled all over. There were actually survivors. This was quite unexpected. The day after the massacre, a little girl covered in blood appeared in the vicinity. It's obvious that they escaped. Yinan still thought the survivor was an adult. If it were an adult, the investigation of Yinan would be much easier. Of course, a child is fine too, since the other party became an orphan because of the Aemen. Yinan would naturally compensate the other party. Yinan immediately continued, "Is this girl still alive?" Mu Yue said, "After comparing their faces, we confirmed that they are still alive. They are currently 24 years old, using the alias Zhang Yanxiu, and are currently working in Shanghai." Yinan said, "Tell me his location, and I'll go find him." Mu Yue nodded. "I will send you the other party's address and photo later." Yinan said, "Well done. By the way, how's your work with the Divine Strategist Order lately?" The Divine Token is also a problem. Whether to destroy it or keep it is something Yinan is still considering. Mu Yue said, "There are no problems at the moment, but the access level is still a bit low." Yinan said, "That's good. I'll hang up now." Shortly after hanging up the phone, Mu Yue sent Yinan a photo, along with his current address and company. Yinan saw a girl with an extremely gentle appearance, and the girl's name was Wenwan. The girl was able to escape because the powerful figure behind Song Jianhe didn't spend too much time investigating. Otherwise, the other party would have also met a tragic end. It seems I'll have to go to Shanghai next to make amends. After that, Yinan went home. When Su Wanfeng saw Yinan return, she excitedly came forward and said, "Husband, you're back." Yinan nodded. "I've cooked dinner." "How's my cooking?" Su Wanfeng said. Upon hearing this, Yinan sensed something was wrong. Did something burn? Su Wanfeng's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, the soup." Then, she ran quickly to the kitchen. Yinan smiled wryly as he watched the other person leave. That girl is so careless. Even the soup can be boiled dry. Then Yinan glanced at the dining table, and his face immediately darkened. Even if that soup were boiled down to nothing, it would probably still be the best tasting soup. Because the food on the table was increasingly unappetizing. The meat was charred black. This is actually quite normal. People who can't cook often end up with something like this. But, how did the greens turn yellow when stir-fried? This is the first time I've ever seen this. A short while later, Su Wanfeng came out with a bowl of soup. "Let's eat. I don't know if it suits your taste." Yinan sat at the dining table, looking at the 4 dishes in front of him. He couldn't bring himself to eat them. Was this really something for a human to eat? But Su Wanfeng looked at him expectantly. Yinan could only grit his teeth, pick up his chopsticks, and take a piece of meat. Suddenly, with a crack, the meat shattered. Yinan felt embarrassed. This was the first time he had ever seen anyone cook meat like this. Most people don't have this kind of talent. I never imagined that I would be so lucky to marry such a wife. Su Wanfeng was also embarrassed. This meat, it was cooked for too long. Who knows why it became so crispy? Let's not eat it. Let's eat something else. Yinan picked up another piece of green vegetable, and just as he did, a magical scene unfolded. The greens had melted. Yinan panicked, more panicked than ever before. Yinan had never been this flustered since his release from prison. He just wanted to leave the table and eat something else. Even instant noodles would do. Instant noodles are just not nutritious, but eating this can kill you. Su Wanfeng was even more embarrassed. "I'm not eating vegetables anymore. I'm eating crab." "Crab? Are there crabs?" Yinan was taken aback. There were 4 dishes in total, but he didn't see any crabs. "Is there?" Su Wanfeng pointed to a green, hairy creature in an iron basin. "It does look like a crab, but what's with all this hair?" Yinan was completely at a loss for words. If you told him this thing was an alien, he would believe you. "Is this edible? Won't it cause mutations if I eat it?" Su Wanfeng probably also felt that the shape was wrong, and immediately said, "I don't know what happened. This crab changed its appearance after being steamed. I don't know how this happened." Yinan said, "Wife, I remember you used to be able to cook, didn't you?" Su Wanfeng avoided eye contact. Before, it was all done by Auntie. I didn't lift a finger." Upon hearing this, Yinan immediately called out, "Where's Auntie? Call her over." Su Wanfeng lowered her head. "I gave Auntie a day off. Honey, am I stupid?" Yinan shook his head. "No, you're not stupid, you're just bad at using your hands." Su Wanfeng said, "Actually, I just remembered that it's your birthday today, so I thought I'd cook you a meal myself. I didn't expect to mess things up like this. I'm sorry." Chapter 506 Putting Pressure on Great Xia. Yinan was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was his birthday today. He had completely forgotten about it. Yinan immediately smiled gently and said, "It's okay. You've already done very well." Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng smiled and said, "Then we won't eat." Yinan was naturally very willing. It would be harder than climbing to heaven for anyone to hurt him. But after eating this meal, he will definitely feel unwell for a long time. "I prepared a cake for you." As she spoke, Su Wanfeng took out a gift box. When Yinan saw the box, his eyes lit up. He hadn't eaten cake in many years. During the time he was adopted by the Yi family, he lived it all in secret. Every time, he would save up his living expenses, buy a small cake, secretly put a candle in it in the basement, sing himself a birthday song, and then happily eat the cake. Su Wanfeng opened the gift box, and an 8-inch cake appeared. Yinan's eyes were almost wet with tears. "This is the first time in so many years that I've had someone by my side on my birthday." "Thank you, Evening Breeze," Yinan said sincerely. Su Wanfeng smiled and said, Honey, I shouldn't say thank you for this. Actually, I was thinking of buying you a gift, but I was afraid of encountering danger if I went out and causing you trouble again. Yinan said, this is already very good. Su Wanfeng smiled and said, then let's eat cake. Yinan nodded. The two finished eating the cake. Yinan said, Wanfeng, I might have to go to Shanghai soon. Su Wanfeng asked in surprise, what are you going to Shanghai for? Yinan said, it's something related to my mother. Su Wanfeng smiled and said, then go ahead, your mother-in-law's matter is very important. Yinan nodded. You must be careful while I'm gone. Su Wanfeng patted her belly. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Yinan smiled and said, that's good. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshuan's body was taken to LJ Group. The room was full of people. Gu Qingshuan's body lay on a stretcher. His bodyguards knelt on the ground. There are other people too. Most of them are senior executives of the LJ Group. After examining the corpse, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with slicked-back white hair collapsed to the ground. The middle-aged man was Ku Jong-guk, the president of LJ Group. Seeing his son die, his grief was palpable. Son, I'm determined to hand over the entire company to you. Who would have thought that you would be murdered? After saying that, Ku Jong-guk burst into tears, tears streaming down his face. Please accept my condolences, President. Please accept my condolences. The speaker was one of the middle-aged man's subordinates. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, he blurted out, you make it sound so easy, but you haven't lost your son. Upon hearing this, the subordinate was terrified and immediately knelt on the ground. Ku Jong-guk grew increasingly agitated. Men, kill his son. The subordinate was terrified. President. Ku Jong-guk coldly replied, what? You don't want to. The subordinate was even more alarmed. President, isn't this a bad idea? Ku Jong-guk retorted, my son is dead, so I'll send your son down to be his henchman. You don't want to. Knowing the president's methods, the subordinate dared not utter a word, and could only sigh, I'm willing. Ku Jong-guk's sadness lessened somewhat, and he ordered the others, take my son's body away. I want to give him a funeral that will shock South Korea. Soon someone stepped forward and took Gu Qingshuan's body away. At the same time, Ku Jong-guk looked at the people kneeling on the ground. These people all looked extremely frightened, fearing that the club president might cause some more trouble. Tell me, what exactly happened? The leader immediately replied. Replying to the president, we don't know either. Ku Jong-guk was furious. You didn't know? I paid you high salaries to protect my son, and he was murdered. And you're telling me you didn't know? The bodyguards lowered their heads even further. Didn't you find anything at all? Ku Jong-guk asked again. The group shook their heads. No. Ku Jong-guk was silent for a few seconds, then ordered the others, kill them all, and send them down to continue protecting my son. The bodyguards panicked. Boss, no. They didn't even think about escaping, because there was no way to escape. This is South Korea, and the president's power is not absolute. However, it is absolutely possible to cover up everything with one hand. But their struggles were futile. They were quickly dragged away from the place. Ku Jong-guk sat back in his leather chair. The people standing in the room at this moment were all Ku Jong-guk's confidants. At this moment, a trusted confidant said, President, we must find out who killed the junior president. Ku Jong-guk looked at the other person. Do you have a solution? The confidant said, it might be very difficult for us to investigate, since it's the territory of Great Xia. But we can put pressure on Great Xia. After all, the person who died was your son, and this time the young president went to Great Xia as an ordinary person. He did not violate any regulations, so Great Xia cannot refuse him. Gu Zhongwa said, what should we do if the Xia keeps dragging us along? The confidant said, if they drag it out, then we'll forcibly take people to investigate. The dead deserve respect, and even if they want to stop us, they won't find any reason to do so. Upon hearing this, Ku Jong-guk said, then let's do it your way. I'll leave this matter to you. You'll represent me in the negotiations. The confidant nodded. Yes, President. In Japan, inside Yagyu's house, ancient Japanese architecture, Yagyu Kiriko's headless corpse was brought in. A group of people dressed in kimonos sat around the corpse. Nearby, a woman was weeping around Yagyu Kiriko's body. After a long while, an elderly man in a kimono coughed, and the woman immediately stopped crying and was pulled aside. The old man was Yagyu Ichiro, the head of the Yagyu family. He scanned the room with his gaze. What are your thoughts on this matter? At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. He was Yagyu Kiriko's father, Yagyu Yuji. The one who killed Kiriko was a master. Someone who can sneak into our Yagyu family manor without anyone noticing must be a martial arts grandmaster. The other members of the Yagyu family looked at each other in bewilderment. However, they were very curious as to how Woozi, a woman, could offend a martial arts master. Yuji Yagyu continued. Furthermore, I already know who the murderer is. Everyone else looked at Yuji Yagyu. Yagyu Ichiro asked, who? Lu Shanyu clapped his hands, and Yi Shinran came out. She returned to her family home with the Yagyu family members. After entering the room, Yi Shinran knelt on the ground and looked at Yagyu Ichiro, saying, Greetings, head of the Yagyu clan. Yagyu Ichiro asked, Do you know who killed Kiriko? Yi Shinran nodded. I know. It's a person named Yi Nan. Chapter 507 Yagyu Ryuya. She didn't mention Yi Qingsong's name, fearing that the Lu Xing family might be wary of him and unwilling to take action. After all, Yi Nan had already made a name for himself in Hong Kong. Unlike the mainland, news of anything happening on Hong Kong Island can spread in the shortest possible time. If nothing unexpected happens, the Japanese side must have received the news. Yagyu Ichiro asked, How did you know who the murderer was? You should know that the Yagyu family sent so many people to guard outside, but they didn't see anyone enter or leave the manor. Yi Shinran said, Before Miss Woozi was killed, I happened to walk out of Miss Woozi's room and met Yi Nan outside. The next day, I learned about Miss Woozi's death, so I suspect that Woozi's death is closely related to the other party. After thinking for a few seconds, Yagyu Ichiro asked, Do you know who the other person is? Yi Shinran said, The person behind Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. Yagyu Ichiro said coldly, It's that guy again. Yagyu Yuji said, Our Yagyu family's plans in Yangzhou were ruined by this kid. I know, Yagyu Ichiro analyzed. This person must have some connections, otherwise he wouldn't be so audacious. Although Yi Shinran was also in Yangzhou at the time, she was unaware of the conflict between Yi Nan and the Lu Xing family. At that time, the Sun family of Yangzhou's trump card was the Yagyu family of Japan. When the Sun family sought help, the Lu family casually sent a few people to handle the matter, and later, those people were all killed. The Yagyu family was furious and wanted to take revenge, but then they thought that if Southern Medicine had someone behind it, it would be a loss if they went. So they put the matter aside. Upon hearing Yagyu Ichiro say such a thing, Yi Shinran immediately said, Please rest assured, Patriarch Yagyu, Yi Nan has no backing at all. He simply received a stroke of good fortune, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Yagyu Ichiro asked, Are you very familiar with this Yi Nan? Yi Shinran nodded. Yes, and I am very familiar with him. Back then, Yi Nan was our Yi family's adopted son. 5 years ago, he was a good-for-nothing. 5 years later, I don't know what kind of good fortune he obtained, but he has transformed into what he is now. Yagyu Ichiro pondered for a few seconds, then his eyes lit up. He must have received an extraordinary stroke of luck. Yuji Yagyu suggested, Father, if this opportunity comes to our Yagyu family, we'll be in luck, and it would be perfectly legitimate for us to take action against Yi Nan. Yagyu Ichiro nodded. That's right. Then, Yagyu Ichiro looked at Yi Shinran. Do you know where Yi Nan is now? Yi Shinran nodded. It's in Zhongzhou. Yagyu Ichiro's gaze swept over the others. Who among you is willing to fight against Yi Nan for the sake of my Yagyu family? At this moment, a man who was 1.9 meters tall stepped out from the crowd. Everyone was shocked when they saw the other person, clearly not expecting to see them. Longya, when did you emerge from seclusion? Yagyu Ichiro looked surprised when he saw the other person. Yagyu Ryuya is the strongest member of the younger generation of the Yagyu family. The other party is the most qualified person to become the head of the Yagyu family and inherit Yagyu Ichiro's mantle. However, to become the head of a family, one must not only be powerful but also eloquent. Even Yagyu Ryu couldn't do that. Lu Xinglong also said calmly, I just came out of seclusion, Grandpa. Yagyu Ichiro asked, Are you really going to represent the Yagyu family to kill Yi Nan? Ryu Yagyu nodded in agreement. That's right. Yagyu Ichiro laughed loudly. With you taking action, Grandpa can rest assured. Go, represent the Yagyu family, and suppress that Yinan. He's just a nobody. You can kill him without even wielding your sword. Yi Shinran was unwilling to hear this. Lu Xinglong is definitely no match for Yinan. Yinan is Yi Qingcang. Only a powerful figure like Yagyu Ichiro could suppress the opponent. The others really aren't good enough. If Yagyu Ryu appears, he is doomed. But this has nothing to do with her. The death of Yagyu Ryu will only deepen the hatred between the Yagyu family and Yinan. This was a wonderful thing for her. Hearing what Yagyu Ichiro said, Yagyu Ryu nodded slightly. Yes, Grandpa. Yagyu Ichiro said, All right, everyone, let's disperse. Then she turned to Yi Shinran and said, Miss Yi, please stay at my Luxing family's house for the next few days. You have made a great contribution this time, and our Luxing family will definitely repay you. Yi Shinran naturally understood what the old man meant. This was not a reward at all, but rather house arrest. It doesn't matter. I've already achieved my goal. Yes, head of the Yagyu family. The next day, Yinan walked out of the house. Wang Tung then appeared, approached Yinan, and respectfully said, Mr. Yi. Yinan said, I need to go to Shanghai these days, so I'll leave Zhongzhou to you. Yesterday, he called Wang Tung back overnight. With Huolong and the Huangfu family guarding Yangzhou, there shouldn't be any problems. But Zhongzhou is different. Almost all the strong people here have been transferred away, so if someone comes looking for trouble, the others won't be able to get here in time. Qingmin valued his wife's safety more than anything else. Naturally, one's wife is more important. So Yinan called Wang Tung back. Wang Tung said, Mr. Yi, you can go ahead. I will definitely guard Zhongzhou. No one can cause any trouble. Yinan said, I will teach you a set of footwork. You can learn it by watching and combining it with your fist techniques. As long as it is not a martial arts grandmaster, you can suppress the opponent. When Wang Tung heard that Yinan was going to teach him martial arts, he was extremely excited. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then, Yinan began to use his footwork. He moved with lightning speed, traversing the area. After a long while, when the demonstration was over, Yinan looked at Wang Tung and asked, How much have you learned? Wang Tung became embarrassed. Just a little bit. He didn't actually learn much. It was mainly because Yinan was too fast. It's completely unclear. Yinan said, Even a little bit is fine. With diligent practice, you can reach 1% of my talent, but that will be enough. Wang Tung was shocked. Was it enough to learn just 1%? Oh my god. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yinan said, I'm leaving. I'm entrusting Zhongzhou to you. Wang Tung said, Mr. Yi, go ahead. If anything happens in Zhongzhou, I'll bring my head to you. Yinan said, Okay, I believe you. Yinan has already booked his flight, which will be this afternoon. At this moment, Yuan Qing and the others arrived. Upon seeing Yinan, they immediately greeted him respectfully, saying, Ward God Yi. Yinan nodded. Is there something you need? Yuan Qing said, Just an hour ago, the LJ Group of South Korea made a request to our War Department, asking us to thoroughly investigate the cause of Gu Qingshuan's death, as he is the son of the president of the LJ Group. Yinan said, I killed him. What? Your war division is afraid of the LJ Group. You want to hand me over? Chapter 508 Zhang Yanxiu. Yuan Qing shook his head. No, we have already refused outright. At the same time, we are worried that LJ Group might harm your family, so we are here to protect them. Yinan said, Okay. Having more people to protect him is a good thing for Yinan. Then, Yinan left. Yuan Qing looked at the others behind him and said, You few, guarding this place, absolutely do not let any unauthorized personnel in. The men behind him were all elite soldiers from the combat unit, and they responded earnestly, Yes, sir. Then they went to their respective posts. Yuan Qing was also on guard duty at this location. Just then, her phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Yuan Qing reached out and took it. At that moment, Su Ranfang's voice came through the phone. Yuan Qing? Yuan Qing didn't recognize Su Ranfang speaking. Who are you? Su Ranfang said with a smile. I am Su Ranfang, Xinqing's mother. I just wanted to invite you to our house for dinner. Su Ranfang has been waiting for news from Yuan Qing these past few days. The other party said they wanted to avenge her daughter. But so much time has passed. There was no news at all. Su Ranfong thought she would invite Yuan Qing to her home for a meal and ask him about the situation. Upon hearing Su Ranfong's name, Yuan Qing's expression changed several times. This old woman actually dared to call her. It was at this old woman's house that we started. This made her believe that Yi Zhanshan was just an ordinary person. I almost offended them. I almost lost my life. Yuan Qing was not going to give this person a friendly look. Are we that familiar? Su Ranfong was stunned when she heard this. Yuan Qing, I am Xinqing's mother, Yi Xinqing. You took Xinqing to see a doctor a few days ago, don't you remember? Yuan Qing cursed. I don't remember. Don't call me again. She didn't say anything harsh. Blocking someone is a one-stop service. Then, they continued standing guard. She had to ensure that Yi Zhanshan's wife was in no danger. We need to be 100% focused. Su Ranfong on the other end of the phone was completely dumbfounded. Yuan Qing seems like a completely different person. The other party was definitely not like this before. She used to call me Annie all the time. Just then, another phone call came in. I know she's mistaken me for someone else. Su Ranfong chuckled, answering the phone and immediately calling out. Yuan Qing, do you remember who your auntie is now? But it was Yi Xinran's voice that came through the phone. Mom, it's me, Xinran. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Su Ranfong quickly said, It's you, Xinran. Then he took the opportunity to complain to the other party. Xinran, you don't know that Yuan Qing, he's simply inhuman. He came to our house a few days ago, and I treated him well with good food and drink. Who knew that he would turn his back on us so soon? Yi Xinran naturally knew why. Yuan Qing was a member of the War Department, and Yinan had been appointed as the war god of the War Department. Yuan Qing probably didn't know Yinan's identity at first, which is why she dared to say those things. Now that she knows Yinan's identity, she doesn't dare to say those things anymore. It's all right, Mom. I have good news for you. Yinan is definitely going to die. Su Ranfong asked, The people you hired have made a move? Previously, Yi Xinran told Su Ranfong that she had found someone to deal with Yinan. Yi Xinran replied, That's right. This time, Yinan will definitely die. Su Ranfong's face lit up with a smile. Great, great. Where are you? Come home for dinner today. Yi Xinran said, Mom, I can't come back for now. Let's talk about it later. If I come back, it means Yinan is dead. Su Ranfong quickly replied, Okay. Yinan had already boarded a plane bound for Shanghai. He took out a photo, which showed a gentle-looking girl. Her real name is Wenwan. She used the pseudonym Zhang Yanxiu. I currently work for a foreign company. Yinan also knew where Yinan lived, so he could just go there directly. Soon, outside a rented house, Yinan saw Zhang Yanxiu. The other person had just taken out their keys to open the door. Yinan came out and looked the other person up and down. She looked exactly like the woman in the photo. The other person must be the one he's looking for. Yinan immediately spoke up, Zhang Yanxiu. She looked malnourished, but it must be said, she was a beauty. Upon seeing Yinan, Zhang Yanxiu instinctively backed away, asking, Who? Who are you? Yinan said, I'm here to help you. Whatever the other person wants, as long as Yinan can make it happen, he will definitely fulfill their request. Zhang Yanxiu said coldly, Don't come any closer to me. I know who young Master Shi is. If you take another step closer, I'll call the police. Yinan shook his head. I don't know this so-called young Master Shi you mentioned. My name is Yinan, and I'm really here to help you. Zhang Yanxiu said, I don't believe it. Don't think I don't know. Stay away from me, or I'll call for help right now. Yinan knew that the other party's appearance was indeed somewhat abrupt, but he genuinely wanted to help them. Your current name is Zhang Yanxiu, and you also have another name, Wenwan. Upon hearing this, Wenwan, now called Zhang Yanxiu, trembled slightly. She stared at Yinan and said, I said I'm going to call for help. After saying that, she shouted for help. No sooner had he finished speaking than several burly men came out. You're already yelling for help before we've even arrived. When Zhang Yanxiu saw the several burly men, a look of fear appeared on her face, and she immediately backed away. The burly man stepped forward. Zhang Yanxiu, it's your good fortune that young Master Shi has taken a liking to you. Don't push your luck. Come with us. If you serve young Master Shi well tonight, I can give you anything you want. Don't expect your so-called boyfriend to give you anything. In young Master Shi's eyes, Your boyfriend Zhou Jiqiang is nothing, Zhang Yanxiu said. Don't come any closer, or I'll call for help. The burly man sneered. Go ahead and shout. I want to see if anyone will come to your rescue, even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. After saying that, the big man walked towards Zhang Yanxiu. Zhang Yanxiu quickly stepped back, but then stopped when she remembered that there were people behind her. She pulled a fruit knife from her bag and held it to her neck. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill myself. The big man laughed. Go ahead and try to kill yourself. I'd like to see how you do it, and whether you need any guidance. The others behind him burst into hearty laughter, completely disregarding Zhang Yanxiu. Zhang Yanxiu was frightened, so she attended a cocktail party for the company. Who knew that because of her outstanding qualities, she caught the eye of Shi Xiao and Shi Tang. Then the other person started pursuing her. She rejected Shi Xiao, citing her boyfriend as the reason. But to their surprise, the other party did not stop pursuing them and went to their company building multiple times. So she rejected Shi Tang in public, thinking that he would give up. To everyone's surprise, Shi Tang became enraged and sent people to cause trouble at her company. The boss talked to her today, hoping she would accept Shi Tang's advances, and said that if she didn't, he would fire her. Zhang Yanxiu refused to comply, even at the cost of her life. She had a boyfriend and couldn't accept anyone else, so she chose this path. She thought the matter was over, but she underestimated Shi Tang's utter lack of decency. The other party actually sent people to forcibly kidnap her. She wanted to use suicide to pressure these people, but they didn't take her words seriously at all. She didn't actually want to die, but she had no choice. Now she really hoped her boyfriend would appear by her side and save her from this predicament. But her boyfriend is busy and not in Shanghai right now. What should she do? Did he submit to Shi Tang? Just as Zhang Yanxiu was in a daze, the big man stepped forward and knocked the fruit knife out of her hand. Why did you have to learn to play with knives like others? It's your good fortune that young Master Shi has taken a liking to you. You're really asking for it. If you don't come with us, then we'll take you with us. The burly man attacked without even speaking. Young Master Shi told them they had to take Zhang Yanxiu back. They didn't want to offend the other party. Just as the big man's hand was about to touch Zhang Yanxiu, a large hand grabbed his arm and held him firmly. Chapter 509 Green Dragon Gang. It was Yinan. The big man was furious when he saw his hand being grabbed. He glanced at Yinan, some brat who had appeared out of nowhere, daring to meddle in other people's business. Kid, get out of here if you don't want to die. Yinan suddenly struck and broke the other person's arm. A snap. Blood spurted out. The burly man roared in agony. You dare to hurt me, kid. Then he turned around and shouted. What are you all standing there for? Get to work. Upon hearing this, the men behind the burly man immediately attacked. But before they could even get close to Yinan, they were driven back by the imposing aura in his eyes and fell to the ground one by one. Upon seeing Yinan's skills, the burly man asked in surprise, You're a martial artist? Yinan looked at the big man and slapped him across the face. The burly man was slapped. Half of his face was broken and covered in blood. Tell the people behind you. If you don't want to die, stay away from Zhang Yanxiu. The burly man dared not waste any more words and said to his men, Let's go. Soon, the group left in a sorry state. Zhang Yanxiu stood there dumbfounded. This person is amazing. He easily knocked everyone else away. Yinan turned to look at Zhang Yanxiu. From now on, with me here, no one will be able to hurt you. Zhang Yanxiu was deeply moved upon hearing these words. Her boyfriend never said anything like that to her. Moreover, this man gives people an indescribable sense of security. But she knew all too well that there's no such thing as a free lunch. This man definitely has ulterior motives. Who exactly are you? Zhang Yanxiu stared intently at Yinan. Yinan said calmly, I'm here to make it up to you. Yinan thought about it and decided there was no need to talk about the matter of Qingmen. If Zhang Yanxiu has forgotten the painful things from her childhood, that's a good thing. She should never think about them again. But if she hasn't forgotten, she'll have to wait for the other person to bring it up. Make amends. Zhang Yanxiu gave a strange look. Do you know me? Yinan smiled and said, That's not important. I can give you whatever you want. Zhang Yanxiu shook her head. Forget it, but thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I might have already met with a terrible fate. Yinan smiled and said, You're welcome. It's what I should do. What I say is always valid. Just then, the sound of footsteps came from behind. Just then, a bespectacled man in a suit appeared with his entourage. When Zhang Yanxiu saw the other person, a smile appeared on her face. Jiqiang, you're here. The person who arrived was Zhou Jiqiang, Zhang Yanxiu's boyfriend. The other person looked at Zhang Yanxiu with a cold face and slapped her across the face. Zhang Yanxiu, you bitch. Zhang Yanxiu's face turned red after being slapped. Jiqiang, why did you hit me? Zhou Jiqiang coldly replied. You tell me. Zhang Yanxiu said, I don't know what you mean. Zhou Jiqiang pointed at Yinan and said to Zhang Yanxiu, I love you so much, but you dare to cheat on me and have an affair with that pretty boy. How can you face me like this? Zhang Yanxiu quickly explained. I just met him. How could we possibly be having an affair? Zhou Jiqiang coldly said, Don't bother explaining, Zhang Yanxiu. You gold digger, I misjudged you. Let's break up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanxiu's expression changed drastically. Is she materialistic? If she were materialistic, she would have submitted to Shi Tang long ago. How could she possibly resist him? She never imagined that she was this kind of person in her boyfriend's eyes. Zhou Jiqiang actually said that on purpose. He had just caught up with Zhang Yanxiu and was planning to take care of her in a few days. Who would have thought that Shi Tang would take a liking to Zhang Yanxiu? Zhou Jiqiang panicked immediately. He hadn't done anything yet. But he dared not provoke Shi Tang. It should be noted that Shi Tang is a member of the Shi family, and he has no right to compete with the other party. He didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Zhang Yanxiu kept insisting that she had a boyfriend. This made Zhou Jiqiang somewhat panicked. If they offend Shi Tang, he will be in deep trouble, and his family will be implicated as well. Wouldn't that mean we're doomed? So he came to break up with Zhang Yanxiu. I was just worried about not having a reason. Who knew that Zhang Yanxiu had a man with her at that moment? We must take advantage of that. Yinan narrowed his eyes upon hearing their conversation. Zhang Yanxiu stared at Zhou Jiqiang. You've gone too far. Zhou Jiqiang stepped forward again and extended his hand. I bullied you? You were the one who slept with a man first. Yinan stood in front of Zhang Yanxiu and grabbed her wrist. Zhou Jiqiang tried to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, his wrist wouldn't budge. Let me go. Yinan coldly said. What you said makes me very unhappy. Zhou Jiqiang coldly replied. What can you do if you're unhappy? He could feel the other person's aura. It was incredibly strong. The problem is, the people who can hang out with Zhang Yanxiu must not be any big shots. Therefore, he was not afraid at all. Yinan immediately attacked, kicking the other man in the stomach. The next second, Zhou Jiqiang was kicked away and fell to the ground, coughing violently. Yinan didn't use the killing move, otherwise the other party would already be dead. You dare to hit me. Zhou Jiqiang roared. Then, he looked at Zhang Yanxiu and said, You bitch, if you have any guts, find a man to beat me up. You wait. I will never let either of you get away with this. This kid is exceptionally strong. His men can't handle him. He decided to leave first and find someone else to help. In short, he was determined to get revenge for being kicked today. Yinan looked at Zhang Yanxiu. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Zhang Yanxiu's eyes were red. She felt very wronged. Every word Zhou Jiqiang said felt like a knife cutting into her, making her feel terrible. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Zhang Yanxiu asked, Can we beat him up? Yinan said, Okay. Immediately, Yinan walked towards Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang trembled with fear. What are you doing? Let me tell you, if you touch me, I will never let you off. I know people from the Green Dragon Gang. If you offend me, I'll make you suffer. The Green Dragon Gang, the largest underground force in Shanghai. Unlike other underground forces, he was a big shot in his own right. They are very authoritative in Shanghai, especially the top figures within the Green Dragon Gang. They are all among the top figures in Shanghai. You absolutely must not provoke them. Zhang Yanxiu quickly stopped Yinan. Forget it. There's no need for us to bother with a pile of shit. She didn't want to involve Yinan because of her own affairs. After all, Zhou Jiqiang came to break up with her, and once they broke up, it would all be over. She knew why he wanted to break up with her. It was simply because Shi Tang had taken a liking to her, and Zhou Jiqiang was afraid to face Shi Tang. Then there's nothing more to say. Yinan said, It's all right. Even if the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang came, he would have to kneel down before me. Besides, the nobody he knows is not worth mentioning. Chapter 5:10 The Unbearable Past. Zhang Yanxiu was at a loss for words, but seeing Yinan's confident demeanor, she found herself unconsciously believing him. She took a step back. Yinan walked forward. Ahead, Zhou Jiqiang and the others trembled with fear when they saw Yinan approaching. Zhou Jiqiang feigned composure and coldly said, "You think you're worthy of making the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang kneel down? If this gets out, the Azure Dragon Gang will definitely issue a kill order against you. Of course, if you let me go now, I guarantee this news won't get out." All he wanted to do now was to keep Yinan calm and ensure his own safety. Once he left, he would immediately inform the Green Dragon Gang about the matter. Yinan smiled. The Green Dragon Gang probably wouldn't dare, because the Azure Dragon Gang is also one of the Tianxian sect's servants. Back then, the Green Dragon Gang was just a small gang in Shanghai. It was on the verge of extinction when Master Yinan intervened and saved the Green Dragon Gang. Not only that, Master Yinan also provided the other party with some resources. From then on, the Green Dragon Gang became invincible and quickly dominated the entire city of Shanghai. At this moment, Yinan arrived in front of Zhou Jiqiang and the others and made his move. He kicked Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang flew out like a football. He was completely embedded in the wall. His men were terrified. Their legs began to tremble. Is this guy even human? That's some serious leg strength. They were all worldly people. Even martial artists probably don't have that kind of strength. You can't escape, Yinan said with a smile. He kicked one of his men away. The henchman swung at Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang was already on the verge of death, and after being hit, he coughed up blood. Before he could react, another person flew over like a bomb. Zhou Jiqiang broke one of his ribs. As the last person flew in, Zhou Jiqiang fainted immediately. Yinan didn't use much force, otherwise he would have killed Zhou Jiqiang with the first kick. Get out of here now. These words were spoken. Zhou Jiqiang's men left immediately. The last one was kind-hearted and dragged Zhou Jiqiang away like a piece of trash. At this moment, Zhang Yanxiu looked at Yinan with gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you for helping me get revenge." Yinan smiled and said, "It's no big deal." Unable to suppress her curiosity, Zhang Yanxiu asked, "Who exactly are you?" Yinan said, "I am related to your ancestors." At this point, Zhang Yanxiu's expression changed instantly. She has almost no ancestors. And her name isn't Zhang Yanxiu. Instead, she is called Wanwan, gentle and graceful. Her ancestors all died in that massacre. That was Zhang Yanxiu's nightmare. She was only 3 years old when a group of people stormed into their home and carried out a massacre. Her grandfather, father, and mother all died in that massacre. If her mother hadn't hidden her in the closet and told her not to make a sound no matter what happened, she would have been fine. She did everything as instructed, and that's how she came back to life. At that time, she lived in fear every day. Later, she was taken in by an orphanage, and the director changed her name to Zhang Yanxiu. At first, she was afraid, fearing that those people would find this place and kill her too. But then she discovered that nobody paid any attention to her. Zhang Yanxiu was finally relieved and decided to let go of everything. 20 years have now passed. No one has ever mentioned this. I didn't expect that. The person in front of me actually brought up this matter. However, Zhang Yanxiu quickly returned to normal. My parents were all from the countryside. Do you know them? Zhang Yanxiu asked with a smile. Yinan naturally noticed the other party's micro-expressions. The other person remembers everything, but still lies. It seems there's still a lack of trust in him. This is actually normal. If it were Yinan, he wouldn't trust someone he had just met, even if that person had just helped him. In fact, whether the other party speaks or not is completely irrelevant to Yinan. He never expected to get any information from the other party. Then I must have misremembered. Zhang Yanxiu asked. I still don't know your name. Yinan. My name is Zhang Yanxiu. Zhang Yanxiu extended her hand. Yinan nodded. Zhang Yanxiu suddenly remembered something. You offended Shirtang, and you also offended the Green Dragon Gang. Yinan interrupted. It's nothing. Zhang Yanxiu didn't say anything more. Would you like to come to my house for a visit? Yinan nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, inside a 5-star hotel, a fair-skinned, chubby man finished showering, casually wrapped himself in a towel, and hummed a song as he walked out. I'm going to have a blast tonight. The fat man rubbed his hands excitedly. Just then, someone knocked on the door. The fat man happily went to open the door, and as soon as he opened it, several burly men appeared outside. The fat man was Shi Tang. He glanced at the burly men and asked, "Where are they?" The burly man clutched his chest, his arm in a cast. "Young Master Shi, we didn't catch Zhang Yanqiu." Upon hearing this, Shi Tang's face immediately turned ugly. "What are you all good for? Can't you even catch a single woman?" The burly man quickly defended himself. "Young Master Shi, there is a powerful figure next to that woman. He is strong enough that we are no match for him." Shi Tang said, "Didn't you give me my name?" The burly man looked helpless. "I did tell him, but that person doesn't seem to have heard of your name, young Master Shi." He didn't dare say that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, for fear of angering young Master Shi, so he changed his approach. With a cold expression, Shi Tang returned to his room and plopped down on the sofa. "I will definitely not let this kid go. If you can't catch him, then I will go myself." Upon hearing this, the burly man immediately flattered him, saying, "With young Master Shi in charge, that kid will definitely not dare to resist, and that woman will obediently fall into your arms." Upon hearing the big man's words, Shi Tang immediately took out his phone to contact the others. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiqiang was carried to the Zhou family home. When Zhou Jiqiang's father, Zhou Hongtian, saw his son beaten like this, he immediately flew into a rage. "Which bastard beat my son like this?" He turned to look at Zhou Jiqiang's men. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" The subordinates stammered, "Mr. Zhou, it was someone close to Mr. Zhou's girlfriend who did the beating." Zhou Hongtian coldly asked, "Zhang Yanqiu, who works for a foreign company?" The subordinate nodded. Zhou Hongtian's face immediately turned extremely ugly. "How dare she?" The subordinate said, "We don't know either. How could a woman with no background dare to lay a hand on young Master Zhou?" Zhou Hongtian said, "I advised Jiqiang a long time ago that the woman was not qualified to be his girlfriend at all. She was just an ordinary office worker. The person who was good enough for him had to be someone with a family fortune of millions. Sometimes, being mismatched can backfire." His subordinate immediately chimed in, "That's right." Soon, a doctor came in and examined Zhou Jiqiang's body. Zhou Hongtian immediately asked, "Dr. Zhang, is there any hope for my son?" Before his men brought Zhou Jiqiang back, they had already told Zhou Hongtian about this. He immediately called the doctor to treat his son. Dr. Zhang announced Zhou Jiqiang's death sentence. "It's too late. Even if the best doctors from the National Medical Center come, it will be of no use." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtian couldn't believe it was true. "Dr. Zhang, you are a renowned doctor. My son was seriously injured, but he had no other injuries. Why is he beyond help?" Dr. Zhang shook his head. "It's not that I don't want to treat him, it's really incurable. When young Master Zhou was injured, he was already beyond help. The person who injured young Master Zhou's first move was to kill him." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtian felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. He only had one son. What would he do if his son died? "Jie Chou, hang in there," Zhou Hongtian said coldly. "Take a dozen or so brothers and cripple that kid." What level is Chapter 511? Zhou Jiqiang's men were stunned when they heard this. "It's better to let them die than to make them face that kid again." "Mr. Zhou, we can't do it. The opponent is a martial artist, someone we can't handle," the leader said. Zhou Hongtian narrowed his eyes. He knew that martial artists were difficult to deal with. How could that woman know a martial artist? The subordinate who had just spoken continued, "We can't do it ourselves, but we can ask the Green Dragon Gang for help." Zhou Hongtian thought it was a good idea, but the question was, would the Green Dragon Gang help him? He claimed to know people within the Green Dragon Gang. He knows some people, but they're not very close. He can only strike up a simple conversation with them. At this moment, the subordinate continued, "That man also said that even if the Green Dragon Gang came, he would not be afraid at all." Upon hearing this, hope shone in Zhou Hongtian's eyes. "I never expected that the other party would dare to say such a thing. The Green Dragon Gang is not a small force in Shanghai. Anyone who dares to speak like that will be dealt with severely by the Green Dragon Gang." Zhou Hongtian immediately contacted the Green Dragon Gang members he knew. Meanwhile, Zhengzhou Airport. Ryuya Yagyu landed by plane from Japan. carrying a long sword and wearing a kimono, which attracted a lot of attention. Many people thought that Ryu Yagyu was also cosplaying. At that moment, Lu Shenlong also took out his phone, found the address Yi Shinran had given him, and then took a taxi there. Upon arriving at their destination, Lu Shenlong got out of the car. Seeing that the other party hadn't paid, the driver called out, "You haven't paid yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shenlong turned around and glanced at the driver. Immediately, the driver didn't dare to say another word. This man was carrying a long knife and looked like a madman. The driver was really afraid that the other party would kill him directly, so he could only accept his bad luck and leave. Ryu glanced at the map as well. This is it. Then he went inside. Outside the villa, Wang Tung is practicing his footwork. Although he wasn't a genius, hard work made up for it. He learned most of the techniques that Yinan taught him. At that moment, he sensed a powerful aura approaching the villa. Wang Tung immediately stood up and walked towards the direction from which the aura was coming. Generally, it's best to have one's subordinates take a look. But Wang Tung chose to do it himself. Soon, Wang Tung then discovered Yagyu Ryuya. He blocked the other person's way and said, "Outsiders are not allowed to enter here. Please leave immediately." Lu Shenlong completely disregarded Wang Tung. "Tell Yinan to get out here." Wang Tung frowned upon seeing this. That Japanese dog is so arrogant. It just told the sect leader to get out here. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror to see what kind of thing you are? Get out of here now, and I won't kill you, Wang Tung said coldly. Lu Shenlong also said coldly, "I said let Yinan come out." Wang Tung cursed, "Are you deaf? I'm telling you to get lost." Without saying a word, Lu Shenlong drew his sword and said, "You block my way, I'll kill you." Then, the other party swung his knife directly. In an instant, the blade energy swept over and slashed towards Wang Tung. A devastating slash hurtled towards Wang Tung. Wang Tung dodged immediately, avoiding the knife. A huge ravine had appeared in the area where he had just been standing. This scene occurred. Wang Tung was very unhappy. He no longer wanted to communicate properly with the other party. He immediately stepped into the air and threw a punch. "You Japanese dog, you can't understand human language, so I'll teach you a lesson with my fists." He showed no mercy and killed with all his might. Lu Shenlong also realized the power of Wang Tung's fist and immediately slashed out with his sword. The powerful force immediately collided with Wang Tung's fist. It stirred up a ripple in an instant. The blade shattered. Wang Tung's fists are still visible. It hit Yagyu Ryuya. Boom. Ryuya Yagyu was sent flying backwards, like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground. Lu Shenlong was just about to stand up. Wang Tung threw another punch. It struck Yagyu Tatsuya's body squarely. The latter's body exploded and turned into blood. Wang Tung landed as well, looked at the blood in the giant crater in front of him, and spat out a mouthful of saliva. How dare such trash come and cause trouble for the sect leader? Those ignorant and arrogant Japanese dogs. What level is it? At this moment, Yuan Qing and the others appeared. They were amazed by Wang Tung's strength and had just learned the identity of the newcomer. Yagyu Ryuya, the next generation of geniuses of the Yagyu family in Japan. The other party also had another name, Knife Maniac. They thought Yi Zhanshan's wife was in danger. They rushed over immediately. To everyone's surprise, the other person was already dead. Then, Yuan Qing and the others looked at Wang Tung. "Did you kill this person?" Wang Tung stood with his hands behind his back. "That's right, I killed him." "Huh?" Yuan Qing and the others were dumbfounded. Is this person really that amazing? Even the knife fanatic was killed. Are all of Yi Zhanshan's subordinates this powerful? Fear. That's terrifying. Yi Zhanshan's strength has already surpassed their understanding. Just as everyone was in shock, Wang Tung said, "You guys are just in time. Clean up this scene." Yuan Qing and his companions dared not waste any words and immediately began to deal with the battlefield. They were very efficient, and in no time, the place was back to normal. Just then, Yuan Qing's phone rang. Yuan Qing went to a secluded spot and answered the phone. "How is it, Yuan Qing? Is Yi Zhanshan's wife all right? We have already sent people to Japan to negotiate and asked them to stop their actions. Otherwise, we will retaliate." Yuan Qing replied, "Boss, Yi Zhanshan's wife is not in any danger." The leader asked, Great. It seems we were too fast. That knife fanatic has already gone back. Yuan Qing said. No, the other side has already arrived. You must find a way to stop him quickly. We absolutely cannot let Yi Zhanshan's wife get hurt in any way, even if it costs us our lives. At this moment, you could clearly hear the boss's breathing becoming rapid. Yuan Qing said, Boss, Lu Shenglong is here too, but he's already dead. Dead? Yes, he's dead. He was killed by Yi Zhanshan's men. My God, Yi Zhanshan's subordinates. Lu Shenglong is also a sword fanatic. Are Yi Zhanshan's subordinates that powerful? The leader's breathing became rapid, and even his tone changed. It's true. I've already seen Yagyu Tatsuya's body, Yuan Qing replied. There was silence on the other end of the phone. At this moment, I have absolutely no idea what to say. You can just be lookouts. Okay, Yuan Qing replied. Report immediately if anything happens, the other party instructed before hanging up the phone. Yuan Qing also went to get busy, but she was truly shocked. If Yi Zhanshan's subordinates were this strong, then how strong must Yi Zhanshan be? Even the heavenly king who protects the nation can no longer stop Mr. Yi. Only a military strategist like the god of war could do so. That's terrifying. Meanwhile, Yinan left Zhang Yinxiu's house and arrived at the headquarters of the Green Dragon Gang. Chapter 5:12 Holy Dragon Staff. Qinglong Building. It is the headquarters of the Green Dragon Gang in Shanghai. As soon as Yinan stepped inside, he was stopped by people dressed in guard uniforms. You stop. Yinan stopped and looked at the other person. I'm here to find someone. After looking Yinan up and down, the other person continued. Looking for someone? Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Yinan said, Find Du Tiansheng. The other person didn't recognize the name at first. When they realized that Du Tiansheng was the leader of their Green Dragon Gang, their expressions changed drastically. The other party was actually looking for the gang leader. That person must be a very important person. He asked hesitantly, Do you have an appointment? Yinan shook his head. No. These words were spoken. The guard's expression changed. The other party came to see the gang leader, but without an appointment. This is simply a joke. The gang leader isn't someone you can meet just anywhere. An appointment is required. In the past, if the gang leader wasn't in the Azure Dragon building, he would simply tell the other person to get lost. But since the gang leader is here today, he doesn't dare to gamble, which is why he asked if there was an appointment. Get out if you don't have an appointment. Yinan calmly said. Tell Du Tiansheng to come down and pick me up. Upon hearing this, the guard said, Oh, you're getting cocky now. Get out of here, or I'll get physical. Yinan took out a stick carved with a dragon head. I don't blame you for being blind. Take this stick and go find Du Tiansheng. If you do this well, he will ensure your safety for the rest of your life. This stick is called the Holy Dragon Stick. It was given to his master by Du Tiansheng. The Azure Dragon Gang are slaves of the Heavenly Profound Sect. Naturally, some tokens would be handed over. This sacred dragon staff is the token. The guard trembled the moment he saw the sacred dragon staff. Azure Dragon Staff? How come this kid has the Azure Dragon Staff? The Azure Dragon Staff is a treasure of the Azure Dragon Gang, and only the gang leader can wield it. Suddenly, the guards realized something was wrong. The Azure Dragon Staff is brown in color. Now the stick is a darker color than brown. This is not the Azure Dragon Staff. This is fake. The fear on the guard's face vanished completely, replaced by coldness. You have some nerve. Daring to impersonate the Azure Dragon Staff, you're asking for death. Yinan said, This is not the Azure Dragon Staff, but the Holy Dragon Staff. You don't need to ask so many questions. Just take this staff to Du Tiansheng. The guard was about to get angry and was about to kick the man out. And just then, a man in a suit and tie came out. What are you all arguing about here? Upon seeing the newcomer, the guard immediately greeted him respectfully. Brother Ko. The visitor was Ko Zhuan, the captain of the guards at the Qinglong building. He asked coldly, What happened? The guard quickly said, Brother Ko, someone brought a fake Azure Dragon Staff and is causing trouble here. Ko Zhuan narrowed his eyes. A fake dragon head staff? Who has the audacity to do that? The guard pointed at Yinan and said, It's him. Ko Zhuan looked Yinan up and down. If he had seen anyone else, he would have been furious, but the moment he saw Yinan, he trembled inwardly. He had met many important people, but the person in front of him gave him the same feeling as those important people. However, the other party is really too young. He doesn't look like a big shot at all. But he wasn't sure, so he wanted to confirm first. Ko Juan immediately asked coldly, "Who are you?" Yinan looked at Ko Juan. "Can you see Du Tianxing?" Ko Juan stared at Yinan. This man was really arrogant, asking to see the gang leader right off the bat. "I can. Answer me. Who exactly are you?" Yinan handed over the Holy Dragon Staff. "Take this staff to Du Tianxing, and it will ensure your worry-free life for the rest of your days." Ko Juan was startled when he saw the Holy Dragon Staff. "Isn't this the Azure Dragon Staff? How did it end up in this person's hands?" He quickly realized what was happening. This isn't the Azure Dragon Staff, it's a fake. The color is wrong, but the material is really good. This guy is really bold, daring to scam the Green Dragon Gang. However, Ko Juan did not make a fuss, but instead said, "Let me see it." Yinan handed over the Holy Dragon Staff. Ko Juan took it, examined it carefully, touched it repeatedly, and finally flicked it with his finger. This is extremely rare. Holy crap. This person went to great lengths to commit fraud. If the members of the Azure Dragon Gang hadn't all seen the Azure Dragon Staff before, they might have actually been fooled. He should collect this. It would be excellent to display it at home. Then, Ko Juan put away the Holy Dragon Staff and looked at Yinan with a cold gaze. "You can leave now." Yinan narrowed his eyes. "My stick." Ko Juan laughed and said, "What do you mean? Your stick? What are you talking about? Where's there a stick?" Upon hearing this, Yinan knew what the other party wanted to do. "If you want to blacken that stick, I advise you to give up." Ko Juan coldly said, "Before you came to the Green Dragon Gang to swindle people, could you at least do your homework? The sticks used in the Green Dragon Gang aren't called the Holy Dragon Sticks. Alright, I'm not going to say anything more to you. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to argue with you. Get lost." Yinan didn't bother to say anything more to the other party and turned to leave. Ko Juan watched Yinan leave, then laughed. He turned to the guard who had argued with Yinan earlier and said, "No one came today, and no one brought out any sticks. Do you understand?" The other party immediately understood Ko Juan's meaning and nodded. "Captain Ko, I don't have any." Ko Juan smiled and said, "It's good that you understand." Then he took out the Holy Dragon Staff and examined it carefully. It has to be said, this stick is really nice. He had once examined the Azure Dragon Staff up close, but now he was looking at the Holy Dragon Staff. He felt that this staff seemed to be even more perfect in detail than the Azure Dragon Staff. This is quite normal, though, as the Azure Dragon Staff is something from many years ago. It's basically a broken stick. This Holy Dragon Staff is a newly made replica, and the details are exceptionally perfect. Moreover, the other party had never seen the Azure Dragon Staff before and thought it was a very luxurious staff. This kid seems to have gone all out. From now on, this stick is mine, and I'm going to display it at home. Ko Juan said with a smile. And at that very moment, from the elevator entrance, several people came out, and the one in the lead was an elderly man wearing a white training uniform. Behind the old man were several people. The old man was Du Tianxing, the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. The others were Du Tianxing's son and his confidants. The group was chatting about everyday things. When Ko Juan saw the group, his body trembled. He wanted to collect the Holy Dragon Staff. But he absolutely cannot be discovered by anyone else, otherwise he will die. The Holy Dragon Staff looks the same as the Azure Dragon Staff, so others will directly attack him, saying that he has the intention to usurp the throne. Ko Juan immediately tried to hide the Holy Dragon Staff, but who knew that he would lose his footing and the Holy Dragon Staff would slip from his grasp, fall to the ground, and be exposed to everyone's view. Chapter 513, Du Tianxing's Wrath. Ko Juan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. We're doomed. If Old Master Du finds out, he will surely die. He quickly squatted down, trying to pick up the stick. But at that moment, Du Tianxing saw the Holy Dragon Staff not far away. He was stunned for a moment when he first saw it. Holy Dragon Staff? Impossible. That stick couldn't possibly be here. Back then, he gave the Holy Dragon Staff to that benefactor of the Azure Dragon Gang. He recognized the person in front of him. He was the captain of the guards at the Qinglong building. It is impossible for the other party to obtain the Holy Dragon Staff. If the other party really had that stick, he would never let them become the security captain. He pretended not to see the stick that had fallen from the other person's body. But at this time, Du Tianxing's son, Du Jianying, did indeed see the stick that the other party had dropped on the ground. He frowned slightly because the stick was exactly the same as the Azure Dragon stick of their Azure Dragon gang. What does Ko Zhuan mean by this? Do you want a rebel? Manufacturing the Azure Dragon Staff without authorization is tantamount to courting death. Under normal circumstances, Du Jianying would never say a word, but her father was right beside her. There were some things he had to say to show himself. Ko Zhuan, what are you doing? Ko Zhuan quickly kicked the stick on the ground aside. This stick must absolutely not be discovered. Pick up what's on the ground, Du Jianying said. Ko Zhuan's face turned extremely ugly. He was doomed. Young Master Du had seen him. He's dead. Now, he only has one option left, to say that the stick doesn't belong to him, but to the person who just used it. And that is indeed the case. Immediately, Ko Zhuan walked over with the Holy Dragon Staff. He came to Du Jianying and the others and said obsequiously, Young Master Du, you called me. Du Jianying's face darkened as he looked at the Azure Dragon Staff in Ko Zhuan's hand. He immediately flew into a rage and said, As the captain of the Azure Dragon Building's security team, how dare you privately manufacture the Azure Dragon Staff? What do you mean by this? Ko Zhuan immediately knelt on the ground. Young Master Du, this stick is not mine, but a forgery by someone else. Du Jianying coldly asked, Then why is the stick in your hand now? Ko Zhuan's face was extremely ugly. He could say that the staff was counterfeited by someone else, but Du Xiao would definitely ask, since you discovered that someone had counterfeited the Azure Dragon Staff, why didn't you take action to arrest the other party and let them go? This is a big problem. But there's no suitable solution right now, that's all I can say. Ko Zhuan stammered. It's like this, Young Master Du. Someone came earlier with this fake Azure Dragon Staff and told me to give it to Elder Du, and then he left. Du Jianying coldly said, Now that you've discovered someone is forging the Azure Dragon Staff, why don't you arrest them? Ko Zhuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, why don't you grab the other person? He couldn't very well say that he stole the other person's green dragon staff and then let the person go. This, Young Master Du, I let them get away. Du Jianying coldly retorted, They got away like that? If word gets out, what will people think of our green dragon gang? Ko Zhuan knelt on the ground, trembling. I'm sorry, Young Master Du, I was wrong. Du Jianying said coldly, From now on, you are no longer the captain of the guards at Qinglong Building. Ko Zhuan dared not utter a single rebuttal. Yes, young master. At this moment, he deeply hated the person who forged the Azure Dragon Staff. Next time he saw that person, he would make sure that person died. Just as Du Jianying was about to speak, Du Tianxing suddenly said, Bring the stick here, so I can take a look. Du Jianying, holding the stick, said, Dad, this stick is fake. Why are you looking at it? Du Tianxing said, I told you to bring it up, so bring it up. Why are you asking so many questions? Just now, when he first saw this stick, he felt it was somewhat familiar. It was the Holy Dragon stick. But he didn't think much of it. Subconsciously, he believed that the Azure Dragon Staff could never be here. But now that he's looking at it up close, he feels something's off. It looks like the Holy Dragon Staff. He wants to take a closer look. Du Jianying didn't dare to say anything more and quickly handed over the stick. Du Tianxing took the stick and examined it carefully. His gaze suddenly became intense. This is the Holy Dragon Staff. Could it be that the benefactor of the Green Dragon Gang has arrived? That person is very powerful. Why did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that our benefactor has run into trouble? Or perhaps it's that our benefactor came to Shanghai for sightseeing. Du Tianxing had to find out the details. Du Jianying said, Father, it's just a fake stick. There's no need to take it so seriously. Du Tianxing shouted, What fake stick? Shut up. Du Jianying dared not speak again, but he was very curious as to why the old man's eyes were filled with excitement. What was going on? Then, Du Tianxing looked at Ko Zhuan and asked, I'll ask you one more time. Where did this stick come from? Ko Zhuan said, It was forged. Du Tianxing coldly retorted, What I'm asking you is, Where did this stick come from? Who gave it to you? Ko Juan had never seen Du Lao like this before. Normally, when old Du appeared in front of them, he was always kind and approachable. He had never acted like this before. It was just someone who suddenly came in, took out this stick, and asked me to give it to you. Is the other party an old man? Du Tianxing asked excitedly. Ko Juan shook his head. No, it's a young man. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing realized it wasn't that person. However, the fact that this young man could produce a stick and say such things meant he must be related to the old man. Where are they? Du Tianxing asked anxiously. Ko Juan didn't know what had happened, but he vaguely felt that things weren't so simple. That young man was no ordinary person. Otherwise, old Du wouldn't have gotten so excited. Ko Juan said, Let's go. Let's go. Du Tianxing asked curiously, Gone? Suddenly. Yes, he left suddenly. Ko Juan replied. Du Tianxing didn't believe the young man left suddenly. It didn't make sense for someone to come and then suddenly leave. He considered a possibility and immediately questioned Ko Juan. Tell the truth. What exactly happened? If you're hiding anything, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ko Juan dared not tell the truth and continued to lie. He really left on his own, Elder Du. Du Tianxing said coldly. I'm telling you to tell the truth. Ko Juan immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Old Master Du's strength was truly terrifying and suffocating. The aura of a powerful and ruthless figure made him feel like he couldn't breathe. It's fine if you don't tell the truth, I can find out anyway, but afterwards, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Du Tianxing added. Under the powerful aura, Ko Juan could no longer withstand it. I said, Mr. Du, the thing is. Ko Juan told Du Tianxing everything that had happened before, word for word. He told him that Yinan had given him the stick and asked him to give it to old Master Du. He also mentioned that he had snatched the stick from the other person. After he finished speaking, he looked up at old Du, wanting to see how the other party would react. At this moment, Du Tianxing was panting heavily. He never expected that his benefactor would be treated like this on his first visit to their Green Dragon gang. What an idiot. That's just asking for trouble. Du Jianying didn't dare to speak either. When the old man was angry, anyone who dared to offend him would suffer a terrible fate, even if he was the old man's son. Suddenly, Du Tianxing made a move, unleashing a palm strike that landed on Ko Juan. The latter was sent flying, his body crashing into the wall, and he coughed up blood upon landing. Ignoring his injuries, Ko Juan stood up, knelt on the ground, and said, Elder Du, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Chapter 514 Azure Dragon Token. Du Tianxing coldly said, Find the young man who took this stick right now. If you don't find him in 3 hours, I'll kill your whole family. If Ko Juan were just an ordinary guard, Du Tianxing would have already killed him. However, this person is the captain of the Qinglong Building security team and has made contributions to the Qinglong gang. Therefore, he cannot take action. But if the other party cannot find the young man within 3 hours, they will die. Ko Juan's face turned deathly pale, and his body trembled. Elder Du, I can't do it alone. Du Tianxing took out a token. It is the color of a blue dragon, and a dragon's head is carved on it. Here's the Azure Dragon token. Now you can mobilize the entire Azure Dragon gang. I want to see that young man within 3 hours. Ko Juan accepted the Azure Dragon token with both hands and kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Chief. I will definitely find that big shot as soon as possible. Get out of here, Du Tianxing shouted. Ko Juan left quickly. He never expected that he would run into such a tough opponent. Ko Juan, who had been subservient his entire life, suffered such a great loss just this once. As for escaping, Ko Juan dared not even consider it. Escape? Absolutely impossible. The Green Dragon Gang has taken over the entire city of Shanghai. If he makes any move to escape, death will be what awaits him. This is also Ko Juan's advantage. As long as he distributes the young man's portrait, the entire Green Dragon Gang will be able to find him by searching together. Ko Juan immediately went to the security department of Qinglong Building, retrieved the video footage, and sent Yinan's portrait to the group chat. With the Azure Dragon token in hand, the Azure Dragon Gang members all helped Ko Juan. And at this moment, Du Jianying looked at Du Tianxing. It has been almost 10 years since I have seen my father like this. Father, Du Jianying called out softly. Du Tianxing turned around. Speak. Du Jianying. Father, is that stick very important to the Green Dragon Gang? Du Tianxing said. It's very important, more important than me. Du Jianying was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe it was true. It's important to understand that in the eyes of everyone in the Green Dragon Gang, Du Tianxing is the core figure. Without a father, the entire Green Dragon Gang would be without its backbone. But now, my father says this stick is more important than him. From now on, when you see someone carrying this stick, you must treat them with respect, because their power is greater than mine. Du Jianying grew increasingly curious. He knew his father's temper. Asking too many questions would only make him angry. But at this moment, he really couldn't hold back anymore. Dad, where did this stick come from? Du Tianxing said. Without the person holding this stick now, there would be no Green Dragon Gang, as we are today. Upon hearing this, Du Jianying was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. So who exactly is he? Du Tianxing turned to look at the other person. You don't need to ask so many questions. You just need to know that you should submit to him when you see him. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Du Jianying immediately said, Dad, I'll also use my power to find someone. Du Tianxing waved his hand. Go ahead. Du Jianying left quickly and took out her phone to call for help. Help me find someone, brother. And at this moment, Yinan, on the other hand, was cultivating. No matter how busy he is, he practices every day. As Yinan breathed in and out, spiritual energy surrounded him. Just then, his phone rang. Yinan looked up and saw that it was Zhang Yinxiu calling. After they parted ways, they exchanged phone numbers. Yinan, Zhang Yinxiu's voice came through. Yinan asked with a smile, Is there something you need? At that moment, Zhang Yinxiu was at work. She hid in the stairwell and secretly called Yinan. Just now, she saw the Green Dragon Gang investigating Yinan. This reminded Zhang Yinxiu of what Zhou Jiqiang had said before, that the other party would hire people from the Green Dragon Gang to deal with Yinan. So Zhang Yinxiu quickly told Yinan about it and asked her to leave Shanghai. The Green Dragon Gang is looking for you. Your photo is almost all over Shanghai. Yinan said, I understand. It seems the Green Dragon Gang did not betray them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to make such a big fuss. Zhang Yinxiu said urgently, You must hide and never show yourself in crowded places. Yinan smiled and said, It's all right. You can take my photo to the Green Dragon Gang and say you know me. Since Zhang Yinxiu doesn't want Yinan's reward, then Yinan will grant her a great opportunity. With the Green Dragon Gang protecting Zhang Yinxiu, no one in Shanghai should dare to hurt her. Zhang Yinxiu was stunned. How could I betray you? Before Yinan could finish speaking, she heard another man's voice. So you're here, you little slut. Where's your lover? Tell him to come out here. Yinan narrowed his eyes immediately. Who's speaking? But the call was immediately disconnected. Yinan knew that the other party must have encountered trouble. He immediately went to Zhang Yinxiu's company. During his conversation with the other person, he managed to extract all their information, including where they worked. And at this moment, the corridor of Beifeng Foreign Trade Company. Zhang Yinxiu held her phone, looking at the people in front of her. Zhou Jiqiang's father is Zhou Hongtian. And then there's the boss of your own company. And a young man. She had met Zhou Hongtian before. Zhang Yinxiu and Zhou Jiqiang had visited the Zhou family before and were humiliated by Zhou Hongtian in various ways. But Zhang Yinxiu endured everything for the sake of love. However, at this moment, Zhang Yinxiu's gaze was fixed on the young people. Zhang Yinxiu had never met the other person, but she had heard of their name. The third generation of the Du family of the Green Dragon Gang. Du Ziding. The other person was wearing a suit and had a nonchalant attitude. She had no conflict with the Green Dragon Gang, but their presence here suggests it was because of yesterday's events. Zhang Yinxiu made a decision to shoulder everything herself. When the Green Dragon Gang makes a move, it's definitely to eliminate them completely. She was all alone, but Yinan was different. He definitely had family. But she was the one who caused all this trouble. How could she have caused Yinan's family to be destroyed? At this moment, Zhou Hongtian looked at Zhang Yinxiu and gritted his teeth, saying, You filthy woman, you killed my son, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Yinxiu coldly replied. Your son's death was his own fault. What does it have to do with me? Zhou Hongtian angrily retorted. You dare to talk back? Zhang Yinxiu coldly replied. What? Can I talk back? Do I deserve to be scolded by you? At this moment, she was no longer intimidated. The worst that can happen is death. She should have died more than a decade ago. Being alive today is already a blessing. Zhou Hongtian was furious. How dare an ant speak to him like that? I'll kill you. He stepped forward and slapped her across the face. Zhang Yinxiu was knocked to the ground. You filthy bitch. Get your adulterer out here. Or die. Zhang Yinxiu covered her face and remained silent. Zhou Hongtian cursed. Speak up. At this moment, Du Ziding said, Zhou Hongtian, you are really too rude. Chapter 515, Who Doesn't Know the Green Dragon Gang? Zhou Hongtian immediately turned around and said, Young Master Du is right. Du Ziding walked up to Zhang Yinxiu, squatted down, and grabbed her chin. Looking at her like this, she's a beauty. Tell me, if I left a scar on your face, would you talk more? Zhang Yinxiu's expression changed drastically. She is not afraid of death, but she was afraid of being ugly. Zhang Yinxiu truly couldn't accept the thought of being ugly after death. You can't do this, young Master Du. Zhang Yinxiu said in horror. Du Ziding released Zhang Yinxiu's chin. You're right, I can't do this. Zhang Yinxiu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, only to see Du Ziding turn around and say to a blonde-haired man, Du Peng, I'm leaving this matter to you. Du Peng replied, Young Master Du, I guarantee I'll make her suffer terribly. After saying that, he pulled out a switchblade, walked towards Zhang Yinxiu, grabbed her chin, and traced the tip of the blade across her fair skin. I'll ask you one more time, are you going to talk or not? Zhang Yinxiu looked terrified, her body trembling. She shook her head and said, No, no. Du Peng coldly shouted, Speak up if you don't want to die. Zhang Yinxiu was in despair. She closed her eyes. She decided not to say anything. After all, she was already a person who deserved to die. I've lived 20 more years, it's already worth it. Mom and Dad, I'm here to keep you company. Zhang Yinxiu muttered to herself. Du Peng said coldly, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to answer or not? At the same time, the knife tip pierced Zhang Yinxiu's skin. Bright red blood flowed out. Zhang Yinxiu cried out in pain. Kill me. Du Peng retorted angrily. How dare you be so stubborn? He slapped Zhang Yinxiu across the face. Du Xiao wanted the other party to reveal the man, not for him to kill the woman. Tell me, where is that man now? Du Peng picked up the knife and pointed it at Zhang Yinxiu's throat. If you don't talk, I'll slit your throat right now. Zhang Yinxiu coldly replied. Come on then. Du Peng turned around and glanced at Du Ziding. Du Ziding gave him a look, signaling him to take action. For him, finding someone in Shanghai would be a piece of cake. It might be easier for this woman to tell him where the man is, but it's fine if she doesn't. Du Peng understood Du Ziding's meaning and immediately prepared to use his assassin. Zhou Hongtian sneered. He was very satisfied with the result. With young Master Du taking action, both the woman and the man were doomed. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Roll! Du Peng was thrown backward as if he had been hit by a truck, landing on the ground and spitting blood before dying. Du Ziding and Zhou Hongtian glanced at Du Peng, their expressions filled with horror, before turning their gazes toward the direction from which the sound had come. Yinan walked in step by step from the stairwell, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. When Zhang Yinxiu saw Yinan, she was surprised to see him. After a brief moment of joy, she was filled with horror. You? How did you get here? Yinan came to Zhang Yinxiu's side and reached out to help her up. Upon seeing the wound on the other person's face, he took out some ointment and handed it to Zhang Yinxiu. Apply some to the wound. Zhang Yinxiu took the ointment and said worriedly, Yinan, you shouldn't have come. Yinan said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I will definitely make the person who hurt you turn to dust. After saying this, his gaze fell on Du Ziding and Zhou Hongtian. When Zhou Hongtian's eyes met Yinan's, he was about to curse, but he swallowed the words back down. He turned to look at Du Ziding. Young Master Du, this kid injured one of your men. Just then, a former subordinate of Zhou Jiqiang saw Yinan and immediately shouted, Chairman Zhou, this is the man who injured the young master. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongtian stared at Yinan and asked, "So it was you who crippled my son?" Yinan said, "It's me." Zhou Hongtian gritted his teeth. "I'm going to kill you. Men, get him." Those who had witnessed Yinan's abilities hid behind him, not daring to step forward, while those who had never seen him before rushed forward. Yinan looked ahead and whispered, "Get out of the way." The people who rushed forward were all blasted away and fell to the ground, unconscious. Zhou Hongtian was startled and quickly stepped back, saying to Du Ziting, "Young Master Du, this is the one who looks down on the Green Dragon Gang." Du Ziting nodded, then looked Yinan up and down. This person is a martial artist, and judging from his strength, he is not weak. Of course, the opponent certainly wouldn't be a strong person either. To put it bluntly, who in the entire city of Shanghai doesn't know about the Green Dragon Gang? But this person didn't know that, yet still dared to spout nonsense. They must have come from out of town. He needed to do this well to gain his father's trust. Immediately, Du Ziting stepped forward and said coldly, "So it was you who looked down on my Azure Dragon Gang?" Yinan asked, "And who are you?" Yinan had no idea what had happened here, nor did he recognize these people. Du Ziting was shocked. "You don't know who I am?" Although Du Ziting wasn't a celebrity, thanks to his father's reputation, he was well known among young people, if not the entire population of Shanghai. The other party didn't even recognize him. It seemed he was just an ant. Du Ziting's subordinates immediately stepped forward and introduced, "Then you'd better listen carefully. Young Master Du is the grandson of Old Master Du, the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. His father is Du Jianying of the Green Dragon Gang." Yinan coldly replied, "So what?" These words were spoken. The other party was taken aback. "So what? How dare this person say such a thing? You look down on the Green Dragon Gang, which means you look down on the Du family. You're dead." Yinan raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming claws as he reached forward. The speaker's body moved uncontrollably toward Yinan. Yinan grabbed the other person's throat and snapped their neck. Du Ziting's men fell to the ground in response. Du Ziting's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. Although he was not a martial arts expert, he had a deep understanding of martial arts experts due to his upbringing in his family. This person is extraordinary. To possess such strength, he must be a half-step grandmaster. Such a young half-step grandmaster. He seems to have some skill. I was blind. The other party must know about the Green Dragon Gang. But he couldn't understand how the other party dared to ignore the Green Dragon Gang. You should know that even the powerful families and martial arts experts in Shanghai wouldn't dare to do this. "You dare kill my men?" Yinan looked at Du Ziting and said coldly, "I would dare to kill you too." Just as Du Ziting was about to retort, he met Yinan's gaze. He felt a chill. This person really dared to kill him. But his pride as a member of the Du family wouldn't allow him to back down. "Then try killing me." Without any hesitation, Yinan replied, "Okay." He instantly appeared in front of Du Ziting and slapped Du Ziting on the head. Chapter 516. I'm here. In an instant, Du Ziting's head exploded and turned into blood. Everyone stared in shock at the scene before them, unable to believe it was real. This kid really killed young Master Du. How dare he? Zhou Hongtian was so frightened that his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. How dare you kill young Master Du? Zhang Yanxiu's face also lost its color. It's over. This time, it's completely over. Now that Du Ziting is dead, the Du family will definitely not let Yinan off the hook. Yinan turned to look at Zhou Hongtian. Your turn next. Then, Yinan snapped his fingers. Instantly, a surge of air hit Zhou Hongtian's head. A bloody hole immediately appeared on the latter's head. The expression on his face vanished, and he collapsed to the ground. Yinan ignored Zhou Hongtian and instead reached out to help Zhang Yanxiu, who had fallen to the ground. Up. Are you all right? Yinan asked. Zhang Yanxiu said, I'm fine, but you're in trouble. You killed Du Ziting, who is the grandson of Elder Du, the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. Killing him is tantamount to going against the Green Dragon Gang. Moreover, the Green Dragon Gang has been looking for you recently. Once they find you, you will die. She stamped her feet anxiously. Yinan laughed and said, Don't worry, it's fine. So what if he's dead? Even if I don't do anything now, once that old man Du you mentioned finds out about what happened today, he will kill Du Ziting. Zhang Yanxiu didn't believe Yinan's words. taking it as a joke. Stop laughing. Let's leave Shanghai quickly. It's too dangerous here. Yinan smiled and said, It's nothing. Zhang Yinxiu stamped her foot anxiously. You're still all right? The entire Green Dragon gang is looking for you now. She glanced at her phone again and became even more anxious. It's over. The search for you is intensifying. It must be because the news that you killed Du Ziding has already spread. Yinan said, I said it's nothing, so it's nothing. Trust me. Zhang Yinxiu didn't know what to say. It's all my fault for putting you in such a dangerous situation. I'm sorry. I should have gone with Saint Tang from the beginning. Yinan looked at the girl pacing back and forth in front of him, worried about him, and said with a smile, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meanwhile, Du Ziding's men had already taken advantage of the moment the two were talking to escape. They only dared to take out their phones after they got downstairs, and then dialed Du Jianying's number. And at this moment, on the other end of the phone, Du Jianying was busy looking for Yinan. His father said that the young man was very important, so he had to find a way to win his father's favor. Something terrible has happened, Deputy Chief Du. Du Jianying is currently the deputy leader of the Green Dragon gang. Du Jianying asked coldly, What's wrong? Tell me quickly. Young master is dead. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Du Jianying paused for a moment, then retorted, This is not the time for jokes. Who would dare kill his son in Shanghai? Where did they get the courage? Young master is really dead. His skull was smashed by a slap. Deputy Chief Du, I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth. The voice on the phone became increasingly anxious. At that moment, Du Jianying believed that the other party was not lying. What exactly happened? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziding's subordinate recounted everything that had happened. This moment, Du Jianying's face turned ashen, and his eyes were filled with rage. He never imagined that someone would dare to claim his son as their own in Shanghai. This shows a complete disregard for the Green Dragon gang. I'll give you the authority to find the other person and bring them to me. Yes, Vice Leader. Then, Du Jianying hung up the phone, clenching her teeth tightly. Anyone who dares to kill my son, no matter who you are, will surely die. His subordinate stepped forward and asked, Vice Chief, what happened? Why are you so angry? Du Jianying said, This is none of your business. Continue looking for that young man. Revenge can wait, but finding that young man absolutely cannot stop. Meanwhile, Japan. Yi Xinran has been trapped in Lu Sheng's house. But she lived a very comfortable life, arranging flowers and trying on kimonos. Hopefully, Ryuichi will also bring back some good news. If the other side can kill Yinan, that would be a tremendous stroke of luck. It doesn't matter if he can't kill him. If Yagyu Ryuya loses, it will completely ignite the wrath of the Yagyu family. At that time, Yinan will definitely be devoured. As for the possibility that Yagyu Ryu was also killed, that's highly unlikely. In the past few days, she has heard the story of Yagyu Tatsuya from others many times. A rising star among the younger generation in Japan, he is known as a sword fanatic. He wielded a samurai sword with unparalleled skill. Moreover, the opponent's specialty is the three-sword style. Therefore, Ryuya Yagyu will most likely lose, but he will definitely not die. At this moment, Yi Xinran is arranging flowers. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Then they saw several guards from the Yagyu family walk in. Yi Xinran was stunned when she saw the guards, and a bad feeling arose in her heart. The guards stared at Yi Xinran and asked, The patriarch wants us to take you there. Are you going to walk by yourself, or are we going to drag you away? Yi Xinran stood up straight, wearing wooden clogs. I can walk by myself. On the way, Yi Xinran walked in front, with the guards following behind. Yi Xinran was distracted. What exactly happened to make Chief Yagyu so angry? Does this mean that Yagyu Ryu is also dead? That's impossible. Based on her understanding of Yinan, she knew that he absolutely could not kill Yagyu Ryuya. The more Yi Xinran thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, so she decided to stop thinking about it. Soon, Yi Xinran entered the hall of the Yagyu family. Yagyu Ichiro sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes blazing with anger when he saw Yi Xinran walk in. Yi Xinran naturally noticed it, and she quickly bowed, saying, Greetings, head of the Lu family. Yagyu Ichiro coldly said, Dragon is dead too. Can you explain that to me? Yi Xinran feigned shock. Young Master Lu Xing is dead? How could this be? Yagyu Ichiro said coldly. Didn't you say Yi Nin only cultivated for 5 years? Long Yi has cultivated for over 20 years. How could he die? Were you hiding something from the beginning? Yi Xinran immediately kowtowed. Patriarch Lu Sheng, I swear to heaven that I have not concealed anything. Yi Nin has really only cultivated for 5 years. Yagyu Ichiro coldly retorted. Then explain to me what exactly is going on. Yi Xinran naturally couldn't reveal that Yi Nin was Yi Qingcang. If the person in front of her knew this, he would definitely kill her. I don't know either. Lu Sheng was taken aback, narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, You really don't know? Yi Xinran shook her head. I really don't know. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death. Yagyu Ichiro. Then you probably don't know that Yi Nin is none other than Yi Qingcang, who is currently very popular in Great Xia. Yi Xinran feigned composure. No, that's impossible. Yi Nan is Yi Nan. He could never be Yi Qingcang. Chapter 517, What a Good Girl. Yi Xinran absolutely refused to admit it, otherwise she would be finished. Yagyu Ichiro sneered. Do you think I'm stupid? You just said that Yi Nin was adopted by your Yi family. If he was adopted by your Yi family, how could you not know anything about him? Yi Xinran quickly explained. Please believe me, Patriarch Lu Sheng, I really don't know. Yi Nin went to prison, and we really don't know what happened after that. Yagyu Ichiro shouted. I think you're lying to me. If you had said before that Yi Nan was Yi Qingcang, my grandson, Sun Zilong, wouldn't have died. Yi Xinran's body trembled violently. She felt an unprecedented fear. Everything was completely different from what she had expected. Shouldn't the head of the Yagyu family be furious at this moment? Then the Yagyu family should focus all their efforts on dealing with Yi Nan, instead of wasting time here with her. Spare me, head of the Yagyu family. I really didn't know. Suddenly, Yagyu Ichiro made a move, bringing 2 fingers together. A sword aura swept across and struck Yi Xinran. In an instant, Yi Xinran's meridians were completely destroyed. A mouthful of blood gushed out. Yi Xinran lay on the ground, screaming madly, My meridians! My meridians! Her meridians were only slightly severed before, so there was still a chance for repair. But this time, the meridians have become ruins, with no possibility of recovery. She's completely finished. Yagyu Ichiro said coldly. You caused Lord Long's death, so I should kill you, but I won't let you die so easily. Everyone says that women from the Great Xia dynasty are very attractive. I want to try it. Yagyu Ichiro took off his kimono, revealing his muscular physique. Yi Xinran asked in a panic, Clan head Lu Sheng, what are you going to do? Of course, I'll make you suffer unbearable pain. Yagyu Ichiro walked towards Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran turned her head and crawled towards the door. The scene of being humiliated in Yangzhou last time was still vivid in her mind. She was a proud daughter of heaven. How could she be humiliated like this? No. Yi Xinran was about to climb out the door when she reached out her hand. He was then grabbed by the ankle and dragged inside by Yagyu Ichiro. At the same time, the door in front closed. An hour later, as soon as the door opened, Yagyu Ichiro was dressed. Yi Xinran lay on the ground, her hair disheveled. Her eyes were lifeless, but you could see her fists were clenched tightly together. Hatred welled up inside him. Yi Nan, just how badly do you intend to hurt me? Yagyu Ichiro shouted. Men, take her to a brothel. She won't get any rest all day. Soon, 2 men in kimonos came out from outside the door and dragged Yi Xinran away. Only Yagyu Ichiro remained in the room. At the same time, the rest of the Yagyu family entered. Lu Xingyu was at the forefront, followed by a woman. Dad, please, you must avenge Longya. Dad, I only have one son. The woman was the mother of Yagyu Ryu, and she burst into tears. Yagyu Ichiro shouted, Don't cry. I'm also very sad that Ryu is in trouble. After all, I've always treated him as my successor. Don't worry, I will personally take action to suppress Yi Qingcang. We can't let outsiders laugh at us. The news that Yagyu Ryu also died in Daxia has now spread throughout the Japanese martial arts world. The major families of Japan began to doubt the strength of the Yagyu family. As the head of the Yagyu clan, Yagyu Ichiro must uphold the clan's authority. Lu Xingyong knelt down twice. Thank you, father. Yagyu Ichiro said. All right, announce it to the public that I will go and kill Yi Qingsong in 10 days. Lu Xingyong nodded twice. The Yagyu family quickly spread the word about it. The major Japanese martial arts families were extremely shocked. After Yi Qingsong killed Lu Xinglongi, they all investigated Yi Qingsong and realized how powerful he was. However, this will not affect them at all, as long as they do not offend the other party. The Yagyu family is related to them, but Yagyu Tatsuya is missing. The Yagyu family has no successor. After the patriarch of the Yagyu family dies, they can join forces to divide up the Yagyu family. But now, the old master of the Yagyu family is going to challenge Yi Qingsong, and their hopes have been dashed. Could it be that the old master of the Yagyu family has reached a point where he is no longer afraid of Yi Qingsong? Their hopes were dashed. Soon, the news reached the great Xia dynasty. It was first sent to the War Department. The War Department couldn't say anything. It's none of their business if they engage in a martial arts duel. They only cared whether the people entering Daxia had bad intentions. Challenges of this caliber are usually conducted in full public view, so there's no need to think too much about it. Soon, Yuan Qing relayed this information to Yinan. Shanghai. Yinan was on the phone. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Qing told him about Yagyu Ichiro's challenge to Yinan. Yinan was initially stunned. When did he kill Lu Xinglongi? He never killed any Japanese. He then realized what was happening. It's likely that Lu Xinglong also went to Zhongzhou and was then killed by Wang Teng. Bring that Japanese dog to Shanghai. I'll be waiting for him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing replied, Yes, War God Yi. After hanging up the phone, Yinan then went to the dining table. At this moment, he and Zhang Yinxiu are in the latter's rented apartment. Yinan was hungry and decided to take Zhang Yinxiu out for a meal. But Zhang Yinxiu was afraid that Yinan would be discovered eating outside, so she suggested that they eat at her house. At this moment, Zhang Yinxiu is cooking in the kitchen. After a while, Zhang Yinxiu came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of food and placed them on the dining table. Then Zhang Yinxiu sat down and said with a smile, My cooking skills aren't very good, but you should try it. Yinan picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and his eyes lit up. He had to admit, this girl's cooking skills were quite good. It's pretty good. Zhang Yinxiu blushed at the compliment. What are your plans for the future? Will you continue to stay in Shanghai? Yinan nodded. If you're in Shanghai, then I'll be in Shanghai. Zhang Yinxiu asked curiously, why? Yinan said, As I said before, I came here to repay you. Zhang Yinxiu remembered Yinan saying those words, but she couldn't think of any connection between them. Suddenly she remembered something. If you really want to repay me, then leave Shanghai quickly. You killed Du Ziding, and those big shots won't let you off the hook. Yinan didn't explain further. I said, as long as you're here, I'll be here. Zhang Yinxiu said, although I don't know why you want to repay me, I truly appreciate your kindness. If you don't want to leave Shanghai, then stay here obediently and don't go anywhere. Yinan nodded. Good. Zhang Yinxiu smiled, picked up her bag, and said, I'm going out to buy some daily necessities. After saying this, Zhang Yinxiu pushed open the door and left. Yinan watched her departing figure and murmured, She's really a good girl. Chapter 5:18 You're not qualified, I don't blame you. Yinan knew what Zhang Yinxiu was up to. She definitely wasn't going out to buy supplies. If nothing unexpected happened, she would probably go to the Green Dragon Gang and confess to all her crimes. Little did she know that the mere Azure Dragon Gang was something Yinan could destroy with a flick of his finger. However, he won't stop him. To get Zhang Yinxiu to talk about what she's been through, besides mutual trust, you also need to demonstrate absolute strength. Although Yinan could take Zhang Yinxiu to suppress the Green Dragon Gang right now. However, the effect of this is nowhere near as good as the effect of appearing suddenly and striking. At the same time, Zhang Yinxiu walked out of her house. She stood downstairs and glanced back at her room. Yinan, you are a good person. I absolutely cannot let you be in danger because of me. It will all be over soon. Zhang Yinxiu continued walking forward with her bag on her back. However, they didn't go very far. A car suddenly braked sharply and stopped next to Zhang Yinxiu. Before she could react, several burly men got out and dragged Zhang Yinxiu into the car. What are you doing? Zhang Yinxiu struggled and shouted. Help! Help! But it was no use. There were quite a few onlookers around, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. These burly men all looked fierce and menacing. An old lady tried to say something, but was scared away by a muscular man. After the group got into the car, the vehicle started moving. Zhang Yanxiu, bound with rope, asked, "Who exactly are you people?" A burly man in a black vest looked at Zhang Yanxiu and said fiercely, "Dare to defy young Master Shi? You're just asking for death." Zhang Yanxiu instantly realized who had sent these people. Shi Tang. Zhang Yanxiu panicked. If she didn't confess to the Green Dragon Gang right now, Yinan would be in danger. "Please, let me go." The big man slapped Zhang Yanxiu across the face. "Let you go? If you serve young Master Shi well, I'll let you go. There's something I find strange. Following young Master Shi could bring you a lifetime of wealth and honor, making you a prominent figure in Shanghai. Not everyone can enjoy such a privilege. You actually refused it." Zhang Yanxiu pleaded. "Let me go." The others ignored Zhang Yanxiu and continued driving. And at this moment, while Yinan was at Zhang Yanxiu's house, his expression suddenly turned grim. Zhang Yanxiu is in trouble. Just now, he secretly slipped a talisman into Zhang Yanxiu's body. He could sense Zhang Yanxiu in danger immediately. The Green Dragon Gang is really something else. Yinan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. However, he found it strange that Zhang Yanxiu should have arrived at the Green Dragon Gang so quickly. Immediately, Yinan closed his eyes and began to form hand seals, sensing the direction of the talisman. Then, Yinan's gaze fell to the southeast, and he headed there. And at this moment, Zhang Yanxiu was taken to a luxury suite in the hotel and thrown inside. Inside the room, Shi Tang sat on the sofa wearing only a bathrobe, looking at Zhang Yanxiu with the eyes of someone scrutinizing prey. "Qiu, you're here," Shi Tang said with a smile. Upon seeing Shi Tang, Zhang Yanxiu immediately pleaded, "Young Master Shi, please let me leave. I have some things to take care of, and we'll be back soon, okay?" Shi Tang laughed. "Qiu, I've been waiting for you for so long to finally see you. How about this, you just bear with it for now, and I'll let you go after this is over." Zhang Yanxiu knelt on the ground and pleaded with Shi Tang, "Young Master Shi, please." Shi Tang's smile vanished. "How about this, if you make me feel comfortable, I might consider letting you go, but if you don't, then I'll wait until you make me feel comfortable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanxiu's face drained of color. It was all over. Everything was over. If the Green Dragon Gang finds Yinan first, he will surely die. "Okay. I'll serve you. I hope you won't break your promise." Shi Tang laughed loudly. "Don't worry. Shi Tang, keep my word." Releasing Zhang Yanxiu? That's absolutely impossible. He was just playing around with a woman like that. Now that Zhang Yanxiu has entered this door, she shouldn't even think about leaving. And just then, with a loud bang, the room's door was shattered into pieces and turned to dust. The excitement that Shi Tang had just begun to build was shattered by the loud noise. His face turned pale. Who the hell is causing trouble? Zhang Yanxiu's eyes were full of tears. After hearing the voice, she turned around. All I could see was the entrance. Yinan walked in. His gaze was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its intent could devour people. When Zhang Yanxiu saw the other person, tears welled up in her eyes. How did you get here?" Yinan laughed and said, "You're too silly." Shi Tang looked at Yinan, and his face darkened, especially when he saw that Zhang Yanxiu recognized him. "Who the hell are you? Do you want to die? Men, kill him!" Stan shouted loudly. But when his gaze fell behind the door, he found his men lying on the ground, their crimson blood flowing like a river. Instantly, Shi Tang turned pale with fright, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the sofa. His men were all killed. At this moment, Yinan's gaze fell on Shi Tang. Shi Tang asked in a trembling voice, Who exactly are you?" Yinan coldly said, "You deserve to die." The words fell. Yinan slashed out with a palm strike. A sword aura, flowing like water, slashed forward. It struck Shi Tang between the eyebrows. In an instant, Shi Tang's body was split in two. Instantly, blood gushed out and splattered all around. Zhang Yanxiu was startled, and her body trembled. You killed him." Yinan said, "That's right." Zhang Yanxiu said, "He is from the Shi family of Shanghai. There is a big figure in the Shi family who holds a high position in the National Medical Center. You will be retaliated against. Yinan smiled and said, I told you it's nothing. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Then, I saw more than a dozen people appear together. They wore black robes with a menacing dragon tattooed on their bodies. They were all members of the Green Dragon Gang. Immediately afterwards, a person came out. This man was one of Du Ziding's subordinates. He has been searching for the murderer who killed Du Xiao. However, it has not been found yet. Just now, my men said they found the woman's whereabouts. So he immediately brought his men here. Unexpectedly, I not only found the woman here, but also the man. This really excited him. Kid, do you remember me? The leader said coldly. Yinan looked at the other party and said coldly, I don't know you. You're from the Azure Dragon Gang, aren't you? The other party replied, That's right, you killed young Master Du, and today is your death day. Yinan walked to the sofa, sat down, and said casually, I don't blame you for being ignorant. Just tell Du Tianxing to come see me. Chapter 519, Kneeling Down in Succession. Yinan decided to confront Du Tianxing. Du Tianxing was simply too slow. The other party was stunned for a moment and did not immediately realize who this Du Tianxing was. He turned to the others and asked, Who is this person? Do you know him? I don't know him. At this moment, one of them said in a trembling voice, Boss, that's old Du's name. What? The leader then realized what was happening, and his expression changed drastically. Du Tianxing, the gang leader's name. They usually call him Old Du, so much so that they've forgotten his real name. Then he looked at Yinan and said coldly, Who do you think you are? How dare you address the gang leader by his name? Brothers, take him down. Immediately, several people behind him rushed out. Each of them wore a murderous look on their face. Yinan sat on the sofa and glanced at the group of people rushing over. His aura was released. He doesn't kill ants, and besides, these people are from the Green Dragon Gang, so he doesn't want to kill them either. But a lesson must be taught. In an instant, the men were thrown to the ground, coughing up blood. Many of their ribs were broken, and in some cases, their chest cavities had collapsed. The man who had been in the lead immediately turned pale, stood motionless, and trembled. They all collapsed to the ground after just one glance. What kind of strength is that? We are from the Green Dragon Gang. You dare to hurt us. Yinan's tone gradually turned cold. My patience is limited. Summon Du Tianxing to me immediately. The men were terrified and finally decided to call Du Jianying over. The leader immediately took out his phone and contacted Du Jianying. Du Jianying was still searching for Yinan, but after searching for so long, he had not found any trace of him. Upon seeing the phone, I reached out and answered it. Just say what you want to say. Vice Leader, we found the person who killed young Master Du, but we're no match for him. All the men I brought were knocked to the ground. Du Jianying was furious. After searching for so long, they still couldn't find the young man. Now, someone actually dares to kill and disregard the Green Dragon Gang in Shanghai. It would be better to deal with this matter first. Can't we call on a few more experts? The men I brought were all half-step martial arts masters, but they couldn't even last a single move against that person. To be more precise, they didn't even get within a meter of him. Du Jianying's face was gloomy. Give me the address, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Du Jianying was about to leave. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Just say what you need to say, Du Jianying said in a cold voice. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Vice Leader, we've found that young man. Upon hearing this, Du Jianying was overjoyed and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Where is he? It's at the Tianyuan Hotel. Du Jianying said, I'll be right there. You guys wait there. Do not disturb him, and do not offend him. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Du Jianying immediately called her father. Dad, good news. We've found the big boss. Inside the Qinglong building, Du Tianxing was extremely excited. He was sitting, but he suddenly stood up. Where is he? Let's go pick him up quickly. At Tianyuan Hotel. Du Jianying answered. Du Tianxing exclaimed excitedly. Quickly, prepare the car. Du Jianying replied. Dad, the car is ready and downstairs. Let's go immediately. At this moment, inside a private room at the Tianyuan Hotel, Yinan remained seated on the sofa. The person who had just finished making the call glared fiercely at Yinan. You're dead meat, kid. The vice leader is coming right away. Your death day is today. Yinan sat leisurely on the sofa, completely at ease. Zhang Yinxiu panicked. She leaned close to Yinan and whispered, Yinan, run. It's dangerous here. The Azure Dragon Gang is very powerful, and they have many experts. You are no match for them. Yinan smiled faintly. Don't worry, when Du Tianxing arrives, the first thing he'll do is kneel down before me. Zhang Yinxiu didn't know what to say. Perhaps Yinan really had a way to handle this matter. She shouldn't judge him based on her own perspective. Perhaps Yinan is an unparalleled master. Zhang Yinxiu recalled what happened when she was a child. In her eyes, the murderer was already a peerless master, but Yinan's current strength was clearly even greater than that murderer's. Zhang Yinxiu immediately stood aside. After a long while, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Immediately afterwards, several people rushed in. Ko Zhuan led his men and rushed in. He spotted Yinan at a glance. She burst into tears. We finally found it. That scared the hell out of me. Ko Zhuan had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. Old Master Du gave him 3 hours, but a whole day had passed, and he still couldn't find Yinan. He was even prepared to give up and commit suicide to atone for his sins, hoping to gain Mr. Du's forgiveness and save his family. He had already written his will. The notes were still wet, and they were in his pocket. He also had a suicide pistol in his pocket. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the deputy leader called to say that Yinan had been found. Upon hearing the news, he jumped up excitedly, as happy as a 200-pound child. Then immediately bring people to Tianyuan Hotel to find them. Upon seeing Yinan, Ko Zhuan immediately knelt on the ground. Boss, I was wrong, please spare me. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. Ko Zhuan kept kowtowing, snot dripping from his nose. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Ko Zhuan was considered a notable figure in the Green Dragon Gang. It belongs to the middle level. It's important to know that not just anyone can get a job at the Qinglong building. The one who had just threatened to kill Yinan was now so weak in the knees that he could barely stand. This isn't right. This guy killed young Master Du. Why is Brother Ko being so polite to him? Isn't this outrageous? At this moment, Ko Zhuan remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up, looking at Yinan. But Yinan didn't look at him. However, this is a good thing, as long as he isn't killed immediately. There must still be room for maneuver. If he were to take direct action, he would be finished. Ko Zhuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She secretly glanced at Yinan, observing his expression. The man who brought the men to kill Yinan cautiously approached Ko Zhuan and asked in a low voice, Brother Ko, who is this person? Ko Zhuan glanced at the other person and said in a low voice, What are you doing here? The other person pointed at Yinan. Come and kill him. Upon hearing this, Ko Zhuan moved aside without saying a word. Kill this guy? Are you crazy? You're insane. He didn't want anything to do with this guy. The other person was stunned for a moment, clearly realizing something was wrong. His legs went weak and his body trembled. He knew Ko Zhuan. I understand his personality. All I can say is that Yinan is definitely not simple. So what is he? Oh shit. Without any hesitation, the man also knelt on the ground. Chapter 520, it turns out he's the sect leader. Upon seeing this, the others knelt down without any hesitation. Thump thump. Everyone knelt down. Zhang Yinxiu was dumbfounded. Why are they all kneeling down? Yinan didn't say anything either. Zhang Yinxiu quietly tugged at Yinan's sleeve and asked in a low voice, Yinan, why are all these people kneeling down for you? Yinan smiled faintly and remained silent. Just then, even more hurried footsteps came from behind. Then, a large group of people came running in. Du Tianxing was in front, holding the Holy Dragon staff. Du Jianying was behind, holding the dragon-headed cane that Du Tianxing usually used. Behind them were the higher-ups of the Green Dragon Gang. As soon as Du Tianxing entered the room, his gaze fell on Yinan, who was sitting on the sofa. In just a second, he recognized that this was the young man who had brought the Holy Dragon staff. This person must have a close relationship with their benefactor. Could he be the grandson of my benefactor? They looked to be about the same age. Immediately, Du Tianxing bowed and walked in, approaching Yinan and saying, Young friend, I apologize to you. Upon hearing this, The man who had heard that Du Jianying had come to avenge Du Xiao turned green with rage. Who exactly is this young man? It's astonishing that Mr. Du treated me this way. But no matter who the other party is, he's finished. Oh shit. How so? Yinan looked at Du Tianxing. What are you apologizing for? Du Tianxing said, young friend, we neglected you when you brought the Holy Dragon Staff to the Azure Dragon Gang earlier. I have come here today specifically to apologize to my young friend. After saying this, Du Tianxing bowed deeply. Everyone was stunned. They never expected that old Master Du would apologize to others. In their eyes, Elder Du was the strongest being and would never easily bow down to anyone else. Who exactly is this young man? At this moment, Ko Zhuan glanced at the man who wanted to kill Yi Yinan not far away and silently mourned for him. The bravest person he had ever seen in his life had appeared. The other person was so scared they wet themselves. At this moment, Du Jianying also noticed the other person's presence and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" The other person glanced at Du Jianying, and a bold idea popped into their mind. He absolutely cannot take the blame for nothing. We must find a way to drag the deputy leader down with us. Yes, he immediately replied in a low voice. Vice Chief, the man who killed young Master Du is right here. Upon hearing this, Du Jianying immediately asked, where? Seeing this young man was urgent, and avenging his son was also urgent. Where is he? I'm going to kill him, Du Jianying asked. The other person pointed at Yi Nan, Vice Gang Leader, that's him. Du Jianying's expression immediately changed. He was stunned on the spot, never expecting that his son would die at the hands of this man. How can he possibly seek revenge now? The person who spoke to him breathed a sigh of relief. Since the deputy leader had said such a thing, he could rest assured. At this moment, Yinan looked at Du Tianxing beside him and said, since your apology is sincere, I will forgive you for now. Du Tianxing smiled and handed the Holy Dragon Staff to Yinan. Young friend, your staff is returned to its rightful owner. Yinan said, no need, you can keep it yourself. Du Tianxing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that the other party had not calmed down yet? Yinan added, don't worry, I'm not angry anymore. Du Tianxing was relieved after hearing this. Then, he asked his question. May I ask what your relationship is with the owner of this Holy Dragon Staff? Du Tianxing guessed that the other party was that person's grandson, but he didn't know for sure. Yinan glanced at Du Tianxing casually. He didn't intend to hide it. After all, the other party was a disciple of the Tianxian sect. Of course, he wasn't afraid of others knowing his identity. After all, among the people present, only Du Tianxing knew about the Tianxian sect. The others had never even heard of it. I am his apprentice. These words were spoken. Du Tianxing's expression changed. He never expected that this young man would be that person's successor. Doesn't that mean the other party is the successor of the Tianxian sect's sect leader? The future leader of the Tianxian sect? This person's identity is anything but simple. Immediately, Du Tianxing knelt down with a thud. The others were even more dumbfounded when they saw this. I never expected this. Old Du actually knelt down to the other party. Old Du bending down just now had already shocked them greatly. I never expected that he would kneel down like this. This. Who exactly is this young man? Du Jianying didn't understand Yinan, but he did understand his father. Only those who truly deserve respect will kneel before others. What kind of powerful connections does this young man have? Du Jianying had just been thinking about avenging her son. He has no interest in that now. This son, let him die. Ziting, your death has saddened your father greatly. But your father has no way to avenge you. I am ashamed and deeply remorseful. From now on, we shall sever our father-son relationship. From this day forward, all ties of friendship and kinship are severed. Du Jianying thought to himself. At this moment, Du Tianxing looked at Yinan and asked, how is your master's health? Yinan said, my master has already passed away. Du Tianxing's pupils widened. My benefactor has already passed away? Then isn't this person now the master of Tianxian sect? Yinan looked at Du Tianxing. The reason the other party submitted before was only because of their master's reputation. Now that he is the sect leader, Yinan must test Du Tianxing's loyalty. Do you submit to me? If the other party dares to disobey in any way, Yinan will be ready to kill. People with rebellious intentions should never be employed. Du Tianxing immediately cowed out several more times. Of course I obey. Yinan was finally satisfied upon hearing this. In that case, I'll lend you a hand. Du Tianxing was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, Yi Nanfei produced a pill. Du Tianxing reached out and grabbed the pill. This elixir can cure your chronic ailment. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing's expression changed drastically. The other party noticed his chronic illness the first time they met. It seems this young sect leader has learned the methods of his benefactor. The benefactor from back then was a legendary healer. Being able to diagnose other people's conditions at a glance is a skill that can be described as healing the dead and restoring flesh to bones. This young sect leader is actually capable of doing that. He does indeed have a chronic illness. Thanks to the guidance of his benefactor, he learned extraordinary skills. That's when he started leading the Green Dragon Gang to expand their territory. He almost lost his life in a chance battle. At that time, both of his legs were crippled. He later sought treatment from renowned doctors and underwent a long period of rest before recovering. But this also left him with a chronic illness, unable to stand fully. Otherwise, with his martial arts master level, why would he need a cane? Over the years, he has visited renowned doctors, hoping someone can cure his leg. But all of them ended without a trace. The sect leader immediately saw the problem and even said he could cure his leg. Without hesitation, Du Tianxing swallowed the pill in his hand. Instantly, a warm current flowed through my body. Chapter 521 I killed him. Du Tianxing closed his eyes and felt the warm current. He felt a warm current flowing through his legs. The chronic illness is gradually recovering. After a long while, he opened his eyes and straightened his back. As he felt the power in his legs, Du Tianxing's expression changed in many ways. It actually worked. It really did get better. This is incredible. You should know that he had consulted many famous doctors, and he had even visited the most renowned physician at the National Medical Center. However, everyone gave him the same result. It's incurable. But now, his legs have actually been healed by the sect leader. Immediately, Du Tianxing knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Thank you, sect master, for healing my legs." Then he kept kowtowing. On the side, Du Jianying was also very excited. My father's legs have always been a problem. Many renowned doctors were at a loss. And now, he has actually been cured by the other party. Ziting, this time it's really not your father's fault. I want to avenge you, but your grandfather will definitely not allow it. You like beautiful women, so Dad will cook some for you later. You like sports cars, so Dad will burn some sports cars for you. If you want anything else, just tell your father in a dream. Du Jianying thought to herself. At this moment, Yinan looked at Du Tianxing and said, "Let's talk about something else." Du Tianxing asked, "Sect master, what would you like to talk about?" Yinan pointed at the man who had threatened to kill him. "He just said he was going to kill me." Du Tianxing's expression changed drastically. He turned around abruptly and glared angrily at the other party. The man was so frightened that his body went limp, and he couldn't even kneel properly before collapsing to the ground. He quickly explained, "Boss, this big shot killed young master Du. The vice boss told me to seek revenge on this big shot." Du Tianxing was unaware that his grandson had been murdered. He turned to look at Du Jianying. "Tell me what happened." Du Jianying was already sweating. The Du family has 3 children. Du Jianying is the boss. The 3 of them once competed for the position of future leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. However, Du Jianying won. The other 2 are no longer in Shanghai. Du Jianying always thought he had victory in his grasp. But now he sensed a crisis. If he doesn't handle this matter well, his father might strip him of his power. Immediately, Du Jianying immediately knelt on the ground and said to Du Tianxing, "Father, it's like this. Ziting was killed before, so I sent people to find the murderer. I never expected that Ziting was killed by a big shot." He realized he had said the wrong thing as soon as he finished speaking. Ziting offended the big boss and deserved to die. The big boss did a good thing by killing him. "Father, I have severed ties with Ziting on behalf of the Du family. He is no longer a member of the Du family." Du Tianxing narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't have much of an impression of Du Ziting, his grandson, mainly because he had too many grandsons. But he remembered the other person. Du Ziting frequently caused trouble outside, bringing a lot of negative impact to the Green Dragon Gang. He had also beaten up the other party. On one occasion, Du Zedong actually robbed a woman in the street. The woman resisted fiercely and was later hit and killed by a car. This incident caused a great sensation at the time. In the end, he personally intervened and suppressed the matter. Unexpectedly, this kid has offended the sect leader this time. He truly deserves to die. You did the right thing. I am stripping Du Zedong of his surname here. There has never been such a person in our Du family. As for you, you are stripped of all your rights within the Green Dragon Gang. Your work will be handed over to others. You should reflect on your actions for a month. Du Jianying breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's just a month of reflection, not a very long time. This is already a very good result. Du Jianying immediately replied, I obey. Du Tiansheng then looked at the man who had threatened to kill the sect leader. You will be suspended for a month. After a month, you will take a position at the Qinglong building. The other person's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. This isn't punishment at all, it's clearly a promotion. You should know that Shanghai is full of Green Dragon Gang members. However, everyone wanted to work at the Qinglong building. Because in many people's eyes, only by going to the Green Dragon building can one be considered to be at the top of the Green Dragon Gang. Why is that? He quickly figured it out. He brought up the matter publicly so that Elder Du could impose punishment. That big shot was watching from the side. This can resolve the matter quickly. But if he doesn't bring it up now, and then brings it up again later, it won't be so easy to end the matter. He immediately said to Elder Du, Yes, Elder Du. Du Tiansheng then looked at Ko Zhuan. You. Come up here and apologize to the sect leader. Seeing that everyone else's business was over, Ko Zhuan felt anxious. His own problems were the biggest, and he didn't know what fate awaited him. Upon hearing Elder Du's words, he immediately scrambled to Yinan's side and said, Boss, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. I apologize and beg for your forgiveness. After saying that, he kept kowtowing. Yinan didn't look at Ko Zhuan, but looked at Du Tiansheng. It's too noisy in the room. Du Tiansheng immediately understood Yinan's meaning and turned to the others, saying, You guys, all of you get out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They are safe. Without hesitation, everyone immediately got up and left the place. Soon, only Yinan, Du Tiansheng, and Zhang Yinxiu remained in the room. At this moment, Zhang Yinxiu was in a state of deep shock. She never imagined things would develop to this point. Who exactly is Yinan? How could they possibly make Elder Du, the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, bow his head? This is truly incredible. That's old Master Du. As a native of Shanghai, she knew the value of the other party's qualifications. But she wouldn't ask any questions now. She'd wait until she and Yinan were alone to discuss it. Du Tiansheng looked at Yinan and said, Sect leader, I apologize to you again. It's your first time visiting our Azure Dragon Gang, and you've suffered such an injustice. I hope you won't be angry. Yinan asked, I'm not angry. Du Tiansheng was relieved. That's good. That's good. Then he looked at Zhang Yinxiu, and then at Yinan. Sect leader, who is this? Yinan said, My friend, you may speak freely. Du Tiansheng asked, I wonder why the sect leader has suddenly come to the Azure Dragon Gang. Yinan said, I'm in Shanghai to take care of some things, and I thought I'd drop by to see the Green Dragon Gang. He came to Shanghai to repay Zhang Yinxiu. I went to the Green Dragon Gang simply because they got involved in this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the Green Dragon Gang. Du Tiansheng said, I see. Sect Master, I will host a banquet for you tonight. Yinan shook his head. No need. And at that very moment, there was a commotion outside the door. Upon hearing this, Du Tiansheng frowned slightly. What was going on? Didn't the gang members know that these people were honored guests? Why were they making such a racket? They really had no manners at all. Sect Master, shall I go out and see what happened? Yinan said, Go. After Du Tiansheng went out, he quickly returned. The Shi family came looking for their young master Shi Tang, but I chased them away. Where did this person come from? Yinan said, There were some just now, but I killed them. Chapter 522 The Mastermind. Du Tiansheng was unaware of these things. I see. Then there's nothing wrong with what I did. Young Master Shi dares to offend you. He's courting death. Historians are nothing special in Shanghai. However, One of the Shi family's distant relatives was no ordinary person. The other party was from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Generally speaking, Du Tianxing would not provoke the Shi family. However, the Shi family offended the sect leader. Then he would naturally stand on the sect leader's side without any challenge. Just then, the noise outside the door started again. This clearly indicates that another historian has arrived. Du Tianxing immediately said, "Sect master, I will handle this matter. If the Shi family does not give an explanation today, this matter is not over." Yinan said, "Go." Du Tianxing turned and left. Yinan sat on the sofa. Zhang Yanqiu's gaze remained fixed on Yinan. Yinan said calmly, "I know you must be very curious now, so just ask whatever you want." Zhang Yanqiu really has a lot of questions she wants to ask. She felt that she and Yinan had never crossed paths before, so why would Yinan come to repay her? Moreover, Yinan mentioned that he had a relationship with his father's generation. Few people know about their parents' generation. Zhang Yanqiu has always claimed to the public that she grew up in an orphanage. So Zhang Yanqiu was very curious. "Yinan, do you know my ancestors?" Yinan said, "I don't know your ancestors, but am I related to them?" Zhang Yanqiu stared at Yinan, looking into his eyes. "Do you know that my father died long ago?" Yinan said, "I know that when you were little, someone led a group of people and killed your whole family." Zhang Yanqiu's eyes widened suddenly, and images from the past flooded her mind. Over the years, she has never dared to recall it, choosing instead to deliberately forget it. Because it's too cruel. Now that Yinan has brought it up again, those painful past events are as vivid as a movie. "That's right," Zhang Yanqiu nodded in agreement. Yinan said, "I have avenged your family. The murderer was the vice leader of the Hongmen. He died a terrible death." Zhang Yanqiu remembered hiding in the closet and seeing the leader of the murderers. His fierce appearance was something she would never forget. She had thought about revenge, but she was just an ordinary girl and would never have the chance in her life. Now I hear Yinan say that he is dead. She was at peace. "Thank you." Zhang Yanqiu looked at Yinan and knelt on the ground, saying. Yinan immediately stood up. "No need to kneel, get up quickly." Zhang Yanqiu was helped up by Yinan. "You helped me avenge my family, and I don't know how to repay you." Yinan said, "You don't need to repay me. There are many people in the same situation as you. You are all descendants of the Bamboo Clan. It is the Bamboo Clan that failed to protect you. If Zhu Min hadn't participated in the Beihai Rebellion, none of the subsequent events would have occurred. On the battlefield, the Bamboo Clan suffered countless casualties, greatly reducing their strength, which led to the subsequent events. It can be said that everything was caused by the chaos in Beihai." Zhang Yanqiu immediately shook her head. No, it has nothing to do with the Bamboo Sect. We never blamed the Bamboo Sect. In my remaining memories, my father always praised the bamboo door. He said that the bamboo gate is a fair and just force. He also said he was willing to sacrifice his life for the bamboo gate. If others hadn't had bad intentions, none of what happened afterward would have occurred. The culprits are those who targeted the bamboo gate. Upon hearing this, Yinan nodded. "You're right, they are the culprits." "Then let me ask you, when those people came to your house, did they ever say who they were working for?" Previously, Yinan had searched Song Jianghe's soul. Song Jianghe knew nothing. Then we can only place our hopes on others. The people who went to massacre Zhang Yanqiu's family were almost all the same type of people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be both thugs. Therefore, other people can be used as a breakthrough point. "Let me think about it," Zhang Yanqiu replied. This time, the memory is clearer than before. It was as if she had returned to the scene of the massacre of her entire family. Scene after scene flashed by. She saw the people she least wanted to remember in her life. Their faces became extremely ferocious, each one resembling a demon. Oh! Zhang Yanqiu felt a sharp pain in her head, as if a blade was violently churning inside. The people were talking, and their voices, when they reached Zhang Yanqiu's ears, were like chanting, making her eardrums tremble. "Pain. It hurts so much." Yinan asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Yanqiu did not answer, but screamed in pain. At this moment, in Zhang Yanqiu's memory, she was like a ghost, wandering among the crowd. She saw her family members crying and pleading. Those who slaughtered them all wore sinister smiles. They jokingly called Zhang Yanqiu's family members beasts. Then, one of them said with a smile, After killing these people, how do you think the National Medical Center will reward us? I want the elixir, another person said. I want one too, the other person said. Zhang Yanxiu suddenly opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face, and said to Yinan, They were sent by the National Medical Center. Upon hearing this, Yinan's face immediately darkened. They were actually sent by the traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Could the National Medical Center be the force behind the massacre of the head of the Zhumin family? Zhang Yanxiu wouldn't lie to her. What a wonderful traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Yinan said coldly. At this moment, Zhang Yanxiu collapsed backward due to exhaustion. Yinan immediately reached out and grabbed Zhang Yanxiu. Your task is complete. Leave the rest to me. Zhang Yanxiu nodded. And at this time, outside the door, someone rushed in, led by a Mediterranean-looking man with a commanding presence. Even Du Tianxing couldn't stop it. Let me tell you, Du Tianxing, today I'm only taking my son's body back. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for fighting you on behalf of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. He walked in while talking. Then, the man's gaze fell on Yinan, and he said coldly, So you're the one who killed my son? Du Tianxing walked in and looked at Yinan. Sect Master, I can't stop him. Yinan asked, Who is he? Du Tianxing replied, He is from the Shi family in Shanghai. Yinan didn't say anything, but directly raised his hand and slashed out. In an instant, the Mediterranean man's body was split in two. This scene was completely unexpected by everyone. The others who followed the Mediterranean man and were terrified. They looked at Yinan, their eyes filled with fear. Yinan coldly said, Du Tianxing, I don't want to see any other people here. Du Tianxing immediately came down and ordered the Green Dragon Gang to suppress these people. Before long, they were all taken away. Du Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Yinan. Sect Master, the Shi family is not to be trifled with. Chapter 523 The Fragmented Green Dragon Gang. Yinan looked at Du Tianxing and said, As the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, are you afraid of the Shi family? The fact that the Azure Dragon Gang could become slaves of the Heavenly Profound sect means they couldn't possibly be weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to be noticed by their master at all. Du Tianxing said with a troubled expression, Sect leader, you don't know this, but the Azure Dragon Gang of today is not the Azure Dragon Gang of yesteryear. In the past, the Green Dragon Gang was united like an iron plate, unbreakable. It can be said that the Green Dragon Gang would rank in the top 10 in the power rankings of Shanghai. But things are different now. The Green Dragon Gang has fallen apart. Many people left the Azure Dragon Gang in order to compete for the position of gang leader. Actually, this is also my fault. I was too greedy for power and unwilling to let go, which led to the situation we have today. If I had relinquished the position of gang leader, none of these problems would have occurred. And the head of the Shi family is a member of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Not only that, but a member of the Shi family who was not related to the family held a high position in the National Medical Center. They are definitely not people our Green Dragon Gang can afford to offend. Yinan looked at Du Tianxing and asked, Are you saying that the Shi family has another powerful expert at the National Medical Center? Du Tianxing said, That's right, they have a very high status. Then I was right to kill him. Yinan said, That's it for this matter. If the Shi family comes looking for trouble, tell them to come find me. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Du Tianxing said nothing more. He felt exhilarated at that moment. If the Shi family member from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic doesn't intervene, most historians probably couldn't do anything to the sect leader. He didn't know much about Yinan's strength, mainly because the sect leader was too young. If it were an older sect leader, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone. The old sect leader's power was extremely strong, absolutely capable of rivaling the National Medical Center. He actually has a lot of pride in him. Back then, the Shi family was just a nobody. Even the most powerful figure in the Shi family had to respectfully call him Master Du. It's nothing like now, where anyone can just stand on his head and shit. Especially that Mediterranean Sea from earlier. Yes, Sect Master. Du Tianxing responded respectfully, then glanced around. The conditions here are terrible. Would the sect leader be willing to move with me to the Azure Dragon building? Yinan declined, saying, No need, this place is fine. Yinan originally wanted to ask the Shi family who their relatives were at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But then I thought better of it. Let's take it one step at a time. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is definitely not the mastermind behind this. Taking immediate action is not advisable. Let's wait and see. Then, Yinan turned around and looked at Zhang Yanxiu, whose face was pale. I can give you anything you want. Zhang Yanxiu smiled slightly. I don't want anything. I'm already extremely grateful that you helped me kill the people who wiped out my family. Yinan said, that's what I should do. As for what you want, take your time to think it over, and then we'll talk about it. I will send someone to buy this hotel and give it to you. You can stay here from now on. Zhang Yanxiu looked up and asked urgently, and what about you? Yinan smiled and replied, I'll be here too. Zhang Yanxiu didn't say anything more. Historians of Shanghai. Inside the lobby. After hearing the report, the members of the Shi family were all furious. I never expected that the Green Dragon Gang would dare to attack the Shi family. They're really asking for it. Although Shi Tang and his father are only from a branch of the Shi family, they still have the blood of our Shi family flowing in their veins. That's right. Messing with them is like slapping the Shi family in the face. Is Du Tianxing really tired of living? Does he really think he's still the same Green Dragon Gang he was 10 years ago? A group of Shi family members kept arguing and cursing. Qi Yaoyun, the head of the Shi family at the top, suddenly spoke. The man looked to be in his 50s, with a dignified look in his eyes. Quiet down, everyone. The entire room fell silent, and everyone's eyes were on Shi Yaoyun in front of them. Shi Yaoyun said coldly, this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. The Azure Dragon Gang must provide an explanation. Shi Yaoyun looked at a middle-aged man. Siyuan, take some men to the Green Dragon Gang and have a chat with them. The middle-aged man, named Shi Siyuan, nodded. Yes, father. Shi Yaoyun said, go. Shi Siyuan turned and left, exiting the lobby and leading his men directly to the Qinglong building. Where's Du Tianxing? Tell him to come out here. Du Jianying led his men out and saw Shi Siyuan. Du Tianxing had anticipated that the Shi family would appear, so he arranged for Du Jianying to wait there. This can be seen as giving Du Jianying a chance to redeem himself through meritorious service. What are you yelling about? Du Jianying said irritably. Shi Siyuan said coldly. Your Green Dragon Gang killed my Shi family members. You should give an explanation. Du Jianying coldly said, there's no explanation. If you don't want to die, get lost. Shi Siyuan was surprised that Du Jianying dared to be so audacious, and immediately shouted coldly. Du Jianying, does your Green Dragon Gang intend to make an enemy of our Shi family? Du Jianying said, that's right. Shi Siyuan clenched his fists tightly. He sensed something was wrong. Since the Green Dragon Gang split up, the Du family has never taken a tough stance towards outsiders. This is very unusual. Could it be that the Green Dragon Gang has merged again? I haven't heard any news. Perhaps he's just using someone else's power to intimidate others. The Green Dragon Gang's character is plain for all to see. Thinking this through, Shi Siyuan looked at Du Jianying and said, since that's the case, then let's open it. Do you really think the Shi family has no one to rely on? Du Jianying waved his hand and ordered, kill them all. Immediately, the members of the Azure Dragon Gang made their move, and most of them were half-step martial arts masters. Shi Siyuan also gave the order, make your move. A half-step martial arts master from the Azure Dragon Gang stepped forward instantly and smashed the neck of a member of the Shi family with a single punch. Blood spurted out and landed on Shi Siyuan's face. Hot blood slowly flowed down his face. Shi Siyuan stood there, his eyes glazed over. Did someone really kill someone? How dare the Green Dragon Gang make a move? At this moment, Shi Siyuan panicked. Withdraw. But it was too late. The members of the Green Dragon Gang have already taken action to suppress the people brought by Shi Siyuan. The ground behind him was littered with corpses. Shi Siyuan stood frozen in place, his face filled with fear. Du Jianying, you! How dare you kill someone? I am a member of the Shi family. Du Jianying coldly said, I killed members of the Shi family. He appeared calm, but was actually extremely pleased inside. The Du family has been subservient for far too long. He was also ridiculed by others on many occasions. But he had to endure it. Today I can finally have some fun. Shi Siyuan coldly replied. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Shi family? Du Jianying coldly retorted. Retaliation? With your strength? Your Shi family will be waiting to face the wrath of the Azure Dragon Gang. Of course, you won't be able to see it. Shi Siyuan was shocked. What do you mean? Du Jianying sneered. You're going to die. Kill him. Du Jianying gave an order to a half-step martial arts master beside him. The other person came out and snapped Shi Siyuan's neck. Chapter 524 Afraid of him? Shi Siyuan fell to the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe that Du Jianying would actually dare to kill him. Cut off Shi Siyuan's head and send it to the Shi family. As for the others, just get rid of them. Du Jianying said coldly. It's time to let the whole of Shanghai know that our Green Dragon Gang is back. Du Jianying's confidence stemmed from Du Tianxing. Du Jianying knew his father very well and would never change his mind easily unless he had absolute confidence. That young man is no ordinary person. This time, their Azure Dragon Gang might really be about to rise to power. In Zhongzhou, inside the state capital, Yuan Qing was talking to a South Korean man dressed in a suit. The other party was sent by LJ Group. Gu Chengxian was killed by Yi Nan, and his father, Gu Zhonghua, demanded an explanation from the military. The War Department had no intention of dealing with an entity of the LJ Group's caliber, so they dispatched Yuan Qing to handle the situation. The lawyer's name is Park Sung-hae. At that moment, Park Sung-hae took out a document and placed it on the table between the two of them. Our LJ Group's junior executive died in Daxia. Daxiao must give us an explanation. Yuan Qing coldly replied. But according to our investigation, we found no evidence that your LJ Group's junior executives entered the country. Park Sung-hae immediately pulled out a photo of Gu Chengxian. This is our little president. Yuan Qing glanced at him and said, this person seems to be here in Zhongzhou to attend a medical exchange conference. He's just an ordinary student. How did he become the junior president of your LJ Group? Park Sung-hae said, our little president doesn't want to travel in a high-profile manner, so he's going to keep his identity secret. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business. How does your combat department plan to handle this matter? Yuan Qing smiled. How do you plan to handle this? Park Sung-hae said, hand over the murderer? Yuan Qing said, we can't find it. Park Sung-hae stood up and said coldly, then give us the authority and let us investigate ourselves. Yuan Qing's smile vanished, and she stood up abruptly, then placed one foot on the table in front of her. A snap. The table shattered into pieces and turned to dust. Park Sung-hae was so frightened that he quickly shrank back. Yuan Qing looked down at him coldly and said, release your authority? You think you're worthy? A small LJ Group. You really think too highly of yourself. Park Sung-hae said in a trembling voice, you can't lay a hand on me. I'm not one of your great Xia people. If you lay a hand on me, this matter won't end so easily. Yuan Qing forced herself to calm down. This matter is indeed very troublesome. When Park Sung-hae saw Yuan Qing stop, he breathed a sigh of relief and then straightened his clothes. That's more like it. Let's talk this over properly. I know you can't make the decision, so have your boss come and talk to me. Yuan Qing's anger flared instantly, and she slapped Park Sung-hae across the face. Park Sung-hae was sent flying, crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. You dare to hit me? Park Sung-hae pointed a trembling finger at Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing walked up to Park Sung-hae, grabbed his finger, and snapped it off. A snap. Park Sung-hae screamed in agony. Yuan Qing coldly replied, I not only dare to hit you, I also dare to kill you. Let me tell you, Gu Chengxian is dead, that's all. If your LJ wants revenge, our War Department welcomes you anytime. As for investigating within our great Xia, you're not qualified. Get lost. Park Sung-hae didn't dare say anything more, got up and left immediately, not even leaving his personal belongings behind. Until we went outside. Park Sung-hae's voice finally came through. You're a real tigress. Just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yuan Qing ran out looking annoyed. Just as Park Sung-hae was about to continue his tirade outside the office, he saw Yuan Qing and immediately shut up, fleeing in a panic. You bastard, believe me or not I'll break your legs. At this moment, Yang Shan came forward and whispered, Sister Qing, that Park Sung-hae is no ordinary person. He is a famous lawyer in South Korea with a wide network of connections. If you hit him, he will definitely take revenge. Yuan Qing retorted. Me afraid of him? He just blurted out that he wanted to enter the Great Xia to investigate. Who does he think he is? Yang Shan said. Sister Qing. That's true, but the problem is, petty people are hard to deal with. This is a petty person, and you never know what these people are capable of. Yuan Qing coldly replied. I'm not afraid of him. If he dares to mess with me, I'll go to South Korea and kill him. Yang Shan didn't know what to say. He knew Yuan Qing's personality. She was the tough girl of the combat unit, with a personality like a tyrant. Even their leaders wouldn't dare to mess with her. Now we can only take it one step at a time. He will help Sister Qing in every way. Just then, Yuan Qing's phone rang. She saw it was her boss calling and immediately answered. What's up, boss? An urgent voice came from the phone. Yuan Qing, did you call a lawyer named Park Sung-hae? Yuan Qing said, That's right, boss. What happened? Did he complain to you? The leader earnestly said, It's fine if he complains to me. If he's already been hit, I can easily suppress it. But this time he's going to sue our combat department, which is a big deal. Yuan Qing coldly replied, Leader, don't worry about it. I'll take care of everything myself. The leader said, Bullshit, how much can a woman like you handle? I just got a call from above and got a scolding, but I took it all. Moreover, I'm not calling to lecture you, but to remind you to be careful from now on. This Park Sung-hae is no small fry. He's very cunning. If you offend him, he might do something underhanded. You need to be careful, and you should also warn your family to be careful. Hearing this, Yuan Qing felt a warmth in her heart. I understand, leader. All right, that's enough. We have to be careful. After they finished speaking, the two hung up the phone. Yang Shan leaned closer. Sister Qing, what did the leader say? Yuan Qing said, He told me to be careful. Yang Shan said, Then you'd better be careful. Someone offended Park Sung-hae before, and guess what happened? Yuan Qing frowned and asked, What's wrong? Yang Shan said, This person was hit by a car and is paralyzed in his lower limbs. Although everyone knows that Park Sung-hae was behind it, the matter ended because there was no evidence. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing felt a pang of regret. I really shouldn't have slapped Park Sung-hae a few times. I should have just killed him, and that would have ended it all. Yuan Qing said, It's all right. Don't you know what I'm capable of? Hitting me with a car won't work on me. Yang Shan nodded. All right, go ahead and get busy. Yuan Qing said. When Park Sung-hae arrived at the safe area, he gritted his teeth and swore. You bitch, you dare hit me? Just you wait. I'll make you wish you were dead. Chapter 525 War Begins. Park Sung-hae took out his phone and dialed a number. Help me investigate a woman named Yuan Qing. She's from the War Department. I need all her information, her home address, and details about her family members. Good. A voice came from the phone. Immediately afterwards, Park Sung-hae dialed Koo Jong-kook's number again. President, Daeha is not cooperating with us at all. Koo Jong-kook's voice rang out. Isn't this exactly what we wanted? Park Sung-hae smiled and said, That's right, President, you can start now. Koo Jong-kook said, You did a good job this time. The money will be deposited into your account soon. Park Sung-hae nodded. Thank you, President. After hanging up the phone, Park Sung-hae saw that he had received 10 million won in his mobile banking account and smiled. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the wound was torn open, and Park Sung-hae screamed in pain. It hurts so much, damn it. You bitch, I'll make sure you die. Historians of Shanghai. Shi Siyuan's headless body was sent to his home. The historians couldn't believe it was true. Where did the Green Dragon Gang get the audacity to massacre the Shi family like this? The Green Dragon Gang really thinks there's something special. Patriarch, we absolutely cannot let the Azure Dragon Gang get away with this. They must pay the price. That's right, let's wipe out the Azure Dragon Gang. Shi Yaoyan simply stared at Shi Siyuan's corpse without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. The crowd quieted down, and all looked at Shi Yaoyan. Shi Yaoyan then looked up at everyone and said coldly, Since the Azure Dragon Gang wants to start a war, then start one. Immediately summon all the martial artists of my Shi family and have them return within half a day. After half a day, I will personally lead people to slaughter the Azure Dragon Gang. These words were spoken. Everyone nodded, and then they all made phone calls to call for help. The Shi family was considered a middle-class family in Shanghai, with their lineage extending throughout the city. They have people all over Longdu and Jiuzhou. At that moment, those people received a call from their families and, without any hesitation, immediately put down their work and returned to Shanghai. The fate of the family is a matter of great importance. Meanwhile, Shi Yaoyan announced that he would start a war with the Green Dragon Gang in half a day, and they spread the word. When the prominent figures of Shanghai learned of this, they were all shocked. Why would the Shi family go to war with the Green Dragon Gang? This is so sudden. When they learned that Du Jianying had ordered Shi Siyuan killed, they were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. How dare Du Jianying make a move? Look at what the Green Dragon Gang has become now. Torn apart. Their actual combat strength is less than half of what it was before. The Shi family is at the height of its power, and a distant relative of the Shi family has now taken control of the National Medical Center, and their strength is at its peak. For the Du family to fight the Shi family is absolutely insane. Many forces began to stir. The Du family will surely be destroyed, and the Green Dragon Gang, this lucrative prize, will be left unclaimed. If the Shi family gets this piece of the pie, they will completely transform into a top family in Shanghai. How can that be possible? This piece of fatty meat must be shared by everyone. Of course, some people believe that the Du family could not have been so easily destroyed. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. The Du family has declined. However, they haven't fallen to the point where everyone can bully them. In fact, others had also considered going to war with the Du family and tearing them apart. But they were afraid that if the Du family's weakness was feigned, they would only face certain death if they acted rashly. Now is the perfect time for the Shi family to test the Du family. If Du Tianxing is truly old and frail, then they will join in the fight to take over the Du family. But if Du Tianxing is faking it, then they will pretend that this never happened. This matter naturally reached Du Jianying's ears. From the moment he killed Shi Siyuan, he had already guessed that this moment would come. Du Jianying found Du Tianxing. Father, the Shi family wants to start a war with our Green Dragon Gang. Du Tianxing sat cross-legged in the room, closing his eyes and practicing his internal energy. After Du Jianying finished speaking, he looked up and his expression changed drastically in an instant. Father, have you recovered your strength? Du Jianying asked, his voice trembling. Du Tianxing slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sharp glint in them, and nodded, saying, "Thanks to the pills given by the sect leader, all my previous ailments have disappeared, and my cultivation has returned to its peak, even surpassing what it was more than a decade ago." Du Jianying's pupils shrank, and then a look of wild joy swept across his face. He stepped forward and clenched his fists tightly. "That's great, Father. With you here, our Green Dragon Gang is saved." That Shi family is so arrogant and dared to say they would slaughter our Green Dragon Gang. You must teach them a lesson. Du Tianxing slowly stood up, his invisible aura causing the candlelight in the room to flicker slightly. He said in a deep voice, "Shi Yaoyan has become increasingly arrogant in Shanghai these past few years because he has relatives from the National Medical Center backing him up. It's time to teach him a lesson. But since he wants to start a war, we don't need to rush." Du Jianying was taken aback. "Father, what do you mean? It will take time for the Shi family to gather their forces, and we also need to make proper preparations." Du Tianxing put down his teacup and glanced at the courtyard of the Green Dragon Gang outside the window. "I want everyone in Shanghai to know that the Du Tianxing of the past has returned. Pass on my orders to bring back all the scattered gang members, and also notify those small forces in Shanghai with whom we have a past relationship and ask them to take action. Also, send a message to Shi Yaoyan. 3 days from now, at the mass grave in the western suburbs of Shanghai, we will fight to the death." Du Jianying immediately understood that his father wanted to use these 3 days to consolidate his power and send a clear signal to those who were watching from the sidelines. He bowed and replied, "Father, I'll take care of it right away." The news caused a complete uproar in Shanghai. The Green Dragon Gang actually dared to accept the challenge and even set a date and location for the decisive battle. Those forces that had previously been eager to carve up the Green Dragon Gang's territory have now put aside their ambitions and are observing the situation. The fact that the Green Dragon Gang dared to respond surprised everyone. Could it be that the masters of the Azure Dragon Gang have really returned? Here, in an elegant courtyard, an elderly man is enjoying tea. A young woman approached him respectfully and said, "Grandpa, the Azure Dragon Gang and the Shur family are about to go to war. Should we participate?" The old man did not answer immediately, but took a sip of tea before slowly saying, "Never mind." The young woman said, "Then should we just sit idly by and do nothing?" The old man said, "That's right." The young woman said anxiously, "Grandpa, I remember you said that the Green Dragon Gang is your root. The Du family is doing this to destroy the Green Dragon Gang. Are we really going to sit idly by?" The old man was none other than Li Tianwang, the Northern King, one of the former 4 heavenly kings of the Green Dragon Gang. He looked at his granddaughter and said, "Good girl, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I will take action, but not now. All right, go ahead and get busy." Upon hearing this, the woman didn't say anything more. She knew her grandfather must have his own plans. After saying goodbye, she left. Li Tianwang continued drinking his tea. "Du Tianxing, what exactly do you want?" Chapter 526 Battle of the Mass Grave Site. No one understands the Green Dragon Gang better than Li Tianwang. He founded the Green Dragon Gang with Du Tianxing and several old partners back then. Du Tianxing became the gang leader. He and several other brothers served as the 4 heavenly kings of the Green Dragon Gang, ranking below Du Tianxing. Later, Li Tianwang chose to leave the Green Dragon Gang because he could no longer tolerate Du Tianxing's dictatorship. But actually, he did this for the good of his old friend. He would naturally not leave as long as the other party begged him to go back. But to everyone's surprise, Du Tianxing completely ignored him. This enraged Li Tianwang. After he left, his other close friends also left one after another. The Green Dragon Gang thus fell into decline. Even so, Li Tianwang still gave Du Tianxing a chance, as long as the other party could meet him, have a cup of tea, and ask him to go back. Li Tianwang would also agree to the other party's request. But who knew that after so many years, the two never met again? But Li Tianwang's original intention remains unchanged. He took another sip of tea and looked out the window. Meanwhile, smaller factions that had previously benefited from the Green Dragon Gang began to quietly converge on the gang. They had all received favors from the Green Dragon Gang, so naturally they wouldn't stand idly by now that the Green Dragon Gang was in trouble. Zhang Yinxiu had been keeping a close eye on what was happening outside. She told Yinan about it. Yinan simply nodded slightly. Understood. Since the Azure Dragon Gang is loyal to the Heavenly Profound sect, Yinan will naturally not treat them unfairly. He wouldn't interfere in small-scale battles like the one between the Azure Dragon Gang and the Shur family. But if the Green Dragon Gang is truly no match for him, he will have Zhang Yinxiu come to the rescue. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, Shanghai has been unusually quiet, with no news emerging. But the calmer it is, the more oppressive it feels. A storm is about to break out. Early on the 3rd day, the spies of various factions have secretly infiltrated the vicinity of the mass grave in the western suburbs, hoping to witness the decisive battle between the 2 major forces. The morning mist had not yet dissipated. The area around the mass grave was already packed with people. On one side were the Shur family's men, with Shur Yaoyan dressed in black, standing with his head down. Behind him followed hundreds of strong warriors, each one looking menacing. There were a few other people. They were all from the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Unofficial organizations stepped in. They were all friends of Shur Yaoyun within the association. Now they are standing on the side of historians. On the other side, Du Tianxing was dressed in a blue robe. Du Jianying and the other experts stood on either side. The Green Dragon Gang has fewer members than the Shur family, but each of them had a determined look in their eyes and was full of energy. These people are all direct descendants of the Du family, and they have always risked their lives for the Du family. Shur Yaoyan shouted at Du Tianxing. Du Tianxing, the debt you owe me for killing members of the Shur family must be settled today. Du Tianxing, leaning on his cane and with his body hunched over, smiled faintly and spoke in a loud, clear voice that echoed throughout the mass grave. Shur Yaoyan, you members of the Shur family, kill if you want, stop talking nonsense, fight if you want to fight. Upon hearing this, Shi Yaoyan coldly replied, "Fine. I came here today specifically to destroy the Azure Dragon Gang." Then his gaze fell upon a small group of people within the Green Dragon Gang. "I recognize you. You're not from the Green Dragon Gang. I'll give you a chance. Leave now, and I'll pretend you were never here. Otherwise." Behind Du Tiansheng, a bearded man stepped forward and shouted, "Shi Yaoyan, who do you think you are, daring to compete with the Green Dragon Gang? When Du Lao and his gang were fighting for supremacy in Shanghai, you were still picking up mud to eat." Someone else spoke up. "That's right. You don't have to pretend we weren't here. Let's just get started. Today it's either you or me who dies." Shi Yaoyan gritted his teeth. "Then you can just wait to die." Du Jianying coldly retorted, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking so much nonsense." Shi Yaoyan coldly replied, "Then I will grant your wish. The Shi family, listen to my command. Kill them all." The Shi family members charged out directly. Du Tiansheng remained silent, while Du Jianying ordered, "Listen up, everyone. Kill one person and the reward will be 500,000. Upon hearing this, the members of the Green Dragon Gang were filled with high morale and immediately charged out. The two sides clashed. Du Jianying also made a move. He wasn't a master, just a martial artist with internal energy. Logically speaking, there's no need for him to take action at all. But in order to set an example, he also went into battle and killed people. A member of the Shi family rushed towards Du Jianying. Before he could even get close, he was knocked to the ground by Du Jianying's punch. Du Jianying may be less skilled, but he has certainly enjoyed a lot of good food over the years. True strength lies between internal energy martial artists and half-step martial arts grandmasters. The others also got into a fight, and the Azure Dragon Gang's momentum was clearly stronger than that of the Shi family. Soon, several members of the Shi family died, while the Qinglong Gang only suffered one injury. Shi Yaoyan's face turned ugly, and then his gaze fell on Du Tiansheng. It doesn't matter if some marginalized people die. If he can kill Du Tiansheng, he can influence morale. Shi Yaoyan leaped into the air and charged toward Du Tiansheng. "Old man, I really don't know where you got the guts to challenge our Shi family. Today, this mass grave will be your burial ground." His aura was released. It swept across the entire venue in an instant. Martial arts master. Shi Yaoyan actually stepped into the realm of martial arts grandmaster. The members of the Green Dragon Gang and the group that came to help Du Tiansheng all showed expressions of shock. According to their understanding, Shi Yaoyan was only a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Immediately, everyone felt a sense of panic. Grandmasters are not so easy to deal with. However, no one regretted it, since they had come here today expecting to die. If you back down over something so small, what kind of Jianghu person do you even deserve? Moreover, they noticed that Du Tiansheng and Du Jianying's expressions were completely calm, suggesting they might still have some trump cards up their sleeves. Du Tiansheng, who was originally using a cane, threw it away, stood up straight, and released his aura. Those standing nearby were immediately intrigued by what they saw. Why is Elder Du's aura so strong? Everyone knows that Elder Du was seriously injured, which caused his strength to decline. But now, there's no sign of it declining at all. Even Shi Yaoyan's expression turned ugly. The reason he dared to start a war with the Green Dragon Gang was because Elder Du was injured. Otherwise, he would never have acted so rashly. When did this old man recover his cultivation? Now that the damage is done, there's no turning back. We have no choice but to grit our teeth and fight. The members of the Azure Dragon Gang were overjoyed. At this moment, Du Tiansheng looked at Shi Yaoyan rushing over and sneered. "Today, no one can save you." Du Tiansheng had already reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster more than a decade ago, and now his aura was even stronger. He looked at Shi Yaoyan's fist coming towards him and grabbed it. Shi Yaoyan's expression changed drastically, and he was about to resist. But the next second, Du Tiansheng dislocated his arm. In an instant, blood gushed out. Chapter 527, The Azure Dragon Gang's Great Victory. Blood gushed out, splattering all over Du Tiansheng. Then, Du Tiansheng pointed a finger at Shi Yaoyan's forehead. A snap. Shi Yaoyan's meridians were severed. A powerful impact surged into Shi Yaoyan's body. Then Shi Yaoyan screamed and flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but he didn't even have the strength to move. He looked at Du Tianxing approaching step by step, his eyes filled with fear, and his voice trembled as he roared. This is impossible. More than 10 years ago, you were clearly crippled. Du Jianying retorted. What? You're only allowed to rise to power, but my father isn't allowed to recover his cultivation. Shi Yaoyan panicked. Du Tianxing, you can't kill me. I'm from the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. If you kill me, the association will never let you get away with it. The battlefield fell silent for a moment after those words were spoken. Although the Shanghai Martial Arts Association is a non-official organization, it brings together most of the martial arts experts in Shanghai, and its influence is deeply entrenched. Even the major powerful families have to give it some face. The Shi family members, as if grasping at a straw, shouted, That's right. The family head is an elder of the association. Killing him is tantamount to making an enemy of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Those spies watching the battle gasped in shock. If this trump card had been revealed earlier, Du Tianxing will definitely have something to consider. Even the experts from the Azure Dragon gang hesitated, glancing furtively at Du Tianxing, fearing he might be genuinely intimidated by his identity. Martial Arts Association? Du Tianxing walked up to Shi Yaoyan and looked at him coldly. In the past, Du Tianxing would definitely have been wary. But Du Tianxing still remembered one thing the sect leader had said. When he killed the other members of the Shi family, the sect leader said, Good riddance. That means the sect leader is very likely to have a grudge against someone from the Shi family. Then he has absolutely nothing to fear. So what? Shi Yaoyan's face turned pale, and he wanted to say something more. Du Tianxing stomped down on Shi Yaoyan's head. No. Shi Yaoyan cried out in despair, trying to dodge. But there's no way to avoid it. With a muffled thud, Shi Yaoyan's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. Master. Seeing this, the historians were utterly devastated. Their faces were extremely grim. The head of the family was killed. How can we fight like this? They simply gave up resisting. The members of the Martial Arts Association looked ashen-faced, their eyes flashing with coldness as they stared at Shi Yaoyan's corpse. Du Tianxing killed Shi Yaoyan right in front of them, showing absolutely no respect for them. One of them shouted, Du Tianxing, he's a member of our Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Du Tianxing turned around and said coldly, So what if I said it? You either get out or die. These words made the expressions of the others even more unpleasant. Has Du Tianxing gone mad? How dare they speak to them like that? A few people did back down. If Du Tianxing dared to kill Shi Yaoyan, then he would dare to attack them as well. They were able to come here because of Shi Yaoyan's influence. The other party is already dead, so there's no point in talking about saving face anymore. Then naturally they won't risk their lives. But one of them said, Du Tianxing, you are too arrogant. Even in the heyday of the Azure Dragon gang, they wouldn't dare to kill someone from the Martial Arts Association. Du Tianxing looked at the person who spoke. What? Aren't you going to get lost? Instead of retreating, the other party took a step forward. I won't leave, then kill me. The words had barely left his mouth. Du Tianxing immediately struck, crushing the other man's head in one swift motion. Blood gushed out in an instant. The person who was just alive has now become a headless corpse. Upon witnessing this scene, several members of the Martial Arts Association trembled with fear. They were standing a moment ago, but now they're kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Du Tianxing, his thoughts have nothing to do with us. Let's leave now. Du Tianxing coldly shouted, Get lost. The group immediately fled in panic, not daring to stay any longer, and soon disappeared without a trace. Only the Shi family members remained, kneeling on the ground, completely devoid of their previous confidence. Spare me. Elder Du, we didn't want to come, but the head of the family insisted that we come. I'm not surnamed Shi. I was given this surname. Old Du, you can kill the Shi family if you want, just don't kill me. Du Tianxing's gaze swept over the Shi family members kneeling and begging for mercy, his voice as cold as frost. When you were killing my Green Dragon gang brothers just now, didn't you think of sparing their lives? Jianying, I'm leaving the rest to you. Yes, father. A ruthless glint flashed in Du Jianying's eyes as he loudly ordered the Green Dragon gang members. Kill them all. Don't let a single one escape. The members of the Green Dragon Gang nodded in unison and began cleaning up the battlefield. Upon hearing Du Jianying's words, the Shi family members who were kneeling and begging for mercy immediately prepared to resist. But now the morale of the Green Dragon Gang members is high, while the morale of the Shi family members is low. The two sides are no longer on the same level. Before long, all the Shi family members who came here were killed and then dumped in the mass grave by the Green Dragon Gang. Du Jianying returned to Du Tianxing and respectfully said, "Father, the Shi family has all been killed." Du Tianxing coldly said, "Who said we killed them all? The Shi family is still here. The old, weak, women and children, none of them can be spared." Du Tianxing did not think that what he did was wrong, even if his Green Dragon Gang lost today. The Du family will suffer even worse than this. It wasn't just historians who were dealing with the Green Dragon Gang. Other forces will also choose to intervene. At that time, the Green Dragon Gang will be torn to pieces by everyone. Du Jianying immediately said, "Father, I will send someone to the Shi family right away." Afterwards, Du Jianying left with several people. Du Tianxing visited Yi Nin immediately. After all, he killed members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Those people are not to be trifled with. Most of the strong individuals in Shanghai are within the Martial Arts Association. Now that they have suffered such a humiliating defeat, they will surely take action against the Green Dragon Gang. He was no match for those people. Now we can only ask the sect leader for help. Soon, inside the suite, upon seeing Yi Nan, Du Tianxing immediately greeted him respectfully, "Sect Master." Yi Nan was sitting cross-legged when he heard the voice and opened his eyes. "What is it?" Du Tianxing said, "Sect leader, I led the Azure Dragon Gang members and wiped out the Shi family." Yi Nan said, "Well done." Du Tianxing cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the praise, Sect Master, but I've encountered some trouble. I killed several members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association." Yi Nan looked at Du Tianxing. "Are you afraid that the Martial Arts Association will cause you trouble?" Du Tianxing nodded. "That's right." Yi Nan said, "I will help you." Du Tianxing was relieved to hear this. "Thank you, Sect Master." Yi Nan said, "By the way, I want to open a clinic and a pharmaceutical company in Shanghai. I will give you 30% of the profits." Du Tianxing was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Of course, I don't want any profit." Yi Nan said, "If I say I'll give it, then I will." Du Tianxing said, "Thank you, Sect Master." He understood that this was the sect leader giving them a chance. That old sect leader possessed extraordinary medical skills. This young sect leader is certainly no slouch either. "Go ahead, just contact me if you need any help." "Yes." Du Tianxing left, and Yi Nan continued his cultivation. After thinking it over, he decided to open the Immortal Doctor Clinic in Shanghai. This will attract more attention from others. Hopefully, those behind-the-scenes manipulators won't disappoint him. The battle between the Green Dragon Gang and the Shi family has spread throughout Shanghai. The results caused an instant sensation. No one expected that the Green Dragon Gang would win this battle. Chapter 528, Another Challenge. In the eyes of many forces, the Green Dragon Gang has reached the point of exhaustion. Almost all of them believe that after this battle between the Shi family and the Green Dragon Gang, the Green Dragon Gang would be forever removed from the historical stage of Shanghai. But no one expected that the Green Dragon Gang would actually win. And they won so beautifully. Many people were prepared to devour this piece of fat meat after the Green Dragon Gang failed. Everyone was ready, but now the Green Dragon Gang has won. As for historians, they had absolutely no interest in them. Historians have risen to prominence in recent years. Without that important figure from the Shi family within the National Medical Center, the Shi family today wouldn't even be considered third-rate. That's all for now. Li Tianwang was drinking tea in the courtyard, but he was distracted and had no idea what was going on with his good friend. Given the extent of their injuries, they have likely already lost. Li Tianwang sighed deeply. Du Tianxing, why haven't you ever learned to bow your head all these years? If you ask me for help, I will definitely help you suppress the Shi family. But you're willing to die for your pathetic pride. Never mind, I'll burn you something every year during holidays. At this moment, Li Tianwang's granddaughter, Li Muran, rushed in. "Grandpa, something bad has happened." Li Tianwang looked at his granddaughter and said, "Why are you still so reckless?" Li Muran took a deep breath. Li Tianwang said, "Slow down." He knew the news his granddaughter brought was definitely not good. Old Du may really be dead. He didn't know how he would react after receiving this news. Delay it as long as you can. Li Muran caught his breath. "Grandpa, the Green Dragon Gang." Li Tianwang said dejectedly. "Don't say anything more, I already know." He knew he would feel bad, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. He really should have helped. That way, old Du won't die. Li Muran then spoke what he was about to say. "We won." Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Muran and asked, What? What did you say?" Li Muran said, "I said the Azure Dragon Gang won, and won beautifully. Shi Yaoyan was no match for Du Tianxing at all. He was killed in 2 moves. Li Tianwang's eyes widened. How is this possible? Shi Yaoyan is a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Although Du Tianxing was a grandmaster before, his cultivation level dropped due to his leg injury, and he couldn't use his full strength. He has recovered his cultivation level." Li Muran nodded. "That's right. Not only has it recovered, it seems even stronger than before." Li Tianwang burst into tears. Good. But soon, he regained his composure. "I knew it." So Du Tianxing dared to face Shi Yaoyan directly. "It turns out his cultivation has recovered. Keep an eye on this matter at all times, and report back to me if anything changes." "Yes," Li Muran replied. Meanwhile, inside the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association are all here. In the center, there are 2 corpses. One of the 2 corpses was Shi Yaoyan. At this moment, Huang Qinxiang, president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, watched coldly. Beside him were the other members of the Martial Arts Association, including the vice president and directors. They were all summoned. At this moment, everyone's face was extremely ugly. This Du Tianxing is really too much. He actually dared to kill someone. This Shi Yaoyan is a director of our Martial Arts Association. "President, we must avenge Shi Yaoyan. Otherwise, what will others think of our Martial Arts Association?" Huang Qinxiang naturally knew that he had to take some action. Otherwise, what would others think of their Martial Arts Association? A board member was murdered, but the association did nothing. I'm afraid they won't collect much in membership fees next year. These people are all driven by self-interest. They'll leave quickly once they see no benefit. Once the people leave, will the association disband? The problem is, this time it was Du Tianxing who made the move. Others may not know Du Tianxing, but he does. Back then, he lived in Du Tianxing's shadow. It is only because he is now in a high position that he dares to disregard Du Tianxing. "Quiet," Huang Qinxiang said. The others immediately shut up. "Our Martial Arts Association cannot stand idly by while Shi Yaoyan is killed. I will send people to the Green Dragon Gang to demand an explanation from Du Tianxing. If they don't give it to me, then I will take action." Huang Qinxiang is also a martial arts master. Moreover, he is a native of Shanghai. He actually looked down on people like Du Tianxing. They were all outsiders who came to Shanghai just to make a living. Aside from having some ability, he's nothing else. Upon hearing Huang Qinxiang's words, everyone said in unison, "Sect leader, once you make a move, Du Tianxing will definitely be no match for you." "That's right. Shi Yaoyan can't have died in vain. We'll wipe out the Green Dragon Gang, seize all their assets, and make them ours." "I agree." Du Tianxing probably took some kind of pill and his strength was temporarily restored. You know, he was crippled for many years. That makes sense. So many years have passed, and he hasn't recovered his cultivation level. How could he suddenly recover? I think he probably took some kind of elixir. Huang Qinxiang felt a little smug after hearing this. You're right. Du Tianxing must give an explanation for this matter. Otherwise, we'll mobilize all our members and teach the Green Dragon Gang a lesson. He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't take action himself and let these people reap the benefits without lifting a finger. If we're going to make a move, let's do it together. Everyone fell silent. Finally, someone spoke up. I agree. Huang Qinxiang coldly said. Then let's declare war. Soon, the Shanghai Martial Arts Association issued a challenge to the Green Dragon Gang in an official capacity. The challenge was very simple. A decisive battle to the death. The issuance of this challenge shocked Shanghai once again. First, it was the Shi family who issued the challenge, and now it's the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. What are these people from the Martial Arts Association thinking? Didn't you see the strength of the Azure Dragon Gang? They just suppressed the Shi family. Shi Yaoyun was a powerful force within the association. Now that he's dead, if they don't join forces to deal with Du Tiansheng, they'll end up like the Shi family. Soon, news spread. It is said that Du Tiansheng was able to defeat the Shi family because he took a pill and temporarily restored his strength. Upon hearing this news, everyone suddenly realized that Du Tiansheng's strength had been a mystery to them. They had all been curious about how he had managed to increase his strength, and now they understood that he had taken a pill. This meant that he was now at his limit. Once you take that kind of pill, there's only one outcome: death. I see. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. The various factions that had been quiet for a while are now starting to stir again. The Green Dragon Gang. Du Jianying walked in, a smile on his face. Father, the Shi family is completely gone. Du Tiansheng said, well done. Du Jianying said, many people outside are saying that you took a pill that temporarily boosted your strength. Before he could finish speaking, Du Tiansheng interrupted him. Ignore him. There are more important things for you to deal with now. Du Jianying was taken aback and asked, what is it? Du Tiansheng said, the sect leader is planning to open a pharmaceutical company. You need to prepare it within half a day. Can you do that? Du Jianying laughed and said, I thought it was something big, but it's just this. It's simple. Go do it. Du Tiansheng waved his hand. Okay. Du Jianying nodded. In less than half a day, Du Jianying completed the acquisition of a pharmaceutical company that was on the verge of bankruptcy. That evening, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals began its listing process. Chapter 529: Father and Son Breakthrough. Inside the Nanfeng Pharmacy in Shanghai, Du Tiansheng accompanied Yinan as they entered. Yinan stood in front, with Du Tiansheng following behind. Sect Master, everything is ready. You may move in now, Du Tiansheng said respectfully. Yinan looked around. Everything was brand new equipment. Well done. Du Tiansheng, flattered by the praise, asked excitedly. Sect leader, when do you plan to open for business? Yinan said, right away. Soon, a group of people walked in from outside. The person in charge was Zhao Yuro. He was followed by other people. Yesterday, Yinan contacted Zhao Yuro and the others, asking them to bring people to Shanghai. Because there are too few available personnel, and it is quite difficult to carry out work in Shanghai. After all, this is the territory of the National Medical Center, and the medical forces here are complex and intertwined, so a capable person is needed to keep things in check. Sending his wife here would be the best option, but Su Wanfeng is pregnant and cannot go to other places casually. After thinking it over, Yinan contacted Zhao Yuro. Zhao Yuro stayed in the Immortal Herb residence to guard the herb garden. In addition, she had good talent and was extremely talented in medicine. In short, Zhao Yuro is perfectly capable of fulfilling this position. As for Xiankaju, the herbs don't need much care at this time of year. Just send someone in to take a look. Zhao Yuro approached Yinan and respectfully said, Greetings, Sect Master. Yinan nodded slightly. Was the journey smooth? Zhao Yuro said, smoothly, without any obstacles. Yinan smiled and said, that's good. Now I'm going to give you a task. Zhao Yuro asked, Sect leader, please speak. Yinan said, I need you to lead the team to establish the Immortal Medicine Clinic and Nanfeng Pharmaceutical in Shanghai. Can you do that? Zhao Yuro nodded seriously, yes. Yinan said, that's good, let's get started. Zhao Yuro nodded, then turned to her entourage and said, everyone, let's get ready to begin. Everyone nodded in agreement. It is not difficult to replicate Zhongzhou's Nanfeng Pharmaceutical in Shanghai. The difficulty lies in withstanding external pressure. Now that Longyi Clinic has been destroyed, the only remaining major medical clinic in Shanghai is the National Medical Clinic. In fact, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic could have targeted various aspects of the Immortal Medicine Clinic from the very beginning. However, there is no need for that. The National Medical Center cannot consume the entire Great Xia, so it naturally has to give up some of its share, and it doesn't matter who eats it. But now that the Immortal Doctors Clinic is preparing to open a clinic in Shanghai, the National Medical Center will certainly not sit idly by. The Dragon Medical Hall had previously caused the National Medical Hall a great loss, so this time the National Medical Hall will definitely target the Immortal Medical Hall. After that, everyone went about their business. Yinan turned to look at Du Tianxing. I heard that the Shanghai Martial Arts Association has declared war on the Azure Dragon Gang? Du Tianxing said. That's right, nothing to fear. Our Azure Dragon Gang can handle it. Yinan said, let's go to the Green Dragon Gang and prepare a large bucket for me in advance. Du Tianxing paused for a moment, but without much hesitation, nodded and said, yes. The top floor of Qinglong Building. Du Tianxing led Yinan in. When Du Jianying saw Yinan, he immediately bowed and said, greetings, Sect Master. Yinan nodded slightly. Du Jianying was thrilled. The sect leader's nod meant that the other party had forgiven him. Then, Du Jianying looked at Du Tianxing and said, Father, the things are ready. Inside the room, there was a wooden barrel. Du Tianxing nodded, then looked at Yinan. Sect leader, the things are ready. May I ask what you intend to do with them? Yinan said, I'll help your Azure Dragon Gang improve its strength. You can go out for a bit first. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing immediately left with his son. After closing the door, Du Jianying asked, Father, what is the sect leader planning to do? Du Tianxing rolled his eyes at his son. Didn't you hear the sect leader say he'd help us improve our strength? Don't ask so many questions, just wait for the sect leader's next order. Inside the room, Yinan walked over to the wooden barrel. The wooden bucket was now filled with water. Yinan took out a pill and threw it in. Then we saw that the clear water in the wooden bucket had turned black. Then, Yinan pointed with one finger. Spiritual energy surged from his fingertips and entered the wooden tub. Soon, the water in the wooden bucket began to spin rapidly, forming a whirlpool. An amazing miracle occurred at this moment. The black water became clear and began to emit ethereal vapors. The pill that Yinan just handed over was not an ordinary pill, but a top-grade body-tempering pill. It is of a much higher grade than the body-tempering pills that Yinan previously bestowed upon Wang Teng and others. They were given only the finest quality. Although the two body-tempering pills are only one level apart, the difference between them is enormous. Yinan melted the body-tempering pill into a liquid, which he then mixed with water, enough to change the physique of thousands of people. At the entrance, Du Jianying sniffed the air and immediately felt refreshed. Dad, can you smell anything unusual? Du Tianxing also smelled it, a little. I feel very hot all over. Du Jianying said, Father, I feel my meridians colliding, and it seems like my cultivation is about to break through. Du Tianxing was stunned. Really? If my son can break through, then he will have a chance to become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. There is a hurdle between an internal strength martial artist and a half-step martial arts master. If one can break through to the half-step martial arts grandmaster level, then there is a possibility of reaching the martial arts grandmaster level. Although the chances are slim, it's still a possibility. He will fully support his son. Really? Father, I'm really about to break through. Du Jianying immediately sat cross-legged and began preparing for the breakthrough. Du Tianxing was extremely excited. At this moment, he also sensed something was wrong. It seemed that he was about to break through as well. He can understand his son's breakthroughs, but why can't he break through them himself? Du Tianxing couldn't understand it, but without any hesitation, he sat down and began his breakthrough. More than a decade ago, he was already a martial arts master. He thought his life was over and he never expected that he would have a second spring in his old age. After a long while, Du Jianying let out a wild roar. His cultivation level directly advanced from inner strength grandmaster to half-step martial arts grandmaster. That was awesome. Du Jianying turned to look at Du Tianxing. Had his father also broken through? At this moment, Du Tianxing opened his eyes, looked at Du Jianying, and said excitedly, Son, you've broken through? Du Jianying nodded. Father, what about you? It's truly a blessing from heaven for the Du family. Du Tianxing replied with joy. I haven't broken through. I'm already a martial arts grandmaster, and I'm getting old. How could it be so easy for me to break through? Du Jianying asked. Father, why do you think this happened? Du Tianxing did not answer, and the two of them looked at the door of the room at the same time. At this moment, the door opened. Yinan came out. What follows is a spiritual energy that penetrates the heart and soul. The Du family father and son were certain that this must have been the work of the sect leader. Greetings, sect master, the Du family father and son said respectfully. Yinan said, I will prepare a barrel of medicinal liquid for your Azure Dragon gang. Just a small sip will increase your cultivation level. You can use it to increase the cultivation level of your trusted gang members. By the way, you can't drink too much. Each person can only drink 1 spoonful every 10 days. If you drink too much, you may explode and die. Chapter 530 The Entire Guild Breakthrough. Only then did the Du family father and son realize what had happened. So it was the sect leader refining medicinal liquid. This medicine is definitely of a high grade. They broke through their cultivation levels simply by smelling it at the door. If they were to take a sip, they would have to break through again. The Du father and son immediately knelt on the ground. Thank you, sect master. Yinan said, You must remember what I say. Du Tianxing smiled and said, I'll remember that, sect master. I promise I won't drink a single extra drop. Yinan nodded and left. After watching Yinan leave, the Du father and son immediately rushed into the room. Looking at the glistening liquid in the wooden tub, he felt an intense longing and licked his chapped lips. Father, please, Du Jianying said, gesturing with his hand. Go find a spoon, Du Tianxing instructed. Okay. Du Jianying immediately stood up, and a minute later, she came back with a spoon in her hand. Du Tianxing took the spoon, his hands trembling slightly, scooped up a spoonful of the medicine, and gently sipped it. In an instant, a refreshing sensation flowed down my throat and spread throughout my body. Du Tianxing stared wide-eyed. He felt as if his entire body was being transformed. Every inch of skin was jumping for joy. Each meridian is filled with power. He felt a little bitter. The pills he had taken before were nothing at all. Are they sheep droppings? This is what you call an elixir, right? He had been stuck at the level of a martial arts grandmaster. At this moment, I feel the true energy within my body surging like a mighty river. It washed over his meridians, breaking through the shackles that hindered his advancement in cultivation. He immediately sat cross-legged, hoping to break through this barrier. Du Jianying was amazed by the miraculous reaction her father had after taking the medicine. I couldn't wait to scoop up a mouthful. Whether or not I can break through to the grandmaster level depends on this moment. His breathing became rapid. As the medicine enters the body, he felt his blood burning fiercely and power surging continuously from the depths of his body. Without any hesitation, Du Jianying also sat cross-legged and began preparing for a breakthrough. He had a gut feeling that he would definitely be able to break through to the martial arts grandmaster level. With a loud bang, a violent aura emanated from Du Tianxing and swept across the surroundings. The surrounding air seemed to be oppressed by his imposing aura. The room's furnishings were severely damaged. All those little things took to the air. But the tables and cabinets were only cracked by the tremors. As for the glass, it was all shattered. Du Tianxing slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation level had not broken through. But he has already touched the edge of becoming a grandmaster of martial arts. This change was beyond Du Tianxing's expectations. Meanwhile, Du Jianying's aura surged dramatically. Du Tianxing immediately looked over, a look of delight on his face. Half-step grandmaster perfection. He is only 1 step away from becoming a martial arts master. This was all because her son's talent was too poor. If my talent is strong enough, I will definitely be able to break through to the martial arts grandmaster level this time. Father, I've broken through to the martial arts grandmaster level. Du Jianying couldn't contain his excitement. The father and son looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. Father, this medicine is really too potent. If the other members of the Azure Dragon Gang can drink this medicine, in the future, our Azure Dragon Gang will surely stand at the top of Shanghai. Unable to contain his excitement, Du Tianxing looked at Du Jianying and said, Go quickly and call all the Qingmin people you trust here so they can also experience this great opportunity. Good. Du Jianying accepted the order and left. Before long, a group of Qingmin's trusted confidants arrived in a hurry. As soon as they stepped into the room, the refreshing scent that filled the air wafted towards them. Everyone was stunned for a moment. and then their faces showed an expression of unbelievable surprise. What is this aura? How can it be so strange? A trusted confidant couldn't help but ask. You're in luck, Du Jinying said. Go. Each of you take a spoonful, drink it, and then go laugh. By the way, you absolutely cannot drink too much, 1 spoonful at most. If you're greedy and drink an extra spoonful, you'll be responsible for any problems that arise. Upon hearing this, everyone moved closer to the wooden barrel. The moment they saw the liquid medicine, their eyes began to gleam. I've never heard of this kind of medicine before. That's right. Brother Du, is this really a reward for us? Nonsense, Du Jinying scolded. If you're going to drink, hurry up. What are you dawdling about? The first person immediately stepped forward, scooped up a spoonful, and drank it. In an instant, his eyes widened. The potion's power is simply outrageous. The people behind him were all staring at him. Suddenly, someone shouted, Does anyone smell a stench? No one else reacted. After hearing this person speak, they realized what was happening and quickly covered their noses. Ugh, it stinks. Who the hell pooped in their pocket? There's no need to get so excited just seeing the medicine. Then everyone saw black mud oozing from the leader's body. Holy crap, why is poop coming out of my skin? Du Tianxing said, That's not shit. Look at you bunch of good-for-nothings. That's impurities in your bodies. None of these people have undergone the process of cleansing their meridians and marrow. The first step to becoming a grandmaster is to cleanse one's marrow and refine one's essence. Without going through this process, the best one can achieve in this lifetime is that of an internal energy martial artist. And this is considered to be someone with exceptionally strong talent. He had undergone a marrow cleansing and purification process when Du Jinying was a child, which is why he did not experience the same situation as others. Several of the Green Dragon Gang's trusted confidants nodded upon hearing this. Then, the second person began to drink the medicine. The moment the medicine entered my stomach, a foul stench assaulted me. Du Tianxing couldn't hold back any longer and covered his nose. Du Jinying said, Those of you who have drunk the medicine, get out of here now, don't linger. The first 2 people left awkwardly. Meanwhile, it was already dark. Outside the Green Dragon Gang, a group of people sneaked into the Green Dragon building. These people are all members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Huang Qianxiang was at the very front. The others followed behind. President, are we really going to sneak into the Azure Dragon Gang like this? Someone asked. Upon hearing this, Huang Qianxiang said, That's right. Wouldn't that be unbecoming? When someone said this, everyone else looked at Huang Qianxiang. Just an hour ago, Chairman Huang Qianxiang said he would take them to challenge the Green Dragon Gang. Everyone agreed. But to their utter surprise, Chairman Huang led them in a sneak attack. That's indecent. No one wanted to, but they didn't dare refuse Chairman Huang's request, so they all came along. Then someone pointed out the problem that everyone had mentioned. Huang Qianxiang said, What you said is correct. It is indeed unrefined to do so. But the problem is, everyone's goal is to destroy the Green Dragon Gang. I ask you, which method can easily destroy the Green Dragon Gang? A head-on confrontation or a sneak attack? Chapter 531 Is the Azure Dragon Gang sick? Everyone was stunned. It was definitely a sneak attack. On this point, everyone has the same answer. Huang Qianxiang said, Since you all know it's a sneak attack, why don't you do it? It'll catch them completely off guard. Everyone fell silent. The president's words made sense. Why engage in direct confrontation when you can launch a sneak attack? Moreover, this would result in far fewer casualties. The president is right. How come we didn't think of that? One of Huang Qianxiang's lackeys said. Everyone was persuaded. Let's go, sneak in, and kill Du Tianxing. Having made their decision, everyone went inside together. There weren't many people in the Qinglong building today, as it's the weekend. The people guarding this place were all called to the top floor. With no one below, the members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association made their way up halfway up the building without any hindrance. Where are the people inside the Azure Dragon building? Could they all be missing? As long as Du Tianxing is here, that's fine. He's our target, and this outcome is a good thing for us, Huang Qianxiang said. Everyone realized that this was a good thing. They were all immediately delighted. With Du Tianxing dead, the Green Dragon Gang is leaderless and can be easily manipulated by them. Soon, everyone went upstairs together. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted the senses. Everyone immediately covered their noses. Who is it that has no manners, defecating in the middle of a crowd? Huang Qianxiang cursed. The others looked at each other. Who took a dump? Step forward. If you don't come out, don't blame us for being impolite. Nobody admits it. Didn't you poop? Huang Qianxiang asked. Everyone shook their heads. So that was farting? Tell me, who farted? Damn it. What did you eat before you came here? Huang Qianxiang cursed. No one responded. Huang Qianxiang was unhappy, especially if this happened elsewhere. He'll definitely go to great lengths to find the person who farted. But he really doesn't have time to deal with these people right now. Getting down to business is the priority. You can deny it, but this is a one-time exception. We're launching a sneak attack right now. If anyone farts and alerts Du Tiansheng, I'll kill him. Everyone nodded. Huang Qianxiang ignored him and continued walking. However, the stench was even stronger. Who pulled this out? Step forward. Huang Qianxiang roared. Everyone shook their heads innocently. Huang Qianxiang knew that no one would admit it, so he could only say, how about this? The person who took the shit, step forward. I won't punish him. You can just leave. Don't ruin our plan. Still no one responded. Huang Qianxiang's forehead was already furrowed. You better not let me find out. Otherwise, I guarantee you'll die a horrible death. Keep going. Soon, they arrived at the top floor entrance. Damn it, it stinks even more here. Huang Qianxiang had been holding back the whole way, thinking he could still bear it, but now he really couldn't take it anymore. President, I don't think it's our problem. It's the Green Dragon Gang's problem. Someone here is cooking shit. The lackey covered his nose and said. Upon hearing this, Huang Qianxiang found the other person's words to be quite reasonable. One person pooping would definitely not smell like this, and even if a group of them did it like this, it wouldn't have the same effect. It's obvious that someone is cooking excrement. No, what's wrong with the Green Dragon Gang? How could they do something so disgusting, like cooking excrement in their own headquarters? What kind of logic is this? Huang Qianxiang really couldn't understand it, so his lackey immediately explained, Chairman, could it be that the Green Dragon Gang is planning to ambush us? Huang Qianxiang was taken aback for a moment, then asked, what do you mean by that? The lackey said, the Azure Dragon Gang thinks they will definitely lose a battle against our martial arts association, so they are not prepared to fight. Since we can't find them, they will definitely come to the Azure Dragon building. Wouldn't that be falling into their trap? Huang Qianxiang really couldn't refute it, and more importantly, he actually felt that what the other party said made some sense. However, they didn't expect that we would arrive the day before and witness their actions. I can only say that your sneak attack this time was excellent, thwarting their plans, the lackey continued. Everyone immediately looked at Huang Qianxiang with burning eyes. Huang Qianxiang was a little overconfident. He hadn't expected himself to be so clever. Actually, there's something I've been keeping from you all. Huang Qianxiang looked at the others around him. Actually, I knew about their plan a long time ago, which is why I led you on this night raid to catch them red-handed. The president is awesome. Half the people cheered, while some thought it was utterly ridiculous. But they had no evidence and could not refute it. Just then, someone shouted, President, someone's coming out. Everyone looked ahead and saw a person who had drunk the medicine walk out. Huang Qianxiang and the others immediately smelled a foul stench. It stinks. Looks like he's wrongly accusing his own people. He's all alone. Let's go up there and kill him, Huang Qianxiang suggested. Good. Huang Qianxiang casually pointed to a few people. You guys go up and kill him. Immediately, the group clenched their fists and walked forward. The Green Dragon Gang member who escaped looked blissful, despite his foul odor and constant farting. But he didn't restrain himself at all. On the contrary, he hoped to fart even more. This is a complete cleansing and rejuvenation process. The farts they release are all impurities. Moreover, he felt it very strongly. His cultivation was breaking through. Previously, he was only an external martial artist, but now he actually feels like he is breaking through to the internal martial arts level. Moreover, he felt invincible. Even if a martial arts master came, the opponent would still die here. At that moment, he suddenly saw someone approaching, and his expression changed instantly. The other party wasn't from the Green Dragon Gang. Everyone was currently inside the room. That's the thief. And it wasn't just one, but a whole group. They're incredibly bold to dare break into the Qinglong building. They're practically asking for death. Kill. He rushed out alone. The two members of the Martial Arts Association immediately covered their noses when they saw the other rush out. Damn, it stinks. Go to hell. The two attacked immediately. But the next second, the two of them were sent flying. He suddenly fell to the ground. Huang Qianxiang's side believed that the Green Dragon Gang member was doomed. But when they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, two internal energy martial artists were taken down just like that? How is this guy so strong? The Green Dragon Gang member looked at Huang Qianxiang and his group and shouted, "You audacious thieves! How dare you trespass on my Green Dragon Gang? You're courting death." Huang Qianxiang immediately narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Send a few more men to kill him." This time, for martial artists with internal energy were involved. This man must die. It would be bad if he attracted more people. But the next second, the four people were sent flying backwards and fell at Huang Qianxiang's feet. Immediately, everyone in the Martial Arts Association was dumbfounded. What was going on with the Azure Dragon Gang? Is it this powerful after eating poop? Chapter 532 No Mercy. Huang Qianxiang gritted his teeth. Send another half-step martial arts grandmaster. Don't give them any chance. Although it's a bit of an overreaction, there's no other way. Damn it. What the hell is the Green Dragon Gang up to? At that moment, a half-step grandmaster stepped out from the crowd and attacked the opponent. At this moment, another member of the Green Dragon Gang came out. Like the first person, he reeked of a foul stench. Then came the third one. Huang Qianxiang panicked when he saw this. Hurry up and kill them. If nothing unexpected happens, the members of the Green Dragon Gang should all be inside. Take this opportunity to eliminate them one by one. Therefore, we absolutely cannot let these people call for help. The Martial Arts Association's half-step martial arts grandmaster charged forward, and the three members of the Azure Dragon Gang reacted. They were fearless. They fought against each other using the cultivation level of internal energy martial artists. Kill. Anyone who offends the Green Dragon Gang will be killed without mercy. They must be punished. The half-step martial arts master was stunned when he saw the three of them like this. He began to doubt his own cultivation level. He's a half-step martial arts grandmaster. He now had a feeling that the other party was the real half-step martial arts grandmaster. The four fought together. Huang Qianxiang thought the Green Dragon Gang members were doomed, but to his surprise, the two sides fought fiercely and evenly. Holy crap! What the heck? When did your internal energy become so powerful? 3 internal energies can't stop a half-step martial arts grandmaster. No, 10 internal energies can't stop him. Huang Qianxiang was enraged. Let's all go together and kill them. In an instant, several half-step martial arts grandmasters from the Martial Arts Association rushed forward. Upon seeing this, the 3 members of the Green Dragon Gang retreated repeatedly. The goal is for the 3 of them to team up against a half-step martial arts master. If there were one more, they wouldn't stand a chance. The 3 immediately turned and ran, one of them shouting, "Help! The Shanghai Martial Arts Association is launching a sneak attack." These words were spoken. Inside the room, Du Tianxing was the first to hear, "Someone is attacking us." Du Jianying and the others realized what was happening. "Father, let's go out and take a look." "Go ahead," Du Tianxing waved his hand. Du Jianying looked at the people who had already drunk the medicine and said, "Brothers, come with me to take a look." "Yes, Vice Leader." Du Jianying led his men out and happened to see Huang Qianxiang not far away. Du Jianying coldly said, "Huang Qianxiang, who gave you the audacity to trespass on our Green Dragon Gang's territory at night?" Huang Qianxiang was discovered. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "What? Is that not allowed?" Du Jianying said coldly, "Since you're here, don't even think about leaving." Huang Qianxiang laughed. "Where did you get the nerve to talk to me like that? You're not qualified. Call Du Tianxing out." Du Jianying said, "Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of my father's help." Huang Qianxiang laughed loudly. Fine. Even if I kill you, your father will still come out." Du Jianying sneered. "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Huang Qianxiang ordered those behind him, "Go. Kill them." Du Jianying waved his hand and said, "Let's do it." In an instant, The two sides clashed in battle. The members of the Green Dragon Gang were in high spirits. After all, it had just absorbed the medicinal liquid and was now worried about where to release it. Kill. Soon, the members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association were defeated. They were no match for the Green Dragon Gang. Huang Qinxiang's face turned ugly. How? How is this possible? Their martial arts association is clearly much stronger than the other side on paper, so why are they so easily defeated? Huang Qinxiang was furious and prepared to take action. It didn't matter if others lost. He was a martial arts master, and his opponents were not enough to make him fear them. Du Jianying was only a half-step martial arts master. Although Du Tiansheng is a martial arts master, he took a pill to enhance his strength during his battle with Shi Yaoyun, and he's probably lying at home now. Therefore, the entire Azure Dragon Gang is nothing to fear. Du Jianying turned his head. It's your turn, Huang Qinxiang. Huang Qinxiang coldly said, I admit I underestimated your Green Dragon Gang, but do you really think you're qualified to fight me? Du Jianying smiled and said, why don't you try and see? Then, a powerful aura emanated from him, sweeping across the surroundings. Huang Qinxiang's expression changed instantly. This is impossible. How could you be a martial arts master? Du Jianying sneered. Why can't I be a martial arts master? Huang Qinxiang gritted his teeth. I understand now. It must be that Du Tiansheng is no longer capable, so the Qinglong Gang has poured all its resources into you, which is why you broke through to the martial arts grandmaster level. But I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I cultivated to the martial arts grandmaster level on my own. Compared to a sickly person like you, I am dozens of times stronger. What do you have to fight me with? Du Jianying laughed and said, you'll find out soon enough. He stepped forward and threw a punch. He released the aura of a martial arts master. The air currents condensed into a vortex above the fist. Huang Qinxiang coldly replied, just ants. He also threw a punch, a scorching aura covering his fist. The air was steamed and made a hissing sound. Boom. Their fists collided. Instantly, the air currents collided, creating ripples that spread outwards. Huang Qinxiang was no match for Du Jianying. He was knocked away, fell to the ground, spitting blood, and looked extremely disheveled. President. The lackey stepped forward and immediately reached out to help Huang Qinxiang up. Huang Qinxiang stared wide-eyed at Du Jianying with disbelief. You? How can you be so strong? Du Jianying also showed a surprised expression, not expecting his own combat strength to be so strong. That's because you're too weak. You were right about something earlier. I'm a walking pharmacy, but I'm not just any ordinary walking pharmacy. The medicinal liquid prepared by the sect leader is a rare and precious item. Du Jianying struck again, transforming into a suit-clad thug and charging towards Huang Qinxiang, taking a step forward. Huang Qinxiang was terrified and quickly dodged, instinctively shielding his lackey in front of him. Click! The lackey was kicked in the chest. Before he could even scream, his body turned into a pool of blood. The power of a martial arts grandmaster is not something a mere internal energy martial artist can withstand. The blood from the grotesque body sprayed out in all directions, splattering all over Huang Qinxiang's face. Huang Qinxiang stared wide-eyed at Du Jianying in horror. This scene completely shattered his worldview. How is that possible? Du Jianying was just an internal energy martial artist. How could he suddenly become a martial arts master? And it's this strong? Huang Qinxiang was terrified. He looked at Du Jianying and shouted, Du Jian, Vice Chief Du, don't kill me. I surrender. I will cancel tomorrow's battle and announce to the world that your Green Dragon Gang has won a great victory. Du Jianying sneered. Tomorrow is tomorrow, and today is today. Even if I kill you now, it will still be a victory for our Green Dragon Gang. Then, with a sharp look in his eyes, he gave the order. All members of the Azure Dragon Gang, listen to my command and kill them all. Chapter 533 Shocking Shanghai. The Green Dragon Gang's momentum had reached its peak. Everyone rushed forward. The martial artists in the Martial Arts Association were nothing but a rabble. He was so frightened that he trembled all over and immediately got up and fled in panic. Seeing this, Huang Qinxiang shouted, Take me with you. But nobody paid any attention to him. At this moment, Du Jianying came up to Huang Qinxiang and looked him up and down. At that moment, Huang Qianxiang was so terrified that he wet himself. He trembled and cried out, "No, don't kill me. I am willing to serve your Green Dragon Gang. I am the president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. I wield considerable power. If I serve you, your Green Dragon Gang will be even more powerful." Du Jianying coldly replied, "No need." Then, he stomped on Huang Qianxiang's head and smashed it. Looking at the fleeing members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association ahead, Du Jianying ordered those behind him. "None of these people can be left alive. Kill them all." "Yes, Vice Leader." A group of people immediately rushed forward and killed people. Du Jianying watched as the people who were trying to escape fell to the ground one by one and burst into laughter. This time, the Green Dragon Gang is truly back. The former underground tycoon of Shanghai. With the sect leader around, the Du family will no longer need to be subservient to anyone. After a long while, the ground was littered with corpses. The members of the Green Dragon Gang returned to Du Jianying and said, "Vice Gang Leader, everyone has been killed." Du Jianying continued to give orders. "Take Huang Qianxiang's body to the Shanghai Martial Arts Association and take complete control of the entire association. As for the rest, if they are willing to submit to our Green Dragon Gang, spare their lives. If they do not submit, kill them directly." "Yes." The group left. Du Jianying returned to his room and, upon seeing Du Tiansheng, respectfully said, "Father, Huang Qianxiang and his men broke into our Qinglong building and have been completely slaughtered. I have also sent people to take over the Shanghai Martial Arts Association." Du Tiansheng smiled and said, "Well done. It seems I can retire soon." For so many years, Du Tiansheng has persisted on the front lines of the Green Dragon Gang because he feels there is no one to carry on the legacy. The Green Dragon Gang has such a large foundation, and he has no idea who to give it to. But now that his son has stood up for him, he can finally spend his old age in peace. Du Jianying smiled as her father praised her. Du Tiansheng continued, "Everything our Azure Dragon Gang possesses now is thanks to our sect leader. From now on, you must unconditionally obey any requests from our sect leader and absolutely must not resist. Do you understand?" Du Jianying nodded repeatedly, "Yes." The next day, all the major powers in Shanghai are waiting for the battle between the Shanghai Martial Arts Association and the Green Dragon Gang. However, when they arrived at the Martial Arts Association, they found that the place had changed hands and was occupied by the Azure Dragon Gang. Everyone was shocked when this scene unfolded. Could it be that the Martial Arts Association has already fought with the Azure Dragon Gang, and the Azure Dragon Gang lost? That must be the case. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have occurred. But when did they start the war? There is absolutely no news. Doesn't this mean that the Green Dragon Gang will once again become the #1 underground force in Shanghai? People who know Huang Qianxiang tried to contact him, but they were unable to reach him. This further confirms this point. The Green Dragon Gang is just too terrifying. They were once easy targets, but now they have risen again. However, some people started to have bad intentions. A battle between the Green Dragon Gang and the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. The Green Dragon Gang will definitely be fighting with all its might, and many of its members will be injured. In other words, the Green Dragon Gang must be vulnerable right now. If we launch a sneak attack on the Green Dragon Gang at this time, they will have no chance to fight back. Just as the group was pondering, inside the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, Du Tiansheng and Du Jianying came out with their other men. Du Tiansheng is now full of energy. Du Jianying followed behind, full of high spirits. The moment the two appeared, they came into everyone's view. Everyone's eyes revealed fear. Those who had just been plotting were trembling with fear. Is this still the same dying Du Tiansheng? This person is clearly a middle-aged man. How can someone be rejuvenated? Du Tiansheng must have received some incredible good fortune. Yes, that must be it. Du Tiansheng could naturally hear what others were saying. However, he didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, "You all probably came here to watch the fight, but you may have made a wasted trip as the Shanghai Martial Arts Association no longer exists. This will be the branch of my Green Dragon Gang from now on." No one dared to speak. Among these people were those who had offended Du Tiansheng before, and they were all afraid that he would settle scores with them later. Du Tiansheng continued, I know that some of the people who came today have some minor grudges with our Green Dragon Gang. Today, I, Du Tianxing, hereby declare that these grudges are hereby dissolved. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. But they were still afraid. Our Green Dragon Gang really wants to be friends with everyone. Du Tianxing stepped aside to make way for everyone. I suppose everyone arrived in a hurry and didn't have breakfast. Today, our Qinglong Gang is hosting a banquet here to invite everyone to have a meal. Everyone looked inside and saw tables laden with food. What a grand banquet. This scene left everyone bewildered. To eat or not to eat? What if this is a trap? Going in means certain death. But someone stepped forward from the crowd, cupped his hands in thanks, and said, "Thank you for your hospitality, Elder Du." Du Tianxing smiled and said, "Please take a seat." With someone taking the lead, the others felt less pressured and went inside after greeting Du Tianxing. Some people had grudges against the Green Dragon Gang and didn't want to go in, but now that everyone else had gone in, they had no choice but to go in too. Otherwise, they would become a thorn in the side of the Green Dragon Gang, which would be a loss. Afterwards, everyone went into the courtyard of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association and began their meal. On the other side, Li Tianlong was drinking tea in his courtyard. He sent his granddaughter to inquire about the outcome of the battle between the Green Dragon Gang and the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. He acknowledged the rumors circulating that Du Tianxing had taken pills to enhance his strength. Li Tianlong was well aware of the other party's injuries. It's not something that can be easily recovered from. Now that the Green Dragon Gang has just finished fighting with the Shi family, they are being targeted by the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, and their chances of survival are slim. This time, Du Tianxing will probably send someone to beg him. Li Tianlong had already thought it all out. He would choose to help whenever Du Tianxing came. However, Du Tianxing had to be sincere. He had been waiting since yesterday, but even though his granddaughter called him to go to sleep several times late at night, Du Tianxing never showed up. Li Tianlong frowned. This Du Tianxing really cared about his reputation. He wouldn't even ask for help. But it's okay. Anyway, it was Du Tianxing who died. Early in the morning, he sent his granddaughter to the Green Dragon Gang to scout out the situation. Judging by the time, the other party should be back by now. Just then, footsteps could be heard. Li Tianlong immediately stood up. If nothing unexpected happens, the granddaughter should be back. However, this time is far too short. The Green Dragon Gang might just choose to surrender. Du Tianxing, you're something else. You'd rather surrender than beg me. Didn't you keep saying that the Green Dragon Gang held the same place in your heart as your son? Then why did you surrender? At the door, Li Muran strode in and came to Li Tianlong. Li Tianlong quickly asked, "What was the result?" Chapter 534 I lost. Li Muran said, "The Azure Dragon Gang won." Upon hearing this, Li Tianlong froze on the spot, unable to believe it was true. "Are you sure the Azure Dragon Gang won?" Li Muran said, "It's not just that we won, it was a complete crushing victory. The territory of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association has been occupied by the Green Dragon Gang. Not only that, the families of the high-ranking members of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association have also been raided. More importantly, I saw Du Tianxing with my own eyes. His figure was not as weak as Grandpa said. He was extremely strong. To be honest, Du Tianxing looked younger than Grandpa." Du Tianxing was very unhappy with these words, especially his granddaughter's last sentence. It was as if a knife had been plunged into Li Tianlong's heart. What do you mean by Du Tianxing being younger than him? For the past 30 years of his life, he has been comparing himself to Du Tianxing. No matter what you compare, he is better than Du Tianxing. She was younger than Du Tianxing, more handsome, and even her children were more talented than Du Tianxing's. In any aspect, he completely surpasses Du Tianxing. Li Tianlong went berserk. Bullshit. He's over 80 years old, and I'm only 70. How can he look younger than me? Muran, are you mistaken for Du Tianxing? These two father and son look extremely alike. Li Muran knew it would be like this. Grandpa, I know you don't believe me, so I took pictures. You can see for yourself. I don't want to waste any more words on you. Li Tianlong quickly said, Come, take it out and let me see. I don't believe he can become younger. Li Muran took out his phone, opened the photo album, and saw a picture of Du Tianxing inviting everyone to a banquet. Here you go, See for yourself. Li Tianlong took the phone, muttering, I don't believe it. Holy crap. Is this really Du Tianxing? In the photo, Du Tianxing looks no different from being 60 years old. Li Tianlong stared wide-eyed, his body slumped in the rocking chair, but his gaze remained fixed on the photograph. That's impossible. Du Tianxing is already 80 years old. How could he have such a strong body? There must be something wrong with this. Granddaughter, you didn't use any of those photo editing tricks you young people use, did you? Li Tianlong asked Li Muron. Li Muron said, no, it was taken with a plain camera, and the distance was quite far, so it's still blurry. Next to him is his son, Du Jianying. You can compare them. Li Tianlong was heartbroken. Old man Du really was more handsome than him. That's fucking bad. What kind of medicine did that old man take? Li Tianlong muttered curses. I want to get this good stuff too. Wait, there's a problem. Li Tianlong frowned and looked at Li Muron. Granddaughter, what do you think of this old man Du's demeanor from afar? Especially his aura. Does it make you feel any pressure? Li Muron recalled what had happened at the Shanghai Martial Arts Association and nodded immediately. Yes, and very strong. I feel that Du Tianxing is even stronger than Grandpa. Li Tianlong immediately released his aura. That was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster, stronger than that of an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. Li Tianlong's strength was still a little less than halfway to that of a martial arts grandmaster. Stronger than me? Li Muron nodded repeatedly. Not only strong, but much stronger. Li Tianlong was shocked. I know. His cultivation has improved. The previous claim that he temporarily recovered his strength after taking the pill was a rumor. He really recovered his strength. Not only that, he also broke through. Now Du Tianxing's strength is infinitely close to that of a martial arts grandmaster. Upon hearing this, Li Muron's eyes widened. A grandmaster of martial arts. The realm that Grandpa always wanted to reach. Now, Du Tianxing has actually stepped in first. Grandpa must be very sad. Grandpa, don't be sad. Du Tianxing's breakthrough might just be a temporary surge of energy before his death. It's all an illusion, and he'll soon return to his previous state. But at this moment, Li Tianlong burst out laughing. You're wrong. I'm not sad at all. On the contrary, I'm very happy. Old Du has finally taken this step. I'm happy for him. Li Muron was speechless. What was going on with these two old men? They often argue and fight, and he also spews all sorts of insults. At this moment, Grandpa should be very sad, so why would he say such a thing? I really don't know what the other person is thinking. Li Tianlong handed the phone back to Li Muron. All right, you can go now. Grandpa wants to be alone for a while. Li Muron didn't say much and left with his phone. Li Tianlong sat in the rocking chair, laughing like a child, and said, Old Du, I've lost. You've finally taken this step. In the headquarters of Shanghai Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. At this moment, in an office, after Yi Nin killed two high-ranking members of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, the others took their place. One of them was named Shi Bei. The other party was that distant relative of the Shi family. At this moment, in Shi Bei's office, a young man knelt before him, pleading, Elder, please do justice for the Shi family. The speaker was Shi Han, Shi Tang's younger brother. The moment the Shi family was massacred by the Green Dragon Gang, Shi Han escaped in the chaos. He sought help from Shi Bei, an elder of the Shi family clan. The elder of the Shi family standing before them was their family's greatest trump card. But in reality, the Shi family did not have a very good relationship with this clan elder. Back then, this clan elder targeted the Shi family in various ways, but who knew that he would later turn the tables and become one of the 3 top leaders of the National Medical Center. They wanted the clan elder to return to the Shi family, but their belated concern was completely ignored. This clan elder never had much contact with them or the Shi family. However, the historians wanted to use the reputation of this clan elder to do something, so they publicly claimed that this clan elder was the one who had helped them. Everyone gave this clan elder face, which is why their Shi family rose to prominence. Otherwise, historians today would still be just roadside figures. At this moment, Shi Bei, an elderly man in his 70s, was reading a medical book, his gaze completely detached from Shi Han. Shi Han looked up at the other person and continued, The Shi family was wiped out by the Green Dragon Gang. I begged the clan elders to do justice for the Shi family. Shirbei then put down the medical book in his hand, looked at Shirhan, and said coldly, I remember saying that I have no connection with the Shi family. I wonder if your Shi family still remembers. Shirhan cried and said, Elder, the Shi family has treated you badly before. The Shi family has long known that it was wrong and has always wanted to make amends, but you have not given us the chance. Shirbei suddenly stood up and said coldly, Since you've already said that I won't give the Shi family a chance, then why did you come looking for me? Get lost, the Shi family isn't welcome here. Shirhan said in a panic, Elder, please save the Shi family. Only by taking action can we avenge the Shi family. Chapter 535 Alarms the National Medical Center. Shirbei coldly said, Get out. Shirhan wanted to continue speaking, but at that moment 2 people walked in from outside the door and dragged Shirhan out. Shirhan cried out, Elder, only you can save the Shi family. Please, I beg you, do my part. But before he could finish speaking, he was dragged out. Shirbei snorted coldly and sat back down in his chair. At this moment, he was all smiles. The destruction of the Shi family was a happy thing for him. During his youth, he suffered a lot of humiliation from the Shi family. Because of his poor family background, he was often bullied by the Shi family. Later, he endured the humiliation and worked hard, which eventually led him to join the National Medical Center. The Shi family then treated him better. Gradually, as he climbed higher and higher, the Shi family treated him better and better. They even said they would include him in the family genealogy. However, Shirbei refused. When he was down on his luck, not a single member of the Shi family came to him. But ever since he rose to prominence, so many nobodies have come to him. Shirbei didn't bother to care when the Shi family members used his name to get things done. In fact, he had known about the demise of the Shi family for a long time, and he immediately applauded it. The historians should be exterminated, but Shirhan came to him for help. He naturally wouldn't agree. Just then, another person walked in. Shirbei turned his head and saw that it was one of his subordinates. What's up? The subordinate immediately said, It's bad, Master Shi. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic has opened a branch in Shanghai. Shirbei's face darkened. This was not a good thing, and it was extremely troublesome. Every senior member of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic knows about the affairs of the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. They had been thinking about how to deal with the Immortal Doctor's Clinic, but then the medical master spoke up and said to ignore the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Therefore, people stopped taking the Immortal Doctor's Clinic seriously. In addition, the Immortal Doctor's Hall also did a good deed by helping the National Medical Hall destroy the Dragon Medical Hall. The National Medical Hall benefited a lot from this. Originally, it occupied 30% of the market share, but after the destruction of the Dragon Medical Hall, the National Medical Hall occupied more than 60%. However, the Immortal Doctor's Clinic had previously only opened clinics in Zhongzhou. How come it has now opened a clinic in Shanghai? What exactly happened? Tell me in detail. The other party then recounted what they had seen and heard. Specifically, they suddenly discovered that a Xianyi clinic had opened in Shanghai, and then they came to report it. Who rented the shop to the Immortal Healer's Clinic? Shirbei asked. He couldn't directly stop the Immortal Doctor's Clinic, but he could use some methods. For example, you could tell the landlord not to rent the shop to the doctor. Since the destruction of Longyi Clinic, Gui Clinic has held a dominant position in the field of medicine. Almost all the major powers in Shanghai had to listen to the National Medical Center. The forces that could support the opening of the Immortal Doctor's Clinic in such a short time are definitely not simple. The subordinate replied, It's the Green Dragon Gang. Shirbei narrowed his eyes. He thought about the recent events and realized that the sudden rise of the Azure Dragon Gang was inextricably linked to the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Otherwise, how could the once declining Green Dragon Gang suddenly rise again? I see. Send someone to the Green Dragon Gang and relay my words to them verbatim. If they disobey, don't blame our National Medical Center for taking action against them, Shirbei said. The subordinate replied, Yes. Then leave. The men quickly arrived at the Qinglong building. Ko Zhuan served as a guard at the gate. Ko Zhuan should have continued to be punished, but Du Tianxing gave him a good opportunity to redeem himself. Let him start as a guard, perform well, and try to impress Yi Nin when he meets him again. If he performs well, he can return to his previous position. Ko Juan was extremely grateful and hoped that Yi Nin could come to Qinglong Building as soon as possible. In this way, he can express himself. Of course, it would be best to have someone who has offended Yi Nan, so that I can perform better. At this moment, Ko Juan saw Shibei's men and stopped them. Who are you? What are you doing here? The other party said coldly. I am here on behalf of Elder Shi of the National Medical Center to see your chief Du Go and inform him quickly. When Ko Juan heard that it was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, his attitude softened. Do you have an appointment? The other person said, Didn't you hear what I said? I said I'm from the National Medical Center. Ko Juan said, Even if you are from the National Medical Center, you still can't enter without an appointment. Let alone the people from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Even if Shibei himself came, he couldn't be let in. The other person's expression changed instantly. What does your Green Dragon Gang mean? Are you not going to give our National Medical Center any face? This is the rule of our Green Dragon Gang, Ko Juan said. Like I said before, no one can enter without an appointment. Shibei's subordinate trembled with rage. How dare a mere watchdog be so arrogant? He remembered this. In truth, it didn't matter whether he went in or not. All he had to do was pass on the message. I'm not going in. Tell Du Tianxing to take back the shop he rented to the Immortal Medicine Hall, or don't blame our National Medicine Hall for being impolite. Upon hearing this, a glint appeared in Ko Juan's eyes. So it was aimed at the big shots. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic is owned by a powerful figure. I never expected that what I wished for would come true. I was just worried about how to make a good impression on the big boss. And then this person arrived. He also understood why the other person was there. The big boss's Immortal Healer's Clinic has caused trouble for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and now the people from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic are coming to cause trouble. Ko Juan coldly replied, What if our Green Dragon Gang doesn't? He didn't even need to ask Elder Du about this. He could make the decision directly. The other party was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, not expecting such a reply. Who do you think you are to decide the Green Dragon Gang's decisions? Ko Juan slapped him across the face. The latter was knocked to the ground, covering his face. My attitude is the attitude of the Green Dragon Gang. Don't bother seeing Elder Du go back and tell the higher-ups at your traditional Chinese medicine clinic that this is impossible. The other person asked incredulously, You dare hit me? Ko Juan continued his attack. I'll hit you if I want, what? Can I hit you? I'm hitting you. Get lost, or I'll hit you again. Ko Juan kicked the other man in the face. The other person tumbled down the steps, screaming in pain as they fell. You. Ko Juan made a move to continue his attack. The other person got up and ran away. He shouted as he ran. You just wait. And your Green Dragon Gang, from now on, our National Medical Center will cut off all supplies to your Green Dragon Gang. Ko Juan cursed. Go and break it, stop fucking bragging. The Green Dragon Gang no longer needs the medicines from the National Medical Center. The medicine prepared by the big boss is enough for them to use for a while. Besides, since they can't go to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the Green Dragon Gang will go and support the big boss. Wouldn't that be better? The medicines at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic are definitely better than those at the National Medical Clinic. The medicinal liquids that the big shot brought out prove everything. That level of medicinal liquid is something that traditional Chinese medicine clinics probably can't prepare. After watching the people from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic leave, Ko Juan met with Du Tianxing and recounted what had just happened. Du Tianxing was overjoyed. You did a great job, Ko Juan. From today onwards, you can return to your original position. He had no intention of punishing Ko Juan, but Ko Juan had offended the sect leader, and today the other party could be considered to have redeemed himself. Ko Juan immediately knelt down. Thank you, Elder Du. When Shibei learned of this, he was furious. Chapter 536 The people all know. The Green Dragon Gang is really disrespecting our National Medical Center. They're asking for it. From now on, the Green Dragon Gang won't be able to buy any medicine from our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. I want to see how they'll fight me without medicine. Martial artists need medicine for training, and they also need medicine for fighting. Forces like the Azure Dragon Gang need medicine for both combat and cultivation. If the Azure Dragon Gang dares to stubbornly refuse to buy any medicine, it will soon be surpassed by other forces. Even if the Green Dragon Gang regrets it then, he won't give them any chance. Shirbei, calm down. Wrong. That won't do. The National Medical Center cut off the Green Dragon Gang's supplies, but the Green Dragon Gang can go to the Immortal Medical Center. The reason why the Qinglong Gang dares to be so arrogant is because they have the Immortal Doctors Hall as their backer. Doing this will only hurt the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Every year, the Qinglong Gang spends more than 30 million yuan at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. All that money was wasted. We must find a way to prevent this from happening at its source. That's aimed at the Immortal Healers Clinic. However, it would be absolutely unacceptable if only the traditional Chinese medicine clinic targeted the Immortal Medicine Clinic. It seems we need to find a way to bring down the others as well. Shirbei quickly came up with an excellent method, but it would take some time to implement. The Immortal Doctors Clinic has already opened for business. The doctors were all brought from Zhongzhou. They provide medical care to patients at extremely low prices. In less than half a day, the story of the Immortal Doctors Clinic had spread. Everyone knows that a Miracle Doctor Clinic has opened in Shanghai. Treatment is inexpensive, and the doctors are highly skilled. So the word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Many people have also heard of the Immortal Doctors Clinic. People from Shanghai have visited Zhongzhou Immortal Doctor Clinic for treatment. With these people around, the reputation of the Immortal Healers Clinic spread even faster. The next day, a queue began forming outside the Immortal Doctors Clinic. As the Immortal Doctors Clinic opened, everyone rushed inside. Yinan and Zhao Yuro stood to one side. Master, on the first day of opening, not a single person came to the Immortal Medicine Clinic for treatment. But yesterday the Immortal Medicine Clinic received 10 patients, and today it has become 100. Zhao Yuro reported on the recent situation. Yinan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Zhao Yuro smiled and said, that's because the Immortal Medicine Clinic has a good foundation, and it has little to do with me. Although she said that, she was still extremely happy to hear Yinan praise her. Yinxiu, come here for a second. Yinan called out to someone not far behind him. Zhang Yinxiu quickly stepped forward. Zhao Yuro was slightly taken aback when she saw Zhang Yinxiu. Sect Master, who is this gentleman? Yinan explained, a friend of mine will stay at the Immortal Doctors Clinic to do odd jobs from now on. Yinan asked Zhang Yinxiu what she wanted in return, and as long as she asked, Yinan would do his best to fulfill her request. Zhang Yinxiu said she wanted to stay at the Immortal Doctors Clinic, and Yinan agreed. However, since Zhang Yinxiu had no prior experience, she could only start by doing odd jobs. Once she learned some skills, she wouldn't have to do odd jobs anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuro nodded slightly. Yes, Sect Master. Yinan turned to look at Zhang Yinxiu. What do you think? Zhang Yinxiu grinned, her lips forming a crescent moon. I'll do whatever you say. Yinan nodded. That's good. All right, go ahead and get busy. Yuro, you take care of her. When Zhao Yuro heard Yinan address him, her smile almost overflowed. Yes, Sect Master. She turned to look at Zhang Yinxiu. Come with me. Zhang Yinxiu nodded and followed behind. Afterwards, Yinan sensed his surroundings, searching for anyone suspicious. However, Yinan did not notice. That's strange. Isn't the traditional Chinese medicine clinic going to take action yet? Logically speaking, traditional Chinese medicine clinics should be in a great hurry right now. It's all right. Since the traditional Chinese medicine clinic isn't in a hurry, then the Immortal Medicine Clinic can continue to develop. Yinan didn't believe the traditional Chinese medicine clinic could sit still. Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals is also getting on track. At this moment, truck after truck of medicinal herbs are being transported into the factory. These herbs were all found with the help of the Azure Dragon Gang. Although the Green Dragon Gang was initially weak, its network of connections remained intact. Most of those medicinal herb suppliers had worked within the Green Dragon Gang in the past. Since Elder Du spoke up personally, everyone naturally gave him face. Yinan was even more satisfied after seeing the scene. Now, Shinny Hall has taken away business from Guai Hall, and Nanfeng Pharmaceutical continues to take away business from Guai Hall. If the traditional Chinese medicine clinic wants to endure it, then so be it. Yinan is eager to see how long they can hold out. Meanwhile, inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, The directors of various medical clinics in Shanghai gathered here. They came to discuss how to deal with the Immortal Doctors Clinic. At this moment, they all poured out their grievances. That Immortal Doctors Clinic is a real piece of work. It's only been open for 3 days, and all the patients in our clinic have gone there for treatment. My clinic is the same. Damn it, after the Dragon Clinic was destroyed, I only had a few good days before I had to go back. And this Immortal Clinic is even more terrifying than the Dragon Clinic. This is our problem. Going to the Immortal Healers Clinic is very cheap. Anyone can tell which one to choose. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's discuss how to deal with the impact this time on the Immortal Healers Clinic, said a rational clinic manager. At this moment, Shirbei walked in. All eyes immediately turned to him. Old Shirbei stretched out his hand, signaling the others to be quiet, and then he sat down in his seat. I already know the details. And we've already come up with a strategy to deal with it. Since the Immortal Doctors Clinic is going to wage a price war, then we'll play along with them. Not only that, we are also cheaper than them. No sooner had Shirbei finished speaking than someone stood up and questioned, Mr. Shir, if we really start a price war, won't our losses be too great? Shirbei said, don't be afraid of losses. The National Medical Center will help you. The key now is to take the initiative to regain market share. While not many people know about the existence of the Immortal Medical Center, we should nip them in the bud. Everyone agreed that what Old Shir said made a lot of sense. If the market is lost, then everything is over. At this moment, someone said, besides the Immortal Doctors Clinic, there is also Nanfeng Medicine. Shirbei said, I've already figured out a way to deal with Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, so I don't need you to worry about it. After these words were spoken, no one else said anything more. All right, that's enough for now. Meeting adjourned, Shirbei said. The other curators all took their leave and departed. Shirbei sat there, squinting his eyes. At this moment, Shirbei's subordinate walked in from outside. Old Shir, we have reduced the amount of herbs we purchased as you instructed. Shirbei said, well done. The subordinate said, there's something I don't understand. Doing this will only reduce our revenue and damage the reputation of our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Why would we do something that's harmful in every way? Shirbei smiled and said, don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Chapter 537, Using a Borrowed Knife to Kill. His subordinates still had many questions. Then the amount of pills given to other forces will be less. Shirbei said, the less the better. It would be best to cut off the supply altogether. His subordinates still didn't understand what Master Shir meant, but since the other party had said so, he had no choice but to agree. I'll get on it right now. 3 days later, outside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a large number of martial arts practitioners from Shanghai were gathered. Some of them are from Shanghai, while others are from other places. Then there are some distributors. They surrounded the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Why have the National Medical Center supplied us with so few pills these past few days? The leader spoke first. His name was Pei Hu, and he shouted loudly at that moment. Shirbei's men didn't know how to answer, so they could only go to old Master Shir to handle the matter. At this moment, Shirbei came out. As soon as he appeared, the people who had been shouting just moments before fell silent. They dared not offend Shirbei. Shirbei stepped forward and said, everyone, please don't be anxious. Let me finish what I have to say. Pei Hu looked at Shirbei. Elder Shir, why has the National Medical Center reduced the amount of pills it supplies us by so much? Shirbei sighed. It's not that our traditional Chinese medicine clinic is unwilling to supply everyone, but we've encountered some difficulties. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Shirbei. They couldn't understand what difficulties the traditional Chinese medicine clinic could encounter. Pei Hu said, Elder Shir, if the National Medical Center is facing any difficulties, you can tell us directly. If we can help, we will try our best to do so. Others didn't think they could help the National Medical Center, but since Old Shir said so, they wanted to hear what trouble the National Medical Center was facing. Shirbei said, the herbal medicine merchants who used to cooperate with our traditional Chinese medicine clinic no longer cooperate with us. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Not cooperating with the traditional Chinese medicine museum? What were these businessmen thinking? The National Medical Center needs so many medicinal herbs every year. Not cooperating with them would be tantamount to cutting off our own source of income. unless they have a new alternative. But in Shanghai, which pharmaceutical institution can compare to the National Medical Center? Almost none. So who are these forces cooperating with now? Pei Hu asked. Shirbei sighed and said, the Immortal Doctors Clinic. Everyone was taken aback when they heard the name. The Immortal Healers Clinic? Which faction is this? They've never heard of it before. What's the background of this Immortal Healers Clinic? Have you heard of it? Everyone shook their heads. Pei Hu said, I've heard that a new medical clinic is currently expanding rapidly in Shanghai, and it already has 3 branches. Shirbei said, in order to expand, the Immortal Medicine Hall is aggressively purchasing medicinal herbs. Our National Medicine Hall has always been operating on a low-profit, high-volume basis, just so that everyone can afford the pills. You could say that we hardly make any money. If we also purchase medicinal herbs at high prices, we will suffer serious losses. Even if you come to our National Medicine Hall to cause trouble today, we cannot provide any pills. Everyone, please leave. After saying these words, Shirbei covered his face and burst into tears, but in reality, he was secretly laughing. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic cannot directly clash with the Immortal Medicine Clinic, but it can use others to do its dirty work. And the swords are these martial artists. To put it bluntly, you can't make much money treating ordinary people. The money comes from martial artists. Now he's embezzling from these martial artists, stirring up conflict between them and the Immortal Healers Hall, so he can reap the benefits. Now it remains to be seen whether these martial artists will fall for the trap. Upon hearing Shirbei's words, all the martial artists trembled with rage. This Immortal Healers Clinic is going too far. Elder Shi, we will definitely stand up for you. Pei Hu said through gritted teeth. Not only him, but others were also furious. If they don't get the elixir, it's tantamount to taking their lives. Brothers, we must help Elder Shi, otherwise we'll be using expensive pills from now on. That's right. Let's go to the Immortal Doctors Clinic to demand justice. Pei Hu looked at Shirbei and said, Old Shi, leave this matter to us. Shanghai can only have one large medical clinic, which is the National Medical Clinic. All others must step aside. Shirbei was secretly delighted. These people had finally taken the bait. He pretended to be excited. Shirbei thanks you all here. From now on, when you buy pills, you will all get a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, the martial artists' faces lit up with excitement. They hadn't expected such a benefit. This trip has really been a huge success. Let's go to the Immortal Healers Clinic. We cannot allow them to monopolize the market. Soon, the group of martial artists headed to the Immortal Healers Hall. The sadness on Shirbei's face completely disappeared. His men came out. I am extremely excited at this moment. He saw through Shirbei's scheme. I have the utmost respect for Shirbei. Old Shi, your move is simply brilliant. You've done the dirty work without lifting a finger, and now the whole thing is no longer our concern. Next, the Immortal Medicine Clinic will have to figure out how to deal with those martial artists. Shirbei smiled and said, Let's go. Let's follow them and see. The subordinate replied, Okay. Meanwhile, inside the Immortal Healers Clinic, Yinan instructed Zhao Yuro to prepare more pills for martial artists. Zhao Yuro didn't understand what Yinan was trying to do, but she was certain that Yinan had his reasons for doing so. Open the door and wait for the guests to arrive. Zhao Yuro was stunned. Sect Master, we don't have any martial arts guests in Shanghai yet. Yinan smiled and said, It will be available soon, and from now on, all the martial artists in Shanghai will be our guests. Zhao Yuro didn't understand, but she still did as she was told. The sect leader must have his reasons for saying that. Yinan sat calmly in his chair, looking towards the entrance. In fact, after learning that the National Medical Center did not purchase medicinal materials from other pharmaceutical merchants, Yinan guessed that the National Medical Center would definitely make some underhanded moves. So he sent people to investigate the matter secretly and had people stay outside the National Medical Center to observe who came in and out of the National Medical Center. Until today, Yinan received news that a group of martial artists had entered the National Medical Center. Yinan had guessed most of the details of the whole affair. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic deliberately avoids purchasing medicinal herbs from herbal medicine merchants. The goal was to lure these martial artists to our door. This was a good way to shift the blame and make the martial artists think that the Immortal Doctors Clinic was the one causing the trouble. So Yinan sent people to refine a batch of pills for future use. Next, Sherbet should guide those martial artists to the Immortal Healers Clinic. If you calculate the time carefully, those martial artists should be arriving soon. The next second, a series of hurried footsteps sounded. Then, a large group of martial artists rushed in from outside. Pei Hu was at the very front. As soon as these martial artists entered, they fiercely scanned their surroundings and then said menacingly, "Get the person in charge of your Immortal Medicine Hall out here. I want to talk to him about something." Chapter 538 Qi Gathering Pills at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Zhao Yuro looked at the martial artist who had suddenly barged in and said coldly, "How dare you? This is the Immortal Medicine Hall, not a place for you to cause trouble." Pei Hu coldly replied, "We're here to cause trouble today. What can you do to us?" Zhao Yuro coldly said, "You guys give it a try." Pei Hu stepped forward and slammed his hand on the wooden table next to him. In an instant, the table was reduced to dust. "You tried it? What happened?" Zhao Yuro wanted to say something, but Yinan stood up and stopped her, saying, "You step back first." "Yes, Sectmaster," Zhao Yuro replied, then stepped aside, but her gaze remained fixed on Pei Hu. Pei Hu's gaze fell on Yinan, and after looking him up and down, he said coldly, "You're the manager of this Immortal Healers Clinic?" Yinan smiled and said, "I am." "Who are you?" Pei Hu said arrogantly, "I don't want to waste any more words with you. As long as your Immortal Medicine Clinic leaves Shanghai now, we can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise," Yinan looked at the other person and asked, "Otherwise what?" Pei Hu coldly replied, "Otherwise, you will die." Yinan looked at Pei Hu with a faint smile on his face. "Is that so?" Just as Pei Hu was about to continue speaking, a powerful aura instantly suppressed him, rendering him unable to move and even struggling to breathe. He finally knelt on the ground. This sudden scene caused everyone present to change their expressions. "Pei Hu, what's wrong with you? Pei Hu, say something." Everyone had already sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, Pei Hu knelt on the ground, his face flushed red, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Are you still going to let me die?" Yinan asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what had happened and that the person in front of them was behind it all. But they had no idea how the other side made their move. What exactly happened? Yinan only wanted to teach Pei Hu a lesson and never intended to kill him. Otherwise, Pei Hu would already be dead. Pei Hu returned to normal at this moment. He looked up at Yinan, his eyes filled with fear. He was a half-step martial arts grandmaster, someone who was infinitely close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster, yet he knelt down directly because of a single sentence from the other party. Who exactly is this guy? But he knew that the other party was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Pei Hu dared not speak again and prepared to step aside. But then Yinan continued, "Are you still going to let me die?" Pei Hu dared not say anything more and quickly replied, "I wouldn't dare." At this moment, even the most foolish martial artists present would know what had happened. The young man in front of me is definitely not an ordinary person, but an unparalleled expert. Everyone also figured out something. They were tricked by Sherbet. Given the strength of the National Medical Center, logically speaking, the first to object to the opening of the Immortal Medical Center in Shanghai should be the National Medical Center. However, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic did not do that. It's clear that even traditional Chinese medicine clinics can't do anything to traditional Chinese medicine clinics. So what can they do even if they come? Yinan's gaze swept over the crowd, and none of them dared to meet his eyes, for fear of angering him. Yinan turned around and sat down in the chair, saying calmly, "Tell me, why did you come to our Immortal Healers Clinic?" No one dared to respond. Everyone looked at Yinan with apprehension. Yinan said, "Since no one is going to speak, I'll just point randomly." He looked at Pei Hu. "You answer my question." Pei Hu immediately knelt down. He was genuinely terrified. The other party's aura was so powerful it was suffocating him. Oui. Pei Hu was speechless for a moment. He couldn't very well tell Yinan directly that they were here to cause trouble. "Since my question is difficult to answer, let me rephrase it." Yinan continued, "Who sent you?" Pei Hu immediately shifted the blame. "The National Medical Center sent us." Yinan said, "After you went to the National Medical Center, did someone tell you that the National Medical Center didn't have any extra pills to sell to you, right?" These words were spoken, Everyone was stunned and exchanged glances. They were all puzzled as to how Yinan knew about this. They all say it. Peihu nodded. Yes, how did you know? Yinan continued. That person also told you that all the medicinal herbs in Shanghai were taken away by our immortal medicine hall, right? Peihu and the others stared wide-eyed. What this man said was exactly the same as what Old Shi had said. Could it be that the other party was present when Master Shi was speaking? That shouldn't be the case, since that's a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. How could someone from a folk medicine clinic be there? Everyone looked on with curiosity. That's right. How did you know that? Yinan said. Then you agreed to come to the immortal doctor's clinic to cause trouble, right? Everyone was shocked. Had this person installed surveillance cameras on them? How did they even know that? You've been used as pawns. Yinan continued. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Then they all realized that they had really been used as pawns. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic couldn't possibly be unaware of how skilled this person is. So, Shirbei did it on purpose. Let them come to their deaths. Damn it. They're really awful. Oh shit. Once everyone realized what was happening, they all wanted to curse. Then everyone immediately knelt on the ground and said to Yinan, Please spare our lives, boss. We were just following orders and had no intention of being enemies with the immortal doctor's hall. Yes, as long as you let us go, we'll go back to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and cause trouble for that old man. Of course, we can buy back our lives. Yinan said, No need. I won't make things difficult for you. On the contrary, I'd like to do business with you. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Doing business? What kind of business can they do with each other? Could it be that they're being asked to buy elixirs? This elixir must be very expensive. Everyone was in a dilemma. But in the end, he still chose to go into business. After all, money can be earned back, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Okay, Peihu was the first to respond. Boss, what kind of business do you want to do with us? Yinan said, I think you will buy pills from our immortal medicine hall in the future. Everyone was terrified. They were indeed being asked to buy pills. That works too. As long as you're not afraid of dying, anything is fine. Okay. Peihu replied, That's fine. I agree. Others chimed in. Yinan asked, What kind of pills do you buy the most at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Qi gathering pill. The crowd answered. Yinan immediately instructed Zhao Yuro, Bring out our qi gathering pills. Zhao Yuro instructed her subordinates to come out and bring out a basin of qi gathering pills. As soon as it was served, a fragrant aroma filled the entire hall. Upon smelling it, the group of martial artists' eyes lit up. This thing is a qi gathering pill. No way. Chapter 539. Is it really that cheap? The qi gathering pills they encountered didn't taste like this. Judging by its shape alone, this is a qi gathering pill. It wouldn't be impossible for the immortal doctor's hall to allow them to purchase this kind of elixir. Peihu asked, Master, are these the pills we're going to use for this trade? Yinan nodded. Everyone was overjoyed, but their faces soon fell again. This elixir is excellent, but it must be very expensive. Buying a few for a short time is fine, but for a long time, they can't afford it. Eating too many would easily bankrupt them. Peihu cautiously inquired. Boss, how much does this pill cost? Yinan held up one finger. Peihu and the others immediately widened their eyes. 1 million? This price is indeed very expensive, twice that of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The price of one pill sold to them by the traditional Chinese medicine clinic is 500,000. However, the quality of this elixir seems to be much better than that of the one from the National Medical Center. If it's 1 million, can I have 10? Peihu asked. I only need 5. I only have enough money to buy 3. Everyone chimed in with their opinions. Yinan shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Could it be a 10 million one? This is expensive, but they really want to taste what this elixir tastes like. Then let's each buy one. Boss, if it's 10 million per pill, we don't have enough money on us, someone said. Peihu also spoke up. Boss, we really want to buy your pills, but the price is just too high. We only have enough money to buy one. Yinan asked, Is 100,000 per pill very expensive? The cost of refining a qi gathering pill is less than 5,000. Because Yinan personally refined it, even if it sells for 5 million per pill, there will definitely be buyers. It's not Yinan's identity that causes the pill to be overpriced, but rather that it's worth that price. If others knew that it was refined by Yinan, they would definitely sell it for 10 million per pill. Secondly, Yinan never intended to make money from the Shanghai Immortal Medicine Clinic. He only wanted to use it to restrain the National Medicine Clinic. That's why he sells it for 100,000 each. If martial artists from Tianzhou and Yangzhou knew about this, they would definitely rush to buy it. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. 100,000 per pill? Are you kidding me? How could this thing only cost 100,000? Everyone thought they had misheard. So they whispered among themselves. Did you hear the big shot say how much each of these pills costs? Tell me how much you heard first. I heard it was 100,000. I also have 100,000. Holy crap, could it really be selling for 100,000? All eyes turned to Yinan. Pei Hu's eyes widened as he asked, Boss, do you mean you're selling this pill for 100,000 each? Yinan calmly said, If you want to buy it at a high price, I personally don't mind. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that each pill cost 100,000. This is cheaper than what's sold at traditional Chinese medicine clinics. Who would still buy medicine from traditional Chinese medicine clinics in the future? They can just blacklist them. Soon, everyone realized something else. Perhaps the pills were ineffective, not as good as those from the National Medical Center, and only looked good. Pei Hu decided to give it a try. Boss, can I try one? Yinan nodded. Whatever you say. Pei Hu took one out of the basin, put it in his mouth, and instantly felt a warm current flowing through his body, and then his eyes lit up. The effects of this pill are far more powerful than those of the pills from the National Medical Center. It can be said that the two are simply incomparable. The Qi-gathering pill from the National Medical Center is not even worthy of comparison. It is utterly worthless. At that moment, he realized that he had been living a life of hardship all along. And we wasted so much money. Everyone else was looking at Pei Hu. Brother Pei, how are the pills? Tell me how it feels. Pei Hu shook his head. Not very good. Everyone looked surprised upon hearing this. That doesn't make sense. If it wasn't that great, why did Pei Hu have that expression just now? Just as everyone else was confused, Pei Hu rushed up to Yinan and said, Boss, I want all the Qi-gathering pills from the Immortal Doctor's Hall. Such excellent pills. He would sell all his possessions to buy them all, and hoarding more would not be a loss at all. Seeing this, everyone realized that the bastard Pei Hu had tricked them. After hearing what he said, they immediately stepped forward and said, Boss, we also want the pills. Zhao Yuro said, You all step back and do not be rude. Everyone quickly stepped back. Yinan said, This time, I refined less than 100 pills in total. If I divide them among you, that's about 8 pills per person. If needed, you are welcome to visit the traditional Chinese medicine clinic again to purchase. Everyone felt a pang of regret, knowing that prices would definitely rise next time. However, getting 8 would be fine too. Okay, boss. Where do I pay? Yinan said, There's no need for everyone to rush. Next time you come, the price of Qi-gathering pills will still be the same. There won't be any changes. What? 100,000 per pill? Then why bother fighting over it? It'll be the same next time anyway. As for where to pay, Yinan said, looking at Zhao Yuro. You can just follow her to pay the bill. Zhao Yuro stepped forward. You guys come with me. Pei Hu and the others left with Zhao Yuro. After a while, I came back after paying. The staff at the Immortal Medicine Hall had already wrapped up the pills and handed them to Pei Hu and the others. Customers, please take your pills. Pei Hu and his companions were flattered. The service was simply too good. Every time they went to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, they were treated coldly. From this perspective, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic is truly a terrible place. Not only are they expensive, but they're also ineffective. Compared to Xinyi Clinic, they're nowhere near as good. Moreover, that old bastard Shi Bei actually instigated them to cause trouble for the big boss. What a bad seed. Pei Hu and the others felt extremely guilty and looked at Yinan, kneeling on the ground. Boss, we're really awful, we apologize. They kowtowed and admitted their mistakes one by one. Yinan waved his hand. You don't need to do this. We are all guests. Just come and spend money at our Immortal Medicine Clinic more often in the future. Pei Hu and the others stood up. We will definitely come back to patronize this place in the future. The things at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic are cheap and effective. We will come here often. Not only that, We will also recommend the Immortal Doctor's Clinic to our friends so that they can come here too. Yinan said, "Thank you all." Pei Hu said, "Boss, there's one more thing. Our visit to the Immortal Medicine Clinic was actually instigated by Shi Bei from the National Medicine Clinic. You should be careful of this man. He's full of bad intentions." Upon hearing this, Yinan was about to say that he knew, but at that moment, he heard Zhang Yinxio's body go limp and fall to the ground, her face as pale as paper and devoid of any color. Chapter 540 The Immortal Doctor's Clinic is not simple. Yinan noticed Zhang Yinxio's behavior and quickly got up to help her up, asking, "Yinxio, what's wrong?" Zhang Yinxio looked at Yinan, her pupils trembling wildly, and then she looked around at the other people. Yinan understood what the other person meant. The other person wanted to speak, but there were too many people here. Yinan immediately got up and left with Zhang Yinxio, not forgetting to turn back to Zhao Yuro and say, "Yuro, see them off." "Yes." Zhao Yuro nodded, then said to Pei Hu and the others, "Gentlemen, this way please." Pei Hu and the others smiled and said goodbye to Yinan, then walked out. Meanwhile, outside the Immortal Doctor's hall, Shi Bei and his men were in a secluded spot, their eyes fixed on the Immortal Doctor's hall in front of them. The subordinate asked in surprise, "Master Shi, so much time has passed. Why haven't Pei Hu and the others come out yet? There's been no movement at all. Could something have happened?" Shi Bei also found it strange. Almost half an hour had passed, and nothing had happened. Logically speaking, Pei Hu and the others should have started making a scene inside the Immortal Doctor's hall. "No rush, let's wait a bit longer." His subordinate glanced over instinctively and saw Pei Hu and the others come out. "They're out, Elder Shi. They all have smiles on their faces. It seems they've succeeded." Shi Bei said, "Let's go up and take a look." He also thought so. Otherwise, how could he explain the smiles on Pei Hu and the others' faces? Shi Bei greeted Pei Hu. "Brother Pei, thank you for standing up for our National Medical Center this time." Pei Hu and the others had been all smiles, but when they saw Shi Bei, all their smiles disappeared. The thought of how this guy caused them to offend the big boss makes them angry. If it weren't for the boss's kindness in letting them go, they would all be dead by now. They were just thinking about whether to go to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic for revenge, but then they thought better of it. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic was not one they could afford to offend. They decided to just pretend that this never happened and would never buy medicine from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic again. Who knew that Shi Bei would actually appear in front of them? Well, this matter needs to be discussed properly. "Shi Bei, you dare to show your face here again?" Pei Hu cursed angrily. Everyone else glared angrily at Shi Bei. Shi Bei was completely dumbfounded. What was wrong with these people? They seemed like completely different people. "I was perfectly fine when I left the traditional Chinese medicine clinic." Shi Bei said, "Pei Hu, why are you cursing me? It's all very strange." Pei Hu coldly said, "Are you pretending to be someone else? There isn't a single good person in your National Medical Center." Shi Bei was displeased. "Pei Hu, what do you mean?" Pei Hu had a bad temper and was always straightforward, saying whatever came to mind without holding back. "I'm telling you, you're no good. Do you understand?" Shi Bei trembled with rage. "Pei Hu, let me tell you, from now on, you can forget about buying a single pill from me. I'd rather feed it to a dog than sell it to you, understand?" Pei Hu sneered. "Who cares to buy your pills? I'll never set foot in your traditional Chinese medicine clinic again." Shi Bei's face turned ashen with anger. He ignored Pei Hu and turned to the others. "Everyone, from now on, you will all receive a 20% discount when you buy medicine at the National Medical Center. I can provide as much as you want, but you cannot sell to Pei Hu, otherwise your discount will be revoked." Everyone laughed. They still treat your traditional Chinese medicine clinic like a hot commodity. They weren't as direct as Pei Hu, but they still expressed their opinions. "Mr. Shi, we can talk about the future later." Pei Hu said directly, "From now on, we will only go to the Immortal Medicine Clinic. No one will go to your National Medicine Clinic." Shi Bei looked at the others. "Is this really true? No one kept it a secret anymore." "That's right. From now on, we will only buy pills from the Immortal Medicine Hall and will no longer go to the National Medicine Hall." Shi Bei calmed down. "Can you give me a reason?" Pei Hu cursed. "The National Medical Center is too corrupt. It's that simple. The Immortal Medical Center's pills are of good quality and cheap. It's that simple. Do you understand? If you don't understand, I'll repeat it for you. Sherbet never expected things to turn out this way. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic has started a price war on medicines. Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a trap. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic may have been prepared, otherwise they wouldn't have started promoting their elixirs to customers of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic as soon as they entered. He must have fallen into the trap from the very beginning. Then the Immortal Doctor's Clinic decided to play along. Damn it, this time we've lost both our wife and our army. Damn it. Sherbet glared at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He will definitely find an opportunity to take revenge on the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. However, let's deal with Pei Hu and the others first. I hope you won't regret it. In the future, it will be difficult for you to buy medicines from the National Medical Center. You will have to pay 3 times the price. Pei Hu coldly replied, Regret? That's impossible. After saying that, he walked forward and bumped into Sherbet, almost knocking him to the ground. The others followed behind. Sherbet, supported by his subordinates, asked, Old Sher, what should we do next? Sherbet didn't know what to do either. There was a master in this Immortal Doctor's Clinic. The other party guessed what he had done. This is clearly not a simple matter, and it requires careful consideration. We must come up with an excellent way to deal with the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Let's go back and talk about it first. Sherbet left with the help of his men. Pei Hu and his group gathered together. Pei Hu, isn't it a bit bad that we've offended the Imperial Medical Academy like this? If the Imperial Medical Academy goes out of business, we won't have any more pills to use, and our family might even face annihilation. Someone expressed their concern. Pei Hu laughed and said, Don't worry, the Immortal Doctor's Clinic won't fall so easily. Why? Everyone was very curious. Pei Hu said, It's very simple. What kind of person do you think someone would be to be able to refine a qi-gathering pill at this price? Naturally, they must be experts in alchemy, or at least masters of medicine, someone replied after thinking for a moment. Everyone realized that there was a master of medicine standing behind the Immortal Healer's Hall. No, there might be 2. But even so, it can't stop the National Medical Center. The National Medical Center also has 2 masters of medicine. Pei Hu said, Then let me ask you, what is the price of qi-gathering pills refined by your medical masters? After thinking for a moment, someone replied, It would have to be at least 5 million. Pei Hu said, We got the pills worth 5 million for only 100,000. This shows that there is a powerful force behind the Immortal Medicine Hall that is not short of money. They have money and medical skills. Moreover, I have received information that the Dragon Medicine Hall was destroyed by the Immortal Medicine Hall. Do you still think the Immortal Medicine Hall will be destroyed so easily? Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Pei Hu's words made even more sense. They hadn't even noticed it. It has to be you, Pei Hu. Inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Yinan led Zhang Yinxiu to the lounge. Zhang Yinxiu's complexion had recovered somewhat, but she was still a little scared. Yinan had seen Zhang Yinxiu in this state before. When he asked Zhang Yinxiu to go back to the massacre of her family, she was like this. He needed to find out exactly what happened. Yinan asked, Yinxiu, what's wrong? Chapter 541, Matching Teammates. Zhang Yinxiu regained some color in her face, and then said, I just heard a name that appeared at the scene of my family's massacre. Upon hearing this, Yinan quickly asked, Which name? Yinan felt it probably wasn't Pei Hu or the others. Of these people, only Pei Hu revealed his name, the others did not. Suddenly Yinan realized that after someone mentioned Sherbet's name, Zhang Yinxiu fell to the ground. Sherbet, Zhang Yinxiu said. Yinan frowned. It was indeed that name. Judging from Zhang Yinxiu's performance, it doesn't seem fake. This Sherbet was involved in the massacre of the Zhang family. Yinan had never met Sherbet before, but he had heard that the other party was a distant relative of the Sher family who held a high-ranking position in the National Medical Center. The 2 brothers, Long Fei and Long Yang, whom Yinan killed earlier, were from the National Medical Center. After Long Fei's death, Sherbet took over. Since that's the case, Yinan needs to have a chat with Sherbet. Since Sherbet was able to appear at the murder scene, it means that the other party was just a small fry, and the mastermind behind it was someone else. Could it be that renowned physician from the National Medical Center? Yinan had never met the medical master, but he had heard others praise him. In the past few days, many of the people who have come to the Immortal Medicine Clinic for treatment have talked about the renowned physician at the National Medical Center. This person practiced medicine and helped the world, as if he were a reincarnation of a medical immortal. He doesn't sound like the kind of person who could commit such a horrific massacre. But you can only know a person's face, not their heart. You have to do a real investigation. So now we have to start by taking action against Sherbei. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Since Sherbei was involved in the massacre of the Zhang family, I will definitely not let him get away with it. Yinan comforted Zhang Yanqiu. The latter nodded slightly. Yinan said, "You should rest first." After Yinan left, he pondered what to do next. Sherbei only participated in the massacre of his family back then, and then became a high-ranking member of the National Medical Center. It's hard to imagine how powerful the real mastermind behind it all must be. But no matter who the other party is, Yinan will find them and kill them. Then Yinan clenched his fists tightly. Let's start with Sherbei and drag them out one by one. Sherbei returned to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, feeling restless and uneasy. This time, he's in for a rough time. The market for ordinary people has been lost. Now even the market for martial artists has been lost. In such a short period of time, he has made so many wrong moves that the traditional Chinese medicine clinic will surely question his abilities. At the next meeting, many people will surely question his abilities. In that case, his position is in jeopardy. Sherbei must find a way to remedy the situation, but the question is, how? For ordinary people, it's not a big deal. They can get medical treatment for free, and they can completely take back the market. But what about martial artists? Martial artists don't come to you just because you offer cheap prices. If nothing unexpected happens, after Pei Hu and the others entered the Immortal Medicine Hall, they saw the pills sold inside, and felt that they were much better than those of the National Medicine Hall, and the prices were also fair. So they decided to do business with the Immortal Medicine Hall in the future. The martial arts community isn't very large, so the news spreads quickly, and eventually the entire martial arts community in Shanghai will know about it. Then, if you choose to buy elixirs from the Immortal Physicians Hall, the National Physicians Hall will be completely finished. Unless the National Medical Center comes up with a higher grade elixir at a lower price, everything will be in vain. The problem is that it's simply impossible. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic doesn't belong to him alone. If he demands to sell the elixirs at a low price, there will definitely be people who object to him. Things will be particularly difficult to do. Of course, there is another way to prevent this problem. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic was wiped out of Shanghai. The problem is, he can't erase it all by himself. Sherbei really doesn't know what to do now. Just then, a voice came from behind. Is Elder Shi troubled by the matter of the Immortal Healer's Clinic? Upon hearing this voice, Sherbei's expression changed drastically. This is his office. There are no other outsiders here. He turned his head and saw a man in a white suit slowly walking out, waving a folding fan. The other party was none other than Dongli Tianji, the young master of the Divine Strategist Order. Sherbei looked at the other person warily. You? Who are you? How did you get in? Then he immediately looked around. Someone come here. But no one responded to his calls for a long time. Dongli Tianji said with a smile, No need to call him. He's already asleep. Sherbei stared at Dongli Tianji and asked, Who exactly are you? Let me tell you, this is the National Medical Clinic. You'd better leave immediately, or don't blame me if something happens. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Don't panic. I'm not a bad person. Let me introduce myself first. I am Dongli Tianji, the young master of the Divine Strategist Order. Upon hearing this, Sherbei's eyes widened. Divine Order? One of the most powerful intelligence organizations in the Great Xia dynasty. This person is still the young master. This is someone he can't reach. Why? Why are you here? We have no connection whatsoever. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, You and I have no connection, but we can be connected through one person. Sherbei asked, Who? The owner of the Immortal Healer's Hall. Dongli Tianji did not reveal Yinan's name, mainly because he was afraid that the other party would find out Yinan's identity and back down. Dongli Tianji came to Sherbei this time because he wanted to use the Immortal Doctor's Hall to deal with Yinan. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic is not as simple as it seems on the surface. The network of connections among the top executives of each Immortal Healer's Clinic is exceptionally deep. Shirbei had not been in a high-level position for very long, and given his humble background, his network of connections was very shallow. Shirbei is no match for Yinan. But if Shirbei gets into trouble, the Immortal Doctor's clinic will definitely not stand idly by. Shirbei stared at Dongli Tianji, looking him up and down. If someone else had said this, Shirbei would have been somewhat skeptical, but if it was Dongli Tianji who said it, he might have believed it. You should know that the divine token is something he might never be able to touch in his lifetime. Dongli Tianji continued. So what is Elder Shi's attitude? After hesitating for a moment, Shirbei said, I want to know, why did you help me? The other party won't appear and help him for no reason. Given the other party's status, dealing with one person would be extremely easy. They could easily act alone. Dongli Tianji smiled. It seemed that Shirbei wasn't a fool after all. I'm not helping you. I've said before, we're joining forces to deal with him. Shirbei said, Young master, with your status, killing someone would be very easy. How can I help you? Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Killing him would be very simple for me, but I cannot use my identity to do so directly, understand? Moreover, this matter is too complicated. If I show my face, things will change. At that time, the Immortal Doctor's Hall will also have helpers behind it, which will be detrimental to me. Shirbei thought about it and realized that this was indeed a reason. The Divine Strategist Order must also have enemies. If the Divine Strategist Order targets the Immortal Medicine Hall, then the Immortal Medicine Hall will be randomly matched with a force that can rival the Divine Strategist Order. At that time, the Immortal Medicine Hall will be even more difficult to destroy. What can I do for you? Dongli Tianji said, Take action against the Azure Dragon Gang. Chapter 542 Su Longbei. Dongli Tianji definitely cannot directly attack Yinan. It's not the right time to break off relations yet. The Azure Dragon Gang is Yinan's man, so taking action against the Azure Dragon Gang is the same as taking action against Yinan. The fact that Yinan came to the Green Dragon Gang as soon as he arrived in Shanghai means that he has no one else to rely on. If Dongli Tianji knew that Yinan only went to the Qinglong Gang because it was on his way, he definitely wouldn't be here. He definitely won't be here. Based on Dongli Tianji's understanding of Yinan, it's perfectly feasible to take action against him now. But he didn't want to reveal himself so soon. So they chose to find an agent to handle the matter, and that person was Shirbei. Upon hearing this, Shirbei said with difficulty, The Green Dragon Gang is not so easy to deal with. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Don't worry, you'll have help. He certainly couldn't let Shirbei deal with the Green Dragon Gang alone. The other party can't do it either, but if we find him a helper, the result will be different. Hearing this, Shirbei felt emboldened. I promise you. The main reason was that he had no choice. If the Immortal Medicine Hall wasn't destroyed, he would be finished sooner or later. He had worked so hard to climb to his current position. How could he give up so easily? If he could destroy the Immortal Medicine Hall, then he would truly gain a foothold in the National Medicine Hall. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Then it's settled. Then he left, gently waving his folding fan. Shirbei had a smile on his face. With the help of the young master of the Divine Strategist Order, the Immortal Doctor's Hall was doomed. Meanwhile, Dongli Tianji walked out of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic and got into a car. The driver turned around and asked, Young master, where are we going next? Dongli Tianji said, Let's go find Li Tianwang first. I want to visit all 4 of the former heavenly kings of the Azure Dragon Gang. The driver responded and then drove away. Dongli Tianji looked out the window. To deal with the Azure Dragon Gang, he had to find the former 4 heavenly kings of the Azure Dragon Gang. Back then, the 4 heavenly kings of the Green Dragon Gang turned against Du Tiansheng over the position of gang leader, and he could take advantage of this. Soon, Dongli Tianji went to Li Tianwang's house. Inside the courtyard, Li Tianwang was enjoying tea. Suddenly his gaze sharpened. Who? What's the point of hiding? Come out here. Dongli Tianji slowly walked out, his face full of smiles. King Li, don't be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Li Tianwang squinted at Dongli Tianji. Who are you? Why are you here? Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Who I am is not important. What is important is that I have come to bring you good news. He could reveal his name to Shirbei, but there was absolutely no need to expose his identity to Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang stared at Dong Li Tianji and asked, "Then I'd like to know what good news you'll bring me." Dong Li Tianji laughed and said, "I am a subordinate of Shi Bei, the elder of the Immortal Doctors Hall. Next, Elder Shi will take action against the Azure Dragon Gang. If Elder Li is willing to lend a hand, the Azure Dragon Gang will belong to Elder Li in the future." Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang frowned slightly. "I am not interested in the position of gang leader. Please leave." Dong Li Tianji paused for a moment. "Not interested? That's impossible. If they weren't really interested, why would they have left the Green Dragon Gang in the first place?" Dong Li Tianji smiled and said, "Elder Li, I know you have doubts about our strength, but please believe me, we will definitely succeed." Li Tianwang said coldly, "Can't you understand what I'm saying? If you don't leave, I'll send someone to take you away." Dong Li Tianji was displeased, but he still forced a smile. "I'll leave now." He turned and left, frowning. This Li Tianwang is really ungrateful. Since the other party doesn't need it, then find someone else. Anyway, Li Tianwang isn't the only one who wants to be the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. The 4 heavenly kings of the Green Dragon Gang back then. Li Tianwang was the king of the south. There are also the Eastern King, the Northern King, and the Western King. The Eastern King is Jia Rundong, the Northern King is Su Longbei, and the Western King is Zhou Tianjia. Whoever among these people is willing to cooperate with him will become the leader of the Green Dragon Gang. However, Dong Li Tianji did not investigate the others. He thought that as long as he went to find Li Tianwang, the other party would definitely agree to join forces with him. He did not expect to be rejected. Back in the car, Dong Li Tianji instructed the driver to investigate the whereabouts of the 3 heavenly kings of the Green Dragon Gang. Li Tianwang, however, was restless in the courtyard. How could he not see that the young man who had just walked in was definitely not an ordinary person? An ordinary person could never have that kind of temperament. If someone like that were to attack the Green Dragon Gang, wouldn't old Du be finished? He hoped that the Green Dragon Gang would be suppressed, but he did not want to see the Green Dragon Gang perish. We have to find a way to tell Lao Du about this. But he definitely can't go. Soon, Li Tianwang summoned Li Muran and asked her to go to the Green Dragon Gang and tell Du Tiansheng about this matter, urging him to make full preparations. Dong Li Tianji quickly discovered the whereabouts of the 3 heavenly kings of the Azure Dragon Gang. Jia Rundong has passed away. Zhou Tianjia is still alive, but he's no longer in the Great Xia territory. He's gone overseas. The only person they can find is Su Longbei. Dong Li Tianji then sent someone to find Su Longbei. This time, he didn't want to go himself. Good news came soon. Su Longbei agreed. Upon receiving the news, Dong Li Tianji smiled. "Yinan, since I can't get to you directly, I'll start with your sect slaves. As the sect leader, if you can't even protect your sect slaves, don't blame others for betraying you later." His goal was simple. Since he didn't know Yinan's strength, he wouldn't touch Yinan, but would start with the Tianxian sect's servants. He didn't believe that all the disciples of Tianxian sect were willing to continue submitting. He was sure that many of them, like him, harbored rebellious intentions, but were only pretending to submit because they didn't know the true strength of Tianxian sect. If Yinan can no longer protect the Azure Dragon Gang, others will no longer submit to the Heavenly Profound sect. At that time, with one betrayal after another, the Heavenly Profound sect will become a mere shell of its former self. Of course, relying solely on Shi Bei and Su Longbei would definitely not be enough. These 2 alone could not do anything to the Green Dragon Gang. He has other plans. In short, this time we must destroy the Green Dragon Gang. And at this moment, Li Muran arrived at the Qinglong building. She looked ahead with an arrogant air. "I want to see your elder Du." Ko Zhuan was right at the door. Although he's no longer the gatekeeper, he still takes time every day to check on the gate. At this moment, when he saw Li Muran, he recognized her at a glance. "Are you old Master Li's granddaughter?" Li Muran said. "You already know, why ask?" Ko Zhuan said, "Can I ask?" Li Muran said, "I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Move aside. I need to see Elder Du." Ko Zhuan reached out to stop Li Muran. "If you want to see Elder Du, you need to make an appointment." Chapter 543 The Player. Li Muran stared at Ko Zhuan. "I'm here today to tell Du Tianxing something. This matter concerns the survival of the entire Qinglong gang. Let me in, Ko Zhuan said. I've already said. To see the gang leader, you must have an appointment. You can't do it without one. Do you understand? Li Muron was trembling with anger. If her grandfather hadn't sent her, she wouldn't have been here. Just as she was about to continue speaking, Yinan appeared beside her. Upon seeing Yinan, Ko Zhuan immediately bowed and stepped forward to greet him. Young Master Yi, you've arrived. Please come in quickly. Ko Zhuan made way for him. Yinan walked straight in. Ko Zhuan bent down to watch Yinan leave, and only after Yinan's figure was out of sight did he turn to look at Li Muron. Li Muron watched Yinan leave. If he can go in, why can't I? Ko Zhuan said sternly. How can you compare to others? All right, let's go. Upon hearing this, Li Muron said, if you don't let me in, you'll regret it, and Du Tianxing will regret it too. Ko Zhuan laughed. Regret? As long as young Master Yi is around, the Green Dragon Gang will never regret it. All right, let's go. Stop talking nonsense. By the way, there's an opportunity in front of you now. Go back and tell your grandfather that if you return to the Green Dragon Gang now, it's still not too late. Elder Du will forgive your past and take your grandfather in. If you wait any longer, you won't have this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Li Muron's eyes widened. This was truly a reversal of the natural order. She made a decision on her own. Okay, I don't want this opportunity, but I hope you won't regret it later. Ko Zhuan said, see the guest out. Li Muron was speechless. She hurriedly returned to the Li family and found Li Tianwang. Seeing Li Muron's angry expression, Li Tianwang looked surprised and asked, my dear granddaughter, what's wrong with you? Li Muron said angrily, Grandpa, the Green Dragon Gang doesn't need any reminders at all. They're doing just fine right now. Li Tianwang asked, tell Grandpa, what exactly happened? Li Muron then recounted what had happened, and Li Tianwang's expression changed. The Azure Dragon Gang won't let you in? Li Muron nodded. That's right, Grandpa. Let's just let this matter go. The destruction of the Azure Dragon Gang has nothing to do with you. After all, you left the Azure Dragon Gang a long time ago. Li Tianwang didn't say anything more. This was old Du's fate. That young man who came to the Li family today is definitely not simple. This time, the Green Dragon Gang is doomed, and old Du will also die. That's enough. After Lao Du dies, Li Tianwang promises to burn a lot of paper money for him. At that moment, Yinan arrived at the top floor of the Qinglong building and met Du Tianxing. Upon seeing Yinan appear, Du Tianxing immediately stepped forward to greet him. Sect Master, you've come. Why didn't you let me know you were coming? I could have gone down to meet you. Yinan said, it's all right. Du Tianxing continued. Sect Leader, is there something you need to tell me about that you've suddenly come to the Azure Dragon Gang? Actually, you didn't need to come in person. Just tell me, and I'll come find you right away. Yinan said seriously. Next, we will take action against the Azure Dragon Gang. Du Tianxing was stunned for a moment. Who could dare to take action against the Azure Dragon Gang? And why would the sect leader need to come in person? This person who wanted to take action against the Azure Dragon Gang must be extraordinary. Who is the other party? Yinan replied. You'll find out soon enough. By the way, how much do you know about Su Longbei? Just before coming to the Azure Dragon Gang, Mu Yue called Yinan and said that Dongli Tianji had personally gone to the National Medical Center and also went to see Su Longbei. Upon learning this news, Yinan harbored murderous intent towards Dongli Tianji. The other party is definitely doing this to target him. However, Yinan cannot kill Dongli Tianji at this critical juncture. The other party is the young master of the Divine Strategist Order. If Mu Yue dies, she will definitely face obstacles in all aspects within the Divine Mechanism token, and her life will also be in danger. Moreover, killing Dongli Tianji would also affect Yinan's subsequent investigation. After all, the Divine Strategist Order is no small force, and the young master's death will surely cause a huge sensation. If all the major powers pay attention, it will be even more difficult for Yinan to investigate the cause of his mother's death. But suppression is necessary. Once this matter is over, he will go to the Shanghai branch of the Divine Mechanism Order to take a look. Since Dongli Tianji isn't taking direct action now, he naturally won't confront him directly either. This was also the purpose of his trip to find Du Tianxing. Upon hearing the name Su Longbei, Du Tianxing's eyes flashed with anger, but it quickly disappeared. He then asked Yinan, "Sect Master, why are you asking him?" Yinan said, "Just tell me." Du Tianxing gritted his teeth. "He's a bastard, the biggest traitor of the Azure Dragon Gang. Our Azure Dragon Gang was originally very united, but he sabotaged us, causing the Azure Dragon Gang to fall apart. After he left the Azure Dragon Gang, he continued to target the Azure Dragon Gang in various ways." Yinan said, "He's preparing to deal with the Azure Dragon Gang." Du Tianxing gritted his teeth and said, "I've wanted to fight him for a long time, to settle both old and new scores." Yinan said, "He didn't act alone. The people from the National Medical Center will help him. Moreover, there may be other helpers later, and they are all very powerful." Du Tianxing frowned deeply. If it were just Su Longbei, he wouldn't care at all, but with the help of the National Medical Center, this matter became troublesome, especially since the sect leader said there were other people involved. That matter is probably not so easy to resolve, but with the sect leader present, Du Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief. The sect leader must have come here to deal with this matter. "We beg the sect leader to lend a hand." Yinan said, "I came here to help you. Next, I need you to help me find a group of trustworthy people so that I can help them improve their cultivation." Du Tianxing immediately replied, "Is there anything I should be aware of?" Yinan said, "As long as they are trustworthy, talent and such are not important." Du Tianxing nodded, and then went to find someone. A short while later, 8 people followed Du Tianxing in. These people were all trusted by Du Tianxing, including Ko Zhuan. The group knelt on the ground as soon as they arrived, saying, "Greetings, young Master Yi." Yinan waved his hand. "Get up, everyone." The 8 people stood up, their eyes burning as they looked at Yinan. On their way in, they had already heard what old Du was going to do. Young Master Yi was going to improve their cultivation, so everyone was very excited. They all knew that the spiritual liquid refined by young Master Yi was incredibly powerful. Now that young Master Yi is going to improve their cultivation, it is the greatest fortune in their lives. Du Tianxing smiled and said, "Sect Master, I've brought the person. I'll go out for a bit." Yinan said, "No need. You stay too. I can see that you are very close to becoming a grandmaster of martial arts. I've decided to give you a hand and help you break through." Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Sect Master." Chapter 544. That's my father. Yinan's gaze swept over the 8 people in front of him. None of them were particularly strong. The strongest among them was an inner-strength martial artist, who seemed to have broken through not long ago. If nothing unexpected happened, they must have drunk the spiritual liquid he had prepared before to break through. "You should know why we called you here," Yinan said. Ko Zhuan answered loudly, "I know. Elder Du has already said that young Master Yi plans to improve their cultivation levels." Yinan said, "Sit down side by side." Ko Zhuan was the first to sit down, followed closely by the others. Yinan took out several hundred silver needles and sent them flying into the air. Countless silver needles floated in the air, transforming into a long silver dragon that coiled around. Fall. Several silver needles fell from the sky and flew towards the 8 people. The needle tip is inserted into the acupoint. Everyone screamed in terror. Yinan said, "It might hurt a little, just bear with it." Upon hearing this, the 8 people gritted their teeth. Du Tianxing, who was standing nearby, was so shocked by what he saw that he didn't know what to say. He had never seen this method before. This is a change in pulse diagnosis. No wonder the sect leader said he only looks for loyal people. With the sect leader's methods, even a fool can be turned into a martial arts master. This young sect leader's medical skills are probably no less than those of the old sect leader. Now, you can see the meridians on Ko Zhuan and the others' bodies constantly writhing. That's the meridians moving. Yinan approached Du Tianxing and said, "In less than half an hour, they will transform into 1 in a million experts." Du Tianxing said, "Thank you for your help, Sect Master." Yinan said, "It's your turn next." Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing became excited. He had always wanted to become a grandmaster of martial arts, but his talent had reached its limit. Otherwise, he would have been able to break through after drinking the spiritual liquid prepared by the sect leader. Du Tianxing even expressed his regret about this. Now that the sect leader said he would help him, Du Tianxing was extremely excited. Sect leader, what can I do? Yinan said, we can just sit on the ground. Du Tianxing immediately sat cross-legged. All right. Yinan stretched out his hand and placed it on Du Tianxing's head, and a blue aura condensed on his head. Du Tianxing suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a powerful force surging into his body. This force was furious and domineering, and began to roam within Du Tianxing's meridians, eventually breaking through the shackles that bound him. At this moment, Yinan withdrew his hand. I have transferred a trace of power to you, which should help you break through to the Grandmaster level. As for how far you will go, that depends on your own destiny. I'll be leaving now. After saying this, Yinan quickly left. Du Tianxing began to comprehend, preparing to attempt to become a Grandmaster of martial arts. As for Ko Juan and others, they are still enduring the pain of pulse alteration. Half an hour passed quickly, and before that, Du Tianxing had kept his eyes tightly closed, but now he slowly opened them. Instantly, a powerful aura was released from his body, sweeping across the surroundings. Du Tianxing's hair and clothes were blown about by the wind. Then, Du Tianxing suddenly stood up straight, looked at his tightly clenched fists, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this the power of a martial arts grandmaster? I never imagined that I, Du Tianxing, would take this step in my lifetime. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Du Tianxing remembered Yinan, and his gaze became firm. From now on, my life, Du Tianxing's life, belongs to the sect leader, and the sect leader's orders supersede everything. Meanwhile, Ko Juan and the others also opened their eyes, each one marveling at the changes in themselves. They felt their bodies become light and airy. Not only that, their strength has also increased. Ko Juan was shocked. I've broken through to the half-step Grandmaster level. Me too. Another person next to him said excitedly. Is young Master Ye's power really that great? A bald man was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Du Tianxing looked at the group and said, Don't be so shocked. These are just child's play for the sect leader. Ko Juan looked at Du Tianxing, and suddenly his eyes widened. Elder Du, you've broken through to the Grandmaster level in martial arts? He could clearly feel that Elder Du's aura had become much stronger. Du Tianxing nodded. That's right. I am now a Grandmaster of martial arts. Ko Juan immediately knelt down and said, Congratulations, Elder Du, on setting a new record. Everyone else knelt down as well. Du Tianxing said, You don't need to flatter me. There's no need. Let's talk about you first. Do you know why I chose you? Everyone shook their heads. Du Tianxing said, The sect leader told me to choose a few loyal ones, so I chose you guys. Ko Juan and the others instantly understood what Elder Du meant and immediately continued. From now on, we will swear to serve the Green Dragon Gang to the death. Du Tianxing was satisfied and said with a smile, All right, you've just broken through. Go and consolidate your breakthrough. Yes. At the same time, an elderly man dressed in samurai attire emerged from Shanghai Airport. This person was none other than Yagyu Ichiro. At that moment, a black sedan stopped in front of Yagyu Ichiro. The window rolled down, and Higashiri Tenki, sitting in the back seat, smiled and said, Mr. Yagyu, please get in. Yagyu Ichiro opened the car door and got in. The driver drove forward. Yagyu Ichiro looked at Higashiri Tenki and asked in a cold voice, Did you contact me? Higashiri Tenki's final trump card was Yagyu Ichiro. He received news that the younger generation of masters in the Yagyu family had died in Zhongzhou. The murderer was Yinan's man. Yagyu Ichiro came to Dachau this time with the intention of killing Yinan. Higashiri Tenki then took the initiative to contact Yagyu Ichiro. That's right, it's me, Dongli Tianji said with a smile. Yagyu Ichiro coldly asked, Do you know where Yinan is? Dongli Tianji said, Of course I know, otherwise I wouldn't have called you to Shanghai. Yagyu Ichiro coldly said, Where is he? Take me to him. Dongli Tianji said, Master Lusheng, don't be in a hurry. Some things can't be rushed. Yagyu Ichiro exuded killing intent, and he unsheathed his sword. If you don't want to die, you'd better speak quickly. The next second, a powerful pressure appeared, pressing down on the sword that Yagyu Ichiro had drawn. Yagyu Ichiro immediately looked at the driver with a surprised expression. His sword was not something that could be suppressed by anything. This person accomplished this without making a sound. Who is he? Then Yagyu Ichiro looked at Higashiri Tenki. The driver was not simple, but he was just this person's driver. Who exactly is this young man? Higashiri Tenki smiled and said, Master Yagyu, let me introduce myself first. My name is Higashiri Tenki. Upon hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro's face instantly turned ugly. In the Great Xia dynasty, there was only one surname, Dongli, the Dongli family of Longdu, which was one of the 100 clans of Longdu. The most famous person in the Dongli family was named Dongli Su, who was the owner of the divine token. Who is Dongli Su to you? Dongli Tianji smiled and said, That is my father. Chapter 545 Yuan Qing's parents have an accident. Upon hearing this, Yagyu Ichiro's expression changed. He paused for a moment, then smiled again. So it's young Master Dongli. The other party was not someone he could afford to offend. The Yagyu family was no match for the Higashiri family. Although the Yagyu family is considered a fairly large family in Japan, they are nothing compared to the various clans of the Great Xia and the Dragon Capital. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Can I speak slowly now? Yagyu Ichiro nodded. Of course. Dongli Tianji said, Yi Nin is in Shanghai. Instead of you looking for him yourself, I'll help you find him. All you have to do is fight him. Yagyu Ichiro thought for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. His purpose in coming to Great Xia was to kill Yi Nan, and following Dongli Tianji was simply to do him a favor. Good. Dongli Tianji smiled and said, Then, head of the Yagyu family, come with me to meet the other friends. The vehicle headed towards a restaurant. Meanwhile, Japan. The Yagyu family runs a sex industry. Sudden, a scream came from one of the rooms. The manager of the brothel rushed in and saw a portly man in a kimono lying on the ground with a bloody hole in his forehead. The man saw the manager and angrily shouted, That bitch smashed my head. You have to explain this to me. The manager quickly said, Honorable guest, we will compensate you. The man's anger subsided considerably. Go and catch that bitch. I want revenge. Yes, esteemed guest. The manager looked at the smashed window and walked over. In the distance, he could still see a figure fleeing in panic. Then, he took out his phone and ordered his men. That woman from Great Xia ran southeast. Catch her. The one who ran away was naturally Yi Shinran, who stumbled and ran towards a less crowded area. Since Lu Shenglong died, Yi Shinran has endured inhuman torture and has received thousands of people during this time. Yi Shinran was living a life worse than death, and she had thought about ending her life several times. But in the end, she endured it all. Yi Shinran felt that she couldn't just die like this. She wanted revenge and to destroy the Yagyu family. So she began looking for an opportunity to escape. Finally, today she found her opportunity. Yi Shinran injured the filthy man and then jumped out of the window to leave. Despite the excruciating pain all over her body, Yi Shinran knew she couldn't stop. The Lu Sheng family would catch up soon, and once they arrived, it would be her death day. We must flee now. Yi Shinran gritted her teeth and continued running forward. She wanted to live. She wanted revenge. Meanwhile, Zhongzhou, Yuan Qing was patrolling around Yi Nan's house. What are we having for dinner, Sister Qing? Yang Shan asked as he stepped forward. Yuan Qing said with a smile, I probably won't be able to have dinner with you tonight. My parents are coming to see me. Yang Shan said, All right then. It lasted until 8 p.m. Yuan Qing and Yang Shan finished their shifts, and the other combat units took over their positions. Then Yuan Qing changed into some simple clothes and prepared to go home. Today is actually her birthday. I celebrate my birthday every year within the War Department. This year, my parents said they would come to celebrate Yuan Qing's birthday. Yuan Qing was naturally willing. She vaguely remembered that the last time she celebrated her birthday with her parents was when she was in high school. She hadn't celebrated it since she joined the combat unit. Yuan Qing took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. Mom, I'm off work. I'll be right back. The phone rang with her mother's voice. Xiaoqing, come back quickly. I just finished cooking. Yuan Qing nodded. Right away. After hanging up the phone. Soon, Yuan Qing drove to a flower shop, bought 2 bouquets of carnations, and then went home. But as soon as she got to her doorstep, she realized something was wrong. A stench of blood assaulted my senses. Yuan Xing's face immediately turned ugly. She immediately pushed open the door and found the house in complete disarray. "Dad, Mom," Yuan Xing called out. But there was no response, and a bad thought popped into Yuan Xing's mind. She walked forward cautiously. On the dining table were a birthday cake and steaming hot food. Yuan Xing turned his head and saw 2 corpses on the ground. "Those are my parents' corpses." Yuan Xing quickly walked over, helped her parents up, and called out, "Mom and Dad." But there was no response, and Yuan Xing's parents had cuts on their necks. At this moment, drops of blood were flowing out. Yuan Xing's pupils trembled. She couldn't believe it was real. She had spoken to her mother just half an hour earlier. Who exactly wants to kill them? They were just ordinary workers. It's impossible to make enemies with others. Even if there is a grudge, the enemy would not hire someone to kill. So the murderer was after her. Yuan Xing clenched his fists tightly. "I'm sorry. Mom and Dad, it's my fault." "Sorry." Yuan Xing wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, completely at a loss. She wanted to avenge her parents. Yuan Xing forced herself to calm down. The food was still warm, and the wounds were still dripping blood, indicating that my parents had been murdered not long ago. Yuan Xing reached out and touched the skin of her parents' corpses again. It was still warm. It can also shorten the time of victimization. Her parents had just had an accident when she got on the elevator. The murderer couldn't have left so quickly after killing the person, and Yuan Xing didn't find anyone suspicious. Therefore, the murderer may not have left this place yet. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the bedroom and rushed over. At that moment, inside the bedroom, a figure hurriedly dodged. Yuan Xing confronted a man in black. "You're the one who killed my parents. I want you dead." Yuan Xing roared and charged towards his opponent. The opponent fought against Yuan Xing, but was quickly defeated. He was kicked to the ground by Yuan Xing. Before the other party could react, Yuan Xing stomped on the other man's chest. "Tell me, who sent you to kill my parents?" The other person cursed. "Damn it. People from Han Country?" Yuan Xing glared angrily. She already knew who sent this person. Park Sung-hae. She had beaten him up before, and Park Sung-hae held a grudge. Immediately, Yuan Xing stomped on the other person's head and crushed it. Moreover, she took out her phone and contacted the intelligence personnel of the War Department. "Could you help me find out where Park Sung-hae is?" The staff member on the other end of the phone asked. "What is the purpose of the investigation?" Yuan Xing roared. "He sent people to kill my parents. Help me investigate." The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then quickly replied, "Park Sung-hae is at the Han National Convention Center." Yuan Xing hung up the phone and immediately headed to her destination. Meanwhile, inside the Hongwa Pavilion, Park Sung-hae just opened a bottle of champagne, poured himself a glass, swirled it in his hand, looked out the window, and wore a victorious smile. "You little brat, you're too green to mess with me. I wonder if you like the big gift I'm giving you." Chapter 546. Right and wrong are no longer important. He wasn't afraid of Yuan Xing coming to his door. Even if the other party comes, they won't be able to produce any evidence. What's more, he's from South Korea. The other party can do even less to him. If the other party were an ordinary person, his life might be in danger, but the other party were military personnel. If the other party dared to make a move, it would be equivalent to confronting the LJ group head-on. Park Sung-hae felt that the other party didn't have the guts. Sudden, Park Sung-hae felt the liquor in his glass trembling. What happened? Was it an earthquake? The next second, with a loud bang. Just then, his room door was smashed open. Then, Yuan Xing rushed out from outside, his pupils burning with rage, wishing he could tear Park Sung-hae apart. Park Sung-hae was still panicked when he saw Yuan Xing, but he quickly regained his composure and said with a hint of sarcasm, "You're here. I just opened a bottle of wine. Want to have a sip?" Yuan Xing glared at Park Sung-hae. "You have a grudge against me. You can easily attack me. Why do you attack innocent people?" Park Sung-hae laughed and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Who did I lay a hand on?" Yuan Xing stepped forward and grabbed Park Sung-hae by the collar. "Why did you kill my parents?" "What?" Finally, Yuan Xing roared. Her jaw was clenched so tightly that it made a grinding sound. Park Sung-hae remained calm. "I'll say it again. I have no idea what you're talking about. What does your parents' death have to do with me?" I've been here the whole time. Look, the champagne was just opened. Yuan Qing's hands were trembling. And just then, Yuan Qing's phone rang. She didn't answer. The phone rang again, but Yuan Qing didn't even glance at it. Park Sung-hae laughed and said, "Why don't you answer the phone first? Just in case the other party has something urgent to tell you." Yuan Qing knew who was calling. It must be from the War Department, and there was a high chance it was her superior calling. Yuan Qing could guess what the other person was going to say and told her to calm down. But she can't calm down at all right now. Just then, the phone rang again. However, it wasn't Yuan Qing's call, but Park Sung-hae's. Park Sung-hae reached out to answer the call, a smile playing on his lips, and then handed the phone to Yuan Qing. "Your boss wants to speak with you. Would you like to talk?" Yuan Qing heard her leader's anxious voice on the phone. "Yuan Qing, don't be impulsive. Killing Park Sung-hae like this will be detrimental to you, and the consequences will be severe. If he dies, you will die because of it too. Don't worry, the War Department will stand up for you and will absolutely not let this scum go unpunished. As long as the evidence is found, the War Department will put Park Sung-hae on trial." Upon hearing the leader's words, tears welled up in Yuan Qing's eyes. The leader is right. She killed Park Sung-hae today, and she will definitely go to court. But she couldn't calm down. Knowing that the enemy who killed her family was right there, all she wanted to do now was kill him. "Boss, please stop. I know everything, but my parents were murdered. They were waiting for me to come home for my birthday. I even bought my mother's favorite carnations, but when I got home, I saw their bodies. I can't control myself. I'm sorry, boss, I can't listen to you this time." Then, Yuan Qing broke Park Sung-hae's phone. One hand was gripping Park Sung-hae's neck tightly. Park Sung-hae's face turned bright red, but he wasn't afraid at all. He didn't believe the other side would dare to make a move. "Your boss is right. You have no evidence. If you dare to kill me, you'll be going to court. Oh, by the way, I'll let you in on a secret. The assassin filmed me when he killed your parents. The way they screamed in pain made me feel like a beast. Unfortunately, it's their daughter's fault for provoking me." After saying this in a mocking tone, Park Sung-hae stared at Yuan Qing and said, "Come on, kill me. Do you dare?" Suddenly, Park Sung-hae's expression twisted, his pupils widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Click! A clear sound of bone cracking rang out. Yuan Qing twisted Park Sung-hae's neck. Then, Yuan Qing released his hand and looked expressionlessly at Park Sung-hae lying on the ground. Park Sung-hae's gaze remained fixed on Yuan Qing. You? How could you?" He wanted to say, "How dare you?" But he couldn't utter a sound. What came head-on was a kick from Yuan Qing. Click! Park Sung-hae's head was crushed, and blood splattered everywhere instantly. Then, Yuan Qing continued her actions, forcefully crushing Park Sung-hae's arms and legs. Blood splattered everywhere. It fell into the freshly opened champagne. The yellow liquid was dyed red. But Yuan Qing was still not satisfied and continued to kick him. Park Sung-hae was trampled into a pool of blood. After a long while, Yuan Qing, covered in blood, sat expressionlessly on the sofa. With parents dead, right and wrong are no longer important. All she wanted was revenge, even if it cost me my life. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. From the outside, guards from the Korean LJ group rushed in. Moreover, there were also personnel from the combat headquarters. Yuan Qing's superiors Ding Yunjian and Yang Shan were also present. A group of people rushed in, and the person at the front, upon seeing the scene before him, immediately vomited. Ding Yunjian and Yang Shan, along with a few others who had a good relationship with Yuan Qing, were all right, but scum like Park Sung-hae deserved to die. However, killing Park Sung-hae would be very disadvantageous for Yuan Qing. Yang Shan rushed over. Sister Qing. Sister Qing." Yuan Qing glanced at Yang Shan with bloodshot eyes, forcing a smile. "I'm fine." Then, she looked at Ding Yunjian and said, "Boss, I'm sorry, I can't listen to you this time." Ding Yunjian's expression was serious. He could understand Yuan Qing. If he were in Yuan Qing's shoes, he would have also gone on a killing spree. He felt guilty at that moment. He should have sent people to protect Yuan Qing's family. "Don't worry. I will definitely protect you. You are mine, and no one can touch you." At this moment, a bespectacled man from LJ Group looked at Ding Yunjian and said, Your War Department must give LJ Group an explanation, otherwise, this matter is not over. Ding Yunjian coldly said. Is this over yet? We will pursue to the end the matter of your LJ Group killing people in our Great Xia. The other party laughed and said, You say our LJ Group committed murder in Daxia. Do you have any evidence? Ding Yunjian fell silent. He couldn't find any evidence. Before coming here, he had sent people to look for evidence, but to no avail. The LJ Group's killing of Yuan Qing's parents was extremely cautious and planned for a long time. Not to mention evidence. Even the motive is nowhere to be found. The other party laughed and said, You can't produce it, can you? Sometimes, you can't just open your mouth and convict someone. On the contrary, the evidence against you people from Daxia is conclusive. You forcibly broke in and killed our LJ Group's lawyer, Park Sung-hae. I hope your War Department can give an explanation for this. If you don't give an explanation, our LJ Group will handle this murderer ourselves. Chapter 547 The Tragedy of the Little People. Ding Yunjian roared. What are you, LJ Group? You dare to deal with members of our combat department. The other party was intimidated by Ding Yunjian's imposing manner, but this time he was in the right. We have both witnesses and physical evidence, so what can you do? Ding Yunjian coldly said. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. I'm taking him away. As for what to do with him, that's our War Department's business. Then he ordered, Men, take Yuan Qing away from here. But then, Ding Yunjian's phone rang. He saw the number, frowned slightly, and finally answered. Leave Yuan Qing here. An order came through the phone. The person speaking was his superior. Upon hearing this, Ding Yunjian retorted, No. If Yuan Qing falls into the hands of the LJ Group, there will only be one fate for them, death. Ding Yunjian would not allow this to happen. I told you to leave Yuan Qing here. Ding Yunjian, are you going to disobey my order? Ding Yunjian coldly said. Yuan Qing is one of our combat troops. The voice on the phone questioned, but she killed someone. Ding Yunjian said. It was Park Sung-hae of the LJ Group who struck first. He killed Yuan Qing's parents. Ding Yunjian, I don't want to hear the reasons. Yuan Qing killed someone in public. That's a done deal. The voice on the phone grew increasingly cold. Ding Yunjian, I'll ask you one more time, are you leaving or not? If you don't obey orders, someone else can wear your clothes. Ding Yunjian gripped the phone tightly. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Then let someone else wear it. But today, I must take Yuan Qing with me. After saying that, he crushed the phone and ordered Yang Shan, Take Yuan Qing away. Yang Shan received the order and helped Yuan Qing to her feet. Yuan Qing looked at Ding Yunjian. She had heard everything on the phone. Her boss was willing to offend his superiors in order to get her out of trouble, which moved Yuan Qing deeply. But this is her business, and she doesn't want anyone to get hurt because of it. Boss, I'll take responsibility for my own actions. Ding Yunjian angrily retorted. What are you talking about? If I say I'll protect you, I will. No one else can change that. You're my man. If anyone wants to touch you, they'll have to get past me first. Yuan Qing's lips twitched. At this moment, the LJ Group personnel looked at Ding Yunjian and said, If you take her away today, your operations department can expect to be reported. Ding Yunjian looked at the other person and said coldly, Go ahead, my name is Ding Yunjian. Don't complain about the wrong person. Also, if you dare to stop me today, I'll kill you. I've already killed someone. Killing two won't make a difference. Upon hearing this, the other party dared not say anything more. This guy is a madman. This is clearly that woman's business. What does it have to do with you? Ding Yunjian said nothing more and left with Yuan Qing. The LJ Group members surrounded the leader. Attorney In, what should we do about this? And Dong Shu coldly replied, What else can we do? Go and stop this pack of mad dogs. The others fell silent. And Dong Shu continued, Let's report this to the president first. Then, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Ku Jong-kook, the president of LJ Group. President, things are getting more and more serious. Inside the war jeep, Yuan Qing and Yang Shan sat together. Ding Yunjian sat in front. Yuan Qing looked at the back of Ding Yunjian's head and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, boss. I've caused you trouble. Ding Yunjian said softly, It's all right. I've already sent people to your house to collect your parents' bodies. Now, you can decide whether to bury them or cremate them. Yuan Qing said. Let's cremate them, and do it quickly. She has no intention of holding a funeral now, and this matter will not end so simply. She was just a nobody in the War Department, and those higher-ups would never turn against the LJ Group because of her. Next, she only had one fate: death. They were either executed by the LJ Group or by the War Department. In fact, she had already disregarded life and death when she came to find Park Sung-hae. Ding Yunjian said, "Let's go. Let's see your parents off on their final journey." Crematorium. Yuan Qing and the others stood together. The bodies of Yuan Qing's parents were placed in the crematorium. Yuan Qing couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. She never imagined that her birthday would turn out like this. Why was God so cruel to her? Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, it was my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to my home. Sorry. Yuan Qing collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. And just then, a group of people walked in. The people who came were all from the War Department. The leader was someone of the same rank as Ding Yunjian, and his name was Han Guodong. They arrived long ago, ordered to capture Yuan Qing and Ding Yunjian. However, they did not come in immediately, but waited at the door until the cremation was finished. Ding Yunjian saw Han Guodong walk in, and he had expected that the other party would come. To put it bluntly, this matter depends on the attitude of those above. If they think Yuan Qing can be protected, they will do everything in their power to protect him. The mere LJ Group wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But if they don't want to protect him, then Yuan Qing will ultimately face death. The appearance of Han Guodong proves that the higher-ups do not want to protect Yuan Qing. Ding Yunjian sighed deeply. This was the tragedy of ordinary people. What I did was clearly the right thing to do. Could you wait a moment? Ding Yunjian looked at Han Guodong. Han Guodong said with difficulty, "Don't make things difficult for me. I've been waiting outside for a long time." Ding Yunjian was about to speak when Yuan Qing stood up and said, "I'll go with you, but please don't make things difficult for my leader." Han Guodong was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay." Yuan Qing walked up to Ding Yunjian, forcing a smile. "Boss, I've always thought you were a bad person. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I apologize." After saying that, Yuan Qing lowered her head. Ding Yunjian, a man in his 40s, had tears welling up in his eyes. Why are you saying all this? You. Sigh. Never mind, I won't say anything more. Yuan Qing then approached Yang Shan and said, "Xiao Shan, you need to find a good partner in the future." Sister Qing. Yang Shan burst into tears. From the day he debuted, he partnered with Yuan Qing. Yuan Qing taught him a lot. Yang Shan thought he could partner with Yuan Qing until retirement, but he never expected this to happen. Yuan Qing smiled and walked up to Han Guodong. "Let's go." Han Guodong gave his subordinates a meaningful look. Soon, his men took out shackles, bound Yuan Qing tightly, and took him away. Inside the room, only Yang Shan and Ding Yunjian remained. At this moment, Yang Shan panicked. He turned to look at Ding Yunjian. "Leader, is there really no way to save Sister Qing?" Ding Yunjian was speechless, not knowing what to say. They couldn't defy the decisions made above unless someone had the power to oppose them, which would force them to submit. But they don't have that kind of relationship. Sudden, Ding Yunjian's pupils widened, and his voice trembled. "There is someone who can." Yang Shan quickly asked, "Who?" Ding Yunjian said, "Yinan." Yang Shan's eyes lit up when he heard the name. If Yinan really made a move, there might be a way, but they had clashed with Yinan before. Will Yinan help us? Qingjie and I offended him before. Ding Yunjian said. The cause of this incident was that Yinan killed the junior manager of LJ Group. Yuan Qing always chose to protect Yinan, which led to what happened next. Whether they can help or not, we have to give it a try. Go find Yinan quickly. Yang Shan nodded, then turned and left. In Shanghai, outside the Green Dragon Gang, a major battle is about to break out. Chapter 548. It's your turn, you too. Su Longbei led his men to besiege the Green Dragon Gang. Before that, Su Longbei sent people to put on a show. He said his men were killed by members of the Green Dragon Gang. I've come today to demand an explanation. Everyone knew that demanding an explanation was a pretense. Their real intention was to take action against the Green Dragon Gang. At this moment, Su Longbei and his group were confronting Du Jianying. Du Jianying looked at Su Longbei, who was over 50 years old and was not intimidated at all. According to seniority, Du Jianying should call Su Longbei Uncle Su. Uncle Su, aren't you making a big fuss by bringing so many people? Su Longbei coldly shouted. You are not qualified to speak to me. Let your father come out. Du Jianying smiled and said, My father is busy and doesn't have time to talk to you. Su Longbei coldly said, Jianying, judging from your tone, it seems you don't take Uncle Su seriously. Du Jianying said, Su Longbei, stop talking nonsense. If you want to take action against our Green Dragon gang, you don't need to do those petty tricks. Just take action directly. He completely disregarded Su Longbei. Back then, this person was just a nobody, and it was his father who promoted him. When he was promoted, Su Longbei kept saying he would be loyal, but who knew that the first person to betray his father would be this man? He knew why the other party had come today, so he had nothing more to say. Upon hearing this, Su Longbei sneered. Since you've put it that way, let's start fighting. Just then, Shirbei came out, bringing his own men, all of whom were his trusted confidants from the National Medical Center and martial artists with whom he had a particularly good relationship. Shirbei promised these people a 50% discount on medicines they would buy at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, and so all the martial artists came. Of course, there were also some people that Dongli Tianji had found. They hid in the crowd. Du Jianying was not surprised to see Shirbei. As the saying goes, wolves and jackals collude, and now that the wolf has run out, the jackal will surely appear as well. Of course, there was another reason. The sect leader had already told them that someone would come to cause trouble for the Azure Dragon Gang. At this moment, outside the Green Dragon Gang, inside a black sedan, Higashiri Tenki and Yagyu Ichiro sat in the car. Someone nearby reported the situation. Young master, the Azure Dragon Gang only sent Du Jianying to deal with this matter. Dongli Tianji narrowed his eyes. They only sent Du Jianying? What does the Green Dragon Gang mean by this? Don't you want to fight? Whether or not to fight is not up to the Azure Dragon Gang. Is this Yinan's response? What exactly does he want to do? Dongli Tianji couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. To reiterate, the fact that Yinan only sought out the Green Dragon Gang after arriving in Shanghai indicates that he has exhausted all his options and has no more trump cards left. As for what they did in Yangzhou, Tianzhou, and Hong Kong Island before, it was all taking advantage of the situation. Without power, they are reduced to their original state. Let them take action directly. Let's wipe out the Green Dragon Gang today. Dongli Tianji gave the order. Yes, young master, the other party replied. Yagyu Ichiro asked, Young friend Tianji, when should I make my move? Dongli Tianji smiled and said, No rush. Wait until Yinan appears before you make your move. Yagyu Ichiro nodded. And at this moment, Su Longbei received Dongli Tianji's order and immediately took action. Su Longbei looked at Du Jianying in front of him and said coldly, Today is the day your Green Dragon Gang dies. Du Jianying beckoned to Su Longbei with his finger and said jokingly, Come on. To kill these people, his father wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He could handle it all by himself. Ko Zhuan and the others followed behind Du Jianying. Su Longbei coldly said, You brat, you really think you're something special? Even your father wasn't a match for me back then, so what are you? After saying that, Su Longbei made his move immediately, taking a step forward and attacking Du Jianying. Du Jianying stood still, releasing the aura of a grandmaster, and then threw a punch. Su Longbei completely disregarded Du Jianying. He reached the level of a martial arts grandmaster as early as 10 years ago. At that time, Du Jianying was just a master of external strength, and he was nothing compared to him. Su Longbei unleashed a punch, directly using his killing move. Mountain Crushing Fist. The martial arts master unleashed his power and exchanged blows with Du Jianying. Boom. Their fists collided. A powerful wave emanated from between the two. Su Longbei was sent flying backwards. After landing, he took several steps back before stopping, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Grandmaster, when did you also become a grandmaster? Su Longbei stared at Du Jianying in shock. Du Jianying sneered, What? You're only allowed to reach the grandmaster level? But I'm not. Su Longbei said, I know your talent very well. You've consumed so many of the Azure Dragon Gang's spiritual medicines without any improvement. How could you possibly break through to the Grandmaster level suddenly? Du Jianying said, this is none of your concern. Since you're here today, you might as well leave your life here. Su Longbei coldly said, You're going to die today. I'll kill you first, and then send your father down to keep you company. Du Jianying's breakthrough to the Grandmaster level was indeed a surprise to Su Longbei, and in the exchange just now, he clearly felt that his opponent was on par with him. This is not a good thing. Fortunately, among the crowd were people from Dongli Tianji. Let's all attack together and wipe out the Azure Dragon Gang. Old Shi, why don't you have your men do it too? Okay, Shirbei replied. Shirbei turned to the people he had brought and said, thank you all this time. I will keep all my promises. Upon hearing this, the martial artists laughed and said, Elder Shi, we can talk about other things later. Let's kill people first. They were almost all half-step martial arts masters, and one by one they stepped forward. Behind Du Jianying, Ko Zhuan and others came out one after another. These people had all had their meridians modified by Yinan, and now their cultivation had broken through to the half-step martial arts grandmaster level. Su Longbei, who had been full of confidence just moments before, changed his expression slightly upon seeing this scene. So many half-step martial arts grandmasters? When did the Green Dragon Gang develop such a strong foundation? Moreover, these people do not appear to be ordinary half-step martial arts masters. Su Longbei sensed something was wrong, but there was no turning back once the arrow was drawn. Today, either they die, or the Green Dragon Gang is wiped out. Ko Zhuan roared, let's all go together and kill these guys. He charged straight out, heading straight for his opponent. The others followed closely behind and rushed forward. Bang bang bang. The two sides instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Ko Zhuan and the others were experts whose pulses had been altered by Yinan. Although the person who fought them was also a half-step martial arts grandmaster, the gap between the two was too great. Before long, all those who rushed up fell to the ground, coughing up blood and looking extremely disheveled. Su Longbei and Shirbei were both trembling. How is that possible? Everyone has the same cultivation level, so how can there be such a huge difference? At this moment, Du Jianying spoke up. Stop looking, it's your turn. Chapter 549, a reminder to them. That's impossible. Su Longbei swallowed hard. Shirbei panicked as well. Both of them considered leaving, but then they thought that since the young master of Tianji was outside and had someone backing them up, they had nothing to be afraid of. And there's another big shot outside. Du Jianying, you think too highly of yourself, Su Longbei said coldly. Du Jianying's body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Su Longbei. Before the other party could react, he pressed down on the top of the other party's head with one hand and suddenly pushed Su Longbei to the ground. The ground was instantly smashed into a large crater. What? Is that not allowed? Du Jianying said coldly. Su Longbei was still not convinced, so Du Jianying attacked again, stepping on Su Longbei's head. Do you submit? Su Longbei's head was squeezed and deformed, and blood gushed out. At this moment, Su Longbei was completely terrified. He begged for mercy. Jianying, I'm your Uncle Su. Your father and I are good brothers. Please let me go, okay? Du Jianying snorted coldly. Sorry, you're not worthy to be my father's brother. The next second, Du Jianying crushed Su Longbei's head with a single stomp. Upon seeing this, Shirbei's legs went weak. They had come to deal with the Green Dragon Gang. But before Du Tiansheng could even make a move, the other party's son had already suppressed them. What the hell is the point of fighting? He immediately turned to leave. Du Jianying saw through Shirbei's thoughts. You can't leave either. Shirbei retreated in panic. You can't kill me. I'm from the National Medical Center. If you touch me, the National Medical Center will not let you off the hook. Just as Du Jianying was about to make a move, he heard Yinan's voice in his ear. Don't kill him yet, just leave him alive. Only Du Jianying could hear the sound. He stopped, and since the sect leader said not to kill, he naturally wouldn't kill. Seeing Du Jianying stop, Shirbei assumed he wouldn't dare to attack and breathed a sigh of relief. You made the right choice. If you had killed me, the National Medical Center would definitely have wiped out the Green Dragon Gang. Ah. A scream suddenly rang out. Shirbei's left leg was broken by the kick. Blood gushed out instantly. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. How dare you? Du Jianying ignored the other party and looked at the remaining people, ordering his men, leave all of these people here. Yes, vice leader. Meanwhile, Ko Zhuan and others made their move again. Meanwhile, outside the Green Dragon Gang, inside the car, Dongli Tianji heard the screams and a smile appeared on his face. The Green Dragon Gang is truly pathetic. Yinan, is that all the tricks you have up your sleeve? Just then, a figure hurriedly arrived beside the car. No, this is bad. Dongli Tianji frowned slightly. What's wrong? Su Longbei is dead, and they have suffered a complete defeat. What? Dongli Tianji looked incredulous. You mean our people were defeated? Yes, the other person nodded. Dongli Tianji frowned. This was absolutely impossible. The Qinglong Gang's fighting strength couldn't possibly be that strong. Who was helping the Green Dragon Gang? No one else was involved. The person who made the move was Du Jianying, the vice leader of the Green Dragon Gang. The other party replied. Dongli Tianji immediately presented his investigation into the Azure Dragon Gang. Du Jianying was merely an internal energy martial artist, but since he could defeat Su Longbei, his current strength must be at least that of a martial arts grandmaster. This means that during this period, Du Jianying progressed from an internal strength master to a martial arts master. Dongli Tianji didn't think Du Jianying's cultivation speed was fast. He had seen even faster cultivation speeds. But this kind of thing will not happen to Du Jianying. That means someone helped Du Jianying improve his cultivation level. Suddenly, Dongli Tianji realized what was happening. His whereabouts have most likely already been discovered by Yinan. Not good. Dongli Tianji shouted to the driver. Drive quickly and get out of here. But the next second, Dongli Tianji felt that there was another person next to him. He turned his head and saw that Yinan had been sitting between him and Yagyu Ichiro at some point. Dongli Tianji broke out in a cold sweat. When did Yinan appear in the car? He didn't even notice. Is this guy really that powerful? Yagyu Ichiro and the driver only then realized what was happening. The driver immediately took action. Yinan looked at the other party and released his aura with a single glance. Instantly, the driver's body slammed into the windshield of the vehicle, flew out, and died upon landing with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. This sudden scene terrified Yagyu Ichiro, who turned deathly pale. What the hell was that power? A single glance was enough to kill a martial arts grandmaster? Who is this person? Just now, Ichiro Yagyu was about to lose his temper and berate the other party. But now Yagyu Ichiro didn't dare to act rashly, so he sat quietly in the chair. Dongli Tianji quickly calmed down. Even if Yinan discovers what he has done, the other party certainly won't kill him. He is the young master of the divine strategist. If you mess with him, don't even think that Shinji Jinhui will submit to Tianxian sect. Yinan sat calmly in the back seat of the car and said indifferently, "Were all these people you're doing?" Dongli Tianji forced a smile. That's right. Yinan glanced at Dongli Tianji. Then you should know who I am, right? Dongli Tianji nodded and replied. Of course I know. You're the sect leader of Tianxian sect. At this point, we can only tell the truth, and there's no need to hide anything. Yinan coldly said. Since you know that, why did you dare to defy your superior? Dongli Tianji showed no fear. Yinan, I won't waste my breath on you. If you want our Shinji Jin to submit to you, you'd better let me leave now. When Yagyu Ichiro heard Higashiri Tenki's words, he was so scared that he almost wet himself. This young man who suddenly appeared was actually Yinan. Then what's the point of him seeking revenge? Such a powerful being was simply not someone he could afford to provoke. Now he just hopes Yinan will let him off the hook. Yinan looked at Dongli Tianji with a smile. Is this your idea, or the idea of the divine strategist order? Dongli Tianji retorted. What's the difference? Yinan, stop talking nonsense and let me leave. I promise that from now on, we'll keep to ourselves. Suddenly, Yinan reached out and grabbed Dongli Tianji's head. What right do you have to bargain with me? Dongli Tianji felt his head being squeezed, and his face turned red from being choked. Yinan, did you hear what I said? I am the young master of the divine mechanism token. Let me tell you, if you dare to harm even a hair on my head, my father will never let you off the hook. Furthermore, you are in a terrible situation right now. Those gatekeepers do not submit to you, and many forces are watching. If you make a move against me, they will definitely rebel against you. Dongli Tianji spoke at length. Is that so? Yinan said with a faint smile. It seems you know a lot of things. I agree with what you said. These forces are all watching and waiting. Upon hearing this, Dongli Tianji assumed that Yinan had some reservations. You have no choice but to let me go. Yinan laughed and said, then I'll kill you first, to give them a warning and let them know the price of betrayal. What did you say? Dongli Tianji's eyes widened. The next second, with a loud bang, Dongli Tianji's head was crushed by Yinan. Chapter 550 Killing 2 is still killing. Dongli Tianji died, his headless body falling backward. Blood splattered all over Yagyu Ichiro's face, and he immediately knelt down in fright. I was just passing by, please don't kill me. Yinan dared to kill Dongli Tianji, so what is Yagyu Ichiro? Right now, Ichiro Yagyu just hopes that the other party will treat him like a fart. Yinan turned to look at Yagyu Ichiro, and with a flick of his finger, he struck the other man on the forehead. Moment. Yagyu Ichiro's had exploded. Killing one is the same as killing two. Yinan didn't know Yagyu Ichiro, but what kind of person could be sitting with Higashiri Tenki? Yagyu Ichiro's body also fell to the ground. At this moment, Yinan narrowed his eyes slightly. Dongli Tianji is right. Many of the Tianxian sect's disciples are currently observing the situation. Let's wipe out one of their forces and teach them a lesson. If they still harbor rebellious intentions, then they should all be exterminated. Then, Yinan got out of the car and walked into the Green Dragon gang. At this moment, Du Jianying had already killed everyone present. Upon seeing Yinan, Du Jianying immediately greeted him with a smile, saying, Sect leader, you've arrived. Du Jianying replied. Everyone except Shirbei was killed. Yinan looked at Shirbei, who was squatting on the ground trembling, and strode over to him. Shirbei? Yinan asked. Shirbei participated in the massacre of the Zhang family. Shirbei looked at Yinan and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. It's me. And who are you? Yinan coldly asked. Who was it that sent you to slaughter the Bamboo clan family members back then? Upon hearing this, Shirbei was about to defend himself when he suddenly trembled and stared intently at Yinan. You? Who exactly are you? Yinan said, I'm asking you a question. Shirbei continued to stare at Yinan, stammering, I don't know what you're talking about. After speaking, his gaze instinctively darted away. Shirbei naturally remembered the massacre of the Zhu family. He was just a nobody back then, and it was because of this thing that he began to rise to prominence. Who exactly is this person? Yinan stomped on Shirbei's head, pinning him to the ground. I'm asking you a question. Shirbei was scared. I don't know. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Yet another person claimed not to know. Will you tell or not? Shirbei said in a trembling voice. I really don't know. Yinan then asked, do you remember the identities of the people who fought alongside you? Judging from Shirbei's actions, it seems he wasn't lying. Now we can only change the question. Shirbei shook his head. I don't remember. Back then, none of the people who fought together knew each other. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Do you have any companions? He didn't believe that the person who asked Shirbei to help would spend so much time searching for people one by one. Upon hearing this, Shirbei immediately looked away. Yinan instantly sensed something was wrong with the other party and immediately said coldly, Tell me, do you have any companions? Shirbei said in a trembling voice, Can I ask you to spare my life? Yinan stomped on half of Shirbei's face, smashing it. You're not qualified to bargain with me. Shirbei hurriedly said, I'll talk. I have a companion. He was a junior soldier in the War Department back then, named Zhou Huang. As for after that, I never saw him again. It's as if he disappeared into thin air. Upon hearing this, Yinan was certain that the other party was not lying to him. Zhou Huang. This person is either dead or has changed their name. There are only two possibilities. Are there no other companions? Despite the excruciating pain, Shirbei cried out, It's gone. Upon hearing this, Yinan immediately attacked and crushed Shirbei's head. The other party is no longer of any value and can die. Then, Yinan said to Du Jianying, who was standing to the side, Clean up the scene. Du Jianying replied, Yes, Sect Master. Yinan arrived at a secluded spot, took out his phone, and called Mu Yue. Did they make things difficult for you within the Divine Strategist Order? Mu Yue was flattered. No, Sect Master, why are you suddenly asking this? By this time, news of Dongli Tianji's death should have already been under the control of the Divine Mechanism Order. Mu Yue is his person, and if Xinji Ling has any ulterior motives, Mu Yue will definitely be in trouble immediately. But the other party is still safe and sound. Is the Divine Strategist not planning to take action? Yinan will not let his guard down regarding the Divine Strategist Order. The idea that Dongli Tianji could betray them is definitely not unfounded. Perhaps everyone else within the Divine Strategist Order thinks the same way. Moreover, the other party said that many forces are watching and waiting, and this is not just idle talk. Hopefully they can learn from Dongli Tianji's mistake. Otherwise, Yinan wouldn't hesitate to annihilate them all. It's all right. Take care of yourself. Yinan said. By the way, tell your boss that if you lose even a single hair, I'll go have a talk with him. Mu Yue said. Sect Master, just now, I was promoted in the Divine Strategist token. What exactly happened? Yinan smiled and replied. It's nothing important, and you'll find out soon enough. I'll hang up now. Mu Yue replied. Yinan put away his phone. Hopefully, the Divine Strategist will behave himself. At this moment, Du Tianxing quickly jogged up to Yinan and said, Greetings, Sect Master. Du Tianxing remained present, intending to intervene only after his son could no longer resolve the situation. But who knew Su Longbei was so incompetent that he couldn't even get past his son? He rushed out as soon as he learned that the sect leader had arrived. Yinan nodded slightly. You did a good job this time. Du Tianxing quickly replied. Thank you for the compliment, Sect Master. And at this time, outside of the Green Dragon Gang, Li Tianwang led a group of men out and shouted, Old Du, I've brought some men to help you. Just 3 hours ago, Li Tianwang received the news. Su Longbei and Shi Bei from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic joined forces to go to the Green Dragon Gang. Li Tianwang couldn't bear to see his friend die, so he brought his men to help. But when Li Tianwang walked in, he saw corpses all over the ground. He was stunned. What happened? Shouldn't a deadly battle be taking place here right now? Why is there no sound at all? Upon seeing Li Tianwang, Du Tianxing said to Yinan, Sect leader, I'll go and entertain my friends. Yinan nodded. Du Tianxing walked towards Li Tianwang. Li Tianwang looked Du Tianxing up and down and asked in shock, You're all right? Du Tianxing smiled and said, What could possibly be wrong with me, old Li? Li Tianwang thought those people hadn't arrived yet. Su Longbei and Shi Bei from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic are going to join forces to kill you. There's also a very strong young man with impressive backgrounds and abilities. You should quickly get the Azure Dragon Gang to make preparations. Du Tianxing pointed to the corpses on the ground and said, You mean them, right? Li Tianwang then noticed a corpse on the ground, whose body shape was very similar to Su Longbei's. You killed them all. Chapter 551 The Old Senior is his master. Du Tianxing laughed and said, Otherwise what? Li Tianwang instantly felt like a clown, having brought so many people to help Du Tianxing, only to find that the man was completely unharmed. Du Tianxing looked at the other person. Compared to the others who left the Green Dragon Gang, he didn't really blame his old buddy. Before leaving the Green Dragon Gang, the other person had said a lot about him. At the time, Du Tianxing was extremely angry. But later, Du Tianxing thought about it carefully and realized that he had indeed made mistakes in some things. Du Tianxing had considered inviting his old friend back, but he was too proud to do so, which prevented the matter from being carried out. Now that the opportunity has presented itself, he naturally won't miss it. Old Li, did you bring people to rescue me? Li Tianwang snorted coldly. No. Then, he prepared to leave with his men. Du Tianxing immediately stepped forward and blocked Li Tianwang's path. Old Li, I know what you're thinking. Why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Li Tianwang coldly replied. I have nothing to talk to you about. Du Tianxing was anxious. Old Li, look at you. You're still as stubborn as ever. I'm begging you, come back. The Green Dragon Gang needs you. Upon hearing this, Li Tianwang stood with his hands behind his back and said, Beg me? Is this how you beg for help? Du Tianxing said. Then how do you want me to beg you? Li Tianwang pointed to the ground. You all have to kneel down, no matter what. Du Tianxing said angrily. Li Tianwang, don't push your luck. Li Tianwang turned to leave. Du Tianxing immediately panicked. Don't go. Lao Li, please, please, I'll kneel down for you, just don't go. He genuinely wanted to keep his brother with him. Du Tianxing has been in Shanghai for many years and has many brothers, but none of them can compare to Li Tianwang. This is a true brother. He has already lost his brother once, and now that they have finally reunited, he absolutely cannot let the other leave again. After saying that, Du Tianxing was about to kneel down when Li Tianwang reached out to stop him. He hadn't expected that Du Tianxing would actually kneel down. All right, stop kneeling. I promise you, I'll return to the Azure Dragon Gang. Du Tianxing said excitedly. Old Li, you said it yourself. Then Li Tianwang looked at Du Tianxing and asked in a low voice, and who is this? He spotted Yi Nin as soon as he entered the room. Li Tianwang couldn't sense any aura from the other party, but his intuition told him that the other party was no ordinary person. Du Tianxing said, do you still remember the senior we met when we founded the Azure Dragon Gang? Li Tianwang naturally knew this. He was there when Du Tianxing founded the Azure Dragon Gang. He was also present when the Tianxin sect master helped Du Tianxing back then. That senior was the strongest person Li Tianwang had ever met, without exception. Why are you saying this? Li Tianwang asked. Du Tianxing said, the senior is his master. What? Li Tianwang could no longer remain calm. This young man was actually that person's disciple. Du Tianxing said, let's go, I'll introduce you to the sect leader. Li Tianwang nodded. The two approached Yi Nan, and Du Tianxing smiled and said, sect leader, this man beside me is my good brother, Li Tianwang. He co-founded the Azure Dragon Gang with me back then, and he was also present when your master helped our Azure Dragon Gang. Then, Du Tianxing introduced Yi Nan to Li Tianwang. This is Yi Nan, the sect leader of Tianxian sect. From now on, you and I will call him sect leader together. Li Tianwang immediately smiled at Yi Nan and said, sect master. Yi Nan nodded slightly. I'll be going now. Respectfully seeing off the sect leader, Du Tianxing said to Yi Nan, then watched Yi Nan's figure disappear into the distance. Li Tianwang looked at Du Tianxing. How strong is this guy? Du Tianxing shook his head. How could I possibly see the sect leader's strength? You just need to know that he is very strong. Li Tianwang said. So, the person who has been helping the Azure Dragon Gang recently is the sect leader? Du Tianxing nodded. That's right. Lao Li, come with me to Qinglong Building. I'll give you some good stuff. Li Tianwang nodded. If Du Tianxing said it was good stuff, then it must be good stuff. At this moment, Li Muran stepped forward and looked at Du Tianxing. Grandpa Du. She is happy that her grandfather and Mr. Du have reconciled. From now on, she won't have to be sent by her grandfather to inquire about old Master Du anymore. Du Tianxing looked at Li Muran and said with a smile, Muran? Li Muran nodded. Yes, Grandpa Du. Du Tianxing said with a smile. It's been so many years, you've grown so much. Come on, follow me. Li Muran and Li Tianwang followed Du Tianxing to the top floor of the Qinglong Building. Before the two even entered the room, they smelled a refreshing aroma. Li Tianwang asked, Old Du, the aura of spiritual liquid is so strong. Du Tianxing opened the door, and the wooden bucket of spiritual liquid was placed in the center. When Li Tianwang saw this, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Where did this spiritual liquid come from? Du Tianxing took out 2 clean bowls and filled 2 bowls for the two of them. Don't ask so many questions. Drink the spiritual liquid first. It's not that I'm stingy, but the effects of this spiritual liquid are too strong. Drinking too much is bad for your health. Li Tianwang immediately took the bowl, drank it all in one gulp, and instantly felt a strange sensation. I think I'm about to break through. Li Muran had just taken the bowl when she heard these words and was completely stunned. Grandpa, are you kidding me? Her grandfather was a martial arts master who had been stuck at that level for many years. He always said that he was very close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster, but he just couldn't break through. The breakthrough Grandpa is talking about now must be a martial arts grandmaster. Li Tianwang did not respond. He immediately sat cross-legged and attempted to break through, and a powerful aura swept around him. Li Muran was stunned. His grandfather was really about to break through to the Grandmaster level in martial arts. And all of this is thanks to this spiritual liquid. Li Muran looked at the spiritual liquid in the bowl and drank it all in one gulp. In an instant, she also felt a breakthrough. Li Muran is an internal strength martial artist. She has no talent for martial arts. Therefore, he did not waste too much time on martial arts. And now, she actually felt like she had broken through to the half-step martial arts grandmaster level. Du Tiansheng said with a smile. Quickly sit cross-legged and absorb the spiritual liquid. Perhaps your martial arts cultivation can reach a higher level. Li Muran nodded and did as instructed. Half an hour later, Li Muran opened his eyes, looked at his hands, and said excitedly, "Grandpa, I've broken through." Then, she looked at Li Tianwang. At this moment, Li Tianwang also opened his eyes, and an aura instantly swept around. That was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. "Grandpa, you've broken through to the grandmaster level." Li Tianwang nodded excitedly. "That's right, you broke through too?" Li Muran nodded. Du Tianxing came out, looked at the grandfather and grandson, and said with a smile, "Tell me, isn't it a good thing?" Li Tianwang laughed and said, "It is indeed a good thing." "Old Du, was this spiritual liquid refined by the sect leader?" Du Tianxing said, "That's right. No one else has this ability besides him." After thinking for a few seconds, Li Tianwang said, "I think the sect leader is only in his early 20s. Du Tianxing replied, "Yes, Lao Li, why are you asking this?" Li Tianwang said with a smile, "The sect leader must be short of a wife." Chapter 552, Becoming Yinan's Wife. Du Tianxing immediately became alert. "What do you mean?" Li Tianwang said with a smile, "It means exactly what it says. I think the sect leader needs a wife to take care of him." Then he turned to Li Muran and asked with a smile, "Muran, what do you think of the sect leader?" Li Muran was taken aback by his words. Then her face flushed red instantly. "Grandpa, why are you asking this?" Her first impression of Yi Nin was quite good. He was handsome, and now she also learned that he was highly skilled in medicine. He's practically her dream man. Li Muran had seen many young men, but none of them could compare to Yi Nan. It can be said that Yi Nan is the most outstanding person she has ever met. When Li Tianwang saw his granddaughter speaking like that, he quickly gave her a meaningful look. Li Muran instantly understood what her grandfather meant. The other party was trying to anger Du Tianxing. Of course, she did have feelings for Yi Nan. So he said directly, "Grandpa, I think the sect leader is very good. I like her very much. If I could be her wife, I would be more than happy." Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing became even more restless. "Old Li, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to climb the ranks?" Li Tianwang retorted, "If you're not satisfied, why don't you marry your granddaughter to the sect leader?" Du Tianxing's face immediately turned extremely dark. Of course, he was not convinced. The problem is he doesn't have a granddaughter, not even a great-granddaughter. This was a direct defeat to Li Tianwang. You shouldn't come back. Leave the Azure Dragon Gang." Du Tianxing cursed angrily. Li Tianwang, with the air of a playful old man, said, "I'm not leaving. What can you do to me?" Du Tianxing was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. There was nothing he could do. Du Jianying was his only son in his entire life. Du Jianying did have children, but they were all boys. "Damn it, I need to urge Jianying to give me a granddaughter." Li Tianwang ignored Du Tianxing and said to his granddaughter, "Let's go. Muran, let's go back." "Yes, Grandpa." Li Muran nodded. After the grandfather and granddaughter left the Green Dragon Gang and got into the car, Li Tianwang looked at his granddaughter and said, "Muran, what Grandpa said just now wasn't to anger Du Tianxing. I really hope you can have more contact with the sect leader." Li Muran was still a little shy. "Grandpa, what are you talking about?" Li Tianwang said, "Muran, you should take what your grandfather said seriously. Being able to have a relationship with the sect leader is your opportunity. Of course, it also depends on whether the sect leader will give you this opportunity, so you should take the initiative." Li Muran was stunned. Her grandfather was not like this before. He had always instilled in her the idea that girls must protect themselves, and that if they met a boy who had feelings for them, they must test him first. He also said that she must never take the initiative. But now Grandpa has changed his tune, trying to get her to take the initiative. Li Tianlong suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Muron's shoulder. You have to take the initiative, and even then, you might not succeed. Like I said, becoming the sect leader's woman is your good fortune. Although Li Tianlong did not see Yin make a move, he had seen that senior make a move before. The senior's demeanor carried an overwhelming power. How could his disciple be an ordinary person? Li Muron nodded emphatically. Grandpa, I will take the initiative. Li Tianlong smiled and said, okay. Meanwhile, inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Shi Bei's death did not cause much of a stir. Initially, there was some chaos inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, led by Shi Bei's subordinates. With Shi Bei dead, their promotions within the National Medical Center can now be considered over. They were very unhappy, so they had to find a way to avenge old Shi. Only if the National Medical Center takes action will these people be properly treated, otherwise, everything is over. But the matter was quickly suppressed. Moreover, it was the physician himself who ordered the suppression. Shi Bei's men originally wanted to cause trouble, but now they had to give up. Inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the doctor is the most respected, and what the doctor says must be obeyed. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Shi Bei's subordinates naturally did not want to leave. If they left the National Medical Center, they might never find such good jobs again in their lives, so they could only swallow their anger. But they didn't understand why the healer wasn't taking action. You should know that Master Shi is a high-ranking official at the National Medical Center. The murder of a high-ranking official is tantamount to a slap in the face for the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Even if the crowd was dissatisfied, they dared not say anything. After all, this was the decision of the medical master, and to disobey the medical master's order was tantamount to betraying the National Medical Hall. Meanwhile, inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, an elderly man with white hair held a cell phone and dialed a number. This person is the chief physician of the National Medical Center. That woman's power has been restored. The white-haired old man said. What should I do next? There was silence on the other end of the phone, before someone finally spoke. They came back for that woman. We can do that. The physician looked surprised, but finally replied, I understand. At this moment, Yinan returned to his home in Shanghai. Yinan was not in a good mood. He had thought he would gain something this time, but unexpectedly, he still gained nothing. He lay on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. When Zhang Yinxiu saw Yinan return, she knelt down to serve him, first taking off Yinan's shoes. Seeing this, Yinan asked, What are you doing? Zhang Yinxiu smiled and said, You look so tired, so I wanted to help you take off your shoes. Let me help you take off your clothes too. Yinan declined, saying, No need, I can do it myself. Zhang Yinxiu was somewhat disappointed, but she still nodded. However, she did not leave, but looked at Yinan. Yinan asked, Is there anything else? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Yinxiu said, Yes. Yinan smiled and said, Go ahead. Zhang Yinxiu said, I'm going to a class reunion tomorrow. Can you come with me? Yinan refused, saying, I don't want to go. Class reunions are just places for bragging and showing off. Yinan had absolutely no interest in it. He had only participated once since his release from prison and had no courage to participate a second time. Besides, this is someone else's class reunion. If you go there, you'll probably just stay in a corner and eat and drink. Zhang Yinxiu nodded slightly after being rejected. All right then. Yinan asked, Actually, you don't have to go. Those kinds of gatherings won't help you at all. Zhang Yinxiu said, I wanted to refuse, but I couldn't. The person who invited me was a friend from the orphanage. Zhang Yinxiu's emotions fluctuated when she talked about her friends. Yinan knew that the person who invited Zhang Yinxiu could not possibly be a friend. The two must have a good relationship. However, Zhang Yinxiu's rejection of him indicates that their relationship deteriorated later. Yinan asked, Is your friend male or female? Zhang Yinxiu said, A woman. Yinan said, Is she targeting you? Chapter 553 My boyfriend is a doctor. Zhang Yinxiu nodded. She wasn't targeting me. She just wanted to prove that she was doing better than me. Yinan understood what Zhang Yinxiu meant. Okay, I promise you. I'll go to the class reunion with you tomorrow. He could tell that Zhang Yinxiu was definitely being targeted by her friends. But the other party was unwilling to say it. Yinan decided to help Zhang Yinxiu as a way of repaying a debt of gratitude. At that moment, Zhang Yinxiu's eyes lit up when she heard that Yinan was going to the class reunion with her. Really? Yinan smiled and said, Really, I'm not lying to you. Zhang Yinxiu immediately said excitedly, Thank you. You can just pretend to be my boyfriend then. Yinan nodded, sat cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Zhang Yinxiu stopped bothering Yinan. Actually, she had no choice but to ask Yinan to attend her class reunion. The person who invited her was her good friend from the orphanage. The two had a good relationship when they were young, but later, due to some events, their relationship became very unpleasant. Then I never saw him again for many years. But Zhang Yinxiu wanted to mend their relationship. Unfortunately, there was never an opportunity. This class reunion is a great opportunity. She could have gone by herself. But the other party said on the phone that they wanted to meet Zhang Yinxiu's boyfriend. This class reunion was arranged a month in advance. Zhang Yinxiu had a boyfriend at the time, but she lost him because she offended Shi Xiao. So Zhang Yinxiu thought of Yinan and wanted him to pretend to be her boyfriend. Of course, Zhang Yinxiu also had some selfish motives. She couldn't be Yinan's real woman, but she could be Yinan's fake woman. Even if she were just a fake girlfriend for a day, Zhang Yinxiu would be content. Zhang Yinxiu was genuinely afraid that Yinan would refuse. Fortunately, Yinan agreed. Early the next morning, Zhang Yinxiu prepared breakfast, and after the two ate, they headed to the meeting place for the day. Zhang Yinxiu changed her outfit today, wearing a white dress and with very exquisite makeup. When Yinan saw Zhang Yinxiu, his eyes lit up. Zhang Yinxiu noticed Yinan's gaze and looked away, asking, Yinan, is there something on my face? Yinan smiled and said, No, I just think you look really good today. Upon being praised by Yinan, Zhang Yinxiu's face instantly turned bright red. She said softly, Thank you for the compliment. Let's go quickly. Yinan nodded. The two went downstairs to the Shanghai Longhai Hotel and then went inside. Just as the two entered, a figure appeared not far behind them. It was Li Muran. The Longhai Hotel is owned by the Li family. Li Muran doesn't usually come here, but she came over today because she was having dinner with friends. She had just seen Yinan and wanted to go up and say hello. Her grandfather had told her that she should always take the initiative. However, Li Muran also discovered that there was another woman beside Yinan. For some reason, Li Muran became nervous. Even though she and Yinan had barely exchanged a few words, she was still nervous. Immediately, Li Muran decided to take advantage of Yinan's visit to their hotel for dinner to create a chance encounter with him. She felt that the woman was probably not Yinan's girlfriend. Otherwise, Old Du wouldn't have reacted so strongly yesterday. Li Muran knew what kind of person Old Du was. If he knew something, he would definitely tell him. Therefore, Yinan definitely doesn't have a girlfriend. She immediately took out her phone and made an appointment with her friend to have dinner another day. At the same time, I contacted the hotel manager to find out which private room Yinan was dining in. Soon, the hotel manager gave Li Muran the result. Dinner in the Dragon Hall on the 3rd floor. Li Muran began to devise ways to arrange a chance encounter with Yinan. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Hall, Zhang Yinxiu led Yinan inside. There were more than 20 people in the hall. After the two went inside, a heavily made-up woman came forward to greet Zhang Yinxiu. Qiu, you're here, the other person said excitedly. Zhang Yinxiu nodded. Yes, Sister Yiya. Yenya's gaze did not linger on Zhang Yinxiu for long, but instead fell on Yinan. This must be your boyfriend. Zhang Yinxiu nodded. Yes, it's my boyfriend, Yinan. As soon as she finished speaking, her heart started pounding wildly. After looking Yinan up and down, Yunya said, I am Qiu's good friend, and my name is Yunya. His every move exuded arrogance. Yinan's outstretched hand was ignored by the other party. Yunya turned around and sat back in her seat. Yinan didn't pay any attention and found a seat with Zhang Yinxiu. Yunya began exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Yinxiu. A question and an answer. The questions asked were mostly about Zhang Yinxiu's current job, as well as other personal matters. Zhang Yinxiu answered all of them. Finally, Yunya asked, Qiuqiu, what does your boyfriend do? Zhang Yinqiu said. He is a doctor. She naturally couldn't reveal Yinan's true identity. In fact, she didn't know Yinan's true identity either. But she's not wrong either. Yinan is a doctor. Upon hearing this, Yunya's face showed a hint of disdain, but she quickly regained her composure. Oh, you're a doctor. Where does your boyfriend work? Is he at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? She said that on purpose, because based on her understanding of Zhang Yinqiu, she couldn't possibly find a boyfriend who worked at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. They simply looked down on someone like Zhang Yinqiu, a country bumpkin. Even she, the doctors at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, didn't think much of her. Zhang Yinqiu shook her head. She remembered that Yinan worked at the Immortal Doctor's clinic. Yunya thought Yinan was just a small-time doctor, saying, "It's okay if he's not here. The National Medical Center is just SOSO. It's just famous, but there are a lot of incompetent doctors inside." At this moment, a young man stepped forward, approached Yunya, and asked with a smile, "Yunya, who are they?" Yunya immediately reached out and took the other person's arm. Fong Ran, this is Zhang Yinqiu, whom I told you about. The man next to her is her boyfriend. The man named Fong Ran stared at Zhang Yinqiu with a greedy look in his eyes. Finally, he extended his hand and said, "My name is Fong Ran, Yunya's boyfriend. I've heard her talk about you before. She even said you're her best friend." Yunya did speak ill of Zhang Yinqiu, but it was all bad talk. Yunya also said that Zhang Yinqiu was bad, which made Fong Ran think that Zhang Yinqiu was ugly. Seeing Zhang Yinqiu in person now, I never expected that her looks would be even better than Yunya's. Over the years, Zhang Yinqiu has become very good at judging people. She knew that Fong Ran was no good, so she didn't want to shake hands with him and immediately glanced at Yinan. Yinan immediately understood Zhang Yinqiu's meaning. He said to Fong Ran, "There's no need for a handshake. My girlfriend doesn't like having contact with strangers." Fong Ran felt embarrassed upon hearing this, but quickly a smile appeared on his face. "All right, please take a seat." Zhang Yinqiu and Yinan sat together, while Fong Ran and Yunya sat together. Yunya felt very uncomfortable at this moment. Fong Ran was her boyfriend, but his gaze was fixed on Zhang Yinqiu. But she couldn't say much. After all, she had gone to great lengths to become Fong Ran's girlfriend, and it wouldn't be good if she angered him. Then, Yunya looked at Zhang Yinqiu. She couldn't offend Fong Ran, but she could offend this woman. Moreover, her purpose in inviting the other party to the class reunion was to humiliate Zhang Yinqiu. Chapter 554. You are not qualified to meet me. When they were little, Yunya and Zhang Yinqiu lived in the same orphanage. At that time, Yunya began to feel jealous of Zhang Yinqiu. The teachers at the orphanage all liked Zhang Yinqiu, and so did everyone else. Yunya had a crush on another boy, but who knew that the boy would actually like Zhang Yinqiu? Yunya confessed her feelings to him, but was rejected because he didn't like her and that he liked Zhang Yinqiu. This caused Yunya's jealousy to turn into hatred. She kept her jealousy hidden. It wasn't until she went abroad that she and Zhang Yinqiu had a falling out. But Yunya felt very uncomfortable and uneasy. At first, she didn't know what was going on, until later she understood why. Zhang Yinqiu has always been a thorn in her side. She felt uncomfortable as long as she didn't show off in front of the other party, and Yunya was satisfied as long as Zhang Yinqiu could see that she was doing well. Abroad, her monthly salary of 30,000 yuan already surpasses that of Zhang Yinqiu. Before returning to China, she became Fong Ran's girlfriend again. Fong Ran is a promising prospect. He works for the Green Dragon Gang in Shanghai. One of his uncles is a high-ranking member of the Green Dragon Gang. As long as Yunya marries Fong Ran, she can rest easy from now on. She had to let Zhang Yinqiu see all of this. So they invited Zhang Yinqiu to the class reunion. Right now, at the dinner table, almost all the classmates were talking to Yunya. Yunya responded with a smile. However, she would occasionally throw questions at Fong Ran. After all, she's nothing special, earning only 20,000 yuan a month, but her boyfriend is different. He earns 500,000 yuan a year. Fong Ran then naturally revealed his identity. He is a returnee from overseas. His uncle is a high-ranking member of the Green Dragon Gang. He immediately joined the Green Dragon Gang. The people present were all ordinary people, and in their eyes, the Green Dragon Gang was a behemoth. Those who can work within the Green Dragon Gang are all extremely important figures. Immediately, many people stood up to toast Fong Ran. Brother Fong, let me toast you. Brother Fong, I'm Yi's best friend. We're really close. Fong Ran sat in his seat, and when offered a toast, he only took a small sip. But no one else dared to say anything. While Fong Ran was drinking, he secretly glanced at Zhang Yanxiu. Fong Ran didn't care about anyone else. He only cared about Zhang Yanxiu. Women are attracted to strength, and Zhang Yanxiu must really want to toast him right now. But at this moment, Fong Ran noticed that Zhang Yanxiu's gaze remained fixed on Yinan, without even glancing at him. Fong Ran was immediately displeased. Does this woman have such poor taste? He's just a doctor boyfriend, and she's treating him like a hot commodity? Yunya noticed Fong Ran's gaze and clenched her fists in anger. What was so good about Zhang Yanxiu? Why was Fong Ran so interested in her the moment he saw her? She brought Fong Ran to this party today to show off, not to see this situation. Then, Yunya looked at Zhang Yanxiu and asked, Qiu, why isn't your boyfriend saying anything? Zhang Yanxiu said, maybe he doesn't want to talk. Yunya said, that won't do. If someone is unwilling to talk, it means they lack social skills, and such people will be ostracized at work. Zhang Yanxiu immediately looked at Yinan, afraid that he would be angry. When she saw that there was no change in his expression, she replied to Yunya, it doesn't matter. Let him do whatever he wants. Yunya laughed. You think you can do whatever you want? If you own the company, that would be fine, but you're just an employee. What are you pretending for? There's no future in being with someone like that. Zhang Yanxiu said with a smile. Yeah, you should worry about yourself instead. Yunya was even more displeased upon hearing this. She had made such sarcastic remarks, yet Zhang Yanxiu hadn't reacted at all. Yinan was just a little handsome. Otherwise, he was nothing special. He laughed. Zhang Yanxiu's criteria for choosing a partner are still at the teenage stage. She wants to find a handsome man. Little do people know that a man's appearance is the least important thing. When looking for a boyfriend, you should look at his potential and his background. Never mind. The two are no longer on the same level. Zhang Yanxiu was also considering whether she should continue to be friends with Yunya. Before attending this gathering, Zhang Yanxiu thought she could remain best friends with Yunya for life. But now, she only wanted to leave with Yinan. The other person had changed. She was no longer the Yunya from the orphanage. This gathering would be their last meeting. At this moment, Fong Ran looked at Yinan and asked with a smile, Brother, where do you work? Yinan ignored Fong Ran. Fong Ran was displeased, but still continued to ask. It doesn't matter if the workplace is small. Don't be shy. I'm Yi's boyfriend, and you're Zhang Yanxiu's boyfriend. We'll see each other often in the future. If I can help you out, I definitely will. Everyone looked at Yinan. They all gave each other disdainful looks. What's wrong with this person? They have absolutely no sense of judgment. Fong Ran is a member of the Green Dragon Gang, so if he says he'll help, he definitely will. If Fong Ran had said that to them, they would have already raised their glasses and thanked him. Indeed, some people are destined to stay at the bottom of society their whole lives. Yinan looked at Fong Ran and said coldly, You are not qualified to meet me from now on. These words were spoken. Everyone in the private room was stunned. No one expected that Yinan would dare to say such a thing. Fong Ran's expression turned extremely ugly. He hadn't expected the other party to dare speak to him like that. Yinan, how can you be like this? Fong Ran was helping you because of Yunya's relationship with Zhang Yanxiu, and you actually dare to say such things. A female classmate pointed at Yinan and said. Yinan looked at the other person and said coldly, You can ask him for help. You? The female classmate trembled with anger, pointing her finger at Yinan. You are truly a good-for-nothing. You have no idea what you're missing. Fong Ran's relative is a high-ranking member of the Green Dragon Gang. With just one word from him, he can make you soar to a height that you could never reach in your entire life. Yunya loved this scene the most. She laughed and scolded Zhang Yanxiu. Qiu, your boyfriend is really useless. You should break up with him. She was happy as long as Zhang Yanxiu made a move. Zhang Yanxiu looked at Yunya and said coldly, This is none of your business. Yunya wasn't angry. In her opinion, Zhang Yanxiu was just embarrassed and angry. Then, she looked at the female classmate who had spoken earlier. What do you know? Just barking like a dog here. The female classmate, her face flushed red from being scolded, said, Am I wrong? To be honest, Zhang Yanxiu, I wouldn't even give a second glance to a man like that, but you treat her like a treasure. Zhang Yinxiu looked at the female classmate, got up and walked over. The female student was startled. What do you want to do? Zhang Yinxiu slapped the female classmate across the face. Smack. A round of applause followed. Don't be so sarcastic in the future. The female classmate covered her face, about to continue speaking, but when she met Zhang Yinxiu's gaze, all the words she wanted to say were swallowed back down. Everyone else was also looking at Zhang Yinxiu. The Zhang Yinxiu they remembered wasn't this fierce. The current Zhang Yinxiu was like a completely different person from the past. Yenya was secretly delighted. In her opinion, Zhang Yinxiu leaving now was tantamount to being humiliated and driven away, and she could finally feel good. Zhang Yinxiu came to Yinan's side. I'm sorry for making you get scolded. I apologize to you. She deeply regretted bringing Yinan to this class reunion. For someone of Yinan's status to be pointed out by such a person was the greatest humiliation for him. Yinan smiled and said, It's all right. Don't blame yourself. You've already made her pay the price. Zhang Yinxiu nodded. Then let's go and find another place to eat. Yinan stood up, about to leave with Zhang Yinxiu. Just then, the door to the private room was opened. Then, several burly men walked in. What's going on in this private room? What's all the noise about? Don't you know you're disturbing my brother's meal? Chapter 555, What explanation do you want? Upon hearing this, the group of people who had just been gossiping about Yinan and Zhang Yinxiu all shut their mouths. These burly men look like they're not to be trifled with. Seeing this, Yenya was secretly delighted. This will allow others to witness Fong Ran's strength once again. Immediately, Yenya said to the group of burly men, Is there a problem with us talking in our own private room? These words were spoken. All eyes turned to Yenya. Everyone was no longer afraid. They almost forgot that Fong Ran was still there. The other party is from the Green Dragon Gang. Immediately, everyone stood their ground and said to the burly man, That's right. What's wrong with us talking loudly in our own private room? Is it bothering you? Fong Ran's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. We're doomed. Are these people crazy? Didn't you see that these big men are all extraordinary? They all exude a murderous aura. He dared not offend these people. Actually, he's not really a member of the Green Dragon Gang now. It's just that his parents asked a relative for help, but the relative hasn't agreed yet. The burly men swept their gazes across the room and let out a cold laugh. Fine, you guys have guts. None of you will leave here alive today. One student said directly, You think we're afraid of you? The guy next to me is from the Green Dragon Gang. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The burly men paused for a moment upon hearing Azure Dragon Gang, then burst into laughter. Really? Which one of you is from the Azure Dragon Gang? Step forward so I can see. Fong Ran hid in the back, not daring to show his face, but now, under everyone's gaze, he had no choice but to step forward. That's me. The burly man stared at Fong Ran, sizing him up. Who are you with? Fong Ran took a breath and said, I follow Ko Zhuan. What about you? Upon hearing this, the burly men's expressions changed slightly. You know Captain Ko? Seeing this, Fong Ran said, That's right, Ko Zhuan is my relative. I call Ko Zhuan uncle. The burly men exchanged glances and then began to whisper among themselves. Did you know that Captain Ko has such a nephew? Never heard of it. All right, it's better to believe it's true than not. If he really is, we can better maintain a good relationship with Captain Ko in the future. If he isn't, we'll find a way to find this guy and teach him the price of deceiving us. I agree. A burly man stepped forward, looked at Fong Ran, and said with a smile, So you're Captain Ko's nephew. I know Captain Ko, we often drink together. Fong Ran smiled and said, Brother, why don't you stay for a drink today? The burly man replied, You all look very young. Is this a class reunion? Fong Ran nodded. Yes. The burly man said, Then you all stay here for now. I won't bother you any longer. The people around were all thinking that they wanted to drink more with Fong Ran. If they could get on his good side, things would be much better in the future. Yenya was overjoyed. She was like a noble peacock, holding her neck high. Finally, their gazes fell upon Yinan and Zhang Yinxiu. She will probably never have anything to do with Zhang Yinxiu again in her life. Then let's go all the way. Immediately, Yenya stepped forward, came to Fong Ran, and said to the big man, Brothers, We didn't disturb you just now. The big man didn't know who Yunya was, but since she was standing next to Captain Ko's nephew, she must have some connection with him. Who was making that noise? Yunya immediately pointed to Yi Nan and Zhang Yanxiu in the distance. Those two. The burly man glanced at the two men and asked curiously, "Weren't they with you?" Yunya shook her head. "No." The others immediately chimed in, saying, "We weren't with them, and we can testify that they were the ones who disturbed your meal." "Right. That's right." A group of classmates testified. Zhang Yanxiu was taken aback by Yunya's actions and questioned her. "Yunya, what do you mean by this?" Yunya said, "What did I do? I was just telling the truth, and you're the one making a scene." Zhang Yanxiu didn't expect Yunya to say such a thing. "Yunya, I've always considered you a friend. I came to see you this time because I want to reconcile with you and be able to be like before." Yunya laughed. "Now that we've reconciled, why didn't you say something like that earlier?" "Let me guess why. It has something to do with my boyfriend. After you found out who he is, you wanted to curry favor with me, right?" Zhang Yanxiu never expected Yunya to say such a thing. It was truly disappointing. At this moment, several burly men sized up Zhang Yanxiu. They were actually quite embarrassed. They came in so aggressively just now, and now they're just leaving like this. What will others think of them? How embarrassing. They felt that Zhang Yanxiu must not be anyone important, otherwise these people wouldn't dare to target her. They decided to take action to save face. One of them walked over and said coldly, "You were the one who was making a scene just now?" Zhang Yanxiu said, "It wasn't us." The burly man said coldly, "But everyone says you two were making a huge scene. How do you plan to explain that?" Zhang Yanxiu said, "I don't want to explain anything." After saying that, she took Yi Nan and prepared to leave. Yi Nan said, "No rush." Then he turned to the big man and said, "What explanation do you want?" The burly man stared at Yi Nan. He felt fear after just one glance at Yi Nan. He forced himself to calm down and carefully examined Yi Nan. That kind of look isn't something an ordinary person can have. Who exactly is this guy? But soon, he stopped taking Yi Nan seriously. As he said before, if this person were some big shot, no one else would treat him like this. "You're making a huge racket here, disturbing us. Do you understand?" Yi Nan slapped the big man across the face. The latter flew backward and crashed onto the table. This sudden scene caught everyone off guard, and their expressions changed, leaving them dumbfounded. How dare this guy hit someone? Didn't you hear these people say they're from the Green Dragon Gang? Although Yunya was shocked, she was secretly delighted. Is Zhang Yanxiu's boyfriend crazy? How dare he hit her like that? However, taking action was a good thing for her. If nothing unexpected happened, this kid would die soon. As for Zhang Yanxiu, she might not die, but these big men would definitely not let Zhang Yanxiu go. Fong Ran frowned. How come Yi Nan is so brave, daring to fight the Green Dragon Gang? I didn't expect this kid, who looks so skinny, to have such strong hands. Then he looked at Zhang Yanxiu. If nothing unexpected happened, this woman should have been scared to death by now. Fong Ran decided to protect Zhang Yanxiu and also take her down. At that time, Zhang Yanxiu will definitely fall in love with someone else. But when Fong Ran's gaze fell on Zhang Yanxiu, he was stunned, because he could not see any fear on Zhang Yanxiu's face at this moment. Instead, she was extremely calm, as if nothing had happened. This woman probably doesn't know what the Green Dragon Gang is. It seems that when these burly men attack Zhang Yanxiu, he should wait before making his move, so that Zhang Yanxiu will be terrified, and then he can appear like a god and crush them. At this moment, the others who had entered with the burly man who had been knocked down all stared at Yi Nan. How dare you hit someone? Yi Nan turned to look at the group and said coldly, "Didn't you want an explanation? This is my explanation for you. What do you think?" The men roared in fury. "You're asking for it." Yi Nan watched as the group was about to make their move. Just then, a voice rang out. "You have some nerve." Immediately afterwards, Li Muron rushed in from outside the door. Chapter 556. His name is Yi Nan. Li Muron had been looking for opportunities to create chance encounters with Yi Nan. She fantasized that when Yi Nan went to the restroom, she would suddenly appear from the women's restroom and create a chance encounter with him. Or perhaps Yi Nan's things fall on the ground, and you pick them up and return them to Yi Nan. That could also be considered a beautiful encounter. Just as Li Muron was lost in thought, The manager anxiously found her, saying there was some noise coming from inside the private room. When Li Muron learned of this, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? But soon, she became afraid. What if someone offended Yinan here, and Yinan stopped coming to their hotel in the future? That would be terrible. So he hurriedly led his people into the private room. Just as Li Muron reached the door, he heard people talking inside, so he walked in without any hesitation. I think you're the ones who were courting death. Li Muron had just walked in. All eyes were on the other person. Their eyes lit up. This woman is so beautiful, and she has such a great presence. When Fong Ran saw Li Muron, his eyes lit up. He rarely saw beautiful women, so why did he see so many today? Upon hearing Li Muron's words, the burly men immediately turned around to see who dared to speak to them like that. But when they saw the person's face, they were terrified. Miss Li, is that you? Li Muron coldly replied, Can it be me? The group trembled with fear, stammering, Can. Li Muron ignored them and walked directly to Yinan's side, respectfully saying, Sect Master Yi. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. What's going on? The woman subdued the Green Dragon Gang members with a single move. But now, the other party is showing such respect to Zhang Yanqiu's boyfriend. Could the other party also be an important figure? But isn't the other person just a doctor? Yinan looked at Li Muron and asked, Who are you? He didn't know this woman. Li Muron immediately introduced himself. My name is Li Muron. My grandfather is Li Tianwang. We met yesterday, but we didn't speak. Yinan remembered Li Tianwang. Du Tianxing had introduced him to Yinan yesterday. Li Muron continued, Sect leader Yi, these people have offended you, and I will definitely not let them off. Then, Li Muron turned around and looked at the several burly men. These people were already kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up at all. They had naturally overheard Li Muron and Yinan's conversation. I thought the other party was an easy target, someone I could bully at will. But who knew that the other party actually knew Li Muron? And judging from the tone of their conversation, Li Muron was very respectful to the other party. Could it be that the other party was an important person? At this moment, Li Muron came up to the group and said coldly, You guys go back and leave the Azure Dragon Gang. Although the group was unwilling, they dared not disobey and could only reply, Yes, Miss Li. After saying this, the group left the private room. Yenya was very unhappy to see this scene. Just when Zhang Yanqiu was about to be finished, a woman suddenly appeared and solved everything for Zhang Yanqiu. How can this be allowed? Today, she was showing off her boyfriend to Zhang Yanqiu, but now the other party has completely exposed her true colors. At this moment, Li Muron returned to Yinan and said with a smile, Sect leader Yi, I'll change your private room. Yinan nodded. The three were just about to leave. Yenya called out, Stop. Li Muron turned to look at Yenya, narrowing his eyes. What is it? Yenya coldly replied, This is none of your business. Get out of here. Then she looked at Zhang Yanqiu and said, Zhang Yanqiu, your boyfriend is affecting our class reunion, which makes me very unhappy. How about this? You kowtow to us, and I'll let you go. Zhang Yanqiu said coldly, Yenya, don't go too far. Yenya laughed and said, I've gone too far. What can you do to me? Don't think that just because you have this woman backing you up, you can act with impunity. Then, she went up to Fong Ran and said in a coquettish tone, Honey, can you teach Zhang Yanqiu a lesson for me? Fong Ran was extremely embarrassed at this moment, but for the sake of saving face, he still stepped forward and said, Okay. He was initially insecure, but the way those burly men changed their expressions as soon as they heard his uncle's name showed that his uncle held a high position within the Green Dragon Gang. Then, he looked at Li Muron. As for this woman, her status was far inferior to his uncle's. Fong Ran looked at Zhang Yanqiu and said, You and your boyfriend kowtow to my yaya, and I'll let you go. Li Muron's face darkened. How dare they make the sect leader kowtow? Do you want to die? Fong Ran looked at Li Muron and said, I know you're from the Green Dragon Gang, but I advise you not to get involved in this matter. You can't afford to mess with the people behind me. Li Muron laughed. You think I can't afford to offend you? Who's behind you? Fong Ran said proudly. My uncle is Ko Zhuan of the Green Dragon Gang. You're familiar with that name, aren't you? Li Muron was naturally familiar with Ko Zhuan. He had stopped her before, and she had seen him fawning over Yi Nan. So, Ko Zhuan gave you confidence? Fong Ran coldly said. That's right. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Just as Li Muron was about to continue speaking, Yi Nan said, Call Ko Zhuan here. Fong Ran said, What? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin? Yi Nan calmly said, I want to see if Ko Zhuan dares to touch me. Fong Ran hadn't expected the other party to be so arrogant. He really wanted to slap the other person in the face. It wasn't that Fong Ran didn't want to shout. Of course, he didn't want to miss this opportunity to show off. The main problem was that he didn't know if Uncle Ko would come if he called him that. Everyone's watching now. Fong Ran had no choice but to bite the bullet and pick up the phone. He made up his mind and decided to make the call first. Whether the other party will answer is still a question, and even if they do answer, whether they will come is unknown. If the other party answers the phone, he will play the voice message aloud. If they don't answer, he will say that the other party is busy. Fong Ran immediately dialed Ko Zhuan's number. A sound rang out. 3 seconds later. Hey! Ko Zhuan's voice rang out at that moment. Fong Ran was surprised that the other party answered, so he immediately turned on the speakerphone and called out, Uncle Ko. On the phone, Ko Zhuan asked, Who are you? Fong Ran felt embarrassed and quickly explained, Uncle Ko, I'm Fong Ran. Do you remember me? Oh, it's Xiao Fong. What's up with the call? Fong Ran smiled and said, It's like this, Uncle Ko. I've run into a bit of trouble. Ko Zhuan asked, What trouble? Fong Ran said, Someone wants to hit me. Ko Zhuan's voice turned icy. Is this really true? Just tell me your name. Fong Ran said, I told them, but they completely ignored me and even told me to call you over. Ko Zhuan coldly asked, So arrogant? Didn't you say I'm a member of the Green Dragon Gang? Fong Ran said, I already said it. That's really arrogant. Ask him his name. I want to see what makes him so arrogant. After pondering for a moment, Ko Zhuan asked a question. Fong Ran immediately said, Uncle Ko, his name is Yi Nan. Chapter 557 People from the War Department arrive. At that moment, Ko Zhuan, who was on the other end of the phone, was sitting lazily on the sofa. These days, his status in the Green Dragon Gang has risen higher and higher. They were living a very comfortable life. Offending the sect leader can be considered a blessing in disguise. And at that moment, upon hearing the name Fong Ran uttered on the phone, Ko Zhuan sat up abruptly from the sofa, his pupils widening. Yi Nan. Isn't that the sect leader's name? Holy crap, could the person who's going to beat up Fong Ran be the sect leader? If the sect leader wants to beat Fong Ran, he certainly won't stop him. In fact, he'll help the sect leader beat Fong Ran up. The problem is, the sect leader would never dare to lay a hand on Fong Ran. Fong Ran is nothing but an ant. His friend's child could not possibly have any conflict with the sect leader. Unless this kid is taking advantage of his position to bully others. And this power was Ko Zhuan. That's fucking bad. Ko Zhuan could imagine what had happened before. Fong Ran must have said that he had someone behind him. And he even said his name. This is it, we're doomed. He had worked so hard to prove his loyalty to the sect leader, but now Fong Ran had ruined it all. Now he just hopes that this kid hasn't offended the sect leader too much, otherwise he'll be finished too. At this moment, Ko Zhuan didn't want to give any instructions. He just wanted to know where they were. Tell me, where are you? Upon hearing this, Fong Ran sensed the anxiety in Ko Zhuan's tone and immediately replied, Longhai Grand Hotel. Ko Zhuan didn't say another word, hung up the phone, went out, got into his car, and headed to the Longhai Hotel. On the other end of the phone, Fong Ran wanted to say something, but after Ko Zhuan hung up, he felt even happier. It seems Uncle Ko is already impatient to kill Yi Nan. He arrived before he even finished speaking. Then, Fong Ran put away his phone, turned around and looked at Yi Nan coldly, saying, You wait, my Uncle Ko is coming right away. I hope you won't run away later. Everyone else looked at Yi Nan with pity, as if they were looking at a dead man. If this kid had bowed down to Fong Ran from the beginning, none of this would have happened. Now he's dead. Yi Nan didn't say anything, but pulled up a chair and sat down calmly. Fong Ran looked at Yi Nan with the same gaze he would give a dead man. Yenya was now smug and arrogant, her tail practically wagging in the air. Li Muron stood obediently to the side. After a long while, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Outside the private room, Ko Zhuan rushed in. All eyes fell on Ko Zhuan's face. This guy truly lives up to his reputation as a leader of the Azure Dragon Gang. Even from a distance, he exudes an aura of authority. Fong Ran had never met Ko Zhuan in person, but he had seen Ko Zhuan's photos. He immediately stepped forward with a smile. Uncle Ko. Ko Zhuan didn't even glance at Fong Ran. He quickly walked up to Yinan and knelt down with a thud. Sectmaster, I am not familiar with Fong Ran. I have never even met him. He offended you, but it has nothing to do with me. Please do not take your anger out on me. These words were spoken. Everyone present was stunned. This person wasn't someone Fong Ran called. So why is he kneeling in front of Zhang Yanqiu's boyfriend? What's going on? Yi Nin remained silent. Ko Zhuan's heart began to race. He knew that talking was useless. He had to do something. Ko Zhuan immediately said, Sect leader, I will definitely give you a reasonable explanation for this matter. He got up and came to Fong Ran. Fong Ran was stunned. He realized something was wrong and that he seemed to have gotten himself into trouble. Yinan was no ordinary doctor. Even Uncle Ko had to give him some face. Fong Ran was about to explain, Ko. Before he could even say his name, he was slapped by Ko Zhuan. He was slapped and sent flying, landing on the ground with his face swollen. When this scene unfolded, everyone present stared wide-eyed. Ko Zhuan retorted, Do we know each other well? How dare you use my name to swindle and deceive people? Fong Ran was stunned. Uncle Ko, my dad and you are friends. Ko Zhuan coldly said. From now on, he is no longer my friend. After saying that, he stepped forward and kicked Fong Ran in the face repeatedly. There was no mercy shown, only deep-seated hatred. Fong Ran's face began to turn into a bloody mess. Ko Zhuan only stopped kicking Fong Ran so badly that even his mother might not recognize him. Damn it! I really want to kill you, Ko Zhuan cursed. Then he returned to Yinan, knelt on the ground, and smiled broadly. Sect leader Yi, are you satisfied? Yinan said, I'm not satisfied. Ko Zhuan immediately stood up, came to Fong Ran, and raised his foot again. When you are reincarnated in your next life, open your eyes wider. Before Fong Ran could say another word, Ko Zhuan stomped on Fong Ran's head and crushed it. Blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, the group of students were all stunned. They were all migrant workers who had never seen anything like this before. They were all terrified, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. However, someone secretly glanced at Yinan. Who exactly is Zhang Yanqiu's boyfriend? He is definitely not an ordinary doctor. Yenya also collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with fear. She dared not say a word, for fear that Zhang Yanqiu would take her anger out on her. At this moment, Ko Zhuan turned around and came to Yinan, respectfully saying, Sect leader, are you satisfied this time? Yinan nodded slightly. I'm satisfied. Upon hearing this, Ko Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that he was satisfied. That's good, that's good. Yinan said, You handle the situation here. I'll head out first. Ko Zhuan replied, No problem, Sectmaster. You can rest assured that I'll handle things. Yinan nodded, then looked at Zhang Yanqiu. What are you going to do with that woman? Zhang Yanqiu had witnessed Yinan's methods before, so she was relatively calm at this moment. She knew who the woman Yinan was talking about was. Yenya. Zhang Yanqiu glanced at Yenya. Yenya was so frightened that she knelt down on the ground. Qiu, please let me go. We are best friends. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanqiu recalled what Yenya had told her before. They made her kneel down and kowtow before letting her leave. She cannot be soft-hearted. Zhang Yanqiu coldly said, Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you leave. Upon hearing this, Yenya glared at Zhang Yanqiu with hatred. You're making me kneel down? We're good friends. Zhang Yanqiu said. When you made me kneel down, did you ever mention that I was your good friend? Yenya said, Can we try a different approach? I'll apologize to you, okay? Zhang Yanqiu coldly replied, No need. Then, she looked at Yinan and said, You handle this for me. Yinan nodded and glanced at Ko Zhuan. Ko Zhuan instantly understood Yinan's meaning, and he walked towards Yenya. Upon seeing this, Yenya was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Yanqiu. Qiu, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I apologize to you. She had always thought Zhang Yanxiu was easy to manipulate, but she never expected that the other party would actually do it for real. But the next second, Yunya's head was twisted off by Ko Zhuan and fell to the ground, her eyes filled with deep regret. Everyone else huddled in a corner. They regretted their previous cold words to Zhang Yanxiu and Yi Nan. Who would have thought that this person could command the higher-ups of the Green Dragon Gang? One by one, they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Ko Zhuan looked at Yi Nan. Sect leader, what should we do with the others? Yi Nan said, that's fine then. He was just about to leave with Zhang Yanxiu. Just then, someone else walked in from outside the private room. Then Yang Shan led a group of soldiers into the room. Upon seeing Yi Nan, he immediately knelt down and pleaded, Mr. Yi, please save Sister Qing. Chapter 558 Begging Mr. Yi to save Sister Qing. The sudden scene instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those men were dressed in combat uniforms and wore special badges on their shoulders. This is a soldier from the War Department? And judging from the style of the badge, they are definitely not ordinary soldiers. Everyone was wondering, just who exactly is Zhang Yanxiu's boyfriend? Yi Nan didn't say a word, yet he made the leader of the Green Dragon Gang obediently bow his head and admit his mistake. Now, people from the War Department have come to his door again, and they are being so respectful to him. To have such influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles, what kind of person must be so powerful? Someone swallowed hard, secretly glad that they hadn't acted rashly and helped Yunya bully Zhang Yanxiu. Otherwise they would probably be dead by now. Yi Nan's gaze fell on Yang Shan, who was leading the group, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He vaguely remembered this man. He seemed to be from the Central Plains branch of the War Department. His tone was flat, revealing no emotion whatsoever. You want me to save someone? Yang Shan's knees hadn't even touched the ground when he heard this, and he quickly looked up, his face full of urgency and pleading, and fine beads of sweat were already seeping from his forehead. Yes, Mr. Yi, please, you must help, or it will really be too late. Yi Nan thought of Yuan Qing. When he first met Yuan Qing, she questioned him. Although there was a bit of a misunderstanding later, it didn't have a major impact. When he left Zhongzhou, he saw Yuan Qing once near his home. At that time, Yuan Qing was on patrol and said he was protecting Su Wanfeng's safety. Yuan Qing holds a fairly high rank in the War Department and has powerful backers. What could possibly happen to someone like that requires Yi Nan's personal intervention? Yi Nan's eyes held a more scrutinizing gaze. Why should I intervene? Mr. Yi, please, you must save Sister Qing. Yang Shan's voice trembled with anxiety as he hurriedly explained. The crisis she is facing this time is inextricably linked to you. Yi Nan was stunned for a moment, and his brows furrowed instantly. He and Yuan Qing had barely met, and they had no real interaction whatsoever. How could her affairs be related to him? Are you sure? Absolutely true. Yang Shan nodded heavily, his knees stiff as he stood up. Mr. Yi, there are too many people around here. Please come with me, and I will explain it to you slowly. Yi Nan's curiosity grew even stronger. He nodded in acknowledgement and followed Yang Shan as they turned and left the private room. The corridor was quiet. The War Department had already cleared out all irrelevant personnel. Tell me, what exactly happened? Yi Nan stopped and said in a deep voice. Yang Shan took a deep breath and said very quickly, Mr. Yi, do you remember that you once killed a Korean named Gu Chengxian? Zhu Chengxian? Yi Nan's eyes instantly turned cold. He naturally remembered the name. Back then, that guy was so arrogant and dared to have wicked thoughts about Chu Xiangyi. He took action on the spot and killed the guy? What does this have to do with Yuan Qing? Gu Qingshuan's true identity is the junior president of LJ Group in South Korea. Yang Shan's voice was filled with suppressed anger. After his death, LJ Group immediately put pressure on our War Department, demanding that the murderer be handed over to pay for his life. The person in charge of handling this matter was Sister Qing. She knew that you were doing this to protect yourself, and that Gu Chengxian himself had a bad record, so she always argued on the grounds and tried her best to protect you. She even publicly refuted Park Sung-hae, the lawyer sent by LJ Group. But that Park Sung-hae is narrow-minded and extremely vengeful. Yang Shan's fists clenched so tightly they cracked, his eyes filled with hatred. He couldn't gain any advantage at the negotiating table, so he secretly sent people to harm Sister Qing's parents. Sister Qing's parents were just ordinary people. They couldn't withstand the torture those people inflicted on them, and they died on the spot. Yang Shan's voice choked with emotion. He suppressed his emotions, took a deep breath, and continued. When Sister Qing learned of her parents' tragic deaths, she was completely enraged. She single-handedly found Park Sung-hae and killed him to avenge her parents. But this gave the LJ Group an excuse to put pressure on the War Department, threatening that if Sister Qing wasn't handed over to pay with her life, this matter wouldn't be over. The higher-ups in the War Department, they chose to sacrifice Sister Qing. Yang Shan's voice was full of disappointment and resentment. They didn't want to offend the LJ Group for one person. They just wanted to settle things peacefully. Now Sister Qing has been captured and is being held at the War Department's Central China branch. It probably won't be long before she's secretly sent to the LJ Group's headquarters in South Korea. Mr. Yi, think about it. Once Sister Qing falls into the hands of those South Koreans, does she have any chance of survival? They'll definitely make her wish she were dead. After listening, Yinan's eyes narrowed slowly, and a cold, killing intent flashed across his eyes. So, it seems that Yuan Qing's misfortune really did stem from him. If he hadn't killed Zhu Chengxin back then, none of this would have happened. Yuan Qing's parents wouldn't have died tragically, and Yuan Qing wouldn't be in this predicament. What he couldn't understand was why the Great Xia War Department would be afraid of a Korean corporation. Although LJ Group has some international influence, the Great Xia War Department is the iron-blooded army of a great power. When has it ever needed to bow down and make concessions to a foreign group? Perhaps it wasn't fear, but rather the short-sightedness of some high-ranking officials who thought that sacrificing Yuan Qing would quell the incident and that there was no need to provoke a greater conflict for the sake of one person. But they never considered that this kind of sacrifice would bring shame to the entire Great Xia dynasty. It is an utter disgrace that our great nation has to bow down to a bunch of clowns. A cold smile crept into Yinan's heart. He wondered which clueless bastard in the War Department had handled this matter. It was truly a disgrace to the Great Xia people. Don't the other high-ranking officers in your War Department care about this? Yinan asked in a deep voice. He didn't believe that everyone in the War Department was so cowardly. At least the Shangwan Lai he knew would never do something like sacrificing his compatriots and bowing down to the Koreans. Yang Shan shook his head, his face full of helplessness. This matter has been suppressed so tightly that it has not caused any ripples within the War Department. The person in charge of this matter is in a high position and has been suppressing the news to prevent it from spreading. Many high-ranking officials do not even know about this. Even if a few people know about it, they do not dare to intervene, let alone resolve it, because the other party has too much power. Yinan frowned even more. Even someone as powerful as the God of War or the Heavenly King can't solve this? The God of War and the Heavenly King are the top combat forces of the War Department and hold a prestigious position. How could they not be able to manage this matter? Yang Shan gave a wry smile. The God of War and the Heavenly King are both frontline personnel. Usually, these kinds of things are handled by clerical staff. Yinan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I will take action on this matter. These 7 short words brought Yang Shan to tears of joy. He was so excited that he trembled all over, and he quickly bowed deeply to Yinan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. If you can save Sister Qing, my life will belong to you from now on. Yinan's eyes narrowed, and he spoke faster. Where is she now? She's currently being held in the underground detention room of the Central Plains branch of the War Department. It's heavily guarded and heavily fortified, Yang Shan quickly said. But as long as Mr. Yi intervenes, you'll definitely be able to rescue Sister Qing. Yinan nodded, his expression growing even colder. Is it the Central Plains branch of the War Department? He wanted to see who dared to sacrifice their own compatriots and bow down to the Koreans. This is a complete disgrace to the people of Great Xia. Yinan walked back into the banquet hall and found Zhang Yanxiu. I have something to do and need to go back to Zhongzhou. I will send someone to take you back. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yanxiu nodded and said, It's all right, I'll go back by myself. Yinan smiled, turned and left. Then, he came up to Yang Shan and said, Let's go. Yang Shan immediately led the way, eventually arriving at the helipad behind the hotel, where a helicopter was parked. Mr. Yi, please. The group boarded the helicopter, which then rotated its wings and flew into the sky. Meanwhile, in the underground detention room of the Central Plains War Division, Yuan Qing lay in his cell, covered in wounds. These days, she has endured inhuman torture, experiencing severe abuse every single day. He was on his deathbed and could die at any moment. Yuan Qing actually wished he could die suddenly, so he wouldn't have to endure the pain. Moreover, staying in this place, facing the cold walls all around, one's mind suffers inhuman torment every day. At that moment, the door to the solitary confinement cell was opened. A young figure stepped out. The other person looked at Yuan Qing and angrily demanded, "Yuan Qing, do you plead guilty?" Chapter 559 Yuan Qing's Torture. A strong light shone in, hitting Yuan Qing directly, making it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. After her eyes adjusted, Yuan Qing slowly raised her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on the man who walked in through the door. Her voice was hoarse but carried a chilling edge. "Zhou Sun, I'd like to ask you, are you really a great Xia person?" The inhuman torture Yuan Qing has endured in this dark and gloomy interrogation room these past few days is all inextricably linked to the man before her. She was whipped 100 times every day. They only gave Yuan Qing some spoiled leftovers every day, barely keeping him alive. What's even more ruthless is that the other party wouldn't even grant them a moment's peace. Whenever Yuan Qing was exhausted from the ordeal, suddenly, eerie music that shakes the soul will blare from the loudspeakers in the interrogation room. They forcefully pulled her back from the brink of unconsciousness. "I haven't slept once since I arrived here." Yuan Qing had interrogated many prisoners in the War Department in his early years. Those people were all wicked villains with blood on their hands, committing heinous crimes to the extreme. Even so, she had never used such insidious and cruel methods. But now, Zhou Sun can be this ruthless to his own people. Zhou Sun, hands in his pockets, slowly walked up to Yuan Qing, looking down at her with a playful yet sinister smirk. "Stop with the nonsense. I'll just ask you one question. Do you plead guilty? As long as you sign the confession, I'll let you go." "Confess." Yuan Qing seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and his chapped lips curled into a mocking smile. "If I were to acknowledge someone, I would only acknowledge you as my son." These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Zhou Sun's heart. He trembled with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead, and he pointed at Yuan Qing, roaring, "You're asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around sharply and ordered his men standing behind him in a stern voice, "Go up there and beat them to death." "Yes, young Master Zhou." Several subordinates responded in unison, and one of them immediately grabbed a whip that had been prepared in advance from the corner of the wall and strode over to Yuan Qing. This whip is no ordinary whip. Instead, it is a whip made of countless sharp blades strung together, each blade gleaming with a cold light, making one's scalp tingle just by looking at it. Smack! A crisp, piercing sound exploded in the empty interrogation room. The knife and whip sliced through the air, carrying a sharp gust of wind, and landed heavily on Yuan Qing's body. Instantly, a deep, bone-revealing gash appeared, and blood gushed out from the wound. Yuan Qing gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Seeing this, the subordinate's eyes hardened, and he raised his knife and whip again. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out, and a second bloodstain appeared beside it, revealing the bone underneath. The excruciating pain of the tearing wound made Yuan Qing's body tremble violently, but she still kept her lips tightly pressed together. Zhou Sun stood aside with his arms crossed, watching everything coldly, his tone full of disdain. "You ignorant fools. You broke into LJ Group without permission and even dared to kill Park Sung-hae. Do you know how much trouble this has brought to my father?" Mentioning Park Sung-hae, Yuan Qing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. She suddenly raised her head, stared intently at Zhou Sun, and gritted her teeth, saying, "My parents were killed by him. It's a blood feud. Shouldn't I take revenge?" "Your parents?" Zhou Sun scoffed as if he had heard something ridiculous. "What are they? How dare they compare to Park Sung-hae? He's a business elite, a big shot. Your parents are nothing but two ants whose lives are as insignificant as grass. To put it bluntly, it's an honor for them to die at the hands of Park Sung-hae." These words ignited the fury in Yuan Qing's heart, and the hatred and humiliation that had been building up inside him exploded instantly. Like a cornered beast, Yuan Qing suddenly charged at Zhou Sun, using the last bit of strength in his body to slam his head hard into Zhou Sun's stomach. Zhou Sun had no idea that she still had the strength to resist. Caught off guard, he was pushed back repeatedly and crashed hard into the wall behind him. His face turned deathly pale instantly, sweat beaded on his forehead, and he clutched his abdomen with both hands, bending over for a long time before recovering. "You damn dog." Zhou Sun got up from the ground, rushed to the subordinate, and snatched the knife and whip from his hand. "I'm going to beat you to death today." Zhou Sun's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a madman. He raised his hand holding the knife and whip and lashed Yuan Qing with the whip again and again. Where the whip struck, flesh instantly tore open, blood splattered, and landed on Zhou Sun's face. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he showed an even more excited expression. Yuan Qing could no longer hold back and let out a series of painful roars, the sound so shrill that it made his subordinates present tremble. Her body was covered in wounds, a bloody mess, and in some places the white bones were clearly visible. Finally, after another vicious lash, Yuan Qing could no longer hold on. Her vision went black, and she fainted. But Zhou Sun's anger did not subside at all. He shouted at his men, "What are you all standing there for? Go and get me some chili water and salt water. I'm going to torture her properly and make her wish she were dead." The men looked at each other, their faces showing signs of difficulty. At this moment, they all felt that Zhou Sun was somewhat abnormal. Yuan Qing was, after all, someone who had worked alongside him, and this time, it was obvious to everyone that Park Sung-hae was the one at fault. A few lashes were already excessive enough, but now they're using such underhanded tricks as salt water and chili water. What's the difference between that and killing her outright? Seeing that the group was standing still and hadn't moved, Zhou Sun immediately flew into a rage and started cursing. "I'm talking to you. Are you all deaf?" These words sent a chill down the spines of his men. Their futures and fates were entirely in Zhou Sun's hands. How could they dare disobey his orders? They could only sigh inwardly and hurriedly turn to prepare. Not long after, 2 bottles containing salt water and chili water were brought over. Zhou Sun snatched the bottle of saline solution, unscrewed the cap, and poured it onto Yuan Qing's wounds without hesitation. Laugh! The salt water fell onto the bloody wound, instantly corroding the broken flesh and making a slight sound. Yuan Qing had already fainted, but was now jolted awake by the excruciating pain. Broken and painful groans escaped her throat, sending chills down one's spine. The surrounding subordinates turned their heads away at the sight, unable to bear watching any longer. Even a man of iron couldn't withstand such torture, let alone a woman. Looking at Yuan Qing's painful struggle, Zhou Sun revealed a sinister and satisfied smile. He squatted down, leaned close to Yuan Qing, and said in a sinister tone, "Weren't you supposed to be tough? Weren't you just being stubborn and refusing to speak? Why are you making a sound now?" He picked up the pepper spray bottle next to him, weighed it in his hand, and smiled more cruelly. "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. I'll make you taste all kinds of pain." After saying that, he unscrewed the cap of the chili water bottle and poured the juice onto Yuan Qing's wound. Excruciating pain swept over Yuan Qing's entire body like a tidal wave. Sweat poured down her forehead like beads from a broken string. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and her lips were bitten until they bled. But this time, she didn't make a sound. She held on to her last bit of consciousness, looked up and stared intently at Zhou Sun in front of her, her eyes filled with hatred. "If there is an afterlife, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun laughed. "Kill me? What makes you think you can? Just because you look like a ghost now? You think you can wait for the next life? Let me tell you, you will never have a next life. When you die, I will send someone to nail soul-capturing nails all over your body, so that your soul will be scattered and you will never be able to reincarnate." These words were spoken. The air around them instantly became even more oppressive. This time, even Zhou Sun's subordinates couldn't bear to watch any longer. One of the bolder subordinates hesitated for a long time before finally stepping forward and whispering, "Young Master Zhou, she's almost gone. Isn't this going a bit too far? Zhou Sun whirled around, his cold gaze fixed on the subordinate who had spoken, like a venomous snake, his tone icy and chilling. What? You want to die too? The subordinate froze under his gaze, his face turning deathly pale. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to utter another word, for fear of provoking this devilish master. Although the others didn't speak, they were all secretly plotting to find a way to leave Zhou Sun as soon as possible. Following such a ruthless person would inevitably lead to their own downfall. In the midst of this deathly silence, one of the henchmen's cell phones suddenly rang. He hurriedly pulled out his phone. His expression changed upon seeing the caller ID, and he quickly walked aside to answer the call. After hearing only a few sentences, his brows furrowed tightly, and his tone was filled with panic and disbelief as he asked the person on the other end of the phone, "What did you say? Say it again." Someone broke into our Zhongzhou branch. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun frowned. Someone broke in? Who's so bold? The words had barely left his mouth. The outside door was kicked open. Then, Yinan strode in with a swagger. Chapter 560, I'll kill your father too. Yuan Qing's pupils widened when she saw the person who arrived. Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi. How did they end up here? Zhou Sun didn't know Yinan, but he heard Yuan Qing speak. It seems this person knows Yuan Qing. Are they here to kidnap someone from the War Department? That's incredibly bold. Zhou Sun glared at Yinan and angrily rebuked him. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Central Plains War Department? Yinan ignored Zhou Sun and looked at Yuan Qing. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, Yinan naturally wouldn't stand idly by since Yuan Qing was imprisoned because of her. Can it hold on? Yuan Qing nodded. It can still. After seeing the two talking and ignoring him, Zhou Sun angrily said, I'm talking to you. Don't you understand? Men, seize him. The people around Zhou Sun did not move. The fact that this person was able to get here means that everyone outside has been defeated. Who would dare to stop this killing god? Moreover, after what had just happened, everyone felt extremely disgusted with Zhou Sun. This guy is so ruthless to his own people. If he accidentally offends Zhou Sun in the future, and Zhou Sun uses the same methods he used on Yuan Qing today to deal with them, they'll be dead. It's best to stay away from him. When Zhou Sun saw that the others were not obeying his orders, he angrily shouted, Did you hear what I said? I told you to stop him. Still, no one made a move. Zhou Sun angrily retorted, Fine, fine, I'll remember you. Then he looked at Yinan and said through gritted teeth, I don't care who you are. Get out of here right now, or you'll end up like Yuan Qing. Yinan walked towards Zhou Sun, his icy voice escaping his lips. You are a great Xia citizen, yet you torment your own compatriots like this because of the death of a Han Chinese. You are fucking inhuman. At this moment, Yinan was completely determined to kill. As Zhou Sun saw Yinan approaching him, he retreated in fear, saying, I am Zhou Sun. My father is Zhou Qingwang of the Central Plains War Department. If you kill me, you will surely die. Upon hearing this, Yang Shan whispered to Yinan, Mr. Yi, Zhou Qingwang is the head of the Central Plains War Department. He did not want Mr. Yi to become an enemy of others. He sought out Mr. Yi because he hoped Yinan could use his prestige to rescue Sister Qing. Generally speaking, others would give Mr. Yi this face. After all, Mr. Yi's identity is not simple. He is also a newly crowned god of war. Now he's reminding Mr. Yi, hoping he won't act impulsively. But at this moment, Yinan ignored Yang Shan and looked at Zhou Sun on the ground. Then I'll just kill your father too. Upon hearing this, Zhou Sun was about to speak. Yinan grabbed Zhou Sun's head with his 5 fingers and crushed it open. Blood splattered everywhere. At that moment, everyone in the audience held their breath. No one expected Yinan to actually make a move. Yang Shan's pupils widened in disbelief. Mr. Yi actually killed Zhou Sun. If Zhou Qingwang knew about this, he would be furious. The others didn't dare to say anything more. They looked at Yinan with fear in their eyes. Crazy. Absolutely insane. It's unimaginable what Zhou Qingwang would do if he knew about this. Yinan ignored the others and walked over to the dazed Yuan Qing, reaching out to pull her up. Get up. Yuan Qing stood up and looked at Yinan. Mr. Yi, did you kill Zhou Sun? Yinan asked. Can't we kill him? Yuan Qing was speechless for a moment. You can kill, but it will cause a lot of trouble. You have just become the god of war. If you are dragged down by this matter, it will affect you. Yinan smiled and said, Then I'd rather not be the god of war. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing was at a loss for words. She had met many men who pursued fame and fortune, but she had never met anyone like Mr. Yi before. Mr. Yi was actually willing to give up his position as god of war for her. This moved Yuan Qing so much that she didn't know what to say. If Mr. Yi were not yet married, she would be willing to be his slave. At the same time, Ding Yunjian and others ran in from outside. He had been waiting for news from Yangshan. Just now, after learning that Yinan had arrived, he immediately brought his men over. But when he saw what was happening in front of him, he was completely dumbfounded. Zhou Sun is dead. This is utterly disastrous. When Zhou Qingwang learned of this news, he was absolutely furious. Ding Yunjian asked Yangshan, Did Mr. Yi kill the man? Yangshan nodded and said, Yes. Ding Yunjian didn't know what to say. His goal was to rescue Yuan Qing, but he didn't expect things to escalate to this extent. At this moment, Ding Yunjian's gaze fell on Yuan Qing, and his expression changed drastically. How much torment Yuan Qing must have endured. The skin was torn open, and the flesh was ripped open. Ding Yunjian has not seen Yuan Qing since Yuan Qing was arrested. He thought that at worst he would be imprisoned, deprived of food, and worst of all, deprived of sleep. Unexpectedly, Yuan Qing was subjected to such inhuman torture here. Zhou Sun, that bastard. Knowing this, he himself would have broken into the prison to attempt to break out. Ding Yunjian angrily stepped forward and stomped on Zhou Sun's back. You bastard, I'll kill you. This kick shattered Zhou Sun's body. Seeing her boss's reaction, Yuan Qing said, Boss, what are you doing? Ding Yunjian said, I'm avenging you, Yuan Qing. You've worked hard. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have let them take you away in the first place. A smile appeared on Yuan Qing's blood-stained face. Thank you, leader. Ding Yunjian said, You're too kind. Then, he looked at Yinan. Mr. Yi, thank you for your help, but Zhou Qingwang will definitely not let you off the hook now that you killed Zhou Sun. Yinan coldly said, There's no need to let him go. If he's not convinced, just kill him. Ding Yunjian had nothing to say and could only nod his head. Killing Zhou Qingwang is unrealistic. The opposing Foreign Affairs Department wields considerable power. However, he now has something on Zhou Qingwang. If Zhou Sun hadn't tortured Yuan Qing, this would have been a real problem. But with Yuan Qing in such a state, he could have used it to his advantage and retaliate against Zhou Qingwang. How could he be so cruel to his own companion? Is he even human? Just then, hurried footsteps were heard, and 7 or 8 people came in together. The leader appeared to be in his 40s and was wearing the highest-ranking combat uniform. As soon as the other person entered, they shouted, Who dares to trespass into our combat headquarters? The person who arrived was Zhou Qingwang. He had just received news that someone had broken into the war headquarters, so he immediately brought his men over. He knew what his son had done to Yuan Qing, and of course, it was all at his behest, so the events in the interrogation room absolutely could not be exposed. Otherwise, the whole situation would be unfavorable to him. He thought he had arrived very quickly, but he didn't expect these people to be even faster. When Ding Yunjian saw Zhou Qingwang, his expression changed slightly, and he was no longer as confident as before. After all, the other party was an important figure. Zhou Qingwang knew everyone present. Ignoring the others, he focused his gaze on Yinan. Who are you? Yinan coldly replied, I am Yinan. Zhou Qingwang frowned slightly when he heard the name. He had naturally heard of this name before, the newly crowned god of war. What are they doing here? Should we break them out of prison? Did you beat up those people outside? Zhou Qingwang questioned. Yinan did not deny it and nodded. Zhou Qingwang angrily rebuked. Do you know what you're doing? As a war god of the War Department, you've trespassed here without cause, a serious violation of the War Department's regulations. What should your punishment be? Yinan coldly replied, Is it not allowed for me to come whenever I want? Zhou Qingwang hadn't expected Yinan to be so arrogant. Fine, I've remembered what you said. I'll report this to headquarters and let them decide. As for now, all of you have to get out of here. Then, Zhou Qingwang looked around for his son, but couldn't find him. He asked Zhou Sun's men, Where is my son? Chapter 561, Unchanged. Zhou Qingwang frowned. his face full of impatience and confusion. His precious son, Zhou Sun, should have been here watching Yuan Qing at this hour. The men's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. They all lowered their heads, their eyes darting around, their lips trembling, but none of them dared to respond. A sense of foreboding washed over Zhou Qingwang. His already sharp gaze grew even colder as he swept his gaze over the crowd and demanded in a deep voice, "What's going on? Are you all mute? Speak up." In the midst of this deathly silence, a clear, cold voice slowly broke the deadlock. "I've already killed him." Yinan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone as calm as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Just then, Zhou Qingwang noticed a headless corpse lying on the ground. The corpse's back was strangely caved in, clearly indicating that it had suffered a severe blow. He had actually caught a glimpse of the corpse when he entered, but in the Central Plains branch of the War Department, on his territory, who would dare to touch his son? He rushed over in one stride, squatted down, and carefully examined the corpse. Those familiar clothes and that familiar physique told him a cruel truth. This gruesome corpse was Zhou Sun. Zhou Qingwang felt a surge of anger rush to his head, instantly reaching the extreme of rage. The air pressure around him was frighteningly low, and his gaze was ruthless. He suddenly looked up at Yinan, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white, as if he wanted to rush up and tear Yinan to pieces. But he stubbornly held back. Yinan is a war god, his strength unfathomable. He knew very well that if things really came to a head, not only himself, but even if he gathered everyone from the entire Central State branch, they probably wouldn't be a match for Yinan. The only prudent way to kill this guy was to use the power of the higher-ups in the War Department to intimidate him. Zhou Qingwang took a deep breath, suppressing his surging anger, and coldly ordered his men, "Take Xiao Sun's body away and dispose of it properly." The men, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, quickly responded, carefully lifted Zhou Sun's body, and hurriedly left the suffocating place. Zhou Qingwang suddenly turned his head, staring intently at Yinan. His eyes instantly turned fierce and sharp, and he questioned, "Yinan, as the war god of the War Department, you actually wantonly killed members of the War Department in my Central Plains branch. Is this what you, as the war god, have done?" Upon hearing this, Yinan's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes filled with disdain. "You still know this is the War Department? Your son set up a private torture chamber here, torturing Yuan Qing half to death, treating his comrade in arms so cruelly. Is there a problem with me killing him?" "Yuan Qing is a sinner," Zhou Qingwang shouted sternly. "He killed Park Sung-hae and tarnished the reputation of my War Department. Shouldn't he be punished? Furthermore, even if my son's actions were inappropriate, he didn't deserve to die. What right do you have to kill him?" Yinan's eyes turned cold, and he uttered two words, "Damn it. You." Zhou Qingwang trembled with rage, pointing a finger at Yinan, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. "You've gone too far. I will definitely report this to the higher-ups in the War Department and demand that you be stripped of your title of War God." He had a very shrewd plan in mind. As long as Yinan lost the title of God of War, he had plenty of ways to make Yinan pay the price, 100 times, 1,000 times. Yinan chuckled and said nonchalantly, "I don't mind if you make the call now." The reason he hadn't made a move against Zhou Qingwang was precisely because he was wary of Zhou Qingwang's identity as the god of war. Without this constraint, Zhou Qingwang would already be a cold corpse. Zhou Qingwang was speechless, choked by Yinan's confident words. His earlier remarks were merely an attempt to force Yinan to back down. After all, the powerful figures with titles in the War Department were not people he could easily manipulate. Moreover, Yinan's killing of Zhou Sun was, in essence, justifiable and justified. If this matter were to escalate to the higher-ups and be deemed Zhou Sun's own fault, then his son's death would have been in vain. Seeing Zhou Qingwang standing still with a mocking look in his eyes, Yinan pressed, "What? Afraid to fight?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Ding Yunjian, who was standing to the side with a hesitant expression, and instructed, "Call the higher-ups and report everything that happened here in detail." Ding Yunjian was stunned when he heard this. If Mr. Yi reported the matter to the higher-ups, wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? But then he thought that since Yinan dared to say that, He must be fearless. He gritted his teeth, took out his phone, found the number of a high-ranking officer in the War Department, and hesitated before dialing. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qingwang panicked instantly and hurriedly shouted, "Ding Yunjian, put down your phone." After stopping Ding Yunjian, he turned to look at Yi Nan, suppressing his panic, and sneered, "War God Yi, you're quite the big shot. Fine, I admit my son was wrong this time. But a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Murder must be punished with death. Yuan Qing killed Zhu Junxian, and I will hand Yuan Qing over to LJ Group for processing. How about we leave it at that?" Yinan glanced at him, her tone indifferent. "But what if I say no?" Zhou Qingwang's face darkened, and he threatened, "War God Yi, within the Great Xia territory, perhaps some people will give you some face, but outside, no one will take you seriously." He still can't understand why the higher-ups in the War Department would let Yinan sit in the position of God of War. He knew nothing about Yi Qingsong's affairs, so naturally he was unaware of Yinan's true strength and background. Yinan was too lazy to waste any more words with Zhou Qingwang. His eyes narrowed and he said firmly, "Today, I'm taking Yuan Qing away." "Impossible." Zhou Qingwang refused without hesitation. "She is a prisoner held here, and no one is allowed to take her away. As the head of the Central Plains branch of the War Department, I will not allow anyone to act recklessly here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yinan moved. He flashed away, and before anyone could even see his movement, a crisp slap rang out. Zhou Qingwang was slapped so hard he staggered and fell to the ground, his cheek instantly swelling up and leaving a clear 5-finger mark. Upon seeing this, Zhou Qingwang's men turned pale with fright and rushed over to help him up. Ding Yunjian and the others beside him were also dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Yi Zhanshan was far too decisive. First, he killed Zhou Sun without a word, and now he slapped Zhou Qingwang in public. Killing Zhou Sun was one thing, given the pretext of Yuan Qing being tortured, but slapping Zhou Qingwang was far too impulsive. This will put him at a disadvantage in subsequent accountability proceedings with higher-ups. Everyone had a lot to say, but in the end, no one dared to speak out. They knew that even if Yinan hadn't slapped him, Zhou Qingwang would never have let it go, and this feud would have to be settled sooner or later. Zhou Qingwang was helped to his feet by his subordinates. He reached up and touched the burning slap mark on his face. His eyes were so vicious they were almost dripping with water. He gritted his teeth and said, "War God Yi, you dare to hit me? I'll report this to the higher-ups." Upon hearing this, Yinan stepped forward without saying a word and slapped him again, the sound of which was even louder than the first slap. "You can report at any time. Be sure to record everything that happened today, preferably without changing a single word, even if you exaggerate." Zhou Qingwang's head was buzzing from the blow, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. He never expected that Yinan would act so unpredictably. "You." Just as he was about to speak, Yinan slapped him a third time, with such force that he knocked him to the ground. Zhou Qingwang lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This time, he dared not stand up easily again. He finally understood that Yinan was a complete madman who, relying on his strength, was arrogant and disrespectful to everyone. Rules and higher-ups were probably worthless in his eyes. Yinan ignored Zhou Qingwang on the ground and turned to Yuan Qing and the others, his tone softening slightly. "Come with me." Yuan Qing and the others didn't say a word and followed behind. Zhou Qingwang's men watched Yinan and his group gradually disappear into the distance before daring to step forward again and carefully help Zhou Qingwang up. One of his trusted men hesitated for a long time before finally asking, "Boss, are we just going to let them take the man away like this?" Zhou Qingwang suddenly looked up, glared at him fiercely, and cursed. "Then go and stop him. Go ahead and try if you dare." The confidant fell silent instantly after being scolded, lowering his head and daring not to utter another word. Zhou Qingwang slowly straightened up, his gaze fixed on the direction Yinan had left, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh, and secretly made a vow in his heart. "Yinan, I, Zhou Qingwang, will remember this humiliation and enmity. One day, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. If the military can't handle you, I refuse to believe that no one else can. Immediately, Zhou Qingwang took out his phone and made an overseas call. President Ku. Chapter 562 with me here, she'll be fine. On the other end of the phone, Ku Jongkook's voice came through, tinged with impatience. Is something the matter, Lao Zhou? Who would have thought that Zhou Qingwang, the head of the Central Plains branch of the War Department, would have such a close private relationship with Ku Jong-guk, the president of LJ Group in South Korea? This relationship was kept very secret. Not only were ordinary members of the Central Plains War Department unaware of it, but even mid-level generals like Ding Yunjian were completely unaware of it. Zhou Qingwang sat in his large office chair and said in a deep voice, "That woman has been taken away by someone else." Which woman? Ku Jongkook paused, then realized what he meant, his tone instantly dropping 8 octaves, carrying a chilling coldness. The woman who killed Park Sung-hae? Who did she tell to do it? Zhou Qingwang's eyes were full of malice. A war god named Yi Nan, a newly promoted one, has quite the big mouth and acts extremely arrogantly. Ku Jongkook frowned, racking his brains, but he had never heard of the name Yi Nan before. After all, Yi Nan had just been promoted to the position of god of war, and his reputation was only circulating in the Central Plains, far from reaching the international stage. I don't care what kind of war god he is. Ku Jongkook's voice suddenly rose, filled with undisguised killing intent. That woman killed Park Sung-hae. She must die? No one can save her. Park Sung-hae was a core member of his LJ Group and his trusted right-hand man. His death was shrouded in mystery, and he had long held a grudge against him. Moreover, Park Sung-hae died while investigating his son's death, and this matter must be handled properly so that his subordinates can feel at ease. By the way, Ku Jongkook changed the subject, his tone becoming more ruthless. Has the person who killed my son been identified yet? Zhou Qingwang's expression darkened, and his tone was somewhat aggrieved. We can't find anything. I had people go through all the surveillance footage at the scene, but it was all deleted, leaving no trace. Humph. Gu Zhong was sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. In this territory of the Central Continent War Department, there are things that you, Zhou Qingwang, can't find out? Are you, the person in charge, just a figurehead? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingwang felt a surge of displeasure. He was, after all, the head of a division of the war zone. How could he have ever been criticized like this? But since he needed the other party's help, he could only suppress his anger and force a friendly demeanor. This matter is not so simple. The other party's methods are extremely sophisticated. I would like to ask for your help. Ku Jongkook clicked his tongue impatiently. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. Zhou Qingwang leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and said with a hint of sinister calculation, I hope you will use the name of LJ Group to put pressure on Daxia in the business world and use force to put pressure on Yi Nan. Of course, you could also consider sending top experts from South Korea to Great Xia to kill Yi Nan. Ku Jong-guk was taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhou Qingwang to make such a request, and hesitated. Won't the War Department handle this matter? He had tried sending experts to Great Xia before, but most of them were intercepted by the military patrols as soon as they crossed the border. The few who managed to sneak in were quickly caught and dealt with. Over the years, his attempts to send experts to Great Xia had almost never succeeded. Zhou Qingwang's lips curled into a sinister smile as he confidently stated, The War Department will naturally take care of it, but you have a legitimate reason. Say that you are investigating the murderer of Park Sung-hae and avenging your subordinates. The War Department will definitely not be able to forcefully stop them. But I must remind you, the experts you send must be very strong. Go directly to the strongest ones in your country. Don't send some small fry. It's a complete waste of effort. Ku Jong-guk pondered for a moment, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Understood. After saying that, the two hung up the phone without saying anything more. Zhou Qingwang put his phone back in his pocket, leaned back in his office chair, and slowly narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. Yi Nan, I know you're very strong. To become a newly promoted war god, you must have some skills. He murmured in a low voice, his tone icy and piercing. But there are always stronger people out there. Do you really think you can control everything? Don't forget, your position as god of war was bestowed upon you by the War Department. Without the identity given to you by the War Department, you are nothing. You dare to kill my son Zhou Sun. You dare to ruin my plans. Your death is just around the corner. Meanwhile, in Seoul, South Korea, inside the office of the president of LJ Group, Koo Jong-kook put down his phone, casually grabbed a black trench coat from the side, and put it on, his movements swift and decisive, radiating an aura of unapproachability. Upon seeing this, the subordinate standing nearby quickly stepped forward and respectfully asked, "President, where are you going?" Koo Jong-kook, buttoning up his trench coat, said without looking up, "Let's go visit Master Kim." Yes. The subordinate didn't dare to ask any more questions and immediately responded. He turned around, took out his phone, and quickly walked to the side to call the driver. His tone was extremely respectful. "Drive the car to the headquarters building immediately. The president is going out." Meanwhile, in Ding Yunjian's office at the Central Plains War Division of the Great Xia Dynasty, Yang Shan was carefully applying medicine to Yuan Qing. The white powdery medicine stung Yuan Qing's bleeding wound as soon as it was sprinkled on it, pulling at the surrounding skin. Yuan Qing clenched her teeth tightly, fine beads of cold sweat seeping from her forehead, her face as pale as paper, yet she didn't utter a sound. She was inherently stubborn, and even when injured, she refused to show any vulnerability in front of others. Ding Yunjian sat with Yi Nan on the sofa beside him, a pot of freshly brewed hot tea on the table. Ding Yunjian picked up the teapot and filled the white porcelain teacup in front of Yi Nan, his tone sincere. "War God Yi, we are so grateful for your help this time. Otherwise Yuan Qing and Yang Shan would probably be in grave danger today." Yi Nan took the teacup, his fingertips touching the warm cup, and took a small sip. The tea was rich and fragrant. He put down his teacup and said calmly, "No need to be polite. This matter is inextricably linked to me, and I have no reason to sit idly by." Ding Yunjian's expression turned serious, and he couldn't help but remind him, "War God Yi, you killed Zhou Qingwang's son, Zhou Sun. Zhou Qingwang is narrow-minded and vindictive. He will definitely not let this go. You must be extra careful." Upon hearing this, Yi Nan smiled indifferently and raised an eyebrow, saying, "So what?" These four simple words exude a powerful sense of confidence and dominance. Ding Yunjian swallowed back the words he was about to say. He really couldn't figure out Yi Nan's background. Judging from Yi Nan's style of doing things, he might have a powerful backer. As long as someone in the Longdu branch of the War Department was backing him up, even if Zhou Qingwang was furious, he might not be able to do anything to Yi Nan. But Yuan Qing is in trouble. Ding Yunjian sighed, his tone full of worry. LJ Group has always regarded her as a thorn in their side. Now Zhou Qingwang must have told Gu Zhonghua about what just happened. They will definitely take action and probably want to kill Yuan Qing. Yi Nan looked up at Yuan Qing, whose face was pale, and said in a deep voice, "With me here, Yuan Qing will be fine. If all else fails, then we'll take this to the higher-ups. I refuse to believe that no one will care." Chapter 563 Mr. Yi, do you have a powerful backer? Yi Nan did not believe that everyone in the War Department was like Zhou Qingwang, bending the law for personal gain and unable to distinguish right from wrong. Ding Yunjian shook his head and said helplessly, "War God Yi, you don't know this, but the War Department has strict regulations on the management of its territories. This matter happened in the Central State Territory, which is an internal matter of our Central State branch. People from other branches are not allowed to interfere according to the rules." Yi Nan frowned. "Surely there's someone who can manage all the districts?" "Yes, there are." Ding Yunjian nodded. "There are naturally important figures at the Longdu headquarters who can make a big deal of things. But if you want to get the message to Longdu, you need to report it up through the chain of command, which takes too much time." Yi Nan pressed further. "Is there a direct phone number to the top? We can contact them directly and skip the middlemen." Ding Yunjian looked troubled. "We do have a phone, but Yi Nan was speechless. The rules of this War Department were far too troublesome, leaving him constantly at the mercy of others. "You first find a way to get back in touch with the higher-ups." Yi Nan stood up, his tone decisive. "Leave the rest to me. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If Zhou Qingwang insists on courting death, I don't mind sending him down to reunite with his son, Zhou Sun." Seeing Yi Nan's determined eyes, Ding Yunjian felt much more at ease and quickly nodded. Okay, I'll go and think of a way. Just then, Ding Yunjian seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, War God Yi, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you, but I don't know if I should. Yinan looked up at him and said, Speak. Ding Yunjian took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. War God Yi, do you have someone in the Dragon Capital headquarters of the War Department? And someone in a high-ranking and powerful position? Upon hearing this, Yang Shan, who was applying the medicine, paused in his movements. Even Yuan Qing, who was enduring the pain, couldn't help but raise her head and look directly at Yinan. They had been curious about this question for a long time. Yinan's domineering behavior, showing no fear of Zhou Qingwang, the branch manager, is truly inexplicable unless he has people from the Longdu headquarters backing him up. Faced with the expectant and curious gazes of the three, Yinan slowly shook his head and uttered 2 words, No. What? Everyone was immediately shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. No. How dare Yi Zhanshan act so recklessly? Without the backing of the Dragon Capital headquarters, openly killing Zhou Qingwang's son would bring big trouble. This completely overturned their understanding. Yinan didn't intend to explain. He doesn't need any background or powerful connections, because Yinan himself is the biggest background. All right, that's settled then. Yinan didn't say anything more. If you have any questions, just give me a call. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the office door with steady steps and an upright posture, exuding an aura that no one could match. After a long while, Ding Yunjian was the first to come to his senses. He looked at Yuan Qing and said in a deep voice, Yuan Qing, pack your things as soon as possible. I'll arrange for someone to take you overseas to avoid trouble. Yuan Qing shook her head. I can't leave. If Zhou Qingwang uses this matter to target Mr. Yi, I can stand up and be a witness. Ding Yunjian said, You should understand that witnesses are the least important thing. What's important is having someone back you up. As long as you have enough power, you can turn black into white even without witnesses. Yuan Qing was well aware of this, and her lips moved, her eyes filled with resentment. Having spent so many years in the Central Plains War Division, I've long considered this place my home, but now I'm being forced to leave my homeland. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qing finally nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. Okay, thank you, leader. Ding Yunjian picked up the phone on the table. He still had the ability to send people overseas. Yuan Qing was a capable subordinate whom he had personally promoted. He had to protect her and absolutely could not allow anything to happen to her. Meanwhile, Yinan had already returned home, and he couldn't wait to see his wife. He had just opened the door when he saw Su Wanfeng. Upon seeing Yinan, Su Wanfeng excitedly rushed over. Xiaonan, it really is you. Yinan was stunned for a moment. He had been very careful when he acted just now, suppressing his aura, in order to give Wanfeng a surprise. I never expected that they would find out. How did you find me? Su Wanfeng pointed to her stomach. Of course, the baby told me. As soon as you appeared, the baby kicked my stomach, and then I felt your presence. Upon hearing this explanation, Yinan was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. All right. Su Wanfeng pouted. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Yinan said, Isn't this just to give you a surprise? Su Wanfeng said, This is nothing special. If you had told me about this an hour earlier, I would have been pleasantly surprised. Upon hearing this, Yinan's face softened, and he reached out to hug Su Wanfeng. I'll definitely tell you in advance next time. The doting words reached Su Wanfeng's ears, and a smile appeared on her face. By the way, honey, why did you suddenly come back to Zhongzhou? Yinan smiled and replied, I had some things that needed my attention, so I came back. I'll come back to see you as soon as I'm done. Su Wanfeng buried her head in Yinan's arms. Honey, I've missed you so much. Yinan also held Su Wanfeng in his arms. After cuddling for a while, Yinan looked at Su Wanfeng's belly and said, It's only been a short time since we last met, and your belly has already started to show. Su Wanfeng reached out and stroked her belly. That's right, it means the baby has grown a bit. Honey, I've been listening to you these days, eating nutritious food, and I haven't been running around. I haven't been involved in company matters for a long time. By the way, honey, I heard you've also started a business with Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals in Shanghai. Yinan said, you just said that you haven't been involved in company affairs for a long time? Su Wanfeng stuck out her tongue. Although she stayed at home, she cared a lot about the company's affairs. Her female secretary, Tingting, would come to the company every day to report on the situation. I only heard it from others. Yinan asked with a smile. Did someone come to your house and tell you that? Su Wanfeng pouted. What else? Yinan smiled and said, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals has already established a firm foothold in Shanghai and will be able to compete with the National Medical Center in the future. Su Wanfeng was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. Can it compete with the National Medical Center? This was something Su Wanfeng never dared to even imagine before. But she soon discovered the problem. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is not to be trifled with. Honey, will the traditional Chinese medicine clinic retaliate against us? Chapter 564, Slaying the God of War. Yinan's expression hardened, and he nodded emphatically. Yes. That one word made Su Wanfeng's face turn pale instantly. Then what should we do? Honey, we really don't need to go to Shanghai. Zhongzhou is so good. We have a home and a stable life. If the business grows bigger, we can make more money. Our family is not short of money. There is no need to put ourselves in danger for these material things. Su Wanfeng's words were full of anxiety and worry. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is no joke. Moreover, Shanghai is a place where all sorts of people mingle, making it difficult to blend in. Seeing this, Yinan regretted joking with Su Wanfeng. It would be terrible if the other person's body suffered a problem because of what he said. His tone was calm and firm. Don't worry, the sky won't fall. With your husband here, we can weather any storm. Su Wanfeng reached out and hugged Yinan's arm, saying coquettishly, That's right. There's still my husband. I'm so much shorter than my husband. Even if the sky really falls, it will hit my husband first. Yinan was amused by her appearance, his eyes full of doting affection. He reached out and gently pinched the tip of her nose. You're so good at talking. Let me see our child. Su Wanfeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she lifted her slightly protruding belly. Yinan carefully placed his hand on his stomach, his palm against the warm fabric. He felt life pulsating within him. This is his child with the evening breeze. Yinan couldn't suppress his joy and laughed. He vowed that no matter how many dangers lay ahead, he would protect the mother and child. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the land of Han, a black sedan drove into a quaint karate dojo. The temple is surrounded by pine and cypress trees, exuding a solemn atmosphere, with a faint scent of sandalwood wafting in the air. The car stopped, the door opened, and Ku Jongkook got out. After getting out of the car, he first raised his hand to straighten his tie and collar to make sure he looked presentable before walking towards the dojo. He had only taken a few steps when a tall, upright young man in a white training uniform quickly approached him. Upon seeing Ku Jongkook, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, President Ku, Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me. Ku Jongkook nodded slightly, said nothing, and followed closely behind the young man, walking along the cobblestone path. Neat training grounds lined both sides of the road, where disciples in training uniforms practiced diligently, the sounds of fists and feet cutting through the air filling the air. Soon, the two arrived at a quaint wooden house. Although they look ordinary, the materials used to build the wooden houses are actually quite valuable. Several strings of wooden wind chimes hung at the entrance. The young man stopped and turned to Ku Jongkook, saying, President Ku, my master is inside. Please come in. Ku Jongkook nodded in acknowledgement and slowly pushed open the door of the wooden house. The room was furnished very simply, with only a futon and a low table. Tea was placed on the low table. An elderly man with white hair was sitting cross-legged on a futon, meditating with his eyes closed and his expression serene. To outsiders, this was just an ordinary old man meditating. However, if a martial arts expert were here, they would be terrified. The old man's figure floated above the prayer mat, about an inch off the ground. Royal air. Only experts at the Grandmaster level or above can perform such techniques. By using the energy within their body, one can levitate. Those with great strength can even fly. Killing someone by plucking a leaf is child's play. One can kill simply by using one's own vital energy. Sensing someone enter, the old man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cloudy yet shone with a sharp light, as if they could see through people's hearts. He looked at Ku Jong-kook at the door and said, "President Ku, you've arrived." This old man was none other than Jin Shintian, a top master of Korean karate. He is a well-known figure in the Korean martial arts world. Ku Jong-kook's face immediately filled with a respectful smile. He quickly stepped forward and bowed to Kim Hyun-cheon, saying, "Master Kim." "Sit down," Jin Shintian said calmly. After Kim Hyun-cheon finished speaking, Ku Jong-kook followed his example and sat cross-legged on the futon next to him, adopting an extremely humble posture. Jin Shintian concealed his aura, landed steadily on the futon, and asked bluntly, "President Ju, you must have important business to attend to today?" Gu Zhongwa dared not hide anything and quickly said, "To be honest, I came here today to ask Master Jin to help me go to Daxia to deal with someone." Upon hearing this, Jin Shintian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "President Ju has been doing business with Great Xia for many years, so he should be familiar with Great Xia's rules. If we, as martial arts experts from overseas, were to rashly step into Great Xia's territory, we would definitely be targeted by their War Department. Let alone dealing with people, we would probably be approached by the War Department's experts the moment we got off the plane." This is no exaggeration. The Great Xia War Department maintains extremely strict control over powerful individuals from outside the country. Any powerful individual who enters the country without official permission is considered a threat. Jin Shintian had visited the Great Xia once in his early years, but as soon as he set foot on the territory of the Great Xia, he was targeted by Shangguan Lai, one of the heavenly kings who protected the country. That experience remains vivid in his memory to this day. Ku Jong-kook, having anticipated this, quickly said, "Master Kim, rest assured, we have a legitimate reason for this action and will not allow you to be put in a passive position. Some time ago, my subordinate Park Sung-hae was killed by a woman from the Great Xia War Department. I demanded that the War Department hand over the murderer, but a newly promoted war god insisted on protecting that woman." Ku Jong-kook said through gritted teeth, a ruthless glint in his eyes. A glint flashed in Jin Shuantian's eyes, and he instantly understood what he meant. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "The one you want me to deal with is that newly promoted war god of Great Xia?" "That's right." Ku Jong-kook nodded emphatically. "This person is named Yi Nan. He is extremely arrogant and doesn't take our LJ group seriously. As long as Master Jin is willing to help me suppress this, I am willing to offer 10 billion in assets as a reward." Upon hearing this, Jin Shintian laughed. Seeing this, Gu Zhongwa thought that Jin Shintian was not satisfied with the reward, so he quickly added, "If Master Jin doesn't want money, I can give you other things, such as shares in my LJ group, or a piece of land in South Korea, or even other rare medicinal herbs." "No," Jin Shintian waved his hand and said seriously, "I don't want anything." Ku Jong-kook was completely stunned. He had dealt with Jin Shintian several times and knew his character. He would never easily make a move unless he received a satisfactory reward. Jin Shuantian's refusal to accept anything was somewhat beyond his expectations. "Master Kim, why is that?" Ku Jong-kook couldn't help but ask curiously. Jin Shintian slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, looked out the window, and said with a hint of pride and longing, "To be honest, it is not difficult to kill a Great Xia War god, but no one has ever done it. If I can do it, I will be the first person in history." Chapter 565 God Ranking 132. It's not unheard of for someone to kill the Great Xia War god overseas. However, in the Great Xia territory, the War Department has a deep foundation and is full of experts. To kill a war god here is tantamount to making an enemy of the entire Great Xia War Department, and no one has ever succeeded. Even if the Great Xia War Department wanted to intervene in this matter, it would have no legitimate reason to do so. A sharp glint flashed in Jin Shuantian's eyes. As long as this matter is accomplished, I, Jin Shintian, will be famous throughout the world, and I will have no regrets in this life. To slay a war god on the homeland of Great Xia, just thinking about it would be exhilarating. Ku Jong-kook suddenly realized what was going on and was overjoyed. He quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, Master Kim, this time, it all depends on you. I'm ready to take action at any time. You can handle the rest, Jin Xiantian said calmly. Yes, yes. Ku Jong-kook nodded repeatedly, not daring to disturb him any further. He bowed and then turned and left the wooden house. Stepping out of the dojo, Ku Jong-kook immediately took out his phone, dialed a number, and said in an icy tone, "Pass on my orders." Immediately put pressure on the Jeongju War Division to hand over the woman who killed Park Sung-hae. Also, thoroughly investigate the cause of my son Ku Junhyan's death and give me an explanation. If they can't do it, they'll have to face my wrath. Soon, Gu Zhongwa's ultimatum reached the Jeongju War Division. When Zhou Qinglong heard the news, especially when he heard that the helper Gu Zhongwa had invited was Jin Xiantian, he was so excited that he slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face full of undisguised joy. Jin Xiantian's name is legendary. A grandmaster of South Korean karate, ranked among the top 10 in the South Korean martial arts world. He even made it onto the world's list of gods, ranking 132nd. 8 years ago, Jin Xiantian came to Dasha to challenge them. At that time, the War Department sent several war gods to intercept him, but without exception, they were all defeated by him. In the end, it was only through the personal intervention of Shangwan Lai, one of the 5 heavenly kings who protected the country, that he was stopped at the seaside and forced to retreat back to Han Kingdom. Yi Nan, on the other hand, is just a newly promoted war god who has only recently advanced in strength. In terms of power, he is probably still a step behind those war gods who were defeated back then. Facing Jin Xiantian is like throwing an egg against a rock. Yi Nan, if I can't kill you with my own hands, someone else will. Zhou Qinglong grinned maliciously, his eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. This time, let's see who can protect you. He then immediately summoned his subordinate. Go and tell Ding Yunjian about this right now. Don't miss a single word. Yes. The subordinate accepted the order and quickly left. Once Ding Yunjian finds out, he will definitely inform Yi Nan immediately. Zhou Qinglong wanted to make Yi Nan know fear in advance, so that he would wait for death in despair. The moment Ding Yunjian received the news, his face turned deathly pale, and the document in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He had long anticipated that Ku Jong-kook would not give up so easily, but he never expected that the other party would be able to persuade the great god Jin Xiantian. Jin Xiantian's strength was simply beyond Yi Nan's ability to contend with. Only beings of the level of a national guardian king can rival him. This is clearly aimed at Yi Zhanshan. They want to kill him. Damn it, the worst people are always our own. No, we must tell Yi Zhanshan about this immediately. Ding Yunjian's heart pounded. Just as he was about to get up, the office door was pushed open. Yuan Qing rushed in, his face equally grim, and asked urgently, Boss, is the news outside true? Jin Xiantian is coming to Great Xia. Ding Yunjian looked at her, nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, It's true. How did you know? The whole Central Plains War Division is buzzing with the news. Everyone knows it now. Yuan Qing stamped his feet anxiously. This must be Zhou Qinglong's doing. He wants to use Jin Xiantian to get rid of Mr. Yi. Ding Yunjian sighed. He understood perfectly well. Zhou Qinglong had always been at odds with Yi Nan, and now that he had finally seized an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. You don't need to worry about these things. Ding Yunjian composed himself and said to Yuan Qing, I've already arranged your route overseas. Your plane ticket and documents are all ready. You can leave tonight. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing shook her head vigorously, her eyes resolute, and said, I can't leave. If I leave, all the pressure will fall on Mr. Yi alone. What good will it do you to stay? Ding Yunjian couldn't help but raise his voice, his tone tinged with helplessness. In this matter, you are too insignificant. Your life or death is of no importance to Gu Zhongwa and Zhou Qinglong. Their target is Yi Zhanshan. If you stay, you will only sacrifice yourself in vain. Listen to me. You must leave tonight. I won't leave. Yuan Qing stubbornly pursed her lips, her eyes reddening, but her resolve remained firm. I can't be a deserter. Why are you doing this? Ding Yunjian was both angry and anxious. Isn't this a pointless sacrifice? If war god Yi is no match for Jin Xiantian, At least you can survive if you leave. Yuan Qing raised her head and looked at Ding Yunjian, her voice slightly choked, yet unusually firm. What if War God Yi can stop Jin Xiantian? I want to stay and fight alongside Mr. Yi. Ding Yunjian fell silent. He stared at Yuan Qing for a long time before finally sighing. He knew Yuan Qing's personality all too well, and it was precisely because of this personality that she offended Park Sung-hye. Now, he knew she would never back down from a fight. All right. Ding Yunjian rubbed his temples, his tone softening. I'll find a way to handle this. He had already made up his mind. If absolutely necessary, he would have to contact his family. The Ding family, to which he belonged, was the Longdu family. Although he is not among the 100 races, he still wields considerable influence in Dragon City. Perhaps we can report this matter to the war headquarters and request that headquarters send someone to provide support. Right now, the most important thing is to inform Mr. Yi of this news as soon as possible so that he can make preparations. Soon, Ding Yunjian arrived at Yinan's house. After knocking on the door, Yinan came out. Upon seeing the other party, Ding Yunjian immediately exclaimed anxiously, War God Yi, something terrible has happened. Gu Zhonghua has sent Jin Xiantian to kill you. Yinan said, I understand. Ding Yunjian was taken aback. Was Yi Zhanshan really going to be so nonchalant? Didn't he know who Jin Xiantian was? War God Yi, this Jin Xiantian is a figure on the god ranking. Yinan said, I understand. Right now, all I want to do is be with my wife. I don't want to hear anything else. After saying that, Yinan closed the door. Ding Yunjian was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how Yi Zhanshan, who had no background, dared to disregard everything like this. Now, all he can do is wait. As Jin Xiantian left Honghua and boarded LJ Group's private jet. The war base is located on the coast. Upon learning of this, Shangguan Lai coldly ordered, investigate Jin Xuantian's purpose in coming to Great Xia. Chapter 566 Remember where they live. Jin Xiantian is a grandmaster of the Han Kingdom. Such a figure would not act rashly. However, Shangguan Lai did not receive any information about the other party. No one may enter Daxiao without a valid reason. His subordinates immediately investigated and quickly found the results. Shangguan Tianwang, we found out. LJ Group's president, Ku Jongguk, commissioned Kim Hyuncheon to come to Daxia and take away a combat personnel named Yuan Qing. Shangguan Lai coldly said, taking away the War Department personnel from Great Xia? Is Jin Xiantian tired of living? The other party said, this matter is very complicated. Shangguan Lai snorted coldly. So what if it's complicated? Coming to my Great Xia and taking away our war troops. I will absolutely not let that happen. The other party said, King Shangguan, in this matter, our Great Xia was in the wrong first. Shangguan Lai calmed down. Tell me what happened. His subordinate then explained the whole story. After listening, Shangguan Lai frowned. This matter is indeed quite complicated. Although the reason for Yuan Qing's decision to kill Park Sung-hye was that Park Sung-hye killed Yuan Qing's parents. The problem is, there's no evidence whatsoever that Park Sung-hye committed murder. Yuan Qing killed Park Sung-hye in public, and the evidence was complete and could not be cleared. This directly put the War Department in a very passive position. Shangguan Lai asked, you just said that there is a war god protecting Yuan Qing? Which war god is it? Azure Dragon or Qilin? Among the 8 war gods, only 2 of them have this kind of temper. The subordinate thought for a moment. A newly promoted war god. I think his name is Yi Nan. Shangguan Lai's face immediately turned ugly. Yi Nan. He had met Yi Nan once before. At that time, he suddenly suffered from an old ailment and encountered the 8 hall masters of the Hongmen. He almost lost his life on the spot, but Yi Nan came to his rescue and cured his old ailment. Yi Nan is also the son of his benefactor. As expected of the benefactor's child, Yuan Qing's situation is a complete mess, and no one will care about it. But when did the other party become the war god of the War Department? How come he's never heard of it? When did Yi Nan become the god of war? The subordinate said, just a few days ago, the higher-ups in the War Department suddenly issued this order. Because the war gods were not selected through military force, not many people know about it. I only found out about it just now. Shangguan Lai narrowed his eyes slightly. Jin Xiantian was a grandmaster of martial arts with great strength, and was definitely not someone Yinan could deal with. He has to take care of this matter. Immediately, Shang Wanlai looked at his subordinates and said, "Find a plane and send me to Zhongzhou." Seeing Shang Wanlai's thoughts, his subordinates hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, are you not going to guard the area? What if a foreign enemy suddenly invades? We can't handle it." Shang Wanlai picked up his coat from the chair, tossed it behind him, and put it on, saying, "If you can handle him, then deal with him. If you can't, let him in. Just don't forget to ask where he lives." Then Shang Wanlai put on his hat, fastened his black cloak, and strode out of the office. His subordinates had nothing to say. Once the Heavenly King made a decision, he would never easily change it. However, they were very curious as to why the Heavenly King would get involved in this matter when there was absolutely no benefit for him. His subordinates then watched as Shang Wanlai boarded a war-dedicated aircraft. After the plane departs, Shang Wanlai immediately summoned the elite of the Blazing Fire Battalion. The Heavenly King has some business to attend to and is away. From now on, you must be 1000% alert and absolutely cannot allow foreign enemies to invade. A group of elite soldiers from the Blazing Fire Battalion responded in unison, "Yes." Central Plains War Division. Everything seemed calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging. Zhou Qingwang waited anxiously in his office. At this moment, a phone rang. Zhou Qingwang answered the phone immediately. Ku Zhangkuk's voice came through the phone. "Old Zhou, Master Jin will be arriving at your place soon. Please receive him." Zhou Qingwang immediately replied, "No problem." He hung up the phone and walked out of the office excitedly. In the past, given his status, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to receive Jin Xiantian at the Central Plains War Division. The two of them couldn't chat together. But today, he can receive them openly and honestly. Jin Xiantian is one of the top 10 experts in Han Kingdom and is also on the god ranking. Yinan is just a war god, and he will surely die this time. At this moment, on the tarmac, Zhou Qingwang and his men waited there. An airplane landed. Jin Xiantian stepped off the plane, dressed in a white training uniform, and walked with his hands behind his back. There were other people following behind, but they were all from LJ Group, most of them lawyers. Upon seeing the other person, Zhou Qingwang immediately smiled obsequiously and said, "Master Jin." Jin Xiantian glanced at Zhou Qingwang indifferently. "Who are you?" Zhou Qingwang said, "I am the head of the Central Plains War Division. My name is Zhou Qingwang. I am here to receive you. Please follow me." Jin Xiantian nodded and followed Zhou Qingwang to the office. Zhou Qingwang sent all his men out, leaving only the two of them in the room. Jin Xiantian coldly said, "Don't waste my time. Take me to that war god named Yinan." Zhou Qingwang said, "Elder Jin, please don't rush. This matter cannot be handled like this. I need to make arrangements slowly. As you know, although President Zhu is in the right, this is Great Xia, and the War Department is protective of its own. If the behavior goes too far, there might be a Heavenly King-level expert who will intercept you. Moreover, Yinan is currently protecting Yuan Qing. If he suddenly stops protecting her, killing him would also bring you trouble." Jin Xiantian naturally knew this. Make the arrangements. He didn't care about anyone else or anything else. His purpose in coming here was to kill that war god. Zhou Qingwang is now afraid that Yinan will suddenly abandon Yuan Qing and hand her over to LJ Group, in which case this matter will no longer be Yinan's concern. If Jin Xiantian were to forcibly attack Yinan, it would inevitably provoke strong resistance. That would be a troublesome problem. Therefore, Yinan must admit to protecting Yuan Qing in person before any action can be taken. Then, Zhou Qingwang walked out the door and ordered his men, "Go and bring Yuan Qing to me. If Ding Yunjian dares to obstruct you, ignore him. If he tries to use force, you all take action too." Ding Yunjian had already learned of Jin Xuantian's arrival, and he immediately instructed Yang Shan to invite Yi Zhanshan over. At this moment, only Ding Yunjian and Yuan Qing remained in the office. "Yuan Qing, you really should leave Great Xia and go overseas," Ding Yunjian said with concern. Yuan Qing remained calm. She had made up her mind not to cause trouble for Yinan. If Yi Zhanshan is no match for Jin Xiantian, she will willingly sacrifice herself to protect Yinan. "Boss, I'm not afraid." Ding Yunjian was helpless and had nothing to say. And at this time, Zhou Qingwang's subordinate pushed open the door and walked in. Ding Yunjian knew what these people were there for, to take Yuan Qing away. Ding Yunjian immediately shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you have any manners? You came in without knocking." Chapter 567, This is not a place for you. Outside Ding Yunjian's office, the door was violently kicked open. 5 combat personnel, dressed in combat uniforms, filed in. The leader had a sinister look on his face, and the holster of his gun at his waist was open, clearly indicating that he was up to no good. "We are here to take Yuan Qing away on the orders of Director Zhou." The leader's eyes swept across the office, finally settling on Yuan Qing. His tone was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. Ding Yunjian suddenly looked up, a sharp aura already spreading out. On what grounds did Zhou Qingwang take her away? Zhou Qingwang's men were frightened by Ding Yunjian's aura and dared not move. However, Zhou Qingwang's position is higher than Ding Yunjian's. No reason needed. Does Director Zhou need a reason to take away someone he wants? Get out of here. Ding Yunjian slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. The leader, blustering but trembling, shouted, "Ding Yunjian, Director Zhou personally ordered me to take Yuan Qing away. Do you dare to stop me? Are you going against the entire war zone?" Ding Yunjian scoffed and walked up to Yuan Qing, his eyes full of disdain. "So what if we go against you? I, Ding Yunjian, have never been afraid. You're asking for death." The leader was completely enraged, and his right hand reached for the pistol at his waist. "Come and try if you dare." Ding Yunjian's eyes turned cold, and before the other party could make a move, he threw a punch. The leader was blasted away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into the wall before sliding to the ground, clutching his abdomen and curling up in a ball, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. The other 4 men were enraged upon seeing this and immediately assumed fighting stances. "Ding Yunjian, you dare to lay a hand on someone. This is blatant rebellion. You should know the consequences of disobeying orders in the War Department. At best, you'll be dismissed and investigated. At worst, you'll face military law." Ding Yunjian patted non-existent dust off his hands, his eyes so cold they could freeze. "Rebellion? From the day I enlisted, I, Ding Yunjian, have always upheld the discipline of the War Department and guarded the territory of Great Xia. If it weren't for the fact that we're both from the same combat unit, the way you guys barged into my office would have put you on the floor by now. Would you even have the audacity to be shouting here?" Yuan Qing stepped out from behind Ding Yunjian, gently tugged at his sleeve, and said firmly, "Leader, I'll go with them. Zhou Qingwang's target is me. I can't let you be implicated because of me." Ding Yunjian turned to look at her, his face full of confusion and anger. "Are you crazy? You are absolutely safe with me. If you fall into Zhou Qingwang's hands, he will treat you like last time." "I know." Yuan Qing raised her head, her eyes flashing with determination. "But I can't let everyone be in danger because of me, and I can't let Yi Zhanshan be held back by this matter." After saying that, she no longer hesitated, looked at Zhou Qingwang's men, and said calmly, "I'll go with you, but I have one condition. No one else can be implicated." The leader, having just caught his breath, clutched his stomach and grinned maliciously. "You're smart to know what's good for you. Don't worry, we're only after you." Yuan Qing stopped talking and walked out of the office. Ding Yunjian watched her retreating figure, sighed, and followed closely behind. Central Plains War Division. Yuan Qing was taken into the interrogation room. When Zhou Qingwang saw Yuan Qing, he frowned. "What's going on? Where's Yi Nanren? Was there no one to stop him? How can this be allowed?" Zhou Qingwang sent his men to bring Yuan Qing away, thinking that Yi Nan would definitely intervene. This way, Master Jean can be directly involved. But Yi Nan isn't here? How can we even conduct a trial like this? That's all. As long as Yuan Qing is targeted, Yi Nan will eventually appear. It's just a matter of time. Then, Zhou Qingwang stood up and said to Yuan Qing, "Yuan Qing, do you know your crime?" Yuan Qing said, "I violated the discipline of the combat unit, and I plead guilty." Zhou Qingwang did not expect Yuan Qing to say that. Standing to the side, Jean Xintian coldly asked, "Where is Yi Nanren?" Zhou Qingwang smiled and said, "Elder Jean, don't worry, Yi Nan will definitely come." Jin Xiantian did not continue speaking. Zhou Qingwang looked at Yuan Qing, who had given him a reason to stall for time. Yuan Qing certainly wouldn't consider killing Park Sung-hye a crime. He only needs to target Yuan Qing from this point. Do you admit to the crime of killing Park Sung-hye? Zhou Qingwang asked with a sneer. Yuan Qing's expression changed slightly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. She may admit to other crimes, but she will never admit that killing Park Sung-hye was wrong. Park Sung-hye killed her parents, so it's only natural for her to kill Park Sung-hye. I don't accept it. Yuan Qing uttered a few words with difficulty, her eyes full of stubbornness. Seeing this, Zhou Qingwang felt emboldened and slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "You dare to deny it? I ask you, did you kill Park Sung-hye? Do you admit to the crime of murder?" Yuan Qing clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. Looking at Zhou Qingwang's ugly face, and remembering the tragic deaths of her parents, she could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Kill me or torture me. It's up to you, but I don't admit to this crime. Zhou Qingwang coldly retorted, "How dare you? We have both witnesses and physical evidence." Yuan Qing said, "I don't admit it. A life for a life. I will kill myself today." Zhou Qingwang was anxious. If Yuan Qing committed suicide, how would they deal with Yinan? There's absolutely no reason for it. How can one avenge the murder of their son? "Stop her!" Zhou Qingwang shouted sternly. Just at this critical moment, a cold shout came in. What crime is there in avenging one's parents? Zhou Qingwang, this is the Great Xia's war headquarters, not Han Guo's doghouse. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Shangguan Lai striding in, dressed in a crisp military uniform and black leather boots. He stood tall and straight, with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, exuding an aura of unassailable majesty. Zhou Qingwang's expression changed drastically. He never expected that Shangguan Lai would appear at this time. The opponent was one of the 5 heavenly kings of the War Department. Moreover, he is an extremely righteous person, and if he knew about this matter, he would definitely get involved. "Greetings, Heavenly King Shangguan." Zhou Qingwang didn't dare to offend the other party. Shangguan Lai's gaze swept over Zhou Qingwang and then landed on Jin Xiantian in front of him. "Jin Xiantian, this is the Great Xia War Department. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." Jin Xiantian looked at Shangguan Lai and recalled the humiliating scene he had experienced more than 10 years ago. He was instantly filled with rage, but this time he was brought here by Gu Zhonghua and was completely fearless. "I'm not just anyone. Someone killed someone from the LJ Group, and I've come to seek justice. Secondly, the young president of LJ Group died in Daxia, and the reason is still unclear. Doesn't Daxia need to give an explanation?" Jin Xiantian looked at Shangguan Lai with a cold smile. Shangguan Lai already knew everything, but he couldn't be bothered to care. "I told you, this is the war headquarters, not a place for you." Jin Xiantian sensed Shangguan Lai's killing intent and immediately said coldly, "I've already said it. I'm here on someone's behalf." Chapter 568 Shangguan Lai vs. Jin Xiantian. Shangguan Lai and Jin Xuantian's gazes collided violently in the office, as if invisible lightning crackled and exploded in the air. The room was eerily silent. Even the sound of the wind outside seemed to be driven back by this oppressive atmosphere. Yuan Qing's hands, gripping the hem of her clothes, had already turned white, and Ding Yunjian's hands, which were behind his back, also quietly clenched. Everyone present knew that Yuan Qing's killing of Park Sung-hye was no longer important. The real storm was the head-on clash between the 2 top experts. As long as Shangguan Tianwang took that step, a great battle would break out. "Your request is useless to me," Shangguan Lai roared, his voice like thunder, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Get out of Great Xia." Jin Xiantian slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, staring intently at Shangguan Lai, his aura already locked onto the other man. "Do your words represent the entire Great Xia War Department? If so, then let's make our move." He stepped forward slowly. "I acknowledge that the Great Xia War Department is powerful, but it cannot be so arrogant. If it dares to look down on the LJ Group today, will it trample the whole world under its feet tomorrow?" Yuan Qing was deeply shaken, filled with remorse. If she hadn't acted impulsively and killed Park Sung-hye, She wouldn't have dragged these people who genuinely helped her into such a perilous situation. She strode up to Shangguan Lai and said in a deep voice, "King Shangguan, you must take responsibility for your actions. I am immediately withdrawing from the War Department. This matter has nothing to do with the War Department. Once she leaves the War Department, she will no longer be a member of the War Department. If Jin Xiantian seeks revenge again, he will have no reason to involve Shangguan Lai, the higher-ups of the War Department, or Mr. Yi." Shangguan Lai suddenly smiled, patted Yuan Qing's shoulder, and the warmth of his palm made her tense body relax slightly. "I know why you took action. You did the right thing." His voice suddenly turned stern, carrying the majesty of a national protector. "Step back. Today, I will back you up." Yuan Qing's eyes welled up with tears, and her clenched fists slowly loosened. Ding Yunjian pulled Yuan Qing behind him. Shangguan Lai turned around, his gaze piercing Jin Xiantian like a knife. "So what if you look down on me? If you're not happy, then fight me." Fine. Jin Xiantian laughed in fury, a chilling aura suddenly rising from his body. "More than 10 years ago, I was a martial arts grandmaster, and I lost to you by half a move. Now I am a great grandmaster, and I'd like to see if you, the heavenly king who protects the country, can still suppress me." If he could kill a great Xia Kingdom guardian king here, his name, Jin Xiantian, would surely resound throughout the world of martial arts. This would make him famous even more than killing that brat Yinan. The entire Han Kingdom will spread the news of today's events, and he will surely become the top of the 10 masters in the future. Even after his death, this ranking will remain and be recorded in history books. "Everyone get out." Shangguan Lai suddenly flung off his black cloak. Ding Yunjian didn't dare to delay and quickly left with Yuan Qing, who still wanted to say something. Zhou Qingwang didn't dare to linger and left with his men. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Shangguan Lai and Jin Xiantian. He hoped that Jin Xiantian would kill Shangguan Lai, because if Shangguan Lai won, he would be in big trouble. Inside the room, Shangguan Lai's aura was rising. Jin Xiantian was also ready to make his move. The two looked at each other. Shangguan Lai coldly said, "It's not too late for you to get out of Great Xia now." Jin Xiantian laughed and said, "Leaving is impossible. Today, I will take your dog's life." In an instant, Jin Xiantian made his move. With his legs bent, his body shot out, and he punched Shangguan Lai. His fist was covered with a layer of blue light, forming a fist of light that shot towards Shangguan Lai. Shangguan Lai also threw a punch, his fist burning with flames, which collided with Jin Xuantian's fist. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, a terrifying energy surge swept outwards. The entire room shattered like paper, with cement fragments mixed with wood chips flying everywhere amidst billowing smoke and dust. Ding Yunjian and his group had only run a short distance when they were startled by a loud bang behind them, which made their eardrums ache. When they turned around, they were all stunned. Although they were members of the War Department, they had been stationed in the rear for many years and had never seen a Grandmaster-level expert fight to the death. The destructive power that was so devastating was beyond their comprehension. "They're over there," someone exclaimed, pointing to the open space ahead. Amidst the dust and smoke, two figures faced each other 10 meters apart. Jin Xiantian shook his numb fist, his face full of disdain. "Old man, your punching power has weakened. Not fast enough, not ruthless enough. You haven't improved in over 10 years. You've actually regressed quite a bit." Shangguan Lai's eyes narrowed. He had used 70% of his strength in that punch. 10 years ago, Jin Xiantian did not have such strength. It seems that the other party has been in seclusion and cultivating diligently all these years, while he himself has been plagued by an old ailment, and his cultivation has stagnated. If Yinan had not cured his old ailment with his miraculous medical skills a few days ago, he would probably have suffered a loss from that punch just now. "Then let me show you what the fastest fist in the War Department is." Shangguan Lai shouted, his figure suddenly turning into a blur, his fist burning with flames slamming out again, the fist tip condensing into a lifelike fiery tiger head, rushing towards Jin Xiantian with a deafening tiger roar. Jin Xuantian's eyes narrowed, not daring to be careless in the slightest. The spiritual energy on his right fist transformed into the phantom of an ice wolf and met the attack head-on. A mere trick. Boom. The ice wolf and the fire tiger collided with a deafening roar, and the massive shockwave caused the ground to tremble violently, as if a magnitude 6 earthquake had occurred. The ground cracked due to the two's battle. This earth-shattering commotion instantly alarmed all branches of the Central Plains war zone. Soldiers who were training and clerks who were handling official business all flocked to the construction site like a tide, forming a circle at a distance, each one of them gaping in astonishment. On the open ground, two figures were locked in fierce combat. The onlookers couldn't see their movements clearly. They could only see two beams of light, one red and one blue, colliding repeatedly. Each contact was accompanied by a deafening roar, tearing the ground apart and creating a network of ravines. The smoke and dust were so thick that even the sunlight was obscured. "My God, this is a battle between grandmasters," a young soldier muttered to himself. If a supreme-level expert were to make a move, wouldn't they be able to move mountains and fill seas? "Don't speak. Look carefully," the person next to him said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, afraid of missing any detail. Jin Xiantian fought more and more fiercely, his face full of madness. "Faster. Shangwan Lai, aren't you the fastest puncher in the War Department? Is this all you've got?" His fists rained down like a storm, each punch incredibly violent. "As you wish." Shangwan Lai gritted his teeth and shouted, his internal energy and blood circulating wildly. The speed of the punches suddenly increased, and the shadows of the punches overlapped. In an instant, Shangwan Lai seized the opening, and his right fist, carrying flames that could burn everything, slammed into Jin Xuantian's abdomen. Puff! Jin Xiantian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward, carving a trench more than 3 meters long in the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Shangwan Lai clenched his fist, making a crisp sound, and was preparing to press his advantage. Jin Xiantian slowly stood up from the ravine, his face showing no sign of defeat, but instead revealing a sinister smile. "Shangwan Lai, you really have become weaker." Jin Xuantian's voice carried a hint of madness. "No, it's me who has become stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, he abruptly ripped off his clothes, revealing his upper body covered in bulging muscles. The muscles were like cast iron, each one clearly defined, with bulging veins crawling all over the body like centipedes, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Seeing the other party's actions, Shangwan Lai narrowed his eyes, sensing a sense of crisis. "Go to hell." Jin Xiantian roared and charged towards Shangwan Lai with a ferocious smile on his face. "Today is your death day. You have a chronic illness. You are no match for me. I came here to kill that war god named Yinan, but I didn't expect to get such a great deal. Killing you, the heavenly king who protects the country, will also shock the world. Your wishful thinking is wrong." Shangwan Lai shouted coldly, his aura suddenly surging and condensing entirely in his arm. Now he has to go all out. "If we can win today, but if we lose, then it's all over." Shangwan Lai's arm muscles swelled wildly, tearing his clothes, and his skin was covered in a steaming red, as if magma was flowing under his skin. Every muscle contained earth-shattering power, all of which was concentrated in his right fist. Shangwan Lai unleashed a powerful right punch, tearing through the air with a fiery rainbow several meters long. Jin Xuantian's pupils constricted sharply, and the smile on his face froze instantly. This power, how could it be? Shouldn't Shangwan Lai's old injury have greatly reduced his strength? Little did he know that Yinan had already cured Shangwan Lai's old ailment. Now, Shangwan Lai had not only recovered to his peak strength, but was even stronger than he was 10 years ago. Boom! The fists collided with a deafening roar, and a terrifying energy surge exploded out like thunder, forming a visible shockwave that swept outwards. The onlookers' expressions changed drastically, and they all exerted their strength to resist, but despite this, they still felt a burning sensation on their faces. Those with slightly weaker strength were directly thrown away by the shockwave, crashing into the distant wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their faces deathly pale. Several small buildings were overturned by the blast wave, and the debris of steel and concrete flew everywhere. The sturdy office building trembled violently, and plaster fell off the walls, giving it a dilapidated appearance. After a long while, the shockwave slowly dissipated, and amidst the billowing smoke and dust, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the battlefield. Yuan Qing and Ding Yunjian clenched their fists tightly, their palms sweating, and prayed in their hearts that Shangguan Lai would win. Zhou Qingwang and the others turned pale. If Jin Xiantian were to be defeated, their end would be nigh. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, two dark figures appeared in everyone's sight. A figure stood upright. The flames around him had weakened, but he still exuded an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. The other figure was kneeling on one knee, supporting himself with his hands, his spine bent and deformed, and he was spitting blood. Chapter 569 3 Great Masters Gather. Shangguan Lai stood firmly in place, his chest heaving violently, each breath accompanied by heavy panting. This battle took a huge toll on him, but his eyes were sharp as knives, brimming with killing intent, as he stared intently at Jin Xiantian on the ground. "Get out of Great Xia, and I'll spare your life." His cold words carried an air of authority. Shangguan Lai wished he could grind Jin Xiantian to dust on the spot. However, the Great Xia War Department has its own ironclad rules for conduct. When faced with invaders, we must give them a chance to survive. This reflects the magnanimity of a great power and the rules of war. Moreover, the War Department was indeed in the wrong. But then again, what is the fear of a true strongman being in the wrong? With enough power, can't one decide what's right and wrong? From beginning to end, the root of all the trouble was that the junior president of LJ Group infiltrated Daxia and deliberately caused trouble. Even more heinous is that Park Sung-hae, in a fit of madness, sent men to slaughter Yuan Qing's parents. With such a deep-seated blood feud, killing Park Sung-hae would be too lenient for him. Only by killing Park Sung-hae's entire family can I vent my hatred. Jin Xiantian lay on the ground, covered in blood, his bones broken, looking extremely disheveled. His pupils were wide open, his chest heaved violently. Each breath strained his internal organs, and mouthfuls of blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. In that fierce battle just now, he was beaten so badly by Shangguan Lai that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Upon hearing Shangguan Lai's words, he quickly responded, "No, don't kill me. I'll leave Great Xia right now. I'll never dare to come back." His voice was filled with deep fear. His arrogance had vanished, leaving only the instinct for survival. "Then get out of here," Shangguan Lai shouted angrily. Not far away, Yuan Qing saw Shangguan Lai standing there, his aura overwhelming, and his face instantly broke into an expression of barely suppressed excitement. "Boss." King Shangguan won. "He's all right." Ding Yunjian, standing beside him, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. King Shangguan's divine might is unparalleled." My heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down at this moment. With King Shangguan's intervention, this matter is considered settled. On the other side, Zhou Qingwang and the others had extremely gloomy expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. The formidable Jin Xiantian was actually defeated by Shangguan Lai. It's completely over. His future is ruined, and imprisonment is inevitable. If Shangguan Tianwang were to make a move, he would surely die. Zhou Qingwang was unwilling to give up, and his thoughts raced. Suddenly, he remembered Ku Jongkook. If Ku Jongkook can send another expert to the scene as quickly as possible, then he still has a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, I would surely be dead today. Zhou Qingwang didn't dare delay. He took out his phone, dialed a number, and said urgently with a pleading tone, "President Gu, quick, I need backup. Jin Xiantian has lost. You need to find a way to send other experts to save me. It will be too late if you wait any longer." On the other end of the phone, Ku Jongkook's voice was unusually calm, without the slightest hint of panic, simply saying, "I understand." He knows? Zhou Qingwang was stunned. What does he know? He knows Jin Xiantian lost, and he hasn't sent anyone over yet? Is he going to abandon me? Damn it! These Koreans are really unreliable. Zhou Qingwang cursed inwardly, but then he thought, Ku Jongkook is so calm. Could it be that he had already anticipated this and sent someone over? Just then, a sudden, violent spinning sound came from behind. The sound of the propellers beating the air grew closer and closer, becoming deafening. Zhou Qingwang looked up and saw two white helicopters flying rapidly toward the airspace above the headquarters. The South Korean flag was prominently displayed on the fuselage, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Could it be that President Koo anticipated all of this and invited other experts in advance? Koo Jong-uk's voice came through the phone again. After learning that Shang Wanlai had gone to the Zhongzhou branch, I invited 2 of the top 10 masters from South Korea to come over. Swordsman On Jae-won and boxing champion Choi Dae-sung. On Jae-won, Choi Dae-sung. Upon hearing these 2 names, Zhou Qingwang's eyes instantly blazed with intense light, and he trembled with excitement. These 2 are among the top 10 experts in Han Kingdom, just like Jin Xiantian, but their strength far surpasses that of Jin Xiantian. The swordsman An Zai-yuan, a master of swordsmanship, once killed a martial arts grandmaster with only a wooden sword. Even more astonishingly, he once defeated a martial arts grandmaster in just 30 breaths. Wielding his sword Yuan Qi, this feat is enough to all. And the boxing champion Choi Dae-sung's strength was terrifying to the extreme. Back then, in order to compete for the title of the #1 boxing master in South Korea, he fought against 2 martial arts grandmasters and more than a dozen martial arts masters by himself. With just his 2 iron fists, the wind of his punches howled, and he could shatter the sky with a single punch, scaring all the challengers away. Defeating them is nothing. At least the opponent still retains the will to fight. If they are scared away, it means that the martial spirit of those challengers has been completely shattered, their fighting will is gone, and they will never have the chance to reach the pinnacle of martial arts again in this lifetime. Although the strength of the 5 heavenly kings of the nation should not be underestimated, Shang Wanlai, in his prime, might be able to take on 2 of them at once. But now, Shang Wanlai has just gone through a fierce battle and is already seriously injured, so his combat strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. With top experts like On Jae-won and Choi Dae-sung making a move, Shang Wanlai is doomed. Even if another Guardian King were to arrive, he probably wouldn't be a match for these 2, unless 2 more Guardian Kings were to arrive at the same time. Each of the 5 heavenly kings, who guard the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, has a great responsibility and cannot easily leave their respective territories. Moreover, other heavenly kings may not be willing to get involved in this mess. With these 2 masters taking action, Shang Wanlai is doomed today. Zhou Qingwang thanked them repeatedly over the phone, his tone filled with flattery and ecstasy. After hanging up the phone, he looked up at the helicopter getting closer and closer in the sky, his face full of a smug smile. When Ding Yunjian and Yuan Qing saw the helicopter with the South Korean flag printed on it, their faces turned deathly pale. The hope that had just ignited in my heart was instantly extinguished, leaving me with nothing but despair. They're from South Korea? Ding Yunjian frowned. King Shangwan just survived a major battle and is seriously injured. The people who came must be experts. We're doomed. Yuan Qing also had a solemn expression. Shang Wanlai naturally saw the plane overhead as well. He squinted. 2 martial arts grandmasters. Shang Wanlai frowned, his eyes flashing with even more killing intent. These Koreans dare to barge in so brazenly, trampling on the dignity of my Great Xia. Do they think my Great Xia has no one to stand up for it? Despite being severely injured, how could he, as one of the 5 heavenly kings who protect the nation, back down? Today, even if it costs him his life, he will make these people pay the price. Jin Xiantian, who was on the ground, felt the 2 familiar and powerful auras. His fear instantly faded, replaced by joy and excitement. It's them. It's An Zai-yuan and Choi Dae-shang. Our saviors have arrived. Jin Xiantian was overjoyed. But then he thought again and felt a little unwilling. What a pity. I've already been seriously injured and can't participate in the next battle. The great honor of killing the heavenly king of the nation is going to be stolen by these 2. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have made a move so early. I should have waited for them to arrive. Soon, the 3 helicopters came to a steady stop in the air. The cabin door opened, and 2 figures leaped without hesitation from inside the cabin, which was dozens of meters high. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs rang out, and the moment the 2 landed, The powerful impact directly created two large craters of different depths in the ground, kicking up dust and displaying terrifying force. One of them had long, jet-black hair that was casually draped over his shoulders, and a crisscrossing scar on his face that stretched from his forehead to his chin, making him look particularly ferocious and terrifying. He had 3 long swords hanging side by side at his waist, their scabbards ancient and emanating a chilling aura. Yuan Qi, boundless, black and white. 3 famous swords. This person is none other than the swordsman and Zai Yuan, one of the top 10 masters in Han Kingdom. The other man was tall and burly, with a rugged appearance and dark skin. His hair was styled with spiky strands standing upright, and he had a fierce look in his eyes. His body was covered in bulging muscles, which was intimidating. What was even more terrifying was his fist, which was full of explosive power. He is none other than Choi Daesung, the #1 martial artist in South Korea and the boxing champion. Chapter 570, Heavenly King, Please Die. The dust gradually settled, and Zai Yuan raised his hand to smooth his long hair over his shoulder, and the scabbards of the 3 long swords gleamed with a cold, hard light in the sunlight. Choi Daeshang twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. The 2 men stared ahead, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. Jin Xiantian immediately propped himself up and said to the 2 of them, "Save me." And Zai Yuan glanced at Jin Xiantian and said coldly, "Come here. You have truly disgraced my country. When you return this time, you should retire. I feel ashamed to be listed as one of the top 10 experts in the country alongside you." Jin Xiantian was very unhappy. In the past, the other party would definitely not have dared to speak like that. He could fight either of them single-handedly. Unfortunately, his life was in the hands of 2 men, so he dared not say anything and could only retreat. Before Shangguan Lai could catch his breath, he raised his eyelids, looked at Zai Yuan and the other person, and said coldly, "This is within the territory of Great Xia. Those who are not involved, get out. Get lost." Choi Daeshang narrowed his eyes. "With your current strength? The Great Xia territory is not a place for you to run wild. I have released Jin Xiantian. Your departure now is not considered an offense." Shangguan Lai had no choice but to back down on this matter. Choi Daeshang suddenly laughed. He took a step forward, his muscles tensing with the movement, and clenched his fist, making a dull sound. "Leave? We didn't come here to listen to your lectures." He tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Shangguan Lai. "You're so weak after just one fight. How could King Shangguan be in such a sorry state? Even the Great Xia's guardian king is nothing more than this." Yuan Qing clenched his fists not far away, wanting to go forward and help. Ding Yunjian pulled her back, his lips moving as if to signal Yuan Qing not to act impulsively. Yuan Qing had no choice but to give up, looking at Shangguan Lai with worry in her eyes. Ding Yunjian then took out his phone, preparing to call for help. But no matter who he comes to, they can't change his current situation. Unless they call upon the Dragon King's family. But the problem is, by the time they arrive, the Heavenly King will already be dead. They wanted to help, but going up there now would only cause trouble, so they could only watch helplessly as the situation on the field became tense. Zhou Qingwang stood there, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He took out his phone and started recording the scene, already planning how he could regain control of the situation once Zai Yuan and the other man dealt with Shangguan Lai. The War Department will absolutely not blame Shangguan Lai for his death. After all, Shangguan Lai had many enemies within the War Department. Those people couldn't do anything to Shangguan Lai normally, but now, in this interface, they can kick him when he's down at will. And Zai Yuan drew the long sword, named Wuliang, from the center of his waist. The sword left a faint hum as it cut through the air. His sword was so fast that many people didn't even see what happened. "Either you cripple your cultivation, or we'll kill you." His voice had no threatening tone, yet it was more unsettling than deliberate ferocity. "You should know your body better than I do." Shangguan Lai took a deep breath, a dull pain coming from his chest, the hidden injury he had just sustained. He slowly straightened his body, maintaining an upright posture, looked at the 2 people in front of him, and slowly said, "I will defend the Great Xia with my life, and those who intrude shall die. Then I'll have no choice but to take the Heavenly King's head." No sooner had he finished speaking than Choi Daeshang took the initiative to move. He pushed off the ground with both feet, causing several fine cracks to appear on the ground again. He shot upwards, his fist slamming into Shangguan Lai's face with a whooshing sound. Shangguan Lai dodged to the side, the fist grazing his shoulder, the air vibrating. And Jaewon's movements were more concealed than Choi Daesung's. His longsword slid along the ground before flashing out in a single strike. Shangguan Lai touched the ground with his toes, using the momentum to leap backward, dodging the longsword at the same time. He made a fist with his right hand and punched towards on Jaewon's face. And Zai Yuan flipped his wrist, and his longsword was held horizontally in front of him. Fists and swords clashed. A ripple-like wave spread outwards. Shangguan Lai felt a tingling sensation in his arm, and most of his strength was dissipated. In the end, his body could only keep retreating. If you look closely, you can see a sword mark on Shangguan Lai's ankle. After Zai Yuan landed, he turned slowly around with his back to Shangguan Lai and said with a cold smile, "The next sword strike won't be aimed at your ankle. Heavenly King, you'd better be careful." Then, On Jae-won and Choi Daesung made their move again. The two, one strong and the other gentle, worked together in perfect harmony. Choi Daeshang was responsible for the frontal assault. Each punch was powerful and heavy, forcing Shangguan Lai to constantly dodge. And Zai Yuan, meanwhile, was searching for an opening from the side, his longsword harassing him relentlessly like a venomous snake. Faced with the combined attack of the two, Shangguan Lai quickly found himself at a disadvantage. After taking another punch from Choi Daeshang, Shangguan Lai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He raised his hand to wipe it away, his gaze still sharp, but unable to hide the weariness in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Choi Daeshang burst into laughter. The Heavenly King who protects the nation is nothing more than this. If you keep going, you'll lose your life here. My name, Choi Daeshang, will be recorded in the history books of Korean martial arts. And Zai Yuan didn't speak, but moved his feet, forming a pincer movement with Choi Daeshang, trapping Shangguan Lai in the middle. The long sword was drawn again, this time using the sharpest Yuan Chi, its blade gleaming with a cold light. Shangguan Lai, next I'll cut off your head. And Zai Yuan's voice was tinged with excitement. Shangguan Lai did not respond. He slowly clenched his fist. He knew he would likely find it difficult to escape today, but as the Heavenly King who protected the nation, he would never back down, even if it means dying here. He wanted to let these people know that the Great Xia was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Choi Daeshang launched a fierce attack. He threw out both fists, smashing them down on Shangguan Lai with the force of thunder. The fist was powerful and carried the might to shatter the heavens. Shangguan Lai gritted his teeth, ready to take the hit head-on. But then Zai Yuan's long sword also came at the same time, its sword energy like light, pointing straight at his chest. Caught in a pincer attack, there was no way to avoid it. Yuan Qing and Ding Yunjian exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Heavenly King, be careful. Zhou Qingwang's smile grew even more smug, and his hand holding the phone trembled slightly. It's no use. He could already picture Shangguan Lai falling to the ground. Shangguan Lai was well aware of his situation. His body was already exhausted. You can either block a fist or a longsword. You can only choose one. In other words, Shangguan Lai can now choose how he dies. They would either be punched so hard that all their bones would shatter and they would die. Either their bodies are chopped into pieces. Then let's choose this way. Shangguan Lai punched the incoming longsword, while simultaneously using his strength to resist Choi Daeshang's fist. Having just blocked in Jae-won's sword, Choi Daesung's fist slammed into Shangguan Lai's chest. A sharp crack, a clear sound of bone breaking, rang out. Shangguan Lai spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backwards for more than 10 meters, kicking up dust, before finally collapsing to the ground. Shangguan Lai, who had never fallen before, was truly unable to hold on any longer. He looked at the sky, feeling utterly powerless. But he was happy. He was happy to die for the Great Xia. He recalled the oath he took when he first joined the War Department. I am willing to dedicate myself to the Great Xia dynasty until my dying breath. He did it. Shangguan Lai's lips curled up into a smile. Ahead, and Zai Yuan looked at Shangguan Lai with a smile on his face. King Shangguan, I admire your character. Now I'm giving you a chance to live. Join my Han Kingdom. Killing the heavenly king who protects the nation is not as good as turning him against his own side. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Lai used his last ounce of strength to shout, I, Shangguan Lai, am willing to dedicate myself to the great Xia dynasty until my dying breath. And Zai Yuan coldly asked, King Shangguan, do you think it's worth it? We've been in the great Xia for so long, and not a single person has helped you. The War Department doesn't care about your life at all. Don't you feel disheartened? Shangguan Lai coughed violently, spitting out blood each time, which smeared on his face, but his eyes still revealed supreme majesty. You petty scoundrel! You have no right to insult Great Xia or the War Department. Kill me if you must. Stop wasting words. And Zai Yuan coldly said, Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. Heavenly King, please go to your death. He took out the Yuan Shi and attacked directly, while Cui Desheng also threw a punch at that moment. Fearing that Shangguan Lai might have some other tricks up his sleeve, the two decided to use a deadly move, determined not to let Shangguan Lai live. Shangguan Lai is also prepared to die. Throughout his life, he had no regrets towards anyone except the woman who saved him. He had never been able to repay her kindness, but sadly, he no longer had the chance. He remembered Yinan and hoped that the child wouldn't appear here. But he could no longer decide. Shangguan Lai closed his eyes, preparing to face death. Just as the two attacks were about to land on Shangguan Lai, just then, a young voice rang out. Who says no one is helping him? Chapter 571, Yi Nin Saves the Day. Two figures were already in front of Shangguan Lai, almost touching. Yuan Xin covered her mouth, and Ding Yunjian looked flustered. Is the heavenly king about to perish here? Zhou Chengwang's video camera was fixed on the scene, his breathing rapid, waiting to see the scene of the heavenly king of the nation being splattered with blood. Just then, a voice came. Everyone was alarmed. That's Yinan's voice. Yuan Xin and the others trembled. Panic ensued. That's Yi Zhanshan's voice. It's over. These two are even a match for the heavenly king. So how could war god Yi possibly defeat them? Zhou Chengwang was overjoyed. He had been worried that Yinan wouldn't come, but the other party had actually shown up. This is fantastic news. Son, the person who killed you will soon be buried with you. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Shangguan Lai. It was Yinan. He was even faster than Choi Daesung and An Jae-wan. After landing, there were no extra movements, except raising both hands. He turned his left hand into a palm to meet Cui Desheng's fist. He extended 2 fingers of his right hand to meet in Zai Yuan's longsword. The two were stunned when they saw the person who suddenly appeared. They sensed a terrifying aura. When did this person arrive? How come the two of them don't feel anything at all? The next second, 2 muffled thuds were heard. Cui Desheng felt his fist hit an iron wall, and a shock surged up his arm, causing him to involuntarily take 3 steps back before he could barely regain his balance. And Zai Yuan's longsword was firmly held between 2 fingers, and no matter how hard he tried, the blade could not penetrate any further. The blade held by Yi Nin remained motionless, but a faint buzzing sound emanated from around the hilt. Who are you? And Zai Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he twisted his wrist, trying to pull back his longsword. Yi Nin twisted his fingers slightly. His hand went numb. The longsword nearly slipped from his grasp, and he staggered backward. Yinan ignored them and turned to squat down next to Shangguan Lai. Shangguan Lai thought he was going to die, and he didn't hear what Yinan had just said. Only when he realized that someone was beside him did he slowly open his bloodshot eyes. The first thing that catches the eye is a young man, tall and straight, with wisps of hair on his forehead blowing in the wind, and a pair of clear yet calm eyes. This is Yinan. When did he arrive? Only then did Shangguan Lai realize that he had been rescued. Was the person who rescued him Yinan? Yinan looked at Shangguan Lai's injuries. To others, Shangguan Lai was already a dead man, beyond saving even if a god came. But in Yinan's eyes, the other party was not yet dead. Hold on. Yinan's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a reassuring power. He took out a pill and put it into Shangguan Lai's mouth. Swallow it and stabilize your injuries first. Shangguan Lai's cloudy vision gradually cleared. He wanted Yinan to leave quickly, as these 2 people were beyond Yinan's ability to handle. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he could only utter a faint whisper. Yinan pressed down on his shoulder and gently shook his head. Just lie down. Don't think about anything. Leave this to me. Are you crazy? Run. Shang Wanlai finally managed to squeeze out a few words, his breath coming in short gasps. The two of them are working together. You're no match for them. Hurry. Hurry and run. He was well aware of the strength of An Jae-won and Choi Dae-sung. The methods of these two experts from South Korea are far beyond what ordinary people can withstand. Yinan estimated that none of them would be a match for one. Yinan said calmly, I won't leave. You guard the territory of Great Xia, and I'll guard you. This sentence struck a chord with Shang Wanlai. He said nothing more. As expected of that woman's son, he was truly outstanding. Yinan stood up and turned to look at An Zayuan and Choi Dae-shang. An Jae-won and Choi Dae-sung exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and doubt in each other's eyes. Both of them were quite powerful in that last move. But this kid blocked his way. They were too hasty just now and failed to figure out the boy's background. But judging from his young age, he doesn't seem to have top-tier skills. Where did this brat come from, daring to interfere in our affairs? Choi Dae-shang flexed his aching wrists, a disdainful look on his face. Get lost, or you won't even know how you died. An Jae-won also lowered his initial guard. Perhaps the other side was just lucky. In terms of real strength, this young man is no match for them. He sized up Yinan, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is there no one left in Great Xia? Why send a young man out to die? Yuan Qing and the others were extremely excited, but their excitement quickly faded. If it were just now, they would have really hoped that Yinan would appear. After all, it used to be just Jin Xintian alone, but things are different now. When Yi Zhanshan appears, his only fate is death. Zhou Chengwang shouted loudly. Mr. N and Mr. Choi, kill him. He is the god of war of Great Xia. Many members of the War Department were watching the battle. When they heard Zhou Chengwang's words, they all looked at him with disdain. How could the head of the Central Plains branch say such a thing? How is this any different from treason? Yinan looked at An Zayuan and Choi Dae-shang, his tone still calm. Either leave Daxiao now, or lie here. Arrogant. Choi Dae-shang roared, stomping his feet on the ground again, causing several fine cracks to appear, and charged straight at Yinan. This time he used all his strength, his fists whistling through the air, even more swiftly than when he attacked Shang Wanlai earlier. In his eyes, Yinan was an ant, and he wanted this ant to die a miserable death. And Zayuan also moved at the same time, his figure moving like a ghost to Yinan's side, his long sword flashing coldly, pointing directly at Yinan's lower back. The two, one firm and the other gentle, worked together flawlessly. He shared the same idea as Choi Dae-shang, to kill Yinan. Make Yinan die a gruesome death, preferably by hacking him to pieces with a sword. Shang Wanlai lay on the ground, desperately trying to get up, but could only watch helplessly as the two men's attacks approached. Yuan Qing and Ding Yunjian both held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. Despite being attacked from both sides, Yinan remained standing in place, until Choi Dae-shang's fist was about to smash into his face. Just as An Jae-won's long sword was about to touch his lower back, he then suddenly moved. He dodged Choi Dae-shang's fist by turning to the side, and at the same time, his right hand shot out like lightning, accurately grabbing Choi Dae-shang's wrist and pulling him to the side. Choi Dae-shang was unable to stop in time and was abruptly pulled away, changing direction and colliding with the long sword that An Zayuan was thrusting at him. An Zayuan was shocked and hurriedly sheathed his sword, but it was too late. The blade grazed Choi Dae-shang's arm, leaving a bloody mark. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion between the two, Yinan raised his knee and pressed it against Choi Dae-shang's lower abdomen. Choi Dae-shang groaned and arched his back. Yinan then released his wrist and slapped him on the back. Choi Dae-shang's body flew out and crashed heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, An Zayuan immediately took action. His body became a blur, moving even faster than before, beyond the reach of the naked eye. He felt that no martial arts grandmaster could dodge this sword strike. At that moment, An Zayuan felt that everyone around him was motionless. This is not time standing still. Rather, it was because my speed was too fast, exceeding my limits. The others were too slow to keep up with him at all. He can even see the airflow speed. Moreover, at this moment, and Zai Yuan also noticed that Yi Nin had his back to him, as if he hadn't noticed his attack. At that moment, An Jae-won laughed. The other party is incredibly slow, ridiculously slow. Next, he will pierce his opponent's back with a sword. But then, something shocking happened to An Jae-won. Yi Nin suddenly moved and turned around quickly, his eyes indifferent, looking directly at An Zai Yuan. Chapter 572. My name is Yi Qing-song. An Jae-won's smile froze on his face. He was already that fast, wasn't he? How come this person is faster than him? The sword's momentum has reached its limit. It can no longer be changed. He watched as Yi Nin raised his right hand. He still used 2 fingers, precisely positioned in the center of his sword blade. In an instant, the long sword in An Zai Yuan's hand became completely immobile. The blade could not advance even an inch. Yi Nin's fingers were as steady as a rock, and no matter how hard An Zai Yuan tried, it was to no avail. Impossible, An Zai Yuan roared, his wrist twisting wildly, trying to break free with a clever move. No matter how much he struggled, he adjusted his angle. Yi Nin's hand remained firmly gripping the sword. The next second, Yi Nin flicked his finger slightly, and a crisp metallic cracking sound exploded in the arena. The long sword, capable of slicing hair in 2, broke in half, with one half of the blade flying out with a whoosh. The sword, embedded in the ground not far away, was still vibrating and humming. And Zai Yuan gripped the broken hilt of the sword, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. He couldn't understand how this precious blade, forged from fine iron from the Han Kingdom, could be so easily broken by 2 fingers. You should know that he has used this sword to kill many top experts. Before he could react, Yi Nin had already raised his finger. You don't even know how to use a sword. You don't deserve to be called a swordsman. A pale blue light flowed from Yi Nin's fingertips, carrying a chilling sharpness. And Zai Yuan wanted to refute Yi Nin's words. He is the #1 swordsman in Korea. No one is more skilled with a sword than him. But the words were not spoken yet. And Zai Yuan sensed a deadly danger approaching. I wanted to back up, but I found I was too slow. No, Yi Nin was too fast. Yi Nin flicked his finger, and a sword aura shot out from the sky at extreme speed. Uft! Click! That was the sound of flesh and bone being cut. And Zai Yuan's head flew into the air, and blood gushed out from the severed neck, splashing up half a meter high. His head tumbled through the air a few times before crashing heavily to the ground, his eyes still wide open in disbelief. He couldn't believe he had died from his proud swordsmanship. He was the #1 swordsman in Han Kingdom, becoming #1 at the age of 14. No one can rival him. He believed that his swordsmanship in Dachau was not bad either. But now it's so vulnerable. Why is this happening? The headless body swayed before collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood quickly spreading across the surface. The scene was deathly silent. Yuan Qing's hand, which was covering her mouth, tightened suddenly, and she couldn't even utter a gasp. Is Mr. Yi really that amazing? Ding Yunjian stood there, his body swaying uncontrollably. The scene he had just witnessed was so horrifying that he even thought he had seen it wrong. Is Yi Zhanshan's strength really that terrifying? Shangguan Lai lay on the ground, his originally murky bloodshot eyes wide open, his breathing becoming rapid, and his wounds being pulled apart. But he seemed to have forgotten the pain, his gaze focused on Yi Nin. He never imagined that Yi Nin's strength would be so terrifying. Even he couldn't have killed these top swordsmen of Han Kingdom so easily. Not to mention it's that simple. Just one move. Terrifying. Moreover, upon seeing Yi Nin's figure, he seemed to see that woman as well. During the chaos in Beihai back then, that woman was just that terrifying, giving people a powerful sense of oppression. Those members of the combat unit who were watching the battle fell silent. Just now they were worried about Yi Nin, thinking he was doomed. In the blink of an eye, a master who could rival the heavenly king of the nation was beheaded by him with a single sword stroke. Who is he? Many people are unaware of Yi Nin's identity. The god of war. He is the newly crowned god of war Yi. A war god so terrifying? He became a war god as soon as he joined the war department. The title of war god is his starting point, but it is also the end point for many people. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, their eyes filled with awe as they looked at Yi Nin. Zhou Qingwang's hand holding the phone suddenly trembled. The phone tilted instantly. He stared at the corpse on the ground, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit a fist. The ecstasy on his face had vanished, replaced by utter terror. Yinan, is he that amazing? How come he exudes a stronger sense of pressure than Shangwan Lai? Choi Daesung got up from the ground and was about to rush forward again when he saw the miserable state of Jae-won. His body stiffened abruptly, and a chill ran straight to the top of his head. He had fought in Ziyuan for many years and knew his strength well. Even if there was a difference in skill, it was negligible. And Ziyuan had died so easily. How long could he possibly last? Cui Dasheng had lost all will to fight. He turned and ran, extremely fast, but he felt that wasn't enough, and he only wished he had 2 more legs. He needed to leave this place as soon as possible, to leave this devilish young man. Trying to leave? Yinan's voice drifted over, but it struck Cui Dasheng like a thunderclap. Cui Dasheng felt a blur before his eyes, and Yinan, who was originally more than 10 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. The aura emanating from Yinan made his legs go weak. Teleportation? What speed is that? There is absolutely no way a martial arts grandmaster could have such strength. Unless it's a supreme powerhouse. Is this young man the supreme being? Absolutely impossible. How many supreme beings does the great Xia dynasty have? Moreover, the supreme one rarely appears in the world. Cui Dasheng knew he couldn't escape, and his survival instinct made his eyes turn red. He roared and concentrated all his strength into his right fist. The wind howled from the punch. It slammed hard into Yinan's face. He used his most powerful technique in that punch. A surge of air flowed over his fist. That's because the speed of the fist exceeded the speed of the airflow. They only hoped to force the other side to back down now, thus securing a sliver of hope for themselves. Yinan's gaze remained unchanged as he spread his right hand and precisely grasped Cui Dasheng's fist. The violent power in the fist reached Yinan's palm the moment it touched him. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea, it vanished without a trace. The ferocity on Cui Dasheng's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless fear. Is it really blocked like this? That punch of his was enough to shatter a mountain. He tried to pull his fist back, but found that Yinan's hand was like an iron clamp, firmly locking his fist, and no matter how he struggled, it did not budge. Spare my life. Cui Dasheng's voice was choked with sobs. The arrogance from before had vanished completely, leaving only a pure will to survive. In the past, he was the only one who scared others like this. He kept twisting his body, trying to break free. But Yinan's hand remained as steady as a mountain. Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to Great Xia. I'll go back right now. Yinan applied slight pressure with his fingers. A sharp cracking sound was followed by Cui Dasheng's heart-wrenching scream. His right arm bones were crushed, and his arm was twisted at a bizarre angle. Boss, spare my life. Yinan didn't stop. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed Cui Dasheng's head. Cui Dasheng felt as if an invisible hand was gripping his head. His vision went black, and his consciousness began to blur. Another dull cracking sound. Yinan released his grip, and Cui Dasheng's body slumped to the ground, his head deformed, blood and brain matter mixed together, a gruesome sight. The entire battlefield fell completely silent, with only the sound of the wind and the suppressed breathing of the crowd. Everyone stared at Yinan's figure in the center of the arena, their eyes filled with awe and deep fear. The 2 arrogant experts from South Korea were now 2 corpses in the blink of an eye. Is this Yi Zhanshan even human? The most shocked person was Jin Xintian, who lay on the ground, his body ice cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. My throat and tongue are dry. He intended to pretend to be invisible so that the other person wouldn't notice him. And at this time, Yinan's gaze met Jin Xuantian's. Jin Xuantian's very soul began to tremble. He already knew he was doomed, but he didn't want to die without knowing why. Then, looking at Yinan ahead, he asked, "Could you tell me your name? Let me die knowing why." Yinan looked at Jin Xiantian with murderous intent, then extended a finger. With a flick of the wrist, sword energy swept forward. At the same time, he uttered each word clearly. My name is Yi Qingcong. Chapter 573, I resign as Heavenly King. As the sword energy swept past, Jin Xiantian felt a chill on his neck. Consciousness is being rapidly withdrawn. The last thing he saw was Yi Nan's calm, unwavering eyes, and the warm droplets of blood that had splashed into his field of vision. The moment his head hit the ground, the name, Yi Qingtsong, still echoed repeatedly in Jin Xuantian's remaining thoughts. It's so familiar, so very familiar. He had definitely heard of that name before, and it had caused quite a stir at the time. Suddenly, Jin Xiantian remembered. Siam, Master Tianluo. That deadly battle that recently spread throughout the martial arts world. Master Tianluo, the #1 martial arts master in Siam, used his spiritual power to dominate the surrounding countries of Siam, and almost no one could defeat him. Until he went to Hong Kong Island. Wanting to take over Kowloon Mountain, he met another person. No outsiders were present during that battle, but the events that followed were widely circulated in the martial arts world. The person who killed Master Tianluo was named Yi Qingtsong. After that, Siam closed its doors to the world, becoming isolated and closed off from the world. This incident caused a great stir at the time. It is rare in history for one person to suppress an entire nation. Jin Xiantian scoffed at the time, thinking that Yi Qingtsong was a name deliberately fabricated by the martial arts world of Great Xia to intimidate everyone. Siam must have received some benefits from Great Xia and was cooperating with Great Xia in this charade. But now, hearing this name spoken by Yi Nan, combined with his unfathomable strength just now, Yi Qingtsong is real. Moreover, he is a young man. It's hard to imagine what level of cultivation he will reach when he grows up. When they are in their 40s or 50s, they will probably be ranked #1 on the list of gods. At that time, wouldn't the Great Xia be the most powerful of all the nations? This puzzled Jin Xiantian. Such a terrifying figure actually humbled himself to stay in the war department as a war god? Isn't this a waste of his talent? Jin Xiantian couldn't understand this until his death. His eyelids drooped heavily, and he fell silent completely. They're dead. All 3 of them are dead. Someone shouted first, and the members of the combat team instantly erupted in a deafening cheer. Some people clapped their hands vigorously, while others hugged each other excitedly. The atmosphere that had been suppressed to the extreme was completely released. Yuan Qing lowered her hand from her mouth, her chest still heaving violently. She walked quickly to Yi Nan's side, her voice filled with barely concealed excitement. Mr. Yi, thank you. Ding Yunjian also came over and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my previous doubts. When he recalled that when he went to find Yi Zhanshan, he was still skeptical of Yi Zhanshan's confident demeanor and thought that Yi Zhanshan was too arrogant. In retrospect, that wasn't arrogance at all. Rather, it is ultimate self-confidence. With Yi Zhanshan's strength, he is already above the heavenly king of the nation within the war department. Yi Nan nodded slightly to the 2 people. The matter is not yet resolved. Then his gaze fell on Zhou Qingwang. On the outskirts of the crowd, Zhou Qingwang's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He watched Yi Nan's figure, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. He had to do something now. He absolutely couldn't just sit and wait to die. At the same time, Zhou Qingwang's eyes met Yi Nan's. Zhou Qingwang panicked even more. He was trembling with fear, but he didn't want to die, and his mind raced. Finally, he came up with a solution. Zhou Qingwang shivered, quickly ran to Yi Nan, knelt on the ground, and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yi, we're God Yi. You are amazing. Those moves just now were simply divine. Those Koreans were no match for you. You are the pride of the war department. He spoke while defending himself. Yi Zhanshan, you know I can't do anything about it. Gu Zhonghua has been putting pressure on me. I'm just the head of the Zhongzhou branch of the war division, while he's the president of LJ Group. How can I compare to him? I had no choice. I really couldn't bear to hand Yuan Qing over. After all, she's one of our combat troops. But I had no choice. At that time, my heart was really aching. After saying this, Zhou Qingwang looked up at Yi Nan, whose pupils were fixed on him with intense gaze. Zhou Qingwang dared not say another word, and could only wait for Yi Nan's decision. He felt he hadn't done anything too outrageous, and that the other party probably wouldn't kill him. Yi Nan prepared to make his move. Traitors must die. At this moment, Shangguan Lai slowly got up from the ground, ate Yi Nan's pill, and his body has now recovered. Although there is still severe pain in his chest, he can bear it. He knew that Yi Nan was Yi Qingtsong, and he also knew that Yi Nan had killed Master Tianluo, but he did not expect that Yi Nan could fight two grandmasters alone. You should know that the two of them just now, because of their perfect cooperation, had a strength that surpassed the combined strength of two grandmasters. It was as if three grandmasters had joined forces. But Yi Nan still won. It's a waste for him to be the god of war. He must be promoted immediately. He should give up the position of the heavenly king of the nation and let Yi Nan take it. At that moment, he saw Yi Nan about to kill Zhou Qingwang and immediately intercepted him. Zhou Qingwang made a mistake. But we can't kill them directly. It's best to hand them over to higher authorities for handling. Yi Nan, wait a minute. Yi Nan stopped what he was doing when he saw Shangwan Lai. King Shangwan, how are you feeling? Shangwan Lai looked at Yi Nan and said, I'm better now. You can't kill Zhou Qingwang. Yi Nan asked, why? Shangwan Lai replied, he is a member of the War Department. If you kill him, you will be violating the War Department's ironclad rules. Yi Nan said, then what about him betraying his War Corps members to seek peace? What does that even mean? Shangwan Lai said, in a sense, he is resolving the trouble between the War Department and the LJ Group. After all, it is an indisputable fact that Yuan Qing killed Park Sung-hae. As for Park Sung-hae killing Yuan Qing's parents, there is no evidence and no one will admit it. Besides, violating the ironclad rules is not good for you. With such great strength, you will definitely be able to become a top leader in the War Department in the future. As for Zhou Qingwang, let others interrogate him. So let's just forget about it and not take any action, Shangwan Lai advised. Yi Nan said, becoming a top-level member of the War Department is not important to me, but since King Shangwan said that, I am willing to take a step back. Zhou Qingwang, who had been kneeling on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the conversation between the two. As long as he doesn't die here, he can survive, and the others will have room to maneuver. Just then, Yi Nan's phone vibrated in his pocket. He took out his phone, and the screen displayed the three words Mu Yue. Pressing the answer button, Mu Yue's voice came through the receiver. Sectmaster, I have found the information you are looking for. Yi Nan asked, what news? Tell me quickly. Mu Yue said, you asked me to investigate the name Zhou Huang. I have some information. He doesn't use that name anymore. He has changed his name and joined the War Department. Yi Nan asked anxiously, tell me, what's his name now? Mu Yue replied, Zhou Qingwang. Chapter 574 The Man with Red Scars on His Face. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Nan's gaze immediately fell on Zhou Qingwang, who was kneeling on the ground in front of him. Anger flashed in his eyes. It turns out that this person was Zhou Huang, whom Shi Bei had mentioned. One of the culprits who massacred Zhang Jieqi's entire family back then. Today, the enemy is doomed. Zhou Qingwang had just breathed a sigh of relief when he felt a murderous intent envelop his entire body. He met Yi Nan's gaze. Yi Nan is as terrifying as a demon. His gaze was like a blade, tearing at his flesh again and again. Zhou Qingwang was terrified, his pupils trembling. Yi Nan had clearly withdrawn his killing intent just now. So why did he suddenly seem like a different person? Yi Nan continued the phone call with Mu Yue. Did you find anything else? Mu Yue said, yes, but I don't know if the news is true or false. Yi Nan narrowed his eyes. Just say it. He wanted to know any information that Mu Yue could find out, whether it was true or false, because it was definitely related to his mother. Mu Yue said, I think I found out some information about the sect leader's mother. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan was incredulous. Speak quickly. Mu Yue said, your mother's body seems to be buried in a national humiliation park. Yi Nan's expression changed drastically. National humiliation garden? What's the meaning? Is his mother a disgrace to the nation? That's absolutely impossible. My mother participated in the Beihai Rebellion and fought on the front lines. He is not a disgrace to the nation. He is a national hero. Yi Nan gripped the phone a little tighter. Tiny cracks appeared on the phone. Hearing Yi Nan's rapid breathing over the phone, Mu Yue immediately continued. When I found out about this news, I thought it was too unbelievable, but it is true. It is currently being verified, and we should have results soon if nothing unexpected happens. Yi Nan said coldly, No need to verify. Send me the address, and I'll go take a look. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Muyue sent me an address. Upon seeing this, Yinan put away his phone. He found it strange that after investigating his mother for so long, he still couldn't find where she was buried. How did it suddenly come to light? There must be something fishy going on here. Only by going here to investigate can we find out the results. Then, Yinan continued to look at Zhou Qingwang. Shangguan Lai didn't hear Yinan and Mu Yue's conversation, but he noticed the killing intent in Yinan's eyes. Yinan calmly said, "Heavenly King, he must die today." These words were spoken. The words Shangguan Lai was about to say were swallowed back down. He sensed Yinan's determination, said no more, and stepped back. Seeing this, Zhou Qingwang looked at Yinan and pleaded, "War God Yi, please don't kill me. Killing me will do you no good." Yinan coldly asked, "Back then, when you and Shi Bei and others massacred the Bamboo Clan's families, who gave you the order?" Zhou Qingwang's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He trembled as he heard about the Zhu family members. He was instantly drawn into the memories. His success today is largely due to what he did back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to become the current head of the Central Plains War Division. Who exactly is Yinan? Why bring this up suddenly? Who are you? Zhou Qingwang said with all his might. Yinan released his aura, and Zhou Qingwang immediately lay on the ground like a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Then, Yinan stepped on Zhou Qingwang's back. Click. That was the sound of a spine cracking. Zhou Qingwang screamed in pain. At this moment, Zhou Qingwang's forehead was covered in sweat, and his entire body was trembling. "Tell me, who gave you the order?" The sound was like a thorn. He dared not lie. The image of that person flashed through his mind. It was a man dressed in a black robe, tall and imposing, with a terrifyingly powerful aura. The other party found him and asked him to find someone to attack the Zhang family, to slaughter the entire clan, and to leave no one alive. The other party promised that if the matter was accomplished, his future could be soaring. Zhou Qingwang agreed, and then contacted some friends. This includes Shi Bei. Then they would attack the Zhang family together. After the mission was accomplished, he truly got what he wanted, rising step by step from an ordinary soldier in the War Department to become the head of the Central Plains War Department today. However, the other party insisted that he change his name. He changed his name from Zhou Huang to Zhou Qingwang. That person had a strong aura, but Yinan's aura was not much weaker. I don't know. Zhou Qingwang decided to lie because that person had said that if Zhou Qingwang dared to reveal any information, he would be killed. Yinan could tell at a glance that Zhou Qingwang was lying. "Lift your foot gently." Then it fell. The force of the impact shattered Zhou Qingwang's bones, reducing them to dust. Zhou Qingwang let out an even more pitiful scream. I said, I really don't know who the other person is." Yinan had heard this answer countless times. Shi Bei said the same thing. But Yinan didn't believe Zhou Qingwang was unaware. It's not difficult to make Shi Bei a high-ranking official at the National Medical Center, but it's difficult to make Zhou Qingwang the head of a branch of the War Department. This shows that the other party's methods are not simple. They must be people at the very top of the pyramid in terms of status and position. "You were lying just now, so you must have met the person who gave you the order, right?" Yinan said softly. The sound made the surroundings feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Faced with Yinan, Zhou Qingwang dared not hide anything. "I've seen him, but I couldn't see his face clearly." Yinan asked, "How tall is that person?" Zhou Qingwang recalled. He was 1.9 meters tall, a very strong build. And then, Yinan pressed further. "Anything else?" Zhou Qingwang frantically recalled the events. Suddenly, Zhou Qingwang remembered. There's a scar on the other person's face, a red one. He looked up at Yinan and said in fear, That's all I remember. Red scars. Once you have a target, it's easier to find something." Then, Yinan stomped on Zhou Qingwang's body and crushed it. A person who was just alive was instantly turned into blood splattered everywhere. This scene stunned everyone around. Yi Zhanshan just like that, killed a branch leader of the War Department. What is he trying to do? Yi Zhanshan has made a great contribution by killing a group of South Korean experts, and he will definitely be rewarded by the War Department. And now they've killed Zhou, the person in charge. It will put you in an awkward position. Shangguan Lai didn't say anything. He understood the conversation between Yi Nan and Zhou Qingwang. Zhou Qingwang killed the Zhu family members. If it were him, he would also choose to take action. While others are fighting on the front lines, these scoundrels are making underhanded moves behind the scenes. They deserve to die. But this move will get Yi Nan into trouble. Shangguan Lai said, Yi Nan, just tell everyone that I killed Zhou Qingwang this week. Chapter 575. If you're not convinced, then fight. I killed Zhou Qingwang, and the War Department will absolutely not punish me. But you are different. Yi Nan knew Shangguan Lai's thoughts. The other party wanted to help him shoulder all of this. But Yi Nan doesn't need it. He couldn't wait for those behind the scenes to come after him for revenge. In that way, he can kill them one by one. What I fear most is that those people will hide and never show up. No need, King Shangguan. I can do it. Shangguan Lai asked. Then you'd better be prepared. This matter is very complicated. The fact that he couldn't find out shows how deep the connection is. It must be closely related to the people from Longdu. Those people hold high positions and wield great power. Yi Nan is not someone he can deal with. Yi Nan smiled and said, I know. Then he asked, King Shangguan, do you know a man with a red scar on his face? In a life-or-death situation, Zhou Qingwang is unlikely to lie. This person must exist and be extremely famous. No one involved in the massacre of the Taekmon family is a minor figure. Shangguan Lai recalled for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know any. I do know quite a few men with scars on their faces. Almost everyone who has fought on the God of War has scars, but there are almost no people with red scars. Such people are very rare. Yi Nan said, All right, King Shangguan can keep an eye out for me. Shangguan Lai nodded, then sighed and said, Next, we'll see if the War Department will hold you accountable for killing Zhou Qingwang. If no one does, you're completely safe. If they do, then a heavenly king-level expert will definitely come looking for you, and they might even give me orders. Don't worry, I'll make sure those friends don't get involved. Yi Nan wasn't afraid of how many people came, but since Shangguan Tianwan's words were well-intentioned, he nodded and said, Thank you. Shangguan Lai said, I have to go. The border cannot be left without me for too long. I'm afraid a powerful enemy might invade. Yi Nan, until we meet again. Take care. Yi Nan nodded. Shangguan Lai put on his cloak and walked towards the plane. The image of justice on the cloak was extremely eye-catching. The rest of the War Department waved goodbye to Shangguan Lai. Soon, the plane flew away into the distance. At this moment, people from other departments began to deal with the scene. After all, the destruction caused by this battle was extremely large. Many buildings were destroyed and are now in ruins. Yuan Qin came to Yi Nan's side, bowed deeply, and said, Mr. Yi, thank you for saving my life. Yi Nan smiled and said, No need to be polite. It was just a small favor. I should help out both morally and logically. Publicly, I am the war god of the War Department, and it is no problem for me to protect my own people. Privately, you protected my wife, so it is only right for me to protect you. Yuan Qing nodded firmly after hearing this. Ding Yunjian was standing to the side when a text message came in. Upon seeing the above content, Ding Yunjian's eyes widened in disbelief. The War Department announced that Ding Yunjian will serve as the head of the Central Plains War Department in the future. In other words, the War Department is closely monitoring what is happening here and has quickly issued rewards and punishments. Because this text message was sent to everyone in the combat unit, the others also picked up their phones and saw the content. The crowd gasped in surprise, and then rushed forward to congratulate Ding Yunjian. For them, Ding Yunjian was a much better person to be in charge than Zhou Qingwang. Many people working under Zhou Qingwang suffered terribly. Just then, everyone's phones rang again. They received another text message, which read as follows. In recognition of Yi Nan's meritorious service in protecting the country, he is awarded a first-class merit. After seeing this news, everyone was worried that Yi Nan would be held accountable by the War Department, but they didn't expect the results to come out so quickly, and he even received a first-class merit. Only those who kill the enemy on the battlefield are qualified to receive a first-class merit. Generally speaking, they are awarded a special-class merit. Yi Nan naturally saw the text message, but he didn't care about the content at all. First-class merit or second-class merit meant nothing to him. What he is doing today is to protect the great Xia. The son will surely carry on his mother's legacy by doing what she did back then. Then, Yinan remembered the news that Mu Yue had found out. His mother was buried in the National Humiliation Park. He will definitely clear his mother's name and restore her innocence. Then Yinan said to Ding Yunjian, "Prepare a car for me. I need to go somewhere." Ding Yunjian responded immediately and summoned a special vehicle for the combat unit. Yinan checked the address. This National Humiliation Park wasn't far from Zhongzhou. It will only take 2 hours to get there. That's really interesting. Yinan had a feeling that someone was deliberately making him discover this National Humiliation Garden. It doesn't matter. They've lured us into a trap. Yinanru is fine. Soon, Yinan got into a car, and the vehicle drove away from the war zone. Meanwhile, in Hanguk, Ku Jongguk was still waiting to hear good news. This time he found 3 top experts, and they are sure to cause a stir in the Central Plains War Division. The 3 masters both need fame, and so does he. LJ Group was the first force to confront the War Department. Such an opportunity is rare. Probably no one in the world could achieve it. After thinking it over, Ku Jongkook became excited. However, he was very curious why Zhou Qingwang hadn't called him once in so much time. Could it be that we failed? Gu Zhonghua thought it was impossible. Could 3 top experts not defeat a national king? Even with that war god added, they could easily crush him. Finally, Ku Jongkook couldn't wait any longer and simply called Zhou Qingwang, but he couldn't get through no matter what he did. Ku Jongkook panicked. Could something really have happened? Just then, his secretary rushed in and said to Ku Jongkook, "It's terrible, President. Our LJ Group has been attacked by various conglomerates in Xia. We've suffered heavy losses. Our market value has already dropped by half, and it's still falling." Upon hearing this, Ku Jongkook panicked and hurriedly asked, "What exactly happened?" The secretary said, "I don't know either." Suddenly, major conglomerates started attacking our group's stock, and they attacked together. We couldn't resist at all. He glanced at his phone and exclaimed in panic, "It's over. The stock is still falling." Ku Jongkook panicked even more. He plans to investigate the matter and find out some inside information. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Ku Jongkook quickly answered it. "Something terrible has happened, boss. All 3 top experts have been killed." Ku Jongkook seemed to have all his strength drained from his body. He plopped down in the chair. He was killed. The War Department probably sent a lot of experts to deal with this. How can you be so shameless? They were clearly in the wrong first. When did the Great Xia Consortium become so united? This has never happened before. At that time, he used the power of the entire group to suppress Daxia Enterprise. However, those conglomerates all took advantage of the situation and stood by, not one of them offering any help. This time, he hasn't even used economic means yet. So how did these conglomerates suddenly appear? And at that very moment, then someone rushed in and, upon seeing Ku Jongkook, said, "President, something terrible has happened. The Great Xia War Department has sent us 4 words." Ku Jongkook quickly asked, "What character?" The other party responded, "If you're not happy, then let's fight." At this moment, Yinan arrived at the so-called National Humiliation Garden. Chapter 576, The True National Humiliation. National Humiliation Garden. Dilapidated. Special vehicles drove by. The wheels crunched and groaned over the layer of dry leaves inside. There are many bare poplar trees along the roadside. The tree trunk has many scars, as if it were injured by a sharp weapon. The tombstone was neglected and dilapidated. Those who are buried in the National Humiliation Garden are basically the most heinous criminals. They were basically all heinous criminals. Their descendants didn't want to acknowledge them and would never bother with them. Soon, the vehicle stopped. Yinan got out of the car and came to a grave. The tombstone was short and looked cheap, with nothing engraved on it. On the other hand, a surname was engraved on the tombstone next to it. Those buried in the National Humiliation Courtyard do not deserve to have names. This is a curse. May those buried here never be reborn into a better world. However, the Dragon Pavilion and the War Department have discussed it and agreed that they can be given a surname. This can also be seen as giving these people a chance. Moreover, the establishment of the National Humiliation Courtyard was not just a random choice of an empty site. There were specific considerations. Poor and desolate places were the standard, and in even worse cases, a ferocious beast would be erected to suppress the people buried there. Yinan looked at the tombstone in front of him and closed his eyes. He saw a skeleton inside the coffin in the grave. The bones had already decayed. But she is not Yinan's mother. My mother was an extraordinary person. Moreover, he was very strong. Even if he had been dead for decades, his bones could not have decayed so much, nor could they have been so intact. How could those people, who were so viciously targeting my mother, possibly abandon her body? They wish they could suck the marrow out of their mother's bones. Even if it's not dried out, it will still be used for research. There's no way they could be buried here so perfectly. These people still don't understand the evil they've done. Yinan looked around. If nothing unexpected happens, this grave is newly built. Then, using an antiquing technique, the tombstone is made to look as if it has been exposed to the elements for decades. It seems I've been investigating in the right direction lately. This forced them to come forward and confuse the public. The opponent is very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve this in such a short time. If Yinan weren't smart, he wouldn't have been able to see the problem. This is perfect. It was so perfect it felt like it actually happened. But Yinan was smart and saw the problem at a glance. Don't these people know that perfection can sometimes be a mistake? Since these people want to see him claim this grave as his mother's, then Yinan will grant their wish. Of course, Yinan's purpose was not limited to that. Generally speaking, murder suspects will repeatedly visit the scene of the crime they committed. The person who dug up this grave will surely reappear. Yinan decided to leave first and wait for the other party to appear. Immediately, Yinan bowed to the grave, then got into the car and told the driver to drive away. Less than half an hour later, a man walked into the National Humiliation Courtyard. With a smile on his face, he said on the phone, "The problem has been solved." Someone came and then left. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. What did he do? What did he say? The man smiled and said, "I just bowed to the tombstone, didn't say anything, got in the car and left." After a pause, the person on the phone shouted, "Go quickly." The man was taken aback, unsure of what the other person meant. "What do you mean? Hurry up." Just then, Yinan's voice came from behind him. "He means you should leave quickly." Upon hearing this, the man's face turned ashen, and he wanted to leave. But at this moment, his body seemed to be nailed to the spot, unable to move. Yinan walked up behind him, snatched the phone, and wanted to talk to the person on the other end. But at that moment, the phone was already dialing. The call was disconnected. However, this scene was part of Yinan's plan. It would be incredibly stupid if the other party didn't realize it. But it wasn't all without gains. After all, they caught him red-handed. Then, Yinan turned around and looked at the man with a terrified look in his eyes. The man trembled as he saw Yinan walk out. Didn't Yinan already leave? How did they suddenly appear here? Is this another reunion? He didn't understand. "Kneel down," Yinan said calmly. The man's body went out of control, his knees bent, and he knelt on the ground. Yinan coldly asked, "Who sent you?" The man dared not respond and attempted suicide by biting his tongue. But Yinan was faster, pointing a finger at the man's brow. The man immediately stopped moving, and the black pupils in his eyes disappeared, replaced by white ones. Soul search. Previously, the reason he did not use the soul search on Shirbei and Zhou Qinglong was, that's because their ranks were too low. They shouldn't have access to any classified information. I can't find anything. But this man is different. But soon, this man disappointed Yinan. The man knew nothing except that he had built the grave. In his memory, there was nothing else of importance, but someone did give him orders. But the orders were mostly given over the phone, and the phone numbers were all saved as unknown numbers. Yinan had no choice but to give up on the soul search. The man returned to his previous appearance, but blood was flowing from his 7 orifices. He looked at Yinan in terror, trying to find another way to commit suicide. However, he was unable to bite his tongue, his body was completely immobile, and he could only speak. Yinan coldly asked, "Who gave you the order?" Upon hearing this, the man shook his head. "What order? I have no idea. Who are you?" "I'm just here to pay respects at the grave. Let me tell you, if you don't stop, I'm calling the police." Yinan smiled as he looked at the other person, and lightly traced a line with his fingertip. The man's ear was severed and fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out. The man didn't react at first, but when the pain surged, he let out a roar. My ears. Yinan reached out and grabbed the other person's other ear. Tell me, who gave you the order? Of course you don't have to tell the truth, but I want this ear too. But there's something I don't understand. You weren't the mastermind. Frankly, you were just an employee. Why would you risk your life because of someone else's business? Upon hearing this, the man's bloodshot eyes widened. He was unable to refute what Yinan said. He was just an employee. He had to do whatever someone told him to do. Why should he risk his life because of someone else's problems? I don't know anything. I don't even know who the person on the phone is. I just do whatever he tells me to do in order to get a large portion of the payment. He told me to keep an eye on the people who come here, and I've been waiting for a long time, and you're the only one I've seen. That's roughly it. I promise, I'm not lying to you. Otherwise, may I die a horrible death. That's all I know. Yinan asked, how did you two meet? The man replied, we met by chance. Upon hearing this, Yinan fell silent. This man knew nothing. Hope has been dashed again. We have to investigate again. Yinan looked at the man and said, I can let you go. You can stay here and sweep the graves from now on. Upon hearing this, the man excitedly kowtowed, saying, thank you. Thank you. Yinan glanced at the National Humiliation Park. It is said that this place buries the nation's shame, but how many people are truly the nation's shame? Whether it is a national humiliation or not, isn't it written by the victors? If they say you are a disgrace, then you are a disgrace. As for this man, he won't live much longer. If Yinan doesn't make a move now, someone else will soon. In the end, the other party will inevitably face death. Chapter 577 Yi Yuming. For Yinan, this trip was well worth it. This shows that his investigation was on the right track. After getting on the bus, Yinan reflected on the past. The traditional Chinese medicine clinic can be liquidated. Attacking the immortal doctor's clinic back then was already a capital offense. Yinan hasn't made a move yet because the time isn't right. He felt that the time was not yet right to reveal his strength, and that those behind the scenes would hide themselves once they felt that Yinan was a threat. Then Yinan's investigation will reach a stalemate. Today, I will fight against 3 top masters from South Korea. Those who are interested in investigating him should already know about this. Therefore, Yinan no longer needs to hide. However, he will not reveal his true strength yet. Secondly, there's the War Department. The War Department should have known about his battle against the 3 top experts from South Korea long ago, but they have not taken any action. Only after the 3 men died were Ding Yunjian suddenly rewarded and given a first-class merit. To others, this was a reward from the War Department for Yinan. But Yinan felt that the other party was trying to appease him. Yinan did not believe that everyone in the War Department was involved in what happened back then. The mastermind behind this should be just a few people. Yinan believed that one day he would find them all. First, investigate Zhou Qingwang's career path. Everyone who signed off on his promotion must be investigated. And the person who was talking to that man in the National Humiliation Park earlier, that person must also be a nobody. In a sense, this person's identity has been exposed. If this person's identity is quickly discovered, it means that the other party is not a big shot. He was merely pushed out to take the fall. If nothing can be found, then this person needs to be taken seriously. Yinan turned to look out the window, and the scenery flashed by. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, an elderly man with white hair walked to the door of a house. He was expressionless. If anyone were present, they would recognize this person as the renowned physician from the National Medical Center. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. A servant opened the door and said respectfully, "My master is waiting for you." The physician stepped inside, and the servants closed the door and left. Inside the house, an old man was pacing back and forth, his face full of anxiety. Upon seeing the healer, he immediately stepped forward. "Brothers, you've finally arrived." My voice gave me away. If anyone were here, they would realize that the person speaking was someone who could shake the world with a stomp of his foot in Shanghai. Wang Jiwen, the richest man in Shanghai. The physician frowned and said, "If that's the case, you're in danger." Wang Jiwen was stunned for a moment, then said anxiously, "You have to find a way to save me. I don't want to die." The physician shook his head and said, "No one can save you. You should understand that." Wang Jiwen slumped to the ground. looking utterly drained of energy and filled with despair. He never expected that his clever plan would backfire this time. He arranged the construction of the National Humiliation Park. He thought everything was foolproof, but unexpectedly, he still stumbled. If only he hadn't answered that phone call. If you don't answer, nothing will happen. He was just eager to know the result, but he didn't expect Yi Nen to come back and launch a surprise attack. This led to him exposing himself. Is it truly beyond repair? The physician coldly said, "You understand. It's better to be safe than sorry. Prepare for the worst and make sure things are handled well." After saying this, the physician turned and left. Wang Jiwen slumped to the ground. I don't want to die yet. I want to live. I'm only 70. I can live to be 100. He wailed helplessly, but nobody paid him any attention. Then, regaining his composure, he stood up and called out, "Someone come here." As soon as he finished speaking, several dark figures appeared and knelt before him. Wang Jiwen said, "Listen to my orders. Prepare to target Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals and suppress them at all costs." The shadowy figure replied, "Yes." Then the shadowy figure disappeared. Zhongzhou, Yi Wanli's home. An ordinary residential community. The once glamorous Su Ranfong is now no different from an ordinary housewife. At this moment, she was holding a bowl and feeding the mad Yi Waner. "Come on, Waner, let's eat." Yi Waner kept shaking her head, grinning. "I won't eat it. I won't eat it." Su Ranfong's expression changed. "Are you going to eat or not?" Yi Waner kept smiling and shaking her head. Su Ranfong grew impatient, slammed the bowl down on the table, and slapped Yi Waner across the face. A huge, bright red handprint was left on Yi Waner's face. She stopped laughing and started crying. Su Ranfong scolded, "Stop crying. I'll ask you one more time, are you going to eat or not?" Yi Waner nodded repeatedly. Su Ranfong continued to pick up the bowl and feed the rice with a spoon. This time, Yi Waner ate her food obediently. After finishing her meal, Su Ranfong placed the empty bowl on the table and sighed deeply. Then, she glanced at Yi Xinxing lying in the bedroom. At this moment, Su Ranfong wanted to cry. From birth until now, Su Ranfong has never experienced such hardship. Not only are they broke, but they also have two burdens to carry on. Xinxing is fine. She just lies there, and nothing like what happened with Waner will happen. She eats whatever she's given. Every time she fed Waner, she had to scold her. Su Ranfong has been getting by like this for the past few days. She was really on the verge of a breakdown. Sometimes, she even thought about committing suicide with her two daughters. But she didn't want to die. She had other children. Yi Hang is another story. He's been out fooling around for half a year without even sending a message home. Su Ranfong didn't think it was a big deal. Men have their own things to do. And what if this child makes a triumphant return one day? She was angry because Yi Xinran had disappeared. She had called her several times, but Yi Xinran never answered. If she only had these two children, Su Ranfong would have no hope at all. She also has a young daughter, Yi Yumeng. This child has gotten a job in a classified unit. As long as the other party appears, they can solve all the Yi family's predicaments. Su Ranfong is waiting now. But life is really tough. At this moment, Yi Wanli pushed open the door and walked in, looking drunk, and sat down impatiently on the sofa. "I want to eat." Su Ranfong looked at Yi Wanli. "How much money did you make today?" Yi Wanli said, "I didn't make any money." Su Ranfong said, "What do you mean? What have you been doing all day since you left home this morning?" Yi Wanli retorted, "I can do whatever I want. It's none of your business." Su Ranfong dared not say anything more. Ever since her family went bankrupt, Yi Wanli seemed to have become a different person. Whenever things didn't go his way, he would beat and kick her, treating Su Ranfong like she was not human at all. And just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. That's the sound of knocking on the door. Yi Wanli and Su Ranfong were both stunned. Who was knocking on the door? They moved here, and no one else has come here for a long time. "Aren't you going to open the door?" Yi Wanli shouted. Su Ranfong got up, opened the door, and saw a familiar figure. Her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Yu Meng. Chapter 578 Dragon Group. Although Su Ranfong hadn't seen her youngest daughter, Yi Yumeng, for a long time, she still recognized her at a glance. This is her youngest daughter, Yi Yumeng. After a brief moment of shock came ecstasy. Their ecstasy didn't come from seeing their youngest daughter, but from the fact that their Yi family's savior had arrived. With Yu Ming back, she'll never have to live a hard life again. You should know that Yu Ming went to work in a classified unit, where the treatment was definitely extraordinary. Yi Yuming must have at least tens of millions of yuan on her. Thinking of this, Su Ranfong became even more excited. Su Ranfong hugged Yi Yuming tightly. Yuming, you're finally back. Mom has missed you so much. Yi Yuming had no idea what Su Ranfong was thinking. She had never returned since leaving home 5 years ago. I think about my parents every day. Seeing my mother now fills me with indescribable joy. Mom, I miss you so much. Su Ranfong smiled and said, come in quickly. At the same time, she shouted inside. Wanli, Yuming is back. Come out and see. Yi Yuming walked in, looked around, and her eyes were full of disdain. She had actually already gone back to her old home. To my surprise, it wasn't my parents who opened the door. After asking around, I learned that my parents had sold the villa. Later, I used my connections to find out about this place. I never imagined my family would fall to this state. Yi Yuming was genuinely disgusted and couldn't help but cover her nose. Yi Wanli also saw Yi Yuming, and his eyes began to light up. Very good. The youngest daughter is back. The Yi family is saved. Yu Ming, you're back. Yi Wanli shouted excitedly. Yi Yuming called out, Dad. And at that moment, she saw Yi Waner and frowned. Dad, who is she? How come there's a madwoman in our house? Yi Wanli explained. She is your second sister. Huh? Sister Wanu? Yi Yuming was stunned. Memories of Yi Waner flooded his mind. Yi Waner isn't stupid. At the same time, Yi Yuming also saw Yi Xinqing lying on the bed. Isn't that the eldest sister? Yi Yuming immediately ran over and came to Yi Xinqing's side. Big sister, what's wrong? What are you doing lying in bed? Among the 5 siblings in the Yi family, Yi Yuming and Yi Xinqing have the best relationship, mainly because the eldest sister takes good care of her. He also taught her some profound principles, which indirectly influenced Yi Yuming's growth. Secondly, there's her job. Yi Yuming's workplace has the largest client, the War Department. So the two still occasionally communicate. When Yi Yuming first arrived, she often asked Yi Xinqing for advice on how to get along with her superiors. Yi Xinqing provided Yi Yuming with a lot of help. Su Ranfong stepped forward and explained, Your eldest sister has become a vegetable. Yi Yuming turned to look at Su Ranfong and asked, What happened? Su Ranfong then recounted Yi Nan's story. After hearing this, Yi Yuming narrowed her eyes. Yi Nan? She naturally knew Yi Nan, and she also disliked Yi Nan. Then, she was the only one who refused to let the Yi family adopt Yi Nan. In her eyes, Yi Nan was an orphan. What if she adopted her and raised an ungrateful child? As a result, Yi Yuming had a falling out with her family and ran away from home once. However, because she had a very miserable time when she ran away from home, Yi Yuming stopped causing trouble and obediently returned home. But she still looked down on Yi Nan. In her eyes, Yi Nan would eventually turn into an ingrate. She was quite happy when she learned that her family had expelled Yi Nan from the Yi family. Now I know that my older sister has become a vegetable because of Yi Nan. Yi Yuming's anger flared. Where is Yi Nan? I'm going to find him and have a talk. Su Ranfong said. Yu Ming, don't be impulsive. Yi Nan is someone our Yi family can't contend with right now. He's following Yi Qingcang, and he's thriving. When Yi Yuming heard the name Yi Qingcang, she felt that it sounded very familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, she remembered. A few days ago, on Hong Kong Island, Master Tianluo invades. Yi Qingcang suppressed the opponent and frightened Siam into closing its borders. Upon learning of this, Yi Yuming developed an extreme admiration for Yi Qingcang. It's hard to imagine that one person could do that. Of course, more importantly, she learned that the other person was a young man. Worship evolved into a touch of affection. Yi Yuming idolizes Yi Qingcang. She wants to be a fan, and it would be even better if she could date her idol. How did that good-for-nothing Yi Nan end up with Yi Qingcang? Of course, this doesn't stop her from being a fan of celebrities. Yi Yuming asked, Are they on good terms? Su Ranfong said, That's wonderful. Your eldest sister offended Yi Nan and was crippled by Yi Qingcang's men. Yi Yuming narrowed her eyes. It seemed that Yi Qingcang had been bewitched by Yi Nan. I need to find a way to bring Yi Qingcang back to his senses. Yi Yuming looked around again. Mom and Dad, You've suffered these past few days. I'll give you 10 million. You don't need to stay here anymore. Su Ranfong was overjoyed to hear this. This was the moment she had been waiting for. How could I possibly accept that? Yi Yumeng said, you are my family. If my friends knew you lived in a place like this, they would definitely laugh at me. Su Ranfong quickly said, you're right. By the way, Yumeng, why did you suddenly come back this time? Yi Yumeng said, I have to go out for a bit because of something. Mom and Dad. Good. Yi Yumeng left home, first transferring 10 million to Su Ranfong's account, and then taking a taxi to Zhongzhou Medical University. Her current identity is that of a member of the Great Xia Dragon Group. Dragon Group, a subordinate unit of the Dragon Pavilion. Its purpose is to provide logistical support to the Great Xia dynasty, and its business includes weapon forging, alchemy, and puppet making. The most common things I do are alchemy and weapon forging. The war gods among the top experts within the War Department are basically all from the Dragon Group. For example, Jianbei, one of the 5 great guardian kings. The sword he used, Bei Wang, was forged by the Dragon Group. These powerful individuals all possess life-saving armor, which was provided by the Dragon Group. And there's alchemy. The pills used by the members of the combat team in every battle, as well as the medicines that prolong the lives of the members of the Dragon Pavilion, are all provided by the Dragon Group. This time, Yi Yumeng returned with a mission. There are 2 tasks in total. The first task is to deliver the War God Pill to the newly promoted War God. The War God Pill is a special medicine supplied to the War God. Only the War God within the War Department can use it. There are also Heavenly King medicine and War Emperor medicine on top. These drugs are named after job titles. She had already inquired with the Central Plains War Division about the whereabouts of this newly crowned War God, but they said he was not there, and they did not know where he had gone. So this task had to wait, and Yi Yumeng went to complete the second task. Go to Zhongzhou Medical University and find a woman named Chu Xiangyi and persuade her to join the Dragon Group. Chapter 579 Rejection. At Zhongzhou Medical University, Yi Yumeng, dressed in a leather jacket, approached Chu Xiangyi, who was walking with her classmates. You are Chu Xiangyi? Yi Yumeng asked slowly after comparing the photos. Chu Xiangyi was slightly taken aback when she heard someone call her name, and then looked Yi Yumeng up and down. Who are you? Yi Yumeng took out her identification. I am Yi Yumeng, a member of the Dragon Group. I've come to see you today because I want to talk to you about something. Then she looked at the students next to Chu Xiangyi. The group tactfully left. Xiangyi, let's talk later. Chu Xiangyi greeted them with a smile. Then her gaze fell on Yi Yumeng. What do you want to talk to me about? These days, so many people want to chat with Chu Xiangyi. There's a War Department and a Dragon Pavilion, but I've never heard of this Dragon Group on the other side. Yi Yumeng said, after the Dragon Group learned about your concoction of the Yuanling liquid, they became very interested in you. If possible, they hope you can join the Dragon Group. Chu Xiangyi smiled and said, I have no interest in joining the Dragon Group. Yi Yumeng thought she could easily defeat Chu Xiangyi. After all, the other party was just a student, but she did not expect that the other party would refuse. Yi Yumeng asked anxiously, what are your considerations? Don't worry, the Dragon Group will never mistreat any of its members. Your compensation and benefits will definitely satisfy you. Families will also be treated well. Chu Xiangyi looked at Yi Yumeng, who had been talking a lot, and said with a smile, you should know that joining the Dragon Group is an honor for many people. It's not something you can just do if you want to. Chu Xiangyi smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept it. Yi Yumeng's smile faded slightly. Can you tell me why? The Dragon Group's platform is unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. There's no reason. Chu Xiangyi's gaze was clear and calm. I just intend to join the Immortal Healer's Clinic. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic? Yi Yumeng raised an eyebrow. This name has indeed been mentioned frequently lately. This clinic rose to prominence very quickly, accumulating an excellent reputation in just a few months. Its medical expertise was comparable to that of the National Medical Center, and many difficult and complicated diseases were even treated there. But it was just a clinic after all. How could it compare to the Dragon Group? There's absolutely no way to compare. Is this woman out of her mind? Chu Xiangyi smiled and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Wait. Yi Yumeng quickly spoke up, her tone tinged with urgency. Miss Chu, everything is negotiable. If you feel that the Dragon Group's conditions are insufficient, just ask for more. As long as it's within my authority, I can meet your needs. Chu Xiangyi didn't stop walking and turned back to look at her. This has nothing to do with conditions. Even if the Immortal Doctor's clinic doesn't pay a penny, I'm still willing to go. She only wanted to help Yinan. That way I can stay by Yinan's side forever. Yi Yumeng was left alone. She stood there, stunned. She simply couldn't understand what magic the Immortal Doctor's clinic possessed that could make Chu Xiangyi so persistent, even at the cost of giving up the Dragon Group's generous offers. A surge of resentment welled up inside me. After a while, she must go to the Immortal Doctor's clinic to ask them in person what method they used to bewitch Chu Xiangyi like this. If the other party refuses to release her, she doesn't mind using her status in the Dragon Group to force them to reject Chu Xiangyi, and then she can bring that person into her fold. Just then, her phone vibrated in her pocket, interrupting her thoughts. Yi Yumeng took out her phone and answered the call. Her colleague's voice came through the receiver. Team Leader Yi, there's urgent news. That newly crowned war god is back. Before the sound from the receiver had completely faded, Yi Yumeng said anxiously. I understand. I'll be right there. As soon as she finished speaking, she hung up the phone immediately and hailed a taxi. She opened the car door, got in, and gave the address, Central Plains War Division. Please hurry. The driver responded and then stepped on the gas. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the Zhongzhou War Department. Yi Yumeng paid the fare, pushed open the car door, and quickly got out. The door of a black sedan was pushed open to the side. This vehicle is a special vehicle for the combat unit. Only those at the leadership level are qualified to use it. Who is sitting in the car? Could he be a high-ranking leader? A familiar figure stepped out of the car. He was tall and straight. It was Yinan. Yinan. Yi Yumeng was stunned when she saw the other person. She has been away from home for 5 years. But you can still recognize Yinan at a glance. Thinking about what happened to my older sister, my anger flared up instantly, and I rushed over in a few steps. Standing in front of Yinan, Yi Yumeng looked up at him, her voice filled with barely suppressed anger. Yinan, how dare you show your face in front of me? Yinan paused as he stood still, and then he saw Yi Yumeng standing in front of him. He was stunned. How did he end up meeting this woman here? Previously, the 4 Yi sisters had all received proper arrangements from him. Yi Yumeng in front of me seems to have joined the Dragon Group. He had previously only cancelled the benefits for Yi Xinqing, Yi Wan'er, and Yi Xinran. Because Yi Yumeng hadn't shown up, they had forgotten about it. Yinan and this woman have never gotten along. The other party looked down on him, and he looked down on the other party. Therefore, they didn't have much interaction. Yi Yumeng continued, You've caused so much suffering to my Yi family, and you've made my eldest sister a vegetable. I will never let you get away with this. Yinan showed no obvious expression on his face and turned to leave. Yi Yumeng was even angrier when she saw Yinan's actions. My Yi family adopted you and gave you a home, but you actually forced our Yi family into bankruptcy, and now you're showing up here as if nothing happened. Speak up, are you mute? Yinan stopped and turned to look at Yi Yumeng, coldly asking, What do you want? Yi Yumeng hated Yinan's tone. How dare he talk to her like that? Do you think that by following Yi Qingsong, no one will dare to touch you? I can't touch Yi Qingsong, but I can easily control you. Yi Yumeng is now a group leader within the Dragon Group. This group leader's title seems rather weak, but it is already very powerful, basically on par with the heads of the various state branches of the Kyushu War Department. Yinan narrowed his eyes. Then touch me. He didn't bother to say anything more to the other party and turned to walk into the War Department. Yi Yumeng stomped her feet in frustration. If it weren't for saving face, she would have already attacked Yinan. What did that look mean? Do you look down on him? You wait. Yinan, I will make you pay the price. You made my older sister a vegetable, so I will make you a vegetable too. Just then, a woman quickly approached Yi Yumeng. Yumeng, you've come at the right time. Did you go to find Chu Xiangyi? Chapter 580 Noisy. Yi Yumeng nodded. I've looked. The woman hurriedly asked, How did it go? Then, Yi Yumeng shook her head and said, She rejected me. I really don't know what's going on in this woman's mind. She'd rather join the Immortal Doctor's clinic without any salary than join our Dragon Group. I told her to name her whatever she wanted, but she still refused in the end. The woman frowned upon hearing this. Her name is Dong Yuqing. She left the dragon group with Yi Yumeng to deliver medicine to the newly promoted god of war and to recruit Chu Xiangyi. She went to find the newly crowned god of war, while Yi Yumeng went to find Chu Xiangyi. I thought the two issues would be resolved quickly, but who knew they would be so complicated? After hearing what Yi Yumeng said, Dong Yuqing looked shocked. She won't even name her terms? She's putting on such a high and mighty act. Yi Yumeng said, who knows? I guess he's a college student who made a Yuanling liquid and got cocky. Dong Yuqing coldly said, I think we should keep her hanging for a few more days. Maybe she'll contact us on her own. Yi Yumeng smiled when she heard this. That's one way to put it. Let's keep her hanging for a few days. Let's go find the newly crowned god of war and finish this matter first. And at this moment, Yinan walked into Ding Yunjian's office. Upon seeing Yinan, Ding Yunjian immediately stepped forward. War god Yi. Yinan nodded slightly. Ding Yunjian continued with a smile. Someone from the dragon group has come to deliver the war god medicine to you. Yinan asked, what is that? Ding Yunjian said, this pill can only be taken by the god of war. It is made from 9 kinds of 9th-grade medicinal herbs. After taking it, your physique will be improved. Generally speaking, after you reach the god of war level, the dragon group will deliver the medicine within a month. The dragon group members who came this time are very eager to deliver the medicine to you. Just as Yinan was about to bestow the medicine upon Ding Yunjian, he suddenly remembered Yi Yumeng. The other party wouldn't have come here for no reason. They must be a member of the dragon group. At this moment, Ding Yunjian's subordinate walked in and said, Manager Ding, the dragon group is outside requesting an audience with war god Yi. Before Ding Yunjian could speak, Yinan said directly, I won't see them. Let them get lost. Ding Yunjian and his men were stunned. Not see? That would be equivalent to giving up the god of war medicine. And why did Yi Zhanshan suddenly get so angry? It wasn't like this just now. Ding Yunjian asked, War god Yi, is there something wrong? Yinan said, there's nothing wrong with it. I just don't want to see a certain person. Ding Yunjian instantly understood that Yi Zhanshan probably didn't want to see those 2 dragon group members. The dragon group is indeed difficult to deal with, but since war god Yi has spoken, Ding Yunjian will naturally take this matter seriously. Immediately, Ding Yunjian said to his men, get those 2 out of here. His subordinates had no choice but to do as they were told, and they pushed open the door and went out. Ding Yunjian asked curiously, War god Yi, what is your relationship with those 2 women who came in from outside? Yinan was in a good mood, so he explained, I only know one of them, named Yi Yumeng. She and I used to be siblings. Ding Yunjian became even more curious. If they were siblings, why did things have to get so tense? Is the other person your own sister? Yinan said, I was adopted by their family, but they later kicked me out of their home. Ding Yunjian's eyes widened instantly, like lanterns. Are you kidding me? Kick Yi Zhanshan out of the house. This family must be insane. At this moment, outside the door, Yi Yumeng stared at Ding Yunjian's men, puzzled, and asked, you dare tell us to get lost? Do you know who we are? Ding Yunjian's subordinate scoffed. Of course we know. It's the dragon group, so what? Yi Yumeng said, since you know that, why did you still tell us to get lost? Ding Yunjian's subordinate laughed. Do I need to consider your status when I tell you to get lost? Yi Yumeng trembled with anger. She had been to many places in the great Xianan provinces, but this was the first time anyone had spoken to her like that. First of all, I am not here to see anyone from your Central Continent Station branch. I am here to see the newly crowned god of war. Secondly, you can't just tell me to get out. If you want us to leave, have your person in charge, Ding Yunjian, come out and say it. Just as Ding Yunjian's subordinate was about to speak, Ding Yunjian walked out with his hands behind his back. I'm here. Listen up. I'm telling you to get lost. When Yi Yumeng saw Ding Yunjian and heard what he said, her face turned extremely ugly. She didn't expect that the other party would actually tell her to get lost. How dare this person do that? Ding Yunjian, open your eyes and see who we are. Ding Yunjian said irritably. I saw it. It's the dragon group. What? Can't the dragon group members get lost? I'll teach you. Yi Yumeng gritted her teeth and said, Ding Yunjian, you've gone too far. Ding Yunjian laughed and said, excessive? I'm not as excessive as you. Kick Mr. Yi, a big shot, out of your house, especially since Mr. Yi has helped your family before. Ding Yunjian had just learned some details from Yi Nan, and he was utterly speechless. This was the first time he had ever seen someone drive away a highly sought-after commodity from their home. That's absolutely outrageous. Yi Yumeng was about to get angry, but Dong Yuqing stopped her, saying, Yumeng, we're on their turf now. Let's just let it go. Yi Yumeng had no choice but to give up. She said to Ding Yunjian in an annoyed tone, Get out of my way. I don't want to talk to you. Let the newly promoted god of war come out and see me. Ding Yunjian coldly said, I reckon the newly promoted god of war doesn't want to see you. Yi Yumeng was stunned. Is this newly crowned war god putting on such a big show? He doesn't want to see me? Does he think I want to see him? We're just here to deliver medicine. Once he takes the medicine, we'll leave immediately and promise not to say another word. Get out of my way. After Yi Yumeng finished speaking, she was about to lead Dong Yuqing inside. She decided to endure it for now and find someone to deal with Ding Yunjian after returning to the Dragon Group. What's with this lowly manager acting so arrogantly? In front of the Dragon Group, a mere person in charge is someone they can manipulate at will. When she returns, she will request that the Central Plains War Division receive fewer resources. She waited for Ding Yunjian to come and beg her. Ding Yunjian coldly ordered, Stop those two. Anyone who dares to go any further, attack them directly. The subordinates blocked Yi Yumeng and her companion's path. Yi Yumeng was dumbfounded. Where did Ding Yunjian get the guts to cause such trouble? Suddenly, she seemed to understand everything. I know. You don't want us to meet the newly promoted god of war, so you can keep the god of war medicine for yourself, right? Ding Yunjian, you have some nerve. Ding Yunjian hadn't expected this woman to be so imaginative. Think whatever you want. But today, you're dreaming of taking another step forward. Ignoring Ding Yunjian, Yi Yumeng shouted at the top of her lungs toward Ding Yunjian's office. Newly promoted war god, I know you're in there. I'm Yi Yumeng from the Dragon Group. I've come to bring you medicine. Come out quickly, take the medicine, and we're leaving. The next second, a loud shout came from Ding Yunjian's office. So noisy. Chapter 581, Is Yi Nan the newly appointed god of war? What followed was a sense of oppression. Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing's legs went out of control, and they knelt on the ground, their faces deathly pale and bloodless. Ding Yunjian and the others stood still, unharmed. Yi Yumeng didn't understand why the other party was so angry. She hadn't offended the other party. We just came to bring you medicine. Why are you so angry? Yi Yumeng replied. Get out. Yi Nan's voice rang out again. This time it wasn't intimidation, but a real attack. Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing were both sent flying backwards. Yi Yumeng coughed up blood, while Dong Yuqing was unharmed. Dong Yuqing immediately got up and went to Yi Yumeng's side. Yumeng, are you all right? Yi Yumeng's mouth was covered in blood, and she was in excruciating pain, but she was stunned when she saw that Dong Yuqing was all right. You're all right. Dong Yuqing asked curiously. Is your condition serious? How did you get such severe injuries? Yi Yumeng had no idea. She had a feeling that the newly promoted god of war was angry at her, and Dong Yuqing was just implicated. But she had never even seen this god of war before. That's really weird. I'm fine, help me up. Dong Yuqing quickly reached out to help him up. After standing up, Yi Yumeng glared angrily ahead. I really don't know what this newly promoted war god is trying to prove to me. Just you wait. Dong Yuqing asked in a low voice. Yumeng, have you offended this god of war? The newly crowned god of war targeted Yi Yumeng, ignoring her completely. She had a gut feeling that she was implicated. If she were the only one delivering the war god medicine to the newly crowned war god, she probably would have completed the mission long ago. Yi Yumeng said, How is that possible? I've never met the other person, and in the past 5 years, I've been in the Dragon Group and haven't met anyone else. Dong Yuqing asked curiously. Could it be that you had a conflict with the newly promoted war god before you joined the Dragon Group? Upon hearing this, Yi Yumeng immediately shook her head. That's even more impossible. I basically have no conflicts with other people, and besides, my family wasn't in Zhongzhou before. Wait, I remember now, there's someone I have a conflict with. Yi Yumeng remembered a person named Yi Yunqing. The other person was her classmate. We had many conflicts when we were in school. The other person later transferred schools. We arrived in Zhongzhou. It can't be such a coincidence. But that's also possible. She was outside, while the newly crowned war god was inside. Those inside can see those outside, but those outside can see those inside. In other words, the other person can see her, but she cannot see the other person. At this moment, a staff member from the War Department brought food to Ding Yunjin's office. Yinan had been away for so long without eating a single meal, so Ding Yunjin ordered someone to cook for him. The other person went directly to Ding Yunjin's subordinate and said, "I have prepared a meal for War God Yi, as instructed by the person in charge. You can take it in." The subordinate acknowledged and carried the food into the office. At that moment, Yi Yuming heard what the two were saying. The newly crowned god of war, Yi, should have the surname Yi. Could it really be Yi Yunxing? Yi Yuming recalled what Yi Yunxing looked like when he was in high school. She was physically weak, not tall, and, more importantly, not good-looking. I never expected that the other party would become the war god of the War Department. You really can't judge a book by its cover. And just then, the door to Ding Yunjin's office was pushed open, and Yi Yuming immediately looked over. She really wanted to know if this newly crowned war god was Yi Yunxing. But when she looked up, she saw Yinan walking out. Yi Yuming's expression changed drastically immediately. Could it be that the so-called god of war Yi is Yinan? She almost forgot that Yinan also had the surname Yi, and that she also had a grudge against Yinan. If Yinan is indeed the newly crowned god of war, then everything that just happened makes perfect sense. But how is that possible? Yi Yuming immediately came up to Yinan and asked, "Are you the newly crowned god of war?" Yinan hadn't expected the woman to still be there, but he couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention. Yinan is not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, they would have already killed Yi Yuming. Seeing that Yinan was ignoring him, Yi Yuming immediately chased after him. "Yinan, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Yinan shoved Yi Yuming to the ground. Yi Yuming fell hard onto the bluestone slab, breaking a bone, and the pain made her convulse. She pushed herself up, her hair disheveled, and cursed, "Yinan, you dare to lay a hand on me. Our Yi family will never forgive you." Yinan didn't stop walking, not even sparing her a glance, and continued straight ahead. Dong Yuqing stepped forward to help Yi Yuming up. "Yuming, get up quickly." Yi Yuming stood up unsteadily, the pain still lingering. As Dong Yuqing helped her up, he lowered his voice and asked, "Who is he? What's your history with him?" Yi Yuming pointed at Yinan's back and said coldly, "The wild boy our family adopted 5 years ago." "Adopted?" Dong Yuqing's eyes widened. "I've never heard you say that. Who wants to talk about such a shameful thing?" Yi Yuming said with disgust. "My parents must have been doing something really kind to bring him home back then. Later, he committed a crime and went to jail for 5 years. My dad kicked him out of the house and cut off all ties with him." Dong Yuqing glanced at the corner where Yinan disappeared, her voice trembling. "Then, could he be the newly crowned god of war?" "Impossible," Yi Yuming instinctively retorted, but the scene from just now flashed before her eyes, and her voice weakened. "He's just a piece of trash. How could he be a war god? If Yinan is truly a war god, wouldn't the Yi family have driven away a great god? Moreover, Yinan is still very young, and he is very likely to become the supreme ruler of the War Department in the future. This is a stock with great potential. Moreover, it has great potential. Thinking about it now, the decline of the Yi family might be related to Yinan. As long as Yinan is a war god, he should appropriately show his disgust when talking about the Yi family with his subordinates. Then the Yi family is basically finished. Yinan doesn't need to lift a finger, his men will take care of it." She recalled her arrogance just now, and a cold sweat broke out on her back. She was filled with regret, but she was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was her family that drove Yinan away. "Yuming, are you all right?" Dong Yuqing nudged her. "Why is your face even paler?" Before Yi Yuming could reply, footsteps sounded from the side. A young man in a combat uniform approached, paused for a moment when he saw her, then greeted her with a smile. "Yi Yuming? It really is you, long time no see." Yi Yuming looked up and saw the other person's eyebrows and eyes clearly. She froze on the spot. Isn't this the classmate she just thought of, Yi Yunxing? How did he end up here? Yi Yuming was stunned for a moment. "You? How did you get here?" Yi Yunxing smiled and said, "Just look at the uniform I'm wearing, and you'll know why I'm here." Yi Yuming realized You're from the Central Plains War Division. Chapter 582 Impersonating the God of War. Yi Yunxing smiled and said, "That's right." Yi Yunxing naturally still remembered Yi Yuming. We had quite a few conflicts when we were in school. Over the years, he has harbored a deep grudge and wanted to take revenge on the other party. But I haven't had the opportunity yet. The other person often says that they are worthless. But now he has joined the combat department and become a soldier, and the next step is to be promoted to a senior soldier. This is a talent that only 1 in 1,000 can come along. He has a dream, to let Yi Yuming see what he looks like now. He had seen Yi Yuming from afar, and thought he had mistaken her for someone else, but when he got closer, he realized it really was her. He has to put on this act. Yi Yuming looked Yi Yunxing up and down. She wondered if this person was some kind of war god Yi. Actually, she would rather accept Yi Yunxing as the god of war than Yi Nan. Instead of guessing, it's better to ask for the results directly. Immediately, Yi Yuming asked, "Are you that newly crowned god of war?" Yi Yunxing was surprised that Yi Yuming would suddenly ask such a question. He's the god of war. Does he deserve that title? What does Yi Yuming mean by this? Why would you ask such a question? Why would this woman think he is a god of war? Yi Yunxing quickly understood that the other party was probably somewhat unable to accept seeing him appear in the war department. He could already guess what Yi Yuming was going to say next. "You're not a war god. What are you pretending for in front of me?" Wouldn't Yi Yunxing be looked down upon again? This woman really hasn't changed at all. He couldn't let this woman look down on him. Why don't he pretend to be the god of war and give this woman a good shock? Anyway, this woman didn't know who the real god of war was. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked this question. Yi Yunxing had studied psychology, and he could tell at a glance that the other party was not lying. Moreover, the other party will leave soon, so even if it's an imposter, it won't have any impact. Of course, he wouldn't give a definite answer. An ambiguous response would be best. Yi Yunxing looked around to make sure no one was there, then smiled and said, "Guess." Looking at Yi Yunxing's confident demeanor, Yi Yuming's heart began to race. It seems Yi Yunxing is truly a newly crowned war god. Yi Nan was just a passerby. That's wonderful. I never imagined that you could have reached this level today. Yi Yunxing was stunned when he heard this. Did he really believe it? This woman is so easy to fool. This is just my starting point, not my end. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuming looked at Yi Yunxing in front of her. For some reason, ever since she learned that he was the god of war, she had developed a slight liking for this person she had always disliked. This guy is actually quite handsome. Then, recalling what the other party had just told her to get lost, Yi Yuming felt relieved. After all, she had said even harsher things back then, and the other party only responded with "get lost." Anyway, she could accept that the newly crowned god of war was anyone, even her father Yi Wanli, her brother Yi Hang, or even a beggar on the street, as long as it wasn't Yi Nan. Dong Yuqing always felt that Yi Yunxing had a problem. You should know that even war gods wear war god costumes. But the person in front of him was wearing the uniform of an ordinary soldier. She suspected that the person might be an imposter. "I need to talk to Yuming." At this moment, Yi Yuming stared at Yi Yunxing and said with a smile, "Long time no see. Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yi Yuming, and I currently work for the Dragon Group." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxing's confidence vanished, and his body began to tremble. He never expected that Yi Yuming was actually a member of the Dragon Group. Oh no, wouldn't his impersonation of the god of war be exposed? If this gets back to that war god Ye's ears, am I doomed? If Manager Ding finds out about this, he'll be fired. I should have known better than to pretend to be the god of war. Don't let showing off cause you to lose everything you have now. But Yi Yunxing thought again that he had to pretend to be calm. Even though Yi Yuming was speaking nicely now, if she knew the truth, she would definitely change her attitude and expose this matter, and then he would be finished. The best course of action now is to get Yi Yuming out of the combat unit as soon as possible. As for Yi Yuming discovering later that she is not the newly crowned god of war, that's none of his business. Without evidence, nothing he says will make a difference. Yi Yunxing, I know we had a conflict before, which made you dislike me. It's okay, we can get to know each other again. Yi Yuming took out the war god medicine. I'm here on behalf of the Dragon Group to deliver the medicine to the newly promoted war god. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxing looked at the war god medicine with burning desire. This was a medicine that only war gods could take. If he took it, he would definitely become a high-level warrior, and his future would be bright. But he dared not take it. It was the god of war's medicine. If the god of war could take it and it wasn't detected, he would be in trouble. But now that the medicine is right in front of us, we might as well take it. It was given to him by Yi Yumeng, not stolen by him. At this moment, Dong Yuqing saw Yi Yumeng take out the medicine, quietly pulled her to her side, and whispered, "Yumeng, I have a feeling there's something wrong with this." Yi Yumeng asked, "What's the problem?" Dong Yuqing glanced at Yi Yunxing, then said to Yi Yumeng, "I have a feeling he's lying." Lying? Yi Yumeng thought something was wrong. She laughed and said, "Only someone who isn't out of their mind would choose to lie and impersonate the god of war. That's a capital offense. Besides, he has absolutely no reason to impersonate the god of war in front of me." Dong Yuqing said, "What if he just wants to win your favor? Feelings of attraction?" Yi Yumeng immediately replied, "Probably not. My relationship with him isn't actually that good. What use would my goodwill be?" Then Yi Yumeng subconsciously glanced at Yi Yunxing. If it was a good feeling, then it wouldn't be bad. He was decent looking, not ugly, and more importantly, he was a newly promoted god of war. Don't be fooled by Yi Yumeng's disdain for the god of war. If he were to pursue her, she would definitely accept him. Dong Yuqing wanted to say more, but Yi Yumeng interrupted her. "All right. Yuqing, I think he is the newly crowned god of war. Let's complete the mission first and send out the god of war medicine. As for all the consequences, I will take responsibility." Dong Yuqing had no choice but to agree since Yi Yumeng had said those things. However, she did something small. She recorded Yi Yumeng's words as evidence, just in case something went wrong. That would be troublesome. She learned this little trick from Yi Yumeng, who said that everything must be documented, and she had to leave a record of this kind of thing. Then, Yi Yumeng came to Yi Yunxing and handed him the war god medicine. "Yi Yunxing, this is the war god medicine that the dragon group prepared for you. Please accept it. By the way, you must take it within 24 hours to achieve the maximum effect. This is also your fault. If you had accepted it earlier, you would have taken it long ago." Yi Yunxing looked at the war god medicine with immense fear in his heart. Should he accept it or not? If you don't accept the medicine, they will definitely come back to deliver it again. Then you will eventually be exposed. But if I accept it, it will be troublesome if I get caught. At that point, my life will be ruined. They will definitely be sent to a dark prison. But refusing would be illogical. This is a good thing. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Fengxing decided to accept it. As long as Yi Yumeng doesn't know that Yi Fengxing is an imposter of the god of war, isn't that enough? What we need to do now is accept the medicine and leave as soon as possible so that no more people can see this. In that case, I'll accept the medicine. Please thank the Dragon Group on my behalf. Chapter 583. Do you know who he is? Yi Yunxing shakily accepted the war god medicine and carefully put it away. Yi Yumeng was overjoyed to see Yi Yunxing put away the medicine. Great! Yi Nin is not the god of war. Yi Yunxing is the real god of war. Yi Yunxing smiled and said, "Yu Meng, it's been a long time. Let's go out for a meal and have a good chat." Upon hearing this, Yi Yumeng nodded. "Okay. Let's go," Yi Yunxing said with a smile. "Once you leave the War Department, this matter will be kept secret." Meanwhile, Yi Nin arrived at a Chinese restaurant. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Chu Xiangyi in a dress in the distance. He left the War Department because Chu Xiangyi invited him to dinner. Yi Nin smiled at Chu Xiangyi, then walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "You must be getting impatient. I just arrived too." Chu Xiangyi shook her head. Yi Nin smiled and said, "So, what's the matter that you asked me to come out?" Chu Xiangyi said, "I've graduated now and I'd like to find a job." Yi Nin asked, "And then?" Chu Xiangyi blinked. "I want to work at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. I interned there for a few days before and felt that the work atmosphere there was very suitable. I want to stay, but Elder Zhang said that he could not decide whether I should stay or leave, and asked me to ask you." Upon hearing this, Yi Nin smiled and said, "We at the Immortal Medicine Clinic would be more than happy to have someone as talented as you." Many people may think that Chu Xiangyi's current fame is due to Yi Nin. Thus, they forgot that Chu Xiangyi herself was also a talented person. Even without the Yuanling liquid, she could probably concoct other kinds of liquids. Moreover, the initial prototype of the Yuanling liquid was prepared by Chu Xiangyi and a group of classmates. The reason why old Zhang rejected Chu Xiangyi was probably because he wanted to see Yi Nan agree. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiangyi's eyes lit up. Then it's settled. I'll go to work tomorrow. Yi Nan smiled and said, of course, you can choose either the Central Plains branch or the Shanghai branch. After thinking for a few seconds, Chu Xiangyi said, then I'll choose the Shanghai branch. The Zhongzhou branch is already quite well established. I'd never heard of the Shanghai branch before. It must have just been built. Brother Yi Nan will probably spend a lot of time there. That would greatly increase the chances of seeing Brother Yi Nan at the Shanghai branch. Yi Nan said, okay. Just then, an untimely voice rang out. Yi Nan. Yi Nan frowned upon hearing the voice. That's Yi Yuming's voice. And on the side, Yi Yumeng, Dong Yuqing, and Yi Yunqing came out. The three of them also came here to eat. As soon as Yi Yumeng entered the room, she saw Yi Nan and immediately came up to him. At the same time, Yi Yumeng also saw Chu Xiangyi, and she was stunned. What are you doing here? Chu Xiangyi was also surprised to see Yi Yumeng, and she heard the other girl call out Yi Nan's name. Could it be that the two know each other? Why can't I be here? Yi Yumeng looked at Chu Xiangyi and guessed about the relationship between the two. Suddenly, a possibility came to her mind. The two have a very good relationship. Then, he instructed Chu Xiangyi to refuse Yi Yuming's invitation. That must be it. Otherwise, why would Chu Xiangyi refuse her invitation and choose that immortal doctor's clinic instead? Anyone with a normal mind would know to choose the Dragon Group. That Yi Nan is a real scoundrel. He doesn't care about other people's futures because of his own selfish desires. He's despicable. How can someone be so shameless? Immediately, Yi Yumeng decided to pull Chu Xiangyi out of the mire. Yi Nan, you're a good-for-nothing with no foresight. Why are you hindering other people's development? Yi Nan frowned. He had no idea what this woman was talking about. What development? Who did he hinder? The Yi family members are all so outrageous. Chu Xiangyi knew why Yi Yumeng said such things. The other party probably thought that Yi Nan forced her to join the Immortal Doctor's Hall and refused the Dragon Group's invitation. But it was her own choice. Yi Yumeng, my decision to join the Immortal Medicine Clinic is my own and has nothing to do with anyone else. Please don't judge me by others' standards, okay? Yi Yumeng didn't want to listen to what Chu Xiangyi had to say. She just felt that Chu Xiangyi must have been bewitched. Yi Nan, let me tell you, our Dragon Group is determined to have Chu Xiangyi, and I will absolutely not let her go astray with you. Dong Yuqing looked at Yi Nan, and for some reason, she sensed an aura from him that no one else possessed. This person looks very mysterious, giving off an unapproachable vibe. Yi Yunqing also looked at Yi Nan, but he didn't recognize Yi Nan. While Yi Nan was fighting the three top experts from Han Kingdom, he was training. He only found out about the battle after he finished. Therefore, he did not know that Yi Nan was the newly promoted god of war. In the past, Yi Yunqing would never have wanted to get involved in such matters. But since Yi Yumeng stepped forward, he had to stand up. He had already figured out the specifics of what had happened. Yi Yumeng invited this woman to join the Dragon Group, but she refused. Instead, the woman insisted on joining some kind of immortal doctor's clinic. Yi Yunqing couldn't understand why the Dragon Group would refuse their invitation, since receiving such an invitation was practically an auspicious event. It makes absolutely no sense. In his mind, no medical clinic could compare to the Dragon Group. Immediately, Yi Yunqing looked at Chu Xiangyi and said, you are still young and have no idea what the Dragon Group is. If you join the Dragon Group, your classmates will look at you with envy, and your family will also rise in status because of you, gaining prestige in the eyes of others. Yi Yunqing deeply understands this point. When his family came to Zhongzhou from Jiangbei, they were treated coldly by others. But after he became a soldier in the War Department, everyone's gaze towards him and their attitude towards his family completely changed, as if they had become different people. Chu Xiangyi looked at Yi Yunqing and Yi Yumeng, and her attitude was already very displeased. Right now, all she wants is to have a nice meal and chat with Yi Nan, and she doesn't want to be disturbed by anyone else. I'll say it again, I don't want to join any Dragon Group. I only want to join the Immortal Healers Clinic. I don't want to say anything else. From now on, I hope you shut up and leave obediently. Yi Yumeng was very unhappy with this attitude. Yi Yunqing was also unhappy. Are you stupid? You'd rather give up a golden rice bowl than take a broken one. Chu Xiangyi was also a sharp-tongued person, and she stood up and retorted, "First of all, it's my own business if I want to join that faction, and I don't need anyone else to interfere. Secondly, who do you think you are to interfere with my choices? You all need to leave here. We still need to eat." Yi Yunqing was very unhappy when he heard this, but what the other person said made sense. Meanwhile, Yi Yumeng was displeased. She wanted to teach Chu Xiangyi a lesson and not let this woman continue to be so disrespectful. "You're right. We have no right to interfere with your choices, but your attitude is really too poor. Do you know who you're talking to?" Chapter 584. My surname is Yi. Chu Xiangyi asked in return, "Who is it?" Yi Yumeng introduced him emphatically. "He is the newly promoted war god of the War Department. If it weren't for me, you would never have the right to even meet him, let alone say a word to him." Upon hearing this, Yinan frowned slightly and looked Yi Yunqing up and down. What if this person is the newly crowned god of war? Who is he? Yi Yunqing was shocked when he heard Yi Yumeng's words. What's wrong with this woman? He said it in front of other people. Fortunately, they were outside, and there weren't many members of the War Department here, so no one could expose his lie. Yi Yumeng still couldn't let go of her desire to win over Chu Xiangyi. After all, this was a task assigned to her by the organization, and if she messed it up, how could she return to the organization? After you join the Dragon Group, you will not only be qualified to speak with the God of War, but also to dine with him. Do you understand the value of this position? Chu Xiangyi became even more irritated. "Get out of here, all of you." Yi Yumeng's eyes turned cold. Was she telling her to get lost? How dare this woman say such a thing? Do you know what you're saying?" Chu Xiangyi coldly said, "I told you to get lost." Yi Yumeng is angry. If you had power and influence, you could tell her to get out, and of course she could. But you are just an ordinary person. What gives you the right to say that? She wanted to take action, but it was clearly not a good idea not to now. But that doesn't mean others can't take action. Yi Yumeng looked at Yi Yunqing, hoping that he could help her. Yi Yunqing naturally understood Yi Yumeng's meaning and immediately said to Chu Xiangyi, "Does your get lost include me?" Chu Xiangyi didn't dare to answer for a moment. She didn't dare to offend the war god of the War Department. But at this moment, Yinan spoke up, including, "Is this answer satisfactory?" Yi Yunqing's gaze fell on Yinan. "Do you know who I am?" Yinan leaned back and said lazily, "I don't know." Yi Yunqing coldly said, "Since you don't know, then I'll remind you now. There are 9 war gods in the War Department, and I am one of them." Yinan laughed and said, "Really? I've never heard of you being one of the 9 war gods." Seeing Yinan's confident demeanor, Yi Yunqing felt a little flustered. This man gave him the feeling that he knew everything. He swallowed hard, but he was determined to keep up the act, and said, "Judging from your tone, it seems like you know a lot about the god of war." Yinan didn't really know him, but the war gods apologized to him on his behalf. "Let me remind you, my surname is Yi." Yinan calmly said, "The newly promoted god of war does indeed have the surname Yi, but what does that have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yunqing felt flustered. Could it be that the other party really knew the new god of war? How could he continue to pretend? Is it about to be exposed? Damn it, I shouldn't have told the first lie. At this moment, Yi Yumeng said with a sneer, "You don't mean to say that you know the newly promoted god of war, or that you are the newly promoted god of war?" Yinan calmly said, "That's right, I am the newly crowned god of war." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunqing's legs went weak with fear. This person is actually the newly crowned god of war. We're doomed. His future is ruined. But at this time, Yi Yumeng burst out laughing. She pointed at Yinan and said, "You, the newly crowned god of war? Yinan, don't make me laugh. You've been to prison, and you want to be a god of war? You wouldn't even pass the political background check." She had previously thought that Yinan might be a war god, but then she thought about it more carefully. Yinan will never pass the political vetting process. Then he is not qualified to be the god of war. Dong Yuqing now also feels that Yinan couldn't possibly be real. Everyone knows that whether you want to join the Dragon Pavilion, the War Department, or even the Dragon Group, the first hurdle is the political vetting. If you have a criminal record, you will be permanently barred from these 3 organizations. Yinan remained completely calm and didn't bother to explain anything. He looked at Chu Xiangyi and said, "Xiangyi, let's go somewhere else to eat. There are some flies here, it's really annoying." Upon hearing this, Yi Yumeng wanted to take action, but the Dragon Group was responsible for protecting the safety of the public, and attacking ordinary people would certainly result in punishment. At this moment, Yinan approached Yi Yunxing, glanced at him sideways, and asked, "What's your name?" Yi Yunxing and Yi Yinan locked eyes, and Yi Yunxing's body began to tremble. This person has such a powerful aura. It made him feel suffocated. He decided not to say anything. Regardless of whether the other party was a newly promoted war god or knew a newly promoted war god, as long as he didn't know his name, he couldn't do anything to him. "You are not qualified to know my name." Beside her, Chu Xiangyi shouted, "Yi Yunxing, he's ignoring your danger. You must take action to suppress him. Don't worry, if the organization punishes you, Yuqing and I will testify for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunxing felt like dying. That wretched woman, why does she tell everyone everything? Upon hearing Yi Yunxing's name, Yinan calmly replied, "I'll remember your name, Yi Yunxing." After that, he and Chu Xiangyi left. Yi Yumeng was very unhappy and turned to look at Yi Yunxing. "How could you let him leave like that? You are the god of war. The god of war cannot be insulted." Yi Yunxing wanted to kill Yi Yumeng. "How I do things is none of your business." Yi Yumeng was frightened by the other party's tone. She wanted to question Yi Yunxing, but at this moment, she couldn't utter a single word. Yi Yunxing left without saying a word. Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing were together. After watching Yi Yun walk a long distance away, they finally spoke up, saying, "This is the so-called god of war? I think he's more of a coward." Dong Yuqing said, "Perhaps, war god Yi has his own considerations." Yi Yumeng sighed. "The matter of the god of war is resolved, but what about Chu Xiangyi? This woman has been bewitched by Yi Nan and can no longer distinguish right from wrong." Dong Yuqing said, "Let's wait a little longer. If we don't complete the mission, we'll get scolded when we get back. What if that woman finds out that Yinan lied to her and then changes her mind?" Yi Yumeng nodded repeatedly. "What you said makes sense. Let's wait a little longer. If it really doesn't work, we can try to persuade her family. I don't believe that her family would be deceived by Yi Nan." Dong Yuqing's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's a good idea. Let's go to Chu Xiangyi's house and talk to her parents." At that moment, Yi Nan and Chu Xiangyi went to a coffee shop. Yi Nan was already full when he met the three people, so Chu Xiangyi suggested that they go for coffee. Inside the coffee shop, Yi Nan looked at Chu Xiangyi and asked, "Are you really not going to the Dragon Group?" Chu Xiangyi smiled and said, "Of course I won't go. How could the Dragon Group compare to the Immortal Doctor's Hall? My biggest wish right now is to join the Immortal Doctor's Hall." Yinan wanted to ask Chu Xiangyi about her purpose in making this choice, but he kept quiet. He would just focus on cultivating Chu Xiangyi in the future. In the future, the Immortal Doctor's Hall would definitely expand into Longdu, and then he would send Chu Xiangyi to conquer new territories. The two drank coffee for a while, then went back. Yinan called Ding Yunjian and told him Yi Yunxing's name. Impersonating the god of war is no small matter, and it is hoped that Ding Yunjian will handle it seriously. For Yinan, this was a small matter, but for Ding Yunjian, it was a huge deal. Without saying a word, he sent people to investigate Yi Yunxing, who was so bold as to impersonate the god of war. Meanwhile, Yi Yunxing returned to the Central Plains War Division with trepidation. Along the way, he saw that the military headquarters seemed to be investigating something, but he didn't hear about any activities. Yi Yunxing didn't think much of it and returned to his dormitory. When he got back, one of his roommates found him and asked, "Yunxing, what's your last name again?" Yi Yunxing said, "My surname is Yi, so what? Normally, my roommates address me by names like Yunxing, but no one calls me by my surname." At that moment, after Yi Yunxing finished speaking, his roommate's expression changed immediately. Chapter 585 Yi Yunxing is imprisoned in the dark dungeon. My roommate continued, "Have you ever impersonated someone before?" Yi Yunxing's heart skipped a beat. What did this mean? Why would my roommate suddenly ask that question? The two of them usually talk about how amazing someone is during training, like running 30 kilometers of cross-country with weights. In short, it must be related to training. Moreover, he did indeed impersonate Yi Zhanshan, and he still has the Zhanshan medicine in his pocket. No way. It was discovered so quickly. Yi Yunxing forced himself to remain calm. I didn't. My roommate breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you're not an imposter, that's good. You scare me to death. Guess what outrageous thing I heard? Yi Yunqing's throat bobbed. You say? My roommate glanced around and cautiously began. There's some idiot pretending to be the newly crowned god of war. Thump. Yi Yunqing felt like the sky was about to fall. My body was trembling at that moment. So quickly, things have been exposed. Ding, the person in charge, personally ordered a thorough investigation into this matter, and they are currently searching for people throughout the entire branch. Isn't this guy stupid? Of all people to impersonate, why impersonate War God Yi? Is that even possible? Everyone saw the scene of War God Yi killing 3 top experts from South Korea a few days ago. It's safe to say that most people know what War God Yi looks like. Impersonating War God Yi is asking for trouble. When Yi Yunqing heard the other person say, Yi Zhanshan, the voice of Yi Nin immediately came to mind. He remembered that Yi Yumeng had called the other person Yi Nan, which meant that the person's surname was also Yi. He asked in a trembling voice, Do you know what that newly crowned god of war's name is? Upon hearing this, his roommate looked at Yi Yunqing and said casually, Of course I know him. His name is Yi Nan. Don't you know him? A few days ago, the military awarded Yi Zhanshan a first-class merit and sent a text message to everyone. Didn't you receive it? Yi Yunqing immediately checked his phone and found the text message from the War Department among a bunch of spam messages. He saw Yi Nan's name clearly. Then I recalled what Yi Nan had said at the restaurant. It matches up perfectly. All of them match up perfectly. Yi Yunqing wanted to cry, but his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Yi Yunqing's roommate, not knowing what was wrong, asked, Yunqing, why are you lying on the ground? It's so cold on the ground, get up. The next second, da-da-da, the sound of leather boots hitting the ground could be heard. Then I saw Ding Yunjian lead his men into the dormitory. Ding Yunjian stood at the front, his gaze icy, while the others behind him all had murderous intent in their eyes. My roommate immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Manager Ding. Ding Yunjian nodded slightly to him, then looked at Yi Yunqing and asked coldly, Your name is Yi Yunqing? Yi Yunqing knew that if the other party could come here, then the evidence must be conclusive. No matter how much he says now, it's useless. Faced with overwhelming evidence, all he said was an excuse. He said he didn't admit it, but the other party definitely wouldn't believe him. In fact, he never actually admitted to being Yi Zhanshan. It all started because Yi Yumeng thought he was a war god, and he climbed up the ladder following what Yi Yumeng said. If he hadn't met the real person, nothing would have happened to him. He said weakly, I am. Ding Yunjian roared. How dare you impersonate war god Yi and swindle people? This is an insult to the war god. My roommate was dumbfounded. His expression changed, and finally he stared at Yi Yunqing. So it really was this guy impersonating God of War Yi. Holy crap, where did you get the guts? Yi Yunqing knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Manager Ding, I was wrong. I shouldn't have impersonated War God Yi. Please, Manager Ding, spare my life. Ding Yunjian coldly said, Spare you? You've already made a grave mistake. Yi Yunqing then took out the medicine box containing the God of War medicine. I didn't do anything. I just accepted the medicine in the name of the God of War. I've kept this medicine in my bosom the whole time. It's still warm. You can touch it if you don't believe me. Ding Yunjian ignored Yi Yunqing's words and ordered his men, Move. Take him down and lock him in the dark dungeon. His men immediately stepped forward, grabbed Yi Yunqing's arm, bound him, and led him out of the dormitory. Yi Yunqing was still begging for mercy, but Ding Yunjian ignored him completely. He held the box containing the God of War medicine, wondering what to do with it. The God of War didn't want to accept the medicine, but now it has been accepted by someone else by mistake. Should we send someone back to the Dragon Group? But that would offend the Dragon Group to death. After much deliberation, Ding Yunjian sent someone to place the medicine box at the entrance of the Zhongzhou War Department. Anyway, they won't accept it, and the outcome is none of their business. Meanwhile, Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing arrived at Chu Xiangyi's house and met King Chu Xiaoquan of Zhongzhou and Li Shangyun. Chu Xiaoquan, being a man of wide experience, immediately recognized that these two were no ordinary people and invited them to his home. Chu Xiaoquan brewed some tea and poured it for Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing, then asked with a smile, Why did you two suddenly come to my house? Is there something you need? Yi Yumeng said, Then I'll keep it short. Let me introduce myself first. We are from the Dragon Group. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Group, Chu Xiaoquan became even more respectful. Although Chu Xiaoquan could command great influence in Zhongzhou, he was nothing compared to the Dragon Group. A single word from the Dragon Group would be enough to bring him to his doom. Yi Yumeng noticed Chu Xiaoquan's change. It seemed like this time things were going to work. She refused to believe that Chu Xiangyi could resist her parents' decision. Here's the thing. Our Dragon Group has taken a liking to your daughter, Chu Xiangyi, and wants to recruit her into the Dragon Group as a researcher. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaoquan exchanged a glance with Li Shangyun. Although he didn't speak, his eyes said it all. This is a tremendous piece of good news. If our daughter joins the Dragon Group, the Chu family will be honored in the future. Even if Chu Xiaoquan were to go to the underworld and encounter his ancestors, he could finally hold his head high. As for daughters, they can have a separate page in the family genealogy. This is tantamount to pulling the entire family onto the right path. This is great news. Yi Yumeng frowned. But now we've encountered some trouble. Chu Xiaoquan's expression changed, and he asked, "What trouble?" "Since the Dragon Group has invited me, I have to go. No matter what trouble you encounter, you must find a way to overcome it." Yi Yumeng said, "We went to your daughter and extended an invitation, but she refused, not just once, but twice." Chu Xiaoquan glanced at Li Shangyun, who then picked up her phone and said, "You guys chat first. I just remembered I have something to do." Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing nodded. Li Shangyun went to the kitchen and called Chu Xiangyi to ask what had happened. Meanwhile, the three were still talking about Chu Xiangyi. Although Chu Xiaoquan and Chu Xiangyi hadn't spent much time together before, they'd been spending every day together these days. Chu Xiaoquan knew his daughter well. She was definitely not an impulsive person. If someone dares to refuse the Dragon Group, then they must have a better place to go. Or there must be some reason. He decided to ask for clarification. "Did my daughter say why she refused?" Yi Yumeng said. "Xiangyi said she wants to join some kind of immortal doctor's clinic." Chapter 586. Let's stir things up. Let's stir things up. I really don't know what she's thinking. That immortal healer's clinic? Can it compare to our Dragon Group? One sky, one earth. Yi Yumeng complained. She thought that Chu Xiaoquan and his wife would join her in criticizing the immortal doctor's clinic. Upon hearing the name, Immortal Doctor's Clinic, Chu Xiaoquan's expression changed instantly. Isn't that the big boss's clinic? Xiangyi is going to join the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. He will definitely support it. Joining the Dragon Group is good, but joining the Immortal Doctor's Clinic is even more promising. Following the big boss, your future is bright. Given the relationship between the boss and Xiangyi, the boss will definitely give Xiangyi a more important role. He didn't want to offend Yi Yumeng, who was standing in front of him. "You can't say that. I think the Immortal Doctor's Clinic is pretty good too." Yi Yumeng was stunned when Chu Xiaoquan said this. What's the meaning? At this moment, Li Shangyun walked back happily. She just called her daughter. The daughter told some things, including why she joined the Immortal Doctor's Clinic and the conflict between Yi Yumeng and Yi Nan. Without a second thought, Li Shangyun told her daughter not to worry about it, that she and Chu Xiaoquan would handle it. "I also think the Immortal Healer's Clinic is great. Miss, I support my daughter's choice." Yi Yumeng was even more confused, so she made a phone call, and when she came back, she seemed like a completely different person. You're going to ruin her." Chu Xiaoquan was displeased upon hearing this. What did he mean by harming Xiangyi? What parent would harm their own child? That's settled then. If your Dragon Group wants us to be your advocates, then keep your mouth shut. Yi Yumeng was angry. She wouldn't have come here if the organization hadn't assigned her a task. Even if Chu Xiaoquan were the king of Zhongzhou, she would still hesitate if the governor of Zhongzhou invited her to his home. Now that the other party has said such things, Yi Yumeng has nothing to say. Since that's the case, I hope you won't regret it. Yuqing, let's go. Yi Yumeng and Dong Yuqing stormed out of Chu Xiaoquan's house. Yi Yumeng complained. Just what's the background of this Immortal Doctor's Clinic? They had always thought that the Immortal Doctor's Clinic wasn't very famous, but now it seemed that the Immortal Doctor's Clinic was probably not that simple. Otherwise, Chu Xiaoquan wouldn't have been so excited after hearing that Chu Xiangyi wanted to join the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Although Chu Xiaoquan did not show obvious joy just now, Yi Yumeng saw everything from his eyes. Dong Yuqing said, "I really hadn't paid attention to that before." Yi Yumeng said, The headquarters of the Immortal Doctors Hall is in Zhongzhou. I'll go and take a look tomorrow, Dong Yuqing said. Yumeng, why don't we go back and tell the higher-ups that Chu Xiangyi refused to join our dragon group? Yi Yumeng refused, saying, No, this is a mission, and we must complete it. Dong Yuqing said, This time, we did not come away empty-handed. At least we completed the mission of delivering the war god medicine. Going back now would leave the impression that she is incompetent. Yi Yumeng was still thinking about future promotions, preferably becoming a senior leader within 3 years. Yi Yumeng turned around and said, I have to complete 2 tasks. I must win over Chu Xiangyi to the dragon group. If you want to go back, you can leave first. Dong Yuqing knew all too well about Yi Yumeng's ambition, and besides, if she went back alone now, she would probably be scolded to death by her boss. I won't leave. I'll wait until you're done, and then we'll go back together. Meanwhile, Yinan received a message from Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. In the Shanghai area, there are forces targeting Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals. For a time, all of Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals' factories stopped production. The Immortal Doctors Clinic was also targeted. Many people causing trouble for medical staff surrounded the clinic, preventing those who genuinely wanted to see a doctor from entering. After listening to Zhao Yuro's report at the Immortal Doctors Hall headquarters in Zhongzhou, Yinan frowned. Those who can do this must be quite powerful. Could it be targeting the group that's targeting my mother? Yinan said into the phone, Don't get into a conflict with them for now. Just make sure Nanfeng Pharmaceutical and Xianyi Clinic can operate normally. I'll take care of the rest when I get back. Zhao Yuro's voice came through the phone. Yes, Sect Master. After hanging up the phone, Yinan immediately called Du Tianxing. Sect Leader, is there something you need for this sudden call? Du Tianxing's voice came through the phone. Yinan ordered, Send people to keep an eye on the Immortal Doctors Hall and Nanfeng Pharmacy. If anyone breaks in, kill them on sight. Du Tianxing immediately replied, Yes, Sect Master. After hanging up the phone, Du Tianxing immediately sent people to provide support. In the past, the Green Dragon Gang always needed a master to be in charge. But this time, Du Tianxing made everyone leave the Green Dragon Gang. Headquarters of Zhongzhou Immortal Medicine Clinic. Yinan narrowed his eyes. This is somewhat unusual. If those people were really behind this, why didn't they take action before? To be honest, in Yinan's eyes, the person who could kill his mother must be cunning and not easy to deal with. There's always a reason why someone does something. But this hasty turn of events seems rather hasty. What exactly do they want to do? Yinan felt that this was a series of events triggered by the National Humiliation Park incident, so he remained inactive and waited for the situation to develop. Then, Yinan called Mu Yue again. Help me investigate what forces are targeting Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals' Shanghai branch. Yes, Sect Master. After Yinan finished everything, he got up and went to the window. Now he would just wait quietly and see who would lose their temper first. He hoped those people would stir things up, disturb the calm surface of the lake, and make the whole affair chaotic. Don't let me down. Early the next morning, Yi Yumeng changed into the Dragon Group's uniform and headed to the Immortal Healers Clinic. She didn't want to waste any more words with the Immortal Doctors Clinic. She just wanted Chu Xiangyi. So she decided to use the Dragon Group's name to pressure the Immortal Doctors Clinic to stop accepting Chu Xiangyi, which would solve her problem. Soon, she arrived at the headquarters of the Immortal Doctors Hall. I saw several people lining up in a long queue, wanting to go in for a medical checkup. Yi Yumeng skipped the queue and went straight in. When Zhang Jieqi saw Yi Yumeng walk in, she, who was sitting in a chair, suddenly stood up and blocked Yi Yumeng's way. You need to queue to see a doctor? Miss, you can't cut in line. Zhang Jieqi spoke in a kind tone, with a smile on her face. Yi Yumeng said directly, I didn't come here for a medical consultation. Zhang Jieqi was taken aback. Then what are you here for? Yi Yumeng said coldly, I'm here to take someone away. A person named Chu Xiangyi wants to join your Immortal Medicine Clinic, and I hope you will refuse her application. Zhang Jieqi finally understood that this person was here to cause trouble. It is their freedom to want to join our Immortal Healers Hall. As long as they have the ability, we will naturally not refuse them. As for you, who do you think you are? You dare to come to our Immortal Healers Clinic and point fingers? Get lost, or I'll have to get rough with you. Chapter 587 You've been fired. Zhang Jieqi, didn't know Yi Yameng, and given her past experience in the underworld, she knew that the easiest way to deal with troublemakers was to simply kick them out. Upon hearing Zhang Jieqi's words, Yi Yameng stood rooted to the spot, her eyes wide with surprise. You want me to leave? Do you know who I am? Zhang Jieqi took a step forward. She was already a head taller than Yi Yameng. When she looked up, she raised her chin slightly and said, "This is the Immortal Healers Clinic. Do you think you can kick someone out just because they're not there? If you want to kick someone out, then do it, understand?" Yi Yameng's throat tightened, and after a long pause, she finally said, "I'm from the Dragon Group. Do you know what the Dragon Group means?" Zhang Jieqi curled her lips, her voice icy. "Whether you're from the Dragon Group or the Phoenix Group, leave now if I tell you to, or I'll make my move." Yi Yameng hurriedly pulled out her ID and handed it to Zhang Jieqi. "Take a close look. I really am from the Dragon Group. There's a seal on it. If you don't know the significance of the Dragon Group, let me tell you." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound rang out. Zhang Jieqi slapped Yi Yameng across the face, the force of her touch on her palm. "Can't you understand human language? Get out of here." Yi Yameng froze for 2 seconds before raising her hand to cover her face, her fingertips touching her burning skin, her voice trembling. "You dare hit me." Smack. Another sharp crack. Zhang Jieqi's hand fell again, harder than before. "So what if I hit you? What? You can't accept that? If you're not satisfied, I can keep hitting you until you are. I'll ask you one more time, are you leaving or not?" Just as Yi Yameng was about to speak, Zhang Jieqi kicked her in the stomach. Yi Yameng's body arched, and she fell straight to the ground. She couldn't believe that the other party still dared to attack her after she had already revealed her identity. "Someone, drag her out," Zhang Jieqi shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, several men in security guard uniforms came out from the back room. They used to work for Zhang Jieqi, and now they are security guards at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Several people quickly stepped forward and reached out to help Yi Yameng up from the ground. Yi Yameng struggled to her feet, not bothering to straighten her disheveled hair. "I can walk by myself." She stared at Zhang Jieqi, biting her lower lip. "I'll remember you. We'll see." At this moment, Yinan walked out of the Immortal Doctor's hall. Having finished his business, Yinan now just wants to go home and see his wife and baby. Yi Yameng spotted him at a glance, and her mind instantly cleared. This woman dared to make a move. Yinan must be backing her up. "Yinan, you dared to have someone hit me. This isn't over. I will never let you get away with this." Hearing the voice, Yinan raised an eyebrow. He never expected to run into Yi Yameng at the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Why did the Yi family always seem to be hanging around him? They were like persistent ghosts, driving him crazy. He didn't bother to reply and walked straight towards Yi Yameng. Seeing this, Yi Yameng quickly took 2 steps to the side, blocking his way. "I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Are you pretending to be mute?" Yinan stopped in his tracks. At first, he didn't want to pay attention, but now he wanted to understand the cause and effect. "Speak your mind." Yi Yameng pointed at Zhang Jieqi and raised her voice. "You let her hit me. I'll remember this debt." "Hit you?" Yinan's face showed curiosity. Then he looked at Zhang Jieqi and asked in a flat tone, "Did you do this?" Zhang Jieqi thought she had done something wrong, so she slumped her shoulders and nodded slightly. "Yes, master." Yinan glanced at Yi Yameng, then turned to Zhang Jieqi and said, "Not enough, not ruthless enough." Zhang Jieqi's eyes lit up, and she turned to the security guards, gesturing with her chin. "Go ahead, don't hold back." Several people responded and surrounded Yi Yameng, punching and kicking her. Yi Yameng is just an ordinary woman. After joining the Dragon Group, she was busy with official duties and never practiced martial arts. Facing several men who had practiced martial arts, she panicked after only a few blows, her voice trembling with tears. "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me." When everyone stopped, Yi Yameng lay on the ground, her face bruised and battered. She turned her head to look at Yinan, her eyes red-rimmed, but her neck was still stiff. "Yinan, you're so heartless. My Yi family has raised you for so many years, and this is how you treat me." Yinan's face darkened, and her voice turned cold. "I don't have a sister like you. As for the Yi family's kindness in raising me, I've already repaid it long ago." Yi Yameng spat on the ground. "Payback? Ever since you got out of prison, nothing has gone smoothly for our family. Our eldest sister is in a vegetative state. Our second sister is mentally unstable, and our family business has collapsed. Is this what you call paying back? Yin impatiently said. I helped the Yi family reach the pinnacle of Jiangbei. I helped Yi Xinxing get into the War Department. Yi Waner get into the Dragon Medical Clinic. Yi Xinran get a renowned teacher. And Yi Hang also got into a prestigious university. You're not trying to say that you arranged for me to join the Dragon Group, are you? Yi Yumeng interrupted directly, her tone full of disdain. Yinan raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, what do you think? How could a piece of trash like you get into the Dragon Group? Yi Yumeng pushed herself up from the ground and sat up, clutching her stomach and laughing. You? You dare to talk such big? Fine, then try getting the Dragon Group to fire me. Yinan had indeed thought about this matter, but he had never had the time to do it. Since the other party brought it up, he figured he might as well resolve it. He took out his phone, found the number, menu number 8, in his contacts, and dialed it. This person works for the Dragon Group. Yinan doesn't know his specific identity, but his words carry a lot of weight. The call was answered quickly. Is this the sect leader? A female voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding to be in her early 30s. Yinan replied. The other person's tone became somewhat reserved. Sect leader, why are you contacting me all of a sudden? Do me a favor, Yi Yumeng from the Dragon Group. Fire her, Yinan said. That's all. The other person was clearly taken aback. Right. I'll take care of it right away, but it will take some time. There are many people in the Dragon Group, so I may not be able to find this person quickly. However, I can definitely resolve this matter within 10 minutes. Yinan said, just fire Yi Yumeng. The phone call ended, and Yi Yumeng leaned against the wall to stand up, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. She had heard the entire conversation clearly. Yinan, you acted pretty well, didn't you? Hard a plant to act in this play. Who do you think you are? You think you can get the Dragon Group to fire me with just a word? Let me tell you, I'm a key candidate for being groomed in the Dragon Group. The leaders have even told me that I'm a contender for the next group leader. Before she could finish speaking, her phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Yi Yumeng immediately stopped smiling, straightened her back, and answered respectfully. Boss, I'd like to report on the work. The first task is complete. The War God medicine has been delivered to the newly promoted War God. As for the second task, we've encountered some trouble in recruiting Chu Xiangyi, but that's nothing to me. It might take another day. We're just one last step away. She laughed as she spoke, but the voice on the other end of the phone was like ice. Yi Yumeng, from now on, you're fired. Chapter 588, Defying Fate. Yi Yumeng was just about to excitedly reply that she would guarantee to complete the task, but after hearing what her leaders said, her face immediately turned ugly. She thought she had misheard. How could a leader possibly fire someone as outstanding as her? She must have misheard what the leader was about to say. Yi Yumeng immediately asked in a low voice, Boss, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. On the phone, Yi Yumeng's boss's voice came through again, cold and icy. I said I'm firing you. Did you hear me clearly now? If not, I'll repeat it again. Also, your personal belongings, if you want them, you can come and take them yourself. If you don't want them, we'll throw them away. At that moment, Yi Yumeng felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, feeling extremely cold all over her body, and she didn't know what to say. She didn't understand why her boss would suddenly fire her. The leader she remembered had always been very good to her, never like today. Moreover, there was absolutely no reason to fire her. She had worked extremely diligently in the Dragon Group over the years, and her superiors had repeatedly expressed their appreciation for her. Yi Yumeng immediately asked, Boss, why are you firing me? Did I do something wrong? I promise you, I will correct it right away. But then, a dial tone came from the other end of the phone. How is that possible? Yi Yumeng collapsed to the ground, her eyes glazed over, as if her soul had been drained away. Suddenly, Yi Yumeng remembered what Yinan had said earlier and immediately turned to look at him. Just now, Yinan said he was going to fire her, and then she really was fired. Could this matter be related to him? Yi Yumeng quickly dismissed the idea. Who was Yinan? Did he think he could order the Dragon Group around? She must have offended her boss, which is why this happened. After she completes the task, she must have a good talk with her supervisor to clear up any misunderstandings. Maybe then I wouldn't have been fired. Yinan looked at Yi Yumeng, put his hands on his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Are you satisfied now?" Yi Yuming looked up at Yi Nan and said coldly, "What do you mean by satisfied or not satisfied? I don't understand what you're saying at all. As long as she doesn't say she was fired, who would know about it? Not even Dong Yuqing could know." Then, Yi Yuming pretended that nothing had happened, stood up, looked at Yi Nan, and said, "Didn't you say you were going to fire me? Go ahead and fire me." Yi Nan said, "Weren't you already fired?" He heard everything that was said on the phone. The other party's leader explicitly demanded that Yi Yuming be dismissed. In other words, Yi Yuming is no longer a member of the Dragon Group. She's just putting on a brave face. Yi Nan felt there was no point in talking to this kind of person, so he immediately turned and left. He then ordered, "Get her out of here. Don't let her disturb the others." Zhang Jieqi replied, "I'll send her away right away." At this moment, Yi Yuming also wanted to leave. Her mind was not on Chu Xiangyi at all. She wanted to figure out why the leader had fired her. "I can walk by myself." Yi Yuming snorted coldly and left the immortal doctor's clinic. When she calmly walked to a deserted place, her expression suddenly turned panicked. She immediately took out her phone and called her colleague who was currently working in the Dragon Group to ask what had happened. She wanted to understand why her boss had suddenly fired her. However, the call could not be connected, so she called a few more times. The other party then answered. A male voice spoke. "Yi Yuming, what exactly do you want?" Yi Yuming was stunned when she heard this. The colleague she called had pursued her before, showering her with sweet words. Even after being rejected, he continued to pursue her relentlessly. But now he's yelling at her. If anyone else had yelled at her like that, Yi Yuming would have already hung up the phone. But this colleague was a relative of her boss, named Zhang Wanxiang, and she wanted to contact her boss through him. "Wanxiang, I want to ask, what's the situation with our leader right now? Why did they suddenly fire me?" Normally, she would just call him Zhang Wanxiang, but this time, in order to ask him for a favor, she called him Wanxiang. To everyone's surprise, the other party coldly replied, "Fire me if you want. Do I need a reason to fire you? Also, don't call me Wanxiang. We're not acquainted." Zhang Wanxiang did indeed pursue Yi Yuming. That's because his boss told him to pursue her. His boss was a relative of his, and he said that Yi Yuming's status and position were not simple and that she definitely had a powerful backer. He said that if he pursued her, he could avoid a lifetime of struggle. That's why Zhang Wanxiang pursued her. Everyone wants to get everything they deserve without having to work hard. But today, the boss suddenly fired Yi Yuming, saying that she was nothing but a fart. This made Zhang Wanxiang extremely upset. He had put so much effort into Yi Yuming over such a long period of time, and now it had all gone up in flames. He was already extremely annoyed and didn't want to answer Yi Yuming's call at all, but she kept calling, so Zhang Wanxiang couldn't help himself and finally answered. Yi Yuming was stunned. "Wanxiang, can you help me find out why the organization expelled me? As long as there is a result, I promise to be your girlfriend." Zhang Wanxiang retorted, "I need you to be my girlfriend? You're not worthy." He admitted that Yi Yuming was somewhat attractive, but there were too many women like her. If Yi Yuming had no special aura, she wouldn't be a good match for Zhang Wanxiang at all. Yi Yuming was speechless after being rebuked. She was about to speak when the call was abruptly ended. At this moment, Yi Yuming had absolutely no idea what to do. This also reveals a signal. That means there's no hope for him to return to the Dragon Group. Without the aura of the Dragon Group, she would be nothing. No, she had to keep this a secret and absolutely couldn't let anyone else know. The entire Yi family is now ruined. If she had no identity and returned to the Yi family, she would face endless suffering. Currently, no one in the family has the ability to earn money. If she goes back, she'll definitely spend all her savings. She has indeed made some money working for the Dragon Group over the years, which is enough for a short time, but definitely not enough for several years. And none of that is the most important thing. Her life's most important matters are still unresolved. With her identity as a member of the Dragon Group, Yi Yuming could freely choose any of the young masters from the major families in Zhongzhou. Moreover, she was marrying down. Without her identity, the families in Jiangsheng might not even look at her. Yi Yuming is best at maximizing profits. She had to find a man to marry before the news of her expulsion got out. The problem is, Yi Yuming doesn't know any other men. She has been with the Dragon Group all these years. Moreover, when she left her family, Her family was still in Jiangbei. Sudden, Yi Yuming thought of someone. If one could marry Yi Yunxing, the newly crowned god of war, it would be considered defying fate. Chapter 589. If you hear me, then move. Yi Yuming acted immediately, taking out her phone and dialing Yi Yunxing's number. Not for love, but for my own future. Also, what if Yinan finds out that she really was fired? Wouldn't they ridicule her in every way? This is her only chance. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another chance. But no matter how many times Yi Yuming tried to call, she couldn't get through to Yi Yunxing. In the past, if someone didn't answer Yi Yuming's call the first time, she would immediately block and delete them. But now, she felt that Yi Yunxing must be very busy. That's why I didn't answer her calls. After all, he's a newly crowned war god. He can't be idle all day. Anyway, the other party can't possibly ignore her. Wait a little longer, the other party will definitely reply to her. With that thought in mind, Yi Yuming went home. She can't tell her family about being fired. As soon as Yi Yuming arrived home, she saw Su Ranfang dressed in gold and silver. Several new bags were on the sofa. When Su Ranfang saw Yi Yuming return, she immediately picked up her bag and went over, striking various poses. Yuming, do you think this bag Mom is carrying looks good? Yi Yuming noticed that Su Ranfang was carrying the latest Hermes bag and then glanced at the other bags. Chanel and LV bags are each worth over 200,000 yuan. Mom, did you buy all of these? Su Ranfang nodded repeatedly. Yes, what's wrong? Then she smiled mysteriously and said, Mom has some good news for you. Yi Yuming asked instinctively, what good news? Su Ranfang said, Mom went to look at houses today and saw that someone had lowered the price. The house that was originally more than 10 million was now only 8 million. Mom bought it without any hesitation, and it was even in your name. Yi Yuming was completely dumbfounded. She has saved 10 million in the past few years. In the blink of an eye, her mother had spent nearly 9 million. How is she supposed to live after this? Before, she had a job and could earn money anytime. Now that I've lost my job, how am I supposed to make money? Then, how much money is left? Yi Yuming asked. Su Ranfang looked embarrassed and did not answer the question. Yi Yuming sensed something was wrong and immediately pressed. Tell me, how much money is left? Su Ranfang smiled awkwardly. There's still 30,000 left. Then, she immediately said with a straight face, Yuming, I'm your mother. You wouldn't feel bad if your mother spent your money, would you? Yi Yuming felt as if all her strength had been drained, and then she almost fell to the ground. She gave over 10 million, and now she only has 30,000 left. How can they spend so much money? You're a member of the Dragon Group. Making money is child's play for you. You can get a salary on the surface, but you can make more behind the scenes. When others ask you for favors, you can ask for some reward. Wouldn't you make a lot of money quickly? Su Ranfang said with a smile. Yi Yuming wished everything were really that simple. She had already said more to her mother. I need to go and calm down first. Su Ranfang responded, and then showed off the bag in her hand. There is no room for Yi Yuming in the house, because Yi Yuming and Yi Xinxing are close friends, so they live together. At this moment, Yi Yuming was extremely upset. I lost my money and my job. More importantly, there's nowhere to vent my anger now. Then, she lay on the bed, with Yi Xinxing, who had become a vegetable, behind her. If no one speaks, then I'll tell my older sister. Big sister, I'm doomed. I've been kicked out of the Dragon Group. I don't know what I did. I was suddenly fired. Nobody told me why. My boss used to be so good to me, but now it's like he's a completely different person. I'm very confused right now and have no idea what to do. Big sister, can you give me some advice? Oh, right. Big sister, there was a little incident. I saw Yinan. They said they could get the Dragon Group to expel me. Isn't that ridiculous? Who does Yinan think he is? He wants to command the Dragon Group too. Yi Yuming was talking to herself, completely unaware that Yi Xinxing behind her was twitching her face and frantically moving her fingers. It seemed like he wanted to tell Yi Yuming something, but he just couldn't move. He even impersonated the war god of the War Department. I really don't know where he got the guts. Big sister, I think Mom is right. Yi Nan is a jinx to our Yi family. Can you give me some advice? Should I choose a suitable person to marry? Big sister, I know you're in a vegetative state, but you can still move. If I turn around and see you move, then I'll marry someone else. If you don't react, then forget it. Yi Yumeng slowly turned her head and looked at Yi Xinqing lying on the bed. She saw Yi Xinqing's facial muscles twitching. Immediately, Yi Yumeng sat down and said excitedly, "It seems you think the same way I do, to marry a capable man." "That's what I think too. Moreover, I already have a target in mind. That person is Yi Yunxing, the newly promoted war god of the War Department." Yi Nan is the war god he was impersonating. The words had barely left his mouth. Yi Xinqing's face twitched even more violently. Although she was lying in bed, she was fully conscious. Yi Xinqing knew that Yi Nan was Yi Qingcang. Then the other party is definitely not an imposter. The other party is the real god of war. That Yi Yunxing is definitely an imposter. Yi Xinqing wanted to tell her younger sister the news, but she couldn't say a word. In Yi Yuming's eyes, Yi Xinqing's actions were undoubtedly a show of support for her. "Big sister, it's so good to have you. I'll come to you for help whenever I encounter problems in the future. If only you could talk. I heard that your coma is largely due to Yi Nan. It's all his fault. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Once I marry the god of war, I will definitely target Yi Nan." These words were spoken. Tears welled up in Yi Xinqing's eyes. Yi Xinqing saw that no matter how she moved, her younger sister did not react, so she chose to cry. "Hopefully, this will help my younger sister see the error of her ways." But seeing all this, Yi Yumeng exclaimed excitedly, "Big sister, are you moved to tears? Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word and make Yin and pay the price." Currently, in Shanghai, Xinyi Hall and Nanfeng Pharmacy are under fierce attack. The Immortal Doctor's Clinic is currently under inspection by the Shanghai Medical Bureau and is therefore closed. The reason given by the medical administration was that some doctors inside the Immortal Medicine Hall did not have medical practice licenses. Many of the doctors at the Immortal Healers Clinic are elderly people from the original clinic. Back then, practicing medicine didn't require any so-called qualification certificate. They wouldn't have come out of seclusion if the Immortal Doctor's Clinic hadn't re-emerged. This loophole was seized upon by others and became a handle used against the Immortal Doctor's Clinic. Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals, on the other hand, had its channels for purchasing medicinal materials cut off. Chapter 590, The Wang Family Clashes with the Green Dragon Gang. Because of the existence of the Green Dragon Gang, Nanfeng Pharmaceuticals has been doing very well in Shanghai, no matter what they do. After all, those pharmaceutical companies wouldn't dare provoke the Green Dragon Gang. But now, even more powerful forces are forcing them not to supply medicinal materials to Nanfeng Pharmaceutical. Everyone had no choice but to agree. Now, inside a pharmaceutical company, Du Tianxing slowly walked into the office. The company owner's surname is Wang. He is a fat man who runs a medicinal herb business in Shanghai. The business is very large. At that moment, he saw someone walk in and immediately shouted, "Didn't I say I wasn't seeing anyone today? Did you not understand what I was saying?" But when he saw who it was, his expression changed immediately. "Old Du, what brings you here?" Du Tianxing said coldly, "I've come to see you." Fatty Wang immediately stood up from his boss's chair, went to the front, pulled out a chair for Du Tianxing to sit down, and then immediately made tea for Du Tianxing. "Mr. Du, you should have told me in advance that you were coming so I could have made preparations." Du Tianxing sat down and said coldly, "You dared to refuse to cooperate with the clients I helped you get, so how could I possibly trouble you?" Wang Pengzi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Old Du, you're putting me in a difficult position." Du Tianxing didn't speak, but looked at Fatty Wang. The overwhelming intimidation made Wang Pengzi's legs go weak, and his body uncontrollably knelt on the ground. "Old Du, this is not something I can get involved in. I'm just a nobody." Du Tianxing snorted coldly. "Then give me an explanation." Fatty Wang hesitated several times before speaking. "Go ahead and tell me. I won't tell anyone that you told me the news." Du Tianxing said calmly. He also knew that this matter was not so simple. You should know that the entire city of Shanghai knows that the Immortal Doctor's Clinic is related to his Green Dragon Gang. But the other party still dared to make a move. That means that person didn't take the Green Dragon Gang seriously at all. It was definitely not something someone like Fatty Wang could get involved in. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang slowly raised his head. The person who did this must be related to Wang Zhuwen. Du Tianxing was stunned for a moment. Wang Jiwen, the richest man in Shanghai. Why did the other party target the Immortal Doctor's clinic? There's absolutely no reason for it. The main point is that there was absolutely no conflict between the two sides. Furthermore, Wang Jiwen did not have any business related to medicine. There is no conflict, nor any conflict of interest. Du Tianxing couldn't understand it at all. Fatty Wang continued. A few days ago, Wang Jiwen's son, Wang Tianxiang, came to me and demanded that I immediately stop supplying medicinal herbs to the Immortal Medicine Hall. I argued back a few times, but Wang Tianxiang said that if I didn't do as he said, he would kill me. Fatty Wang looked up at Du Tianxing in fear and said, Old Du, you know I'm just a nobody. I'm no match for those big shots. I can only do what they ask. So please let me go. After Wang Pengzi finished speaking, he knelt down on the ground and buried his head in the ground. After a long silence, Du Tianxing finally said, That's settled then. Then, Du Tianxing stood up and walked out of the office. Two members of the Green Dragon Gang stood outside the door, and they followed Du Tianxing away. I walked out the door in full view of everyone in the company, until Du Tianxing got on the elevator. Only after being reminded by others did Fatty Wang raise his head and personally confirm that Du Tianxing had left. I almost died. Fatty Wang collapsed to the ground. Then he said to his subordinates outside, What are you all standing there for? Help me up. The subordinate then realized what was happening and reached out to help Wang Pengzi up. Chairman Wang, what should we do now? Fatty Wang sat down in the boss's chair and said irritably, What do you mean? What to do? We can't afford to offend the richest man in the country, and we can't afford to offend Du Tianxing either. It's best not to do anything. Let's give everyone a paid vacation these days. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately went out to announce the news. Fatty Wang picked up the teacup shakily and took a sip. A warm sensation flowed into my stomach. His complexion then recovered somewhat. Business can be turned down, but people should never be offended. Let these big shots fight each other now, and whoever wins, they'll side with him. After Du Tianxing went downstairs, his men opened the car door. After getting into the car, Du Tianxing squinted his eyes. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of Qinglong Building. Du Jianying and his group were waiting at the door. After Du Tianxing got out of the car, Du Jianying immediately stepped forward and asked nervously, Dad, I found out that the person who targeted the Immortal Medicine Hall this time is Wang Jiwen. What should we do? Du Tianxing coldly said, Shut up. Our Azure Dragon Gang will always stand with our leader. Since Wang Jiwen wants war, then let's fight. Send someone to tell Wang Jiwen that if he doesn't stop now, there will only be one outcome, death. Du Jianying hadn't expected her father to be so firm, and immediately replied, Yes, father. Then he led his men directly to the Wang family building. The Wang family mansion was built by Wang Jiwen, the richest man in Taiwan. There's a saying like this in Shanghai. The tallest building in Shanghai is the Oriental Pearl Tower. The second tallest building is the Wang family mansion. When Du Jianying and his men arrived at the entrance, they were stopped by the guards. This is the Wang family mansion, not a place for you. Du Jianying coldly said, We are from the Azure Dragon Gang. We're here to deliver a message. If the Wang family insists on dealing with the Immortal Medicine Hall, don't blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing this, the Wang family guard sneered. Since when has the Azure Dragon Gang dared to speak to the Wang family like this? Du Jianying immediately slapped him across the face. Our Green Dragon Gang has never dared to speak to the Wang family like this before, understand? The Wang family guard was knocked to the ground, covering his face. Your Green Dragon Gang has really gone too far, opposing our Wang family. You will definitely suffer the consequences. The words fell. The clattering sound of leather shoes on the ground rang out. Then, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came out. The other party was Wang Jiwen's son, Wang Tianxiang. Does your Green Dragon Gang want to be wiped out? Du Jianying said coldly. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. If you continue to target the Immortal Doctor's Hall, don't blame us, the Azure Dragon Gang, for being impolite. Wang Tianxiang burst into laughter. You think you can challenge our Wang family like this? Since you're here, you're not leaving. Men, come here. Du Jianying took a step forward, and his aura surged instantly. He is already a martial arts master. Let's see who can stop me. Wang Tianxiang sneered. So your Azure Dragon gang has a grandmaster? Our Wang family doesn't. Let me give you another piece of advice. We only target the Immortal Medicine Hall. Your Azure Dragon gang had better not provoke us. Otherwise, our Wang family will wipe out your Azure Dragon gang as well. Du Jianying coldly replied. Then you can try. He took a step forward. Wang Tianxiang clapped his hands. Do you think a grandmaster can do whatever they want? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 grandmasters walked out from the Wang family. Chapter 591 Yi Nin makes a move. Du Jianying narrowed his eyes when he saw the 3 grandmasters. He alone was clearly no match for these people. But my father said that we should always stand on the side of the sect leader. As long as I don't die, it's fine. Du Jianying took a step forward and immediately made his move. Soon, he was defeated. If Du Jianying were to fight alone, none of these people would be his match. But if so many people attack him, Du Jianying will be outnumbered. Soon, the top floor of the Wang family building. Du Jianying was covered in injuries and was tied up with ropes and thrown to the ground. Wang Tianxiang took out his phone and called Wang Jiwen. Soon, the call went through. Dad, I've already won over Du Jianying. On the phone, Wang Jiwen said, Go tell Du Tianxing about this. Wang Tianxiang asked, Should we kill Du Jianying or not? Wang Jiwen said, I will not kill him. Wang Tianxiang was stunned when he heard this. Not kill? Father, why not kill? Wang Jiwen coldly said, I told you not to kill. Just listen to me and do your job. Don't ask so many questions. Just follow my instructions completely. Wang Tianxiang responded, and then sent someone to inform Du Tianxing about the matter. The Wang family. Wang Jiwen hung up the phone with his son and laid down in his chair. For him, everything he's doing now is just to get that woman's son to find him and then kill him. Moreover, Wang Jiwen cannot escalate the situation. He couldn't kill Du Jianying. If she died, that woman's son would make a big fuss, and then things would get complicated. All he had to do was bring the whole thing to a close and take all the blame himself. He's figured it out these past few days. Dying would save the entire Wang family, which is a very profitable deal. As long as he lets his son leave with the assets before he dies. That's definitely a profitable trade. He alone will die to save the entire Wang family. You're bound to make money no matter how you look at it. Now he can't wait to see that woman's son come and kill him. Once the other party appears, it signifies the end of the whole affair. Du Tianxing soon learned of Du Jianying's capture. He was furious. They then led a group to the Wang family to cause trouble. But Wang Tianxiang had already followed his father's arrangements and made preparations. He spent a fortune to hire 2 grandmasters to fight Du Tianxing. Ultimately, Du Tianxing met the same fate as Du Jianying. He was bound and thrown into the storage room. Du Jianying still hoped his father would come to rescue him. But when he saw that Du Tianxing had also been arrested, his face immediately turned ugly. Father, how did you get arrested too? Du Tianxing saw Du Jianying and said, They found 2 martial arts grandmasters. I was no match for them. Son, are you all right? Has the Wang family mistreated you? Du Jianying shook his head. No. It's strange. They brought me here and feed me every day. They don't let me miss a meal. And they even found someone to treat my injuries. At first I thought it was because they were afraid of you, father. But now it seems I was wrong. Du Tianxing was stunned when he heard this. Logically speaking, since the Wang family had attacked their Green Dragon gang like this, they could not possibly treat them kindly. That does seem strange. Du Jianying asked, Father, what do you think their purpose is? After hesitating for a moment, Du Tianxing shook his head and said, I don't know either, but I'm sure their target is definitely not our Green Dragon gang, but someone else. Suddenly, Du Tianxing seemed to realize something. I know, their goal is very likely the sect leader. Du Jianying said, but this still doesn't explain why the Wang family, who arrested us, are treating us so well. Du Tianxing was also puzzled. Don't be afraid. The sect leader will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing about us. Wang Tianxiang continued to call Wang Jiwen. Dad, Du Tianxing has also been captured by the people we hired. What should we do next? Wang Jiwen asked. Have they come looking for you? Wang Tianxiang shook his head. No. Wang Jiwen hesitated. Shouldn't he make a move against that woman's son? It seems we have to take the initiative. Take some men and smash up the Immortal Healer's Hall. No, don't go there yourself. Find someone else to go. Remember, just smash things, don't hurt anyone. Wang Tianxiang couldn't hold back any longer. His father was not like this before. He was always decisive and efficient. But this time, he was so timid and hesitant. It's really strange. Dad, since we're going to deal with the Immortal Medicine Hall, why go through all that trouble? I can just send people directly. The Immortal Medicine Hall is backed by the Azure Dragon Gang, and the Du family father and son are now under our control. Wang Jiwen shouted into the phone, "Do whatever I tell you to do. Absolutely do not overstep the boundaries, understand?" Wang Tianxiang had never heard his father so angry before, so he immediately dared not say a word and replied, "I understand, Dad." After that, Wang Tianxiang sent people to smash up the Immortal Doctor's clinic. The news quickly reached Yinan's ears. After listening to Zhao Yuro's report on the phone, Yinan asked, "The Du family father and son have also been arrested?" Zhao Yuro nodded. "That's right." Yinan said, "Don't panic, I'll be in Shanghai right away." After hanging up the phone, if the richest man in Shanghai only targeted the Immortal Doctor Clinic, Yinan would absolutely not take any action. However, if they take action against the Du family father and son, then Yinan must intervene. Yinan had originally planned to wait until the water in the pool became increasingly murky before making his move, but now he could no longer wait. Yinan headed to Shanghai and then to the Wang family mansion. He already knew who had attacked the Du family. It was the richest man in Shanghai. The Immortal Doctor's clinic has no grudge against the Wang family, the richest family in the country. Therefore, the other party must be targeting Yinan. However, the Wang family, being the richest family in China, alone cannot cause any significant disturbances. But we can't wait any longer. Wang family mansion. Yinan arrived at the door and took action himself. Those guards were no match for Yinan and were quickly knocked to the ground. Then, Yinan walked into the building. According to intelligence, the Du family father and son are here. And on the top floor. After seeing Yinan below, Wang Tianxiang immediately dialed Wang Jiwen's number. "Dad, a young man has come to our Wang family building." Inside the Wang family's old residence, Wang Jiwen, who had been sitting, suddenly stood up. "They've arrived. The woman's son has finally arrived. Don't provoke him or cause any conflict. Bring him to me." Upon hearing this, Wang Tianxiang asked in confusion, "Why, Dad?" Wang Jiwen said, "Why say so much? Hurry up and bring him to me." Wang Tianxiang had no choice but to respond. "I just hung up the phone." Yinan kicked open the door to his office. Yinan walked in. Wang Tianxiang saw that the corridor behind him was full of Wang family bodyguards who had been beaten down. Where are the Du family father and son? Wang Tianxiang looked at Yinan, sizing him up. He couldn't see the other person's face clearly upstairs. But now, after looking Yinan up and down, he was stunned. He had initially thought the other party would be extraordinary, but now it seemed that the other party was just an ordinary person. What's there to be afraid of with someone like that? They can be easily manipulated. I don't know what his father was thinking. Wang Tianxiang decided not to carry out his father's orders and immediately said coldly, "Who exactly are you? Do you know the consequences of going against the Wang family?" Chapter 592. Do you really think others will let you go? Yinan coldly replied, "I don't know." Wang Tianxiang said coldly, "I'll let you know right now, people come here." Soon, the three grandmasters that Wang Tianxiang had previously brought out came out. Wang Tianxiang looked at the three men as they came out and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, help me take him down, and I'm willing to pay 30 million. Upon hearing this, the three of them glanced at Yinan. Then they were all stunned. He was just an ordinary person? One of them said with a smile, "Young Master Wang, he's just an ordinary person. We won't take any money. We'll help you deal with him." Wang Tianxiang laughed and said, "How can that be? You can go ahead and do your bidding. You'll definitely get your share of the money." Upon hearing this, the three laughed and said, "In that case, young Master Wang, how do you want him to die?" Wang Tianxiang smiled. He had thought Yinan would be very powerful, but after hearing what the three grandmasters said, it seemed that this person was not so great after all. "I'm going to make him suffer a terrible death." The three grandmasters watched as Yinan walked over. "Kid, We've taken your money and are doing this job. Now it's your death day, one of the grandmasters said, looking at Yi Nan. Then, he made a move in an instant, killing his way to Yi Nan's side. Yi Nan didn't move, he just glanced at the other party, and the grandmaster who rushed over immediately knelt on the ground. Die, Yi Nan whispered. The next second, the master's body then exploded. The remaining two grandmasters looked extremely grim. They didn't even see how Yi Nan made his move before their companion was killed. Immediately, both of them showed expressions of horror. They weren't fools. If they couldn't clearly see the strength their opponent was displaying, it meant this person was definitely beyond their capabilities. Becoming a martial arts grandmaster was no easy feat. They couldn't afford to lose their lives here. The two immediately turned and ran. But their fate was the same as the first person's. As soon as they turned around, their bodies exploded and turned into blood. Wang Tianxiang was so terrified that he didn't know what to say, his eyes fixed on Yi Nan. This person is very strong, even stronger than a martial arts grandmaster. Although Wang Tianxiang is not a martial arts practitioner, he understands martial arts. Especially after watching the battle between the two martial arts grandmasters they had previously brought and Du Tianxing. However, the strength they displayed was far inferior to that of the person in front of them. Yi Nan calmly looked at Wang Tianxiang and coldly asked, "Where are the Du family father and son?" Wang Tianxiang didn't dare to waste words. "In the storage room." Yi Nan said, "Take me there." Soon, the door to the storage room was opened. Then, Yi Nan went inside. Du Tianxing and Du Jianying were tied up, and they thought it was Wang Tianxiang's men who had come to deliver food. When they looked up, they saw Yi Nan and immediately wanted to kneel down. "Sectmaster." Yi Nan nodded. He then examined the two men's injuries, and, as he had guessed, they were not seriously injured. The fact that the Wang family went to such great lengths to deal with the Du family without harming anyone suggests that their target was him. If nothing unexpected happens, the person who was talking to that man in the National Humiliation Park is a member of the Wang family. Yi Nan reached out and untied the ropes binding Du Tianxing and Du Jianying, then handed each of them a pill. "After eating, let's go straight back to the Azure Dragon Gang." Du Tianxing and the other person nodded. Then, Yi Nan turned to look at Wang Tianxiang. "Lead the way." Wang Tianxiang dared not waste words. He had been in Shanghai for many years and had met many important figures. In his eyes, his father was already a very charismatic person. But in front of this person, he felt that his father was just a nobody. This person has such a strong presence. Yes. Soon, Wang Tianxiang drove Yi Nan to the Wang family's old house. There were hardly any people left in the entire house. The younger generation of the Wang family has all been sent abroad. Now, only Wang Jiwen and some Wang family servants who refused to leave remained present. Wang Tianxiang led Yi Nan into the Wang family's old house, and through an arched bridge, they saw Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen was dressed in a clean training uniform, standing with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for Yi Nan to arrive. Wang Tianxiang approached Wang Jiwen and said, "Dad, I've brought the person." Wang Jiwen nodded. "Go out. Take everyone else with you." Without saying a word, Wang Tianxiang turned and left. Only Yi Nan and Wang Jiwen remained in the entire house. Wang Jiwen looked at Yi Nan, sizing him up. These days, Wang Jiwen lives in constant agony, fearing that Yi Nan will appear and kill him. But now that he has seen Yi Nan in person, Wang Jiwen feels much more at ease and is no longer nervous. "You've arrived." Yi Nan asked, "Did you do the things at the National Humiliation Park?" Wang Jiwen nodded. "That's right." Yi Nan asked, "Why do you do this?" Wang Jiwen said, "There's no need for so many whys. Take your revenge and kill me." Immediately, Wang Jiwen closed his eyes, preparing to await death. But after waiting for a long time, they found that Yi Nan did not make a move. "Why don't you do it?" Yi Nan calmly said, "You want to take the fall and protect your Wang family, but do you really think others will let your family go?" Wang Jiwen's expression changed drastically. "What do you mean?" Yi Nan said, "Your descendants are all abroad now." Wang Jiwen clenched his fist tightly. He believed he had done everything perfectly. So how did the other party find out? "If I can find out, do you think the people behind you can't?" Yi Nan continued to ask. "To big shots, the lives of small people are no different from weeds. The simplest way to make you take the blame for this is to exterminate your Wang family and cut off all clues. Then I won't be able to find out anything. In other words, do you really think the people behind you will let your whole family go? Wang Jiwen's expression changed drastically. These past few days he's been thinking of sacrificing one person's life to ensure the safety of his entire family. I didn't think about it too deeply at all. But now, hearing Yinan's words, he realized that after his death, would those people really let the Wang family go? However, Wang Jiwen knew the power behind them, and that he could not be persuaded to doubt them by Yinan's few words. They were completely unaware, so what's the point of killing them? Yinan smiled and said, whether you know it or not is not up to you or me to decide, but up to the person behind you. Just like my mother sacrificed so much for the great Xia, yet she was still branded as a national disgrace. Wang Jiwen's heart trembled, and he felt even more uneasy at this moment. If nothing unexpected happens, by the time I get here, those people will have already begun purging your family. You can try calling your granddaughter in England, but if nothing unexpected happens, you can't get through now. After Yinan finished speaking calmly, he looked directly at Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen was worried because his granddaughter, Wang Wenwen, was his most beloved child. He took out his phone and dialed the number, but no one answered. Chapter 593 Death Curse. Wang Jiwen's face turned extremely ugly. He stared wide-eyed at his phone. Why is no one answering? Every time he calls his granddaughter, she answers immediately. Unless something happens to the other party. Wang Jiwen immediately called again. The result was the same as before. Yinan said, you can try having someone else fight. Wang Jiwen then called his grandson. The other party is in Singapore. It must be nighttime there right now. But his grandson often goes to bars, so he probably hasn't gone to sleep yet. The call didn't go through. At this moment, Wang Jiwen became truly anxious. Yinan calmly said, it seems they were faster, or perhaps they had already laid an ambush. As soon as I entered the Wang family, they made their move. Wang Jiwen was in a state of confusion. He turned to look at Yinan and said, I understand. You're the one who made the move. You want me to betray you. Let me tell you, that's absolutely impossible. Yinan laughed and said, in my eyes, you are like an ant. There is no need for me to make a move against you. It would be good if you could say something, but if you don't, it won't affect me at all. Yinan has been investigating this matter for a long time, and he is not in a hurry at all. If the other party is willing to talk, then they will. If they are not willing to talk, he can simply search their soul. But the soul search definitely doesn't provide as much information as the other party has. Wang Jiwen stared intently at Yinan, and finally, he sighed deeply. The person who attacked his Wang family members was definitely not this person. So, it must be the person behind him. He never expected that these people would be so ruthless. He was willing to die, but they still wouldn't let the Wang family go. Wang Jiwen looked at Yinan. Ask whatever you want to ask. Yinan asked, who's behind you? Wang Jiwen said, I have no one behind me. If I had to say who is behind me, it would be the chief physician of the National Medical Center. Yinan knew this person. He was the strongest person in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Yinan had targeted the traditional Chinese medicine clinic before, but they hadn't shown up, so it seems they already knew his identity. Yinan asked, where are the others? Wang Jiwen shook his head. No, everything I did was arranged by him. After saying this, Wang Jiwen knelt on the ground and pleaded, Yinan, please help me save my Wang family. Yinan looked at Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Wang Jiwen was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He was wondering whether Yinan believed what he said. His only goal today is to die, and he shouldered it all alone. No matter how eloquently Yinan speaks now, he would never betray those people. Compared to those people, Yinan is nothing. This scene is also part of Wang Jiwen's plan. Suddenly, Yinan smiled and walked up to Wang Jiwen. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Yinan saw through all of the other party's tricks. If the other party tells everything, Yinan will not perform a soul search. When Wang Jiwen saw Yinan approaching, he asked in alarm, what are you going to do? Yinan pointed a finger at Wang Jiwen's forehead. Instantly, the content in the other person's mind transformed into images and appeared in Yinan's mind. Yinan saw all of Wang Jiwen's arrangements. He also saw the conversation between the physician and Wang Jiwen. But besides these, there is nothing else. It seems that finding the healer will solve everything. Yinan stopped the soul-searching and withdrew his finger. Wang Jiwen's face turned deathly pale, and he began to breathe heavily. What did you do to me? Yinan said, if you don't resort to underhanded tactics, even if they want to kill your descendants, I will protect one of them. But now it's not necessary. Everyone in your Wang family must die. Wang Jiwen hadn't expected his thoughts to be seen through, so he stopped pretending. You think you can kill everyone in the Wang family? Yinan smiled and said, I think I can give it a try. Immediately, Yinan reached out his hand, and an invisible force enveloped Wang Jiwen's head. A powerful suction force appeared, and Wang Jiwen felt his blood begin to boil. At this moment, a drop of blood essence flew out from above and landed in Yinan's hand. Then, Yinan began to cast the spell. This is a death curse. It might be useless against martial arts masters, but it's a piece of cake against ordinary people. His body was glowing red. Slowly, the essence and blood in his palm began to evaporate. Die! With a soft shout from Yinan. Instantly, Wang Jiwen felt his body trembling, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground. His throat was blocked, making it difficult for him to breathe. What kind of tricks are these? Wang Jiwen spoke with difficulty. Then, I felt a raging fire burning inside my body. Just then, Wang Tianxiang rushed in from outside. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Jiwen initially thought Yinan had used a method that could kill remotely, but when he saw Wang Tianxiang still standing there unharmed, he realized something was wrong. He sneered. Yinan, it seems your methods aren't working. Yinan asked, is it possible that he isn't your son? Yinan was extremely confident in the spell he was casting. Anyone who has Wang Jiwen's blood in their veins is doomed to die. Then there is only one possibility. Wang Tianxiang is not Wang Jiwen's son. Simply put, Wang Tianxiang's mother cheated on Wang Jiwen. Wang Jiwen's face turned extremely ugly upon hearing Yinan's words. He naturally understood what Yinan was saying. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He began to recall the day his son was born, when everyone thought Wang Tianxiang didn't look like him. His wife said this was because Wang Jiwen was often not by her side. Wang Jiwen didn't think much of it. So many years have passed. I don't believe it. Yinan smiled, but didn't say anything. Whether the other person believes it or not is none of their business. Wang Jiwen reluctantly took out his phone and dialed his grandson's number. This little grandson was mentioned by his fourth wife. The other party is also his future successor. Wang Tianxiang is the next one, and his grandson is the one after that. As soon as the call connected, a pitiful cry came from the other end. Grandpa, I'm in so much pain. My body hurts so much. It feels like I'm on fire. At this moment, even if Wang Jiwen was stupid, he realized that something was wrong. At that moment, he was afraid. None of the people behind him are as terrifying as Yinan. Give me a child of my own flesh and blood, please. Yinan said, you have no chance. Wang Jiwen shouted, can you help me kill Wang Tianxiang? I'm willing to give you all of the Wang family's assets. With all his biological children dead, Wang Jiwen felt extremely distressed at the thought of the money ending up in Wang Tianxiang's hands. Yinan coldly said, kill you, and the entire Wang family will be mine. As for Wang Tianxiang, I won't kill him. Yinan gave Wang Jiwen a chance, but the other party didn't want it. Then don't blame him. No, Wang Jiwen roared. But it had no effect. His body turned into flames and burned fiercely. Chapter 594 Betting on the Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Soon, Wang Jiwen's body turned into a pile of ashes. Wang Tianxiang was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He finally understood why his father hadn't allowed him to lay a hand on this person. This person is simply a demon. Don't kill me. Yinan glanced back at Wang Tianxiang and said, don't worry, I won't kill you. But you'll have to use all of the Wang family's assets to save your life. Wang Tianxiang was in a dilemma. The Wang family's assets were astronomical, and he really couldn't bear to give up so much money. Yinan coldly replied. What? You're unwilling. Wang Tianxiang quickly replied. I'm willing. I'll give you the money right now. Yinan said, go and do one more thing for me. Wang Tianxiang quickly replied. Just give me your instructions. Yinan said, go to the National Medical Center and tell the physician about your father's death. Wang Tianxiang was unaware of the deeper implications and thought he was just going to report a message. Moreover, it was his idea to go to the physician. The physician was a good friend of his father, and if he could ask the physician to deal with Yinan, he would surely be able to kill him. Wang Tianxiang immediately agreed. Don't worry, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Yinan didn't say anything more and turned to leave the Wang family. The moment Yinan left, the old Wang family mansion behind him was instantly set ablaze. Yinan got into the car, the driver started the vehicle, and drove away with Yinan. On the bus, Yinan pondered what Wang Jiwen had said. The next target is that renowned physician at the National Medical Center. What level of existence was the doctor in the plan to kill his mother? If it were little Karami, even if Yinan went to find him now, it would be the same as killing Wang Jiwen. If it's a big fish, Wang Tianxiang will go to the medical master, who will definitely panic, and then there will be a good show to watch. Wang Tianxiang dared not disobey Yinan's orders and went to the National Medical Center immediately. But at that moment, he was stopped at the door. I need to find your medical master. Let him come out. The guards at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic naturally recognized Wang Tianxiang. In the past, they had never dared to offend him. But the physician has decreed that no member of the Wang family shall be seen. They could not disobey the physician's orders. Young Master Wang, the imperial physician, is in seclusion. Wang Tianxiang cursed. Seclusion? My father is already dead. How can he calmly go into seclusion? Get out of my way. I need to see the medical master. The guard at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic said, Young Master Wang, please don't make things difficult for us. The supreme physician said he will not see any members of the Wang family. Wang Tianxiang cursed. Get out of the way. After saying that, he was about to rush inside. The guards exchanged glances and then prepared to make their move. Wait. Inside the traditional Chinese medicine clinic, the revered physician slowly emerged. He stared at Wang Tianxiang expressionlessly and coldly. Upon seeing the newcomer, the guards immediately greeted him respectfully. Greetings, Your Excellency Physician. Wang Tianxiang looked at the physician and immediately exclaimed excitedly, Physician, you've finally come out. Then he cried out, Master Physician, my father has been murdered. Please help him avenge his father. The physician remained expressionless and coldly said, Come with me. The physician turned and left, with Wang Tianxiang following behind. They walked all the way to the physician's room. The physician had his back to Wang Tianxiang, who immediately knelt on the ground. My lord physician, a man named Yi Nen killed my father. You are my father's friend. I beg you to help him avenge his death. The physician turned around, looked down at Wang Tianxiang, and said coldly, When Yinan met your father, did your father mention my name? Wang Tianxiang recalled what happened at that time. He remained outside the door the whole time. He didn't hear much of their conversation, but he did hear the name medical master. I think I mentioned it before. The physician's expression turned grim, and his fists clenched tightly. That damned Wang Jiwen. Everything could have ended. They insisted on dragging him into this. Damn it. Based on his understanding of Wang Jiwen, he must be unwilling to be sacrificed, so he is preparing to drag someone down with him. If Yinan knew of his existence, he would definitely take action against him. I know I will definitely be abandoned and end up like Wang Jiwen. Damn it. If you're going to die, then die. Why drag me down with you? Wang Tianxiang didn't see the doctor's expression and was still pleading with him to help. My esteemed physician, my father has many friends, but the only one he knows is you. Please, you must help. The physician coldly replied. Fine, I'll make my move. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianxiang looked up with a broad smile. The next second, the physician reached out with his 5 fingers to grab Wang Tianxiang's head. Before the other party could say a word, there was a cracking sound. Wang Tianxiang's head was twisted off. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. The physician sat down in a chair and picked up his teacup. But his hands were trembling. I picked up my phone several times, then put it down again. Finally, he sent a text message. The message says I've been discovered. Soon, a text message came from the other end of the phone. Only one word. Die. The physician's expression turned extremely ugly. He slammed his phone to the ground, his expression shifting rapidly. Damn it. Wang Jiwen, if it weren't for me, you'd still be just an ordinary person. Why did you betray me? If you were dead, this would all be over. Why did you have to cause so much trouble? The physician was furious. He quickly calmed down. No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I have to fight back. If the people behind me won't help me, I have to take action myself. Isn't he just Yinan? If he were truly capable, he wouldn't have taken so long to investigate. I refuse to believe that with the connections I've built up over the years, it's not enough to suppress the other side. Thinking of this, the physician picked up the phone on the ground and contacted his friend. This time, he didn't want to face it alone. He wanted to bring the entire traditional Chinese medicine clinic into the picture. Zhongzhou. Yi Yumeng tried to contact Yi Yunxing for many days, but the phone was completely unreachable. This made Yi Yumeng extremely nervous. Could it be that the other party didn't want to talk to her anymore? After all, the god of war has his pride. Yi Yunxing was definitely unhappy after being humiliated by Yi Nan at the restaurant last time. Damn it, it's Yi Nan again. Yi Yumeng was very anxious. If she can't hook up with Yi Yunxing, who else can she hook up with? There's nobody here. Since I don't know anyone in Zhongzhou, I can only go to Shanghai or Longdu. She knew a few rich young men over there, and some of them had even pursued her before. But compared to Yi Yunxing, these people were worlds apart. These people all rely on their parents' fame to make a living, unlike Yi Yunxing, who became a war god purely on his own. So Yi Yumeng made all sorts of inquiries and finally found Yi Yunxing's house. Upon entering the house, Yi Yumeng was dumbfounded. The newly crowned god of war was living in such a simple room. Not only that, Yi Yumeng also saw Yi Yunxing's mother crying and sobbing. Chapter 595 is particularly tragic. The news that Yi Yunxing had been arrested and imprisoned had already reached his parents' ears. Once you go into that dark prison, you can forget about ever getting out. Yi Yunxing's parents were heartbroken. They feared they would never see their son again in this lifetime. But they only have one son. How should we handle the issue of continuing the family line? My son doesn't have a girlfriend yet. If so, that's fine. Just send your girlfriend to a dark cell and have her breed with someone. Is our family line really going to end? At this moment, Lai Meiyun, Yi Yunxing's mother, who had been crying, calmed down after seeing Yi Yumeng. Yi Yumeng introduced herself. Auntie, I'm Yunxing's classmate, Yi Yumeng. Lai Meiyun thought for a moment and remembered. My son does have such a classmate, but this classmate doesn't have a very good reputation with her. Why is she here? It's Yumeng. What brings you here? Yi Yumeng said. Auntie, I'm here to see Yunxing. I've been calling him for the past few days, but he hasn't answered. Has the combat department been quite busy lately? Lai Meiyun would never tell Yi Yumeng the truth about her son. It would be so embarrassing if word got out. He's quite busy. How did you manage to get in touch with him? Yi Yumeng smiled and said, We met by chance and exchanged contact information. We had a good chat. Lai Meiyun was stunned. Was that really true? Yi Yumeng continued. Auntie, can you get in touch with Yunxing? Lai Meiyun stammered. I guess so. Yi Yumeng's eyes lit up. I offended Yunxing before, and he's ignoring me now. Auntie, can you help me get in touch with him? Lai Meiyun stared at Yi Yumeng. Why did you suddenly contact him? Yi Yumeng smiled and said, I want to be Yunxing's girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lai Meiyun's eyes lit up. She was just worrying about the family lineage, and then this person who could solve the problem appeared. You really want to become Yunxing's girlfriend? Yi Yumeng nodded. That's right. If we can win over Yi Yunxing's parents, then we can win over Yi Yunxing. I am willing to do anything for Yunxing. Auntie, please don't doubt my determination. Lai Meiyun's heart pounded wildly. Are you telling the truth? Yi Yumeng nodded. Of course it's true. Although I haven't seen Yunxing for many years, the last time I saw him, I felt that I had fallen deeply in love with him. Lai Meiyun asked, So, do you know about his situation? Lai Meiyun was talking about Yi Yunxing being arrested and imprisoned in a black jail. However, Yi Yumeng thought it was about Yi Yunxing becoming the god of war, so she immediately smiled and said, Of course I know. Lai Meiyun asked again, Do you still like Yunxing like this? Yi Yumeng said, I like it very much. She only likes Yi Yunxing because he is a newly promoted god of war. If he didn't have such a status, she wouldn't even glance at him. Lai Meiyun smiled and said, Okay, then I'll take you to find Yunxing tonight. As long as you bribe the guards in the dungeon, You can send someone in. The son made a big mistake, but it's still possible to leave a lineage. Yi Yaman got excited. She was about to see Yi Yunxing, and she was quite happy. But why did they have to go at night? But nighttime is also good. Under the cover of darkness, you can take advantage of the situation and win her over directly. Good night. Lai Meiyin in the car. Yi Yumeng wore a pink dress, and the clothes she wore underneath were very sexy, which she had carefully selected. She believed that Yi Yunxing would be incredibly excited and unable to control himself if he saw her. "Auntie, I'm here," Yi Yumeng shouted with a smile. Lai Meiyin said, "Okay, let's go." After the vehicle left, it headed to the War Department's black prison. Yi Yumeng fantasizes about meeting Yi Yunxing. When Yi Yumeng arrived at the black prison, she was stunned. Shouldn't she be in the War Department's office hall right now? Why was she in the black prison? This place is dark and gloomy, and it's full of criminals. She quickly realized that Yi Yunxing was probably dealing with matters in the dark prison these past few days and couldn't get away, so they could only meet here. Lai Meiyin opened the car window, and the guards from the dark prison outside approached and asked, "What are you going to do?" Lai Meiyin took out the money in a paper bag, which contained about 100,000 yuan. "Please make an exception, brother." Seeing this, the prison guard took the money and opened the door. "Hurry up." The vehicle drove into the black jail. Afterwards, Lai Meiyun and Yi Yumeng got out of the car and headed to the place where Yi Yunxing was being held. At this moment, Yi Yumeng realized that something was wrong. The place the two of them went to was clearly where prisoners lived. So how could Yi Yunxing be there? Even if you're going to work here, you should still be in the office. "Auntie, where are we going now?" Lai Meiyun smiled and said, "Go find Yunxing." Upon hearing this, Yi Yumeng felt relieved. Her aunt probably wouldn't lie to her, and there was no reason for her to lie to her. The two entered the dark cell. There were prison cells everywhere, housing criminals. Those who are imprisoned in the black jail are basically the most heinous criminals. The criminals, who were all listless before, practically popped their eyes out when they saw Yi Yumeng. "Woman, it's a woman." A criminal rushed over, grabbed the cell door, shook it violently, and made indecent gestures. The other criminals, though not as indecent, were no better. Their eyes were filled with burning desire. In short, in the minds of these criminals, Yi Yumeng's fate was particularly tragic. Yi Yumeng was initially very scared, but then she remembered that Yi Yunxing was the god of war. She immediately said coldly, "What are you looking at? My boyfriend is a newly crowned war god. Believe me or not, I'll have him gouge your eyes out." Upon hearing this, the criminals all retreated in fear. Yi Yumeng was very satisfied with the result. Soon, Lai Meiyun and Yi Yumeng arrived at a prison cell. Inside the cell, Yi Yunxing huddled in a corner, his eyes glazed over. These days, because he impersonated the god of war, he has been imprisoned here, never seeing the sun, and enduring all kinds of inhuman torture. The thought of spending the rest of his life in the dark prison was unbearable for Yi Yunxing, and he had already contemplated suicide several times. But in the end, they all chickened out. Also, he's craving women, and if he doesn't release his pent-up desires, his joints will become stiff. At that moment, he heard footsteps and shrank back in fright. When Lai Meiyun saw her son, she was heartbroken and called out, "Yunxing! Yunxing!" Upon hearing the voice, Yi Yunxing thought he must be hallucinating, actually hearing his mother's voice here. It is said that people will experience hallucinations when they are about to die. Is he going to die? "Son, what are you standing there for? Mom has come to see you." Lai Meiyun continued. Yi Yunxing then realized that this was not an illusion, but real. He turned his head and saw Lai Meiyun. He immediately rushed over and said, "Mom, you're here. Please save me. I don't want to die." Chapter 596 The Dark Prison at Midnight. Lai Meiyun looked at her son, who seemed to have lost more than 10 pounds, and felt so heartbroken that she didn't know what to say. She also desperately wanted to rescue her son. But my son committed a capital offense. She has nothing left to give her son. Now all she can do is leave a seed for the family. "Yunxing, Mom can't save you." Then she changed the subject, saying, "Look who Mom brought." As they were talking, Yi Yunxing turned his head and saw Yi Yumeng. A feeling of disgust welled up inside me instantly. It can be said that he owes his success to Yi Yumeng. If it weren't for Yi Yumeng, he would still be a soldier living a peaceful life. "What are you doing here?" Yi Yumeng was also dumbfounded. Why was Yi Yunqing dressed like this? He looked like a criminal. Even when it comes to cosplay, there's no need to take it so seriously. Yunqing, I've come to find you. What were you doing in the dark prison? Yi Yunqing cursed. What do you think I was doing in that dark cell? I was fucking cosplaying. Lai Meiyun was a little confused by the conversation between the two. What was going on? Aren't these two in a romantic relationship? Yunqing, isn't Yumeng your girlfriend? Yi Yunqing said, she's nothing. I hate her the most. Mom, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this state now. You could say that I am where I am today because of her. Upon hearing this, Lai Meiyun was furious. Yi Yumeng was even more confused. What did that mean? How did she harm Yi Yunqing? How come she didn't know anything about it? Yunqing, what do you mean by that? Yi Yunqing angrily retorted. What do you think? That man named Yi Nen is the real newly crowned god of war. You made me pretend to be the god of war in front of him, which is why I was imprisoned in the dark dungeon. What? Yi Yumeng was stunned, as if struck by lightning, and could barely stand. Is Yi Nen a war god? Isn't Yi Yunqing? This must be a joke. Yi Nen is someone who can't even pass a political background check, so how could he become a war god? Soon, Yi Yumeng realized that Yi Yunqing must be rejecting her, which was why he put on such a show. Yunqing, you must be joking with me. Yi Yumeng stepped forward and grabbed Yi Yunqing's hand. Who the hell wants to joke with you? Yi Yunqing cursed angrily, trying to shake off Yi Yumeng's hand. But once he touched its softness, Yi Yunqing didn't want to let go. This feeling is really great. At the same time, a bold idea popped into Yi Yunqing's mind. Anyway, he's going to spend the rest of his life in that dark prison. He'll never get out, and he'll never see another woman again. He had to find a way to take advantage of this woman who had come to him for himself. Yi Yunqing sneered. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Yi Yumeng sensed something was wrong and tried to pull her hand back. But her hand seemed to be clamped in a pair of pliers, and she couldn't move it at all. You let me go. Knowing that Yi Yunqing was not the newly crowned god of war, Yi Yumeng felt nauseous and wanted to vomit whenever she saw him holding her hand. Yi Yunqing sneered. I'll make you pay the price. Then, he looked at Lai Meiyun and said, Mom, open the door for me. I'm going to do her here. Lai Meiyun's original intention was to have Yi Yunqing's child, so she naturally had the prison key in her possession. Without saying a word, she opened the cage. Yi Yunqing grabbed Yi Yumeng and pulled her inside, tearing at her clothes. You wretched woman, you've ruined my life so badly. I'll make you pay. Yi Yumeng was no match for Yi Yunqing. She tried to resist, but she was completely unable to fight back and was pinned to the ground. No, Yunqing, this is a crime. I'm a member of the Dragon Group. Yi Yunqing laughed wildly. I don't care who you are. Even if you're a member of the Dragon Group, or even if your Dragon Group leader comes, as long as she's a woman, I'll do whatever I want. Click. Yi Yumeng's outer garment was torn open, revealing the sexy clothes she had deliberately worn earlier. Yi Yunqing was instantly excited. You're such a slut, wearing clothes like that underneath. Lai Meiyun pretended not to see anything and turned her back. 10 minutes later, Yi Yunqing stood up, feeling extremely comfortable. He got his revenge, and he felt great. Yi Yumeng lay on the ground, sobbing softly. She never imagined that her first time would be in this dark prison, and it was taken by these ants. I will never let you go, Yi Yunqing. I will make you die, and your family will die too. Yi Yumeng looked at Yi Yunqing and said through gritted teeth, each word distinct. Yi Yunqing squatted down and slapped Yi Yumeng across the face. You bitch, you want me dead? You just wait. Yi Yunqing grabbed Yi Yumeng's ankle and dragged her out of the cell like a dead dog. Right now, the erotic scene was witnessed by the other criminals. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. The time criminals spend in the black jail varies, but the shortest is at least a year. Here, you can't see any men, let alone women. Seeing such a beautiful woman now, everyone is extremely excited. Noticing the piercing gazes from those around her, Yi Yumeng snapped. You bunch of ants, don't look at me. Look at me again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Yi Yunqing kicked Yi Yumeng. Yi Yumeng felt excruciating pain and curled up on the ground. Yi Yunqing looked around at the prisoners in the cells, a smile on his face. Brothers, I bet you're all getting bored out of your minds here. Today, I've prepared a feast for you. Now, I'll open the cell door for you. The criminal's eyes were sharp and piercing. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuming could hardly imagine the torture she would suffer if she fell into the hands of these criminals. She cried out in a panic. Yi Yunxing, you can't do this. I won't kill you. I won't kill your family. Please spare me. Yi Yunxing said coldly. It's over, you bitch. Clang, clang. One by one, the doors to the prisoners' cells were opened, and then they walked out with sinister smiles, scrutinizing Yi Yuming one by one. Then they pounced on him like wolves and tigers. A dozen or so people completely surrounded Yi Yuming. No, Yi Yuming screamed. But nobody paid any attention to her. Yi Yunxing stood aside watching the show. You bitch, you fucking ruined me. You're going to die. Yi Yuming couldn't struggle. She lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Yi Yuming considered herself a favored daughter of heaven, but now she was being treated like this, bullied by a bunch of ants. She recalled Yi Yunxing's words. Yi Nin was the true god of war. Yi Nin is actually the newly crowned god of war. But why didn't he say so? No, he said it was Yi Yuming who didn't believe him. It's not that Yi Yuming doesn't believe it, but rather that Yi Nin is someone who can't even pass a political background check, so who would think he's a newly crowned war god? If she had trusted Yi Nin back then, she wouldn't be in this situation now. It was all her fault. No, it's not her fault, it's Yi Nin's fault. She brought Yi Nin the god of war medicine. If Yi Nin had readily accepted the medicine back then, none of what happened afterward would have occurred. She would not have met Yi Yunxing, and the subsequent events would not have occurred. Then none of this would have happened. It's all Yi Nin's fault. Why didn't you readily accept the god of war medicine? The hatred in Yi Yuming's eyes was almost tangible. You wait. Yi Nin, I will make you pay the price. And the next day, Zhongzhou Maternity Hospital. Yi Nin brought Su Wanfeng for a prenatal checkup. Chapter 597 Killing the Medical Master. The obstetrician personally escorted the two away. Mr. Su, your baby is exceptionally healthy. Su Wanfeng beamed with joy after hearing the doctor's words. Yi Nin, who was standing to the side, already knew that the child was perfectly healthy, but when she heard the doctor say this, a smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Su Wanfeng said to the doctor. The doctor smiled and said, your next prenatal checkup is in a month, so be sure to come on time. Su Wanfeng nodded. The two walked out of the hospital. Su Wanfeng said happily, Xiaonan, thank you for accompanying me to my prenatal checkup. Yi Nin said, the child in your belly is mine too. There's no need to thank me. I'll come with you next time. Su Wanfeng refused, saying, I can come by myself next time. It's already very kind of you to come with me once. I know you're very busy. Yi Nin reached out and gently stroked Su Wanfeng's nose. Silly child, I'll never be busy with anything that concerns you, but I do need to go out for a few days. Su Wanfeng asked, about the matter in Shanghai? Yi Nin nodded. That's right. Su Wanfeng smiled and said, go ahead and do your work. I'll be waiting for you at home. Yi Nin nodded with a smile. The female secretary, Ting Ting, drove up to the two of them. Su Wanfeng opened the car door. I'm going home first. Yi Nin waved. The Mercedes quickly drove away, disappearing into a black shadow. Just then, Yi Nin's phone rang. It was Mu Yue calling. Sect Master. The physician has already taken action. Many martial arts masters are currently heading to Shanghai. Yi Nin said, I understand. Book me a plane ticket. After hanging up the phone, Yi Nin narrowed his eyes. I hope the physician won't let him down. Yi Nin no longer expects to get any more useful information from these people. Kill one renowned physician, and then involve another person. Traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Inside the physician's office. The physician sat upright in the main seat. Several people were sitting on either side of him. These people were all martial arts masters invited by the physician to provide assistance. The physician smiled and said, thank you all for helping our National Medical Hall solve this problem. I promise you that after it is done, each of you will receive an 8th grade pill. Upon hearing this, everyone's gazes turned fervent. Level 8 elixir. These are all precious things to them. At this moment, an old man smiled and said, Master Physician, may I ask who you have invited us to deal with? The others also looked at the physician, as they were also very curious about the matter. There were 7 people present. Each and every one of them is a martial arts master. They weren't worried about being unable to defeat the people they were dealing with. After all, so many grandmasters were involved. They were simply curious about who this person was that warranted such a large-scale operation from the Supreme Physician. In their eyes, the Supreme Physician was incredibly powerful and had an extraordinary background, so almost no one dared to provoke him. People have doubts, so we must find out the truth now. The physician smiled slightly. He's just a piece of trash. He naturally couldn't reveal Yinan's true identity. It wouldn't be good to scare these people away. In fact, the medical master felt that relying on these people to kill Yinan was not enough. He didn't know Yinan's true strength, but he was not someone these people could deal with. Moreover, the true trump card of the medical master is not them. It was someone else. He sent someone to invite the other party. That person only said he would come, but did not take any actual action. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Someone asked, "Master Physician, where is that person? We'll go find him right now." The physician said, "No rush, let's wait for him to arrive." He hoped Yinan wouldn't come. During this period, all your expenses will be covered by our traditional Chinese medicine clinic. You may use any medicinal materials below grade 7 as you wish, but you may only use them on the spot and absolutely cannot take them away. Upon hearing this, everyone's gazes turned fervent. Use on the spot. This old man really went all out this time. Level 7 medicinal herbs are not cheap. If there were no limits on usage, they would make a fortune. Soon, some people realized something was wrong. If the doctor was being so generous, then the person he was going to deal with must be no ordinary person. But they quickly dismissed the idea. With so many people working together, how could they not take down one person? Moreover, the person the other party wanted to kill was the healer. Even the most revered physicians aren't afraid. What do they have to be afraid of? "Thank you, physician." Everyone stood up and expressed their gratitude. The physician smiled and said, "Everyone is free to move around now." Soon, the masters went out. The physician's expression gradually darkened, and then his trusted aide entered. "My lord, there's still no sign of the person you invited arriving." The physician asked. "He said he would take action?" The confidant said. "He said he would take action." The physician breathed a sigh of relief. If he says he'll take action, he definitely will. Don't worry about it. By the way, keep an eye on those people from earlier. Record what medicinal herbs they used. We'll settle accounts with them later. Also, you absolutely cannot let them find you." The trusted aide nodded. "Yes, sir." The physician waved his hand. "Go out." The confidant walked out the door, and the physician returned to his original seat, took out an old-fashioned cell phone, and tried several times to dial a number. But in the end, he held back and instead crushed the phone. He absolutely must not contact the people behind him. Making this call will definitely bring you a lot of trouble. Let's just leave it at that. Of course, he might not necessarily die. Once that person takes action, the whole problem can be easily solved. Soon, Yinan arrived in Shanghai. He arrived at the Qinglong building. Upon seeing Yinan, Du Tianxing immediately bowed and said, "Sect Master, you've arrived." Yinan asked, "Is your injury healed?" Du Tianxing stretched his limbs. "All done." Yinan said, "Then come with me to the National Medical Center. Send a challenge letter to the medical master, telling him that I will be there tonight." Du Tianxing quickly replied, "Yes, Sect Master." A challenge was quickly delivered to the National Medical Center through members of the Green Dragon Gang. After reading it, the physician narrowed his eyes. "Are they coming so soon? Give the order. No one will remain in the National Medical Center tonight. Everyone must leave before nightfall." "Yes. Tell those who came to help me to prepare to face the enemy." It was just getting dark. The doctors in the traditional Chinese medicine clinic all left. Inside the compound, the physician sat in a chair. The other martial arts masters sat on either side, quietly waiting for Yinan to appear. At first, the doctor was quite nervous, but gradually, he stopped being nervous at all. More than 2 hours have passed, and Yinan still hasn't arrived. Could it be that they're not coming? Several grandmasters around burst into laughter. "Master Physician, that person isn't coming, is he?" "Yes, we've been waiting for so long." The physician smiled and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Yinan is nothing special after all. It's just that it screams fiercely." And just then, with a loud bang, the main gate of the traditional Chinese medicine clinic was instantly reduced to dust. Chapter 598: The Collapse of the Medical Path. The smiles that had just appeared on the faces of the physician and others vanished instantly. All eyes were focused on the gate, and everyone squinted their eyes. Yinan walked in from the doorway with his hands behind his back, leading Du Tianxing and the others in. The physician's gaze instantly fell on Yinan. He had met Du Tianxing before, but he didn't know Yinan. This must be that woman's son. It looks very ordinary. There is nothing outstanding about it. Although the healer is not a martial artist, he has seen many martial arts masters. Having seen many people, one can naturally discern their strengths and weaknesses. Yinan looked very ordinary, with no signs of martial prowess. We can conclude that the opponent is weak. The physician breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought the other party would be some kind of unparalleled expert. I never expected him to be such a nobody. Then he glanced at the others behind Yinan. Du Tianxing is a grandmaster of martial arts, while the others are at most grandmasters. There was no one else besides these people. The physician was very curious. How dare the other party bring such a small group of people to cause trouble at the National Medical Center? However, the physician would not underestimate Yinan. He knew very well what kind of person Wang Jiwen was. When he was in a desperate situation, he would fight with all his might and must have invited many experts. But even so, Yinan still won. Then the other side must have some other tricks up their sleeve. There seemed to be a lot of people here, but there must be other helpers as well. Those people were either hiding nearby or on their way. The physician will not take this lightly. How dare you? This is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. What business do you have barging in here without permission? Beside the physician, his trusted confidant stepped forward and angrily rebuked Yinan. Yinan didn't speak, but instead faced the physician directly. Du Tianxing took a step forward, ignoring the physician's confidence, and instead swept his gaze over the others around him. Today, we are here only to kill the physician. All irrelevant people, leave immediately or die. The word death was uttered. The martial arts masters around them couldn't sit still any longer. They naturally recognized the cultivation levels of Yinan and his companions. They had been feeling uneasy, thinking that the other party was a master, but they didn't expect that the strongest person was just a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, their auras weren't particularly strong. They were all seasoned martial arts masters, and if they joined forces, killing a martial arts grandmaster would be extremely easy. One of the middle-aged men stood up and accused Du Tianxing. How dare you say such things when you have only recently broken through to the grandmaster level? Who gave you the courage? That's right, Du Tianxing coldly said. From what you're saying, you're not planning to leave? You want to live and die with the physician? The middle-aged man sneered. Live and die together? It's not that bad yet. Today, only you will die. Du Tianxing coldly said. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Du Tianxing made his move immediately, taking a step forward. In an instant, a powerful aura was released. These people aren't that difficult to deal with. They're far inferior to the people Wang Jiwen brought in. The martial arts masters also took action, stepping forward and suppressing the surroundings with their auras. The two sides clashed. Du Tianxing was a grandmaster of martial arts, and he could easily handle the middle-aged man, who was also a grandmaster of martial arts. Boom! Du Tianxing threw a punch, knocking the middle-aged man back. The middle-aged man's blood was boiling. He gritted his teeth and said to the other grandmasters behind him, "Attack together and kill him." Other masters also stepped forward. He stepped forward to fight Du Tianxing. At this moment, Yinan's gaze remained fixed on the physician. The physician was also scrutinizing Yinan. For a long time, the physician finally spoke. Between you and me, how about we keep to ourselves and not interfere with each other? He felt that Yinan definitely had more than just these trump cards. The fact that the other party can remain so calm suggests they have even bigger trump cards up their sleeve. It's best to cease hostilities before things are clear. Of course, most importantly, his ultimate trump card has not yet been revealed. Otherwise, why would the physician be talking so much nonsense with Yinan? Yinan coldly asked, "Who exactly is behind you?" The physician didn't bother to hide it. "If you can't find out, then you should stop now. There are some people you can't afford to offend." Yinan said, "I want to hear his name." The physician smiled and said, "Young man, your mother is indeed very strong, but that doesn't mean you are strong enough." Yinan didn't speak, but took a step forward. Instantly, a powerful pressure was released. The men fighting alongside Du Tianxing instantly felt the pressure, and one by one, unable to withstand it, they all knelt on the ground. Du Tianxing was originally evenly matched with these people. He found an opportunity and threw a punch. The energy emanating from his fist surged forward. Several middle-aged men were hit and fell to the ground. Martial arts grandmaster. When the physician saw Yinan's methods, his pupils widened. This isn't right. This kid clearly didn't show any fluctuations just now. So how could he suddenly reveal such a powerful aura? Besides, this kid looks to be only 20 years old. No wonder he's that woman's son. However, he was not afraid. Because he has a trump card. As long as that person appears, all problems can be solved. You should know that person is among the top 10 on the dragon ranking. Yinan approached the physician, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Kneel down. The physician's body went out of control and he knelt on the ground, but he still refused to yield. I am the physician of the National Medical Hall. If you lay a hand on me, it will cause great chaos. Yinan said, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer them, I might let you die peacefully. The physician coldly said, knowing too much will not do you any good. Although I don't know why those people don't kill you. If you go too far, they will definitely take action. Yinan questioned, who are these people you're talking about? The physician was extremely nervous. If the person he had found did not appear, he would surely die today. And now he understands why Wang Jiwen mentioned his name when he died. I'm fucking dying, why bother with all that? We'll pull as many people as we can into this quagmire. However, the healer still has a chance to survive. He hasn't reached Wang Jiwen's level yet. For now, all he needs to do is stall for time. Moreover, he knew what Yinan wanted to know, and as long as he controlled the key information, the other party should not use assassins. You won't get any information out of me. Yinan coldly replied. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you? The physician laughed and said, then try it. I am the physician of the National Medical Hall, not a nobody. If you kill me, it will definitely cause a great upheaval. At that time, the entire medical system of the Great Xia will collapse because of it. The words had barely left his mouth. The physician saw a stream of blood drift past his eyes. By the time he realized what was happening, intense pain struck. Chapter 599 Huang Tianji. There was a severed arm on the ground. When the physician looked down again, he saw that his right hand had been severed at some point. The pain struck. The doctor roared in pain. The medical system of the Great Xia dynasty will not be in chaos. Only the National Medical Center will be. Yinan said coldly. The physician stared intently at Yinan. I won't say anything. Don't waste your energy. The words had barely left his mouth. The physician's other arm also fell to the ground. Yinan smiled and said, actually, I didn't expect to get any useful information from you. Whether you tell me or not is not important to me. I just want to torment you. If the physician won't tell us, then we'll investigate slowly. As I said before, the bigger the commotion, the more people will be involved. The more information, the easier it is to search. From this perspective, the life or death of the physician seems quite unimportant. With sufficient strength, the truth will eventually come to light. The physician looked at Yinan, his eyes revealing fear. This person is simply a devil. However, the more the other party acts this way, the more anxious they seem, and the less you should back down. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. The physician gritted his teeth and said, no matter how you torture me, I won't tell you. Just give up on that idea. Yinan laughed and said, you're wrong. Whether you tell me or not is not important to me. I just want you to feel despair and experience the pain of those you killed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinan attacked again, unleashing a palm strike. A snap. The healer's shoulder was split open. The intense pain gradually distorted the physician's expression. He endured the pain without uttering a word, knowing that once the person he was looking for appeared, that person would surely die. Yinan sneered. Are you waiting for someone to save you? The physician's expression changed instantly. He didn't know why Yinan would say such a thing. Could it be that his thoughts had been seen through? But since the other party already knows, why not run away? Perhaps this person has no idea who they are looking for. So, I'm not in a hurry to kill you. He knew that the physician's tough stance meant he wasn't just threatening him. The opponent definitely has more cards to play. Yinan was betting that the opponent's trump card might be those behind the scenes, which is why he didn't kill the doctor immediately. Then, Yinan picked up a broken piece of floor stone and handed it to the doctor. Eat it. The physician's eyes widened. He ate this stone. What difference was there between that and killing him? No, if you die, you really die, but eating stones won't kill you. Moreover, that person will definitely come. The healer lay on the ground, picked up a stone with his mouth, and began to gnaw on it. But he couldn't bite the hard rocks at all. All of their teeth were broken. Fresh blood flowed from his mouth. However, the physician continued to stuff the food into his mouth. The people around were utterly horrified. Just then, Yinan raised his head. It seems the healer's helper has arrived. Zzz. A dragon's roar resounded, and a cold light flashed like water. It descended from the sky and landed in front of Yinan. This is a long sword with a bluish-green light. Patterns are engraved on the blade. Those are dragon patterns. When everyone saw the long sword, their expressions changed slightly. Du Tianxing's eyes widened. This is the dragon sword. The one who ranks in the top 3 of the dragon list. Why is he here? Could it be an assistant sent by the physician? At this moment, the long sword was trembling rapidly. Then, a voice came out. Would you please release the physician? Hearing the sound, Yinan turned around and saw a figure walking out from the main gate. The man, who was in his 40s, dressed in linen clothes, walked in with a smile. When the physician saw the other person, the fear on his face completely disappeared, replaced by excitement. He stopped kneeling. With this person here, there's no need to die. This is a sword saint who ranks among the top 3 on the dragon ranking. Huang Tianji, the sword saint in hemp robes. His biggest trump card. He saved Huang Tianji's life back then. This established a personal relationship, and Huang Tianji said she could help the physician once. The physician had been saving this favor for himself, but he had no choice but to use it this time. Master Huang, you've finally arrived. The physician quickly replied. Huang Tianji nodded slightly, then looked at Yinan and said with a smile, could you consider what I said? Yinan looked Huang Tianji up and down. This person was quite strong. Although he was a martial arts grandmaster, he was much stronger than other grandmasters because he was a sword grandmaster. The grandmaster of Kendo surpasses any other grandmaster. At the same level of cultivation, a grandmaster of swordsmanship can be killed instantly. However, Yinan has nothing to fear. He looked away, his tone flat. What if I don't? Huang Tianji's smile remained unchanged. Your aura is restrained, and your moves are swift. I can tell that you are no weaker than me. He took half a step forward, causing a jolt in the air. I don't like making enemies, and I don't want to fight you, but the doctor saved my life back then, and I must repay that favor. He bowed slightly, his posture solemn. I'll let him go today. From now on, if you ever need me, as long as it's within the bounds of morality, I'll be at your beck and call. Is that all right? Yinan raised an eyebrow. Do you think I'd give you that kind of face? I'm not sure, but if you're going to take action, then I have no choice but to. Huang Tianji straightened up. I don't know the details of the feud between you, but I have to protect him this time. Upon hearing this, the physician became extremely anxious. He summoned Huang Tianji to deal with Yinan, not to waste time talking to Yinan. Brother Huang, this man broke into our traditional Chinese medicine clinic for no reason and tried to kill me. We have no enmity between us. You should kill him now. Huang Tianji coldly replied. If there's no grudge or enmity between you, he wouldn't come looking for you. Huang Tianji knew about the physician. Although he wasn't a good person, Huang Tianji had no choice because the other party had done him a favor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opposed Yinan. Yinan stared at Huang Tianji and had to admit that the other party's words showed that he was a decent person. But protecting the healer is impossible. After a long pause, he took 2 steps back and said, Then I'll do it. The physician, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, collapsed to the ground, panting, a sinister smile on his face. It would be good if they fought. If a fight breaks out, Yinan will surely die. He knew Huang Tianji well. His dragon sword swept across the entire field. The physician looked at Yinan again, a chill creeping into his eyes. You brat, just you wait. Once you're in my hands, I'll torture you mercilessly. I'm going to break your limbs one by one, so you'll suffer 10 times the pain I've inflicted. I'll make you wish you were dead. And at this moment, in the arena, the dragon's sword stuck in the ground trembled, then flew up and landed in Huang Tianji's hand. "Sir, I'm about to make my move." The words had barely left his mouth. Huang Tianji slashed at Yi Nan with his sword. A ripple-like surge of sword energy approached Yi Nan. Yi Nan stood still, golden aura emanating from his body. Chapter 600. You're acting at me. Yi Nan stood still, golden aura emanating from his body. Huang Tianji's eyes sharpened, and he gripped the Yulong sword, thrusting it straight at Yi Nan's face with a whistling sword wind. The blade gleamed with a cold, menacing light. Yi Nan remained calm and composed. With a wave of his hand, golden qi instantly condensed into a thick qi shield, precisely blocking in front of him. A sharp clang rang out, making one's eardrums vibrate. Sword energy flew in all directions, leaving several shallow scratches on the ground. Using the momentum, Huang Tianji flipped his wrist, and his long sword changed from a thrust to a slash. The tip of the sword cut through the wind with a sharp sound, and it slashed straight at Yi Nan's vital side. The attack was fast and ruthless. Du Tiansheng, who was watching from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes. The sect leader was able to withstand the fierce attacks of the top 3 on the dragon ranking so easily. His strength was far greater than he had imagined, exceeding his understanding. That's normal, though, since the sect leader could easily help him reach the level of a martial arts grandmaster. The sect leader must at least be at that level. The legendary supreme martial arts master. The physician, however, could not see the problem. He only saw that Huang Tianji's offensive was getting more and more intense. Yi Nan, however, only defended and did not attack. They were overjoyed. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brother Huang, strike while the iron is hot and kill him. You can use any of the medicines from our national medical clinic as you please." He felt that as long as Huang Tianji continued to act, Yi Nan would definitely not be able to hold out for much longer. Both of his attacks were easily blocked. Huang Tianji's face darkened, and her eyes became more serious. Just as he predicted, this young man was no ordinary person. He slammed his feet into the ground, instantly creating a spiderweb-like crack. His body shot into the air like a cannonball. He gripped his sword with both hands in midair, and his aura surged wildly towards the blade. The dragon's sword shimmered with light, vibrated rapidly, and hummed. Soon, a golden sword aura as thick as a bucket condensed. The sword energy, crackling with tiny sparks of electricity, slashed down fiercely towards Yi Nan with earth-shattering power. The physician was overjoyed and stared intently at the sword energy. This sword strike would have easily taken Yi Nan's life. Du Tianxing's heart was in his throat as he kept staring at the field, eager to see how the sect leader would handle this fatal blow. If it were him, he would have already knelt down the moment that sword was drawn. This is terrifying. They're both grandmasters, but the difference between them is just too great. Before the golden sword energy even landed, its chilling pressure caused the surrounding air to freeze. But what others see as a fatal blow. Yi Nan's expression remained unchanged, still calm. There wasn't a trace of tension on his face. He slowly raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers together, the tips slightly taut, a concentrated aura gathering at his fingertips. The next second, with a slight flick of his fingertips, a sword aura as thin as a hair, yet dazzlingly bright, suddenly burst forth. He went straight towards the golden sword energy. The two sword energies collided with a loud crash, but there was no earth-shattering explosion as expected. However, it stirred up a powerful airwave. It blew the surrounding pebbles flying everywhere. Huang Tianji's golden sword energy, as thick as a bucket, melted away at a visible speed, like ice and snow meeting the scorching sun. Yi Nan's slender sword energy remained completely unaffected, its momentum still swift, like a golden streak of light. He slashed straight at Huang Tianji, who hadn't even had time to react. Huang Tianji's pupils contracted sharply as he frantically tried to mobilize his internal strength to block, but he was simply too slow. The sword energy instantly pierced through his protective aura. With a thud, it struck him squarely in the chest. Huang Tianji let out a muffled groan. A stream of blood spurted out. Their lips were stained red. If you look closely, you will see a bloodstain on Huang Tianji's chest. The wound pierced through flesh and blood, severing bone. It was just a step away from the heart. The dragon's sword slipped from his hand. It fell to the ground with a thud. The sword's light dimmed instantly, and then countless cracks appeared. The dragon was completely shattered. The doctor's smile froze instantly. Then I was terrified. His body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't believe that his most reliable trump card had lost so decisively. Du Tianxing stood there stunned, unable to recover for a long time. With just a sword aura emitted from 2 fingers, he easily defeated Huang Tianji? This strength was far beyond his imagination. Could it be that the sect leader has truly reached that realm? Martial arts supreme. That's terrifying. If the previous sect leader had been at this level, Du Tianxing would not have been shocked at all. He had witnessed the old sect leader's strength firsthand. Given the old man's advanced age, it was quite normal for him to have become a supreme. However, the current sect leader is so young, which is against the rules. Even if one starts cultivating from a young age, becomes a martial arts master in their teens, and enters the realm of martial arts grandmaster in their 20s. This is already considered an absolute genius. A martial arts master in his 20s can no longer be described as a genius. This is simply divine. Yi Nin withdrew his finger, and the golden aura around his body dissipated. He glanced down at Huang Tianji on the ground. You lost. Are you convinced? He then looked at the paralyzed doctor, his eyes calm, as if he had just done something insignificant. At this moment, Huang Tianji on the ground moved, struggling to prop himself up, his chest already stained red with blood. He's actually in his 50s, but now he looks like he's 70. He looked up at Yi Nan, his eyes filled with dejection and gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, sir. Huang Tianji gasped for breath, his voice hoarse but clear. If you hadn't held back with that sword strike, I would be dead today. He tried to get up to bow, but the sharp pain pulled him back down, so he could only cup his hands in greeting to Yi Nan. Although Yi Nan's sword energy broke through his protective aura, it avoided vital points, clearly showing that he deliberately held back. Huang Tianji had roamed the martial arts world for many years, but he had never been so convinced of the opponent's strength. Yet the opponent did not pursue him to the bitter end, and this magnanimity filled him with respect. Huang Tianji took a breath and added, I will remember this kindness. Faced with his thanks, Yi Nin remained calm, his face expressionless. He merely glanced at him indifferently and said nothing. The renowned physician, who was not far away, witnessed this scene clearly and completely broke down. Huang Tianji had lost. With his last backer gone, given Yi Nan's strength, he was certain to die. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and suddenly an absurd idea popped into his head. Huang Tianji was just putting on an act. You have to understand that the other party is among the top 3 on the dragon ranking. How could someone like that not be a match for Yi Nan? No way. You're definitely acting against me. The healer suddenly scrambled to his feet, ignoring his injuries, and pointed at Huang Tianji, shouting hysterically, I saved your life. How could you treat me like this? Get up now and kill Yi Nan. Huang Tianji frowned, looking at the seemingly insane doctor with disgust in his eyes. I fought you fairly, and I was inferior in skill. I accepted my defeat willingly. Why should I put on an act for you? The physician wanted to continue his tirade, but Yi Nan had already turned around and walked towards him step by step. Yi Nan's steps were not fast, but he carried an invisible pressure that made the medical master freeze in place, unable to even utter a sound. Reaching the physician, Yi Nan stopped, his eyes suddenly turning cold, and demanded, Speak. Who's behind you? This is your last chance. If you don't speak, you die. Chapter 601 The Yi Family of Longdu. The physician watched Yi Nan approach step by step, a chill emanating from every bone in his body. His body trembled uncontrollably. He shrank back, and a few words escaped his throat. Even if you kill me, I will not utter a single word. That sounds very assertive. But in reality, the healer was terrified to the extreme. In fact, he had no idea who had attacked Yi Nan's mother. However, he was able to contact the other party, but before that, he had destroyed the only phone he could use to make the call. Now there's nothing left. Because he knew that if he really gave that phone to Yi Nan, those people behind the scenes would definitely make him suffer a terrible death. Their power was terrifying. But if he grits his teeth and doesn't say anything now, Yinan might still spare his life. Yinan glanced at his outwardly strong but inwardly weak demeanor, and the last bit of patience in her eyes vanished. The reason for keeping the physician is that they hope the other party will say something. If the other party doesn't say, then forget it. I gave you a chance. Now die. The physician's face turned as white as a sheet in an instant. He never expected Yinan to attack so suddenly. His earlier bravado vanished instantly, and he was filled with regret. He opened his mouth, about to beg for mercy. But Yinan's slap landed squarely on his head, right on the top of his head. Before the healer could even utter a sound, he collapsed to the ground, completely still. Yinan glanced down at the corpse on the ground, his expression unchanged. He just casually searched a soul. Just like he thought, this so-called medical master was a nobody. The only useful phone has been destroyed by this doctor. He figured he could keep investigating. He didn't believe they couldn't find anything. However, to ordinary people, the medical master is already a very powerful figure. However, in this matter concerning his mother, the healer was nothing more than an ant. Who exactly is the person behind that? Yinan stopped thinking about it and turned around to look at Huang Tianji, who was still sitting on the ground. As soon as Huang Tianji met his gaze, he quickly tried to get up, pushing himself up from the ground. The wound on his chest was pulled open, causing him to wince in pain, but he was still eager to explain, his tone urgent and sincere. Your Excellency, I really didn't mean to be your enemy. Back then, I was ambushed and almost died, but it was the physician who saved me. I have to repay that favor, so I had no choice but to help him. Yinan listened with a blank expression, his tone indifferent. No matter what your reason is, you still laid a hand on me. Huang Tianji knew there was no way to explain this. He didn't actually want to get involved, but that's just how he was. He immediately raised his hand, intending to chop at his own left arm. He cut off his own arm to both thank Yinan for sparing his life and to atone for the sin of taking action today. But as soon as he raised his hand, it was stopped by an invisible force, and he couldn't move it no matter what he did. He looked up at Yinan, his expression full of surprise. Your Excellency? No need for that. Yinan withdrew his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion, but carrying a hint of approval. Although you attacked me, you were upright and didn't resort to any underhanded tricks. I admire that. Yinan had met few people, but he had never seen anyone like the person in front of him before. You know, the people I've met before were all arrogant at first, but they only became afraid and begged for mercy after being beaten into submission. But Huang Tianji was different. From the very beginning, Yinan sensed what the other party was thinking. Huang Tianji was stunned for a moment, then realized that Yinan was going to let him go. He immediately ignored the pain in his chest and kowtowed twice to Yinan, his voice filled with gratitude. Thank you for your magnanimity. Get up, you can leave now, Yinan said calmly. But Huang Tianji didn't get up. Instead, he raised his head, his eyes full of pleading, and his tone extremely solemn. Your Excellency, I don't want to leave. I want to follow you. Yinan raised an eyebrow, remained silent, and waited for him to continue. Huang Tianji took a deep breath, his voice filled with excitement and longing. I saw it clearly in our fight just now. Your swordsmanship is simply divine, stronger than anyone I've ever seen in my life. I want to learn swordsmanship from you. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll be at your beck and call from now on. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. After listening, Yinan's tone remained calm, but with a hint of teasing. There are plenty of people who want to work for me, but with your current abilities, you're not qualified. Huang Tianji's heart sank instantly. What he said made sense. This person is very likely a supreme expert. Too many people want to follow the other side. Moreover, this person is so young, he must have a powerful background. Just as Huang Tianji was about to give up, he heard Yinan continue. However, I can take you in. Huang Tianji's disappointment was instantly replaced by ecstatic joy, and his voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Your Excellency. No, boss. Are you telling the truth? Yinan said. Do you think I would need to lie to you? Yinan doesn't casually hire people to do his bidding. This Huang Tianji is quite good. He can be put to use. Besides that, Yinan also had his own selfish motives. He wants to establish a new bamboo gate. He had been planning this for a long time. The new bamboo gate in Yangzhou has been established. He also plans to incorporate the Green Dragon Gang into the Bamboo Clan in the future. But whether it's the new Bamboo Gate or the Green Dragon Gang, the overall martial arts skills of the people inside were too poor. Then he would need many strong individuals to help him train disciples of the Bamboo Sect. Huang Tianji is an excellent candidate. Huang Tianji said, "Thank you, sir." Yinan tossed out a pill. "Eat this, and your body will recover." Huang Tianji swallowed the pill without any hesitation. Instantly, he felt his injuries healing. A warm current rushed into my stomach, and the pain in my chest quickly subsided. I felt energetic all over, even more comfortable than before I was injured. Yinan asked directly, "You have a close relationship with the physician. Have you ever heard him mention the person behind him?" Huang Tianji shook his head. "I only owe him a life-saving favor. We have no close relationship whatsoever, and as for his connections, I know nothing about them." Yinan didn't say anything more, but turned to look at Du Tianxing beside him and said without much fuss, "From now on, the National Medical Hall will be the Immortal Medical Hall. You send someone to clear out any irrelevant people in the hall. If anyone comes to cause trouble, come to me immediately." The traditional Chinese medicine clinic is a lucrative business, and the medical master is likely just the visible manager, with others behind the scenes. Now that Yinan has claimed this lucrative opportunity, those behind him should be getting restless. Du Tianxing was taken aback, then immediately bowed. "Your subordinate obeys." Du Tianxing turned and beckoned to his men. "Let's get started." His men responded and scattered. Footsteps and the sound of tidying up could be heard inside the building. Just then, Yinan's phone buzzed. When he answered, he heard Mu Yue say urgently, "Sect leader, someone is secretly investigating you." Yinan frowned. "Who is this person?" Mu Yue said, "The Yi family of Longdu." Chapter 602 Refusal to Return to the Family. The Yi family of Longdu? Yinan frowned, somewhat taken aback. Why is Longdu's family investigating him? He seems to have no connection with the Longdu family, nor has he ever been their enemy. His thoughts raced, his mind flashing back to his life trajectory over the past 20 years, from an orphan living under someone else's roof to the sect leader who now commands a powerful force, never having crossed paths with the top circles of Longdu. Could it be that the Yi family is related to the forces that destroyed my mother back then? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Yinan suppressed it. He never stopped investigating his mother's past. But nothing was found. Of course, he did not believe that those behind-the-scenes forces had not investigated him. It has definitely been checked. But he couldn't find those people. Those people had been hiding their tracks, but now they've suddenly stopped hiding, which is clearly suspicious. Or, the other party wasn't after his mother at all. Yinan muttered to himself, "What exactly is the Yi family of Longdu trying to do?" After a moment, he composed himself and asked the person on the other end of the phone, "What kind of entity is the Yi family of Longdu?" Mu Yue's voice was solemn. "Sect Master, the Yi family of Longdu is a top-tier existence among the 100 clans of Longdu. They have enormous power, and their industries are spread throughout the Great Xia. They are truly behemoths, ranked among the top of all clans." Yinan understood immediately. Indeed, they were a powerful and influential family with a deep foundation. He asked in a deep voice, "What did they investigate about me?" "They mainly investigated your past experiences, from your early whereabouts to the process of establishing the medical clinic and taking charge of the power. They investigated everything in great detail." Mu Yue paused and added, "However, their investigation methods are very covert. If our people in Longdu hadn't been so perceptive, they probably wouldn't have found out." Yinan's eyes turned cold. "Keep an eye on the Yi family in Longdu. Inform me immediately of any new developments." "Yes, Sect Master," Mu Yue replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Yinan fell into deep thought. He was certain that he had never met anyone related to the Yi family, and he couldn't understand why the Yi family was investigating him. Just then, the phone rang again. Yinan thought it was Mu Yue and reached out to answer it, but stopped after seeing the number. This is a completely unfamiliar number. The prefix indicates it originates from Longdu. Yinan's eyes darkened. He wouldn't answer a regular call from an unknown number, but considering Mu Yue's report, he pressed the answer button. "Hello." After a dozen seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, A deep, authoritative middle-aged male voice rang out. Yinan. Yinan stiffened slightly, feeling a strange familiarity with the voice, and asked, "Who are you?" There was another moment of silence from the other party. Then a sentence exploded in Yinan's ears like a thunderclap. "My name is Yi Qingtian, the head of the Yi family of the 100 clans of Dragon Capital. In addition, I have another identity, your father." Yinan's pupils contracted sharply, his fingers gripping the phone tightened abruptly, and his heart pounded wildly. Even with his resolute mind, he felt a pang of panic. Father? He actually had a father? Even though he had weathered countless storms over the years, and his mind had been tempered to the rock, he was still somewhat flustered by this sudden news. A father? He actually had a father? He had never heard from his father since he was a child, and always thought that his father had passed away. But now, the head of a top family in Longdu is claiming to be his father? After the initial shock came a deep sense of bewilderment. Yi Qingtian noticed his loss of composure and softened his tone. "I called today for no other reason than to catch up with you." Yinan calmed down and said, "Catch up? With me? Are we that close?" He had always thought his father was dead, so he never thought about his father's affairs. But now he knew that his father was not only alive, but also held a high position of power. This was unacceptable to Yinan. The fact that the other party was calling him now made Yinan even more annoyed. Back then, when he was wandering around, why didn't Yi Qingtian come looking for him? Why didn't Yi Qingtian intervene when his mother was facing a life-or-death crisis? Why did they suddenly appear? What are they up to? Yinan didn't think they meant any good. It would be impossible to say that Yinan harbored no resentment. "I suffered so much back then, and you didn't care or ask about it. Now you suddenly show up. What kind of person are you?" Yi Qingtian was silent for a moment, then said with a hint of weariness, "I am your father. We are the closest of people. I have been looking for you all these years, but I have not found you. I think about you day and night." Heh. Yinan let out a cold laugh. An ordinary young person might be moved, but Yinan had seen too much of the wickedness in people's hearts. He knew that for a family like the Yi family in Longdu, finding someone wouldn't be difficult at all. "It's not that I can't find it, it's that I don't want to look for it." The fact that they're contacting him suddenly means they need something from him, or they need him to do something for them. Yinan's eyes turned completely cold, and his tone was resolute. "I have no father, and you are not qualified to be my father." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a response, threw the phone on the table, and his chest heaved slightly. He turned to look at Huang Tianji beside him and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know the Yi family of Longdu?" Huang Tianji's pupils contracted, and he asked in shock, "Sect Master, are you related to the Yi family of Longdu?" Yinan shook his head, his tone calm. "I'm just asking you. What kind of existence is the Yi family of Longdu?" Huang Tianji composed himself and quickly said, "The Yi family of Longdu is extremely powerful. The 100 clans of Longdu are the top families in the Great Xia dynasty, and the Yi family is firmly among the top. They have people in all walks of life and have a great influence." Yinan nodded slightly and then asked, "Have you ever heard of the name Yi Qingtian?" Yi Qingtian? Huang Tianji's expression changed drastically. She gasped and her voice trembled. "I know him. He is the current head of the Yi family. He holds a high position and great power. Ordinary people can't even see him." Yinan's gaze deepened, and he continued to press. 20 years ago, where did the Yi family rank among the 100 clans of Longdu? 20 years ago, Huang Tianji thought for a moment and said, 20 years ago, the Yi family was the number one among the 100 clans of Longdu, far ahead of other families. Yinan was even more puzzled. If Yi Qingtian was his father, why didn't the Yi family intervene when his mother was in danger? Did the Yi family also get involved? This thought made his eyes turn cold. Huang Tianji knew quite a lot, but Yinan didn't press further. He hadn't known Huang Tianji for long and hadn't reached the point of complete trust. Yinan stood up. "You go with Du Tiansheng to the Azure Dragon Gang." "Yes, Sect Master." Huang Tianji quickly replied and followed Yinan out of the room. Yinan planned to go to the Immortal Medicine Clinic first and asked them to send people to support the National Medicine Clinic. The affairs of the Yi family in Longdu were strange, and he had to be prepared. Meanwhile, in Longdu, inside a quiet old house in Longdu, The blue bricks and gray tiles exude a simple and dignified charm. The old house is surrounded by tall buildings. This further highlights the special prestige of the old house. After all, in such a place where every inch of land is precious, how could capital possibly allow such a small house to exist? This is the old residence of the Yi family in Longdu. It is also the core of power in the entire Yi family. In the courtyard, a middle-aged man dressed in black stood with his hands behind his back, his face resolute, exuding the authority of a superior. He was Yi Qingtian, who had just called Yi Nan. At this moment, Yi Qingtian's face was extremely ugly, his eyes were cold, and he was gripping his phone tightly. "Useless," he muttered angrily, his voice filled with rage. "If the Yi family didn't need you right now, you'd never set foot in the Yi family's gates again. And you even dared to hang up on me. You're really courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man with gray hair walked in carrying a stack of documents. He was the head butler of the Yi family, and had served Yi Qingtian for many years. "Master, this is the information on Yi Nan that I have compiled." The head butler handed the documents to Yi Qingtian with a respectful tone. Yi Qingtian snorted coldly, took the document, and casually flipped through it. The head steward said from the side, "Master, I've taken a look. Yi Nan's resume is extremely ordinary. He only owns a clinic and a pharmaceutical company. This achievement may seem very impressive to ordinary people, but it's nothing to Yi family. To be honest, he has no right to return to the family." Yi Qingtian threw the documents on the stone table and said disdainfully, "If he were qualified, why would I need to look for him now? It's the Yi family that needs him now." The head butler remained silent, standing to the side with his head bowed. Yi Qingtian suppressed his anger. "Just now, I personally called to invite him, and he hung up on me immediately." "What?" The head butler looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Master, are you saying that Yi Nan has refused to return to the Yi family?" "That's right." Yi Qingtian nodded, his tone icy. The head butler's face darkened, and he roared, "Is he crazy? He's just an ant. What right does he have to refuse? His achievements are nothing in front of the Yi family. He's not even qualified to enter the gate." Yi Qingtian waved his hand, his eyes growing even colder. "I understand that. But the Yi family wants to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family to consolidate their power, and the Lin family also intends to form a marriage alliance with us. I only have one daughter. Although Yi Nan is an ant, he is at least my son on the surface. I can't let my brothers have this good opportunity. If they succeed, my power will be unstable in the future." He looked at the head steward and ordered, "Go to Yi Nan's city in person and invite him back. Tell him that if he returns, he will be given full status and resources. If he still refuses, bring him back by force. After all, I only want him." The head steward bowed and replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll set off immediately." Chapter 603, I Dare to Kill You. When the call connected, Mu Yue's voice was urgent and came through the receiver clearly. "I've almost finished investigating the Yi family's affairs." Yi Nan leaned back in his chair and listened to her continue. Yi Qingtian is now the undisputed head of the Yi family. His lawfully wedded wife gave birth to a daughter, and he also kept several concubines outside. He lived a very comfortable life. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan's face darkened. He had been searching for his mother, but she seemed to have forgotten everything. Perhaps sensing Yi Nan's emotions, Mu Yue paused for a moment. Yi Nan said, "Go on, I want to know more." Mu Yue's tone became more serious. "There's something that's very strange. Yi Qingtian is indeed powerful now, but more than 20 years ago, he was the most inconspicuous descendant of the Yi family. He was mediocre and in an awkward position. Nobody took him seriously. But after a certain period of time, he seemed to suddenly have a breakthrough, and his power climbed all the way up, firmly securing his position as the head of the family." Yi Nan frowned. "Approximately what time?" Mu Yue spoke. 20 years ago. This time period is quite intriguing. More than 20 years ago, his mother should have been by Yi Qingtian's side. Could it be that Yi Qingtian was supported by his mother? Yi Nan continued listening. Mu Yue continued, "But in recent years, the Yi family has declined somewhat. Of course, decline means that it is not as good as it used to be. For ordinary people, the Yi family is still a behemoth. Yinan squinted. When his mother was alive, the Yi family rose to prominence, but soon after she left, the Yi family began to decline. What exactly is the mother's identity that could transform an ordinary person in just a few years and elevate the Yi family to the forefront of the 100 clans of Longdu? Countless questions swirled in Yinan's mind, twisting into an unsolvable knot. There's something else. Mu Yue's voice pulled him back to reality. The Yi family of Longdu is going to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family. The Lin family is also one of the 100 clans of Longdu and is currently gaining momentum. The Yi family wants to unite with the Lin family, while the Lin family also wants to climb up the Yi family's big tree. Yinan asked, "Have you investigated the Lin family?" Mu Yue nodded. "I've investigated, Sect Master. The younger generation of the Lin family is weak, and all the young people are women. A marriage alliance? And the Lin family consists entirely of women?" Yinan raised his eyebrows slightly. What exactly is Yi Qingtian planning? Yi Qingtian didn't care that he had suffered so much in the first half of his life. Now that they've suddenly made a move, could it be that they want me to go back and solidify this marriage for the Yi family? The moment this thought crossed Yinan's mind, the fog before his eyes became clearer and clearer. Yi Qingtian must have this idea. Mu Yue said that Yi Qingtian only had one daughter, and the Lin family was also entirely composed of women. Therefore, if the Yi family wants to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family, the man must be from the Yi family. Everything became clear, and Yinan understood Yi Qingtian's thoughts. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door, and a staff member from the Immortal Medicine Clinic rushed in to report. "Mr. Yi, someone outside is requesting an audience." "I won't see you." Yinan didn't even look up, his tone indifferent. He had no time to deal with irrelevant people. The staff member hesitated for a moment, then said, "But that person said he had a special identity, and that he was a member of the Yi family." "People from the Yi family?" Yinan raised his eyes, a hint of interest flashing in them. He had just found out about Yi Qingtian's affairs when the Yi family came knocking on his door. What a coincidence. Who is this person who has come? The other party claimed to be a housekeeper. "Let him in." No sooner had he finished speaking than a rude commotion erupted outside the door, accompanied by several shouts of cursing. "Where's that kid, Yinan? Tell him to get out here right now." A loud and arrogant voice echoed in the Immortal Doctor's clinic. The head butler strode in, his face icy cold. "If he keeps hiding and doesn't come out, I'll tear this lousy place down and see where he can hide then. Yinan, come out quickly." The disciples of the Immortal Healer's Hall looked at each other, none of them daring to step forward and stop them. The newcomer was menacing, dressed in silk robes with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. He looked like someone you shouldn't mess with. With the addition of the phrase, Yi family, no one dared to provoke them easily. Yinan slowly stood up, a smile playing on his lips. The Yi family? He was even more impatient than he had imagined. He didn't return to the Yi family, so Yi Qingtian sent people over. Yinan walked out with steady steps. As soon as Yinan appeared, the head butler's gaze fell on him. The head butler glanced at him sideways, his chin slightly raised, his tone full of undisguised arrogance. "You are Yinan?" "It's me." Yinan's voice was calm and even. If it were anyone else, such an attitude wouldn't even warrant him stopping. But since the other party came from the Yi family, he was willing to have a chat with them. The head butler chuckled, stood with his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest even more, as if he represented some supreme being, exuding pride from head to toe. "I am the chief steward of Yi Qingtian, the head of the Yi family in Longdu. I am here today on the orders of the head of the family to summon you back to the Yi family." Yinan said, "I won't go with you." The head butler coldly replied, "Aren't you coming with me?" He paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping Yinan up and down with disdain. "Letting you return to the Yi family in Longdu is an immense blessing for you. Don't be ungrateful. Come with me now." Yinan's voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable chill. "What? You're going to make a move if I don't go?" The head butler laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. It took him a while to suppress his smile, and his eyes suddenly turned sinister. "If it weren't for the fact that you have the blood of the Yi family flowing in your veins, Someone like you who came from humble beginnings wouldn't even be qualified to set foot in the capital of the Great Xia dynasty, let alone enter the Yi family's gates. He stepped forward, his tone blatantly threatening. I've already investigated your background thoroughly. Don't think you're something special just because you've made a name for yourself outside. The Immortal Doctor's clinic is good, but in the eyes of the Yi family of Longdu, it's nothing. I don't want to waste any more words with you. I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving or not? Yinan had no interest in going to the Yi family. Since the other party was from Longdu, they should know about his mother. His gaze immediately darkened, and his voice was as cold as ice. How much do you know about my mother? Your mother? The head butler's contempt deepened. Don't change the subject. I don't want to mention that wretched woman. I'll ask you one more time. Are you leaving or not? If you're not leaving, I'll send someone to take you away. The words had barely left his mouth. Yinan slapped the head butler across the face. The head butler was sent flying, like a kite with a broken string, before finally landing on the ground. He coughed up blood and looked extremely disheveled. The head butler couldn't believe Yinan would actually hit him. He pointed at Yinan and said, You dare to hit me? Yinan said viciously, I dare to kill you too. Chapter 6:0 For the Only Weakness. The head butler was so enraged by Yinan's anger that he took a half step back. He was furious and wanted to kill him. How dare Yinan say such a thing? He immediately roared at the men he had brought with him. Get him. What are you all standing there for? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Hurry up and cripple this arrogant bastard. The head steward wasn't afraid of crippling Yinan. As far as the family head was concerned, as long as Yinan returned to the Yi family alive, that was enough. Upon hearing this, the group immediately pounced on Yinan, their fists and feet flying as they charged straight at him. Before they could get close, the guards of the Immortal Medicine Hall moved swiftly and silently blocked their way. Most of the guards at the Immortal Healer's Clinic are from the Green Dragon Gang. Each of them possesses considerable strength. However, Ye's subordinates were unaware of this and completely disregarded these people. A bunch of ants, trying to stop us. You're just a bunch of wage earners. We won't make things difficult for you, and you don't need to risk your lives for such a small amount of money. Get out of here, the head butler's subordinate sneered. Why all the nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight, the guard at the Immortal Healer's Hall said coldly. You're asking for death. The Yi family cursed, and they immediately attacked. There was no further fighting, only a few muffled thuds. The people brought by the head steward collapsed to the ground one by one. The men who were so smug just moments ago are now lying on the ground. His body was unable to move. I didn't even have the strength to breathe. It's no different from a dead dog. The head butler's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. He brought only carefully selected experts from the Yi family. So how come they couldn't even defeat the people around Yinan? Yinan's gaze fell on him, devoid of any warmth. That look sent a chill down the head butler's spine. The threat that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back. This kid is a bit strange. It's best not to offend him easily. He forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly. You're openly going against the Yi family. To oppose. Yinan's voice was indifferent. Don't even mention you. Even if Yi Qingtian came in person, it wouldn't make a difference. The head butler's face turned ashen, and he uttered a harsh threat. You just wait. I will never let you go. I won't kill you. Yinan interrupted him, his tone completely calm. Go back and tell Yi Qingtian that if he wants to see me, he should come to me himself. The head steward dared not say another word. He glanced at his subordinates on the ground, trembling with rage. These good-for-nothings had made him lose all face. Get up, all of you. The group didn't dare to say a word, got up from the ground, and then slunk away from the Immortal Doctor's clinic with their men. The moment the head steward stepped out of the Immortal Healer's clinic, his suppressed rage erupted. His chest heaved violently as he gritted his teeth and said, Yinan, I will definitely kill you. The most important thing right now is to tell the head of the family everything here. Getting revenge on Yinan is simple. Just wait until the marriage alliance between the Yi and Lin families ends. Yinan would lose all his value, and then he would be at Yinan's mercy. The head butler took out his phone, dialed Yi Qingtian's number, and quickly recounted the events that had occurred at the Immortal Doctor's clinic without missing a single detail. He even mentioned that the men he brought with him were easily defeated. Finally, he also mentioned Yi Nan's tough stance. Yi Qingtian on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment. How dare he make a move? And can you tell what kind of strength his subordinates have? The head steward said, I can't tell, but all the men I brought were defeated. The other party is obviously not simple. Yi Qingtian said, your men have all been defeated, so they must be at least half-step grandmaster level. How could a small clinic have such powerful guards? It's really strange. The head steward said, Master, Yinan is showing such disrespect to the Yi family. He must be punished, otherwise, where will the Yi family's reputation be? Yi Qingtian said, the primary goal now is to get Yinan back into the Yi family and arrange a marriage between him and the Lin family. The head steward thought for a moment and said, Master, how about this? You send me a few men, and I'll bring Yinan back with them. Yi Qingtian refused. That won't do. Even if we bring him back, he will disrupt the marriage alliance, which will not be in a favorable position for me. He might even embarrass the Yi family. The head butler said, but Yinan has no intention of coming back. Yi Qingtian thought calmly for a moment and said, you come back first. I will handle this matter myself. I have countless ways to bring Yinan back to the Yi family. The head steward had no doubt about what the master of the house said. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the head butler said to the others behind him, let's go first. The subordinate was stunned. Master steward, are we really not going to take revenge? Yinan has slapped the Yi family in the face. The head steward scolded, why are you talking so much nonsense? The other party had no choice but to shut up. The group immediately drove away. Inside the immortal doctor's clinic, Yinan is drinking tea. He knew that Yi Qingtian would never give up so easily and would definitely take other actions. However, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. Yinan's biggest worry right now is Su Wanfeng. Yinan's only weakness right now is Su Wanfeng. If my wife falls into Yi Qingtian's hands and something happens to her, that would be terrible. We can no longer let the evening breeze linger in Zhongzhou. They must be brought to Shanghai in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, Zhongzhou railway station. A woman who had completely covered herself up boarded the train bound for Longdu. This person is Yi Yuming. That night in the dark cell was a nightmare for Yi Yuming. She never wants to remember that day again. Dozens of men surrounded her. She didn't get any rest. If she hadn't been discovered by the guards of the dark cell the next day, she might have lost her life in prison. Lai Meiyun was detained for more than 3 months for bribing a black jail. Yi Yunqing's crime was compounded, and he was given no chance of probation. He was even exiled to the edge of the western frontier. The hardship in the dark prison was nothing compared to the real suffering in the western frontier. As for Yi Yuming, she was not punished because she was a victim. But Yi Yuming felt that she was dirty. And it was extremely dirty. Anyway, I can't stay in Zhongzhou any longer. She wanted to go somewhere where no one knew her. That's Longdu. She didn't dare to fly, fearing she would be discovered, so she chose to travel by train. After all, almost none of the people she knew traveled by train. Yi Yuming only revealed her face after the train left Zhongzhou. His face was pale, and his lips were chapped. She took out a mirror and looked at herself, feeling extremely distressed. The scene from that day instantly flashed into my mind. Yi Yuming immediately shook her head, trying to shake the image apart. Don't appear in my head. People around thought Yi Yuming had gone mad. One by one, they asked with concern, Girl, what's wrong? Girl, are you alright? Yi Yuming shouted, This has nothing to do with you, so shut up. Everyone meant well and cared about Yi Yuming, but they didn't expect her to have such an attitude. Nobody cared anymore. Yi Yuming clenched her fists tightly, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Yinan, you just wait. I will definitely seek revenge on you and tear you to pieces. Chapter 605. You must be the owner of that museum. Shanghai, an elegant villa area. Su Wanfeng and Yinan got out of the car. Yinan said with a smile, From now on, this will be our home. Su Wanfeng said, Honey, I was doing just fine in Zhongzhou. Why did you suddenly bring me here? Yinan said, I only feel at ease when you're by my side. For Yinan, the Yi family was alright. However, the Yi family is not someone Su Wanfeng should mess with. If the Yi family makes a move and he can't protect them, that would be terrible. Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng asked, has something happened? Yinan smiled and said, it's nothing serious, you don't need to worry about it. Besides, the medical level in Shanghai is higher than in Zhongzhou, so it's better for the child in Shanghai. Su Wanfeng smiled sweetly, I'll do whatever you say. Her gaze swept across the area ahead. This place is huge, much bigger than Zhongzhou. The two entered the room, and Su Wanfeng looked around like a child who had never seen the world before. Yinan just smiled and said, you keep an eye on things for now. I'm going outside for a bit. Su Wanfeng nodded. Yinan arrived outside the villa, and soon, two groups of people appeared. The leader of one of the groups was Du Jianying. The other group was led by Ding Yunjian. People from the Azure Dragon Gang and the Central Plains War Department have arrived. The Green Dragon Gang members were summoned by Yinan, while the Central Plains War Department members had been protecting Su Wanfeng in Central Plains. Upon learning that Su Wanfeng had been taken to Shanghai by Yinan, they volunteered to come to Shanghai themselves. At this moment, neither group could stand the other. After all, both sides came to protect Su Wanfeng. However, upon seeing Yinan, Du Jianying and Ding Yunjian immediately stepped forward with smiles. Sect Master, Yi Zhanshan. Yinan looked at Ding Yunjian and said, why are you here too? Ding Yunjian said with a smile, Mr. Yi, our Central Plains War Department has been protecting President Su. I'm afraid something might happen to President Su if we replaced him with someone else. Du Jianying was displeased. What do you mean? You're underestimating our Green Dragon Gang. Ding Yunjian said with a smile. I didn't mean to belittle you. I just think our combat unit is more capable. Du Jianying had a fiery temper. Then let's have a competition to see who's better, and let Mr. Yi decide. Ding Yunjian tossed his coat behind him and said, then let's give it a try. Yinan was speechless. If he didn't stop them, the two of them would really start fighting. Calm down. How about this? Each of you send some people to guard this place. He's not afraid of a large crowd. In fact, the more people, the better. Upon hearing this, Ding Yunjian and Du Jianying immediately replied, Mr. Yi, we will follow your arrangements. Yinan said, then it's settled. Then, Yinan turned and left. Ding Yunjian and Du Jianying exchanged a glance, snorted, and then parted ways. The entire area around the villa. Each person occupies half, and no one crosses the boundary. They all wanted to send someone to help Yinan, since it was a very good job, but Yinan had told them to stay, so they naturally wouldn't break the rules. Yinan returned to the villa, and Su Wanfeng came up to him, smiling as she said, Honey, tomorrow is your prenatal checkup again. Yinan said, I'll go with you. Su Wanfeng smiled and said, all right. Early the next morning, the two then went to the hospital. However, Yinan received a phone call midway through. It was Zhao Yuro who called. It is said that someone is requesting an audience. Upon hearing this, Yinan thought, nothing is more important than my wife. Please refuse for me. Zhao Yuro said, Sect Master, the person who has come is the daughter of the chief of Shanghai. Yinan coldly replied, what does the daughter of the Shanghai Metropolitan Governor have that others have? I've already said, I'm not seeing her. Yinan hung up the phone immediately. Su Wanfeng asked, Honey, are you going to get busy again? His tone shifted from joy to dejection. Yinan smiled and said, I won't go. I'll accompany you to your prenatal checkup today. Su Wanfeng's face immediately lit up with joy, and she nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, outside the Immortal Doctor's clinic, a young lady who looked like a rich girl stood at the door with her entourage. After finishing her call, Zhao Yuro approached the woman and said, Miss Li, our owner said he's very busy today and can't come over. Li Jinyu, who was this woman, immediately showed displeasure on her face. A man stood behind her, his expression immediately turning ferocious. Didn't you tell who this so-called sect leader was who came looking for him? Zhao Yuro said, Of course they said so, but our sect leader said that we won't see any outsiders today. Just as the man was about to continue his outburst, Li Jinyu gave him a look to keep quiet. The man immediately shut up and stood aside. Li Jinyu looked at Zhao Yuro and said, Did he really say that? Zhao Yuro said, I have no reason to lie to you. Li Jinyu asked, Do you know where he is now? Zhao Yuro shook her head. I don't know. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyu was filled with anger, but she held back. Her father fell seriously ill and sought treatment from many famous doctors, but none of them could help. Someone recommended that she come to the Immortal Doctor's clinic, saying that the owner of the clinic had superb medical skills. But when she arrived, the other person wasn't there. Help me contact your patron, and I'll give you 10 million. Also, tell him that if he can cure my father, I'll give him 50 million in treatment fees. Her father was the head of Shanghai, and his position was crucial to the rise and fall of the Li family in Shanghai. If the father dies, it will be fatal for the entire Li family. At that time, the Li family will face retaliation from their enemies. This is not what Li Jinyu wanted to see. Zhao Yuro said, "This is not about money. If you are here for medical treatment, then wait until my sect leader is here. If he is in a good mood, he may help you." Li Jinyu did not expect the other party to say such a thing. How could someone treat a patient based solely on their mood? Shouldn't it all be about making money? Li Jinyu was too lazy to waste words with this woman. She got into the car and took out her phone. With her abilities, investigating someone would be extremely easy for her. Soon, she made a phone call. This man is a know-it-all in Shanghai. I want to investigate someone named Yi Nan, the owner of the Immortal Healers Clinic. I need his address. After Li Jinyu hung up the phone, less than 3 minutes later, a text message arrived. Li Jinyu glanced at her phone, which displayed the name of Shanghai Fuxing Hospital. Li Jinyu smiled and looked at the driver. Go to Fuxing Hospital. Meanwhile, Yi Nan and Su Wanfeng saw a doctor. After examining Su Wanfeng, the doctor smiled and said, "Your baby is very healthy. In all my years of medical practice, I have never seen a baby with such excellent physical condition." Hearing this, Su Wanfeng beamed with joy. "Thank you, doctor." The doctor said, "Please come for your checkup next month." Su Wanfeng responded and left with Yi Nan. Su Wanfeng said excitedly, "Xiaonan, did you hear that? Our baby is very healthy." Yi Nan was almost tired of hearing this. His ears were practically calloused from hearing it so much. "Okay, let's go home," Su Wanfeng said excitedly. Yi Nan nodded and walked out of the hospital with Su Wanfeng. As soon as the two stepped out, a car blocked their way. They almost bumped into Su Wanfeng, who was pregnant. Yi Nan was instantly enraged. Doesn't this car have eyes? If anything happens to Su Wanfeng today, Yi Nan will definitely not let her off the hook. Su Wanfeng naturally noticed the anger in Yi Nan's eyes and immediately tried to dissuade him, saying, "Let it go, honey. You weren't hurt. I'm fine." Yi Nan suppressed his anger. He was about to become a father, and he had to set a good example for his child. Let's just forget about it. At that moment, the car door opened, and Li Jinyu stepped out. She walked arrogantly to Yi Nan and said, "You must be the owner of the Immortal Doctor's Clinic." Chapter 606 30 Years as the City Head. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan turned to look at Li Jinyu. "And who are you?" Li Jinyu said coldly, "I am the daughter of the Shanghai Metropolitan Government Chief. My name is Li Jinyu. I would like to invite you to my home to treat my father's illness." Yi Nan suppressed his anger. "I won't treat you. Get out of here before I lose my temper." Li Jinyu was shocked that Yi Nan would dare to say such a thing to her. "Didn't you hear me say that I'm the daughter of the Shanghai mayor?" Yi Nan coldly said. "I told you to get lost." Li Jinyu never expected that the owner of a small clinic would dare to look down on her like that. "No matter what, you have to come with me today. If you don't follow me obediently, then I'll have no choice but to take action." Yi Nan turned to look at Li Jinyu. Su Wanfeng sensed Yi Nan's murderous intent and immediately reached out to grab him, saying, "Husband, don't be impulsive." Yi Nan knew she couldn't act impulsively. After all, her pregnant baby was still there. Although the baby was perfectly safe, it wouldn't be good if something happened. "I know." Before the words were even finished, Li Jinyu's voice came. "Speak quickly. Come with me, or let me take you away." Yi Nan coldly said, "You can get out now. It's not too late. And is the mayor's daughter really so ill-mannered? Didn't you see I was with my wife at her prenatal checkup?" Li Jinyu naturally sensed Yi Nan's anger. In the past, she wouldn't have been so anxious, but today, her father was on the verge of death. "Haven't the prenatal checkups already been completed? You go get my dad medical treatment and let her go back alone. Is that not allowed?" "I'm too lazy to waste time with you now. I'll just ask you one question. Are you coming or not?" Yinan could no longer suppress his anger, and he turned to look at Su Wanfeng. Su Wanfeng naturally understood Yinan, so she took the initiative to say, "Honey, I'll wait for you in the car. You, don't make too much noise, this is a hospital after all." Yinan nodded. "Okay." Su Wanfeng left and headed to the parking lot. Meanwhile, seeing Su Wanfeng leave, Li Jinyu said, "Your wife went back on her own. Can you come with us now? Don't worry, the Li family will not mistreat you. If you can cure my father, I will give you 100 million. She realized something was wrong as soon as she finished speaking. When she met Yinan's gaze at that moment, for some reason, she felt as if a ferocious beast was standing in front of her. Just one look from him made her feel as if her skin was being torn apart. Yinan coldly replied, "What if I don't go?" Li Jinyu didn't expect Yinan to refuse, so she immediately said coldly, "If you're not going, then I'll take you." Yinan walked step by step to Li Jinyu, his eyes flashing with coldness. Li Jinyu was so frightened that she backed away repeatedly. What? What are you going to do?" Then, Yinan slapped the hood of the car next to him. With a loud bang, the hood was completely reduced to dust. This scene made Li Jinyu and the others tremble. How? How is this possible? Smashing a car's hood with a single blow is nothing special. Even smashing a vehicle to pieces with a single palm strike wouldn't be a problem. However, the fact that the opponent could control their power so precisely shows how terrifying they were. Is this person the owner of the clinic? How could he have such powerful strength? Yinan coldly said, "If you keep bothering me, this slap won't just land on the car." Li Jinyu was a little scared, but she was the daughter of the Shanghai mayor. "Ew. How can you just stand by and watch my father die? He's dying." Yinan said, "I'll save them if I want to, that's my freedom. Stop bothering me, or you'll die." After saying this, Yinan turned and left. One of Li Jinyu's companions stepped forward and asked, "Miss, shouldn't we stop him?" Li Jinyu turned to look at the other person, pointed to the vehicle billowing thick smoke beside them, and said, "How do you suggest we stop it? Go ahead and try." The other person immediately shut up. "What's the point of stopping me? Unless she wants to die?" Li Jinyu looked at Yinan's departing figure and said, "Help me investigate this person. I need all his information. Find someone to speak on his behalf. Since the car can't be driven, we have to take a taxi." Meanwhile, Yinan returned to the car, a smile on his face, and looked at Su Wanfeng beside him. "You must have been getting impatient." Su Wanfeng shook her head. "No rush." The two had just driven back to the villa. Du Tianxing arrived. Su Wanfeng wisely left. Yinan sat on the sofa, while Du Tianxing stood beside him. Yinan asked, "Why did you come all of a sudden?" Du Tianxing said with a smile, "Sect Master, I've come today to ask you to save someone." Yinan asked, "Whom do you want to save?" Du Tianxing said, "It is like this. I have a friend who is the head of Shanghai. He has fallen seriously ill and has nowhere to seek medical treatment. He hopes that the sect leader can help him save his life." Upon hearing this, Yinan recalled Li Jinyu, whom he had met before. "His daughter's name is Li Jinyu?" Du Tianxing smiled and said, "That's right." Yinan flatly refused. "I won't save you." Du Tianxing was stunned when he heard this. This isn't right. Why did the sect leader refuse so directly? He had only just learned of Mayor Li Longhian's illness. The other party's daughter, Li Jinyu, who usually calls him Uncle Du, personally called him to ask for his help. He naturally agreed. After all, the Green Dragon Gang had benefited from Li Longxian's kindness. Hearing what the sect leader said at this moment, Du Tianxing frowned slightly. The sect leader was perfectly fine just now, but suddenly his tone became so cold. Not only that, but they also mentioned Li Jinyu's name. Could it be that Li Jinyu has offended the sect leader? Instantly, Du Tianxing tensed up. When it comes to helping others, help if you can, but it's best not to lend a hand if you can't. We can't let the fact that the other party offended the sect leader cause his relationship with the sect leader to deteriorate. Sect Master, Li Longxian and I are just friends. We don't have much of a relationship. Yinan knew the other party wanted to distance themselves. It's okay. I won't hold a grudge against you because of other people. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that it wasn't his problem. Then, Sect Master, I'll be taking my leave now. Du Tianxing turned and left. Yinan suddenly spoke up. Wait. Du Tianxing stamped his foot, Sect Master, do you have any other instructions? Yinan asked. How many years has Li Longxian been the mayor? If Yinan wants to investigate his mother's whereabouts, he can't rely on others alone. Those behind the scenes really need to be able to remain calm. Wouldn't Yinan have waited in vain? Li Longxian must have held the position of Shanghai's chief official for many years. The headquarters of the Immortal Doctors Clinic was located in Shanghai back then. However, we need to find out the exact number of years. Du Tianxing recalled for a moment. It's been about 30 years. Yinan frowned slightly upon hearing this. That long? Du Tianxing said. That's right. When Li Longxian was in his 30s, he was full of vigor and his achievements surpassed those of many others, so he was promoted to the position of mayor of Shanghai. Chapter 607. Can you still live? 20 years ago, the headquarters of the Immortal Doctors Clinic was located in this city of Shanghai. Li Longxian must know some inside information. Or perhaps, the other party also targeted the Immortal Doctors Clinic. The only way to find out the answer to this question is to ask Li Longxian in person. Take me to Li Longxian, Yinan said. Upon hearing this, Du Tianxing immediately replied, yes. Yinan followed Du Tianxing into the car and headed to Shanghai. If Li Longxian has problems, then kill him. If he doesn't, and if he can provide some useful information, Yinan can waive the money. Now, inside the Hudu prefecture, on a hospital bed, Li Longxian, with a full head of white hair, lay on the bed with his eyes closed and his brow twitching from time to time, clearly enduring severe pain. Nearby, a white-haired doctor frowned after examining Li Longxian's condition. There were 3 other people nearby, a woman, a man, and Li Jinyu. The woman was Zhao Yingji, Li Longxian's wife, and the man was Li Tianhao, Li Longxian's eldest son. Zhao Yingji stepped forward, looked at the white-haired doctor, and asked anxiously, Dr. Fei, how is my husband Lao Li? Dr. Fei shook his head. I can't tell. Zhao Yingji's body went limp immediately. If Li Jinyu hadn't reached out to support him, the former would have already fallen to the ground. Li Tianhao was clearly displeased. How can you not see anything? You're known as a famous doctor. Dr. Fei said, but I really can't see it. This disease is too peculiar. It's like it's not a disease at all. Li Tianhao grabbed Dr. Fei by the collar. You're talking nonsense. What else could it be but an illness? Zhao Yingji immediately said, Tianhao, don't be rude. Hearing his mother's scolding, Li Tianhao could only grit his teeth and let go. Zhao Yingji looked at Dr. Fei and said, my child has been a bit rude. Please don't take it personally, doctor. That's natural, Dr. Fei said. Zhao Yingji took out a bank card and handed it to Dr. Fei, saying, this is the consultation fee. Please accept it. Upon seeing this, Dr. Fei quickly waved his hand and said, I haven't done anything wrong, so I'm really not qualified to take the consultation fee. Madam, I'll take my leave now. Zhao Yingji nodded. Dr. Fei turned and left. Only 3 people remained in the room. Zhao Yingji sat beside the hospital bed, grasping Li Longxian's hand, tears welling in her eyes. Old Li, is there really no way to save you? Li Jinyu said from the side. Mom, I heard from others that the master of the Immortal Doctors Hall has superb medical skills and may be able to save father. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yingji's eyes lit up. Go and invite him quickly. Li Jinyu said, I offended that person before, and he refused to come. Ever since Yinan smashed the car hood with a slap, Li Jinyu increasingly felt that Yinan had real skills. She regretted that she had been too reckless. I should have waited longer. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. We just hope that Mr. Du can persuade the other party. Li Tianhao said urgently. If they refuse to come, then tie them up and bring them here. Zhao Yingji scolded. Tianhao, you really should change your bad temper. What does your father's life or death have to do with other people? They can come if they want to, and they don't have to come if they don't want to. Your father has taught you so many principles, but you've forgotten them all. Li Tianhao immediately fell silent, only daring to whisper, I was wrong. Just then, outside the door, Du Tianxing strode forward. Upon seeing Du Tianxing, Li Jinyu immediately stepped forward. Elder Du, you've arrived. Did you bring the master of the museum with you? Zhao Yingji immediately stepped forward. Mr. Du, thank you for your trouble. Du Tianxing said, I came up first, so I'll get straight to the point. When you see that person, call him Mr. Yi. Don't provoke him. With his help, Mayor Li will definitely wake up. But if you offend him, don't blame me. Also, you must pay the consultation fee. Upon hearing that it could save Li Longxian, the mother and her 2 children immediately became excited. Zhao Yingji said, Mr. Du, you've gone to so much trouble. We will definitely pay the consultation fee. As long as old Li can wake up, we'd even give you 100 million yuan. Just then, Yinan's footsteps came from behind. The 4 of them looked toward the stairwell. Then, Yinan appeared before the mother and her 2 children. Upon seeing Yinan's appearance, the 3 of them frowned. They thought a renowned doctor had arrived, but this young man didn't seem to fit the description of a highly skilled person at all. Zhao Yingji quickly composed herself. She understood the principle that one cannot judge a book by its cover. She immediately stepped forward and asked, May I ask if you are Mr. Yi? Yinan nodded slightly. Li Jinyu was also very tactful and immediately stepped forward to apologize. Mr. Yi, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. Yinan ignored Li Jinyu. I don't have much time. Don't waste my time. Li Jinyu nodded quickly. But at this moment, Li Tianhao blocked Yinan's way. You're that Mr. Yi? Yinan glanced at Li Tianhao. Ignoring Yinan, Li Tianhao turned to Zhao Yingji and said, Mom, do you think this person looks like a famous doctor? He looks like an ordinary person. Zhao Yingji also thought Yinan was an ordinary person. After all, he was too young, so she didn't say anything. Du Tiansheng was speechless. He had just warned these 3 not to provoke the sect leader, but they started doing it right after he warned them. That's insane. How many people who look like famous doctors are actually scammers these days? Have you ever seen a young person pretending to be a famous doctor to commit fraud? They deserved it. Yinan frowned slightly. Li Jinyu panicked and quickly said to Yinan, Mr. Yi, please don't be angry. My brother is just being unreasonable. You don't need to pay him any mind. Yinan ignored Li Jinyu and looked at Zhao Yingji instead. Does this person need me to save him? His intervention this time was not to save Li Longxian. Instead, they wanted to get some information from the other party. If this family won't let him do it, then so be it. He felt that if Li Longxian was indeed related to his mother, it was a bad relationship. After all, Yinan had never seen anyone who had a good relationship with their mother and was still alive. Almost everyone who had a relationship with his mother was dead. Zhao Yingji remained silent. She trusted Du Tiansheng, but she simply couldn't trust this young man. Li Jinyu panicked and quickly said, Mr. Yi, please save my father. Li Tianhao stopped her. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Open your eyes and look. Does this person look like a doctor? Li Jinyu said, Yes, that's him. Li Tianhao looked completely bewildered. Little sister, are you crazy? Li Jinyu said to Zhao Yingji. Mom, just trust me this once. Zhao Yingji hesitated for a moment, then nodded. But then, Yinan turned to leave. He only had one chance, and since these people didn't want it, he wouldn't force them. Let's go, Yinan said to Du Tiansheng. Du Tiansheng didn't dare to say anything more and nodded quickly. Upon seeing this, Li Jinyu immediately rushed to Yinan and knelt on the ground. Mr. Yi, it was my family's fault for speaking rudely to you. I apologize to them and beg you to save my father. After saying this, Li Jinyu kept kowtowing. Seeing this, Yinan said, One person is not enough. Li Jinyu understood Yinan's meaning and immediately said to Zhao Yingji and Li Tianhao, Mom, brother, you should also kneel down and beg Mr. Yi. Zhao Yingji was persuaded, but Li Tianhao refused outright. It's absolutely impossible for me to kneel before him. Li Jinyu said, For your father's sake, kneel down. Do you have any other choice? Once your father dies, do you think you can live on? Chapter 608 Shanghai's Richest Man. Upon hearing Li Jinyu's words, Li Tianhao immediately fell silent. His father had too many enemies, and they were of absolutely no help. If father takes action, the entire Li family will be uprooted. For these people, death is the only outcome. Li Tianhao looked Yinan up and down. He simply couldn't believe this man was a miracle doctor. But now he has no choice. Li Tianhao immediately walked up to Yinan, bent down, and said, Please, divine doctor, save my father. Yinan coldly replied, Why should I save your father? Li Tianhao said, I've already begged you, what do you want? Yinan coldly replied. Do you think I'll save you just because you beg me? Li Tianhao clenched his fist and shouted. You're going too far. Li Jinyu immediately stopped Li Tianhao and then said to Yinan, Mr. Yi, please don't be angry. As long as you save my father, we will pay any amount of medical fees. Yinan said, seeing how sincere you are, I can help. However, I won't completely eliminate your father's problem. When he wakes up, have him come to the Immortal Doctor's clinic to find me. If it were anyone else, Yinan wouldn't bother with them. Li Longxian is somewhat useful to him. If Li Tianhao hadn't spoken, Yinan would have already made his move. Li Tianhao cursed. I think you're just pretending to be a ghost. Yinan slapped Li Tianhao across the face. Li Tianhao fell to the ground, his face swollen. He covered his face and said, You dare to hit me. Yinan threw 3 silver needles at Li Longxian, who was lying on the hospital bed. The silver needle flew and pierced Li Longxian's soul. After that, Yinan left with Du Tianxing. Seeing Yinan leave, Li Tianhao angrily shouted, Kid, if you've got the guts, don't run away. Stop right there. Li Jinyu said angrily. If he really wanted to hit you, that slap just now could have killed you. Zhao Yingji said, Can you 2 siblings stop arguing and show more concern for your father? Just then, a cough was heard. The 3 immediately turned their heads to look, only to see that Li Longxian on the hospital bed had woken up at some point. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically. He's really awake? Zhao Yingji came to the hospital bed and called out anxiously, Longxian, you're awake. Li Tianhao and Li Jinyu also approached. The 2 of them called out in unison, Dad. Li Longxian's face was deathly pale. He looked at Li Tianhao and said, You, come here. Li Tianhao immediately stepped forward. Li Longxian slapped Li Tianhao across the face. Li Tianhao fell backward, covering his face. Dad, why did you hit me? Li Longxian said coldly. You were too talkative just now, and I almost didn't wake up. Li Longxian's body was unable to move, but he remained conscious. He had overheard the entire conversation between Li Tianhao and Yinan. If it weren't for this kid's nonsense, he would have been woken up long ago, and he almost drove the guy away in anger. Upon hearing this, Li Tianhao's face turned grim. Dad, are you saying that the young man just saved you? Li Longxian coldly said, Get out of my way. Li Tianhao didn't dare to say anything more and quickly stepped back. He didn't want to provoke the other party again. Li Longxian looked at Li Jinyu. Daughter, did you hire that miracle doctor? Li Jinyu nodded. Yes, father. Li Longxian said. Take me to him quickly. He didn't completely cure my illness. I beg him to help me get a full cure. Li Jinyu nodded quickly. Okay. Li Longxian got out of bed. No, we can't go empty-handed. We have to prepare some gifts. Meanwhile, Yinan and Du Tianxing were in the car, preparing to return to the Immortal Doctor's clinic. Du Tianxing apologized to Yinan. I'm sorry, Sect Master. It's all my fault that you were insulted by others. Yinan said, It doesn't matter. Du Tianxing breathed a sigh of relief. Sect Master, where are we going now? Yinan said, Go to the Immortal Doctor's clinic to wait for someone. Du Tianxing was taken aback. Waiting for whom? Li Longxian. As soon as Yinan saw Li Longxian lying on the hospital bed, he knew what illness the other had. To be more precise, what the other person has is not an illness at all. Instead, they were drugged. This medicine is poison, and not just any ordinary poison. It is a colorless and odorless slow-acting poison. It was made from a type of poisonous herb classified as level 8. Even a martial arts grandmaster would find it difficult to resist this poison. However, someone used this poison against a mayor. The whole thing is eerie. This is why Yinan ultimately chose to take action. Du Tianxing didn't ask any further questions and prepared to send Yinan back to the Immortal Doctor's clinic. But at this time, Su Wanfeng called. Yinan was stunned when he saw the phone call. Generally speaking, Wanfeng would never call him when he was busy. Unless the other party has encountered some trouble, Yinan took it without hesitation. The next second, Su Wanfeng's anxious voice came through the phone. Xiaonan, there are people causing trouble outside. Yinan's expression changed drastically. Who is it? Su Wanfeng said. I don't know her. She seems to be a neighbor. Yinan said, Wait for me, I'll be right back. Whatever they want to do, cooperate with them, and don't get hurt. Su Wanfeng quickly replied. After hanging up the phone, Yinan said to Du Tianxing, "Take me home." Du Tianxing was extremely nervous at this moment. He had also gleaned some information from the sect leader's phone call earlier. The sect leader's wife had encountered an accident. But didn't he send his son to protect him? Could it be that this kid has neglected his duty? Damn it! To neglect one's duty at such a critical juncture is truly commendable. Meanwhile, at Yinan's doorstep, a Rolls-Royce was parked to the side. Then, a middle-aged woman came down. The other party approached Su Wanfeng with an arrogant air. Upon seeing the other person, Su Wanfeng greeted them with a friendly smile and asked, "Who are you?" The woman's gaze swept over Su Wanfeng, and she said coldly, "Does this villa belong to your family?" Su Wanfeng said, "It belongs to my husband." "Why are you asking about this?" The woman said coldly, "This villa is for the Hu family. You have 3 hours to move out immediately." Upon hearing this, Su Wanfeng stared at the woman and said, "This requires my husband's consent." During the phone call, Su Wanfeng remembered what Yinan had said. She must protect herself. That's why she didn't refuse immediately. Hu Shifeng, the woman surnamed Hu, coldly asked, "What's your husband's name?" Su Wanfeng replied, "His name is Yinan." Upon hearing this name, Hu Shifeng carefully recalled the important figures in Shanghai, but she had never heard of this name before. Hu Shifeng was a member of the Hu family, the richest family in Shanghai. "My son is getting married. My son and wife insist that it has to be a villa in Repulse Bay. However, the people living in this shallow bay are all either rich or noble. Although the Hu family is the richest family in Shanghai, there are some people they simply cannot afford to offend." Later, upon learning that there was another villa vacant, Hu Shifeng decided to buy it. But who knew that someone would beat them to it? Hu Shifeng was very unhappy. After all, she couldn't let her son's marriage fall through. In the past few days, she has sent people to observe the people living in this villa. They discovered he wasn't a big shot. So Hu Shifeng hatched a wicked plan. They want to force a sale. So she came today. Just now, Hu Shifeng's heart was still filled with trepidation. If the other party is indeed an important person, then that would be bad. But upon hearing the name the other party mentioned, it became clear that there was no such important figure in Shanghai. Then there's nothing to fear. What kind of ants dare to live here? Never heard of it. I just gave you 3 hours. Now, you only have 10 minutes to take your things and leave this villa." Hu Shifeng said coldly. Chapter 609 Su Wanfeng in Trouble. Su Wanfeng instinctively protected her lower abdomen with her fingertips, her tone firm and unwavering. "I'm not leaving. This is my and Yinan's home. There's no such thing as giving your home away to someone else." Hu Shifeng raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with contemptuous coldness. "If you insist on not leaving, don't blame me for taking action. I'm taking this villa today. Even if you make a move, I won't give up this place." Su Wanfeng straightened her back. Even though she was starting to panic, she didn't back down at all. "You're asking for trouble, you're asking for it." Hu Shifeng's voice was icy cold. She immediately took out her phone, dialed a number, and said quickly, "Son, I'll send you an address. Bring people over right away, and be quick." After hanging up the phone, she glanced at Su Wanfeng and said, "Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish." For her, killing someone is something she can do without batting an eye. Su Wanfeng's heartbeat instantly became erratic, and cold sweat broke out on her palms. If it were an ordinary house, she could simply turn around and leave. Although they hadn't lived there for long, every corner of the place held traces of her and Yinan's life. This was their true home, and she absolutely could not back down. But when she looked down and touched her slightly protruding belly, she couldn't help but panic. What if a conflict breaks out and the child gets hurt? Before she could think further, she heard hurried footsteps outside the door. The person Hu Shifeng had called soon appeared at the door. It was her son, Hu Mingming. "Son, get rid of this woman, and this villa will be yours from now on." Hu Shifeng raised her chin at Hu Mingming, her tone full of indulgence. Hu Mingming's eyes lit up, and she replied with a smile, "Okay, Mom." When his gaze fell on Su Wanfeng, he couldn't look away for a moment, and a glint flashed in his eyes. This woman is so beautiful, and her temperament is absolutely stunning. She's 100 times better than the women around him. His wife is a female celebrity, but compared to this woman, she's far inferior. What's more, she's pregnant, which is a huge plus. He turned around and whispered in Hu Shifeng's ear, "Mom, who is this woman?" "I don't know, but she doesn't seem like much." Hu Shifeng scoffed. "Her husband's name is Yinan. I've never heard of him in Shanghai. Why are you asking?" Upon hearing this, Hu Mingming's smile grew even more blatant. He wants the villa and the woman. He wants them both. He took a step forward, closing in on Su Wanfeng, and said in a flippant tone, "I want this villa. You're coming with me too." Su Wanfeng subconsciously took half a step back. She was very scared, but she knew one thing. If she backed down, the other party would only become more aggressive. Her tone was warning. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. My husband is not someone you can afford to mess with." "Your husband?" Hu Mingming burst into laughter as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his chin slightly and said coldly, "My father is the richest man in Shanghai. What is your husband? Can he compare to my father?" Su Wanfeng's face turned pale instantly. My fingers tightened around the bag, and my heart pounded. The title of Shanghai's richest man weighed heavily on her. She wasn't afraid of getting into trouble herself, but she was afraid of causing Yin a huge problem. She can't help her husband much, so she absolutely can't cause him any trouble. She just wants to be a docile canary. Is that not allowed? She quickly took half a step back, her voice tinged with panic and compromise. "I can give you the villa, right now. Just please let me leave." "Let you go?" Hu Mingming scoffed and approached step by step. The greed in his eyes was undisguised. "It's not impossible, but you have to stay with me for one night. Don't worry, I'll keep this to myself and won't tell anyone." He paused, his tone becoming increasingly arrogant. "Don't even think about telling your husband. Let me tell you, he can't stop me. I can bully you right in front of him, and he can't do anything about it." Su Wanfeng was so frightened that she backed away, her back pressed against the cold wall, tears welling up in her eyes. I'm pregnant. You can't do this." "Pregnant?" Hu Mingming's eyes lit up, and her smile became even more wicked. "Wouldn't that be even more fun?" Su Wanfeng was terrified. She trembled as she pulled a small dagger from her bag. With his hands clenched tightly, he pointed the knife at Hu Mingming, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Don't come any closer." Hu Mingming didn't take the small dagger seriously at all. To him, that thing was just a toy, and it posed no threat whatsoever. Hu Mingming pressed closer, her tone laced with blatant threat. "Come on then. If you've got the guts, stab me. Let me tell you, if you dare lay a finger on me, I'll make sure you and your reckless husband die without a burial place." Su Wanfeng remained calm throughout her pregnancy. But now, under such pressure, he completely lost control of his emotions. A tightness shot through her chest, followed by a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Her face drained of color instantly, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. He slowly slid down the wall and sat on the ground. The baby was moving violently inside her, as if responding to her pain. She bit her lip, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, shaking her head repeatedly. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." She wasn't worried about herself, but she was afraid something would happen to her child. Hu Mingming grinned maliciously and stepped forward. Hu Shifeng stood by with her arms crossed, watching coldly. As long as Hu Mingming was happy, she wouldn't stop him, no matter how much he bullied a woman or how big the commotion was. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached. Du Jianying led the Qinglong gang members in, followed closely by Ding Yunjian and soldiers from the Zhongzhou War Department. Both of them had panicked and anxious expressions on their faces. They had been guarding Su Wanfeng for so long without any incident, but this happened when they were only away for a short while. Ding Yunjian looked at Su Wanfeng, whose face was deathly pale, and his heart sank. If Mr. Yi finds out about this, the two of them will definitely be in big trouble. Du Jianying was even more furious. She rushed up to Hu Mingming and slapped him across the face. A crisp sound echoed all around. Hu Mingming was slapped across the face and fell to the ground. He didn't look at Hu Mingming, but quickly walked to Su Wanfeng's side and squatted down, his voice urgent. "Miss Su, how are you? Are you all right?" Su Wanfeng shook her head weakly, her lips pale and her breathing unsteady. He is the son of the richest man in Shanghai. Don't mess with him, or you'll get into trouble. Du Jianying's tone was icy. What's a billionaire? He's not even worthy of being compared to Mr. Yi. Hu Shifeng rushed to Hu Mingming's side, reached out to support his badly bruised face, and asked worriedly, Son, are you all right? Does your face hurt? Hu Mingming clutched her blood-soaked cheek, wincing in pain, and cried out to Hu Shifeng, Mom, they dared to hit me. Help me kill them. I'll make them pay. Don't worry, Mom will definitely stand up for you. Hu Shifeng patted her son on the back. When she looked up at Du Jianying, her eyes were icy and her tone was filled with anger. Du Jianying, your Green Dragon gang has some nerve. In Shanghai, you actually dare to touch my son, Hu Shifeng's son. Are you tired of living? Du Jianying coldly retorted. You should be glad Miss Su is all right. If Mr. Ye's wife had been injured in the slightest today, I would have killed you and your son together, making you pay for what you've done. Why waste words with them? Ding Yunjian stood aside, his face ashen, and turned to his men behind him, shouting, Attack! Beat this arrogant mother and son to death. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Chapter 610, Let's see who has more power. Miss Su is a relative of War God Yi. If word gets out that the War God's family has been bullied like this, it will be a disgrace to the War Department. Soon, several soldiers behind Ding Yunjian came out and approached Hu Mingming and Hu Shifeng. Hu Shifeng said in fear, What are you going to do? My husband is the richest man in Shanghai. If you dare to hit me, I'll kill you all. These soldiers were all from Zhongzhou and had witnessed Yinan's power. Let us die? Fine, we'll kill the two of you before we die. The soldiers immediately attacked, punching and kicking Hu Shifeng and her son. They only stopped after a long time. However, Hu Shifeng and her son were in a terrible state, with their heads bleeding profusely. Hu Shifeng cursed at Ding Yunjian. You're finished, you lowly soldier. I'm going to report you. I'm going to ruin your future. Ding Yunjian coldly retorted. What? You want to report me? Go ahead, report me however you want. Hu Shifeng's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. Normally, when she encountered this kind of person, she would only need to say that she would report him, and the other party would be terrified and beg her not to report him. But now, this person was actually going against her. Could this person be an important figure? It shouldn't be. Why would an important person be a doorman for someone else? Moreover, she had never heard of the person named Yinan, so she figured he wasn't anyone important. All right, you wait and see. Hu Shifeng took out her phone and called her husband. As soon as the call connected, she cried and said, Husband, I've been beaten up. On the other end of the phone, he was Shun Wanbang, the richest man in Shanghai. He was in a meeting in his office when he heard this, and his expression changed drastically. In this bustling city of Shanghai, someone actually dared to lay a hand on his wife. They're simply asking for trouble. Honey, who hit you? Shun Wanbang asked anxiously. Hu Shifeng said, I don't know them. They are a few soldiers, not from Shanghai. I do know one of them, Du Jianying, the one from the Green Dragon gang. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanbang's face darkened. Du Jianying of the Green Dragon gang dares to lay a hand on you? Even Du Tianxing wouldn't dare. Hu Shifeng said, Yes, it's him. At this moment, Shun Wanbang calmed down. Something's really wrong with this. He knew Du Jianying very well. He was definitely not the kind of person who acted rashly. Could it be that his wife offended someone who is not simple? Shun Wanbang is not an impulsive person. He will never provoke those he cannot afford to offend, but he will never give those he can afford to offend a way out. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Hu Shifeng then recounted what had just happened. Shun Wanbang asked, Yinan? Hu Shifeng said, That's right, his name is Yinan. Old Shin, have you heard of this name before? Shun Wanbang was someone I had never heard of and was completely unfamiliar with. He was from the financial world and knew nothing about what was happening in the martial arts world. Otherwise, he could easily have deduced who Yinan was. Since we don't know each other, we must make the other party pay the price. Never heard of it. I'm coming back right now. I want to see who dares to beat up my family in Shanghai. After hanging up the phone, Shun Wanbang told the driver to prepare the car and leave. After hanging up the phone, Hu Shifeng stared intently at Du Jianying and Ding Yunjian not far away. You're all dead. When my husband comes, he'll make sure you die a horrible death. And that woman, I'll make sure she suffers a terrible fate. Du Jianying and Ding Yunjian exchanged a glance, their eyes blazing with intense killing intent. Su Wanfeng's pale face was still vivid in their minds. They couldn't allow her to be threatened in the slightest, not even the slightest risk, and they had to nip it in the bud. Ding Yunjian clenched his fists, ready to rush forward and kill the other party, but Du Jianying stopped him with a gesture. You're from the War Department. Your identity is sensitive. Don't make a move. Let me handle it, Du Jianying said. I'll do it myself. Ding Yunjian was well aware of the other party's thoughts. This incident involving Miss Su is the responsibility of both parties. Now, whoever makes the move might be able to get Mr. Ye's forgiveness. Du Jianying may have been saying nice things, but he actually had ulterior motives. Even if I lose my position as the head of the Central Plains War Department, I will kill them today. Seeing this, Du Jianying knew that his idea had been seen through. That's perfect. Then we must work together to save time. Hu Shifeng's face was full of disbelief. Are these two crazy? How dare they attack her after she revealed her identity? Hu Shifeng pulled out her last trump card. Didn't you hear what I said? My husband is Shen Wanbang. Try touching a single hair on my head. Ding Yunjian coldly retorted. What is Shen Wanbang? Even if the richest man in Great Xia came, he couldn't protect you and your son today. What arrogance! A dignified voice suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by steady footsteps. Shen Wanbang walked ahead. A group of bodyguards in black followed behind. Honey, you've finally arrived. Hu Shifeng rushed to Shen Wanbang's side, as if she had grasped a lifeline. If you had arrived any later, Mingming and I would have been beaten to death by these two lunatics. Shen Wanbang reached out to comfort his wife. Don't worry. With me here, no one can hurt you. Hu Mingming covered her face, her voice trembling with tears. Dad, look at my face. Look what I've done to it. Shen Wanbang's gaze fell on Hu Mingming's cheeks, and he felt extremely sorry for her. These bastards, how dare they treat his son like this? He turned to look at Du Jianying and Ding Yunjian, his eyes icy cold. The anger in his voice materialized. Who hit my son just now? Tell me, which one of you is it? I did it, Ding Yunjian blurted out, puffing out his chest. What? Want to avenge him? I'm going to make a move too. Come at me if you dare. Du Jianying also took a step forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ding Yunjian, without a trace of fear in his eyes. Shen Wanbang's gaze fell on Du Jianying, his face growing increasingly grim. Even Du Tianxing has to show me respect. You, a junior, have quite the nerve. Have you lost your mind? Shen Wanbang then turned to Ding Yunjian, sizing him up. Judging from your attire, you must be from the War Department, right? Seeing that Ding Yunjian did not deny it, he continued, Shangwan Tianwang's son in Shanghai is my old friend. Today I will make you take off this shirt. The threat in those words couldn't be clearer. It was an attempt to intimidate someone with power. Ding Yunjian, however, seemed to have heard a joke and sneered. Shangwan Tianwang's son? Bring him here. Shen Wanbang was surprised by the other party's arrogance. Fine. Very well. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? I'd like to see what your trump cards are. Show me everything. Then, Shen Wanbang took out his phone and called for help. The call connected quickly. Brother Shangwan, what are you doing?